I'm merely a diligent researcher wanting to serve my country, yet had my 6th-gen core technology which could alter national fortunes stolen by a black-heart lab director. If this place won't accommodate me, then don't blame me for flipping the table. I woke up with a time reversal system, holding technological blueprints far beyond this era. Can't make it domestically? I'll just flee to the lawless northern Myanmar. While you're still fighting to the death over scraps of resources, my automated weapons production line has been roaring day and night. While former enemies are still struggling with incomplete technologies, my Skyshield defense system and exosuits have already made all of Southeast Asia tremble. But they don't know, this is merely the tip of the iceberg from my infinite technology arsenal. Chapter 1, My research was stolen, I quit. Books please. Elder Zhao, why is it that when I submitted the latest improvements for 6th-generation fighter technology to upper management, your name and your subordinates were listed as the primary contributors, while I, the actual researcher, wasn't even credited as a supervisor? Young man, you lack experience and are too impulsive, you won't be able to seize this opportunity. Zhao Yuanjia chuckled softly, looking casually at the cold-faced young man before him as he spoke leisurely. Am I inexperienced? Am I too headstrong? I can't handle it? Gu Xian was angered to laughter. He had heard the warnings from those around him, knowing full well how deep the darkness within Tianyuan technology ran. It can be said that in the company's research institute, nepotism runs rampant, with people everywhere who draw salaries without doing any work, sitting around with their legs crossed like lords. Far from making any contributions, they severely hinder the progress of all research projects. However, whenever new scientific achievements emerge in the institute, if the researchers lack influential backgrounds, their results can easily be stolen. What's this? Dare you cause trouble? Pack up and get out immediately, and ensure this person is blacklisted across all industries, never to rise again. Such examples are simply too numerous to count. All because Zhao Yuanjia standing beside Gu Xian was overwhelmingly powerful. The connections and resources he controlled were far too extensive, even making him quite famous across the entire internet. After all, as the director of the research department, the most powerful position in a publicly listed tech company, although not affiliated with the state and unrelated to so-called political power, the resources and funds at his disposal are downright terrifying. When it comes to status, Zhao Yuanjia is undoubtedly second to none at Tianyuan Tech. Even the company's chairman is a trusted ally handpicked by Zhao Yuanjia himself. Gu Xian had indeed considered the possibility that his research achievements might be stolen, but he still clung to a sliver of hope. After all, the research results he produced would have an impact on the entire military scientific community equivalent to an earthquake-level shock. Gu Xian could confidently guarantee this achievement could even accelerate China's development of 6th-generation fighter jets, providing immense assistance and inspiration to the research efforts. Although Gu Xian was a genius researcher who graduated from Kyoto University, completed his bachelor's and master's degrees consecutively, and at just 21 years old was directly admitted to a PhD program. However, without the assistance of the so-called era counterattack system, if Gu Xian were to personally research this achievement, it would likely take 5 or 6 years without even seeing a ripple of success. One of the beginner's gifts in this system is the reform plan for 6th-generation fighter jets. What's most astonishing is that it even includes a complete design scheme for 7th-generation fighters. The core design concept inside. Even Gu Xian himself felt a chill run down his spine upon seeing it. A super anti-gravity engine, core storage particle cannon, involving a reactor that controls nuclear fusion, special stealth coating. Each of these achievements alone would astonish the world. They are absolutely capable of overturning the current scientific development process and achieving an unprecedented leap across eras. But Gu Xian dared not reveal it, because these things were too advanced. If brought out, Gu Xian couldn't even imagine what terrifying consequences they would cause. Thus, after much deliberation, Gu Xian only dared to present reforms related to 6th-generation aircraft designs. Even though this proposal was considered the least remarkable in the system, it was still somewhat overpowered for China and the entire world today. This influence is so significant. It should at least make figures like Zhao Yuanjia think twice, if not outright deter them from claiming credit for one's own achievements, right? Gu Xian had naively thought so before. Yet, what happened? The reality was that the reform proposal for the 6th-generation aircraft he submitted was outright appropriated by Zhao Yuanjia and his cronies. As far as he knows, every name included in the reform plan is either Zhao Yuanjia's close associate or relative. Whether it's Zhao Yuanjia's clerk, driver, brother-in-law, you name it. If conditions permitted, the old fogey Zhao Yuanjia would probably even try to include his dog's name in the list. I told you, your experience is still lacking. If you step forward with this plan, it will inevitably invite unnecessary criticism. I'm just trying to protect your safety, why can't you appreciate that? Zhao Yuanjia slowly sipped his tea, glancing at Gu Xian with a hint of disdain, completely brushing off Gu Xian's questioning. Heh, young man, you need more experience out there. Given your audacity to come here and question me, I originally intended to allocate you around 100 or 200,000 from the 300 million R&D funding earmarked for this reform project when applying for national grants on behalf of the company. Since you don't know what's good for you, then there's no need to share the bonus, I'll keep it for myself. Mr. Zhao, are you truly resolved to do this? Gu Xian sighed faintly before speaking. Hearing Gu Xian's words, sensing his indifference and disdain, Zhao Yuanjie grew furious. Go ahead and ask around outside. Which researcher or even any tech company executive wouldn't tremble like a mouse seeing a cat when they meet me? Without exception, they'd speak to me in an ingratiating tone. Yet what's wrong with you? Don't take me seriously at all? Do you really think you're invincible just because you've researched this? Do you really believe your education and talent allow you to look down on everything? Let me tell you, whether dragon or tiger here, they all have to bow before me. Zhao Yuanjie slammed the cup in his hand onto the table with a dull thud, sending tea splattering everywhere. Gu Xian, let me tell you, don't think you can put on airs just because you're the developer of this project. I'm telling you, you're not worthy. I'll ask you one last time, do you still want to keep working here or not? If you want to do it, then obediently cooperate with the Institute's process and develop the reform plan for me. If you don't want to do it, pack your things and get the hell out immediately. You should know how coveted a position at Tianyuan Research Institute is out there. Zhao Yuanjie said angrily. But these words only made Gu Xian even more disdainful. Director Zhao Yuanjie, you can handle this yourself. I don't have the fortune to enjoy such a grand project. I'm telling you, I quit. I resign. If this place won't have me, there are plenty that will. With his extensive knowledge and the advanced modern technology granted by the system, he firmly believed he could find a job 100 times better than this research institute. Honestly, he had had enough of this company. Not only was the internal research institute filthy and shady, but the external departments were also packed with useless individuals, wasting the funding provided by the state. Besides, let's face it, this system of mine is really quite frustrating. Even though the system's internal marketplace offers a vast array of coveted technologies that leave Gu Xian utterly fascinated. However, the exchange currency called comeback points actually requires establishing one's own power structure to obtain normally. This power doesn't mean becoming a high-ranking official or a leading enterprise in some industry. Rather genuinely becoming similar to dictators of past eras, the kind who receive popular support. But as a Chinese citizen with patriotic feelings and aspirations for national strength, how could I possibly entertain such irresponsible thoughts? Although redemption points cannot be acquired, the items provided in the beginner's gift pack are more than enough. The technologies contained within, once deciphered and analyzed, will undoubtedly propel rapid advancements across all industries in China. By then, not just surpassing the eagle, but even surpassing 100 million will just be a matter of time. It's a pity that initially choosing this research institute was purely my own fault for being blind. Had I known better, I would have deliberated more carefully. I wouldn't be in this situation today. A director who embezzled the entire reform plan. Not even leaving a single assistant researcher position for me, huh? What's the point of staying in such an institute? Gu Xian's blatant remark thoroughly enraged Zhao Yuanjie, the man in control of both the research institute and Tianyuan Technologies. He abruptly stood up, ready to rebuke Gu Xian. But unexpectedly, Gu Xian turned around and walked straight out of the office without so much as a glance back at Zhao Yuanjie. Old Zhao, this is regarding Gu Xian's background, including recent bank card transactions showing large sums of unaccounted funds. It's likely related to selling research institute data. After all, how could an ordinary person like Gu Xian possibly have such substantial financial inflows? Spotting this, the clerk beside Zhao Yuanjie quickly stepped forward and handed a stack of documents to Zhao Yuanjie. Zhao Yuanjie flipped through and saw that it was indeed true. Without further ado, he glanced at Gu Xian's retreating figure with a cold smirk, daring to act so arrogantly towards him. You little brat, seems like if I don't teach you a lesson, you'll never know how formidable this old man truly is. With this thought, Zhao Yuanjie hesitated no longer and decisively dialed a phone number. Chapter 2, Where to go next? Seeking reads and tickets. After returning to the rental apartment, he took a deep breath. His earlier actions had undoubtedly stepped on Zhao Yuanjie's tail. From now on, there might no longer be a place for him in the vast research institute. No, perhaps not necessarily. If the plan to improve the 6th-generation machine were to proceed, that old fox Zhao Yuanjie would undoubtedly pull out all the stops to keep him around. The methods he might employ could be utterly ruthless. Because of this project plan, apart from him, there's absolutely no one else capable enough to take on the task. Rely on those freeloading connections in the research institute who just loaf around all day? Or should Zhao Yuanjie, who's already halfway in the grave, take personal responsibility? After all, isn't the most suitable candidate still oneself when everything comes full circle? But to make myself work for this old fogey? In his dreams? Gu Xian thought to himself with a wry smile. He never expected that someone like him, who had made significant contributions to the institute and had no blemishes on his record, could be bullied like this just because of his lowly status and lack of powerful backing. If I continue to be timid and submissive working at the research institute after that, I'm a dog. It's time to seriously consider my future path. Once I leave my job, Zhao Yuanjie will undoubtedly order a complete blacklisting across all industries, making high-tech companies nationwide afraid to hire me. Moreover, even if seeking state assistance, Zhao Yuanjie, renowned throughout the tech industry, would undoubtedly intervene. However, directly presenting the schematic of a 7th-generation fighter aircraft would be far too shocking and carries immense risks that I simply cannot bear. Even if I were to raise pigs myself, Zhao Yuanjie would employ every means to dismantle my foothold in society, ultimately forcing me to capitulate, returning to obediently follow behind him forever, with no chance of ever breaking free. This is not baseless talk. This isn't hypothetical but a concrete possibility. Thus, since making a living domestically is no longer viable, Gu Xian pondered in his heart, his eyes gradually brightening. At worst, he could just go abroad. After all, he possessed a system. Moreover, he possessed a wealth of advanced technological knowledge. He simply couldn't believe that he wouldn't find success abroad. In other words, even if he didn't achieve the success he hoped for, life there would still be far better than staying in the country. After careful consideration, his only remaining option now was to go abroad, though he had already made up his mind to leave the country. But since the world outside is so vast, one must have a destination in mind. The Beacon Country? Although it is nominally the world's leading technological power, and even its various subsidy policies for researchers are incredibly tempting, Gu Xian had long made up his mind to fully utilize the system to establish his own sphere of influence. If he were to engage in such covert activities in the Beacon Country, it's likely that before he could even begin to develop his plans, he would end up dead. Moreover, as a Chinese citizen, Gu Xian could never bring himself to aid the enemy. Therefore, the country I must go to now can only be one that is internally extremely chaotic and suitable for me to fully display my abilities. The Middle East? Although it's chaotic there, but, how should I put it, chaotic doesn't even begin to describe it. Gu Xian has no desire to be walking down the street one moment and suddenly get hit by a missile the next. Africa? Hiss, never mind the local customs and the physical appearance of the people being completely at odds with Gu Xian's aesthetic preferences, but there was not only warlord infighting but also an extreme backwardness in technology. Any of his tech-related ideas would likely come to nothing. After much deliberation, Gu Xian exhaled deeply, letting out a turbid breath. He opened his eyes, and within their starry depths flashed a glimmer of light. Southeast Asia. This was currently the most suitable place for Gu Xian to go. Not only did he master the native languages of most countries in Southeast Asia, enabling smooth communication, but also, despite the chaos there, it hadn't descended to the point of constant missile bombardment. The local economic development level was passable at least. This is undoubtedly the most suitable place. Without a doubt. After careful consideration, Gu Xian set his sights on the most chaotic region in Southeast Asia. Northern Myanmar, a country where prostitution, gambling, and drugs are rampant, and grey industries account for more than half of its GDP. There, undoubtedly, was the place best suited for him. Moreover, having stayed there for 2 months during an earlier investigation, he was well aware of its dark rules. At least he wouldn't be utterly scammed from the get-go. Yes, that's the one, Northern Myanmar. With this in mind, Gu Xian wasted no more time. Now, he had to act quickly before Zhao Yuanjie, that old bastard, could react. His fingers flew across the screen as he quickly booked an international flight and visa. After packing everything up, Gu Xian called a taxi with his phone. Seeing the screen display that the taxi would arrive in 5 minutes, he let out a sigh of relief. Finally, I can leave this place. While there's still time, the matters ahead must be settled. After much deliberation, Gu Xian made a phone call. Hey, geniusly, how have you been doing lately? Well, look who's here. You're usually as busy as a dog every day. What made you think of calling me? How's life treating you these days? Don't even ask. The articles I've been writing are getting torn apart by readers. Why's that? Gu Xian joked to his former college roommate and closest friend. Hearing Gu Xian ask the reason, Li Yu immediately perked up and poured out all his frustrations to his good buddy, Gu Xian. *******, got torn apart by readers, some even threatened to send me blades in the mail. Stop with the nonsense and get to the point. Alright, I'll spill it. Initially, the main character rode a donkey for transport. Because the donkey was too slow, he practiced dual cultivation with it to boost its strength. Later, during a fight, the donkey got grazed and injured, becoming disabled. After that, the protagonist got a better means of transportation, so he straight up ate the donkey. Then readers said the protagonist was inhuman for eating something he'd been intimate with. Is there really an issue with what I wrote? Gu Xian fell silent. See, I told you AI can't replace humans. Sometimes having too sharp hearing isn't good. By the time I heard what this guy was saying, it was already too late. Alright, stop the chatter. I need to ask you for a favor. You say, between you and me, whatever it is I'll definitely get it done for you. Li Yu was somewhat surprised, not understanding why Gu Xian would suddenly ask for his help. After all, it was usually him troubling Gu Xian. This was the first time Gu Xian had ever come to him for assistance. Hearing Li Yu's assurance, Gu Xian said softly, didn't you mention recently that you've mastered some advanced assembly line technology for producing standard equipment? I did. Send me the details of that advanced assembly line tech. I have a big use for it. Gu Xian asked faintly, what kind of place is Myanmar's northern region? Unlike the peace of China, it's a place where the law of the jungle prevails completely, amplifying the worst aspects of human nature to the extreme. It can be said that without thorough preparation, one might not even leave a trace of bones behind upon arriving in Myanmar's northern region. However, Gu Xian had no better options left. Venturing into northern Myanmar was his only choice. Moreover, if his true intentions were to be discovered, everyone would likely consider him an utter madman, laughing themselves silly. Unifying Southeast Asia and rebuilding an empire, I wonder if my ambition might be a bit too grandiose. Gu Xian thought to himself. Chapter 3, Not My Buddy. Li Yu froze. After a long pause, he stammered, Buddy, tell me straight, you're not planning to harm society, are you? Logically speaking, that shouldn't be the case. In Li Yu's memory, Gu Xian had always been a positive, upstanding young man of the new era. How could he possibly do something like this? Unless he intended to offer this technology to the research institute in exchange for a promotion, but Li Yu knew Gu Xian wasn't that kind of person. Why would he covet his technology? Threatening society? Not exactly. Just give it to me first. I have urgent, critical use for it. Gu Xian shrugged helplessly, offering a wry smile. Honestly, his system was proving rather unreliable. Though the system store offered everything under the sun, it notably lacked access to basic standardized weaponry. If he had to go to northern Myanmar to procure them, it would likely take an enormous effort to get much risk exposure and be extremely costly. Even with Gu Xian's million in cash, spending it on this would barely make a dent. The return on investment is absolutely not worth it. Given this situation, there's only one solution. And that is to build them ourselves. Once he controlled the military-industrial complex, he could even export these weapons to nations ravaged by war. He could compete with traditional arms dealers, even challenge them head-on. When it came to capital, financial strength, expertise, and connections, 100 Gu Xians combined might not match the clans and syndicates that had operated in this field for decades. But he possessed the system. Just recently, in the newbie welcome package, the system granted him 5 fixed coordinates, capable of teleporting items to precise locations. Though there was a cooldown period. Compared to other arms dealers' transportation methods, this was a game changer. With this advantage, he could absolutely compete with those cutthroat operators, carving up the arms quota. Fine, you can have it. After all, I am your good godfather. Go on, always taking advantage of me. Li Yu muttered with feigned annoyance. But his hands never stopped moving. He swiftly sent the top-secret files from his computer to Gu Xian via email. Ding dong. Within mere seconds, a series of notification sounds rang out on Gu Xian's phone, indicating the arrival of the files sent by Li Yu. Opening the file, row after row of text and intricate design blueprints instantly filled Gu Xian's vision. As an insider, Gu Xian knew exactly the specific value of this document. While it couldn't compare to the 6th-generation aircraft reform proposal he had submitted using the system, it was far superior to most ordinary research achievements. If one were to measure its worth in monetary terms, it would easily be worth tens of millions. Perhaps even more. Son, did you get it? Cut the chatter. Of course I received it, thank you. Gu Xian replied with a laugh. You know how to hack, right? Quickly delete all our communication records now, just to avoid any trouble. Of course. Even my second brother could grasp how critical this is, no need for the genius Gu to worry. By the way, what do you need this tech for? It's advanced, sure, but in your eyes, it's not exactly earth-shattering, is it? Don't tell me you plan to use this new tech assembly line to mass-produce weapons and go antisocial. Li Yu lay back in his gaming chair, his belly protruding, speaking in a leisurely tone. Rest assured, I merely harbor a fleeting desire to become a warlord and arms dealer. Gu Xian replied with a half-serious, half-joking air of mystery. Hearing this, Li Yu found it hard to believe. Warlord? Arms dealer? Do you think this is northern Burma or the Middle East? Anyone trying to pull off such shady deals here must either be joking with themselves or have been kicked in the head by a donkey until they're completely out of their mind. This is China. The most peaceful country in the world, bar none. What? You say the land of the free is pretty peaceful too? Ha! That's nuclear peace. Haven't you heard the saying? What kind of freedom is this? Gunfights every day. You could be walking down the street in that country and suddenly get shot in the ass out of nowhere. This isn't just idle talk. So, Li Yu was absolutely certain that Gu Xian knew that unfilial son was playing a joke on him, toying with him. What? Gone silent? Can't speak now? Scared stiff by my grand ambitions? Cows flying in the sky? Talking big like that, aren't you afraid you'll blow yourself up, you big braggart? Li Yu scratched his ear lazily. This kid. If he didn't want to tell the truth, so be it. He'd find out sooner or later anyway. As for whether he felt any pang of regret or hesitation handing over this cutting-edge tech proposal to Gu Xian, not a bit. If it weren't for that kid Gu Xian's help in college, he might still be hawking roasted sweet potatoes on the sidewalk. No way he'd have the skills he has now. I'm not bragging, you'll see for yourself. Just hope your godfather pulls this off. If it works out, I might even send you a gorgeous babe as a reward. Pfft, go play somewhere else. Alright, I'm not going to nag you anymore. My taxi's here. We'll talk later. Hanging up the phone, Gu Xian double-checked he hadn't left anything behind before hopping into the cab and instructing the driver to head straight for the airport. For Gu Xian, every extra day spent in this place was pure torture. If he hadn't resolved to leave today, old Zhao from Tianyuan Research Institute would undoubtedly use every means possible to forcibly keep him there. After all, apart from him, everyone else at the institute was utterly clueless about reforming the sixth-generation aircraft. It could be said that without his assistance, the project would immediately collapse by more than half. When that happens, he'd be curious to see how Zhao Laodang would explain himself to the state. For such a top-secret mission, if such a major flaw were uncovered, even Zhao Laodang would face serious consequences. For this reason, this bastard would absolutely force himself to stay at the research institute, work like a dog on this project, and then take all the credit for himself. Bilian refused. How could he possibly let that bastard succeed? Half an hour slipped by swiftly as Gu Xian pondered his next move. The moment he stepped off the vehicle, Gu Xian wasted no time handling the offline visa procedures and completing the tedious boarding formalities, with no hiccups along the way. Nor did any brainless villain take a dislike to him and issue provocative remarks. Everything proceeded smoothly. He knew his phone was turned off, and witnessed the moment the aircraft lifted off. A faint smile curved his lips. If this place won't keep me, there's always another place that will. Zhao Laodang, I hope you don't blow a gasket. Chapter 4, Gu Xian's Bewilderment, Myanmar Split? Votes needed. Breaking news, northern and southern Myanmar suddenly split, forming 5 independent sovereign nations. The 3 nations occupying southern Myanmar will hold a global conference in 3 days to jointly establish a new Myanmar Federation. Simultaneously, they have accepted the extradition treaty with the Lighthouse Nation and agreed to resettle millions of Jewish citizens from both the Lighthouse Nation and the Jewish state in the Middle East, granting each individual equal citizenship and full rights. In response, the 2 northern states Kachin and Chin have expressed strong dissatisfaction and condemned this action in the international community. Breaking news, just 5 hours ago, the 3 nations planning to establish the Myanmar Federation jointly annihilated the 300,000-strong armies of Kachin and Chin states. Simultaneously, they withdrew all investments and debt claims from both territories, plunging the regions into economic collapse and severe social chaos. The leaders of both states have issued stern condemnations of these actions and formally requested international aid. As Gu Xian stepped off the airport tarmac, he was met with this explosive news. He froze in place, utterly dumbfounded. Wait. Dude. This is a bit different from what I expected. How did things suddenly escalate to this point? The sudden split between northern and southern Myanmar, the establishment of the Myanmar Federation by the 3 southern states, and their acceptance of the extradition treaty, anyone with eyes could see the mastermind behind it all was undoubtedly the United States. But what's going on with the Lighthouse Nation and the distant Jewish state in the Middle East? Why have they suddenly shifted their focus to such a tiny country in Southeast Asia? Logically, these 2 regions should be more than sufficient for Jewish survival. Why the sudden intervention in Southeast Asia? In an instant, Gu Xian's mind raced with possibilities. One of them was the recent escalation of conflict between China and the Land of the Lantern. As a member of the Tianyuan Research Institute, Gu Xian was now part of the system, granting him access to far more intelligence than the average person. Right in the Pacific region, the Lighthouse Nation's carrier fleet abruptly cut through these waters, intervening in China's maritime domain. Remaining unresponsive to China's repeated warnings, the mutual probing between the 2 sides eventually escalated into an all-out war. That battle, both sides truly lost their tempers. It is said the Lighthouse Nation deployed an extraordinary naval fleet comprising 3 advanced aircraft carriers, paired with next-generation fighter jets, launching a direct assault on China. On the Chinese side, though it did not deploy aircraft carriers, leveraged its home field advantage to field naval and air force assets that were in no way inferior to those of the Lighthouse Nation. Though the outcome remains unknown, Hua Xian was certain. Gu Xuandu was certain both China and the Lighthouse Nation had suffered significant losses. Since then, the Lighthouse Nation's economic suppression tactics against China have intensified. The situation escalated into a bitter, no-holds-barred confrontation. Northern Myanmar lies directly south of China, bordering Yunnan province. Its strategic importance is self-evident. Could it be? Was the Lighthouse Nation attempting to strategically encircle and blockade China through such means? Gu Xian speculated inwardly. Now, aside from the Big Bear to the north, one could say China's southern and eastern flanks have been subjected to a series of containment maneuvers by the Lighthouse Nation. To the east lie South Korea, the foot-basin chicken, and the bald-headed forces, forming a perfect blockade line. To the south and southwest, there are Southeast Asian nations led by southern Myanmar, plus that bunch of monkeys on the islands. Even in the direction of our western provinces, there's that stubborn fat elephant causing trouble. It's truly as troublesome as it can get. But since I've come to northern Myanmar, I naturally must devise a way to help China resolve this predicament. Gu Xian pondered slowly and deliberately. Soon, a sharp gleam flashed in his eyes. Why not advance the plan directly to its final stage? According to the original plan, Gu Xian intended to gradually seize control of a small region using existing funds and technology, then steadily expand outward until the entire nation fell under his command. Only then could the system's full potential be realized. The pinnacle of establishing influence lay in founding an independent nation with full sovereignty. It could be said that the reversal points gained from controlling a city or a province pale in comparison to those from controlling an entire nation. If he were to seize control of a country outright now, the tech tree would unlock rapidly. As the saying goes, technology is the primary productive force. Consider the Industrial Revolution. In a mere century, it generated wealth surpassing the accumulated riches of millennia past. In the present day, the strength of technology is absolutely the most crucial factor in determining a nation's power. It holds even greater weight than all other factors combined. However, the sudden fragmentation of Myanmar instantly shattered Gu Xian's plans. According to intelligence reports, the three southern states of Myanmar had already begun establishing the Myanmar Federation. Once completed, with the support of the lighthouse nation, Gu Xian would certainly be unable to intervene. Given this situation, the focus could only shift to the Chin state and Kachin state in northern Burma. Yet, since their armies had been decimated, these two regions were now in a state of chaos, ruled by warlords in a fragmented power struggle. Both governments had lost all credibility, now resembling the Zhou Emperor during China's spring and autumn period. Mere figureheads and ornaments. They could be swallowed up by the Burmese Federation in southern Burma at any moment. At present, these two governments are undoubtedly in a state of extreme anxiety, desperately needing a force to come to their aid. China? Gu Xian understood that his homeland China would never stand idly by. It would certainly take necessary action. But he knew that the politicians in the lighthouse nation must have thought of this too. Who knows what secret schemes they're hatching now, trying to delay China's response. In any case, even if China intervened, it would be impossible for them to act swiftly. For a moment, a bold idea took root in Gu Xian's mind. He would take matters into his own hands, directly assume leadership of one of these nations, and rule the entire country. The difficulty involved goes without saying it would be hellishly difficult. But, with the astonishing technology contained within the system's beginner's gift pack, Gu Xian was willing to bet he might just win them over. Beyond the provided coordinates, 6th-generation fighter jet upgrade plans, and 7th-generation fighter jet blueprints, Gu Xian possessed what both Myanmar and North Korea needed most at present. That is the Sky Curtain system and tactical tanks. The Sky Shield system, in layman's terms, was the kind of shield only found in fantasy novels. The kind that blocks everything. As for this tactical tank, Gu Xian dared to guarantee with a firm hand on his chest that once deployed in full formation, a mechanized force of dozens of tanks could single-handedly hold off an army of 100,000. Chapter 5. The audience, please follow and vote. After everything fell into place, Gu Xian sprang into action without a moment's hesitation. Hello, I am a citizen of China and a chief editor reporter for one of the national news networks. Here is my press credential and identification code. I would like you to process a press pass for me. Additionally, I wish to schedule a private interview with the leader of Kachin State. After exiting the airport, Gu Xian swiftly proceeded to a government office to obtain a press pass. Everything proceeded smoothly. The front desk staff showed no hesitation, promptly processing all his documents and making a backstage call to seek the leader's approval. What? Where did the credentials come from? Well, that was all thanks to his unlucky buddy. The guy was a master hacker. Making a fake ID was no big deal for him. Before long, the man hurried back from the back office and exclaimed excitedly to Gu Xian across the glass counter, "Hello, journalist from China. Your interview request has been approved. The leader will be waiting for you in the Provincial Government Center conference room at 3 p.m. today." "Alright, thank you." Taking the appointment pass, Gu Xian politely thanked him. "Mr. Journalist, I hope you will convey this to the Chinese government upon your return. Our Kachin state is truly struggling to hold on. Without China's support, we fear we'll be swallowed up within a week by the puppet regime backed by the Lighthouse Nation, that so-called Union of Myanmar government. We refuse to lose our nation. We implore China to come to our aid." The gaunt man seized Gu Xian's hand, his words flying thick with saliva as he spoke with intense emotion. Seeing the expression on the man's face, Gu Xian felt a momentary daze. He wondered if, during the War of Resistance, when the Japanese invaded China, the Chinese people had felt just as helpless. After a long moment of contemplation, Gu Xian softly uttered a single sentence. "I will. Provincial capital, Government Center Conference Room? Sula paced anxiously back and forth. At this moment, his face was as dark as storm clouds, showing not a single trace of joy. It would have been strange to see any joy at all. For the Kachin state now, it was fair to say it had entered a countdown to national collapse. Without external aid, its fate was all but sealed. As the leader propped up by numerous warlords, Sula was on the verge of a headache. Thus far, no matter how Kachin and Chin nations pleaded on the international stage, their voices made not a ripple. Now, numerous nations, especially Western powers led by the Lighthouse Nation, are sitting high above, lazily watching their nation's downfall unfold. No, they are no longer nations at all. As a propped-up puppet, Sula knows full well that his tiny nation has long been rotten to the core by warlords. Now, they're even packing their bags, ready to pack up and run. But he cannot leave. This was his homeland, the place where he was born and raised. No matter what, he would never commit treason. He must find a way to change all this. But how could he change it? How could he bring about change? Was change even possible? The Kachin state now has a population of no more than 10 million, and most are impoverished commoners. Their wealth has been drained by the upper classes and those local warlords. Moreover, the finances are in deficit, with barely any funds left in the accounts to keep the state apparatus functioning. In this dire situation, everyone lives in fear. The once circulating national currency has become nothing more than worthless paper so stiff it's even unsuitable for wiping one's backside. Meanwhile, the military numbers have dwindled below 100,000, and a food crisis is gradually emerging. These are the internal troubles. Externally, to the south, the newly established Union of Myanmar, backed by the Lighthouse Nation, was advancing with predatory intent, biding its time to gradually erode their combat effectiveness. When the time comes, the moment they show their weakest point, the Burmese Federation will strike without hesitation. Ultimately, it might even seize both nations without firing a single shot. Beyond this formidable adversary, the world powers led by the Lighthouse Nation have severed all trade routes connecting them to the outside world except for those with China. Their goal is to completely trap and destroy them here. If the two nations united, they might at least have the strength to fight back. But the leader of Kachin state seems to have been kicked in the head by a donkey, insisting on standing behind to watch the spectacle. Don't they understand the principle that when the lips are gone, the teeth feel the cold? Once Kachin falls, they'll be next. Sura couldn't fathom the logic of those fools. One is a superpowered enemy who's become a lackey of the Lighthouse Nation, while the other is a useless ally dragging us down, hiding in the back and watching the spectacle. And with all this corruption within our own country, who can tell me how the hell we're supposed to fight this war? Could it really come down to surrender? Your Excellency, it's already 3 p.m. You have a private interview with a Chinese journalist that requires your presence. All right, I'm aware. I'll be right there. Sula sighed as he listened to his assistant's report. After composing his expression, he headed straight for the conference room to meet the Chinese journalist. While he hoped this interview might secure China's assistance. But Sula understood all too well that to prevent China from aiding the two northern Myanmar states, the Lighthouse Nation was frantically stirring up trouble in every region of China except the north, southwest, south, east. At this very moment, under the guidance of the Lighthouse Nation, various smaller players were simultaneously stepping forward to create trouble for China. Simultaneously, economically, the Lighthouse Nation has once again rolled out over 100 trade sanctions against China. Internationally, it continues to suppress China through public opinion. Even the recent military standoff in the Pacific likely serves as a prelude, with further measures potentially forthcoming. It can be said that China simply cannot spare the attention to deal with them anytime soon. At most, it might supply them with some weapons. But damn it, at this critical juncture, the United States has absolutely no intention of providing them with these supplies. To this day, he hasn't seen a single hair of it, and his people are starving to death. Hello, are you the leader of Sula? My name is Gu Xian. As Sula pondered, a voice reached his ear. He paused slightly, glancing at Gu Xian beside him. His expression softened as he spoke. May I ask, are you the journalist from China? Me? Yes and no? Gu Xian shook his head. Yes and no? Sula froze, unsure what Gu Xian meant. You could interpret it as me being here to resolve the issue that troubles you most, Leader Sula. Sir, are you kidding me? Just based on you? To be precise, it's based on the two technologies I possess. Gu Xian hesitated no longer, handing over the pre-prepared skyscreen system and tactical tank blueprints without further ado. Chapter 6, The New Leader. Votes needed. What is this? Sura took the documents, furrowing his brow slightly as he looked at Gu Xian in confusion. Mr. Leader, you'll understand once you open them. However, I recommend you have 2 military researchers analyze them for you. I assure you, this gift will absolutely satisfy you. Gu Xian declared with certainty, a faint smile curling his lips as he looked at Sula expectantly. Sula froze for a moment, wondering where this Chinese man got his confidence from. instinctively wanting to dismiss him as a charlatan or fraud and summon security to escort him out. Yet a sliver of hope lingered within him. What if a miracle really did happen? But, with just these 2 documents? Even if they contained earth-shattering revelations, they couldn't possibly save the Kachin state, which was already on the brink of collapse. No need, he said softly, his voice steady. I myself have conducted research in military technology and possess some expertise in the field. There's no need for such trouble. Sura murmured softly as he slowly unfolded the documents in his hands. As the information within the documents came into view, Sula's face froze. He swallowed hard involuntarily, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The more he read, the more his heart raced, his pupils dilating uncontrollably without his awareness. The technological information contained within this document, could it possibly be something humanity could research today? Impossible. Sura's heart raced in terror, his mind instinctively rebelling against the revelation. But his original scientific mindset tells him that these things seem to be real. Esteemed guest, the information contained within these documents is truly astonishing. I must consult several authoritative experts for verification. Would you mind taking a moment to rest? As the head of a nation, he should remain unruffled by any situation. But this time, Sula truly couldn't suppress the shock surging within him. This was utterly preposterous. Absolutely outrageous. Absurdity beckoning absurdity, absurdity taken to the extreme. Of course. I'd be happy to give the head of state some time. But make it quick, time waits for no one. Gu Xian gazed at Sula, a smile playing on his lips. See? The fish has taken the bait. Perhaps his plan could be realized sooner than expected. Taking control of a nation. In the past, Gu Xian wouldn't have dared dream of such things, for it all seemed too fantastical. As for worrying that this leader might suddenly turn on him, trying to imprison him without giving anything in return, forcing him to hand over other technological documents? If they dared to do that, Gu Xian wouldn't mind showing them a thing or two later. The era reversal system. Besides the comprehensive reform plan for 6th-generation aircraft, 7th-generation aircraft blueprints, the sky curtain system, tactical tanks, and 5 fixed coordinates. There was one more thing. A one-time teleportation ability that could instantly transport the system's holder to a safe location. Thus, there was no need to worry about personal safety whatsoever. Without this feature, Gu Xian would never have dared to come for his own safety. After all, human nature is unpredictable. Who could foresee what measures they might take next? Standing nearby, Sula let out a deep sigh of relief upon hearing Gu Xian's response. Esteemed guest, I shall contact our research team immediately. I believe we can provide an accurate assessment of this document's value within 20 minutes. As Sula turned to leave, she cast a lingering glance at Gu Xian, who sat composed and unruffled on the sofa. This young man was no ordinary figure. He likely had powerful connections behind him. Perhaps he was the very person China had sent to help the Kachin nation weather this crisis. But could China truly provide such advanced technology to the Kachin state? Sula was plunged into deep doubt. Although present-day China was the world's sole superpower capable of rivaling the lighthouse nation, to his knowledge, China's scientific progress in this field was likely nowhere near the level required to manufacture such technology. Never mind. Once we analyze it, the truth will reveal itself. But who exactly does this man represent? China, or some other faction? To offer such cutting-edge military technology must be costing him a fortune. Sura felt a pang of helplessness at this thought. At this point, did he even have a choice? Kachin was now beset by internal turmoil and external threats to an extreme degree. As the leader thrust into power by Kachin's warlords, Sula's capabilities and influence were not lacking. On the contrary, his own strength ranked among the top 3 warlord factions in the region. Yet he was fundamentally different from those other despicable warlords. This land of Kachin is his birthplace and homeland. As a son of this land, how could he stand idly by and watch his homeland plunge into utter ruin? Therefore, to prevent annexation, Sula paid a tremendous price to thwart the ambitions of the lighthouse nation lurking behind southern Burma. It could be said that, without Sula's efforts, Myanmar today might have seen the lighthouse nation with its unfathomable power instantly establish a local regime and stayed entirely loyal to itself. At that point, the entire nation would truly become a one-man show for those Jews and the lighthouse nation's political organizations. Lost in thought, Sura, seated on a bench outside the conference room, soon received the 3 military researchers he had summoned, individuals ranked among the foremost in northern Myanmar. Your Excellency, what brings you here? Don't you know this is a critical moment in our supersonic missile research? He's right. If we develop that supersonic missile, even the Myanmar Federation, which loves to take credit for everything, will think twice before messing with us. At the very least, it'll buy our country some breathing room. Once China has its hands free, they'll definitely give us strong support. Therefore, comrade leader, we require a clear answer. Why this urgent summons? Sura waved his hand at the 3 slightly agitated scientists before him and handed the documents to one of them. Take a look at the technology inside. What's there to see? The gray-haired elder at the head of the group was about to snap an angry rebuke, but his gaze flickered toward the contents of the document and froze. What the hell? Could he have misread it? Taking the document, the elder carefully spread it out on the table and examined it closely. The two researchers nearby were suddenly overcome with curiosity. They couldn't understand why their institute's leader would display such a flustered expression. To satisfy their curiosity, they immediately crowded around. 10 minutes later. Director, where did this technology come from? The old man stammered, his voice trembling with emotion. First, answer me this, are the records in these documents accurate? Accurate. Absolutely accurate. And this is merely a fraction of the content. But based solely on these records, I wouldn't trade it for 3 nuclear-powered aircraft carriers. I've never seen such cutting-edge technology. This stands at the absolute forefront of global science and technology. If we could make this a reality, what would that worthless Burmese Federation amount to? It would be crushed in the blink of an eye. Supreme Leader, regardless of where this technology came from, we must bring the person who developed it here to guide us. Any cost is acceptable. I can't wait to see those idle Jews who spend their days meddling in others' affairs and those scheming bastards from the land of the free pay a bitter price for this. The old man spoke with fanatical fervor. His crazed expression nearly startling Sula. Good heavens! It seemed he had vastly underestimated the value of this research document. In that case, there was no need for further hesitation. He was already itching to speak with that gentleman from China once more. With that thought, Sula, having calmed the 3 individuals, wasted no time and headed straight back to the conference room. Seeing Guxian still looking as relaxed as ever, a smile curved his lips as he approached. Sir, our assessment is complete. The documents you mentioned indeed hold immense value. Where are the remaining documents? We're willing to pay any price to exchange them. The fish had taken the bait. Time to reel it in. Hearing this, Guxian rose to his feet, his voice level yet tinged with an unusual gravity. If you want the remaining documents, my condition is this, make me the next leader of the Kachin state. Chapter 7, Celestial Shield, Absolute Defense. Gold tickets, come quickly. Sula fell silent. Make this Chinese man before him the new leader of Kachin state? Esteemed guest, do these words represent the official stance of China, or the intentions of the family organization behind you? Sula asked cautiously, neither accepting nor rejecting Guxian's proposal. Though present-day Kachin state was like a crumbling edifice, ripe for anyone to deliver the final kick. But, even so, the position of chief leader was not something just anyone could occupy. Though the young man before him was certainly no ordinary person. Their Kachin state, already on the brink of extinction, is no grand edifice. But, that's more or less the gist of it. Are you representing the Chinese government or the forces behind it? Guxian froze, realizing Sula had misunderstood. This was something he'd neglected to clarify during his previous visit. Is there a difference between the two, Mr. Leader? Of course there is a difference. Sula stated with conviction. If it meant official endorsement from China, then from that point onward, their nation would essentially be under a different ruling power. This was fundamentally no different from the lighthouse nation's support and absorption. But if this young man represented a powerful force rather than the unique system of a nation, there might still be a glimmer of hope. Their leadership would not undergo a major overhaul, nor would their political decisions be overly affected. At most, the new power would seek to control the economic lifeline of Kachin state. At this critical juncture of survival, these concessions could be made. Once tensions ease, there would still be room for dialogue. But if this is the official stance of China, then their nation risks becoming a complete vassal state to China, a prospect Sula cannot accept. Yet logically, neither scenario should hold true. First, hasn't China always maintained neutrality and observation, refraining from interfering in the internal affairs of any nation? It's unlikely they'd abruptly abandon their stance over such minor matters and enter the fray alone. If they did, other small nations worldwide would have to guard against not only the lighthouse nation but also China, which would severely undermine China's international influence. Second, if major clans or powerful factions were pulling the strings behind the scenes. Sura was utterly baffled. Damn it! How could such advanced technology exist that it could single-handedly establish a nation, or even force developed Western powers to compromise and bow down? Why on earth would they invest such cutting-edge technology into a tiny nation with no hope in sight? As Sula pondered this, a soft voice interrupted his thoughts. Mr. Leader, I believe you've misunderstood something. From the very beginning, I've never had any nation or power backing me. This is purely my personal choice. I can assure you of that. Both of these cutting-edge technologies were developed entirely by my own efforts. Guxian said softly, but it nearly made Sula's eyes pop out of his head. These technologies, you developed them? A ruler's word is law, Mr. Leader. I clearly state that I not only possess these two advanced technologies, but also a vast array of things beyond your imagination. As you know, technology is the primary productive force. By mastering cutting-edge science, Kachin could rapidly evolve into a superpower capable of challenging the lighthouse nation. We could even leverage our technological prowess to establish a unique empire across Southeast Asia. Then, looking out across the land, every inch would be the sovereign's domain, every subject bound by his rule. From that moment on, we could stand atop the world's pinnacle, eye to eye with the lighthouse nation, and stare down those Jews who love to seize others' territories. When that day comes, we'll stand atop the round table and ask these Western wolves, do you even have the strength to fight us? In the end, they're nothing special. Gu Xian spoke with understated ease. Yet his words brimmed with boundless confidence, leaving Sula stunned yet inexplicably stirred by a surge of fervor. Establishing an empire in Southeast Asia, challenging the Beacon Nation head-on? This Chinese man truly had the audacity. However, the mere thought of such a scenario unfolding filled Sula with surging excitement and unbridled enthusiasm. Esteemed guest, at this juncture, I still do not know your name? My name is Gu Xian, from China. Gu Xian offered a light-hearted, minimal self-introduction. But Sula remained silent. At that moment, the two men stared at each other across the vast conference room, neither uttering a word. Finally, after an unknown span of time, Sula broke the tense atmosphere first, speaking up, esteemed guest Gu Xian. No, to be precise, Your Excellency, what should our next course of action be? Sula conceded. Sula had conceded. Though in his heart, he did not see it as such. If this young man before him truly possessed the extraordinary talent to lead the people of Kachin out of their suffering, then what harm was there in entrusting the leadership to him? Satisfied with the response, Gu Xian smiled and nodded, extending his hand to clasp Sula's. Mr. Sula, I wonder how many troops within Kachin State are exclusively under your command and obey only your orders. At Gu Xian's inquiry, Sula gave a bitter smile and replied honestly, currently, the national army numbers just over 80,000. Though most are composed of young and strong men, only a mere 40,000 directly obey my commands. The other 40,000 are under the control of various warlords spanning both the Chin and Kachin states. And that's not their limit. Behind the scenes, they maintain numerous private militias. Combined, their forces number no less than 250,000, a terrifying power. Though I am the head of Kachin, I truly cannot command them. This is precisely what I wish to convey to you, sir. Should you truly assume the role of the next leader, you will likely need to gain the approval of those warlords. Should they deem you unfit for the role, or worse, covet your technological capabilities, I possess neither the strength nor the means to mount significant resistance. Gu Xian smiled faintly, seemingly unconcerned by Sula's warnings. Gu Xian spoke up, for now, prioritize establishing the sky curtain system. Only after ensuring our own security should we discuss this matter further. As the leader, bypassing the warlords shouldn't be too difficult, right? Naturally. Those warlords spend their days only on plundering the people's wealth. They show little interest in this aspect of Kachin State. They might have already coordinated with the Burmese Federation, ready to act as rebels when the time comes. Sir, I nodded firmly. Good. Mr. Sula, gather the nation's key, trusted core researchers first. I'll assign them their tasks. Understood, Commander. After Sula departed, Gu Xian began contemplating the construction of the celestial canopy system. The sky curtain system, to draw an analogy, was akin to the protective shields or clan defending formations found in novels, an absolute barrier and defense spanning heaven and earth. A super advanced technology capable of blocking missiles, bullets, laser weapons, and other kinetic projectiles. It was based on the field of plasma physics within the realm of physics. It harnesses high-energy particles to generate a plasma field. Plasma, the fourth state of matter, is an ionized gas composed of charged particles. By condensing it, one could construct a large-scale shield primarily composed of plasma. First, a powerful magnetic field controls the plasma's form, forming stable plasma rings or layers as a foundation. Once energy stability is maintained, the defensive capability becomes terrifyingly reliable. However, the financial, material, and human resources required to develop such an advanced sky shield system would be staggering. And it is likely that the Kachin nation would have to exhaust its resources to research and implement it. And developing a tactical tank comparable to the sky shield system codenamed Tianming would likely be utterly unrealistic. Defense alone is insufficient. Moreover, the energy required to sustain the sky shield system is immense. We simply cannot afford the drain. As the saying goes, the best offense is a good defense. We must develop a lethal weapon capable of deterring all Western nations. The Tianming tactical tank clearly won't work, it's too costly. That thing Li you gave me isn't much better either, it's too conventional. In that case, we'll extract the core technology from the Tianqi tank and refine it into another human tactical weapon, one that truly makes a single soldier an army. Then we'll use it to rake in the cash. Gu Xian smiled faintly. As for where the money would come from? Well, one must say, killing and arson bring a golden belt. Chapter 8, The Armor of the Rebellion Slayer. Votes and follows sought. It must be said, our ancestors were absolutely right. Murder and arson bring golden sashes, it's the fastest path to overnight riches. Gu Xian mused to himself. As for where the money comes from? Had. Just look at those warlords spanning Kachin and Chin states, they're absolutely rolling in it. To repel external threats, one must first secure the interior. This is a timeless truth. When autumn comes on the 8th day of the 9th month, my blossoms will bloom and all others will wither. Does this notion of mine resemble Huang Chao's in some way? Gu Xian murmured softly. The mere thought of such a scene filled him with extraordinary excitement. If things unfolded as he envisioned, not only could he amass vast wealth, but he could also improve the living standards of the local people at the very least, making their lives less miserable. This would undoubtedly stabilize social order to the greatest extent possible. It would also consolidate the nation's resources and wealth, allowing for better investment in scientific research. Simultaneously, it would wipe out the Kachin Kingdom's gray and black industries, indirectly aiding China. Gu Xian knew all too well. The fraudulent operations and other underground industries in northern Myanmar had an impact on China that was nothing short of outrageous. Seize this opportunity to eradicate them. Out of sight, out of mind. From this perspective, my actions can be described as killing 4 birds with 1 stone. Sitting cross-legged on the conference room coffee table, Gu Xian crossed his legs, sipped his tea, and gazed out at the clear sky beyond the window, feeling rather pleased. To become the head of a nation was something he had never dared to imagine, yet now it had become reality. I wonder if that guy Liu will be so shocked his jaw drops when he hears about this. And that Zhao Laodeng guy, just wait. You think you're so powerful, with connections reaching the heavens? Well, I'll say it again, we'll see about that. Your Excellency, we've confirmed it. 1 month from now, the Union of Myanmar will launch a massive offensive when our Kachin forces are completely depleted. Judging by their preparations, they're clearly aiming to destroy our nation. After concluding the research meeting on the Sky Curtain system deployment, Gu Xian's fingers tapped lightly on the table, producing crisp clicks. 20 days. You have 20 days to complete the Sky Curtain system. Spare no expense. I will personally oversee the development of the Sky Shield system's details. For now, Mr. Sula, there's no need to address me as Commander-in-Chief. Once the nation is unified and stability is achieved, you may resume using that title. Aren't you afraid that once the Sky Curtain system is complete, I might turn on you? Sura asked. Turn on me? No, I don't believe that. Mr. Sura, you're a smart man. From what I understand, you're also someone who doesn't place much value on power and influence. I trust you wouldn't do something so short-sighted. Besides, I can guarantee with absolute certainty that my methods will surpass your wildest expectations. Very well, as you wish, Headmaster. Sura scratched his head awkwardly. As Gu Xian had said, he truly had no such intentions. As long as Gu Xian could lead the Kachin nation toward victory and a brighter future, what did it matter if they were yellow, white, or black? His question now was merely an attempt to use the opportunity to strengthen his relationship with Gu Xian. Make the arrangements immediately. Should the Sky Canopy system fail to be constructed within a month, the blow Kachin will suffer. I believe you, Mr. Sula, understand this better than I do. At that point, even I would be powerless to save this nation. Hearing Gu Xian's words, Sura's nerves, which had relaxed slightly, immediately tensed once more. He clearly understood the gravity of the situation. As you wish, my esteemed Mr. Gu Xian. I shall mobilize the entire nation immediately and do everything within my power to complete the Sky Dome system swiftly. Before he could finish speaking, Sura dashed out at a breakneck pace, leaving behind any trace of his earlier aged appearance. I can't just sit around either. I must accelerate research on the human tissue weapon while also overseeing the smooth implementation of the Sky Curtain system's construction. Ugh, just thinking about it gives me a headache. But since this is the path I chose, I have to push through no matter what. It's bitter and sweet, but this is the kind of life that's truly interesting. Unlike at the Tianyuan Research Institute, where there was never a glimmer of hope or possibility for advancement. Gu Xian sighed, speaking to himself. Soon. He tidied everything up, summoned the driver Sula had assigned him, and headed straight to the research lab. Sula had prepared a space designed for both communication and scientific work. 20 days passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, 33 base stations, the core of the skyscreen system, rose from the ground. Within these structures, high-precision plasma generators were assembled and installed in groups. Simultaneously, alongside the plasma stations, large-scale machinery for high-voltage power transmission had long been deployed, and even auxiliary node equipment was fully installed. As dawn broke, the night moon faded. Mr. Sura, how is everything proceeding? As you wished, everything is proceeding smoothly, sir. Sura entered the research facility. Though his appearance betrayed the exhaustion of overwork, his expression now radiated intense excitement. Over these past 20 days, he had witnessed firsthand Gu Xian's astonishing research speed and highly efficient organizational skills, as if he were on a roll. Technical hurdles deemed insurmountable by their own scientists and professors were effortlessly overcome by Gu Xian, this remarkably young strategic talent. The entire process flowed as smoothly as eating a meal. Sura was certain that, if their local scientists had to tackle these technologies themselves, it wouldn't take 10 years. It would likely take 50 years and still be a struggle. But it was precisely Gu Xian's emergence and assistance that enabled the sky curtain system to be rapidly completed within a mere 20 days, without a single moment of hesitation. If we were to assess the credit now, it would be fair to say Gu Xian alone claimed 99% of the credit. Calling this nothing short of divine wouldn't be too much of an exaggeration. Sula pondered this, and his attitude toward Gu Xian grew increasingly respectful. What others didn't know was just how majestic and awe-inspiring the scene was when the sky curtain system partially activated. Moreover, its defensive capabilities were nothing short of insane. Except for mushroom bombs, he could think of no means to breach this system. Those warlords mocking me behind my back, go ahead and laugh. I can't wait to see the expressions on your faces when you witness the sky shield system fully activated. Very well. As long as everything proceeds smoothly. Now that the sky screen system is ready, it's time to move on to the next phase of technological research. Gu Xian heard this, smiled faintly, and murmured, "The next phase of technological research? Sir, where are we planning to focus our research in the next phase? But if it's another research project requiring investments as massive as the sky screen system, we simply can't afford it anymore. Continuing down this path would surely bankrupt us." Sula, who had initially been excited by Gu Xian's proposal, suddenly remembered something and gave a wry smile. He acknowledged that while the sky screen system project required an enormous investment, the returns it delivered far exceeded that proportion. For a major power like the 5 permanent members, pouring unlimited funds and resources into such a project wouldn't cause them the slightest bit of pain. But Ketchen was different. Plagued by internal strife and external threats, coupled with its underdeveloped regional economy, the entire nation plunged into an exceptionally severe fiscal deficit to complete the Sky Dome system, leaving the treasury unable to cover its expenditures. Without a recovery, it may collapse under its own weight long before the Myanmar alliance even raises a finger. Where would they turn for justice then? I am well aware of that. Mr. Sula, let me ask you, which class holds the greatest wealth in all of Kachin State? That would undoubtedly be the warlords. The wealth they control, if accumulated, could likely rival our nation's tax revenue for several years. What if we could seize these tycoons' wealth for ourselves? It would ensure society functions normally without collapse, and we wouldn't have to worry about funding for scientific research either. Sura answered instinctively. But then he snapped back to reality, staring at Gu Xian in disbelief. Your Excellency, you wouldn't be thinking of laying a hand on them, would you? So what if I am? This is unacceptable. If you proceed, our nation will immediately. Before Sula could finish, a document blocked his line of sight. Human tech weaponry, the rebellion slaying battle armor. Chapter 9, the outcome remains uncertain. Please keep reading. How is that possible? After reading the document Gu Xian handed over once more, Sura felt utterly uneasy. No. To be precise, she felt exceptionally good as it could possibly get. A one-man army, this must be what it means. After reading through the entire document, Sula instinctively swallowed hard and murmured softly. Indeed. This battle armor was crafted precisely to forge that legendary combat prowess, a one-man army. No need to produce many sets. Just 6 of these technologically advanced weapons would be enough to sweep away numerous warlords. While it might not stand out on massive battlefields involving hundreds of thousands or even millions of troops, its application here couldn't be more fitting. Gu Xian stated calmly. Production and testing of this battle armor must be fully arranged within 10 days at most. Then, with the sky curtain system paired with the rebellion-slaying battle armor, we can wipe out all those lawless elements within the country in one fell swoop. As for the methods required, then, I believe you, Mr. Sula, as a seasoned politician, understand them better than I do. Of course. I'll arrange production of this battle armor immediately. Right this instant. Sura exclaimed excitedly. His whole demeanor radiating enthusiasm, gesticulating wildly, hardly the bearing of a head of state. To the uninitiated, he might have been mistaken for a street performer. Snap. The laboratory door slammed shut. Watching Sula's hurried retreat, Gu Xian's expression grew strangely unsettled. How could it feel like this Kachin leader is turning into nothing more than a personal errand boy? Wasn't that a bit of a contrast? Never mind, no point dwelling on it. He needed to focus on how to swiftly kickstart research on the traitor-slaying battle armor. Otherwise, relying solely on the Kachin Kingdom's existing research team, even with blueprints and designs provided, it would likely take them a year or two to figure it out. If only he were back in China. With a wave of his arm, and he'd get whatever he wanted. This mess wouldn't have happened. Research would move as fast as if he had a rocket booster strapped to his backside. Of course, if he truly were in China, Gu Xian wouldn't have attained such immense power and status. Once the external threats and internal troubles of the Kachin state were resolved, he would likely begin laying the groundwork to assume the leadership of the Kachin state. At that point, if he had truly misjudged Sula, he would make her understand what a bitter price meant. Whether it was the sky curtain system or the upcoming development of the rebellion-slaying battle armor, Gu Xian had embedded countless hidden contingencies within them, contingencies utterly imperceptible to others. Betrayal? Breaking promises? Should such an event occur, Gu Xian could instantly seize control of both the Skyveil system and the Rebellion Slayer armor, forcing Sula to reap what he sowed. He never underestimated anyone, especially a seasoned veteran like Sula who had navigated both society and the bureaucracy for decades. Though his schemes might not be as intricate as Gu Xian imagined, caution was still warranted. He wouldn't want to end up being sold out and still counting the money for the other side. Once everything is accomplished, I can finally leap from being a pawn to becoming the chess master. To flex our muscles and go toe-to-toe with the Lighthouse Nation. I wonder how the political elites of this world's foremost superpower will react when they learn of this development. Their expressions will be priceless. Just thinking about it makes me excited. But before that, I still have to play the miserable role of a workhorse. Gu Xian sighed. But his spirits lifted instantly as a notification popped up on his phone. The message clearly stated that Sura was ready and awaiting his orders to commence research on the traitor-slaying battle armor. That was fast. How long has it even been? Less than an hour? This mobilization speed is almost on par with China's efficiency. Looks like Sula really went all out to support this research project. Well then, I can't let her good intentions go to waste. I suppose I'll reluctantly get moving. Gu Xian stretched lazily. Once his state was adjusted, he swiftly rose and headed to the secret research facility for the battle armor. Although the rebellion-slaying battle armor didn't consume as much funding, resources, manpower, or require the same level of foundational research capabilities as the Tianming tank, but to the average person, it still represented an astronomical sum enough to live in luxury for 10 lifetimes. Based on algorithmic estimates, the research difficulty and cost of the Rebellion Slayer battle armor were likely nearly 10 times cheaper and simpler than the Tianming tactical tank. Even with such a drastic reduction in research complexity, it still represents an immense burden for the Kachin state, already teetering on the brink of collapse. At present, this state apparatus desperately needs to regain its vitality to steady itself. Otherwise, it could truly face disintegration at any moment. Fortunately, I was the one leading the research. Had it been anyone else, the project likely wouldn't have progressed even a tenth of the way before Kachin state faced renewed fragmentation or worse, outright annexation by the Union of Myanmar. At this thought, Gu Xian massaged his temples. Regardless, he must now race against time and compete with other nations. If he could complete the research before Kachin collapsed, then everything might still be salvageable. If he were truly just an ordinary person, attempting to research a project so complex it would make any scientist in the world burn brain cells trying to conceive it would be nothing short of a fool's dream. If that were truly the case, Sula and he should stop thinking altogether and immediately place their heads in the noose, waiting for death. Or perhaps be flattened by anti-aircraft fire, riddled with bullets from top to toe. This isn't some fairy tale, it's a very real possibility. Truth be told, Gu Xian couldn't help but admire Sula's spirit and resolve this burning of bridges, staking everything on a complete stranger. Swap their positions. If Gu Xian were in Sula's shoes, he'd find it incredibly difficult to make that decision. Because once made, if the stranger he trusted showed any unreliability, everything would be lost, no chance of recovery. Therefore, while Gu Xian remained vigilant towards Sula, how could Sula, as the head of a nation, not have the same thoughts? Yet he still chose to trust, staking all possibilities of reversal on himself and making a high-stakes gamble. Fortunately, Sura won his gamble, encountering a Gu Xian whose intellect truly surpassed ordinary comprehension. Just wait, Mr. Sura. It's time for you to witness the miracle born of pure technology. If the Sky Dome system was like an all-encompassing, flawless turtle shell, a veritable impenetrable barrier, then the rebellion-slaying battle armor represented the pinnacle of brutal aesthetics, pushed to its absolute limit. When it finally revealed itself to the world, it would be a groundbreaking invention, just like the Sky Shield system, a world-shaking, earth-shattering marvel. I suspect the global consensus now leans heavily in favor of the Lighthouse Nation, don't you? But I'm afraid I'll disappoint you. While the Lighthouse Nation and the Burmese Federation await the offensive 10 days hence, I too have been waiting. Just wait. Gentlemen, don't celebrate too soon, victory remains uncertain. Chapter 10, Unscathed, the terrifying skyscreen votes needed. That fool Sula is growing more senile by the day. Instead of figuring out how to make his escape, he keeps draining the nation's coffers and his own pockets to build military defenses. To me, it's nothing short of a complete farce. Hey, who cares what he's doing? When the time comes, we'll run if we need to run, surrender if we need to surrender. Just keep the music playing and the dancing going, that's all there is to it. Hey, have you guys checked what kind of defenses that Sula kid is building? What if they can actually hold off the Union of Myanmar's attack? Have you thought about that scenario? Kachin State. During a warlord conference on the dark web, the warlords of Kachin and Shin burst into laughter at this suggestion. Don't be foolish. The Burmese Federation has the backing of Jewish financial groups and the Lighthouse Nation. Even if Kachin State gets China's help and builds numerous military facilities, it's futile against overwhelming power. Exactly. With China currently bogged down by the lighthouse nation, it's impossible for them to bear the enormous cost of helping Kachin build advanced military facilities. We'll just sit back and watch the show. But don't you feel guilty? You possess such formidable military might yet refuse to offer even the slightest aid to the nation that nurtured and sustained you. Have your consciences been devoured by dogs? Kid, you have no place speaking here. If not for your father's death and your succession, you wouldn't even qualify to be in our presence. Back in the day, even your father was barely worthy of sitting at our table to polish our shoes. Ha 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 ha. You're right. Our consciences? Dog-eaten? Put. To me, this country is just a tool for raking in cash. Why should I care if it lives or dies? Better to rest up and save my energy for your own mother. TSK, you have no idea. Once you've tasted her, it's an experience you'll never forget. It was no easy feat scheming to frame and kill your own father for the sake of your dear mother. The faint glow of the laptop illuminated Neil's deathly pale face. His fingers clenched tightly. As obscene words streamed endlessly from the screen, his mind felt like it was exploding. What? His missing mother, his dead father, could they possibly be connected to these bastard warlords? Hearing their lewd words, they actually. At that very moment, Neil's chest heaved violently, clearly boiling with rage. Hey, we agreed not to tell this kid. How could you let it slip? I couldn't help myself. Mainly because his own mother is right now, pleasing me between my legs. It just sparked a bit of twisted amusement. Hey, kid, beg me. Maybe I'll let you see your own mother. You aren't afraid of my revenge? Neil's teeth chattered as he spat out each word. Revenge? Ha 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 ha. I'm off to the west to live it up. You'll never find me then. Can't blame us either. Your dad was too high and mighty to join our lucrative black market ventures. He even tried to stop us. Well, what can you do? For the money, we had no choice but to take him out. Enough. Don't waste your breath on him. The show's about to begin. Don't forget what day it is today. The day the Burmese Federation launches its offensive, of course. Our men on the ground have already set up live feeds. According to the Burmese Federation and the Lighthouse Nation, in 20 minutes, they'll commence artillery strikes on Kachin State, followed by a full-scale military push to secure victory. The warlord speaking sounded aged, clearly no spring chicken. Right, I almost forgot the purpose of this meeting. Boss Bond, switch the feed over already. I can't wait to see what the Myanmar Federation's military operation looks like. Hold on. Something just occurred to me. Did we submit the no-bombing list? If not, our territory could suffer damage. Don't worry about that. I've got everything covered. We'll just sit back and watch the grand spectacle of regime change unfold. For us, it's simple. Those who've made enough can retire abroad to live out their days in luxury, while those who haven't can stay and make up the difference. Frankly, whichever regime takes power won't affect us much. Those Jewish financial groups wouldn't dare kill us if they did. Our retaliation would give them a headache they'd never forget. Look, it's starting. Look. This is the bomber's perspective? How unique. As the warlords whispered among themselves, a projection suddenly appeared on their window, a third-person view from a bomber. How it was being streamed live was anyone's guess. Deep within the Kachin interior, Neil had no mind for watching. His thoughts were consumed by vengeance. Listening to these warlords' outrageous remarks, it seemed they hadn't given him the slightest consideration. But this couldn't just be left at that. But, as the warlords had pointed out, he was alone and outnumbered. His forces were no match for theirs. What could he possibly do? Wade approached Chief Sura. He must despise these damned warlords. He'll surely have a solution. The thought struck him. Neil reached for his phone to contact Sula, but suddenly froze. No! The entire Kachin State was barely holding on, teetering on the brink of collapse. What good would contacting Sula do now? Besides, even if he did find her, what could he possibly do? Wasn't he being a bit too naive? Neil stared at the rows of advanced bombers displayed on the computer screen, a wave of despair washing over him. It's over. This time it's truly over. Kachin State is really going to fall. At the Kachin border, the towns below were already in utter chaos. Terrified, they stared at the bombers streaking toward them from the sky, their faces either frozen in fear or numb. Chaos. Disorder. Seemed to define this place. No way? We're just ordinary civilians. These bombers can't be targeting us, right? I hope not, but look. These beasts are clearly heading straight for us. How could it be anyone else? It's over. Everything is over. I have a feeling that today, the Kachin State will vanish into the mists of history, leaving no trace behind. The bombers in the sky cared not a whit for the thoughts of those below. Their mission was singular. To utterly destroy the border towns of Kachin State first, extinguishing the last shred of resistance in Kachin. As for the lives and safety of those below? Who cares? It's not us getting bombed. Doesn't matter. Their sole focus now was executing the bombing mission flawlessly. After this, they would push their forces deep into the territory, achieving a glorious victory without shedding a drop of blood. This was the decision made by the Jewish cabal and the lighthouse nation behind them. Just as hundreds of bombers were about to enter the bombing range. At the farthest point, as hundreds of supersonic missiles poised for simultaneous launch from behind the Union of Myanmar. Within the Kachin state, a quiet shift was unfolding. Report: enemy airstrikes are imminent. Should we fully activate the Sky Shield system for defense? Activate the Sky Shield system. Hearing the request through the intercom, Gu Xian hesitated no longer and replied in a grave tone. After uttering these words, he lifted his head and gazed at the hundreds of scattered red dots on the radar display, a faint smile playing on his lips. The show was about to begin. You like to rain down firepower, don't you? Fine. Go ahead and show off. I'm eager to see what kind of waves your weapons can make against the Sky Shield system. Shortly after Gu Xian issued his orders, at the Kachin border, the ground, previously still, suddenly began to tremble violently, as if something monumental were about to unfold. Boom! 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 In an instant, across the undulating terrain, torrent after torrent of searing plasma erupted, coalescing into an unbroken curtain. At first, only faint trails appeared in the air. Gradually, these trails intertwined, forming a massive hemispherical barrier. It was a plasma shield woven from highly ionized plasma. Each atom vibrated at high speed, releasing dazzling light that dyed the sky a pale blue. In that instant, an invisible great wall seemed to rise between heaven and earth. Keep all intruders out. What the hell is this? In the dark web's online conference, a hoarse voice trembled with disbelief. Chapter 11, Global Shockwave. How could this be? At that moment, witnessing the sudden upheaval in the sky, the countless onlookers gathered for the spectacle were left speechless. What the hell is this? Who can tell me what the hell this is? It's probably a natural phenomenon. Ignore it. The bombers will be over soon. Within the online conference, a voice spoke with a hint of alarm, implicitly attributing the entire anomaly to natural causes. Though many found this explanation unconvincing, over a dozen warlords of varying ranks in the online meeting collectively exhaled in relief. Look! The 100 bombers are moving. Missiles are being launched directly. Holy, hundreds at once. And damn, they're followed by a barrage of supersonic missiles. Impressive. Don't make such a bloody fuss. It's embarrassing for our class. Getting this worked up over a missile launch? Unbelievable. But I'll give you this: the spectacle is pretty impressive. Above, in the sky above, countless black dots flew in formation toward the designated bombing zones in the towns below. Meanwhile, the bombers that hadn't launched missiles increased their speed, heading toward the interior of Kachin State to carry out the internal bombing phase. Yet, whether aircraft or hundreds of missiles, upon encountering that pale blue barrier, an unexpected change occurred, leaving everyone utterly stunned. Hundreds of missiles, piercing the atmosphere with power capable of shaking mountains, slammed into the fragile blue barrier like enraged fire dragons. The moment the first missile collided with the pale blue barrier, the plasma reacted instantly, using its extreme heat and powerful magnetic force to not only vaporize the missile's outer shell, but also triggered a premature explosion of its fuel, transforming into a dazzling burst of flame that bloomed around the shield's perimeter. Boom! Boom! Boom boom boom. Without exception, every single missile detonated the instant it struck the blue barrier. As time passed, more missiles followed in rapid succession, pouring down like a torrential rain. Their numbers grew ever greater, from dozens to hundreds, culminating in a 1,000-missile barrage, including supersonic missiles capable of obliterating half a town with a single strike. The combined explosive force was unimaginable, far beyond what carbon-based lifeforms could endure. It could be said that such an assault would reduce all carbon-based life on Earth to ashes upon contact with the blast's shockwave. No other outcome is possible. Yet, this seemingly fragile pale blue barrier demonstrated astonishing resilience. With each impact, the plasma shield seemed to absorb and transform the missile's energy, converting it into an even more dazzling radiance. In the sky, beams of light intertwined, weaving a breathtaking spectacle. Residents in the distance had long ceased their commotion, all gazing upward at the sky with expressions of utter astonishment. As if all that unfolded seemed like a performance in a dream, a dazzling spectacle tinged with the ultimate intent to kill. Like stars falling from the heavens, or fireworks bursting in the sky. A beauty so breathtaking it took one's breath away. Of course, getting close wouldn't just be suffocating, it would obliterate everything into dust. Finally, as the last wisp of smoke dissipated, the sky cleared once more. Whoa, a bomber that actually crashed into it? Inside the monitoring room, Gu Xian sat with his legs crossed, leisurely observing the spectacle. The moment the 40 bombers collided with the blue barrier, they detonated like missiles, erupting into mushroom clouds of varying sizes. Just like the earlier explosions, the entire process took only a few seconds, leaving not even the aircraft frames behind. Everything was reduced to ashes. The only thing standing tall was the blue barrier still suspended high in the sky. At this moment, it seemed as true as the Great Wall itself, standing firm and unyielding. The world must be in an uproar by now, right? But it doesn't matter. Next, while the nations scramble to gather intelligence, we must swiftly root out every last traitor within our borders. Otherwise, their presence here would be nothing but a nuisance. I was worried about locating the warlord's strongholds, but this email from someone named Neil has been a huge help. Gu Xian stared at the screen, where detailed intelligence unfolded before him, meticulously detailing the industrial holdings of 15 minor warlords and 6 major warlords across all sectors. Even their hideouts were marked with crystal clarity, sending a chill down Gu Xian's spine. The email account he logged into belonged to Sura, which implied, could it be that this Neil had long disapproved of the warlord's actions and now sought to eliminate them through Sula's hands? But where did he obtain such detailed intelligence? Wasn't he afraid of retaliation? Gu Xian racked his brain but couldn't make sense of it. He decided to just give up and handed the email over to the intelligence department for analysis. Research on the rebellion-slaying battle armor is nearly complete. Within a day, 6 fully assembled suits will emerge from the forge. Then, the sci-fi scenes only seen in movies that dimension diminishing strike, the spectacle of one man becoming an entire army will no longer be a dream. Instead, it will become a complete and utter reality. No, I must hurry back to the lab for another inspection. I can't risk any mishaps occurring. If that were to happen, it would be utterly disastrous. With that thought, Gu Xian launched himself from his chair like a spring-loaded device and departed without delay. However, as Gu Xian had anticipated, chaos had erupted outside. No, one could even say. The entire world was thrown into utter chaos by the sudden appearance of the Sky Curtain system above Kachin State. At the Lighthouse Nation headquarters, the moment their missiles and bombers were intercepted, the news reached them. What? A pale blue barrier suddenly materialized over Kachin State, deflecting all our attacks. Not a single scratch on our homeland? How is this possible? These are missiles. The combined power of the specialized missiles loaded onto the bombers and the supersonic missiles packed with massive amounts of explosives could flatten several urban districts. How could they possibly be blocked? Investigate. What kind of advanced high-tech weapon is that barrier in the sky? And Kachin State is dirt poor, they can barely afford to make their own underwear. How could they possibly develop technology so mind-blowing it makes your eyeballs explode? Even my dim-witted brother knows this must be China and Russia meddling. It has to be. Quickly, have intelligence get to the bottom of this. I demand you uncover everything in the shortest time possible. Give me answers, and give the Jewish group answers. Union of Myanmar. Several executives stared blankly at the screen. The conference room fell into an eerie silence. Not a word was spoken. Only the sound of swallowing could be heard. This plot development is off, right? Where the hell did this barrier come from? It's absurd and unnerving. If we don't know about this, we'll just have to leave it for the Lighthouse Nation to deal with. A senior official remarked with a bitter smile. So, should we still attack? What are you thinking? We shouldn't make any rash moves until we figure out what this pale blue barrier is. But our 40,000 troops are already fully prepared and ready to go. Dismiss them for now. If you want to throw your life away, no one's stopping you. In an online meeting on the dark web. The meeting had abruptly ended at some point, leaving Neil alone in the conference room, utterly bewildered. Neil stared at the images that had appeared on the screen moments before, unable to snap out of his daze. What the hell kind of trick is this? This is insane. Not only was he terrified, but the dog warlords in the online conference room were equally shaken. Judging by their dazed expressions, they were even more bewildered than he was. They seemed to have been scared out of their wits. Almost to the point of being scared out of their wits. So, what should I do now? The path to revenge after all this thinking? But, besides sending Chief Sula a detailed dossier on them, listing all their crimes, I don't have much leverage left. My faction's been infiltrated pretty thoroughly. Those warlords didn't kill me, seems they want to toy with me while openly propping up a puppet. Neil sighed, utterly at a loss. The uninitiated see the spectacle, the initiated see the subtleties. While world leaders remained utterly perplexed. China. At the capital's premier research institute. It's a plasma shield. Chapter 12, China's response, Professor Zhao's frantic anger. Professor Tang Cheng, a white-bearded man in a lab coat, usually meticulous in appearance, now gasped for breath, staring in disbelief at the image on his phone. It can't be wrong, this is absolutely a plasma shield. And judging by the level of mastery, it's been perfected to an extremely high standard. They've demonstrated it so maturely and applied it effectively. Their technological prowess is light years ahead of China's. Our institute is only in the second research phase of plasma shields. Logically, China should be the world leader in this field. So why is this absurd situation happening? Could it be that Big Brother secretly provided support? But that doesn't make sense either. If Big Mao had this technology, they wouldn't be constantly at a disadvantage in their struggles against Western nations and Second Mao. If they had something this good, wouldn't they have brought it out long ago? Tang Cheng felt his usually sharp mind turn into a tangled mess. He racked his brain but couldn't make sense of it. Forget it. Leave the details of this matter to China's intelligence agencies. I trust they'll handle everything properly. Our immediate priority now is to extract further development insights on the plasma shield from this footage. The fact that others have gained such a significant lead in this area means we must accelerate our own development efforts immediately. Assistant Yon? Tang Cheng picked up his phone and dialed his assistant. The moment the call connected, he hurriedly spoke. Check for me besides our Capital First Research Institute, which other research institutes or laboratories are involved in plasma shields and related specialized research? Understood, Director Tang. Give me 10 minutes and I'll get right on it. Upon receiving the call, the person addressed as Assistant Yang by Old Tang now had fingers flying across the keyboard, searching for every piece of information related to plasma shields. 10 minutes later, Tang Cheng's voice came through Assistant Xiao Yang's end again. What's the status? Reporting to Mr. Tang, currently there are only 2 research institutes in China involved in plasma research besides ours. After all, plasma research is still too advanced for both domestic and international standards at this stage. Which 2 institutes? Tang Cheng asked in a deep voice. One is the Third Research Institute in Beijing, and the other is the Tianyuan Research Institute. The Third Research Institute's progress is on par with ours. They're also stuck on a series of plasma-related challenges. I'm sure they received this video as well. When the time comes, we should immediately establish a special research task force with the Third Research Institute to study the plasma shield. Arrange this matter for me. Understood. By the way, what about the Tianyuan Research Institute? Why haven't I heard of it before? Ah, that institute. Domestically, it's considered a second-tier research facility at best. However, they've achieved some notable accomplishments in plasma research. Many of their novel concepts regarding plasma are entirely unprecedented to us. This institute has published 3 related patents. Leading the team is Director Zhao Yuanjie and his auxiliary researchers Gu Xian, Zhou Luo, Zhao Tianba, Zhao Aotian. Then invite the relevant personnel from Tianyuan Research Institute as well. This plasma technology is critically important. It could impact China and even the entire world. We absolutely cannot afford any mistakes. Higher-ups have already begun assigning this task to us. Upon hearing this, Assistant Xiao Yan was startled. Tang Lao's superiors? Given that old Tang was already a towering figure beyond ordinary status, who could possibly be above him? The answer was self-evident. Fully aware of the gravity of the consequences, Xiao Yang dared not delay. He hastily replied, Understood, Mr. Zhao. I'll handle this matter. Tianyuan Technology Company, inside the Research Institute. Director's office. Lu, you owe me an explanation. Where is Gu Xianrun? Where is he? A whole month. Why not a single word? No sign of life, no trace of death. The smile that had always lingered at the corners of Zhao Yuanjie's mouth vanished completely, replaced only by rage and accusation. Director Zhao, I'm not entirely sure either. I sent people to investigate everywhere, but there's no trace of Gu Xian. I tried to check the surveillance footage, but for some reason, all the cameras near the residential complex he rented have malfunctioned. I even deployed provincial-level big data for a comprehensive screening. But we still haven't found a single shred of information about Gu Xian. It's as if he vanished into thin air after leaving the research institute. For the past month, we've deployed every investigative tactic imaginable, yet not a single lead. It's as if a highly skilled hacker erased all traces of him. The man Zhao Yuanjie referred to as Little Lu was now bowing and scraping before him, replying in a deferential tone. At that moment, his greasy face, a result of constant overeating and binge drinking, still bore a hint of grievance. Damn it! That old bastard. Outside these walls, he's a respected big shot. He controls massive resources, yet the moment he steps in front of this old bastard, he gets chewed out like this? What does he think he is? Does he really think having powerful connections makes him so great? Alright. You're right, having powerful connections is pretty impressive. It's just a regular researcher missing from the lab, right? Is all this fuss really necessary? In his opinion, whether the person went missing or was killed by some psychopath stalker like that serial killer in Nantong, finding a replacement should be easy enough. In this day and age, 3-legged toads are hard to find. But 2-legged people aren't exactly scarce, right? Just shout out a job posting at any third-rate university, and a herd of cattle will rush to apply. Even if you pay just over $1,000 a month, there'll be plenty willing to take it. What's the appeal? They're after the prestigious name of Tianyuan Research Institute. Even if they just coast through 2 years here, they'll walk out with a resume they can actually show off. Then, finding another job becomes much easier. What? Want to pursue advanced studies and career growth at the institute? Then you'd better hope you share blood ties or some other superficial connection with the old man standing before you. If not, you'll spend your entire career at Tianyuan Research Institute earning little more than 10,000 yuan a month. All your research achievements will be swallowed up by those with connections. Your research could be worth millions. But here at the institute, you'll get nothing but empty praise. Who'd be happy with that? No one wants to be the sucker. But countless university students still flock to the institute eager to study. I just don't get what this old guy is so crazy about. Is it really worth it? Lu Bureau cursed silently to himself. But he had no idea just how furious Zhao Yuanjie felt inside at that moment, tinged with a hint of helplessness. He knew full well. Regarding the reform plan for China's 6th-generation fighter program, the entire institute can only rely on Gu Xian to organize and complete it. This is a major undertaking. And national authorities are sparing no expense, pouring substantial funds into ensuring the institute completes the reform swiftly. The initial 300 million yuan was merely a trial investment, merely covering material procurement costs, while the subsequent investment of nearly 10 billion yuan represents the lion's share of the total funding. It could be said that once he secured this funding, he could elevate both the Tianyuan Institute's influence and his own standing to unprecedented heights. But now, without Gu Xian, everything is for naught. Without this young man's leadership, this project will undoubtedly require immense effort and sacrifice to resolve and complete. At this thought, Zhao Yuanjie suddenly felt a pang of regret. Why couldn't he have offered a few more thousand as an incentive for Gu Xian, or added Gu Xian's name to that proposal? It wouldn't have cost him much. But the next instant, Zhao Yuanjie slammed his fist hard onto the million yuan Tianshan wood chair, his gaze darkening once more. He refused to believe that a mere greenhorn could possibly outshine the entire research institute? Gu Xian, a man from the lowest class even if he was a genius PhD graduate from Kyoto University, so what? The poor were meant to remain poor for generations. To be trampled upon by the privileged elite of high society for generations. Even if you're a genius who devised such an extraordinary solution, in my eyes, you're nothing but an ant that could be crushed with a single finger. Just bow your head obediently and willingly surrender all you're worth. What the hell are you playing at? But now, this upstart actually ran away. Well, then, I'll complete this project myself. This project? Absolutely cannot fail. You think you can just run away? Fine. I'll let you run. Since that's the case, I'll make sure you have no place to hide in this entire country. Just wait until you're completely blacklisted in this field of scientific research. Chapter 13, Research Success. Zhao Yuanjie was getting a bit carried away at this point. Mainly because this development had truly exceeded his expectations. He never imagined such a stunt would be pulled at the critical moment. But, come hell or high water, the project proposal for the 6th-generation fighter reform must be completed. Not even the heavens themselves could stop him. He declared. Without Gu Xian, Tianyuan Research Institute will still turn it around. He refused to believe it. With Tianyuan Tech pouring all its resources into this project, how could it possibly fail to make a splash? Zhao Yuanjie thought confidently. But he had no idea how much of a nightmare the 6th-generation fighter reform project would turn out to be for them. Having long occupied a position of power, he was unaware of the immense role Gu Xian played in keeping the entire Tianyuan Research Institute functioning. Mr. Zhao, an urgent report from the first research institute in the capital. At that moment, an untimely voice interrupted Zhao Yuanjie's rising temper. He was about to bark an order when the words Kyoto First Research Institute made him pause. An urgent report from the capital's first research institute? If he hadn't misheard, this place had absolutely nothing to do with him, right? Why would they suddenly need to contact his institute? After all, the prestige of being called the first research institute and bearing the name Kyoto speaks for itself. Its standing is absolutely top tier. Any professor plucked from its ranks wields influence far beyond his own. After all, they belong to a national super research institute. And what about me? He was merely a slightly higher-ranking figure in a private tech company. Let me see it. Zhao Yuanjie frowned as he spoke, then glanced at the so-called Lu kid beside him and gave him a meaningful look. This made Lu Xiaozi breathe a sigh of relief. He wasted no time leaving this trouble spot. Damn it! This place is nothing but bad luck. How many times had he been scolded by that old fart Zhao Yuanjie here? If only he hadn't fallen into the trap. Slept with his granddaughter, giving Zhao Yuanjie leverage over me, why would I be running errands for him? But you know what? Though the old man isn't much to look at, his granddaughter's looks and figure are top-notch, absolutely stunning. And she's still a young chick. That experience? Mind-blowing. If given the chance to choose again, I'd still stumble right back into this pit. As the saying goes, heroes can't resist beautiful women. It's no exaggeration, it's absolutely true. At this thought, the so-called Lu kid felt a surge of fervor in his heart. He rubbed his kidneys, drained from last night's exertions, and silently resolved to seek out the old herbalist soon for some potent tonic to replenish his vitality. Just wait until tonight when he'd prove his prowess once more. That old codger giving money and trading his granddaughter like a commodity to him. What a grand gesture. I wonder how he managed to persuade his son and granddaughter. Ah, never mind. If I get scolded, so be it. Later, I'll have this old geezer's granddaughter cosplay the outfit he's wearing, and I'll give her a proper lesson tonight to blow off some steam. But that old geezer's clothes are actually pretty pricey, at least 5 figures each. TSK. He's even more greedy and arrogant than I am. Zhao Yuanjie couldn't care less what this fat slob was thinking. He took the laptop handed to him by his secretary. His expression darkened upon seeing the contents. Inviting me and other personnel involved in plasma shield research and related specialties at the institute to go to the capital? And collaborate with the first and third research institutes on this research? There must be a mistake? After roughly scanning the information on the computer, Zhao Yuanjie looked puzzled and turned to the secretary. Plasma information technology? Does our institute possess any such technology or patents? Yes, we do. 3 of the patents specifically pertain to plasma shield technology, all developed by Gu Xian. These were the cornerstone of his written exam application to join Tianyuan Research Institute. It caused quite a stir within the field at the time. Later, Gu Xian directly converted these 3 technologies into 3 patents. But what? Zhao Yuanjie said impatiently, annoyed that his secretary was suddenly playing coy at this moment. Gu Xian. How is it still Gu Xian? What? Without him, does the entire Tianyuan Research Institute just grind to a halt? Seeing Zhao Yuanjie's impatient expression, the secretary instinctively replied, but director, it was you who replaced Gu Xian's name with yours as the inventor on the patents for those 3 technologies. Hearing this, Zhao Yuanjie's expression remained utterly unruffled, as if the matter were an utterly insignificant trifle. For him personally, it truly was. After all, Gu Xian was a newcomer. How could he possibly have the expertise to handle 3 patents? As a senior researcher at the institute, it was only natural that he should take charge of this matter. Besides Gu Xian, are there any other researchers in our institute involved in plasma research? No one else. The secretary replied timidly. Gu Xian is the only one in our institute who truly masters this field, yet now he's vanished without a trace. No problem. We'll just postpone it. At the same time, wrap up the search for Gu Xian. I refuse to believe he could sprout wings and mysteriously fly away from the ground. And even if he could fly, where could he possibly go? Fly off to become the leader of the nearly extinct Kachin state or Qin state? No, Mr. Zhao, the Kachin state still has a chance. It hasn't collapsed yet. The secretary spoke while switching the computer screen to display the international news section. Breaking news. Mysterious blue shield appears over Kachin state. Completely deflects all attacks from the Union of Myanmar. Lighthouse nation condemns China and Russia, exposing their secret supply of high-tech weapons to Kachin state. How is that possible? Could this blue shield be the so-called plasma shield? That would explain it. Old Zhao, this is bad. The first research institute in the capital has sent an urgent report. The plasma technology specialists from Tianyuan Research Institute must be dispatched immediately to assist with the research. No delays. Failure to comply will be treated as treason. Office. Another secretary rushed in, breathless, clutching a piece of paper. At that moment, Zhao Yuanjie's face turned ashen. Damn it, treason charges? This is getting seriously out of hand, isn't it? The thing is, he knew absolutely nothing about it. If he couldn't explain himself properly there, even he would suffer terribly. Where's Gu Xian? Hurry! Find him at any cost. Zhao Yuanjie roared. Achoo, achoo, achoo! Who's missing me so much? Kachin State. Underground highest research lab. Gu Xian wiped his nose and muttered in confusion. Never mind. Forget it. Next up, the main event. Gu Xian looked up. His gaze fixed intently on the 6 sets of advanced tech gear before him. Human-enhanced superweapon, the Rebellion Slayer battle armor. At this moment, research complete. It was time for those warlords back home to experience what a dimensional strike truly meant. Chapter 14, Shocking Future Technology. Gu Xian ran his fingers over the 6 suits of armor displayed on mannequins before him, his expression growing increasingly excited. How could he not be thrilled? As the designer and developer of the world's first Jinyi warrior armor, a weapon straight out of sci-fi movies brought to life, Gu Xian couldn't wait to witness its true power. Cold, hard numbers alone revealed nothing. In the realm of technology, truth was always found in practice. Though he possessed the era reversal system, Gu Xian couldn't guarantee the Jinyi battle armor was flawless. Now that it was complete, it was time to find some guinea pigs, or rather, select elite soldiers from the Kachin kingdom with exceptional physical prowess for testing. Sir, I've brought the men. These 6 are my most trusted confidants, outstanding representatives of combat prowess within the army. Their physical conditioning and real-world experience are beyond reproach. At that moment, Sura and the 6 men following him quietly entered the laboratory and addressed Gu Xian with a slight bow. Excellent, Mr. Sula. Thank you for your efforts. Serving the Kachin leader is my duty. Sura shook his head, his tone exceedingly courteous, even humble. Upon hearing these words, the 6 young soldiers behind him exchanged glances, their faces betraying utter disbelief. Clearly, they hadn't expected the leader before their eyes to suddenly change. This couldn't be real, could it? They must be dreaming. Just as the 6 men were exchanging bewildered glances, Sula turned around and addressed them sternly. What are you waiting for? Pay your respects to the leader. Remember the man before you, he is the true leader who will guide our Kachin nation to its pinnacle of glory. But this leader seems so young, a bit. Among the 6, the soldier at the front stammered, his gaze shifting between Sula and Gu Xian nearby, filled with confusion. Just as Sula was about to say more, Gu Xian slowly approached, interrupting his speech. I know you harbor doubts and resentment, questioning how I could become the leader of Kachin state. After all, as you said, I appear very young and don't look like a native son, right? The 6 men remained silent, nodding in unison. Seeing this, Gu Xian smiled and said, Chief Sula made a slight mistake. I am not the chief yet, but I will be. Let me make it clear to you now, I have the qualifications to become this leader. Because I can truly lead Kachin state to its pinnacle. Not long ago, the Myanmar Federal Air Force bombed our country, but all attacks were blocked by a mysterious barrier. I call this barrier the Sky Shield System. It's composed of plasma and unprecedented defensive system. And the Sky Curtain system was personally overseen by me in its development. Gu Xian declared in a solemn voice. After finishing, he took a sip of water, intending to add a few more words to bolster their conviction. Little did he know, a tidal wave of shock had already surged within them. How could this be? The barrier system known as the Sky Curtain that appeared in our country was actually developed by this man? This is just too far-fetched, isn't it? Outside, the Sky Curtain system of Kachin state had already sent shockwaves across the entire world, both online and offline, dominating the global internet's trending charts with billions more views than the second-ranked topic. Moreover, this topic's popularity shows no signs of waning. It has spread to every street and alley, reaching a point where nearly everyone knows about it. Every faction and nation is desperate to understand what's happening. However, fortunately, Sula implemented unprecedentedly stringent secrecy measures, otherwise, Gu Xian's identity and research process would have been exposed long ago. It must be understood that not only numerous foreign powers are desperate to unravel this mystery, but even foreign warlords are pressuring their Sura leaders for answers, even resorting to joint coercion. For this reason, whether out of pressure or sheer necessity, the Sura leadership will issue a proclamation today. According to their speculation, it was highly likely that specific details about the sky screen system had been disclosed. However, now someone was telling them that the person standing before them was the researcher of the Sky Curtain system? This was simply too shocking to comprehend. Alright, I didn't have Sula summon you all here to waste time with meaningless chatter. My true purpose is to rely on the strength of the 6 of you to completely eradicate the social parasites of Kachin state, those warlords. Gu Xian stated calmly. Ha? What? Ah. The 6 of them froze, instinctively pointing at themselves. Me? You want the 6 of us to eliminate those warlords? This is a bit too flattering, don't you think? Counting on us to take down those tycoons with hundreds of thousands of troops and terrifying connections? That's like hoping a meteor shower will smash them to bits. Way more realistic. That's right. It's you. A faint smile curved Gu Xian's lips. Before the 6 could protest again, he turned and took a few steps back, then swiftly pulled back a concealed curtain. Rustle. As the curtain was torn away, the 6 mannequins concealed beneath were instantly revealed. What the hell is this? The 6 stared wide-eyed at the dummies, or rather, at the battle armor covering them. The armor was predominantly dark gray, accented by silver circuit patterns that lent them an air of profound mystery. Extending from the shoulders down to the ankles, enveloping the entire mannequin. The helmet atop its head smoothly transitioned from its streamlined top to the sides with perfectly balanced curves, giving off an exceptionally cool vibe. It's simply cool. This doesn't resemble a modern creation at all. Instead, it looks like a genuine futuristic sci-fi weapon straight out of a movie. Allow me to introduce this combat armor, the Rebellion Slayer. Its most distinctive feature is the force multiplier, which significantly enhances the wearer's muscular strength and endurance, enabling effortless handling of heavy weaponry. Preliminary calculations indicate a 5-fold increase in strength is entirely achievable. Moreover, it provides full body protection against bullets and small explosions without sustaining damage. Should the armor reach its limits, it will automatically activate the core device in your chest, a small plasma shield. You can also activate it manually, though its massive energy consumption means it won't last long. But you likely won't need that. These are merely the primary functions. The secondary features are just the tip of the iceberg. At this point, Gu Xian drew out his tone, observing the group's petrified expressions with keen interest. Ready? The main event is about to begin. Chapter 15, the meeting begins. Gu Xian walked over to the side, picked up a tactical backpack, then returned to his original spot and patted the dummy's head. He remarked casually, the helmet section of the rebellion-slaying battle armor houses a sensory system. Not only does it enhance your perception, but it also possesses an exceptionally unique function. A special function? Sura murmured involuntarily, his eyes lighting up. Having seen the blueprints for the Rebellion Slayer armor, he knew exactly how utterly insane this special function was. It was nothing short of a revolutionary invention that would overturn conventional industries. Embedded within the helmet's brain unit is a series of microelectronic devices and neural interfaces. These allow the wearer to establish direct psychic communication with the 18 miniature drones and 6 specialized kinetic energy modules housed within their tactical backpack. In plain terms, you can use your mind to control these small drones for fire interception, strikes, and more. It also operates in a conventional mode, relying on the wearer's internal systems and advanced automated algorithms to maintain formation around the user. Beyond standard ammunition, the drone swarm carries newly developed laser weapons capable of tearing through most commercial materials. 3 of the kinetic blocks can be separated into swarms of insect-like drones that mimic biological structures. These possess lethal capabilities while also facilitating intelligence gathering. The other 3 are self-destructing fragmentation bombs designed to create distractions, enabling your safe retreat after completing missions. Of course, this is not the limit of the battle armor. Only now did Gu Xian finally finished explaining the functions of the Rebellion Slayer battle armor, letting out a sigh of relief. It seemed his eloquence served him well, managing to clearly explain all these features of the Junyi warrior armor. What's wrong with you all? Sensing the heavy atmosphere in the room, Gu Xian finally sensed something was amiss. He stepped forward, tapped someone on the shoulder, and casually inquired. And nothing. We're fine, really. Sangji met Gu Xian's concerned gaze and offered a wry smile. Nothing's wrong. Is it really okay? No. There is something wrong. And it's a big deal. After hearing Gu Xian's explanation, Sangji felt his faith in humanity's existing technological framework built over more than 2 decades plunge into deep doubt. No way. Has society really developed to this extent? They've actually developed weapons I've only seen on TV. This feels off, doesn't it? Even the United States, that so-called world-leading technological superpower, couldn't possibly create this kind of thing, right? And yet they Kachin, let's be blunt, are just a small nation on the brink of collapse. What gives them the right to possess such advanced technology? If this thing ever sees the light of day, it would be another epoch-making technological breakthrough. The first is the sky screen system. And the second is this Rebel Slayer battle armor. Sangji rubbed his temples, taking a long moment to process this reality. Stop standing around like zombies. Get up there and test these battle suits in combat conditions. We've got a meeting coming up soon, time is tight. Sura addressed the still stunned group with a hint of reprimand in his voice. Roger that. We're heading to the lab now. The 6 snapped out of their daze, their eyes burning with intensity as they stared at the Rebel Slayer battle armor before them. Who would have thought that one day, they, mere mountain boars, would get to taste the city's fine bran? They had to seize this opportunity. With that thought, the 6 men hesitated no longer. They strode forward, donned the gear as Gu Xian instructed, and headed toward the meticulously prepared testing grounds he had arranged. 2 hours later, Gu Xian and Sula strolled out of the lab, hopped into a car, and headed straight for the government center. Even now, it still feels like a dream, Commander. The power of this battle armor truly surpasses anything I could have imagined. I was hesitant about your proposal at first, but now there's nothing to worry about. In fact, I'm quite looking forward to what happens next. Sura rubbed his hands together excitedly. He looked every bit the mischievous old boy. Hearing this, Gu Xian chuckled softly and remarked, the rebellion-slaying battle armor consumed the last of our Kachin Kingdom's treasury reserves. It represents our future hopes. If it fails to deliver its full potential, I might as well smash my head against a wall and die. When will the meeting begin? Reporting to Your Excellency, it commences in 1 hour. Gu Xian nodded and continued, in that case, proceed as originally planned. After the meeting concludes, have the 6 rested men form teams of 1 each and swiftly execute the plan. Capture the 6 major warlords. The remaining conventional forces will swiftly encircle the strongholds of the other 15 minor warlords. Above all, maintain absolute secrecy. We'll see who proves to be the ones who recognize the times during the upcoming meeting. A cold smile touched Gu Xian's lips. He had always despised these parasites of society. The sooner they were eradicated. It also made me feel better. Government Center. Numerous military and political officials from Sura's faction streamed into the conference hall, each visibly tense. This was the first time the Sura leader had convened all military and political officials for a meeting. Who knew what earth-shattering news the Sura leader would announce next? Perhaps it would be an announcement of unconditional surrender to the union of Myanmar and the Lighthouse Nation. Or the arrival of reinforcements from China. Or perhaps all the domestic warlords were preparing to revolt. Or perhaps... Thoughts swirled through everyone's minds, each harboring their own speculations. Among them, the most prominent consideration was the barrier that had recently appeared, one capable of withstanding a barrage of missiles. Since it had materialized on Kachin territory, it was undoubtedly linked to the Sura leadership. They knew the Sura leader had mobilized substantial funds in scientific personnel, signing strict confidentiality agreements and implementing stringent security measures, so even his closest confidants remained unaware of his true activities. Now they realized. It must have been related to constructing that blue shield. Word had already spread throughout the market. This barrier employs the world's most advanced plasma technology. This technical term was unfamiliar to most people, yet unexpectedly, their leader had pulled off something truly monumental. Creak. The conference room door creaked open. And the discussion abruptly halted as all eyes turned toward the doorway. Now, aside from Chief Sura, nearly everyone else had arrived. So, there was no need to guess who was entering. Sura slowly entered the conference room under the collective gaze of the attendees. Just as everyone expected him to take his seat and announce a series of shocking revelations. Unexpectedly, he leaned against the edge of his seat and addressed the assembly. "Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce the next leader of the Kachin nation who will succeed me." With those words, the room erupted in shock. Chapter 16, The Kachin Nation Trembles. The words sent shockwaves through the room. Within the conference hall, dozens of military and political figures from the Sula faction sat. Aside from a handful who wore expressions of expected surprise, the rest felt their minds go blank. Change the leader? How could that be possible? Throughout the entire Kachin state, could there possibly be anyone more qualified than Chief Sula to hold this position? But how could that be? Could it be that the warlords back home had colluded to force Sula to step down? Or has Chief Sula been coerced or bribed into selecting someone from the Union of Myanmar or the Lighthouse Nation to lead Kachin state? But what difference would that make from national collapse? You must understand. The dozens of military and political figures present had gathered around Sula of their own accord precisely to defend Kachin state from division and annexation, forming a government force barely capable of countering the warlords. Should Sula fall, their so-called government would vanish into thin air, ceasing to exist entirely. This was unacceptable to many. Chief Sula, may we ask who will be the next leader? Surely it won't be someone from the Union of Myanmar or the Lighthouse Nation? Indeed, if that were the case, we would not consent. What about the promise of unity and solidarity to defend our homeland? How can you, Chief Sura, as our spiritual leader, betray the nation? In an instant, a storm of confusion, doubt, and even curses descended upon Sula. Sura remained unperturbed, merely observing the scene in silence. When the crowd finally quieted, he waved his hand and declared in a solemn voice, "My fellow citizens, I, Sula, am not driven by greed for luxury nor fear of death. I genuinely aspire to lead our nation toward prosperity and strength, free from the bullying of the Union of Myanmar and the Lighthouse Nation. Therefore, I have chosen to step down and yield the position of leader to my successor. Now, please welcome our new leader." As Sula's words fell, Guxian stepped forward and sat directly in the seat symbolizing the nation's leadership. So young? Not just young, he's probably less than half my age, this old codger. And judging by his appearance, he's definitely not a native of Kachin state. He's likely from another country. Chief Sula has truly lost his mind. Appointing someone like this as leader not only violates protocol but also lacks legitimacy. I have no idea what he's thinking. Facing the murmurs of discontent, Guxian adopted the same strategy as Sula, remaining unperturbed, simply observing in silence. Only when the crowd realized something was amiss did the noisy meeting room finally fall silent. "My name is Guxian. I come from China. I am a scientific researcher, and I am also the next leader of Kachin state. You may have already questioned my capabilities in your hearts, but trust me, everyone, you won't be disappointed. Haven't you all been wondering how that blue barrier known as the Sky Curtain system came to be? It was me. I oversaw its development. Now, please put away your expressions of shock. I have another great gift to present to you all." Having said that, Guxian turned and exchanged a knowing glance with Sula. Sula understood immediately, clapped her hands. In an instant, soldiers armed with live ammunition marched in, filling every surveillance corner of the conference room as Sula had instructed earlier. "Gentlemen, you are all aware of our nation's predicament, internal strife and external threats. While we lack the capacity to resolve the external threats at present, we have ample means to address the internal turmoil. Currently, 6 major warlords and 15 minor warlords span our nation. These factions collectively control most of Kachin's vital economic arteries and operate illicit industries. This has left our nation and society riddled with holes, the people suffering, and we are but one step away from national collapse. The culprits behind this are not only the Burmese Federation and the ambitious Lighthouse Nation. It is also the domestic warlord factions who are more harmful than helpful. Do you think I convened this meeting for peace talks? No. It is to purge these scourges from our midst. Sura spoke with fervor, his passion growing with every word until he was practically spitting fire. The scene left the assembly exchanging nervous glances, none daring to speak out of turn. Judging by Chief Sula's tone, was today's gathering perhaps a prelude to taking action against both major and minor warlords? But how could that be possible? Based on sheer military strength alone, wouldn't the government faction be thoroughly outmatched by the warlord forces? In broad daylight. What kind of daydream is this? To everyone present, this news was far more explosive than the announcement of Sula's abdication. They were utterly stunned by Sula's bold moves. Sura's leadership never pulled stunts like this before. How could he have said so many baffling things in such a short time? Everyone, I'd like to show you something. Sura smiled faintly, his fingers dancing across the keyboard. Before long, a set of data suddenly appeared on the central display screen in the conference room. Human tech weapon, the Rebellion Slayer armor? Someone murmured the words aloud, eyes slowly scanning the entire screen. Gradually, the once bustling conference room fell completely silent as the introduction to the Rebellion Slayer armor filled the display. Even the faint sound of a pin dropping could be heard clearly. After an unknown period of time. Gulp. Someone swallowed hard, stammering, this kind of human tech weapon, could our Kachin nation really create something like this? That's absurd, isn't it? What on earth is happening to this world? How did I become someone I don't recognize in such a short time? It's only been a few minutes. And so many shocking events unfolded in succession. First, the leader of Sula stepped down to make way for a successor. Then their leader chose to take action against those warlords whose depths were unfathomable. And finally, they unveiled this supermodel-level human cybernetic weapon. Your Excellency, this cybernetic weapon holds epoch-making significance for the entire world. Yet, what you've presented is ultimately just data, not reality. If this weapon were developed, it might hold some potential for executing decapitation tactics. But, if I may be blunt, with our Kachin nation's current technological level and infrastructure, even if we poured every ounce of effort into researching this for 30 years, we'd likely remain clueless. Someone countered, their vision unclouded by the appearance of the Rebellion Slayer battle armor schematics. Just as Sula began to speak, a panicked voice cut him off. Chief Sula and esteemed leaders, we face dire news. The warlords of Kachin have united to form an anti-government alliance. They demand we surrender all data pertaining to the Sky Shield system as mentioned by Lord Guxian within 2 hours. Failure to comply will result in their immediate defection and the cession of half our territory to the Chin state. Simultaneously, the Lighthouse Nation and the Union of Myanmar issued statements demanding we surrender or destroy the Sky Curtain system. Otherwise, Kachin state would be committing war crimes, and the Lighthouse Nation would impose full sanctions against us. Beyond that, other Western nations have also spoken up, expressing keen interest in the Sky Curtain system. They're leveraging global public opinion to pressure us. Meanwhile, China and Russia maintain neutrality on the international stage and have remained silent. Does this mean our Kachin state is on the verge of becoming the enemy of the entire world? Someone asked in a low voice, their words tinged with despair. Pretty much. The diplomat who burst into the conference room delivered the news with a grim expression. Chief Guxian, what's your take on this? At that moment, an elderly man of considerable standing, who had served Sula for many years, spoke up to inquire. The moment the elder spoke, all eyes turned to Guxian, eager to hear his advice. They were eager to see just how capable this young man truly was, as the next national leader personally selected by Sula's leader. We may seem to have the entire world against us, but that is not the case. The greatest challenge facing Kachin state now is the anti-government alliance formed by warlords. Currently, the Union of Myanmar and the Lighthouse Nation show no inclination to take direct action. Applying pressure through public opinion is their standard tactic. There is no need for panic. Once the anti-government alliance is neutralized, all other problems will be greatly alleviated. Gentlemen, you may wonder where my confidence stems from. Let me tell you, under my leadership, the rebellion-slaying battle armor has been developed and its wearer has already infiltrated the warlord headquarters. Guxian said with a smile. Therefore, all we need to do next is issue a formal indictment, and we will have every right to annihilate them completely. Chapter 17, Sudden Turmoil. Have you seen the Kachin state's indictment? Of course. It's firmly holding second place on the trending list. It's only slightly less popular than the top topic, the plasma shield. No offense, but has Kachin gone mad? That rebel alliance of warlords has carved out nearly half their territory, amassed 300,000 troops, re-established a provincial capital, and now claims to support the Union of Myanmar. The Union of Myanmar might be mobilizing troops for another invasion. Last time they got scared by that plasma shield thing, but after their investigation, they found it doesn't cover the entire Kachin border. There are still gaps they can exploit. So you're saying Kachin state is truly facing extinction? It seems so. Even with the plasma shield, it's useless. If it could cover the entire border, it might have some value. But Kachin State's shield only covers slightly over half the border. It can't form a strategic defense at all. Plus, this thing only works against external threats. Look at the internal rebellion. They're probably ready to fight like madmen by now. Well, we're not Kachin. We'll just watch the show. Wonder who'll end up with their plasma shield tech in the end. Across the global internet, rumors about the Kachin State's recently issued punitive expedition order were swirling wildly. Not long ago, without any warning whatsoever, the Kachin State government, under the name of its leader Sula, issued a decree demanding that members of the anti-government alliance surrender peacefully and cease all resistance. Failure to comply would result in no mercy. Those who surrendered would be permitted to retain 10% of their total assets and have their lives and property spared. However, no one took it seriously, believing it to be an order issued by Sula while intoxicated. From foreign governments to the common people, everyone reacted to this call to arms with utter indifference. In fact, mockery had already flooded the internet. All 3 spots on every trending list were now dominated by the bizarre actions of the Kachin State, making headlines. Truly unprecedented. Amidst this atmosphere, the stance of the anti-government coalition was obvious to anyone with half a brain. Seriously, has Sula lost his mind as leader? Does he really think he can stand against us, backed by the Lighthouse Nation and commanding a 300,000-strong coalition with nothing but outdated equipment and a mere 40,000 troops? It's laughable. Ha ha ha, absolutely. Frankly, this nation needs a new leader. Sir has lost his mind. He should have stepped down ages ago. Come on, let's not dwell on that. First things first, cheers. This is the first time we've ever gathered together like this. We're usually at each other's throats, but now we're supposed to become allies under the Lighthouse Nation's matchmaking. This identity shift is downright mind-boggling. Yeah, I'm a bit uneasy too. But this is actually good. By joining forces, we can secure greater profits. The gambling, prostitution, and drug industries can merge into one, maximizing profit output. At the same time, our drug trafficking operations into China will also see a significant boost. At the banquet table, all 20 Kachin warlords, both major and minor, were present except for the deposed Neil. The men chatted and laughed, discussing their future ambitions. Not far away, rows of heavily armed soldiers stood guard, their vigilance unwavering. Surrounding them, walls and floors were constructed from specially engineered titanium alloy structures capable of withstanding missile strikes. Outside, a 1,000-strong guard was stationed, supplemented by a secret anti-missile system provided by the Lighthouse Nation. Not even a fly could slip through. Without such fortifications, how could these warlords, who had spent years living on the edge of a knife, ever feel secure enough to come here? Exactly, you hit the nail on the head. Once the Lighthouse Nation takes over the only remaining obstacle, the Kachin State, we can immediately consolidate our gains. The Kachin government is already heavily infiltrated by our 5 factions. Once the new Myanmar Federation is established, our collective status will skyrocket. Then we can discuss in detail the matter of transporting drugs to China. That's a massive market. The speaker was Carson, seated at the head of the table. His face bore a scar, and though he was only in his 40s or 50s, his voice sounded unnaturally aged. He was the mastermind behind this anti-government alliance and the sole local warlord who had secured direct ties and backing from the Lighthouse Nation, commanding an armed force of 100,000. Brother Carl, I've been waiting for you to say that. China's market is vast and profits are astronomical, but their anti-drug crackdown is brutal, truly inhumane. It's a veritable drug. Our losses over the years due to China have been staggering. No worries. With the Lighthouse Nation backing us, there's nothing we can't get. Besides, this is a piece of cake for them. My dream is to shroud all of China in the haze of my drugs, generation after generation. It will happen, absolutely. Just look at Boss Carson's heroic stature. Failure is impossible. Basking in the sycophantic flattery of those around him, Carson seemed thoroughly pleased. But he forgot one crucial thing. The Chinese nation would never stumble in the same place twice. Ever since the bitter lessons of the Opium Wars in the 19th century, this nation has forever nailed that shame to its pillar of infamy. They will never forget it, never cease to remember this event. Never mind having the beacon nation as a protector. Even if it meant standing against the entire world, China will still choose to fight drugs to the bitter end. Only China could achieve what others deemed impossible, rising from nothing to greatness in a mere century. Dare to sell drugs in our country? Sorry. We are not the United States, nor are we Mexico. To defy China's anti-drug efforts so brazenly, have you grown tired of living? Though Carson held high office, backed by the beacon nation, he believed he understood China's anti-drug crackdown well enough. Yet he never imagined China's absolute zero-tolerance stance on such matters. Its crackdown would prove far more terrifying than he could ever imagine. Gentlemen, do not let success go to your heads. Our immediate priorities are twofold. First, to formulate an operational plan to assist the Union of Myanmar in overthrowing Syria in the shortest possible time. Second, to seize the plasma shield technology and deliver it to the United States. The rewards awaiting you upon completing these tasks will surpass your wildest expectations. Carson's eyes glowed red as he spoke with a hint of madness. For him, nothing stirred his heart more than power and status. As the dominant figure in the anti-government coalition and the foremost warlord of Kachin and Chin states, completing these two tasks would propel him directly into the position of second in command in the Union of Myanmar. At that point, he could appear before the cameras with dignity. Even if his entire black market empire were exposed, it wouldn't matter, he would have truly transitioned from the shadows to the limelight. For him, nothing could be more exhilarating. If anything surpassed that, it would be consolidating his power to smuggle drugs into China on an even grander scale. He refused to believe such a thing was possible. That China could be so stubborn. This so-called world's top anti-drug nation? Once I unite all Southeast Asian forces for collective trafficking, how could China withstand such a deluge? It might just implode in an instant. Carson thought smugly. But he didn't realize he wouldn't live to see that day. Where did this bug come from? Carson crushed one on his arm in confusion. He hadn't paid it much mind, but suddenly something felt off. Wait. Why does this bug feel so sharp? Like a metal part? Before Carson could ponder further, piercing screams erupted outside in an instant. Chapter 18, Operation Decapitation, the overwhelming tech armor. What the hell is going on? The sudden screams outside the door sent shivers down the spines of everyone inside. An attack? But how could that be possible? This was Carson's territory, deep within their sphere of influence. Even if the Kachin army attacked, how could they possibly slip past their watchful eyes? Go check it out. Carson frowned, gesturing for his men to rush outside and assess the situation. Meanwhile, he himself didn't idle. He pulled a tablet from his backpack, tapped it rapidly, and summoned the external surveillance system. What he saw left him speechless. The scene outside nearly made Carson's eyes pop out of his head. A man who'd spent years in cutthroat politics, constantly walking a knife's edge, was utterly stunned. How could this be? What on earth had he just witnessed? Future sci-fi warriors? Beyond the surveillance feed, a black-silver battlesuit slowly approached, surrounded by 18 small drones. Each drone functioned like a precision sniper on the battlefield, every bullet striking the vital points of enemies hiding behind urban cover. One shot, one kill. As if sensing something, the armored figure slowly turned its head, locking eyes with the advanced miniature camera procured from the Lighthouse Nation. Without a word, waved a hand, and a nearby drone instantly reacted, unleashing a hail of armor-piercing bullets that shattered every surveillance camera in the vicinity. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Carson stared at the final image before the camera screen went black, his emotions churning. Had he really seen that correctly? This guy was taking on over 100 men single-handedly? And what the hell is this human combat armor? For some reason, Carson felt a chill rise in his heart, a sense of dread welling up. A voice inside him screamed, "Run! Run now! Retreat! We're out of here! This is too weird. Something's off, something's seriously wrong with this whole situation." Carson rose to his feet, without a moment's hesitation, and immediately ordered the surrounding warlords to leave. What? The others were utterly baffled by Carson's words. It was just a scream outside, right? Why such panic? To them, the screams outside were likely just some reckless troublemaker. With thousands of troops inside the city, including the Independent Armed Corps and their reinforcements, what faction in their right mind would dare mobilize their entire force? No. It's the Kachin state. They've publicly declared online that they've dispatched a special combat squad to wipe us out, completely annihilate us all. One warlord shouted. What? A special operations squad? You've got to be kidding. This place is as secure as it gets. Look at those outer walls, they're made of custom titanium alloy, impervious even to missiles. How could Kachin's so-called squad breach the defenses, break through, and wipe us all out? The moment the words left his mouth, a deafening boom erupted. The minor warlord and the wall behind him were instantly pierced by a laser beam that had suddenly refracted. Boom! Boom! A gaping hole tore through the wall. 3 figures clad in black and silver battle armor came into view. A constant hum filled the air. Closer inspection revealed numerous small drones circling around them. Found you, bugs. Sangji sneered coldly, his eyes blazing with intensity as he fixed them on the group. To him, the heads of these warlords represented opportunities for his own advancement. If he took them all down, a brigadier general's rank would be his for the taking. But unfortunately, Lord Sura had issued an order: at least half of these warlords must be spared alive, as eliminating them all would hinder subsequent political maneuvering. Still, capturing them alive or beheading them counts as equal merit. It makes little difference to Sangji. Devil incarnate? These are titanium alloy walls. You just slice through them like that? Come on, show some mercy, will you? One warlord exclaimed in terror. He then took off running, following Carson's earlier direction without pause. At that moment, he wished his parents could have given him 8 more legs. Sangji watched this unfold, his gaze sharpening. Hey! Trying to run? Have you asked the 3 of them? The thought barely formed before a barrage of specially designed tranquilizer darts erupted from the drone, piercing their bodies with deadly precision. 1, 2, 10. Only 10 so far. According to the bug detector, Carson and the other warlords have already retreated with their men to the second defensive line. This is a bit troublesome, but it's manageable. Sangji and the other two quickly formulated a plan. Sangji launched himself forward. Clack clack clack. Swiftly leaping toward the hole previously cut by laser and vaulted out. Immediately after, the jetpack strapped to his back erupted with bursts of jet propulsion, propelling him smoothly through the air. The remaining two witnessed this scene without batting an eye, saying nothing as they began tidying up the chaotic scene. First, they bound the 10 unconscious warlord soldiers together. Then, facing the enemy troops charging in, they unleashed their drone combat squadrons, carrying out a merciless slaughter. As for the bullets fired at them, half were intercepted by the drones, while the other half struck their battle armor without mercy, without so much as a scratch. It's no big deal to them. Run! Run! Get to the second defense line and we'll be safe. Carson stared at the tablet screen, which kept going dark, his face as black as a pot bottom. This defense line was specifically set up by him for emergencies, and now it had actually come into use. But, up to this point, Carson couldn't fathom why. Where did the Kachin state get such advanced attack equipment? This defies logic. Isn't the concept of a one-man army something you only see in movies? And this battle armor. These drones. What the hell is going on here? After exiting the elevator, Carson, under the cover of a squad of soldiers, finally reached the second line of defense he had meticulously prepared. This was the city center, with wide open views. And as long as he could hide inside the specially constructed isolation shelter in the city center, who could possibly kill him? Moreover, within the fortified bastions erected in the city center, heavy weaponry was plentiful. Aren't you bulletproof? Very well. I'll see if you can stop artillery shells. Just as Carson and the others entered the fortress, prepared to descend into the underground shelter, and directed hundreds to establish defensive lines, an unforgettable event unfolded. Suddenly, from the sky, Sangji descended from the sky, landing with 18 drones in tow boldly and unapologetically right before the eyes of hundreds. Fire! Blow the hell out of him! Carson watched the surveillance feed, his voice thick with rage. You little bastard! Think putting on this battle armor makes you untouchable? Just wait till I get my hands on you. In truth, even if Carson hadn't spoken up, the others would have launched a counterattack. In an instant, a hail of bullets and shells rained down on Sangji. If it weren't for the video footage specifically requested by Lord Sura and Chief Gu Xian, I wouldn't be this stupid. The live stream is about to start. I need to move fast. Sangji muttered under his breath, yet his movements showed no sign of hesitation. As he swung his arm, and the drone swarm immediately responded, forming a dense diamond formation. Then, blinding laser beams erupted from the drones, slicing through the air to strike their targets, precisely intercepting every projectile. Explosions echoed in rapid succession. The artillery assault crumbled instantly, leaving only bullets hurtling toward Sangji, but they proved utterly useless. Every single one was either deflected or intercepted. Sangji himself remained utterly unscathed. This. Kazin's expression froze, utterly incredulous. Are you kidding me? We were having a perfectly decent time, and then you pull this thing out of nowhere? How are we supposed to keep having fun now? Chapter 19, Global Broadcast: The Terrifying War Machine. Kill. Sangji was utterly focused, with only one word echoing in his mind. Kill. Slaughter them until rivers of blood flow, slaughter them until they tremble in terror, slaughter them until the heavens and earth are renewed. Aren't these warlords usually so formidable? Fine. I'll show you how formidable you are. Yet now you cower like turtles, too cowardly to face us in battle? Unlike Sangji's fervent battle spirit, the hundreds of men across the field were nearly driven mad watching the black-silver battle armor leap back and forth, steadily closing in on them. What kind of joke is this? We've got hundreds of men here. How the hell can you, alone, hold us all back like this? The crowd cursed inwardly, yet faced with Sangji, who seemed to slaughter gods and Buddhas alike, they were utterly helpless. Those who had defiantly dismissed the armor as merely a tiger just moments before were instantly gunned down by the drones flanking at the instant they dared to show their heads. The accuracy was terrifying. Some stubborn holdouts, having just disengaged the safety on their rocket launchers and pulled the trigger, were met the next instant by a crisp laser beam that sliced through the rocket launcher and the entire person along with their cover, splitting them clean in two. The mingled stench of blood and other peculiar gases was nauseating. Even the smell of a thesis defense was infinitely more pleasant than the stench permeating their surroundings. Kachin State. Underground Liaison Station. Gu Xian remained calm and composed, watching the screen display 6 black-silver battle armors dominating the street fight. A smile curved his lips. Excellent. This was precisely the expressive power and battlefield deterrence he envisioned for future technology, worth every ounce of effort he'd poured into it. Worth it? Absolutely worth it. If every soldier of the Kachin state could be equipped with such formidable gear from now on, unifying all of northern Burma would be a breeze. However, these 6 sets of gear are powerful, but they're ridiculously expensive. Producing just 6 sets of this heavy-duty gear drained the Kachin state's resources to the bone. Equipping every soldier with it? That's just not realistic. However, Gu Xian could redesign a scaled-down version of the Rebellion Slayer battle armor, drastically reducing production complexity. By then, perhaps a full Rebellion Slayer legion equipped with pure sci-fi gear could truly be formed. By then, merely hearing its name would likely send shivers down the spines of other nations, robbing them of sleep night after night. But that still wouldn't be enough. Far from it. Gu Xian's ambitions extend far beyond merely re-establishing the Kachin state as his ultimate goal. To begin with, he must first consolidate northern and southern Burma into a unified sovereign nation to truly fulfill his initial strategic plan. Neil, you've done well. Thanks to the detailed intelligence you provided, we were able to infiltrate Carson's lair smoothly. Leader, it's my duty, Neil replied. Neil, standing nearby, couldn't help but exclaim excitedly upon hearing Gu Xian's praise. Good heavens! Who would have thought the Kachin state not only replaced Sula with an even more formidable political figure, but also deployed such advanced biotech weaponry? Neil had been here for hours. And he had witnessed the terrifying capabilities of the rebellion slaying battle armor firsthand. This was truly the devil among devils. No joke. A single rebellion slayer battle armor in urban combat could outmatch an entire army. With such a formidable weapon, those warlords wouldn't stand a chance. Sura, arrange for a global live broadcast. Nations worldwide have likely noticed the unusual activity within Kachin state. Since that's the case, there's no need to hide it anymore. Let's show it directly. Gu Xian instructed Sula over the phone. Roger that, Commander. Sura had already prepared everything on the other end, waiting only for Gu Xian's command. As Gu Xian's voice faded, he hesitated no longer. A message emanated from the Kachin State Government Center, swiftly spreading across the entire world. Ha! The Kachin State Government is holding a live-streamed event, inviting everyone worldwide to watch a grand banquet? They're practically on the brink of collapse. What's the point of this? A banquet? Could it be that the anti-government alliance in Kachin is planning to overthrow the regime with this banquet? Who cares? Just click in and see for yourself. I clicked in, but this thing says I have to pay to watch the live stream. A whole $10? Has Kachin gone broke or something? Damn, it really is $10. That's 70 yuan. I could buy a holy grail and enjoy it all by myself. Who's got time to waste money on this? Whoever pays for this, I'll laugh at them for being a sucker. No. I paid it. I bet this is the most mind-blowing scene I'll ever witness. Never imagined something only possible in sci-fi movies could become reality. Unbelievable. Pfft, you're not some hired troll from Kachin State, are you? Is it really as magical as you say? Bull, I don't buy it. Across the global internet, whether in China, the US, or other nations, netizens everywhere were baffled by Kachin State's sudden livestream. Many dismissed it as nonsense. Though some came forward to confirm the live stream's content was genuinely astonishing, no one believed it. Most dismissed it as Kachin State's carefully orchestrated setup. But then, when an exceptionally clear high-definition video surfaced online, in an instant, the entire internet fell silent. The footage revealed 2 slender figures clad in black-silver battle armor charged headlong into the withering fire of over 100 opponents. Dozens of small drones swirled around them, shifting positions as bullets rained down relentlessly, forcing the enemy to duck and cover. At the end of the footage, a colossal machine roared to life, charging down the wide street toward the 2 armored figures. But, before the tank's barrel could even swing into position, 5 small drones surrounding each of the 2 battle-armored figures spontaneously and swiftly formed a cluster. Though compact in size, each unit emitted a cold, silver glow, encircling the colossal machine in the blink of an eye. Then, each drone extended a slender laser emitter from its front, blue beams converging into delicate yet searingly hot chains of energy. In the blink of an eye, the colossal creature was sliced cleanly into scattered fragments. The video ended there. This mere few dozen seconds of footage, seemingly unremarkable in ordinary times, now caused an uproar across the internet. Did I see that correctly? That tank over there must be one of the most advanced tanks in the Lighthouse Nation, the MA-12 main battle tank. What the hell? That tank behemoth, capable of withstanding conventional missile strikes, just vanished in the blink of an eye? Are you kidding me? Could this be a leaked movie scene? But damn, the special effects are insane, looks exactly real. Cut the crap, this is real. This is live footage from Kachin State. It's not a movie. No way. Forget everything else, just look at the weaponry. This is way beyond what modern human technology could possibly produce, okay? Not talking to idiots anymore. I'm grabbing a ladder to watch the live stream. Online. Netizens who had initially doubted the video's authenticity were utterly stunned as one follow-up clip after another was released. Because the subsequent footage left them utterly horrified. Massacre. One-sided slaughter. The raw, visceral reality of battlefield slaughter laid bare in these unfiltered clips, presented to the public without any concealment. In an instant, it sparked curiosity among all netizens. Those with slightly more disposable income immediately paid for VPN access, shelled out $10 for a subscription, and rushed to watch the livestream. The moment they entered the livestream, some were stunned once more by the scene before them. In the center of a wide road, only two figures clad in black and silver battle armor stood in the middle. Not a single living soul could be seen standing anywhere. As far as the eye could see, hundreds of people lay scattered haphazardly near the road. Judging by their state, they seemed utterly devoid of any fighting ability, some might even be dead. Are you kidding me? Staring at the scene of slaughter that had already concluded, everyone who entered the livestream was stunned. Chapter 20, 100 billion in fun. Money comes that easily. Lighthouse Nation Headquarters. The White House. Investigate. Damn it, investigate. Kachin is absolutely not right. First, they pull this so-called Sky Shield plasma defense system out of nowhere, and now this sci-fi level human combat armor? Even if Jesus himself showed up, this would be a million times off. Intelligence units, withdraw all operations targeting China and Russia immediately. Focus exclusively on investigating Kachin. The annexation of Kachin State and the establishment of a new Burmese Federation are crucial to our Lighthouse Nation's strategic blockade against China in the Pacific and our seizure of local resources. Absolutely no mistakes can be made. Reporting, sir. Intelligence from the Kachin State Opposition Coalition indicates they're nearing collapse and urgently request our support. Useless. A bunch of useless fools. How could thousands of fully armed soldiers be slaughtered by just 6 of those things? Don't you find that absurd? The immediate priority is to send reinforcements. Raging here won't accomplish anything. Agreed. Dispatch troops immediately. Simultaneously, bypass chain of command and transfer all remaining Kachin National Anti-Government Alliance forces to reinforce the city where that Carson fellow is stationed. Shortly after several heavyweights in the White House finalized their discussions, an intelligence officer approached with a bitter smile. Sir, it's unnecessary. The war has already ended. What? It's over? Impossible. As much as I hate to admit it, that's the reality. Just 2 minutes ago, combining the livestream released online by Kachin State with reports from our undercover agents embedded there, all warlord-level figures within Kachin State save for a few who were killed were directly captured by those 6 Kachin State soldiers clad in battle armor. Show me the footage. The eldest man among them spoke with a cold, piercing gaze. After taking the laptop from the intelligence officer and viewing the deliberately saved livestream footage, even this seasoned figure, accustomed to all manner of situations, fell silent. This was truly beyond belief. A figure clad in black-silver battle armor had dispatched the soldiers guarding the outer perimeter of the city center fortress. Without hesitation, he deployed a laser weapon, a technology he'd only seen in laboratories, still far from mature application, and brutally blasted a gaping hole through the fortress's outer defenses. Within 5 minutes, the warlords of the Kachin State Rebel Alliance, led by Carson, trailed behind that figure like a pack of defeated rats, heads bowed in defeat. The scene cut. And when it switched again, 6 Kachin soldiers in black-silver battle armor were seen assembling, with small drones slowly combining around them. Before long, a tablet-like flying transport platform was fully assembled. Subsequently, a dozen captured warlord soldiers were herded onto it. They simply flew away. Yes, they flew away. Witnessing the final scene, the elderly man with the icy gaze breathed slightly more rapidly. Clenching his fists, he spoke in a deep, measured tone, investigate. Mobilize every resource within the national intelligence apparatus. Get to the bottom of this matter. This new type of weapon holds the key to revolutionizing future battlefield tactics. Such technology is absolutely beyond the reach of a minor nation like Kachin. Whether it's China or Russia backing him, we must get our hands on all the technical data for this equipment. Roger that, sir. So, what about our subsequent operational strategy in Kachin State? Upon hearing this, the old man lifted his eyelids slightly and murmured, isn't the Sky Shield system in Kachin State still incomplete? Then deny them the time to perfect it. Inform the Jewish group and the Union of Myanmar to assemble their forces. Take a detour and strike through the unfinished sections of the Sky Shield system. Give the Kachin State no breathing room. Yes, sir. After the meeting concluded, the old man narrowed his eyes as he studied the map of Kachin State. The 2 advanced military technologies were indeed impressive, but they were insufficient. Thinking to intimidate and drive back our Lighthouse Nation? Not by a long shot. No matter who stands behind Kachin State, they will never alter the will of the Lighthouse Nation. China. Tang Chung stared blankly at the video footage his assistant was showing him. After watching it all, He gathered his thoughts, yet found himself at a loss for words. What on earth was going on with the Kachin state? First, they unveiled the plasma shield, an advanced military-grade defensive weapon, and now they brought out this human tech weapon he'd never even seen before, displaying it to the entire world like this. Moreover, just 6 black-silver battlesuits slaughtered a garrison town of over 1,000, turning it into a river of blood and leaving the defenders utterly routed. The offensive and defensive capabilities they displayed were utterly unprecedented. Weapons of this caliber. Kachin Kingdom has been hiding its capabilities far too deeply. Setting aside the armor's inherent strength, just consider its integrated mini-drones. This represents a fully intelligent domain. It seems Kachin's drone control technology has ascended to an entirely new level, potentially leading the world. But how could a tiny nation like Kachin, one on the brink of collapse, possibly have the means to develop this? Previous intelligence investigations by China's agencies turned up nothing, not even a feather. No other nation's involvement was detected behind Kachin, but that doesn't make sense. Tang Cheng muttered to himself, his eyes filled with confusion. As a high-ranking official in China, he was well aware of China's various operations and specific intelligence. It could be said that, from start to finish, China had only provided the Kachin state with relatively routine supplies. As for supplying the Sky Shield system and such high-tech battle armor? What a joke! Weapons of this caliber and technological advancement, China hasn't even reached 1/10 of the research stage for such innovations. How could they possibly have the resources to supply it to a country like Kachin? Wouldn't it be better to keep it as a secret trump card? Forget it. No point dwelling on it. Let the second research institute in the capital deal with the human tech weapon appearing in Kachin state. I'm busy researching plasma shields right now, no time to waste on this nonsense. Tang Cheng shook his head and turned toward his lab. However, what truly rankled him during this research was, what left him deeply dissatisfied was how utterly incompetent the Tianyuan Research Institute, supposedly holding 3 advanced patents on plasma technology, had performed during the analysis process. No! Underwhelming didn't even begin to cover it. It was utterly worthless. Not only did those individuals fail to provide any meaningful assistance to their research team in this field, but they actually became a significant liability. This left Tang Cheng both puzzled and furious. Even if Tianyuan Research Institute was behind in their capabilities, they shouldn't have been unable to answer even basic questions about plasma technology. Forget it, he told himself. Maybe they're just not used to it yet. I'll give them a little more time. Tang Cheng told himself, trying to find some comfort. The sky gradually turned dusky. The sun set in the west, casting a melancholy hue over the land. But at the liaison office, Gu Xuanlo was laughing so hard his teeth nearly fell out. Well, thanks to all the generous patrons from across the country for their donations. Gu Xian gladly accepted every single yuan. The live stream data showed a staggering 50 million online users had entered the live stream. What did this signify? It means that without lifting a finger, and 500 million yuan just floated effortlessly into his pocket. Moreover, this doesn't even account for the real bulk of the earnings, the gift money. After a quick calculation, the gift donations alone reached a staggering $100 billion. This ING thing makes more money than robbing a bank. If robbing one bank nets you $100 million, you'd need to rob 99 more banks to reach $100 billion. But, just by hosting a single livestream, in just a few short minutes, Gu Xian had already racked up a whopping $10.5 billion. That amount of money would be enough for an ordinary person to live it up for 10 lifetimes. Let me calculate the interest if deposited in a bank. 1 0, 2 zeros, 3 zeros, 4 zeros. Just as Gu Xian was lost in his fantasies, Sura's voice came through the phone's live call once more. Commander, all the warlords have been transported to the prison adjacent to the government center. What should we do next? Chapter 21, The Warlord's Terrifying Wealth Accumulation. What should we do next? Listening to Sula's inquiry, Gu Xian fell silent. Though he excelled at technological research thanks to the system backing him, he remained relatively unfamiliar with handling matters of this nature. No matter how you looked at it, he could never match Sula, who had spent decades in politics. With this realization, Gu Xian decisively turned to Sula. Mr. Sula, if this were you, how would you handle it? Upon hearing Gu Xian's inquiry, Sura showed no surprise. Without a moment's hesitation, he laid out his thoughts in full. Your Excellency, at this very moment, all the high-ranking figures of the Kachin State Opposition Alliance are firmly in our grasp. While their lives and fortunes may not intimidate the Lighthouse Nation or the Union of Myanmar, we can leverage their former status and influence to seamlessly assume control of all armed forces and private assets within Kachin State. Moreover, with hostages in hand and no one left to command the opposition alliance, their internal factions are likely already in disarray, squabbling amongst themselves. They fear us, who possess the Skyfall system and the rebellion-slaying armor, so we needn't worry about them fighting to the death. Next, we must offer those minor players a way out, showing them a path to survival. We should promise that the first few factions to defect will retain their wealth and privileges, while those who surrender later will not only lose these benefits but be branded as true traitors with rebellious hearts, facing complete annihilation. Put yourself in their shoes. If I were part of the anti-government alliance, I'd surrender to the government without a moment's hesitation. After hearing everything, Gu Xian nodded in agreement. Indeed, it was a sound strategy. But executing it would truly test the skill of the one issuing the orders. Such matters had always been a headache for Gu Xian. During his part-time job at university, he worked like a slave for 007, ruthlessly exploited by capitalists. At Tianyuan Research Institute, that old bastard Zhao Yuanjia stole his research achievements. He knew nothing about how those in power manipulated subordinates to flawlessly accomplish tasks. Therefore, Gu Xian simply washed his hands of the matter, handing full responsibility over to Sula. He preferred to stay quietly at the institute, to contemplate the next phase of technological advancement. After all, once the domestic warlord factions were eliminated and the Kachin state was firmly maintained in a unified and stable state, his era reversal system would immediately unlock the first stage of the tech tree. Moreover, over time, gain continuous reversal points. At that point, it will mark the moment of Kachin's complete ascent and rise. At this thought, Gu Xian felt his motivation surge. He even found himself secretly hoping that the first stage of the tech tree would grant him something like a time machine or a two-dimensional foil technologies far beyond human capabilities. Forget it. Instead of daydreaming about that, I should focus on how to spend this 10.5 billion. If only I'd had this money back when I was still in China. I'd have had luxury cars, mansions, and beautiful women all lined up. Even if I saw a stray dog on the street, I'd toss it a stack of bills. Alas, now that I'm the nominal leader of Kachin state, I can't personally possess this fortune. For now, I must focus on maximizing its use to help Kachin recover and rebuild its strength. After all, years of warlord exploitation and localized conflicts, compounded by this prolonged standoff, have likely pushed our socio-economic system to the brink of collapse. If this continues, we might truly destroy ourselves. We must rebuild our strength at the very least, ensure our people have food, shelter, and basic necessities secured first. Gu Xian murmured. However, from this perspective, this sum would likely be but a drop in the bucket for the entire economic reconstruction of Kachin state. Making money? We still need to raise funds. But where exactly should we go to raise it? Could it be through technological transactions with other nations? That's not out of the question. Whether it's the Sky Dome system, the human tech weapon, the Rebellion Slayer battle armor, or the 7th generation fighter jet blueprints he holds, any one of these would be world-class cutting-edge technology. Since ancient times, the saying that technology is the primary productive force is no empty claim. Practice yields truth. The more technologically advanced a nation is, deliver a devastating blow to technologically backward nations across all other domains, a dimension-lowering assault. The two simply operate on entirely different planes. The question is, if we were to engage in such a transaction, which country would offer the most advantageous terms for this kind of technological exchange? The United States? Don't even think about it. That country, with its head full of world domination and personal truthism, can go back to wherever it came from. South Korea? Forget it. We're lucky enough not to test new technologies on them. Why would we trade with these ungrateful nations that bear a blood feud against our people? After much deliberation, he realized China was his only viable trading partner. In truth, no other nation in the world offered better terms than China. However, as a Chinese national serving as the leader of Kachin state, engaging in technology-related trade with China, this feeling is so strange. Gu Xian scratched his head, feeling a bit down as he pondered this. But there was nothing to be done about it. He had no choice in the matter. But aside from this peculiar feeling, no matter how he calculated it, doing business with Huaxia was definitely not going to be a loss. In time, under my leadership, the Kachin state might even join forces with China to thoroughly suppress that self-righteous, idle beacon nation from the international stage. Who cares who becomes the world's dominant power? The beacon nation has held that position for so long. It's time for them to step down and let someone else take a breath. And let China take its place. And if that proves impossible, the Kachin state could shoulder the burden of global supremacy. As dusk deepened into darkness, the fleeting daylight vanished, replaced by a bright moon. Your Excellency, I have handled the matter. As expected, absorbing these warlords' forces and wealth proceeded remarkably smoothly. Over the phone, Sula's excited tone came through, sounding exceptionally energetic. Gu Xian perked up at the news, asking curiously, that fast? It's only been a few hours? Indeed, it was remarkably swift, far beyond my expectations. I had underestimated just how cowardly those so-called anti-government alliance members within our nation truly are. Sura explained with a laugh on the other end of the line. So, how's the haul? Gu Xian cut straight to the chase, diving into the topic he cared about most. Logically speaking, These warlords, having committed atrocities in Kachin state for so many years, should have amassed wealth on an astonishing scale, right? Let him guess. How about $500 billion? Gu Xian sipped his water while silently speculating. But the next second, Sura's words nearly made him spit out his water. Reporting to the supreme leader, we've seized the assets and wealth of 5 major warlords and over a dozen minor warlords. Regarding wealth alone, 100 tons of gold, over 30,000 properties across all tiers of cities and towns, over 1,000 luxury vehicles under their factions' names, plus jewelry, designer watches, calligraphy, paintings, and antiques. A rough estimate puts the total value at over $300 billion. Their bank accounts and foreign exchange holdings, when fully converted to dollars, amount to nearly $100 billion. Additionally, they command 300,000 private troops and their weaponry, along with miscellaneous assets and monopolies across various industries. These are incalculable and immeasurable. But, if we were to convert all this wealth and tangible assets into dollars, it would amount to roughly. How much? How much? Spit it out already, don't keep me in suspense. Gu Xian asked eagerly. His tone carried not just excitement, but a hint of awe. Yes. It was fear. Heaven knows. Gu Xian had truly never seen so much money in his entire life. 100 tons of gold? What does that even mean? Probably enough to form a small hill enough to crush him to death. Damn it! These dogged warlords really don't lift a finger. All he cares about is raking in the cash. Just as Gu Xian was reeling from this unexpected windfall, Sula's voice echoed once more. About $350 billion. Impressive. Chapter 22, on the transformation from pauper to nouveau riche. $350 billion. Am I dreaming? Gu Xian felt his head spinning, utterly speechless. It wasn't that he lacked composure, it was simply that the fortune Sula had reported was utterly staggering. $350 billion. Converted into Chinese yuan. Holy moly. Over 200 billion yuan. At this thought, Gu Xian couldn't help but swallow hard. What did over 2 trillion even mean? This was a figure he only ever saw in the financial news. Even if he won 100 million in the lottery every day, it would take over 20,000 days to accumulate 20 trillion. By then, his ashes would have scattered to the winds. Sir, are you okay? Feeling the prolonged silence on the other end of the line, Sula cautiously inquired. I'm fine. How could I possibly be anything but? Then, leader, what do you suggest we do with these $350 billion? Should we invest it all into scientific research or? Before Sula could finish, Gu Xian's instructions came through the phone. The immediate priority is to stabilize social order and revive the national economy, ensuring our citizens first have their basic needs met. If we can't resolve that, how can we even discuss research? Understood, leader. I'll immediately instruct the finance department to conduct verification and budgeting, striving to swiftly formulate a plan for the efficient utilization of these funds. Sometimes money can't buy supplies. Right now, all our trade routes except those to the north are blocked by the Lighthouse Nation. Since that's the case, let's show our sincerity and focus on doing business exclusively with China. I believe China will be more than happy to pick up the money. Understood. After finalizing further details with Sula, Gu Xian ended the call. Only now did. Gu Xian was just coming to terms with the sudden wealth he'd acquired overnight. When it came to describing the transformation from rags to riches, Gu Xian could now answer with absolute certainty. It was pure bliss. Pure bliss. Awesome. He used to worry about money, but now? He's rolling in it. He thought he'd have to trade some tech for basic supplies with China, but now it seemed unnecessary. Just how ruthlessly did those warlords exploit people all this time? Over $300 billion. Damn it. Even if we only used half of it to restore social order and ensure the basic sustenance of the common people, it would be more than enough. The remaining funds could be channeled entirely into technological development. Gu Xian silently calculated the potential uses of this fortune in his mind, only to discover it was impossible to spend it all. Utterly inexhaustible. No matter how he calculated or tried to skim off funds by increasing expenditures, those $350 billion sat like a mountain, like a golden mountain that he could never fully mine. Perhaps this was a different kind of trouble. Ah! Money really is wonderful. Just as Gu Xian was basking in his delight, a calm, mechanical voice suddenly echoed in his ears. Congratulations, host, on assuming control of the Kachin state government, assuming the position of leader, eliminating dissent, maintaining social stability, and achieving level 1 nation building as assessed by this system. Rewarding the host with 5,000 reversal points, unlocking the entire first stage tech tree, and granting 500 automatic reversal points daily. Upon completing national unification, the next stage of the tech tree will unlock, and your status will transition from founding level to small nation level. Listening to the system's prompt, Gu Xian's smile never left his face. Not bad, not bad. Exactly what I wanted. At long last, he had fully unlocked the first stage of the system's tech tree, truly cause for celebration. Gu Xian felt a surge of quiet delight within. He then focused his entire attention, his consciousness entering the system space. He couldn't wait to see what exactly the system referred to as the first stage tech tree contained. Surely it couldn't all be useless junk, right? As Gu Xian pondered this, his gaze swept over the first layer of the tech tree the system had mentioned. He froze. System, come out here. This is the first tier tech tree you told me about? This is insane. Interstellar Space Station Blueprint, 10,000 reversal points. Detailed specifications for mushroom bombs and hydrogen bombs, 3,000 reversal points. 7th generation fighter jet model, 4,500 reversal points. Full spectrum design blueprints for land, sea, and air combat bionic robots, 2,000 reversal points. Interstellar spacecraft version 1.0, 8,000 reversal points. Nation destroying star destroyer cannon, 50,000 reversal points. Longevity serum, 6,000 reversal points. After reviewing the entire first stage technology catalog presented by the system, Gu Xian's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. He had seriously underestimated the system. Any one of these would be a world-shocking invention of the century. But Gu Xian truly hadn't anticipated that such incredibly advanced technologies were merely considered the first stage of the system's tech tree. Then, what about the second stage? What about the third stage? What about the fourth stage? Gu Xian dared not even imagine it. By the end, he wouldn't be surprised if the system actually conjured up a two-dimensional foil or a time machine. This is astonishing. If all these items could truly be redeemed, it would instantly elevate the Kachin state from the brink of collapse to the stature of a great power. It might even be possible to surpass the Lighthouse Nation. As things stand now, the urgent priority is to immediately achieve national unification, taking control of the Union of Myanmar to the south and the neighboring Kachin state, merging them into one entity to re-establish the nation. Only then can we barely meet the system's requirements. Time waits for no one. We must act swiftly. Gu Xian pondered. Just then, the door rattled. And with Gu Xian's permission, an assistant assigned by Sula hurried in anxiously. Commander, it's bad news. The Union of Myanmar has reassembled a 300,000-strong force. Their airstrike units and rear missile launch systems are fully operational again. They're poised to bypass our incomplete sky shield system and push into our border territory at any moment. It seems they still harbor treacherous ambitions. Very well. It's time to teach them a lesson. A cold gleam flashed in Gu Xian's eyes at the words. He had assumed that the unveiling of the sky shield system and the rebellion-slaying armor would deter the restless ambitions of the Lighthouse Nation and the Union of Myanmar. But he discovered his thinking was utterly mistaken. Gu Xian had underestimated the ambitions of the Lighthouse Nation and the Union of Myanmar, who dared to prepare once more to invade the borders of Kachin State, aiming to annihilate the nation in one fell swoop. In that case, you won't get off easy either. Gu Xian sighed softly. By now, China must have already informed us in Kachin State, correct? Yes, Supreme Leader. But how did you know? The assistant asked cautiously. Clearly, he was baffled by Gu Xian's certainty. In the past, China might not have acted this way toward the Kachin State. But things are different now. We not only possess two cutting-edge technologies but have also eliminated all domestic warlord factions. This gives us strategic value in China's eyes. Therefore, China will never tolerate the actions of the Union of Myanmar again. Gu Xian stated calmly. As a Chinese citizen, he knew all too well the terrifying, beyond terrifying might of China's national strength. Seriously, this is the only nation in the world today capable of challenging the Lighthouse Nation head-on. How could it lack strength? The reason for not intervening earlier was because, in the eyes of China and the entire world, Kachin State had truly lost all its national strength. It was beyond salvation, terminally ill, torn apart by internal and external turmoil. But now it was different. As he had stated earlier, present-day Kachin now holds strategic value in China's eyes. Given that, how could they possibly turn a blind eye? What did China say? They said they could help us counter the Federal Republic of Burma and the Lighthouse Nation's underhanded maneuvers. They'll provide manpower, resources, funding, and technology. Not a single penny will be charged. They'll offer domestic construction projects free of charge, guaranteeing our nation's infrastructure and economic strength will leap forward by 2 tiers. In exchange, China has requested 2 cutting-edge technologies currently held by Kachin State, the Sky Shield System and the Rebellion Slayer battle armor. Exactly as expected. After hearing the assistant's report, Gu Xian nodded, his expression saying, just as I thought. So, should we agree? We can agree, but with some modifications. Gu Xian smiled as he spoke. Chapter 23, 1 month. Changes? What kind of changes? The assistant froze, unsure exactly what Gu Xian meant. The Kachin Nation doesn't need China to shield us from all actions by the Union of Myanmar and the Lighthouse Nation. We only need to stall for 1 month. As for the 2 technologies China desires, that's impossible. These represent the only competitive advantage Kachin State possesses compared to other nations. At most, we can offer secondary-level technology and only one of the 2. Gu Xian shook his head slowly, enunciating each word deliberately. It wasn't that he lacked patriotism, but, as the leader of Kachin state, he must weigh the balance of interests between the two nations. If Kachin handed over all its technical data to China, China could undergo a massive transformation overnight. It would instantly disrupt the international balance of power and might even use this technology as leverage in negotiations with other nations. By then, within a year, the entire world might possess this technology. Then, Gu Xian's painstakingly developed sky shield system and his Junyi warrior armor would become nothing but a laughingstock. Any nation possessing both sets of technological blueprints, with even modest research capabilities, would swiftly identify vulnerabilities in these military weapons systems. It might not even take days. And the two weapons Gu Xian cherished like treasures would be instantly dismantled by the enemy on the battlefield. This was something Gu Xian could never accept. The technologies could be given away, but absolutely not now. Convey my intentions. Mr. Sula will understand. But will China agree to this? Our terms are several tiers below what China previously proposed. Moreover, holding back the Burmese alliance and the lighthouse nation might prove an arduous task for China. They wouldn't take on such a thankless endeavor. Should we reconsider, Commander? Facing his assistant's cautious inquiry, Gu Xian waved his hand dismissively. No need. Pass on my exact words. Understood. Seeing Gu Xian's resolute stance, the assistant said no more and withdrew immediately, preparing to carry out the instructions with meticulous care. A difficult task? It seems the world still underestimates China's capabilities. Gu Xian murmured as he watched the assistant's receding figure. China was no longer the weak and powerless nation of the last century. Anyone who judged modern China by its past would inevitably pay a bitter price. Moreover, the technological data China demanded. Gu Xian could foresee the immense repercussions if Kachin handed over the documents to China. And surely China was no less aware of this? The reason they still put forward this condition is merely to present a lesser demand after Kachin's refusal, making it difficult for them to reject it again. All this was merely the tip of the iceberg in state-level exchanges. And based on Gu Xian's political acumen, this was the furthest he could go. The rest would follow the old routine, leave it to Sula and his cunning politicians to fret over. For now, he wanted nothing more than to be a hands-off owner, cashing in on the system's reversal points to rapidly elevate the Kachin state's national strength. A month should be sufficient. With over 300 billion in funding secured, plus China backing us, I estimate the Sky Shield system will be fully operational in less than 2 weeks. Once it's operational, the Kachin nation will no longer fear long-range bombardment from either the Union of Myanmar or the Lighthouse Nation. Plus, the Tianming tactical tank will be fresh off the assembly line by then. Gu Xian mused leisurely. If the rebellion-slaying battle armor, a human tech weapon partially derived from the Tianming tactical tank, possessed such formidable power, then the tank's inherent might was beyond question. Once Tianming tanks are fully deployed in organized formations, then on the main battlefield, the Kachin nation would fear no nation. 300,000 troops? Fine. We'll see about that. And see if your little Karami tanks can withstand the frontal firepower of the Tianming tactical tank. Once the Tianming tactical tank is completed, I must consider what the next technological focus should be. Should I prioritize developing the 6th-generation fighter first? Gu Xian pondered this. Though he possessed a 7th-generation fighter an entire dimension above 6th-generation aircraft. But he couldn't actually build it, right? 7th-generation fighters. At this level, it can no longer be called merely a fighter jet. It's a true strategic-level national treasure capable of traversing the stars and unleashing explosive speed in an instant. If a single 7th-generation fighter were to engage the entire world's carrier fleets and all 6th and 5th-generation fighters, victory would undoubtedly belong to the 7th-generation fighter. At the 7th-generation level, it can be said to be utterly impervious to any form of human wave tactics. This is pure technological superiority, devoid of any other factors. Conversely, the technologies required to build a 7th-generation fighter left even Gu Xian feeling his scalp tingle, as if his body were no longer his own. Controlled nuclear fusion technology, anti-gravity systems, laser cannons. The project spanned hundreds of technological domains, each of which represented a 50-year leap ahead of the world's current capabilities. If you want Gu Xian to acquire technology on this scale now, it would be more practical to just stab him with a knife. He simply can't pull it off right now, even with blueprints in hand. Even if Gu Xian could mobilize the entire world's resources right now, it might still take years, or even decades, to achieve. If he were to rely solely on the Kachin state, might as well just go to bed. In an era where 6th-generation fighters are still in the experimental phase, if Gu Xian could casually build a 7th-generation fighter, what would be left for other nations? As for 6th-generation fighters, based on the system's reform plan and my projected specifications, if perfected, they would be utterly overwhelming by current global technological standards. At the very least, they could effortlessly counter an entire carrier fleet from the lighthouse nation. Beyond that, I possess 5,500 tech points, sufficient to unlock most technologies in the tech tree. Gu Xian pondered, summarizing all his recent gains. Perhaps I could even build a fully digitized, technologically advanced military force with this alone. As this thought crossed his mind, Gu Xian scanned the first stage tech tree in the system store. His gaze settled on one particular entry: the comprehensive blueprint for land, sea, and air combat bionic robots. If these could be designed, paired with the Tianming tank, the Junyi battle armor, and the 6th generation fighter, the vision was too beautiful. It's almost too much to fathom. Merely military strength isn't enough. At this rate, forget $350 billion, even $3.5 trillion wouldn't cover the costs. Therefore, we must find a way to generate revenue quickly. And we can't just rely on selling the military tech and weapons he holds. Otherwise, if someone really does uncover the corresponding weaknesses, Gu Xian won't even have a place to cry. Pondering this, Gu Xian slowly shifted his gaze to other sections of the system's tech tree. Look what he'd found. Longevity potion. A single bottle guarantees at least 10 extra years of life. And given the current state of medical technology, no other nation besides Kachin could possibly replicate it. If Gu Xian actually develops it, he was certain those wealthy individuals facing imminent death would gladly spend their entire fortunes to secure a single bottle. He wouldn't overcharge either. How about setting the price at $100 million per bottle? Based on the basic information revealed about the longevity potion, a person can consume a maximum of 3 bottles, and the first bottle has the strongest effect. After consuming 3 bottles, one can extend their lifespan by about 15 years. That's more than enough. Absolutely sufficient. However, the reversal point for the longevity potion is a bit pricey. After redeeming the bionic robot, we'll still need to wait a few days to accumulate the funds. Chief, Huaxia has agreed. Assistant Gu Xian's voice grew louder as he approached. Though Gu Xian couldn't see him, he could already sense the intense excitement in his tone. As expected. Since that's settled, let's sit back and enjoy Huaxia's performance. Chapter 24, We Lost a Soldier. Union of Myanmar. Martin sat in the car, reviewing the well-armed 100,000-strong army before him, his mood soaring. By the gods above. Today, it's finally my turn, Martin, to launch an offensive against Kachin State. As a lieutenant general, he had yet to achieve any notable military accomplishments. This led generals of equal rank to mock him, insinuating he had attained his rank through sycophancy and living off others. This had become unbearable for Martin, who had long awaited an opportunity to prove himself and turn the tide of his reputation. While it was true he had risen through sycophancy and parasitism. But, as the Chinese saying goes, you don't slap someone where it hurts, nor do you rub salt in their wounds. If these bastards kept mocking him for his dubious rise, fine, today he would crush the Kachin kingdom and twist off their leaders' heads. To prove himself, he's no pushover. The Burmese Federation's 300,000-strong army was divided into 3 columns. And Martin commanded one of them, serving as the vanguard. How's the intelligence reconnaissance? Reporting to you, sir. Based on our undercover agents in Kachin State and satellite surveillance from Lighthouse Nation, we've confirmed that not a single soldier is stationed along Kachin's border. The defenses aren't just weak, they're practically non-existent. It seems Kachin State knows resistance is futile. In that case, issue the order. The armored division will lead the charge. First, seize the crucial eastern border town of Klai. Once our position is secured, coordinate with the other 2 main forces to launch a multi-pronged offensive. Aim to fully occupy Kachin State within 10 days. When that day comes, I intend to celebrate by setting off fireworks atop their provincial capital's government center. Martin chuckled. He truly hadn't anticipated this operation proceeding so smoothly. It seemed the so-called Sky Shield system Kachin had deployed was indeed still incomplete. And their battle armor weapons were scarce and insignificant. Compounded by the Kachin kingdom's chronic internal strife, which had drastically reduced their troop numbers, they likely hadn't recovered yet. They probably couldn't muster any organized forces or decent weapons at all. Why am I even thinking about all this? Isn't this outcome better? Capturing Kachin without a drop of blood spilled, what a monumental achievement. Then, once I return, I'll butter up the chieftain, spend some time with those well-connected old ladies, and put in the effort. Promoting to general will be a piece of cake. Martin couldn't help but anticipate that scene. But, just as Martin dismissed his fantasies and prepared to urge the armored forces to advance, a report stunned him. China claims one of its soldiers accidentally went missing within the borders of our Union of Myanmar and demands our full cooperation with their search operation? And we must suspend any military operations that might hinder their search? What the hell is going on? Why is China choosing to meddle at this critical moment? Martin stared blankly at the intelligence in his hands. This has to be a joke. This has to be a joke. China was already being comprehensively suppressed by the Lighthouse Nation, right? How could they possibly have the spare capacity to aid Kachin State? Lost a single soldier? Oofed. Only a naive fool would buy that excuse. Sir, are we moving our troops or not? An aide rushed over, his face grim as he addressed Martin. The adjutant's question left Martin speechless. Are we moving or not? Logically speaking, even if his unit ignored China's warnings, it wouldn't matter much. After all, he had the backing of the Lighthouse Nation, the Jewish group, and the Union of Myanmar. Even if he ignored China's orders, nothing bad should happen, right? What's the word from headquarters? Well, as soon as news came from China, they sent military dispatches to our three main forces. They said we have freedom of action. Whoa. Damn. Looking at their plan, the meaning is already quite clear. They want us to keep pushing forward, ignoring Huaxia's so-called warnings. But if anything goes wrong, they can conveniently distance themselves from the mess, sacrificing us here to appease China. This scheme is so transparent. Even my second brother and his ass could see through it. Why the hell didn't you say you wouldn't let yourselves be attacked? This is clearly wanting to have your cake and eat it too. Utterly shameless. Martin cursed furiously in his mind. But within mere moments, he regained his composure. Attack! Attack! I refuse to believe China has grown so bold as to strike against us unless they want to provoke a third war. Martin's resolve hardened as he spoke sternly. This opportunity was hard-won. And he absolutely couldn't let it slip away. Once he gave up, who knew how long it would be before another mission like this one where he could earn military merit just by lying back came his way again. Therefore, he had to seize this chance with both hands. By the way, what about the other two lieutenant generals? Well, they said they'll follow General Martin's lead as the vanguard. They'll act exactly as he does, executing every order meticulously and dedicating themselves fully to completing the mission he's entrusted to us. Damn it, what a bunch of cowards. Looks like I'll have to go myself. Martin cursed. These guys were even more cunning than he was, betraying their own comrades like this, yet still had the nerve to accuse him of climbing the ranks by sucking up and kissing ass. But where's your honor? Transmit my orders. 1st Armored Regiment advances. Remaining corps deploy in echelon formation, executing the pre-established plan. Roger that. Before long, Martin's vanguard forces began advancing in full force. All of this, of course, could not escape the notice of Huaxia, which possessed advanced reconnaissance capabilities. China. Southern Theater Command. A tall, stern-faced middle-aged man studied the satellite surveillance feed and remarked coldly, "Seems these monkeys haven't taken China's warnings seriously at all, huh? In that case, we won't hold back. Deploy the Navy and Air Force. Advance toward the Southeast Asian coastline. Sir, what if the Lighthouse Nation mobilizes as well? Heh, they wouldn't dare even if you gave them 10 sets of guts. The Pacific is our China's backyard. If they dare come, it means the last Pacific collision wasn't forceful enough. This time, if they really act, let those stubborn foreign devils from the Lighthouse Nation taste some real pain. Additionally, announce to the outside world that we will test fire our newly developed hypersonic intercontinental missile. Its flight path will span the Pacific and Australia, ultimately landing along the border between Kachin State and the Union of Myanmar. Any military forces in the path must evacuate immediately. Failure to do so will result in consequences for which we assume no responsibility. What if they ignore it? Disobey? Then they'll be blown to mincemeat. For years, these monkeys have buzzed like annoying flies in my ears. I've had enough of this. This is the perfect chance to swat these flies flat and quiet the rest. The middle-aged man said with disdain. Had they not been bogged down in prolonged conflict with the Lighthouse Nation, these irritating monkeys could have been easily crushed by China. But who could blame them? They had the Lighthouse Nation as their benevolent father. But, even so, that doesn't justify you overstepping your bounds. Latest intelligence from Kachin, they're willing to hand over half of the secondary plasma shield technology. No battle armor technology? No. All right. The middle-aged man looked somewhat disappointed. To be honest, as a seasoned general who had seen countless battles, what he truly coveted most was the battle armor technology, not the plasma shield technology. He had watched the entire livestream about the Kachin Kingdom's battle armor, and at the time, he had been itching to get his hands on a set to wear himself. He had hoped this exchange would yield the battle armor technology. But alas, it turned out to be plasma shield technology instead. Oh well, there's plenty of time. One day, I'll get it from the Kachin Kingdom. But you know what? This is the first time China has ever sought to acquire technology from a small country. Truly unprecedented. Sir, the live stream setup is complete. Shall we begin now? Proceed. The middle-aged man nodded and gave the order. For days, the Kachin state had been flexing its muscles, each taking the stage in turn. Now, it was time for China to take the stage. Chapter 25, Supersonic Missile Test Launch a Deterrent from China. While the world's attention was focused on the clash between Kachin State and the Union of Myanmar, news once again sent shockwaves through nations worldwide. China was set to test fire a hypersonic intercontinental missile today. The specific trajectory launched from Fujian province, passing over Frog Island, the territory of the Foot Basin Chicken, and the territory of South Korea, before turning back over the Pacific Ocean. It would then pass over Australia and Southeast Asia once more, finally landing precisely at the borderline between Kachin State and the Union of Myanmar. The news broke. The United States vassal states instantly felt as if the sky had fallen. Hypersonic intercontinental missile? In this era of supersonic missiles dominating military warfare, how did China suddenly acquire hypersonic missile technology? Within the government headquarters of the Football Chicken, voices of disbelief and skepticism echoed through the halls, all expressing shock and doubt over China's intercontinental missile test. But that's what China claims. Given their history of underplaying capabilities, this is likely true. Sir, should we intercept this ICBM? Intercept? What nonsense are you spouting? This is a hypersonic missile. Guess which country in the world today possesses the capability to intercept such a missile? Let's not even mention others, not even our top boss, the Lighthouse Nation, can do it. Perhaps they're on the verge of mastering this technology, but mastering it doesn't necessarily mean they can counter it. So we just stand by and watch? We wait. See what the Lighthouse Nation says. If they object, we'll keep our mouths shut. If they protest, we'll use international pressure to force China's hand. Remember, don't be the first to stick your neck out. After all, I don't want to see another city in South Korea get wiped off the map. South Korea. Damn it. What the hell is China up to? We've been holding back so much lately, so why are they deliberately shifting their focus to us, South Korea? Sir, don't forget we just followed our father, the Lighthouse Nation's orders to detain a large group of Chinese citizens. Plus, we openly built a missile launch center on our soil capable of covering half of China. So what? We built that out of necessity to defend national security. But China pulls this stunt? After just 2 minor actions? What a petty country. Damn it, no way, absolutely no missiles flying over our territory. File a protest. Protest. China's actions are a blatant violation of our human rights. I bet the fatherland won't stand idly by, they'll definitely help us. But, as time passed, surprisingly, the beacon nation showed no reaction whatsoever to China's intercontinental missile launch for an extended period. Just as everyone was puzzled, another photo surfaced, sending shockwaves across the globe. Within the waters of Southeast Asia, a carrier fleet flying the Chinese flag stood out prominently. On the decks of 3 aircraft carriers, nearly 100 fighter jets were neatly arranged in formation. These nearly 100 fighters were not the outdated junk used by the Myanmar government for airstrikes against Kachin State just days ago. From the sleek exterior design alone, one could glimpse the formidable combat power and advanced capabilities of this carrier strike group comprising hundreds of bombers and fighters. Beside it, dozens of destroyers, frigates, and supply ships were assembled. Neatly arranged. A magnificent spectacle. The glint of reflected metal sent a chill down the spine of any intelligence officer from any nation who witnessed it. China. Had it grown this powerful without anyone noticing? If this carrier fleet were to anchor off any nation besides the Lighthouse Nation, and if that nation were to truly lose its temper, no maritime power could withstand a single offensive wave from China's carrier fleet. This is no joke. This is merely the visible strength. Now guess how many nuclear-armed submarines China has lurking beneath the seas? And are you truly certain this represents China's absolute entirety of maritime military might? Given China's penchant for playing the rabbit that eats the tiger and never spits out the bones, the hidden strength within its borders is likely to be even more astonishing. On the other side of the photograph, only faint, blurry yet equally massive black dots could be discerned. Even now, combined with the Lighthouse Nation's silence, it's obvious even to a fool that the aircraft carrier fleet on the other side belongs to the Lighthouse Nation. Are these two nations planning to ignite World War III? If these two terrifying carrier fleets actually clash at sea again, how could Southeast Asian nations and those Philippine monkeys sleep soundly? Even here in China, I fear for them. Imagine if, mid-battle, a nuclear warhead suddenly goes rogue and flies toward their countries. That would be a real mess. You know what? That's actually possible. Please don't start a war. I've got so many wonderful years left to live, I don't want to die young. Sir, I opened an account for you. Your real name registration shows you're already 78 years old. And you're talking about dying young? So what? 78 is the perfect age to keep fighting and striving. I feel young as ever. Just as the internet was reeling from Huaxia's 2 consecutive major moves. In Fujian province, the Huaxia government said nothing, but quietly opened a military livestream. The moment the stream went live, in under 3 minutes, the channel displayed an astonishing viewership of over 3 million. The official Huaxia livestream channel does not employ bots or engage in data manipulation. Therefore, this figure of 3 million, well over 3 million, represents genuine human viewers. And this was just the domestic viewership. Factor in the foreign audience. Those foreigners who love a good spectacle, and Huaxia netizens had no doubt the view count would instantly break the 10 million mark, surpassing the previous live streaming heat of the Kachin state in mere minutes. After all, China's formidable influence speaks for itself. Look, our country has actually set up paid live streams on major international platforms. Hey, the price is a whopping $10. Haha, this feels so familiar. Didn't Kachin do something like this not too long ago? Cut the chatter. The live stream countdown is down to 1 minute. It's about to start. Grab your popcorn and watermelon, time to sit back and watch the show unfold. Sigh, I wonder how the standoff between China and the US in the maritime zone is unfolding now. Heaven forbid they actually start fighting. If things escalate, World War III might actually break out. Hey, relax. You know why it's still just a standoff at this point? On Huaxia Baidu Tieba, discussions about the standoff between the two nations grew increasingly heated. Why? You don't get it, do you? As long as the hypersonic ICBMs haven't been fully deployed, the lighthouse nation won't fire. Because if they push China too far, can you guarantee those ICBMs won't land right on their White House? Can you guarantee they're not loaded with nuclear warheads? Well, that's impossible to guarantee. So relax, war won't happen. Our country is just sending a warning shot to the lighthouse nation and their cronies, telling them not to mess around. Plus, we're helping out Kachin State while we're at it. Don't you find the title of our official livestream rather telling? It lands precisely at the border between Kachin State and the Union of Myanmar, and this comes at the exact moment when the Union of Myanmar is amassing hundreds of thousands of troops to crush Kachin State. You mean? Alright, upstairs, stop spilling the beans. We all know the score here, and it's not our concern anyway. Our country will handle everything perfectly. Come on, the live stream's starting. Let's watch it. Stop wasting time here. A minute passed in the blink of an eye. On the official Huaxia live streaming platform, the previously pitch black screen displaying only a countdown immediately switched to a new scene. That's a super large missile silo. Online. Military enthusiasts were the first to recognize it. China. This is getting serious. Chapter 26, The World's Alarm. The silo was located deep within a mountainous base. As the live stream unfolded, it gradually revealed the true scene. Looking around, a sleek missile equipped with cutting-edge technology stood silently within the silo. 3, 2, 1. Launch. In the live broadcast room, as a commanding voice echoed, a thunderous roar erupted. Within the missile silo, the missile instantly broke free from the heavy chains restraining it, soaring straight into the clouds. As its tip broke through the clouds, it seemed as though the entire sky trembled in response. Faster. Too fast. The live stream suddenly switched to a satellite map of China. A massive red dot pinpointing the missile's location. The initial launch didn't surprise many netizens. But, the next instant, the missile that had just been launched into the sky vanished as if it had used a flash ability, disappearing in an instant from the sky displayed in the live stream. What the? Did I see that wrong? The missile had just started accelerating. How did it suddenly zoom right past my eyes? Hey, upstairs. Don't you think that's exactly why it's called a hypersonic missile? It'd be weird if it wasn't fast. Check the satellite map. This damn missile is moving so fast across the East Asian map it's practically visible to the naked eye. In the unseen footage. In the military's exclusive live streaming room. Screens displayed precise launch data and first-person footage. All data normal. Ready to execute subsequent launch commands. Good. Maintain surveillance. Ensure not a single glitch occurs. We've kept our cards close to the chest for far too long. It's time to show our true strength. Otherwise, those foreign devils will truly believe our nation is a pushover. The middle-aged man sipped his tea and said with a smile. Above the sky, the missile accelerated to an unbelievable speed, instantly piercing the atmosphere and entering the edge of space. Along its path, as recorded by the Chinese military, it streaked through space at over 5 times the speed of sound, leaving a long silver trail behind it like a comet streaking across the cosmos. En route. Swiftly skimming over Frog Island. What's the situation? Based on the vague satellite data from the lighthouse nation, the missile has entered our national territory. Can we intercept it? Reporting, sir. The missile, it just flew right over my head, then vanished in the blink of an eye. Really? Reporting, sir, it really is. The pilot, flying the advanced fighter jet specially assigned by the lighthouse nation, replied with a wry smile. Damn it. What a hell of a thing. That damn missile was way too fast, way too fast. We couldn't even catch a whiff of its exhaust. After passing Frog Island, the chicken in the basin reacted swiftly. Should we intercept it? I told you before, it's a hypersonic missile. What the hell are we gonna intercept it with? Your watered-down brain? Forget it. Let it fly through. Don't go looking for trouble. While the Footbasin Chicken military debated, the missile swiftly soared over the Footbasin Chicken territory once more, followed by the South Korean peninsula. Finally, The missile abruptly changed course, racing toward the southern Pacific Ocean. Wherever it passed, the immense force generated by its speed caused waves to churn and foam, revealing its extraordinary presence. Next came Australia. Finally, it swept past the Philippines in an instant, soaring over the skies of Southeast Asian nations. Wherever it passed, the air defense radars of every nation could only barely capture a faint, fleeting afterimage. Even positioning satellites in space could not precisely pinpoint the exact location of China's hypersonic missiles. Helpless. Utterly helpless. Military leaders from various nations gathered together, watching the supersonic missile still streaking across the screen in China's live broadcast, and swallowed hard. In the future, if a war with China ever broke out, wouldn't the moment we declared war, countless intercontinental missiles would rain down on their heads the very next second? From now on, never provoke China again. Otherwise, you'll be eating peanut snow, the deluxe version, anti-aircraft artillery leveling you to the ground. Such orders spread like wildfire across nations worldwide. Leaders everywhere made the same choice: to cultivate friendly relations with China whenever possible, and above all, never provoke them. Otherwise, you won't even know how you died. In the satellite surveillance footage, it resembled a leaping star, tracing a perfect circular orbit around the ocean. Sir, we've reached our designated strike zone. Should we initiate the first wave of fire support? Bombing? Forget it. Get out of here now. Martin cursed, his face ashen. But sir, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If we take Kachin State, we could. Before the adjutant beside him could finish, a stinging pain erupted across his face. Damn it, take it yourself. The target detonation point for China's test-fired ICBM is only 20 kilometers from us. If you want to die, stay here. And the lighthouse nation facing off against China's carrier strike group saw the successful launch and already slipped away. Now, if the Union of Myanmar keeps acting like it doesn't know its own strength, you believe me or not, China's carrier fleet could be blocking our waters in the next second, imposing a blockade in deterrence. You believe me or not? Martin felt a fire burning inside him, so furious he wanted to shoot the aide-de-camp on the spot. Seeing this, the aide dared say no more. He turned and hurried away, swiftly directing the main force to retreat. China, fine. You've done well. We'll see about that. After spitting out this threat, Martin turned and slunk away. Damn it. He dared not gamble on what kind of missile was actually loaded inside that intercontinental ballistic missile. If those lunatics had indeed loaded a nuclear warhead, his entire group would be instantly vaporized. Turned into little firemen. Upon receiving the retreat order, Martin's entire force immediately responded, turning around and swiftly pulling back. Not long after, shortly after their retreat, under the watchful eye of satellite surveillance and the live feed from China's official broadcast channel showing the missile's first-person perspective, the supersonic intercontinental missile wobbled and swayed as it landed at its designated launch endpoint. The instant it touched down, a deafening explosion reverberated across the sky. Within a 10-kilometer radius, amidst deafening roars and billowing dust, a massive mushroom cloud shot skyward. Looks like it wasn't a mushroom bomb. Otherwise, the blast radius wouldn't be this small. Thank goodness, thank goodness. I genuinely thought it was a mushroom bomb for a second. That gave me a fright. Even if it weren't a mushroom bomb, it wouldn't matter if this intercontinental missile carried a hollow warhead. Our nation has already achieved the deterrent effect it sought. Go check the news now. See what countries around the world are saying. Either they're pledging to improve relations with China or announcing preferential policies for Chinese goods. And those nations that oppose China, even the so-called beacon nation, have unexpectedly softened their stance. This is hilarious. What a master of changing faces. It truly proves the saying, dignity rests only on the edge of a sword, while truth always lies within the range of a cannon. Gu Xian stared intently at the laptop before him, clapping his hands in admiration after witnessing China's series of moves. This is China at its finest. When it speaks with thunderous impact, delivering a major blow to the entire world. The buzz had even overshadowed the recent Kachin State incident. Not bad, not bad. This was precisely the outcome Gu Xian had hoped to see. After all, a tall tree catches the wind. And time is money for the Kachin State. No, it's something even more precious than money. China pulling this stunt must have given both the Union of Myanmar and the lighthouse nation quite a scare, right? Forget a month. Gu Xian would even bet his life that within 3 months, the Union of Myanmar and the lighthouse nation would absolutely abandon any designs on Kachin State. Moreover, even if they did harbor such ambitions, they would first have to gauge the stance of China. Not long ago, under the direction of Gu Xian and Sula, the Kachin State handed over vast impoverished regions in its northern territories to China for development. Naturally, since the Kachin State did not provide all the necessary technology, China could not be expected to shoulder the entire financial burden for these construction projects. According to the agreement, China would cover 30% of the costs, while the Kachin State would cover 70%. setting aside the capabilities of China's construction teams. This brand alone was what Gu Xian valued. Chapter 27, Domestic Development and the Vision for a Fully Technological Military. The Huaxia construction team is right here. Try airstriking or bombing them if you dare. If the Union of Myanmar actually did that, forget Kachin State. China would thoroughly deal with the Union of Myanmar. Could Myanmar possibly agree without a fight with China's assistance? Gu Xian pondered this question, but then shook his head. It was unrealistic. The current situation may appear to show the lighthouse nation retreating, but if China truly aimed to seize the Myanmar alliance, this major prize, the lighthouse nation would never allow it. After all, the Myanmar alliance not only serves as a strategic barrier against China but also holds immense natural resources. Moreover, the lighthouse nation's national debt has ballooned to untold trillions, urgently requiring new targets to shoulder the burden and repay its debts. A round of exploitation within the Myanmar alliance would at least give the lighthouse nation some breathing room, relieving them of the constant fear that their government might one day accidentally go bankrupt. Beyond the Myanmar alliance, the nation the lighthouse nation most covets to exploit is likely China. But alas, they're in for disappointment. With the astonishing strength and extraordinary economic reserves China has demonstrated, it's like titanium alloy. The lighthouse nation simply can't bite through it. In that case, the only targets left are South Korea, the Frog Island, the Chicken Foot Basin, Southeast Asian nations led by the Myanmar alliance, and that bunch of Filipino monkeys. Exploiting them is the easiest. Next come the Western nations that are also allies. The lighthouse nation is likely facing immense economic pressure right now. Not only must it stabilize its domestic situation, but it also has to support the Jewish state in the Middle East. Simultaneously, nearly 1 million Jewish people are migrating to join the Myanmar alliance. Each of these is a massive expense. Gu Xian cleared his thoughts and exhaled a breath of stale air. The fact that nearly 1 million Jews chose to migrate to the Myanmar alliance clearly revealed the tense situation in the Middle East. Yet, the lighthouse nation likely never anticipated that the Kachin state would prove such a tough nut to crack. The Middle East does not welcome the Jewish people, and neither will we. To be honest, from a purely personal perspective, Gu Xian harbors no affection whatsoever for the Jewish people. Even just looking at the period of the War of Resistance, the heinous crimes committed by the Jews in China were, in some respects, far more despicable than those of the Japanese. Indeed, their influence could be traced back to the Opium Wars and the opium trade of the 19th century. In pre-World War II Europe, in the nation of Hanskat, where the Jewish people controlled the national economy, a single loaf of bread cost a staggering 500,000 marks. Finally, a little-known man with a mustache emerged, nearly wiping the Jewish people from the face of the earth. But, like weeds that spring back with the breeze, with the aid of their exceptionally powerful ally, the lighthouse nation, the Jews swiftly established their own state in the Middle East. It cannot be called established, but rather seized. And even, to this very day, the Jewish state established by the Jews in the Middle East continues to voraciously devour Palestinian territory. Yet this action undoubtedly crosses the red lines of every nation in the region. During this period, armed forces from various nations and local factions have boldly confronted the Jews. The Middle Eastern state's unwavering stance of either you die or I survive has caused the Jewish state immense headaches. Perhaps under pressure, the Jews have now pressured the lighthouse nation to relocate their people to the Myanmar alliance, attempting to annex it and establish a second Jewish state there? Gu Xian speculated silently. Regardless, the Kachin nation must unify all of Burma. This is crucial for unlocking the next stage of the system's tech tree. We cannot afford failure. But doing so would undoubtedly shatter the lighthouse nation's plans in Southeast Asia. They might then adopt a stance of outright annihilation against Kachin, potentially even resorting to nuclear deterrence. Therefore, we must first elevate Kachin's military strength by several tiers. At the very least, we must make the lighthouse nation hesitate to act recklessly. With China's backing, Kachin could rise to prominence in the blink of an eye. With this realization, Gu Xian hesitated no longer. He spent 2,000 reversal points to unlock the bionic robot technology from the system's tech tree. Once the objectives are set, everything else falls into place. Beyond rebuilding the national economy and collaborating with China on infrastructure development, Kachin's top priorities now are developing 6th-generation fighter jets, Tianming tanks, and bionic robot combat units to forge a fully technologized military force under my absolute command. Gu Xian murmured to himself, his gaze unwaveringly resolute. Then, once the counterattack points are fully accumulated, I'll exchange them for longevity potions to open up an entirely new revenue stream. With ample financial backing, I'm confident both national development and technological research will proceed much more smoothly. And finally, of course, comes the research into mushroom bombs and hydrogen bombs. Gu Xian stretched lazily, speaking with leisurely ease. Good grief. Judging by the workload I've designed for myself, it seems I'll truly have to become a tireless workhorse, dedicating myself entirely to scientific research during this period. As for other matters, Gu Xian was confident that with the government center led by Sula and the support of the Huaxia construction team, restoring the national economy and ensuring the basic sustenance of the people would certainly pose no problem. Moreover, this very opportunity could be seized to completely dismantle and rebuild the internal structure of Kachin State. The black and gray industries must be eradicated entirely, and a brand new, multi-sector advanced industrial chain must be forged. We cannot allow the awkward situation where Gu Xian has developed the technological weapons, yet Kachin State lacks the capacity for mass production. 6th generation fighter jets, Tianming tactical tanks, bionic robots, sky curtain system, rebellion slaying battle armor, longevity elixir. These technologies span hundreds of industrial sectors. Their initial creation required Gu Xian and Sula to exhaust every resource, gathering materials through sheer determination. Mass production? It was nothing short of a pipe dream. For the short term, Kachin could rely on importing necessary parts and materials from China and other nations, but they couldn't depend on this channel forever, could they? Should that happen? Should Kachin's foreign trade channels ever be severed, the nation's entire industrial development and technological research would instantly collapse. This was something Gu Xian could not accept. As the saying goes, relying on others is less reliable than relying on oneself. Once Kachin perfects its advanced industrial chain and bolsters its formidable military strength, it will never again have to bow to the whims of any nation in the world. Your Excellency, the Chinese side has sought our counsel regarding our development blueprint. Development plans? Gu Xian heard Sula's inquiry and chuckled. By the highest standards. From this day forward, Sula, I formally declare that the kingdom of Kachin will be built into a thoroughly advanced industrial nation. Not one where black and gray industries dominate half the national economy. Gu Xian declared with unwavering resolve, his tone brooking no argument. But, Your Excellency, our nation's industrial foundation is extremely weak. If we truly aim to build an advanced industrial nation as you propose, even the 350 billion dole plus our nation's final 50 billion reserves totaling 400 billion dole wouldn't even cover the cost. I am well aware of that. Then, leader, you still. Gu Xian replied with a smile. As a Chinese citizen, he understood all too well the immense hardships China had endured along its journey. The industrial achievements attained today were the result of decades of struggle and countless sacrifices made by generations of predecessors. For the Kachin State to achieve such progress in a short time was nothing short of a pipe dream. But there was one thing he couldn't help but conceal: his ultimate trump card. With that thought in mind, Gu Xian didn't give Sula a chance to speak again, directly sending him a document he held in his hand. Chapter 28, Longevity Potion? Are you kidding me, Chief? Inside the office, Sura cautiously scanned the surroundings. Finding nothing amiss, he exhaled in relief and clicked open the file Gu Xian had sent him. He never doubted this young leader's terrifying research capabilities. No, perhaps there was once. But ever since Gu Xian developed the celestial canopy system and the rebellion-slaying battle armor, every last shred of doubt vanished from his mind. My goodness. The kingdom of Kachin is finally about to welcome a genius on par with Einstein, Newton, and Edison. Sura thought to himself. But the next instant, his pupils contracted sharply, his eyes filled with utter disbelief. Clunk. The phone fell to the ground as Sula froze in shock. But he had no time to lament the phone's fate. What had he just seen? Longevity potion? A potion that could extend life by up to 15 years? He took back his earlier words. This leader of ours isn't just on par with the top 3, he surpasses them. He's far beyond the highest tier. A longevity potion, huh? As a middle-aged man with one foot in the grave, Sura knew all too well what this represented. It could be said that 99% of the world's wealthy cannot resist the allure of extending their lives. They pursue longevity with near-obsessive fervor, investing vast sums in medical advancements to cling to a few extra years. They spare no expense in applying the world's most cutting-edge drugs and equipment to themselves. While this approach does effectively extend life, the financial and material resources consumed are undoubtedly enormous. So immense, in fact, that even those billionaires who treat money as nothing occasionally find it unbearable. But now, the documents here reveal that simply drinking 3 bottles of longevity potion could extend one's life by 15 years. Damn it! Come on, tell me which official could resist such temptation. Your Excellency, is this longevity potion you speak of real, or are we joking again? Sura asked tentatively. Hearing this, Gu Xian chuckled softly and replied, of course it's real. Have I ever made empty promises? Moreover, I've nearly finalized the core concept for the longevity potion. I expect the finished product to be ready in under 2 months, and based on my estimates, the production cost won't exceed $1 million. Now guess how many world-class tycoons will be lining up to hand us their money once this product hits the market? At that point, selling it for 10 million, 100 million, a billion, or even 50 billion, I'm sure those tycoons would find it acceptable. Sula chimed in, if this elixir truly becomes a reality, political leaders worldwide won't be able to resist the allure of longevity. They'll inevitably ease trade restrictions on our Kachin nation and seek to curry favor with us. When we then request precious metals, minerals, and other valuable resources, it'll likely be much easier. Exactly. That's the logic. Once the longevity serum emerges, it won't just improve Kachin's diplomatic relations with other nations, it could even make our Kachin state a medical superpower. We'd monopolize the entire longevity market. Gu Xian smiled faintly as he spoke. Your Excellency, I am truly in awe. That you could even develop such an elixir is beyond my imagination. Once mass production begins, the staggering wealth it will bring our nation is unimaginable. By then, building not just one advanced industrial system, but 10 would be a piece of cake. Gu Xian quickly cut off Sula's exaggerated praise. Hold on. The longevity serum isn't a reality yet. Stop daydreaming for now, Mr. Sula. Instead of wasting time on that, you'd be better off working with the China construction team to draft a plan. Figuring out how to restore our nation's socio-economic recovery to the greatest extent possible is what truly matters. I just got a little carried away. I'll get right on it, Your Excellency. Sula responded promptly, then excitedly mobilized a series of Kachin construction experts to meet with the tens of thousands of workers dispatched from China to discuss the plan. After hanging up, Gu Xian wasted no time. Exercising his authority as leader, he directly commanded frontline researchers and workers to complete the follow-up construction of the Sky Dome system. The previous 33 base stations had only barely covered half of Kachin State's front line facing the Union of Myanmar, which was precisely why they had been caught off guard. This time, without China's assistance, Gu Xian would have had little effective countermeasure against the Union of Myanmar's 300,000-strong offensive in such a short time frame. Had it come to that, even if he could hold out long enough to deploy next-generation weapons, the Kachin State would likely have been devastated beyond recovery. However, if the Sky Shield system were truly perfected by then, Gu Xian would fear no offensive. Want to invade our homeland? First figure out how to breach our Kachin State's vast plasma shield. Gu Xian thought to himself. The Sky Shield system was flawless in every way except for one single drawback. Its enormous energy consumption. So immense that sustaining it long-term would strain even a nation's resources to the breaking point. This alone demonstrates just how terrifying the plasma consumption truly is. Therefore, the best defense is a good offense. After such prolonged deliberation, Gu Xian had already selected the next primary offensive technological weapon. That would be the Tianming tactical tank. Whether it was bionic robots or 6th-generation fighter jets, none could match the Tianming tank's sheer deterrence and lethality on the land battlefield. The Tianming tactical tank had long transcended the realm of ordinary modern tanks, boasting an advancement level that surpassed the Sky Curtain system by an entire tier. Allowing Gu Xian to develop a complete version of the Tianming tactical tank would be tantamount to signing his own death warrant. However, developing a secondary version of the Tianming tactical tank was entirely feasible. But even a secondary Tianming tactical tank would be more than sufficient. Wait a few more days. Once we accumulate enough reversal points for the longevity serum, redeem it immediately. This is the entire Kachin Kingdom's money tree, we absolutely cannot delay. But once it's developed, we absolutely cannot keep that rather vulgar and blunt name longevity potion. We need something high-end, sophisticated, and classy. Oh, and the packaging and exterior must be exquisitely crafted, otherwise, how will we get those suckers to open their wallets? Gu Xian had already begun scheming about marketing strategies for the longevity potion. It wasn't that he was greedy, but the entire Kachin state was simply too impoverished. Poverty had reached an extreme level. For the nation's economic development and intensive scientific research, $400 billion was nowhere near enough. But Gu Xian did the math on that sum. Even if just 1/10,000th or 100,000th of it were taken out, it could provide a lifetime of carefree happiness for an ordinary family. It could be said that class distinctions exist. Gu Xian was no longer the ordinary citizen he once was. He now stood as the supreme leader of the entire Kachin nation, truly holding the highest position of leadership both in name and in reality. If we were to fully perfect the Sky Curtain system, encircling the entire border of Kachin State and the future projected territory of the nation, along with the required manpower, material resources, finances, and so forth, it would cost another $300 billion. Developing the Tianming tank from research to mass production of over 10 units would cost roughly, $80 billion. The remaining production of the Junyi warrior armor and secondary combat suits, to achieve the scale required for subsequent legion formation, will require approximately $500 billion. As for the 6th-generation fighter jets, each unit costs around $15 billion. However, establishing the assembly line and procuring the vast quantities of related materials will require several $100 billion more. For bionic robots, establishing a fully integrated Army Navy Air Force Corps, including subsequent maintenance and personnel operation, will cost $10 billion. Finally, the longevity serum currently in development. While the system lists its base cost as such, establishing mass production lines, acquiring necessary equipment, and training personnel will easily exceed hundreds of billions. After running the calculations, Gu Xian arrived at a staggering conclusion. High-tech research is a goddamn money pit. And it burns through cash like crazy. Tens or even hundreds of billions at a time. What small country could withstand such spending? Understanding China tobacco really brings to mind that saying, if you don't smoke and I don't smoke, where would the money for building aircraft carriers come from? Gu Xian shrugged helplessly. However, he didn't know that on the other side, the Chinese construction crew had been rendered speechless by Sula's single remark. Chapter 29, Money Talks. As the representative of the Chinese aid construction team in Kachin State, Yang Hu was now so stunned he couldn't utter a word. He just stared blankly at Sula and the group of Kachin experts. Both sides looked at each other. Until Yang Hu finally couldn't hold back. He whispered, Chief Sula, are you pulling my leg? Not at all, guest from China. Then tell me, do you have any idea how much money this construction plan and aid package you're offering will cost? Tearing down all these, relatively impoverished lands and underdeveloped infrastructure in your Kachin State, then rebuilding them to rival the scale of our second-tier cities in China. And not only do you demand urban construction, but you've also included industrialization plans, expecting China to build a comprehensive, multi-tiered light and heavy industrial system for you? And finally, you demand that China provide paid relief supplies during this period to meet the basic living needs of millions of people? At this point, Yang Hu was utterly speechless, or more accurately, stunned. He genuinely didn't know what to say. It wasn't that he was trying to undermine this leader. It was simply that this gentleman's demands were utterly preposterous. Of these three demands, only the last one was somewhat manageable. The first two were each more difficult than the last. On the surface, urban development seemed far more complex than industrialization. But in truth, it was the exact opposite. To Yang Hu, accustomed to refined flour, the industrial system of Kachin State was utterly trashy as it could possibly be. Yet, the leader of Kachin State actually demanded that China assist them in building it. What else could it be but a pipe dream? Setting aside light industry, establishing any sector of heavy industry from scratch would require at least tens of billions of yuan. And that's just one sector. And if they wanted to complete the entire project, converted into dollars, the potential expenditure could reach trillions, or even exceed 10 trillion or 20 trillion yuan. Add to that urban development and their myriad other expenditures. Humph. By this calculation, it would take $500 billion to barely get it done. Moreover, the territory of Kachin State is already quite small. Even if we include all of Burma's original territory, it would only be slightly larger than a few provinces in China. This land area is simply insufficient. One issue is funding. And the other is land area. Which of these can Kachin State possibly satisfy? It likely cannot satisfy either. Especially the first one. $50 trillion. For the Chinese to cough up that kind of money, they'd have to pay an enormous price, to the point of bleeding themselves dry. Let alone a tiny little Kachin State. Not just one, even 50 of them couldn't manage it. Precisely for this reason, Yang Hu spoke to Sula, whom he still regarded as the Kachin leader, with utter disbelief. Under normal circumstances, he would have remained calm and composed, his tone level. After all, while traveling abroad, he represented the face of China. He couldn't afford to embarrass his country, no matter what. Therefore, when conversing with other world leaders, Yang Hu was extremely mindful of his facial expressions. No matter what happened, even if the sky were to fall, he would not smile. Unless he couldn't help it. Sula's proposal nearly made Yang Hu burst out laughing on the spot, but fortunately, he managed to restrain himself. The sun hung high in the sky. Sunlight bathed the crowd. Sula clenched his fist, feeling the warmth of the sun, and smiled back at Yang Hu. Distinguished guest from China, I am well aware of the astronomical funds and immense manpower required for this endeavor. But trust me, the Kachin nation can absolutely handle it. I don't buy it for a second. You old crook, you're up to no good. Yang Hu couldn't help but mutter under his breath as he listened to Sula's words. Keep spinning your yarns, spinning them round and round. With such unrealistic methods, won't it be your Kachin State that collapses in the end? Yet, the very next moment, Yang Hu was utterly stunned. Given the enormous funds involved, I hereby request on behalf of the Kachin nation to amend the aid agreement signed with Huaxia. All expenses related to human resources shall be fully covered by Huaxia, while the remaining funds will be borne solely by our Kachin nation. Furthermore, all materials required for establishing industrial systems, urban development, and ensuring basic sustenance for our people shall be supplied by China at prices 10% below market rates. Yang Hu's eyelids fluttered. He could no longer maintain his composure. Mr. Leader, are you serious? Naturally. The Kachin State holds great sincerity in cooperating with China. I trust you, our guest from China, are well aware of the immense economic benefits this entails. I understand. I couldn't be more aware. Yang Hu declared with conviction. Are you kidding me? If, and I mean if. And the Kachin State could truly allocate such a substantial sum for development. China would become the second largest beneficiary. Materials worth hundreds of trillions of dollars and an estimated million jobs would instantly revitalize China's sluggish domestic economy. Hundreds of trillions of dollars in orders. Converted to renminbi, that's hundreds of trillions. If this were to materialize, China will usher in its second golden age of economic development, second only to the reform era. No, it wouldn't even be an economic golden age. It would be more accurate to call it the golden age of golden ages. It can be said that, if we seize this opportunity, China's economic strength and national savings could surpass the United States in a remarkably short time, claiming the top spot globally and becoming the true world's leading power. But all of this hinges on a single statement from the leader of this small nation before him. Even if his tone is utterly confident. But where on earth would he get hundreds of trillions of dollars? Even if he were to sell his kidneys, he'd need to sell billions of them, wouldn't he? Yang Hu was baffled. Guest from China, you don't believe my words? Not at all. But, Mr. Leader, I must ask, where exactly does your Kachin state intend to secure such funds? Faced with Yang Hu's inquiry, Sula merely shook his head, offering no further explanation. Mr. Yang Hu, when the time is right, you will naturally learn where the Kachin state obtained this sum. I assure you, every word I speak today is sincere, not a single one meant to deceive you. I mean every word. Hearing Sula's resolute tone, Yang Hu swallowed his overwhelming confusion. But the very next moment, Yang Hu's entire body trembled. We kindly request our guests from China to collaborate with our construction experts to develop the initial urbanization plan and heavy industry construction plan, as well as the logistics for large-scale civilian supplies. Once the plans and detailed budgets are finalized, we will transfer the funds immediately, even if your Chinese construction team hasn't completed the work or hasn't even started yet. Distinguished guests from China, trust me, the Kachin state holds the utmost sincerity. Of course, I also expect your Chinese construction team to maintain absolute integrity in budgets and quotations. Should any falsification or overbilling be uncovered by our financial department, this matter will escalate to the level of bilateral diplomatic relations. Please give this serious consideration. What the hell did I just hear? The client wants payment up front before the contractor even starts work? And it's a mega project worth hundreds of billions, even trillions. At this very moment, Yang Hu felt like 10,000 horses trampling muddy grass were galloping through his mind. My benefactor. My benefactor. After decades in this industry, Yang Hu had never encountered such a big spender who didn't treat money like dirt. Even Middle Eastern camels couldn't match this level of generosity. Damn generous. At that very moment, Yang Hu could practically taste the money. A newfound respect flickered in his eyes as he looked at Sula. Big spender, no, big shot. Please take me with you. Please take me with you. As for the latter part of Sula's speech, Yang Hu immediately pounded his chest with solemn assurance, declaring in unwavering tones, "Rest assured, Chief Sula. We Chinese will execute this with absolute precision, not a single drop of water will be added." Very well, then. Sura smiled, extended his hand, and slowly said, "Happy cooperation? Happy cooperation." Yang Hu nodded vigorously. Chapter 30, China's Infrastructure Speed. After Sula and Yang Hu finalized the details of the first city's construction and industrialization system with the China construction team, several days had passed. After everyone's relentless efforts, the general framework for urban development had finally been finalized. At Sula's strong recommendation, Yang Hu selected Kachin State's capital city, the future capital agreed upon by Sula, Guxian, and the military civilian ministers, as the site for construction. The terrain surrounding Kachin City was flat, abundant in water resources, and centrally located within Kachin State, making it one of the nation's key transportation hubs. Coupled with its already solid foundational infrastructure, it naturally became the first site for construction. After deciding to pursue urban development, when Yang Hu timidly reported that building a second-tier city rivaling only Huaxia's Magic City in the capital would require $103 billion, Sula, acting on Gu Xian's instructions, waved his hand decisively, directly withdrawing 1/4 of the national treasury's reserves. Upon seeing the funds deposited, Yang Hu rubbed his eyes, feeling as though he were dreaming. Holy moly, today I finally met a good soul. A good person. Truly a good soul. Just as Yang Hu thought it was over, Sula transferred another $10 billion to China's official account. Mr. Sula, what on earth is this? Yang Hu asked in bewilderment. Just as he was about to ask if this was a tip for them, Sula's words silenced him. This 10 billion dail is for supplying daily necessities to our Kachin people. What were you saying, Mr. Yang Hu? Oh, nothing. I've been a bit busy lately and almost forgot about this. Then please take care of yourself, Mr. Yang Hu. Don't neglect your health. Hearing Sula's reply, Yang Hu could only respond awkwardly with repeated nods. All right. He really had let the tail wag the dog just now, almost believing that this money was actually meant for the construction workers' expenses. He had even questioned Sula's leader for being unrealistic. And now he was doing the exact same thing. But, that said, This Chief Sula of Kachin State is truly generous, sending the money over without even seeing the supplies first. He's undoubtedly a true gentleman. Yang Hu murmured to himself with inner delight. $110 billion. Such a massive sum could revitalize the economy of an entire province in China. Not only would it generate substantial profits, but it could also alleviate the economic stagnation plaguing one of our provinces. It could be coordinated and improved. Since Party A had already transferred the project funds, as the representative of Party B, he couldn't let the Kachin State underestimate him. Next, let them witness the terrifying speed of China's infrastructure development. Just as the Union of Myanmar prepared to wait a month, eager to see how far China would go to protect its own interests, a shocking piece of news broke. China and the Kachin State publicly declared to the world that the two nations had reached an aid agreement, and China would launch multi-year assistance programs for Kachin State. This included, but was not limited to, urban development, industrial infrastructure expansion, and essential supplies assistance. The first urban development project will be centered in Kachin State's future capital, Kachin City. What does this signify? From this moment onward, China and Kachin State will be inextricably linked. Damn it! How dare these Chinese be so shameless, openly aiding Kachin State? Isn't this a direct attack on us Jews and the land of the free? Just wait. Once we develop hypersonic missiles, I'll make both China and Kachin State understand that this world still belongs to us Jews. In an office within the Union of Myanmar, an elderly man with a ferocious expression shouted angrily. As a noble Jew, to suffer repeated humiliations at the hands of China and Kachin State, how could he possibly tolerate it? Once I've swallowed up Kachin State and conquered China, I'll start selling bread a single loaf for 10,000 yuan. No, make that $50,000. Damn it. Hurry up and ask those useless researchers who do nothing but eat dry rice all day, ask them how long it'll take to develop a supersonic missile at the very latest. Hearing the Judas-like figure's furious roar, an assistant beside him hurriedly interjected, reporting to Your Excellency, the scientists in Lighthouse Nation have pledged their word. Within 2 months, they will develop the hypersonic missile. Good. We still have time. Use this time to analyze the weaknesses of Kachin's so-called Sky Shield system. Crack the damn shield before the hypersonic missile is ready. Sir, we've already made some progress. It's that the energy consumption of this Sky Shield system is immense once activated. As long as we maintain sustained firepower, I believe Kachin won't last long. Excellent. Well done. Once we crush the Kachin State and unify all of Burma, we, the noble Juda tribe, shall establish a second nation. What doesn't kill us only makes us stronger. In the future, there can only be one victor in the third war, and that will be our noble Juda tribe. The elderly Judean declared with vicious intensity. While the Jews within the Lighthouse Nation and the Union of Myanmar harbored their own secret ambitions, the Kachin State's domestic development was in full swing, bolstered by the allure of wealth. China demonstrated what true infrastructure speed truly means. Within a single month, in Kachin State, towering skyscrapers have sprung up like mountains, modern transportation networks, advanced water purification systems and sewerage, along with heating systems. It can be said that the city was built by directly replicating China's advanced urban management systems and layout. Commercial districts, industrial zones, administrative areas, and residential neighborhoods were meticulously planned. From points to lines, from line to plane, covering layer by layer, the entire city transformed almost daily. Not a trace of its former poverty and decay remains visible. Simultaneously, under Gu Xian's command, 5 plasma base stations were evenly distributed around the city, designed to accommodate a population of millions. Beyond integrating the associated sky canopy system for absolute defense. This past month, through Gu Xian's casual research, he had spent 10 billion credits, resulting in over 3,000 units of the secondary Junyi warrior armor being produced. Meanwhile, the authentic Junyi warrior armor, including the 6 previously manufactured units, now reached a total of 50 sets. Half of these were deployed to safeguard Ku City, while the other half is being integrated into military development. Though several thousand sets may seem insufficient, but this represents the absolute limit. For the genuine and secondary versions of the rebellion-slaying armor, the materials would be extremely difficult to source without China's supply. Even if obtained, the production costs would be significantly higher. However, Gu Xian remarked, it's always easier with a strong ally. With China's backing, everything seems to flow smoothly. However, during this period, the United States and the Union of Myanmar remained so well behaved that even Gu Xian found it somewhat unnerving. But, who cares? A little quiet is welcome. Meanwhile, massive shipments of daily necessities from China enough to sustain 5 million people long-term began pouring in. Essentials for daily life, clothing, food, shelter, and transportation flooded into Kachin State like a raging torrent. Under Gu Xian's directive, Sula distributed these supplies free of charge to the masses who had endured years of war. However, there was one condition: they must participate in the industrialization projects underway in Kachin State and across the nation. Those who declined to participate, they could purchase the supplies at prices far below market rates. For instance, flatbreads costing mere pennies. This series of measures swiftly lifted Kachin State from the brink of collapse within a remarkably short time frame. At this very moment, it was like a rebirth, changing day by day. China's infrastructure speed never disappoints. Since the plan is progressing smoothly, we can formally initiate the next phase. Gu Xian glanced at the domestic situation summary sent by Sula, smiling faintly, clearly extremely satisfied. After uttering these words, he turned his head to gaze at the liquid within the cultivation chamber. From this moment on, he was about to announce that the medical field was about to undergo a seismic shift. Chapter 31, Starlight Elixir. Gu Xian stood silently beside the incubation chamber, his eyes fixed intently on the liquid within a substance that had consumed the better part of his energy, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Had any other researchers stumbled upon him in this peculiar state, might well assume their esteemed leader had succumbed to work-induced stress, descending into mental chaos. 100 billion yuan invested. It was worth every penny to build this high-tech production line and import precision instruments from China. Finally, we've succeeded. Profits? Massive profits. If we bottle the liquid from this cultivation tank, we'll get about 200 bottles. The combined cost of materials, labor, and daily maintenance for one tank is roughly $10 billion, but each bottle sells for at least $1 billion. So, the longevity serum from one tank nets us 19 billion dole, maybe even more. That net profit, terrifying, absolutely terrifying. Gu Xian snapped his fingers. Even with this rough calculation, he could sense the astronomical profit hidden within. And that was with him deliberately underestimating the potion's price. What if each bottle sold for 2 billion? 300 million? 500 million? 100 million? He dared not imagine it. Gu Xian couldn't even bring himself to think about it. However, even though a single longevity serum in a cultivation chamber only required 10 billion dola, the instruments needed for collection and the production time still remained a reality. Mass production in the short term was simply impossible. However, even if it were possible, Gu Xian would never commit such foolishness, killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. In this world, no matter where, the value of goods always follows one principle. That principle is, rarity determines value. Take diamonds, for instance. In previous eras, these gems were nearly as precious as gold. But since diamond mines began gushing forth across Africa like they were free, a major global diamond processing company has spent enormous sums acquiring mining rights. All to keep diamond prices stable and prevent a sudden crash. If such a collapse had occurred, the company would likely face instant bankruptcy. Similarly, this principle applies to Gu Xian's longevity elixir research. If Gu Xian were to dump massive quantities of longevity potions onto the market, forget about $100 million, he'd be lucky to scrape together 10 million. Those wealthy individuals aren't pushovers. Knowing you have such massive inventory, coupled with the national treasury's chronic deficit, they'd be desperate to make a move. You want to sell 100 million? Fine. We won't buy. And see if you can hold the price or lower it. If it comes down to it, we'll just drag this out and see who can outlast whom. But if Gu Xian leaks to the outside world that the longevity potions are scarce, that changes everything. 97% of the world's wealth is concentrated in the hands of just 1% of the global population. Don't be fooled by the small percentage. The sheer scale is staggering. If these wealthy old buddies, desperate to cling to life, learn that Kachin holds a limited supply of life-extending potions, they'll be like dogs seeing a bone. They'd rush forward without hesitation. No one would be an exception. Put yourself in their shoes. If Gu Xian were one of those tycoons, he'd likely spare no expense to acquire and hold these potions in his hands. Whether for resale or for personal use, it would be an excellent choice either way. The wealthy span all ages, the elderly will pass, and the young will inevitably grow old. Regardless of age, from centenarians to 10-year-olds, if one is born into a life of luxury, cradled in privilege from birth, how many wouldn't yearn to prolong their existence? Gu Xian pondered this deeply, drawing in a sharp breath. From now on, these liquids would be the very gods of wealth for their Kachin kingdom. There could be no room for complacency. His gaze drifted downward. And through the cultivation chamber, he gazed at the liquid shimmering with starlight ripples and radiating brilliant colors. A faint smile touched his lips. From now on, you shall be called Starlight Elixir. Give the packaging a more stylish look, sell it in smaller quantities, I bet the wealthy will be hooked. This stuff isn't just about extending life, it subtly enhances human potential, purges impurities, and can even cure early-stage and mid-stage cancers along with various intractable diseases without much trouble. It can even boost brain activity and accelerate human thought processes. Honestly, the only drawback is the price tag, otherwise, it's flawless. Truly worthy of being published by the system. Gu Xian murmured in admiration. After all, Starlight Potion was merely a product from the first stage of the system's tech tree. Once the system was unlocked to deeper levels in the future, who knows what other medical potions might emerge in related fields. By then, their Kachin Kingdom would become the undisputed superpower in this field. It was even possible that even the Lighthouse Nation would have to act according to the whims of the Kachin Kingdom in this regard. After all, those old men in the Lighthouse Nation aren't exactly spring chickens anymore. Longevity, even immortality, is an innate pursuit ingrained in every living being. At least from Gu Xian's personal perspective, no one could resist the allure of longevity. No one. Phew, boss, you wanted to see me? Cough cough cough, this is exhausting me. After receiving Gu Xian's urgent summons, Sula suppressed the drowsiness in her mind and rushed over without even taking the time to properly dress. Yes, indeed. Urgent business. Major business. Gu Xian couldn't help but smile at Sula's disheveled hair. Had he been pushing this former Kachin leader a bit too hard? What is it? Could it be that Your Excellency has uncovered some new major move by the Lighthouse Nation or the Union of Myanmar? Sula asked, his voice thick with urgency. Not exactly. With the Chinese construction team stationed here, it's like telling the Lighthouse Nation and the entire world that Kachin now has China's protection. Add to that China's recent development of hypersonic intercontinental missiles. Why would those foreign devils stir up trouble now? You're right. So why did you come to see me, leader? The Chinese construction team is working at full steam right now. If I don't keep a close eye on things and coordinate with them, the construction pace in our Kachin state might get delayed. And, at this point, Sula fell silent. Meeting Gu Xian's questioning gaze, he paused before finally speaking. Our Kachin state treasury funds, originally $400 billion, have already been depleted by more than half due to urban construction, industrial system development, socioeconomic recovery, and scientific research. In another month, we'll likely have nothing left in our pockets. The urgent priority now is for our Kachin state to find a way to generate revenue. Ha ha, I was wondering what it could be. Gu Xian laughed heartily upon hearing Sula's concerns, dismissively waving his hand. Just as Sula was about to say more, Gu Xian murmured softly, follow me. I have some major news to share with you, Mr. Sula. Though 1,000 questions swirled in his mind, Sura had no choice but to suppress his confusion and obediently follow Gu Xian toward the research lab. Before long, the two entered the laboratory, a space Sula had lavishly funded and dedicated exclusively to Gu Xian. Gu Xian walked back to the area where the incubation chamber was placed, and turned away, seemingly occupied with something else. From Sula's perspective, Gu Xian's posture was the spitting image of a female lead in a foot-basin chicken movie stuck inside a washing machine. It wasn't just similar, it was identical. Whoa, could it be the boss has this kind of kink? Sura's heart pounded wildly. No way. Getting this wild. Oh my goodness, my boss, with all those young guys under your command, why did you have to pick him? Is it too late to leave now? Hey, job's done, Mr. Sura. Drink it up. Just as Sura was lost in his thoughts, Gu Xian's cheerful voice reached his ears. Recalling some unspeakable scenarios, Sura was about to shake his head in refusal, but the next moment, he froze. Sura stared at the cup Gu Xian held out, filled with a crystalline, dazzling liquid he'd never seen before, and felt an unfamiliar flutter in his chest. He lifted his head, his voice hoarse. What is this? Chapter 32, the show begins. Hearing Sula's incredulous tone, Gu Xian smiled helplessly and said, Mr. Sula, have you forgotten the name of the document I handed you a month ago? A document name? Sura froze. Then suddenly recalled. He remembered it all. Everything came flooding back. These past days, working day and night alongside the relevant departments of the Kachin state and the Chinese construction team, he had almost completely forgotten everything Gu Xian had ever told him. But now, after Gu Xian's reminder, it all came flooding back. Your Excellency, are you saying this is the so-called longevity potion? Sula asked cautiously. Gu Xian remained silent, but seeing the middle-aged man across from him who gazed at him with deep emotion yet kept scratching his ear and rubbing his cheek, he couldn't hold back any longer and burst into laughter. You drink it first. Instead of answering directly, he urged Sula to drink the mysterious liquid before him. Hearing this, Sula glanced at Gu Xian, then lowered her head to scrutinize the liquid in the cup. Drink it. Drink it. Countless tiny voices seemed to spring from the depths of Sula's mind, frantically urging her to consume the liquid. Feeling the increasingly intense throbbing in her body, she recalled Gu Xian's words. Such indecisiveness, you're no real man at all. Sula cursed himself silently. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly downed the entire cup of liquid in one gulp. Ah! So damn good. The moment the liquid touched her tongue, Sura felt an utterly refreshing sensation wash over his entire body, as if it originated from the depths of his lungs and reached the very core of his soul. This feeling. Sura's pupils dilated as she felt the changes within her body, unable to suppress a gasp of astonishment. After an unknown amount of time, the refreshing sensation gradually faded, replaced by a warm current that spread from a single point across his entire body. His entire body felt warm and cozy, an indescribable comfort. A refreshing version of ice and fire? Sula scratched his head and muttered under his breath. Time passed slowly until the warmth faded once more. After confirming his body felt perfectly normal, Sula released his cross-legged sitting posture and rose to his feet at a leisurely pace. How does it feel? Great. Indescribably great. I feel light all over, and even my mind feels more alert for some reason. Excellent. Just from the surface, your vitality and spirit have noticeably increased. Even your white hair has completely vanished, and the wrinkles on your face have faded considerably. Hey, even my complexion looks brighter. Hearing Gu Xian's praise, Sula chuckled softly. Then, as if remembering something, he quickly straightened up and bowed solemnly to Gu Xian. Thank you, Commander, for giving me a new lease on life. Even if Gu Xian said nothing now, Sula knew exactly what she had just swallowed. Longevity potion. It truly lives up to its reputation. Even now, Sula was still reeling from the shock, unable to fully process it. When she looked at Gu Xian again, Sula froze, her curiosity piqued. Leader, why did you take off your shirt to cover your mouth and nose? Just look at the state you're in. Now take a good whiff. Hearing Gu Xian's words, Sula looked down. What she saw shocked her. Holy crap! How did I end up covered in layer upon layer of black magazines? This must be nearly a centimeter thick? He'd been so hyped up earlier that it made sense he hadn't noticed anything unusual. Thinking this, Sura sniffed with her nose. But soon enough, Sura paid a painful price for this decision. It stinks. Who pooped? Watching Sula retch, Gu Xian said in a deep, resonant voice, clean yourself up first, then come see me. Yes, Commander. Even if Gu Xian hadn't said anything, Sula would have done just that. After Sula bathed and changed, he returned to the lab. So, head, as you said, this cultivation tank can produce 300 bottles of starlight elixir. And a person can only drink a maximum of 3 bottles to gain 15 years of life. At that time, you gave me the dosage of 3 bottles? That's correct. Gu Xian nodded in acknowledgement. Hearing Gu Xian's definitive answer, it was Sula's turn to be completely baffled. Hold on a second. Let me process this. So that means, he just downed a Starglow potion worth hundreds of millions of dollars in one gulp? No wonder the effect was so powerful. Alright, stop spacing out. Next, we'll need Mr. Sura to step up and hold a press conference to announce this major news. Just imagine what would happen if the world's top tycoons, politicians, and warlords heard that our Kachin nation had secured such a serum? Money, unfathomable amounts of money. Sura replied instinctively. Exactly. I can already picture the world's wealthiest individuals lining up to hand over their fortunes the moment this starlight elixir hits the market. Gu Xian chuckled. All that effort had not been in vain. This cash cow, the starlight potion, was about to blossom and bear fruit, bursting forth with the most dazzling brilliance to astonish the entire world. Then I'll go prepare right away. Sura's voice trembled slightly with excitement. You've just consumed the equivalent of 3 bottles of starlight elixir. It's not advisable to engage in high-intensity mental activity now, especially late at night. You should rest. This will maximize the elixir's ability to enhance brain activity. Let's announce it tomorrow morning. For now, release this information officially as the Kachin state government, but keep it vague. Just say our Kachin state has achieved a breakthrough in the medical field, developing a technology that will revolutionize human civilization. That should whet their appetite. Gu Xian said with a smile. However, there's one more matter I need to consult with you, Mr. Sura. As he finished speaking, Sura hastily waved his hands, replying urgently, Your Excellency overestimates me. Were it not for you, the Kachin nation might have been erased from the world long ago. You hold this old man in far too high regard. There was no hint of flattery in his words. He spoke nothing but truth. Spoken from the heart. Setting aside Gu Xian's previous contributions to Kachin, the starlight potion he had just consumed alone was priceless. No! Had it not been for Gu Xian's intervention, he would never have had access to such a thing. This was something money couldn't buy, yet now the leader had casually produced it and given it to him to drink. Extending one's lifespan, this was an indescribably immense blessing. I'm serious. How much do you think the starlight elixir should be priced at? How much should we sell it for? Gu Xian asked earnestly. Sura froze, then slapped his forehead. He hadn't seriously considered this before, too caught up in his excitement. After deep contemplation, his eyes flickered as he murmured, truthfully, starlight potion shouldn't have a fixed price, its value is simply immeasurable. Gu Xian nodded, gesturing for Sula to continue. This potion absolutely cannot be sold in bulk all at once. If that were to happen, the price would likely spiral beyond the control of our Kachin kingdom. Therefore, my proposal is to conduct auctions. While monetary value isn't the sole focus, we should prioritize it initially. After all, the kingdom of Kachin's expenditures are expanding daily. Without new revenue streams, we might all end up eating dirt. The optimal approach would be monthly auctions, with 3 vials per set, totaling 30 sets for sale. Perhaps we could also secretly supply Starlight Potion to China alongside our global market. China has always been deep-pocketed, they could likely absorb any quantity. Moreover, in our dealings with China, we could sell it at a fixed price and convert it into corresponding resources. At this point, Sura chuckled and continued, I'm sure China wouldn't refuse such a lucrative deal under any circumstances. You win, I win, everyone wins, what a splendid outcome. Yes, a very good situation. Gu Xian and Sula exchanged glances, both chuckling softly. An elder in the family is like a treasure. Sula's approach was like a bolt of lightning, gradually clearing Gu Xian's thoughts. Had. Now that the plan had been tentatively agreed upon. Then, the show was about to begin. Chapter 33, The Press Conference. The next morning, a report emerged from Kachin State that sent shockwaves across the globe. Kachin State has achieved a monumental breakthrough in global medicine. A groundbreaking product capable of revolutionizing human technological civilization has emerged. Isn't this just bragging? A tiny country like Kachin State developing something groundbreaking enough to overturn human technological civilization? They're not afraid of talking themselves into trouble? Yeah, that's way too bold. Even if Kachin State is hyping things up, they shouldn't be making such extravagant claims. Well, skepticism aside, aren't you genuinely curious about what Kachin State has actually developed? Across the internet, netizens worldwide were buzzing with heated discussions about Kachin State's latest bold move. Whether it was day or night, anyone with a clear mind was passionately debating the topic on social media. Even bloggers specializing in internet self-media or experts in history and military technology launched live streams, eager to capitalize on the buzz while it lasted. As a result, a multitude of bizarre speculations have emerged. For instance, did Kachin State discover alien remains or related technological artifacts? Or whether Kachin State was deliberately stirring up global attention to draw the eyes of nations large and small, hoping to secure aid or create a deterrent effect. Among these theories, among the many topics discussed, few mention the significant achievements made by Kachin State in the field of healthcare, with most attributing this to deliberate actions by the state. Come on. Healthcare development has been painfully slow in recent years, with no real breakthroughs to speak of. Even medical experts from many major countries have predicted that within the next decade, without major breakthroughs in the foundational disciplines and theoretical knowledge underpinning healthcare, there simply won't be any significant changes. And now, a small nation on the brink of collapse like Kachin suddenly makes such a bold claim. Who would believe it? It's like an ordinary person waking up only to find two phones ringing beside them. One introduces itself. This is Qin Shi Huang, V50, General. The other is a scam alert call from Uncle Hat, warning you never to trust such claims. At this moment, anyone who isn't a little cutie would know which one to trust. It can be said that the Kachin State had become the focal point of global attention at that very moment, its prominence far surpassing the standoff between Russia and Ukraine or the latest developments in the Middle East. Originally, neither the international community nor global netizens cared about the survival of Kachin State. But, alas, the Kachin State has recently pulled off far too many outrageous stunts. First came the mysterious Sky Shield system and the rebellion-slaying armor. Then came China's stunning intervention. And now this utterly explosive statement has suddenly emerged. How could gossip-hungry netizens with a soul for scandal possibly look away? Amidst this heated debate, the Kachin State has fallen into an eerie silence, offering not a single word of response, simply letting the situation unfold across the global internet. Soon, 10 hours passed in the blink of an eye. And in just one more hour, it would be time for the Kachin State product launch event. In anticipation, numerous world-class media outlets and internet giants, drawn by the buzz, rushed to the scene, dispatching large teams of journalists. Beyond individual and corporate journalists, even representatives specially dispatched by various nations arrived in Kachin State by ship or plane. They all came with an attitude of wanting to see what kind of mischief Kachin State was up to next. They couldn't care less about the product launch itself. Their primary objective was to probe what moves Kachin State might make next against the Union of Myanmar and the Lighthouse Nation. Previously, the Union of Myanmar, backed by the Lighthouse Nation, had frequently bullied Kachin State. But since Kachin State gained the backing of China, everything had changed. Next, these journalists and international representatives were eager to uncover developments in these areas. As for significant achievements in the medical field? No thanks, not interested. Would you believe a country that can't even produce basic medical equipment suddenly announcing to the world that it has made breakthrough progress in this field? No one would believe it. Amidst the buzzing discussions, Sura strode confidently onto the stage at the back of the product launch venue. Behind him stood rows of medical testing equipment, but judging by their design, they were clearly outdated. Ha. Look at these machines, they're practically my grandfather's generation. Is this the major breakthrough Kachin claims? This is hilarious. Well, expected. Didn't we come here to probe Kachin Nation's intentions anyway? Look at what Kachin's leader Sula is holding in both hands. It's even wrapped up so mysterious. As the crowd murmured among themselves, Sula placed the package on a prepared table, took the microphone, and declared in a solemn voice, "Ladies and gentlemen, as the representative of the relevant parties, I now issue this proclamation to you and to the entire world. A revolution in the field of medicine has arrived. Through the relentless day and night efforts of our Kachin scientific researchers, we have developed a medication capable of treating mid to late stage cancers, various intractable diseases, and even mental disorders, including effective relief for Alzheimer's disease." Sura declared solemnly. Noticing the disbelief in the audience's eyes, a faint smile touched his lips. This is merely one of the drug's effects. Its second function is to significantly enhance physical constitution while boosting mental acuity. In other words, it makes one more intelligent. Finally, the potion's greatest effect is extending one's lifespan. Humans can tolerate a maximum of 3 bottles of this elixir. Consuming more than that yields no further benefits. However, drinking just 1 bottle directly extends one's lifespan by 10 years. 3 bottles, combined with appropriate health-preserving exercises, can add 20 years to one's life. Our Kachin Kingdom hereby officially names this elixir the Starlight Elixir. With that, the press conference venue fell completely silent. Meanwhile, on the Kachin Kingdom's official livestream, the live chat of tens of millions of online viewers also fell eerily silent. Not a single comment appeared for a full minute. Utterly unbelievable. Damn it, is the Kachin state leader joking? Starlight potion? How could such an outrageously powerful medical potion possibly exist in this world? This is bull. Yeah, that's way too much hype. Forget the first 2 points. Just extending life by 20 years is pure fantasy. No cost whatsoever, no organ transplants, and you expect to gain that much extra life? How the hell is that even possible? Ha, I reckon this little country's leader has taken his joke too far. Just wait and see, it won't be long before his true colors are exposed. The only pity is that neither the Lighthouse Nation nor the Union of Myanmar sent representatives. Otherwise, the spectacle would have been truly entertaining. After a moment of stunned silence, the online comments began scrolling rapidly once more, paying no heed whatsoever to Sula's words. At the scene, waves of skepticism rose and fell in succession. Sura remained silent, merely smiling as he watched them, his gaze treating them like clowns. This only fueled their anger further. And they shouted even louder. But, in the next instant, Sura made a small gesture that silenced everyone present. He walked quietly to the table, opened the package, and revealed a liquid so crystal clear it sparkled like starlight even in daylight. He silently lifted the lid of the vessel atop it. Whoosh! As the scent wafted out, everyone froze as if struck by lightning, their eyes fixed on the starlight potion nearby. A tremor from both body and soul told them that drinking it, they would undergo an unimaginably profound transformation. It seems you all doubt me. Very well, then. Next, I shall select a representative to experience our Kachin Kingdom's potion. Sura said with a smile, then turned his gaze toward a white-haired old man, who happened to be was none other than the representative sent by China. Chapter 34, astonishing everyone, it's actually true. As one of China's diplomatic envoys, Chi Rui had been specifically dispatched to attend the Kachin state product launch. Though he was utterly unwilling, he had no choice but to push through, forcing his body already ravaged by late-stage liver cancer to rush to the so-called launch event in Kachin state. He couldn't understand. Couldn't fathom why. Why on earth did the higher-ups insist on sending him, an old man nearing 70 with a terminal illness, who was practically no different from a dead man? There were plenty of young, capable men in the diplomatic corps. Why couldn't they assign it to anyone else? Why must it fall on him? They even sugar-coated it with talk of some great benefit. Just fool this old geezer. But, when Sura pointed him out as her representative and invited him to try it on stage, he seemed to grasp something. Whoa! Could this be the perk the higher-ups mentioned? But, could the Starlight Potion from Kachin really be that powerful? It must be a scam, but if it is a scam, it wouldn't fool someone like him, the representative of China. He's no stooge. After much deliberation, Chi Rui nodded and slowly pushed himself up, making his way onto the stage. After all, the Kachin state would never harm him, nor would they have any reason to. He was practically 1 foot in the grave, with less than a year left to live. Besides, he knew nothing of state secrets. What was there to covet? With a carefree attitude, Chi Rui finally approached Sula. Upon seeing him, Sula smiled and addressed the crowd below the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure you've all heard of Mr. Chi Rui from the Chinese diplomatic delegation. The health condition of this respected elder is no secret. Today, with his consent, I, on behalf of the Kachin state, have decided to present the first Star Radiance elixir to Mr. Chi Rui. This gesture signifies the profound support extended to our nation by the Chinese construction team and the Chinese government. As the words fell, Sula picked up the Starlight Elixir and presented it to Chi Rui with both hands, a gesture brimming with sincerity. Chi Rui grasped the vessel containing the Starlight Elixir. As he inhaled its scent, an inexplicable craving surged through his body, urging him to consume it immediately. It was as if his subconscious was telling him that what lay within held immense fortune for him. The longing and hesitation in Chirue's eyes were clearly visible to everyone below the stage and the online viewers watching the livestream. Could Chirue be a plant, acting in cahoots with the Kachin state? Bull. Shame on you for even calling yourself Chinese. Let me tell you, Mr. Chirue is an elite member of our nation's diplomatic corps. He's made immense contributions to China. Do you seriously think someone of his caliber would be a plant? What the hell is wrong with you? Exactly. I agree with the previous comment. While anyone here could be a plant, our Chinese diplomats absolutely are not. The dignity of a great nation cannot tolerate slander. As a psychology graduate student, I observed Mr. Chirue's earnest gaze and can guarantee he's 100% genuine. Who knows, maybe this serum truly possesses the functions claimed by the Kachin state government. If the effects of this starlight elixir are real, what would happen? As this question was posed, the flood of comments abruptly ceased, but responses poured in swiftly. If it's real, it'll likely be just as Kachin Kingdom said, the medical world will be turned upside down. The emergence of Starlight Potion is nothing short of a monumental revolution in human technological history. The combined effects of these three properties, I can't even fathom how this potion was created. Setting aside everything else, just the prospect of extending life by 20 years alone is what countless people yearn for. Alright, stop speculating. The old gentleman has taken it. Whether it's real or not, we'll see for ourselves. At this very moment, as the broadcast of Kachin Kingdom's product launch unfolded, countless eyes turned toward the stage, utterly captivated. Gulp, gulp. As the starlight elixir entered his stomach, Chirue felt his body go completely blank, followed by an overwhelming wave of coolness washing over him, leaving him lightheaded. Following closely, waves of warm sensation washed over him, satisfying the deepest yearnings of every organ and the soul itself. Huff, huff. Chirue breathed in and out, feeling utterly refreshed. Gone was the previous discomfort, as if his throat and airways had been clogged with a tractor and slippers. Blissful relief. How long had it been since he'd felt this way? Chirue murmured to himself. Damn it, look at the change in the Chinese representative. The moment the starlight potion touched his lips, an observant reporter immediately pointed it out. Everyone looked closely. They witnessed Chirue's flesh visibly plumping up before their eyes, even the pallor on his face gradually giving way to a healthy flush. The age spots on his face slowly faded, and his skin grew softer. Even his head of white hair turned black within just 3 breaths. Beyond that, foul-smelling black filaments began surging inexplicably from Chirue's body. Though the stench was unbearable. But the crowd's attention was elsewhere. They held cameras aloft, filming at 180 degrees, determined not to miss a single detail. 20 minutes later, Chirue opened his eyes and froze, startled to find the entire audience staring at him. Who am I? Where am I? What am I supposed to do? Just as Chirue was about to ask, Sula's voice came from nearby. Esteemed elder, allow me to first escort you to the rear to freshen up and change your clothes before I explain. Hearing this, Chirue stared wide-eyed at his own body and the foul stench surrounding him. Without a moment's delay, he followed Sula's guidance toward the backstage area. His movements were so swift, there was not a trace of the frailty one would expect from an elderly liver cancer patient in the late stages. He moved with the agility of a man in his 20s or 30s. This is straight out of a fantasy novel, some kind of elixir that enhances the human body. Holy, the effects seem insanely powerful. I, Sher Khan, am genuinely jealous. +1. +2. +10,086. Everyone had witnessed Chirue's transformation from start to finish. Their eyes were wide as saucers, and their mouths gaped open wide enough to swallow a whole egg. I have a feeling that after today, the world might undergo a massive upheaval. No, I don't need you to tell me that. Anyone who isn't a complete moron can see it, right? Those bloggers online were spouting nonsense, claiming a tiny country like Kachin couldn't possibly develop a medical breakthrough that would change human history. They were all talking about how they'd drink water upside down or quit blogging if they were wrong. I could have predicted with my little finger that those bloggers would be posting apology videos soon. As the online discussions grew more intense, Chirue finally finished washing up, changed into fresh attire, and reappeared on stage. Having obtained Mr. Chirue's consent, I will now conduct a physical examination using the medical equipment on stage. Everyone can look forward to it. Sura glanced at the countless cameras surrounding them, a faint smile curving her lips. It was easy to imagine the uproar that would follow once the product launch concluded. But this was precisely what the Kingdom of Kachin had been hoping for. The rougher the seas, the higher the fish prices. This was their best chance for Kachin State to strike it rich in no time. Ding ding ding. Numerous medical instruments instantly formed a circle around Chirue. After undergoing various tests, Sula presented the test reports, gleaming in the light, before the representatives and journalists gathered below the stage. regardless of which test was examined. The data displayed was entirely consistent with the physical condition of a healthy middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s. Late-stage liver cancer? That notion vanished without a trace. Ladies and gentlemen, the Kingdom of Kachin once again guarantees that these data are absolutely free of any possibility of falsification. If any representatives below the podium doubt this, they are welcome to come up and inspect the testing equipment for any issues. Sura smiled faintly. No sooner had she spoken. Several journalists and corporate representatives eager to stir up buzz immediately stepped forward, cameras in hand, to inspect the scene. However, the inspection results ultimately showed everything was normal. Judging by the reporters' reactions, Mr. Chirue's inspection report must be genuine. Which means the efficacy of this starlight potion has a 99% probability of being possible. As the internet erupted in chaos, wealthy individuals worldwide were equally stunned upon hearing the news. Chapter 35, A Storm Breaks Out, News of the Auction. Middle East. An elderly man, his face covered in a white cloth and dressed in white robes, appeared to be in his late 70s or early 80s. His gaze was fixed intently on a screen before him. Upon closer inspection, the footage showed the astonishing transformations occurring as Chi-Rue consumed the starlight elixir. This can't be faked. Such transformations aren't possible through magic tricks or photo editing. If it's not, then it means all of this is real. Starlight potion. No way. I'll get my hands on it no matter what. Forget 10 billion, I'll pay $100 billion to secure it. This big shot may lack many things, but money is not one of them. Attendants. Follow my orders immediately. Dispatch negotiation experts with funds, carrying the utmost sincerity to the Kingdom of Kachin. At any cost, I repeat, any cost, secure at least 3 bottles of starlight potion for me. The Middle East wasn't the only place with such a tycoon. Every member of the upper class, regardless of age or gender, responded with lightning speed. That is, they must get their hands on starlight potion. Within moments, the Middle East and indeed every corner of the world descended into utter chaos. Everyone, without exception, sought to uncover the origins of this starlight elixir supply chain. Chaos reigned. Utter chaos. It could be said that, whether it be the major players in the Middle East, the warlords embroiled in Africa's conflicts, or the high-ranking politicians of various nations, without exception, immediately took action. From a god's eye view, one could see countless black dots rapidly departing their respective origins, all heading toward Kachin State. Yet, China alone remained eerily quiet, as if it had foreknowledge of what was to come. In the capital, in a conference room, faint murmurs of conversation could be heard. Kachin State is truly remarkable. Who would have thought they could develop a medical product as extraordinarily effective as starlight potion? Are the analysis results in yet? They're in. The report indicates the starlight elixir contains astonishingly strange energy. Once it enters the human body, it rapidly converts into immense energy, repairing defects and injuries throughout the body. The claim of extending lifespan is indeed true. Its therapeutic effects on various diseases are exceptionally pronounced. We could dilute the liquid from a single vial of starlight elixir to produce vast quantities of universal restorative fluid. Combined with our nation's subsidies, this could free the people of China from the burden of major illnesses. Indeed, it's an excellent idea. However, our immediate priority is to maintain stable relations with the Kachin State. I finally understand the source of the Kachin Kingdom's audacious plans that once drove me to the brink of madness. It all comes down to this: possessing starlight elixir grants an instant, irreplaceable advantage over other nations, allowing them to effortlessly secure vast resources and capital. We won't have to worry about those two things at all. Indeed. First the celestial canopy system, then the rebellion-slaying battle armor, and now the starlight elixir. Kachin is becoming increasingly inscrutable. It was merely a minor nation before, yet it has undergone such astonishing transformation in such a short time. There must be some extraordinary secret behind it. This is none of our concern. Interfering in another nation's internal affairs is strictly forbidden by our edicts. However, regardless of the final outcome, our relationship with Kachin remains one of mutual dependence and cooperation. That will not change. The man seated at the head of the table spoke calmly, his words carrying an air of finality, tinged with an inexplicable aura of authority and dignity. Increase the scale of our aid program to Kachin State. If necessary, proactively offer concessions to reduce costs. Simultaneously, establish clear channels and pricing for supplying starlight elixir to Kachin State. I have a feeling that Kachin State may yet bring us many surprises. At the product research meeting, after presenting Chi-Rue's physical condition to the assembly, Sula waved his hand. He stated calmly, "Gentlemen, you have witnessed the efficacy of starlight elixir. Now, Kachin State wishes to announce the following. We will absolutely not sell the formula or any related specific data for the starlight elixir. Moreover, the security measures surrounding it are unprecedented. Those harboring ill intentions should abandon their schemes. The Kingdom of Kachin hereby announces that an online auction will be held every 40 days. 120 bottles of Starlight Elixir will be sold per auction, grouped in sets of 3. Individual purchases are not permitted. The starting bid is. Sura drew out the syllables, savoring the audience's mounting curiosity before slowly declaring, $600 million. The crowd remained largely unmoved. Those present here possessed some measure of status and background. They were well aware of the staggering value behind Starlight Potion and thus showed no outward shock. However, except for one person, Shi Rue. Shi Rue's expression was peculiar. Ugh. Whoa. Based on that calculation, the bottle of Starlight Potion I just drank is worth at least $200 million. Converted to RMB, that's 14 billion. Holy crap. No wonder the higher-ups insisted on sending this old geezer up here. What a colossal stroke of luck. They weren't lying to this old man after all. Shi Rue muttered to himself. Meanwhile, online, chaos erupted like a boiling pot. Did I hear that right? $600 million? That's enough to live off for the rest of my life, surrounded by women for 10 lifetimes. How can 3 bottles of this stuff cost so much? Don't be so shocked, OP is 600 million is an astronomical figure beyond reach for us common folk, but to the real big shots, money is just numbers and codes. The only thing they care about might be their lifespan. 20 more years of life? Hell, forget those old geezers, even a youngster like me at 20 is tempted. Everyone ages eventually. Who wouldn't want more time? And beyond extending lifespan, Starlight Elixir has other benefits too. Forget it. This stuff is probably out of our league. All we can do is envy it with our real names. Don't you find it fascinating? A truly epic-making serum has emerged. From now on, human civilization is bound to enter another era of rapid technological transformation. On the official platform of the Kachin state, tens of thousands of messages flashed by in a torrent of comments. It was enough to make your scalp tingle. What does this signify? Opportunity. Wealth opportunity. Opportunity for improved quality of life. And looking ahead, this serum might even become widely accessible, benefiting ordinary folks like us. Have you seen the treaty Kachin State and our China announced? It's safe to say Kachin State will have absolutely abundant funds moving forward. And looking east, west, north, or south, only China can provide stable support to Kachin State. Based on the published treaty, Kachin State is prepared to invest hundreds of billions, even trillions, to rebuild its national foundations. While this is a boon for Kachin State, isn't it equally advantageous for our China? I can confidently assert that with the collaboration between China and Kachin State and the explosive advancement of technology, China is poised to enter another period of vigorous economic growth. So, fellow netizens of China watching this, stop lying in bed wrapped in your blankets, sideways with your phone plugged in. Get moving. Take action now. The comment above is spot on. Big shot, please accept my humble kneel. Unaware of the online comments, Sula took up the topic, glancing at the crowd and stating calmly, the auction won't just feature Starlight Potions. We'll also be offering a simplified version of our newly developed Kachin State Rebel slaying battle armor. As for its combat effectiveness, I trust you've all seen it through certain channels. Its power speaks for itself, even the simplified version won't disappoint. Of course, if you're hoping to crack its underlying technology, you'll be disappointed. The complexity involved far exceeds your imagination. Indeed, it will surpass your imagination. Sitting in the research lab, Gu Xian smiled faintly at Sula's remarks. Thanks to unlocking a certain item in the system store, he dared to sell this contraption. Chapter 36, Anti-Snooping System, come on over. Not long ago, while idly browsing the various items in the first stage tech tree of the system store, Gu Xian stumbled upon something worthwhile. Its name was simple and straightforward. As straightforward as 1 + 1 = 2 in elementary school. It was called the Technical Anti-Surveillance System. Whether it's online electronic technology or physical products in the real world, an anti-surveillance system could be installed internally to block external intrusions and interference. If forcibly dismantled, it will immediately activate a self-destruct sequence. Online product data will be completely destroyed, while the physical devices would detonate on site with explosive force comparable to a small demolition grenade. If anyone dared harbor such intentions, Gu Xian would be quite looking forward to the spectacle. Though 3,000 reversal points is a bit steep, it's definitely worth it. Gu Xian muttered to himself. But Sula clearly wasn't finished. Beyond the 120 bottles of Starlight Potion and the rebellion-slaying battle armor, our Kachin Kingdom will also offer related technologies in fields like chip manufacturing and plasma technology overviews, all premium information technologies to be auctioned exclusively through Daol. Later on, we'll accept barter exchanges. Everyone is welcome to participate in our online auctions hosted by the Kachin Nation. The inaugural auction is scheduled for 10:00 a.m. UTC +8, 3 days from now. Gentlemen, we look forward to seeing you there. Sura's lips never left their slight curve throughout the entire speech. Were it not for the many eyes watching both on-site and online, he likely would have laughed out loud. Auctions? Just think how much we'll rake in at once. All set, all set. From now on, the Kachin State's funding worries will be a thing of the past. Then, with Lord Guxian's godlike technological ingenuity, their takeoff from Kachin State will be visible to the naked eye. At that point, not only the Union of Myanmar, even if the Lighthouse Nation and the Jewish groups behind it were to come, with the overwhelming technological superiority and China's covert support, the Kachin State would have absolutely nothing to fear. After concluding the final stage of the product launch event, Sula, escorted by his guards, proceeded directly to Guxian's research institute. Mr. Sula, you're here? Guxian, who was inside the lab, responded with a smile upon seeing Sula arrive. Yes, head of state. Sura nodded and continued, today's product launch was nearly a complete success. The world's elite powers will likely be unable to contain their excitement. According to intelligence from the diplomatic department, within the past 2 hours, various families, corporations, factions, and nations have initiated cooperation requests. They're willing to pay enormous sums to acquire Starlight Potion and the advanced technological data currently held by our Kachin nation. Keep them hanging for now. Tell them Kachin will only accept bids through the auction, no backroom deals. We want to see them fight tooth and nail for the Starlight Elixir at the auction, even if it means bloodshed. Of course, China is the exception. By now, news should be emerging from China, right? Gu Xian inquired. Yes. Beyond lowering prices for the materials we require, China has also implemented a series of preferential policies for our Kachin State. Beyond that, Huaxia tentatively inquired about the stable pricing we'd accept for Starlight Potion, as they're prepared for long-term procurement. Sula replied. Regarding the selling price, let's offer it at $200 million per bottle. The dollars can be exchanged for renminbi or other aid supplies of equivalent value. Since China is being so generous with us, we shouldn't be stingy either. Let's sell to China at the auction's reserve price. At our current production rate, we can make about 300 bottles in 2 months. The auction's progress is far behind schedule, so we could use a nation to shoulder some of the burden. However, we must strictly communicate this with China. Under no circumstances should the Starlight Elixir acquired from our Kachin State flood the global market, or it would deal a devastating blow to our online auction. Rest assured, Your Excellency. I'll handle the negotiations with China. Just as Gu Xian thought the discussion was concluded and was about to offer Sula a send-off, Sula suddenly interjected, Leader, when will your identity be revealed? Reveal my identity? There's no rush for now. We should conceal it as long as possible. If my Chinese identity were revealed upon ascending to the leadership of Kachin State, it could trigger a series of unnecessary complications. At this critical juncture, Kachin State absolutely cannot afford any missteps. Gu Xian shook his head in refusal. He hadn't failed to consider Sula's perspective. But, as he had said, revealing his identity now would indeed be premature. If he were a native of Kachin, it might be different, but he was an outsider, a Chinese one at that. Once such an identity became public knowledge, Gu Xian dared not imagine the immense upheaval it would cause. Forget about the Lighthouse Nation. Even their partner, China, would likely be utterly bewildered. On the surface, Kachin State appeared to be thriving and powerful, but in reality, it could not withstand any setbacks or turmoil. The slightest misstep could plunge it into an abyss. The geopolitical chess game between nations is never as straightforward as it appears on the surface. Therefore, Gu Xian has secretly resolved to bide his time and keep a low profile. The Kachin State truly cannot endure another round of turmoil. It must maintain stability at all costs. The funds raised from the upcoming auction should not only cover domestic construction needs but also secure research funding. The Tianming tactical tank project has only reached a quarter of its development progress. It's progressing far too slowly. With substantial research funding, the pace should accelerate significantly, making it feasible to complete production within the next 2 months. After seeing off Sula, he sat in his chair, deep in thought. However, the research infrastructure in Kachin State is woefully inadequate. Both in terms of equipment and personnel, it lags light years behind nations like Wuchang. Were it not for my mediation, even if we provided the blueprints, Kachin would likely be unable to proceed. We must find ways to strengthen Kachin's research capabilities. Once future projects increase, I cannot personally handle everything, others must share the burden. Securing research equipment isn't an issue, establishing connections with China will handle that. The only real challenge lies in recruiting scientific talent. These days, scientific talent is fiercely coveted by every nation, yet Kachin lacks the capacity to cultivate its own researchers. What can be done? As these thoughts crossed his mind, Gu Xian couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. But, after pondering for a moment, Gu Xian's gaze suddenly shifted to the cultivation chamber beside him, and his eyes lit up. Right. If a scientist holds no interest in power, fame, or fortune, what about the allure of longevity? He refused to believe those elderly scientists could resist the immense allure of Starlight Elixir. Yes, that's how it is. Even if the cost is a bit steep, it doesn't matter. What Kachin State lacks most right now is talent. Talent, come into my bowl. Gu Xian chuckled. 3 days later. Amidst the eager anticipation of the masses, the online auction of the Kachin state finally commenced. Chapter 37, The Frenzy of Nations, starting bid, $50 billion. Camel Nation. How much funding have we raised? Reporting to Your Majesty, over these past 3 days, through the sale of crude oil futures, we have raised $300 billion. This sum was originally intended to bolster our national defense capabilities. Are you certain you wish to allocate all of it toward participating in the online auction hosted by Kachin State? Absolutely certain. You're still young and don't fully grasp the significance of items like the Starlight Potion, the rebellion-slaying battle armor, and the other cutting-edge technologies and data appearing at this auction. Any single one of these would represent a massive leap forward for us. Recently, the fighting between Israel and Palestine in the Middle East has grown increasingly fierce. We must find a weapon capable of delivering a deterrent-level impact, and in my view, the Rebellion Slayer battle armor is the best choice. While it may not possess the destructive power of an intercontinental ballistic missile, in certain aspects, its potential impact far surpasses that of an ICBM. Gaulish Nation. Honorable Elder, rest assured. Our family will secure the Starlight Elixir for you. For this auction, we've prepared a staggering $600 billion. We've made thorough preparations. You are the pillar of our entire Roman family. We will never stand idly by and watch your life slip away. Then, I'll leave it to you. Lighthouse Nation. Have you ascertained how many nations and factions intend to participate in the Kachin online auction? Reporting, sir. Nearly every nation and family faction has mobilized. Their primary objective is securing the Starlight Elixir, followed by the rebellion-slaying armor and other high-tech products. Damn it! These nations and nobles are blatantly ignoring our Lighthouse Nation's warnings. Even after we issued a global statement strongly condemning Kachin Nation's crimes, they refuse to heed our warnings. It's only natural. When faced with the prospect of greater strength and longevity, our so-called warnings only intimidate petty criminals. While these nations outwardly refuse and stand firmly with us, their covert maneuvers are beyond even my control. Then, Commander, what should our next move be? Secure the Starlight Elixir for me, at least a quarter of it. Once these potions are in my possession, my chances in the next election will significantly improve. While some major clans and corporate factions might scoff at it, those with connections but insufficient purchasing power will undoubtedly be interested in the Starlight Elixir I hold. The election draws ever closer. Within such a short time frame, Kachin Nation simply cannot produce significant quantities of such precious potions. Once the Starlight Potion is in my hands, it will be almost like adding another point of certainty to my election prospects. At this very moment, across the globe, whether nations, clans, corporations, or individuals, all eyes were fixed on the online auction. Kachin had launched an unprecedented global phenomenon, the undisputed top trending event on the planet. The Starlight Potion. Following its unveiling in Kachin State, countless medical experts immediately declared that human technological civilization is poised to enter its next phase of rapid advancement. And the trailblazer in this revolution? Is Kachin State, the nation that has successively unveiled the Sky Canopy system, the rebellion-slaying battle armor, and now the Starlight Elixir. China and the Lighthouse Nation follow in second place. Had such a statement been made in the past? Such a claim would have drawn immediate ridicule from scholars and institutions. A tiny Kachin state actually ranking above the Lighthouse Nation in China, claiming some sort of leading role. Doesn't that sound ridiculous? But now, the landscape has shifted. Anyone with half a brain knows the Kachin state now possesses the full capability to do so. These three cutting-edge systems absolutely, positively did not come from foreign aid. They were 100% developed by the Kachin state itself. It's almost unimaginable. A team of specialized scholars analyzed these three advanced technologies of the Kachin state. Their conclusions caused quite a stir online at the time. If these three cutting-edge technologies were truly mastered by Kachin State, it would mean Kachin State had surged far ahead of the world in hundreds of high-tech fields. Its comprehensive technological prowess would surpass even China and the United States. Bro, when's that Kachin online auction happening? I can't wait to climb the ladder and check out the spectacle. Half an hour left. Don't worry, let's just hope their so-called auction page and system can handle tens of millions, even hundreds of millions of concurrent users. Otherwise, if the system crashes mid-auction, that'd be a real bummer. Can't wait to see the chaos unfold. Honestly, this might just be the moment Kachin finally rises to prominence. Heh, you Chinese up there, don't get cocky. Our Lighthouse Nation has announced that our hypersonic ICBM is nearly complete. Just wait and see what you Chinese and the Kachin Nation will use to defend yourselves then. Pfft, you Western devils underestimate us Chinese. If you dare come, we'll beat you into submission. As the online fervor intensified, half an hour slipped by in the blink of an eye. The moment arrived. Countless people immediately prepared to attempt scaling the ladder into the auction system page. But what followed left everyone both amused and exasperated. For those of you eager to get your hands on it and participate in the auction, don't get your hopes up. I have some bad news and some good news. Which do you want to hear first? Let's hear the good news first. The good news is we can get in. It shows tens of millions online, and there's absolutely no sign of the system crashing. Clearly, the servers are exceptionally stable. So, what's the bad news? The bad news is that only nations and factions holding official online invitations from the Kachin state are eligible to bid. Us ordinary folks can only watch helplessly. Alright, let's not discuss this in the group chat. If we can't bid, we can't bid. Now comes the thrilling bidding phase. In the live stream of the online auction, Sura's figure slowly emerged from an extremely dimly lit room, dressed in formal attire. He smiled and nodded in turn at the numerous live cameras. And when the time seemed right, he cut to the chase. Clapped his hands twice. Click. The lights above the room instantly illuminated the space, revealing its true dimensions. The room was unusually spacious, with rows of crystal glass display cases lining the walls. The first thing to catch the eye was a liquid shimmering with starlight, contained within an exquisitely ornate casing. It was none other than the Starlight Potion. Someone counted them, and discovered a total of 40 glass cabinets, each holding 3 bottles of Starlight Potion. You know, just looking at the presentation, you can tell this Starlight Elixir is something special. Oh, shut up already. Even the comments aren't talking, and you're the only one chattering away. Just watch quietly. Sura stepped past the display cases, striding directly in front of the camera. His voice was solemn. Ladies and gentlemen, lot number 1 is the Starlight Elixir. A total of 40 sets will be auctioned, each set containing 3 bottles. After our appraisal, the total price has been set at $500 million. The bidding will now commence. Each bid must be no less than $10 million. Following the auction of Starlight Potion, all items will be immediately packaged and shipped to your designated delivery locations at the fastest possible speed. There will be absolutely no delays, you can rest assured on that point. Next, bidding begins. As Sula's words fell, countless netizens turned their attention to the system interface with curiosity. But the very next second, everyone froze in place as if struck by Medusa's gaze, petrified on the spot. Even ordinary netizens at home, air-conditioned rooms, watermelons in hand, ready to watch the spectacle, couldn't steady their grip. Watermelons clattered to the floor. Yet, without exception, no one paid attention to what they were holding. All eyes were glued to the screen, some even rubbing their eyes in disbelief. They hadn't seen wrong, had they? Looking around, all they could see, on the system screen, a massive number blinding everyone's eyes. Units, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000, 100,000, million, 10 million. $50 billion. That's enough to buy me countless crazy Thursdays. Chapter 38, $200 billion. $50 billion. This colossal sum loomed like an insurmountable mountain, causing 99.99% of the online auction participants to hold their breath. Damn it. Hey, buddy, the starting bid was only $5 billion. You just jumped straight to $50 billion? What are you trying to pull? Lot 07, known as a piece of cloth on his head and the world's wealthiest bidder, offers $50 billion. If no higher bid is made after 3 hammer strikes, the first set of Starlight Potions will be his. Damn that name, you can tell he's a Middle Eastern camel. This guy doesn't treat money like money. He's got deep pockets, deep pockets. At the online auction, amidst a crowd of onlookers and curious netizens, those with genuine bidding privileges couldn't help but frown at Camel's actions. The reserve price was only $500 million, yet the first bid jumped tenfold. Looks like Camel is flexing their financial muscle to warn us not to push them too hard. In that case, let's cede the first batch of Starlight Potions to them. It wouldn't be wise to push them too far. Within Lighthouse Nation, the man in charge of the operation watched Camel's brazen move and muttered under his breath, immediately abandoning any plans to bid. Beyond Lighthouse Nation, all other qualified participants at the auction tacitly agreed to avoid confrontation with the Camel, handing over the first set of Starlight Potions to them. Next, the second set of auction items officially begins. Before Sura could finish speaking, whoosh! The starting bid of $500 million soared to over $5 billion. Even Sura, the auctioneer, flinched at the staggering figure. He looked up to see, only to see that the bidder was still the same one with the idea, a piece of cloth on my head, richest in the world. Damn it, is selling this black stuff called oil really this profitable these days? $50 billion? He doesn't even blink an eye at that. Sura was utterly stunned, completely thrown off by Camel's move. Emotions can be contagious, and the online crowd erupted in chaos over Camel's move. Damn, money talks, money talks. Another day of envy, jealousy, and resentment. Fine, I'm going out to buy a pack of cigarettes. No stairs, no elevator. Don't get any crazy ideas upstairs. Sure, we're not as rich as them, but we've got something they don't. We should be grateful for what we have. What is it? Hardship. Look at all the hardship we endure. Those rich folks can't handle it. Shouldn't we be content? Damn it, now you've got me feeling like I want to die even more. Meanwhile, every single person with auction credentials had their brows furrowed so tightly they could crush a fly. Madmen. This bunch of lunatics, can't we take it slow? Why must we start off with such high stakes? Please, give us some sense of gameplay, okay? There were a full 5,000 people present with auction qualifications, each representing different nations and factions. Each carried at least billions of dollars. But, compared to Camel, a nation dripping with wealth, their financial clout was still rather unimpressive. Fine, let them bid one more round. I refuse to believe Camel could spend $200 billion in one go to snap up every single Starlight Potion. Silence fell once more. After 3 hammer strikes, the Starlight Potion was once again claimed by Camel. Next lot. Before Sula could utter the 4th word, the online system screen flashed as the reserve price skyrocketed from $5 billion to $50 billion. This time, he didn't even need to guess. It was undoubtedly Camel's doing. Except for Sura. Every online viewer and bidder fell silent. They were waiting for the moment when Camel revealed his empty coffers so they could pounce without leaving him a single chance. But the outcome was unexpected. The 4th time, and the 5th time, the Camel directly bid $50 billion in one go, successfully securing the first 5 sets of Starlight Potions. To date, Camel's faction alone had secured a full 1/8 of the Starlight Potions available at this auction. That is 18 bottles. Keep in mind, there were thousands of participants bidding in attendance. Camel alone had secured 1/8 of the total, which left every eligible bidder seething with frustration. So when Sula announced the start of the 6th bidding round, and after Camel bid $50 billion again, the bidding did not cease, but instead kept climbing. $52 billion, $54 billion, $5.5 billion, $5.8 billion, $60 billion. The price fluctuated rapidly every minute and every second, reaching 65 billion yuan in the blink of an eye. This bid came from an unknown bidder. After the hammer struck twice, just as everyone thought the outcome was sealed. Click. A new bid appeared. Are you kidding me? $70 billion. It's Camel again. That madman has snatched nearly 20 bottles already and still isn't satisfied. What the hell are they trying to do? But Camel couldn't care less about what the other bidders were thinking. They were determined to secure these items at the fastest possible pace, even if it meant depleting their entire funds. Time ticked away, second by second. Thump, thump, thump. As the hammer fell, the 6th set of Starlight Potions once again landed in Camel's pocket. This move truly pushed the major factions lurking within to their limits. They could no longer hold back and resolved to strike immediately. Next, on the online auction platform with nearly 100 million users, everyone truly grasped the terrifying financial might of those top tycoons, major powers, and influential forces. In the ensuing bidding war, the remaining 34 lots all fetched bids exceeding 60 billion yuan, snapped up by over a dozen different bidders. This meant that the other 4,000 plus qualified bidders were merely spectators. These people are eating money. Back when I was grinding 996,007 schedules, I barely scraped together 10 grand a month. I thought I was already one of the top earners, but today has truly opened my eyes. These rich folks treat money like it's nothing, spending billions without a second thought. Damn it, we're all human, yet the gap between us is so vast. We're just here to watch. Those big shots aren't little cuties. Even people like us can see the potential and value of Starlight Potion, how could they not? Just destroy it already. Hurry up. I'm exhausted. Next life, I'm reincarnating as a rich person. How rich could you ever be compared to them? These powers are either top-tier families and corporations, or they're absolutely among the world's leading superpowers. Saying they have trillions of dollars in liquid assets would probably be an understatement. To gain 20 extra years of life? A mere few $billion is no different than buying a ham and instant noodles in the eyes of those big shots, okay? And that's exactly how it is. When you only have $10 in your pocket, you might only splurge on a bag of instant noodles. When you have $100 in your pocket, you'll not only buy a bucket of instant noodles but also ham and braised eggs. What about 1,000? What about 10,000? What about 10,000? To the privileged elite of society, a few $1 billion might seem like pocket change. Simply reducing a few insignificant numbers in your account could buy you 20 extra years of life and a healthy body. Why wouldn't you do it? Among the dozen or so world-leading powers vying for it, some were solely drawn to the Star Radiance Elixir's skin-rejuvenating and beauty-enhancing effects, paying little heed to its purported longevity or health-restoring properties. It can only be said that money talks. No, it can make the devil grind. This is the power of technology. In less than an hour, $200 billion were secured like that. Sigh, I must admit, I truly underestimated the depth of those nations and family clans foundations. This is beyond terrifying, utterly unfathomable. Gu Xian sighed. If his calculations were correct, the actual cost of these 120 bottles of Starlight Potion wouldn't even cover the tip of the profits earned this time. The margin was truly terrifying. 200 billion Daol. Based on Gu Xian's meager monthly salary of just over 10,000, he'd probably have to earn from the Jurassic period until now and still fall short. The Starlight Potions are done. Next up is the downgraded version of the rebellion-slaying battle armor. Let me see just how much profit this thing can bring me. Gu Xian's gaze swept toward the stage, his anticipation palpable. Chapter 39, The Rebellion Slayer Armor's Explosive Popularity. Next up, the weakened version of the rebellion-slaying battle armor. 500 sets total, bundled in sets of 100. Starting bid, $100 million. Though the weakened version possesses only 60% of the full-strength armor's power, in urban combat or wilderness battles, as long as the firepower isn't overwhelmingly intense, the Rebellion Slayer armor can truly achieve the feat of one soldier holding an entire army. Upon acquiring the Rebellion Slayer armor, bidders will receive complimentary after-sales service, free maintenance, and operational guidance from the Kachin Nation, absolutely worth every penny. Now, the bidding begins. As Sula's words fell silent. In the Middle East, a figure with a white cloth covering their head stared intently at the screen displaying the Rebel Slayer armor's specifications. What a treasure! What a treasure! Last time, the Kachin state managed to move freely in urban combat with just 6 sets of the Rebel Slayer armor, dealing a heavy blow to warlords with decent strength. And now, right before my eyes, there are a full 100 sets of Rebel Slayer armor. True, they're downgraded versions, only 60% as powerful as the originals. But sheer numbers are on our side. We can build a specialized combat squad around these suits. Pair them with those intercontinental missiles we sourced from China. Scratch that, the missiles and manuals we scavenged from the desert. From now on, when neighboring nations clash, few will dare target us camels. Instead, they'll have to weigh our military might carefully. Combined with those 18 bottles of Starlight Potion we seized earlier, the strategic value it can unlock when paired with our other technologies is absolutely incredible. The man grew increasingly excited as he spoke, almost unable to contain his excitement. As for the cost of seizing them? Come on. Young master, you're underestimating me. If I run out of funds, I can easily sell a batch of crude oil futures and recoup everything. But if I miss this chance to get the Starlight Potion and the rebellion-slaying battle armor first, that would be a huge loss. This truly is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Meanwhile, in the Lighthouse Nation, several authoritative experts in military technology gathered together, squinting as they examined the displayed Rebellion Slayer battle armor. Moments later, they reached a unanimous agreement. That is, acquire it at any cost. Even if the funds raised were already somewhat tight, it was necessary to do so in order to study the specific technological level within. In the sale of Starlight Potions, their Lighthouse Nation had barely secured 3 sets of Starlight Potions, spending a staggering 200 billion. Logically speaking, the funds allocated by the Lighthouse Nation were insufficient to sustain another round of bidding. However, the rebellion-slaying battle armor must be secured at any cost. This was the unanimous decision of all military experts present, and even stirred the relevant Lighthouse Nation bigwigs. After careful deliberation, the relevant departments, in coordination with higher-ups, offered the experts a compromise. They could bid up to 50 billion. If unsuccessful, they would immediately abandon the auction and pursue the nation that had acquired the rebellion-slaying armor directly. Through a combination of persuasion and pressure, those nations would surely comply and hand over several suits for the Lighthouse Nation's research. If the Starlight Potion auction represented a global competition among all factions, then the battle for the rebellion-slaying armor was a contest between nations. Beyond nations, no other faction requires this thing. Or rather, even if they did, any domestic government discovering such a project would ruthlessly crush it in its infancy before training could be completed. It's not that they're cold-blooded, but the threat and deterrence posed by the rebellion-slaying battle armor are simply too immense. If it ever fell into the hands of a hostile faction, and they used it to seize control of a major city, how could the regular army possibly fight back? Heavy firepower? Ha! If you dared deploy that, wouldn't you fear being drowned in public outrage? Close quarters combat? Street fighting? Just you wait and see. And see how many lives it takes to fill this hole against 100 sets of traitor-slaying armor. All factions and nations recognize this issue, so every power except the state tacitly withdrew from the bidding. They're not stupid. And it's one thing for them to maintain private militias, acquire armed drones, rocket launchers, or basic standard-issue equipment. Even acquiring tanks might draw a blind eye from national governments, because none of these things posed a threat to overthrowing their regimes. But an entire formation of Junyi warrior armor could genuinely turn the tables. Should such a situation arise, they absolutely cannot tolerate it. They will fight to the bitter end, to the death. Time slipped away silently, and before anyone realized it, the price of the first set of rebellion-slaying battle armor climbed steadily, reaching 20 billion before anyone realized it. No! This was far from over, and the price ceiling remained unseen. Within mere breaths, the price of the rebellion-slaying battle armor shot upward at a visible pace, climbing by the second. Money, money, come into my bowl. As expected, technology is the primary productive force and the ultimate treasure trove. This time, we've really hit the jackpot. Gu Xian monitored the back-end data of the website, noting that the most formidable competitors for the Junyi warrior armor were, first, the oil-rich nation dubbed the money-giving boy, followed by the Middle Eastern camel. Next came the lighthouse nation, followed by Han's cat, foot basin chicken, south stick, and north stick military powers among the world's foremost. Nowadays, many online may misjudge the military capabilities of North and South Korea, and other East Asian nations. This perception is inaccurate. If East Asia were not anchored by China, exerting its influence across the region, then those East Asian nations could have beaten the rest of Asia and indeed the world, save for Russia and the lighthouse nations so badly they wouldn't be able to lift their heads. Never underestimate their military capabilities, or you'll pay a heavy price. East Asian monster house, come if you dare. Ha! According to the system display, there's actually an African country listed? Upon seeing the scene on the back end, Gu Xian couldn't help but utter in mild surprise. Africa. That place had always been a warlord-ridden battleground where people suffered and the economy lagged far behind. If not for China's recent aid helping African nations see some economic improvement and growth, that place would probably be shunned even by dogs. But now, according to the back-end data, an African nation had boldly made its move, beating the lighthouse nation and camel to secure the first set of rebellion-slaying battle armor. The final price settled at $70 billion. This sum equates to nearly several years' worth of GDP for many of these smaller African nations. African guys are this strong? This really shakes up my understanding. Gu Xian scratched his head, speaking with puzzlement. But who cares? As long as there's money to be made. Given the $200 billion Starglow Pharmaceuticals was offering for the Taoist elixir, Gu Xian no longer placed much value on the profits from the rebellion-slaying battle armor. Whoa, wait, did I just overlook something incredibly important? Gu Xian pondered Starlight Potion's selling price, and suddenly slapped his forehead. If he remembered correctly, the deal he'd struck with Sula for supplying Starlight Potion to China was only $200 million per bottle. At this thought, Gu Xian counted on his fingers. Damn it! He'd been careless. How much money did I just lose? Even close brothers settle accounts clearly, let alone two nations. Though Gu Xian was Chinese, as the true leader of Kachin in the shadows, he prioritized Kachin's interests above all. This is it, we're going to lose everything. But once the deal's done, there's no turning back. Mainly, I seriously underestimated the terrifying market potential of Starlight Potion. At that moment, Gu Xian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. However, just then, Sula's call came through. Your Excellency, the auction for the rebellion-slaying battle armor has concluded. Total profits amount to... Hold on, Mr. Sula. First, tell me, have Kachin and China made contact regarding Starlight Elixir? Hearing Gu Xian's anxious tone, Sura's heart skipped a beat. Damn it, he'd forgotten again. My apologies, head. It was my oversight. I completely neglected this matter. I'll handle it immediately. Before he could finish, Gu Xian's delighted voice cut him off. Great. Fantastic. Listening to Gu Xian's excited voice, Sula's expression turned peculiar. Ha. Should he ask the leader to bring in a neurologist to take a look? Chapter 40, The Curtain Falls, Terrifying Returns. When Sula cautiously asked if recent stress had caused mental issues, Gu Xian was completely baffled. Wait, dude? I'm perfectly fine, are you cursing me to think I'm mentally ill? How much you wish me ill? Once Gu Xian grasped the situation, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He decided to just tell Sula what was on his mind. I see, head honcho. You're right. We should renegotiate the price for selling the Starlight Potion to China. After all, at the auction, a single bottle of Starlight Potion fetched nearly $20 billion. Selling it to Huaxia for just $2 billion seems a bit unsound. Sula clicked her tongue, taking a moment to gather her thoughts before speaking. The price of Starlight Potion definitely needed to be raised. Selling something that fetched $20 billion at auction to Huaxia for $2 billion? That tenfold price difference meant the Kachin Kingdom stood to lose a fortune. Alright, we'll discuss this later. What's the total revenue from this online auction? Gu Xian interrupted Sula's thoughts, asking softly. At that mention, Sura's body tensed. He chuckled, Commander, we've made a killing. Starlight Potion sold for $200 billion, the rebellion-slaying battle armor fetched a total of $40 billion, and the subsequent high-tech data technology sold for a whopping $500 billion. Add in the online platform tips and promotional methods you suggested, and that's another substantial revenue stream. All told, we've nearly made $300 billion. $300 billion dale. Gu Xian's heart burned with excitement. Excellent. Truly excellent. This time, we've struck it rich. Once this revenue hit the books, it would instantly revitalize the Kachin state's depleted treasury, breathing new life into it. It was nothing short of a massive windfall. 500 sets of the Junyi warrior armor, divided into 5 groups, were purchased by a small African nation, Middle Eastern Camel, Lighthouse Nation, and North Korea. The Middle Eastern Camel snagged 2 sets all by himself. That guy's loaded. They certainly are, but now? All that money's flowing into our pockets. Gu Xian shrugged and chuckled. Gu Xian wasn't surprised that the Beacon Nation secured the rebellion-slaying armor. Though in reality, the Kachin Nation had long been at odds with the Beacon Nation, Gu Xian wasn't foolish enough to openly restrict the Beacon Nation from participating in the online auction. That would only make a laughingstock of the nation before the world. Certain matters could be discussed discreetly behind closed doors, all for the sake of national interests, understood implicitly. But bringing it out into the open, tearing off the mask and making everyone look bad, was undeniably breaking the rules of the game. The consequences would be severe. Before the Kachin state had achieved a certain level of military strength, Gu Xian would never have allowed it to openly defy the Lighthouse Nation. It would only make a laughingstock of itself and serve no purpose whatsoever. Even if we consider the most extreme scenario, even if Gu Xian barred the Lighthouse Nation from participating, wouldn't the Lighthouse Nation simply find a proxy to participate in the auction on its behalf? That small African nation might well be acting on the instructions of some major power. Though Kachin and the Lighthouse Nation are both enemies, Gu Xian wouldn't stoop to underhanded tactics like deliberately downgrading the quality of the rebellion-slaying battle armor, or slipping in some shady tricks, or selling counterfeit starlight potions. If the Lighthouse Nation were to seize upon such a vulnerability, it would plunge Kachin's international standing to new depths. The risks far outweigh any potential gains. Let whoever wants to do it handle it, he certainly wouldn't. Mr. Sura, based on my previous budget proposal, I will allocate 170 billion of the 300 billion towards scientific research initiatives. The remaining 130 billion, combined with treasury surpluses and tax revenues, should sufficiently fund Kachin's next phase of urban development and industrial planning. Beyond that, the upcoming transactions with China's Starlight Pharmaceuticals and the deal for the downgraded version of the rebellion-slaying battle armor will also constitute a significant and unignorable source of income. Understood. All actions will follow your directives, Supreme Leader. Cut the flattery. I'm not used to this. Gu Xian twitched his lips in response. By the way, how have recent communications with the Kingdom of Qin been? Well, not good. Though Qin Kingdom was once allied with us, they only offer verbal support each time, hiding in the background to watch the show. According to intelligence reports, most of Qin Nation's high-ranking officials now back the Lighthouse Nation. Only a few still maintain contact with us, but they seem indecisive. Even playing our trump cards and leveraging China's backing hasn't made much difference. I really don't know what those guys are thinking. Who cares what they think? Once the next phase of our research is complete, if they still don't get the hint, we'll use force to make them choose. Kachin's territory is far too small to meet its developmental needs. Expansion is inevitable at this stage. Moreover, since Kachin and Qin share the same historical roots, this isn't truly expansion, it's internal unification. Neither China nor the United States can openly intervene in such matters. Therefore, this is our opportunity. Gu Xian declared with conviction. As he said, the territory of Kachin state is far too small. If Kachin truly aspires to build an industrial system comparable to China's, expanding its territory is an absolute necessity. Myanmar's territory was already small to begin with, let alone now that it's divided into 3 parts. Don't be fooled by its small size, it's densely populated. Therefore, expansion is imperative. Commander, isn't this a bit too hasty? Even with our rebel-slaying battle armor and sky shield system, we can't possibly arm and occupy an entire nation relying solely on these advantages. Even if we could, the losses would be catastrophic. At this critical juncture, should the Union of Myanmar exhaust the Sky Shield system's energy reserves in a short time frame and launch a full-scale invasion, our Kachin state would be utterly defenseless in a head-on confrontation. Unless we deploy the Tianming tactical tank, that unmatched, devastating weapon in frontal combat. Only then. Sula paused mid-sentence, startled by the confident gaze in Gu Xian's eyes. Could it be? No way. Could it be that what I'm thinking is actually true? The thought crossed his mind. Sura cautiously inquired, Commander, could it be the Tianming tactical tank has already been developed? Of course not. How could such a tactical weapon, pushing the very limits of human technology, be developed in such a short time? And even if given more time, it would still be extremely difficult to achieve, because the Tianming tactical tank requires an incredibly high level of technological sophistication. It's simply beyond our current production capabilities. Unless we maintain this pace of development for another 4 or 5 years, then perhaps we might barely manage a tentative attempt. Hearing Gu Xian's slightly more relaxed tone, Sula exhaled in relief. I knew it. How could anyone defy the laws of nature to such an extent? No matter how extraordinary they are, such cutting-edge technology, the pinnacle of advancement, can't just be researched and developed on a whim. But if it wasn't the Tianming tactical tank, does that mean the Supreme Leader still has other hidden cards up his sleeve? This thought made Sula hesitate for a moment before he slowly asked, "So, Commander, what is the next phase of our research plan? We can't very well go into bayonet combat against Qin Nation and the Burmese Federation empty-handed, can we?" I think you've misunderstood something, Leader Sula. While I can't develop the genuine Tianming tactical tank, just like with the Juni armor, I can create a weakened version of it. Do you know where the research concept for the Juni armor originated? It was drawn from certain design concepts of the Tianming tactical tank. If we compare the two, in direct combat, it would take hundreds of warriors clad in the Rebellion Slayer armor to match a single downgraded Tianming tactical tank. But to develop a scaled-down version of the Tianming tactical tank, time is short. We need. At this point, Gu Xian smiled and held up a single finger. Mr. Sula, what's wrong? Why are you sweating? Is the pressure getting to you? Should I call a doctor for you? Hearing Gu Xian's concerned words, Sura hastily waved his hand, scratched his head, and said, No, I'm fine. Chapter 41, Tianming Tactical Tank. King of Slaughter. Gu Xian had once said, if the Sky Shield system represented the strongest shield on land, then the Tianming tactical tank embodied the mightiest spear on the battlefield. Of course, cheaters wielding atomic or hydrogen bombs are strictly prohibited from entering the arena. The Tianming tactical tank provided by the system rejects the traditional tank design philosophy of heavy armor. Instead, it employs lightweight composite materials and dynamic stealth coatings, enabling it to withstand intense attacks while remaining virtually invisible to enemy radar. According to Gu Xian's research, no satellite or radar currently exists that can penetrate the Tianming tactical tank's dynamic stealth coating. Additionally, it features highly efficient solar panels, utilizing a dual fuel system of oil and electricity for propulsion, and even incorporates a compact nuclear reactor as its core power source. However, the actual Tianming tactical tank doesn't utilize these outdated, obsolete technologies. Instead, it genuinely employs controlled nuclear fusion technology at its core, replacing traditional energy systems. If Gu Xian truly succeeded in developing this technology, it would mean that from that point onward, the Kachin nation could completely abandon electricity and petroleum. With just a few controlled nuclear fusion power stations deployed nationwide, they could achieve complete energy independence. Unfortunately, even with the system's assistance, Gu Xian could only advance step by step, developing gradually. Technological advancement is never achieved overnight. Even if the system casually tossed him a design blueprint for a two-dimensional foil, even if he were given another 500 years, he simply wouldn't have the capacity to pull it off. However, a tank powered by a nuclear reactor at its core would likely be unparalleled in the current annals of global development. Regardless, the Tianming tactical tank stands at the pinnacle of global innovation in this domain. Beyond its energy propulsion system, the Tianming tactical tank's weapon systems rank second only in importance. Cannon? Machine guns? Both are utterly obsolete, right? The Tianming tactical tank's primary armament features a high-powered directed energy weapon, the photon pulse cannon. Utilizing laser and plasma technologies, it can instantly unleash an energy beam powerful enough to melt through any known defense system. This laser cannon boasts immense destructive power with a range stretching from 10 kilometers to nearly 20 kilometers. Its firing mechanism is highly automated and advanced, delivering precision strikes that surpass all conventional firepower. The main armament consists of a total of 4 such cannons. Dense electromagnetic railguns flank both sides of the chassis for close-range defense and rapid response, effectively countering incoming missiles and aircraft while delivering devastating lethality. Though it falls short of the photon pulse cannon, of course. Then there are its auxiliary weapons, hundreds of small drones swirling around it. The drone design philosophy of the Rebellion Slayer battle armor originated from this very concept. However, the Tianming tactical tank's drone count utterly outclasses the Juni armor. These drones are categorized into 3 types: reconnaissance, attack, and support, forming a comprehensive, multi-layered combat network. Reconnaissance drones gather intelligence and relay real-time battlefield updates. Their efficiency rivals that of small reconnaissance satellites, and they operate with exceptional stealth. Attack drones carry micro-explosive devices, loaded with ample ammunition and compact laser weapons, enabling precision strike missions that achieve true ground-level firepower saturation. Support drones, meanwhile, carry medical supplies, providing emergency repairs and resupply for Tianming tactical tanks. Of course, their numbers are the smallest, amounting to just over a dozen. These hundreds of small drones, meticulously designed by Gu Xian, complement the Tianming tactical tank. In Gu Xian's own eyes, they truly form a seamless tactical coverage area. Weapons of slaughter. A veritable killing machine. Globally, no conventional weapon could match this, none. Listening to Gu Xian's detailed and deliberate explanation of the Tianming tactical tank's features, even Sula couldn't help but lose his composure. Damn it! Are you even letting us compete anymore? This is just too damn insane. Hundreds of small drones. Photon pulse dash. Electromagnetic railguns. Can we even play nicely with other countries anymore? If you bring this thing out, how are other nations and factions supposed to survive after seeing it? Sura pondered. The supreme leaders earlier claimed that it would take 100 Junyi warrior armor soldiers to counter a single Junyi warrior armor was still too conservative. Judging solely by the weapon specifications, the Tianming tactical tank's performance was far beyond what the Zuanruei armor could even hope to match. The rebellion-slaying armor was an absolute weapon in urban warfare and close combat, but against the Tianming tactical tank, it was nothing. Street fighting? Who's gonna mess with you on this? Watch me level the entire so-called complex with a single pulse energy cannon blast. Even if it was supposed to be street fighting, I'll turn it into a head-on battle for me to fight. Beneath the Tianming tactical tank, its path leaves nothing standing. These are merely the scaled-down capabilities of the Tianming tactical tank. Once deployed in formation 10 or more units, they can overwhelm tens of thousands of troops in frontal combat. 100 or more units can match the might of 100,000 or even 200,000 soldiers. But if the full-spec Tianming tactical tank arrives, a single unit could hold its own against tens of thousands of troops and emerge unscathed. Is it really that terrifying? Hearing this, Sura couldn't help but ask. Gu Xian nodded solemnly. Yes. Absolutely. Once controllable nuclear fusion technology is developed and integrated into the Tianming tactical tank, it will achieve a 24-hour continuous plasma shield technology. At that point, any form of attack against the Tianming tactical tank will be futile, while its own attacks will possess ultimate destructive power against anything. Then, is this weapon truly achievable within a month, as you claim, Commander? A gentleman's word is as good as gold. Hearing Gu Xian's definitive answer, Sura rose abruptly, his excitement causing him to slam his fist on the table. That's fantastic. With this weapon, I don't see what Qin Nation and the Burmese Federation can possibly say. So, Commander, is this your research plan for the next phase of scientific weapon development? Of course not. How could I possibly focus on just one weapon? Whoa. Leader, why am I just now realizing you're a bit of a show-off? Look at what you're saying. Is that even human speech? If it were anyone else, just developing this weapon in such a short time would have them so excited they'd lose their minds, practically wanting to shout it from the rooftops. But look at you, head of state, so calm and indifferent. And you tell me this isn't even your limit? Hearing this, Sura couldn't contain his curiosity and asked, besides this weapon, what other research projects are underway? Seeing Sula's eager gaze, Gu Xian no longer held back, revealing, I'm also developing a fully automated robot system capable of tri-service operations across land, sea, and air. And a 6th-generation fighter jet. Paired with the Junyi armor and Tianming tactical tanks, will forge an entirely new technological military force. Then, under heaven, no land will be free from the king's dominion on all shores, no subject will escape his rule. We'll show the lighthouse nation and those damned Jews whose hand is stronger. While Sula and Gu Xian were conversing, across the vast ocean, the world's foremost superpower had just announced earth-shattering news. Ha ha ha, excellent. Well done. You truly haven't disappointed me. To have this researched in such a short time. Chapter 42, The Lighthouse Nation Declares War Again. Happy New Year. White listened to the praise from his superiors over the phone, a sense of pride swelling within him. As an expert in military research, his greatest pride lay in developing generation after generation of exceptional weapons. And now, the supersonic missile that had baffled countless researchers in the Lighthouse Nation had finally been fully developed under his guidance. In terms of performance, it surpassed the power and speed of the hypersonic missiles previously tested by China. What does this signify? It means that at least in this matter, the Beacon Nation will no longer be at a disadvantage in its confrontation with China. It means the success rate of the Jews establishing a second nation in Southeast Asia has greatly increased. You China have hypersonic intercontinental missiles? Now we, the Beacon Nation, have them too. Let's see what else you can bring to the table to challenge us again. As for the Kachin state? White acknowledged. In certain cutting-edge fields, the Beacon Nation does indeed lag behind a small country. But warfare between nations is far more than just a contest of this one aspect. If it were solely about this, the Beacon Nation wouldn't have lost the war against China in the 1950s. So what if you're more advanced? In terms of overall strength, even the vast nation of China cannot match the Lighthouse Nation. What is there to fear from a tiny Kachin state? Still, we must not underestimate Kachin's wealth-gathering capabilities. If the rebellion-slaying armor and Starlight Potion prove as formidable as Kachin claims, then from this day forward, Kachin will have an endless stream of funds flowing into their coffers. Once or twice might be manageable, but if we allow Kachin to continue this, the difficulty of conquering that nation will inevitably increase significantly. Therefore, we must resolve this swiftly. Now that supersonic missiles have been developed, the Lighthouse Nation will no longer be at a disadvantage in this area. Following the recent clash with the Huaxia fleet, the nation has allocated substantial funds to enhance the capabilities of its Navy and Air Force. I'm confident our naval capabilities have advanced by several tiers by now. Therefore, we must seize Kachin within a short time frame. Capture all data on the Sky Dome system, the Rebellion Slaying Armor, and the Starlight Elixir. With these assets in hand, our lighthouse nation will once again secure its position as the world's undisputed superpower, a status no coalition of nations could ever challenge. White clutched the newly developed supersonic missile data in his hand, his resolve hardening. Without further hesitation, he relayed his plans through his electronic device to his superior, one of the most powerful figures in the lighthouse nation, the representative of the Judas faction. On the other end of the line, an elderly man radiating a chilling aura took the call. As he reviewed the information White had sent, he fell deep in thought. Launch an immediate attack? In the name of the lighthouse nation? No. That was far too risky. One misstep could lead to disaster. The name of the lighthouse nation must not be invoked. But he could instigate a proxy war by heavily aiding the Kachin state and the Union of Myanmar. And as White had reported, it must be swift and decisive. Not a single opportunity should be given to the Kachin state or the Chinese nation backing them. In that case, the elder picked up another phone, his fingers tapping rapidly across the screen as he sent a message. Transmit my orders. Using the Judas Group's contribution of $300 billion worth of advanced military supplies, transport all these materials to the Union of Myanmar and Kachin State via Pacific satellite nations such as the Philippines, North Korea, and other Southeast Asian countries under our control as transit points. Simultaneously, make renewed promises to Kachin State's leadership and increase the stakes. I refuse to believe they won't take the bait. Afterward, mobilize 1 million troops from Kachin State and the Union of Myanmar. Ignore short-term losses and assemble a massive force in the shortest time possible. Launch a pincer attack from both sides to annihilate Kachin State. Then, instruct the Foreign Ministry to draft a series of economic and trade sanctions against Kachin State, completely isolating it internationally. On the Chinese front, under the banner of the Lighthouse Nation, deploy 100,000 troops from the White Elephant in the southwest to the western border provinces of China, forcibly provoking armed conflict. In the south and southeast, intensify pressure on nations and factions targeting China's foreign trade vessels and maritime routes. The lighthouse nation will fully support them. In the east, escalate the Frog Island conflict. South Korea and Taiwan must blockade China's East China Sea region while provoking conflicts in civilian and international trade sectors. Conduct joint military exercises to intimidate China. The elder's mind raced as he formulated a series of policies targeting China. Finally, regarding the war between Big Mao and Second Mao, let them fight more fiercely. Don't let those European nations sit on their hands, make them contribute. At the very least, we must exhaust China and Big Mao's logistical supply lines. Then, 10 days later, announce to the world the test launch of a hypersonic intercontinental missile. Simultaneously, join forces with other Western nations to deploy a carrier strike group comprising 5 aircraft carriers to blockade the Pacific waters adjacent to China, intimidating them. Sir, are we really going to do this? If fully implemented, this would not only consume enormous resources but also provoke intense backlash and resentment from China, risking further escalation of the conflict. Enough talk. Carry out the orders. The Judas Group will understand my approach. As long as we breach Kachin State, everything can still be salvaged. Hearing the old man's tone that brooked no argument, the man on the other end froze in shock. What a massive gambit. Once unleashed, these measures would be several times more severe than previous sanctions against China, while seemingly capable of comprehensively suppressing China. But as he stated, the lighthouse nation would gain absolutely nothing from it. Are you truly so confident, sir, that you can completely subdue the Kachin state within this time frame? However, the thought of the domestically developed, all-around advanced weaponry made him shake his head in self-mockery, amused by his own notion. After all, it's merely the Kachin state. Under such intense pressure, it would be a miracle if it survived. What difference did their vast funds and advanced research equipment make? Before absolute might, all else is but illusion. Right. Urge the Kachin kingdom to deliver the Starglow potion and the rebellion-slaying battle armor we auctioned off immediately. Once everything is ready, execute all these orders 10 days from now. We must strike with thunderous force to utterly shatter the Kachin kingdom's last shred of hope. Through this battle, I will establish the Judeans' absolute authority in the Lighthouse Nation while making it crystal clear to every nation on earth that we are the true, unquestioned global overlords. Our word is law. Chapter 43, The Third War Approaches? China. Within the highest-level conference room in the capital, voices rose and fell in succession. According to intelligence reports, the Lighthouse Nation is highly likely to launch another major operation soon. They're stirring trouble again? Have they lost their minds? They must not fear escalating a localized armed conflict into World War III. Who knows what those bastards are scheming? For starters, the White Elephant dared to deploy 100,000 troops, openly provoking us along our western border. Without the Lighthouse Nation pulling the strings, they wouldn't have the guts to do that even if you gave them 10 times the courage. It's not just the White Elephant. The battlefields of Big Mao and Little Mao, the Foot Basin Chicken and South Korean bastards, Frog Island, and that bunch of monkeys in Southeast Asia, they're all gearing up for trouble. While the lighthouse nation has used similar tactics to disrupt our operations in recent months, the scale has never been this massive. They've even rolled out a series of policies specifically targeting China and Kachin State. Then, in the Myanmar-Kachin border region, they've spared no expense massively shipping advanced weapons and expanding their military presence, clearly determined to fight to the bitter end. Upon hearing this series of reports, the man seated at the head of the table frowned and said in a deep voice, "It seems the lighthouse nation is determined to annihilate Kachin State this time, hence the series of measures." The Kachin State's strategic importance and economic value on the international stage have grown increasingly prominent. Especially with the sale of Starlight Potion and the rebellion-slaying battle armor, these are money-making ventures even more lucrative than oil. The lighthouse nation, accustomed to its usual high-handed ways, would never tolerate another country amassing wealth through such advanced technology. After all, in their eyes, they don't want another nation like our China to emerge and challenge their dominance. And now, Kachin possesses precisely that potential. Despite its small territory and underdeveloped infrastructure, the latent power this nation has unleashed has already made the lighthouse nation wary. Upon hearing the man's words, a slightly doubtful voice nearby asked, "But at this critical juncture, isn't the lighthouse nation afraid of provoking a mutually destructive confrontation with China? The economic value Kachin brings to our nation is invaluable. If this development continues, we could soar to new heights through this single relationship alone, ushering in a second period of rapid economic growth." Based on intelligence from relevant departments and my own assessment, the lighthouse nation must have developed some new technological weaponry to act with such confidence. Though despicable, they are undeniably a formidable adversary. We must never underestimate them. Then let's keep a close eye on the lighthouse nation's moves. We'll meet force with force, water with earth. While the lighthouse nation isn't easy to bully, neither is our China a soft target. The voices gradually fell silent. And finally, faint murmurs could be heard. Should we inform the Kachin State first? Inform them. Let the Kachin nation prepare properly so they won't be caught off guard when the time comes. What must come will come. This calm feels like the eve of a storm. Gu Xian took the intelligence report handed to him by Sula and began to examine it carefully. Before long, he let out a soft sigh. The storm clouds are gathering. Though I've long been prepared for war, I never imagined it would come so swiftly. This time, the lighthouse nation seems utterly determined to destroy the Kachin State. Combining domestic intelligence with information from Huaxia, the Union of Myanmar and the Chin State have launched large-scale, intensive conscription campaigns. It seems they intend to strike while the Kachin nation is still developing and its foundations are unstable, delivering a thunderous blow to completely break its backbone. But how could I possibly let you lighthouse nation succeed so easily? With hundreds of thousands of troops deployed and advanced weaponry at their disposal, such a costly and burdensome endeavor. If Kachin can seize this opportunity to utterly annihilate these forces, it may not even require another strike. Both nations could collapse from within in the blink of an eye. Then, without firing a single shot, we could effortlessly take control of both nations, merge their territories into one, and redefine Burma's borders. Gu Xian murmured to himself, his piercing gaze fixed intently on the maps of Southeast Asia and the world spread before him. Sigh. Sometimes it's truly mind-boggling. Why did the Jews have to choose Southeast Asia for their second attempt at nation-building? As far as Gu Xian could see, wouldn't it be a piece of cake to establish a nation in your own backyard of South America? But never mind. At this point, complaining won't change anything. The immediate priority now is to complete the research on the Tianming tactical tank and swiftly transition it into mass production. If time permits, paired with dual-generation bionic robots for land and air, and coordinated with the Junyi Legion, we can form an initial tech-based military force. In this way, we will truly be able to slay gods who stand in our way and Buddhas who block our path. The emergence of this technologically superior force would instantly turn the tide of battle. When the technologically advanced forces cultivated by the Kachin nation clash with the armies of the Union of Myanmar and the Chin nation, Gu Xian dares to guarantee with full confidence that they will be utterly routed. Research on the Tianming tactical tank is now more than halfway complete. The remaining work can be finished within 15 days. However, mass production requires considerable time. This period will undoubtedly be when Kachin State's defenses are relatively weak. While the Sky Shield system can repel enemy airstrikes and artillery shells, its energy consumption is truly enormous. Under full enemy firepower, once it exceeds the system's critical threshold, energy expenditure will rise exponentially. At that point, it simply won't last long. Gu Xian scratched his head, his eyes darting around. That's why China's role becomes crucial. No matter the cost, we must persuade China to buy Kachin more time until technological breakthroughs allow the Tianming tactical tank to be fully operational. Thoughts swirled around Gu Xian's mind, leaving him dizzy and disoriented. In his next life, he wouldn't want to be a national leader or a great scientist. He wanted to give up. He'd lie flat. Ideally becoming a national treasure of Huaxia in the future, spending his days either eating or sleeping, with beautiful attendants to stroke his fur and feed him milk from a bowl. What a carefree life that would be. Nothing like his current miserable existence. Come to think of it, it's been quite some time since I left China's Tianyuan Research Institute. I wonder how old Zhao is doing. I hope my departure hasn't overwhelmed him with work at the institute, causing him to drop dead from overwork. If that happened, I'd never get the chance to get back at you. At this thought, Gu Xian's mood lifted considerably. Chapter 44, Zhao Yuanjie's awkward situation. Achoo! Why do I feel like someone's talking about me? Zhao Yuanjie stared at the colorful blueprints on the table, suddenly sneezing and muttering to himself. Damn First Research Institute. Just because I'm a bit rusty on plasma fundamentals, they have to blow up at me like that? God damn it, in all my years, I've never been treated this badly. It's all Gu Xian's fault. Yes, it's all his fault. As these thoughts swirled through his mind, Zhao Yuanjie's brows furrowed tightly as he growled angrily, looking every bit like a defeated lion. All because of that damn Gu Xian. 4 months now. Even after ordering nationwide searches for Gu Xian and deploying big data tracking, not a single trace had been found. Gu Xian had vanished as if he'd evaporated from the face of the earth. Ever since Gu Xian vanished, the resistance faced by the 6th-generation aircraft reform project under Tianyuan Research Institute has been nothing short of monumental. Month after month, not even a ripple has been made. The project remains stuck in the realm of paperwork. Such sluggish progress has deeply dissatisfied the top officials at the national level, who are even considering scrapping the project altogether. Had he not expended immense effort to stall it, this reform project would have vanished entirely. For Zhao Yuanjie, the success of this reform plan meant whether he could take the next step forward. Therefore, success was non-negotiable. Failure was not an option. But even if he assigned every researcher from the Tianyuan Institute to this project, the results achieved were laughably inadequate. Damn Gu Xian. If he were here, none of this bull would be happening. This guy is completely unyielding. He truly deserves to be damned. Run and hide all you want. I've already blocked you across the entire network. Let's see where you can escape to. Even if you flee to the ends of the earth, I'll make you pay a bitter price. Zhao Yuanjie's fury boiled over, causing him to slam his fist down on the table. Thud. Thud. Boom. Oh. Director Zhao seems quite fired up. Could it be the plasma shield research project giving you headaches? Tang Chang, hearing the commotion, strode over and spoke coldly. Ah, it's Professor Tang. My apologies for not greeting you at the door. What brings you here? What brings you here? Are you deaf? Of course, I'm inquiring about the progress of your research on the plasma shield. The Kachin state has handed over every last bit of their secondary plasma shield technology documentation to us without holding anything back. Our research team has already achieved major breakthroughs one after another. Director Zhao, may I ask what exactly is the Tianyuan Research Institute you oversee doing? Could it be that you're all a bunch of useless trash? How did the renowned Tianyuan technology end up breeding a little karami like you? Hearing Tang Cheng's unfiltered sarcasm, Zhao Yuanjie's face flushed alternately crimson and ashen. He hadn't expected this professor from the First Research Institute to show him not a shred of respect or courtesy. After all, in terms of rank, they were supposed to be equals. Yet here he was, treated like a servant, swallowing his pride. Why the hell? Zhao Yuanjie thought to himself, about to retort, but when he looked up at Tang Cheng's cold, stern gaze devoid of any emotion, he backed down. No! How could this be called retreating? This was a strategic retreat. Just wait, the humiliation I suffered today, Zhao Yuanjie vowed, would be repaid 100-fold in due time. In the future. If I get the chance, you'll be in for a world of trouble. Though Zhao Yuanjie thought this inwardly, outwardly he maintained a cheerful smile as he apologized to Tang Cheng. Professor Tang, perhaps my team is still adjusting to the unfamiliar environment here. I assure you, Tianyuan Research Institute will achieve breakthroughs in the future. Rest assured. Definitely make breakthroughs? What a load of bull. The Kachin state has practically handed you the data on a silver platter, fed it right to your lips, and now you tell me you'll make breakthroughs in the future. Even if you brought in some clueless newbie, sat them down with that data, and gave them time, they'd make a breakthrough eventually, right? At this thought, Tang Cheng's gaze turned menacing, making Zhao Yuanjie's heart race. I've reviewed the 3 plasma shield inventions from your Tianyuan Research Institute. They bear striking similarities to the secondary plasma shield data provided by the Kingdom of Kachin. Over 90% overlap. Logically, your team should have achieved breakthrough results the fastest. But now, months later, I haven't seen a single tangible result from your team. Now, I'd like Director Zhao to seriously answer my question. Is Tianyuan Research Institute truly the inventor of these 3 related patents? Moreover, on the patent list, aside from one individual named Gu Xian, why are all the other researchers directly related to you by blood? What's more, wasn't there a strict order from above? All personnel involved in plasma-related research were required to attend. So why didn't this person named Gu Xian show up? Tang Cheng's words poured out like machine gun fire, pounding against Zhao Yuanjie's ears until his mind buzzed. He tried to retort, his lips parting, but no sound emerged. What could he say? What could he possibly say? He couldn't very well admit that all three plasma shield technologies were actually Gu Xian's work, that he, as director, had appropriated the credit for his achievements and swallowed up the sixth-generation aircraft reform proposal Gu Xian had submitted, driving Gu Xian to flee overnight? The thought sent a chill down his spine. Zhao Yuanjie felt a chill run down his spine, utterly at a loss for words. At the same time, his hatred for Gu Xian deepened. Damn it! I've lived over 60 years, and this is the first time I've been thoroughly outmaneuvered by a greenhorn. So what if I took your patented invention and your sixth-generation aircraft reform plan? Is that really worth being so petty? Young people these days really lack tempering. I kindly offered him such a secure position, but what did I get in return? Not only did he refuse to cooperate with my work, but now he's vanished without a trace, showing no regard for the Tianyuan Research Institute or his own future. This man's narrow-mindedness will never allow him to achieve anything significant. Director Zhao, I'm asking you a question. Right now. Answer these questions immediately. Hearing Tang Cheng's icy tone. Just as Zhao Yuanjie was about to grit his teeth and start dodging, a figure in a lab coat strode up to Tang Cheng and whispered something in his ear. But, from Zhao Yuanjie's perspective, Tang Cheng's face twisted in disbelief. He turned to his assistant and demanded, "Is that really true?" Upon receiving an affirmative response, Tang Cheng abruptly stood up and left, not even acknowledging Zhao Yuanjie. What just happened? Chapter 45, Besieged on all sides, the great battle looms. The Lighthouse Nation will conduct a hypersonic intercontinental missile test in 3 days, targeting the Atlantic Rim. Is this real? Reporting to Professor Tang, the intelligence comes from China's high-level intelligence agency. It's highly credible. Moreover, the Lighthouse Nation just issued an international statement confirming the ICBM launch in 3 days. I was wondering why the Lighthouse Nation has been acting so restless lately. Turns out they've developed a hypersonic ICBM. Professor Tang, what do you think the Lighthouse Nation will do next? What will they do next? It's obvious as day. China and the Lighthouse Nation are locked in a standoff, neither willing to back down. By pulling this stunt, the Lighthouse Nation is clearly signaling to the world that it's not to be trifled with. Based on intelligence from above, the Beacon Nation is absolutely, positively preparing for major moves soon. But even so, there's nothing we can do to stop them. We'll just have to watch quietly from the sidelines for now. Tang Cheng spoke slowly to his assistant beside him, his expression grave. The international situation was growing increasingly tense. If this continued, the outbreak of World War III wouldn't be a joke, it could very well become a reality. At that point, the fighting might escalate to the point where both sides, consumed by a die together or die alone mentality, resort to mutual destruction. That would be no laughing matter. We'll just have to take it one step at a time. This is such a headache. Tang Cheng sighed helplessly. The land of the morning calm. What? The Lighthouse Nation is testing a hypersonic intercontinental missile. This is truly excellent news. 3 days from now, if the test succeeds, the Lighthouse Nation's international standing and influence will soar to unprecedented heights. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. I was worried that if we teamed up with that damn South Korean bastard for Pacific drills, we might draw China's ire. But now, with the Lighthouse Nation backing us, this is the perfect chance to flex our muscles. Once this opportunity passes, it won't come again. I must show off our strength. By demonstrating greater strength then, we can shift the Lighthouse Nation's focus in East Asia toward us, the Korean Peninsula. This will elevate our national development and military capabilities to a new level. Brilliant indeed. Inside the office, a man with a small mustache chuckled smugly, his eyes brimming with satisfaction. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Once the Lighthouse Nation completes its mobilization in 3 days, I'll immediately respond to its call and intervene in China at any cost. Decades ago, they failed to defeat you, China. He refused to believe that China, now facing hostility from most nations worldwide, can hold out any longer. White Elephant. How is the border troop assembly progressing? Reporting, Commander. They are fully assembled and awaiting your orders at any time. Good. Very good. Deploy this 100,000 strong force along the border. Hold off on major operations for now. Just conduct minor skirmishes along China's western frontier. Shoot the bird that sticks its head out. Though the benefits promised by the Lighthouse Nation are tempting, we won't charge in to die for nothing. For now, our sole task is to wait. When most of the world's nations under the Lighthouse Nation's control strike at China, that will be our moment to shine. Though China's military might is formidable now, with the Lighthouse Nation's backing and our own formidable strength, China is utterly insignificant. Once China is defeated, we'll seize the opportunity to occupy the western provinces, carve out new territories, and advance directly on Shaanxi province, forcing China to surrender. Then, China's capital will forever lie beneath the blades of our white elephant. What immense glory and achievement that will be. The assistant beside him watched the commander's deranged expression and couldn't help but twitch his lips. Sir. The first few sentences were still bearable to listen to. But, just look at what you're saying now. Do you really think the Huaxia of today is just ripe for the picking? Talking about carving up this territory, seizing that one. If China is pushed to the brink, it might just flip the table and abandon the rules altogether. I'd love to see how you'd handle that, sir. Sigh. These days, every superior I encounter seems dumber than the last. It's all because of this damn caste system. He worked his ass off to get this assistant position, sacrificing so much to achieve it. But this pig-headed commander standing before him? He was a complete waste of space, skilled only in eating, drinking, gambling, and whoring, with not a single redeeming quality. But even if he was a useless fat pig who couldn't do anything, he was a Brahmin. He had a good background. In this world, it's truly gone to the dogs. The assistant shot a glance at the pig-headed commander, still roaring with laughter, cursing him silently. Oh, and we just received the latest directive from the Lighthouse Nation. They demand we immediately redeploy another 100,000 elite troops to the border with Kachin State as a deterrent. Once accomplished, they promise us substantial preferential policies. Proceed exactly as he says. With the Lighthouse Nation backing us, I dare say I can't take down all of China. Hearing the pig-headed commander spout such arrogance, the assistant opened his mouth to retort, but no words came out. Well, let this pig-headed fool have his way. Just make sure I don't get saddled with the blame later. With that thought, he hurriedly left the office and carried out the man's instructions. Union of Myanmar. How are the arrangements progressing? Reporting to Your Excellency, everything is proceeding according to plan. The Chin State has already recruited 300,000 troops, fully equipped and ready to strike the Kachin State at any moment. The White Elephant Kingdom to the west of Kachin is also expected to contribute 100,000 troops as a deterrent force against Kachin. Thailand and Cambodia have also agreed to jointly contribute 100,000 elite troops to conduct harassment operations along Kachin State's borders. Only the small nation of Bangladesh remains neutral. Beyond these nations influenced by the Lighthouse Nation that support us, our own forces have now expanded to 800,000 troops. Beyond basic daily order maintenance, we can redeploy 500,000 for another offensive against Kachin. Moreover, the advanced weaponry and equipment provided by the Lighthouse Nation will arrive shortly. It can be said that Kachin State will soon face the pressure of a million-strong modernized armed force. However, I am somewhat perplexed, Commander. Might these measures be a bit excessive? In a simple conference room? A commander beside him instinctively remarked to the composed elders sipping tea at the head of the table. From a practical standpoint, such an elaborate display is unnecessary to deal with Kachin State. They simply aren't worth it. Then why? Naturally, it's for the advanced technologies held by Kachin State, starting with the Starlight Elixir. The old man spoke calmly, yet his eyes burned with fervor. Chapter 46, Supersonic Missile Test Launch. Starlight Potion? The commander beside him froze, clearly not yet processing the information. Precisely. It's all for the Starlight Elixir. You could say that without it, the Lighthouse Nation's support for us would be limited. Even though half of their economy is already in our Jewish hands, it's not something we can openly declare before all their high-ranking officials. But now it's different. To obtain the formula and precise data for Starlight Elixir, all high-ranking officials unanimously gave the green light to the Kachin conflict, demanding Kachin be completely subdued in the shortest possible time. Once the formula and detailed data for Starlight Potion fall into our nation's hands, it will solidify our nation and the Jewish people's position as the world's dominant power. Simultaneously, it will bring immense economic wealth and open new avenues for harvesting resources from other nations. The value of this is simply immeasurable. That is precisely why the Lighthouse Nation has committed such substantial support to us to seize the formula and data for the Starlight Potion. Of course, acquiring all Starlight Elixir data without bloodshed would be ideal. Yet no matter what terms the Lighthouse Nation offered, even pledging to support Kachin's independence as a sovereign nation within the United Nations, Kachin rejected them all. At this point, the old man snorted disdainfully, clearly furious and disappointed by Kachin Nation's response. The Kachin State truly refuses the offered wine and insists on drinking the punishment wine. Even now, they fail to grasp the current situation. The Starlight Potion is absolutely not something a mere small country can master. Since the Kachin State refuses, we have no choice but to eliminate them completely, leaving no trace behind. The old man declared with unwavering certainty, his tone tinged with a hint of excitement. Just wait. In less than a month, the armies of all nations will be fully mobilized and ready to attack Kachin. Though their Sky Shield system proved formidable during our tests, its energy consumption is staggering. Under sustained, overwhelming firepower, it won't be long before their Sky Shield fails. Then, 5 armies will set forth. By splitting into smaller units, we can utterly annihilate the Kachin kingdom. Listening to the old man's words, the commander beside him swallowed hard and stammered, "What if the Kachin State defects to China with the formula for the Starlight Potion, sir? Then we fight." The elder replied without a moment's hesitation. "Even if the Starlight Elixir doesn't fall into our hands, it absolutely cannot be allowed to fall into China's. If necessary, we'll force China to abandon it. Then, even if no one obtains it, that's still better than letting China monopolize it. The influence of this potion is simply too immense. It's something that shouldn't even exist in this century, yet the Kachin kingdom has forcibly created it. Such extraordinary technological creations must be monopolized. If monopolization is impossible, then we must destroy it completely. Enough. Make arrangements. Our previous 2 assaults were repelled. Third time's the charm. This time, we must utterly annihilate Kachin. 3 days later. Under the watchful eyes of nations worldwide, the Lighthouse Nation's supersonic intercontinental missile swiftly launched from its California silo, heading straight for the Atlantic. Its speed surpassed even that of China's ICBMs. So swift that even when it was right before their eyes, radar and the naked eye struggled to track it. Only the most advanced reconnaissance satellite radar of the Lighthouse Nation could provide a vague location, pinpointing it to an area roughly 100 miles in radius. Its stealth capabilities far surpassed those of China's missiles. Before long, the ICBMs circled the skies over the Atlantic and European nations before swiftly returning to the Lighthouse Nation's border. From the official live stream broadcast by the Lighthouse Nation, nations fell into stunned silence. First came China, followed by the Lighthouse Nation. Both had developed hypersonic ICBMs far surpassing previous technological levels. They're untouchable. Just as the hypersonic ICBM smoothly returned to its launch bay, the internet erupted. Holy crap, after comparing them side by side, I swear the Lighthouse Nation's hypersonic ICBM looks way more advanced than China's. OP, don't get carried away. While the Lighthouse Nation's ICBMs are more advanced than China's, the gap isn't nearly as terrifying or as huge as you're making it out to be. Let me get this straight. This ICBM was rushed out overnight by the US after hearing China launched its hypersonic ICBM, right? Otherwise, they should have launched one shortly after China's test. Why the long delay? We all know the truth. Besides, you're well aware of China's approach: showcase one generation, deploy one generation, research the next generation. What they show us is already outdated. Our netizens shouldn't panic, just trust the country. Online discussions about the Lighthouse Nation's hypersonic ICBM were exceptionally lively. Though the buzz didn't match the intensity of China's recent test launch or the series of technological demonstrations from Kachin State, it still caused significant internal stirrings among the high-level officials of various nations, particularly among the nations of the lower 2 continents. John Bull. We're all permanent members of the Security Council. How can the gap be so vast? When will John Bull get his hands on this thing? Reporting to the leader, sir. Within our nation, the sole remaining steel mill operated by Chinese personnel is threatening to shut down operations. What should we do? What? Shut down? Impossible. This is one of the few remaining heavy industries in our John Bull nation. We absolutely cannot lose it. Our defense capabilities are already lagging behind. If this steel mill closes, developing hypersonic missiles will become a distant dream. Besides this, another major event is about to unfold. What is it? The Lighthouse Nation has dispatched a carrier strike group, 3 nuclear-powered carriers, 2 conventional carriers, and over 100 fighter jets and bombers across the Pacific, arriving right next to the Chicken Basin. Looks like another major move is underway. According to intelligence from relevant departments, the Beacon Nation has even equipped nuclear warheads this time. Upon hearing this, the leader of John Bull jolted upright, his body trembling. He rose to his feet and declared sternly, "Quickly! Convene the Supreme Council immediately to discuss how to handle this matter." Has the Lighthouse Nation truly lost its mind? He had a premonition that if things were allowed to continue unchecked, the entire world would inevitably be plunged into chaos. Chapter 47, Anticipation. After receiving Sula's message, Gu Xian stumbled into the conference room, his hair a messy nest and dark circles heavy under his eyes. As a result, Sula's next words instantly sobered Gu Xian, and all traces of drowsiness vanished. "Commander, reliable intelligence indicates that while you were directing research efforts in the lab, the Chinese military has once again engaged the Lighthouse Nation's carrier strike group. Beyond this clash between the 2 major powers, the Lighthouse Nation also enjoys the full support of South Korea and North Korea. While North Korea's involvement remains unclear, South Korea has practically emptied its naval and air force reserves to aid the Lighthouse Nation. What was the outcome? Gu Xian cut straight to the chase without further ado. Both sides, likely out of mutual apprehension, refrained from engaging in combat. After a standoff, they withdrew. However, the Lighthouse Nation's carrier strike group remains stationed near the Chicken Basin, clearly harboring unrelenting ambitions. Additionally, our Kachin State now relies solely on stable supplies from China, as all other channels have been cut off. The White Elephant has deployed 100,000 troops in the west, while Thailand and Cambodia have pooled 100,000 elite forces, advancing close to our border. To the south, the Qin Kingdom's 300,000 troops and the Union of Myanmar's 500,000 troops are preparing. It's easy to imagine that once their preparations are complete, a million-strong offensive will await Kachin State. Sura said with deep concern. So Kachin is now surrounded on all sides? Gu Xian frowned and asked. Correct. Except for China to the north, nations to the east, south, and west are all preparing to invade Kachin. Currently, they periodically dispatch air forces and artillery to bombard us, constantly draining the energy reserves of our sky shield system. If we hadn't preemptively coordinated with the Chinese construction team to build numerous advanced power stations providing ample energy support for the Sky Shield system, it would likely be on the verge of collapse by now. But even so, our Sky Shield system has already depleted 1/3 of its energy. If this continues... Gu Xian cut off Sula's speech and inquired, Mr. Sula, how much longer do you estimate the Sky Shield system can hold out? 10 days? That's a bit short. Gu Xian rubbed his temples, stunned that the Sky Canopy system had only 10 days left. Can China provide effective military assistance to our Kachin state? I raised this matter with the leadership not long ago. However, China has received warnings from the lighthouse nation. They've stated that should China send reinforcements to Kachin, they will respond at any cost, even risking full-scale war. Regardless of how many troops China sends, the lighthouse nation will always maintain twice China's military strength, with their blades pointed directly at us, the Kachin nation. The lighthouse nation has truly gone mad. To deal with Kachin, they're spending such enormous sums. How arrogant! Gu Xian muttered under his breath. After hearing Sula's detailed report, he finally understood that the lighthouse nation now came with the intent to utterly annihilate Kachin nation, leaving no room for negotiation whatsoever. Even the recent series of plans targeting China were merely collateral damage intended solely to slow China's progress and prevent them from aiding Kachin. After all, though China was not yet besieged on all sides, its situation was far from comfortable. It could be said that the Kachin state and China bear a striking resemblance in certain respects. Except for its northern border with Burma, the remaining 3 sides are tightly sealed off. The situation is unbearably dire. Were it not for China's formidable depth of reserves, it might well have been trapped and suffocated within the strategic encirclement plan the lighthouse nation has established against it. 3 nuclear-powered aircraft carriers, 2 conventional carriers, plus over 100 fighter jets and bombers, various types of warships, and nuclear submarines armed with warheads. They're clearly determined to test China's resolve. The United States has now directly copied and implemented strategies China once employed. I'm not sure whether to call them brazen or shameless. Leader, why don't you seem the least bit nervous? Nervous? Why should I be nervous? Gu Xian stretched his aching body, stiff from days of intense research, and smiled at Sula. Oh, come on, head of state, stop pretending. Setting aside what China is facing, just look at our situation here in Kachin. It's extremely dire. One misstep could spell national extinction. We must proceed with the utmost caution. So far, our military has barely reached a strength of 400,000, and our weapons and equipment are extremely outdated. We're at an absolute disadvantage in both areas. Frankly, this war is unwinnable. To charge headlong into battle would be like an egg hitting a stone, utterly reckless. Even with the Sky Veil system and the rebellion-slaying legion at our disposal? Sura hurriedly explained, trying to make Gu Xian see the gravity of the situation. But when he saw Gu Xian's unwavering confidence and the faint, almost imperceptible smile hidden in his eyes, Sula froze. Then, he cautiously inquired, Commander, could it be the Tianming tactical tank has been successfully developed? Yes, it's been successfully developed. Why else do you think I'm so calm? The Tianming tactical tank production line is now fully operational. With sufficient material support, mass production can commence immediately. Though our Kachin nation currently lacks most resources, we have one advantage: abundant funds and the backing of China. Here is the material list I compiled. The task of gathering these materials falls to you, Mr. Sula. Additionally, I've also set up a production line for dual-system land-air bionic combat robots. They can be integrated with the Tianming tactical tank to form a coordinated system. The required materials are also detailed in the documents I've provided you. Gu Xian patted Sula's shoulder and said leisurely. The 10 days secured through the Sky Curtain system were a bit tight, but with careful planning, it should be sufficient. Listening to Gu Xian's series of astonishing announcements, Sura felt strangely numb. This pace of research and production wasn't something she hadn't experienced before, and she'd developed a certain immunity to it by now. That said, Sula hesitated no longer. He took the documents Gu Xian handed him and sprang into swift action. The Tianming tactical tank. The mere thought of this technological marvel appearing on the battlefield filled him with awe at the sheer spectacle it would create. Likely, even those nations would be left speechless. Whoa! For some reason, he suddenly found himself hoping for the day when the Sky Curtain system's energy would finally run dry. Sura thought to himself. Chapter 48, Conflict erupts, Two Nations Hardship. 8 days later. Along the border between Kachin and White Elephant, the heavy atmosphere had become almost tangible, hanging like a shadow over every Kachin soldier. The White Elephant is truly mad. How dare they launch armed conflicts against both China's western provinces and our border simultaneously? Are they declaring all-out war? They truly are insane. Every other nation has remained silent thus far, quietly gathering strength to strike us, the Kachin state, when they are fully prepared. But the white elephant? They foolishly charge in headlong. Don't they know the saying, the nail that sticks out gets hammered down? Who knows? Since he dared to come, we'll wipe them out completely. That'll show the world nations that Kachin state isn't to be trifled with. Inside the border command center, several Kachin commanders huddled together, brows furrowed as they studied the battle reports before them, engaged in heated discussion. Even with 100 brains, they couldn't fathom it. How the white elephant fool dared provoke both Kachin and China simultaneously. Had he swallowed a bear's heart and a leopard's guts? Though we only have 60,000 troops and our equipment is far inferior to white elephants, headquarters has brought good news. If we hold out just 2 days, reinforcements will be dispatched immediately to turn the tide. Sir, surely the exterminators' legion won't take 2 whole days to arrive? If headquarters sent us even 1,000 exterminators, our resistance wouldn't be this grueling, right? A man with bronze-toned skin asked curiously. The rebellion suppressors have grown to 10,000 strong. Logically, they could spare 1,000 to aid us. But the pressure from the Burmese Federation is overwhelming. Along the southern border, their 300,000 troops have advanced to within striking distance of the Skyscreen system. To conserve the Skyscreen's resources and deliver a deterrent blow to the Burmese Federation, all 8,000 of the rebel legion have been dispatched to the border. The remaining 2,000 are tied up on other battlefronts and cannot be spared. Therefore, we can only wait. Fortunately, we possess the Sky Curtain system. We need only intercept a portion of their firepower to prevent excessive losses on our end. The man seated in the center, bearing the General Star, spoke slowly. Though we don't know what trump card HQ holds, at this point, we have no choice but to trust them unconditionally. No sooner had the words left his mouth. The doors of the border command post burst open. A figure spotted the gathered group and shouted anxiously, "Sir, it's bad." Hearing this, Major Mel, bearing the rank insignia, jolted upright and demanded, "What happened? Could it be the Sky Curtain system has been breached?" If the Sky Curtain system had truly been breached, then the tens of thousands of troops stationed along the border would face devastating enemy firepower. While the white elephant across the border couldn't compare to the unpredictable, it was still a world-class superpower, backed by the lighthouse nation. The heavy firepower at their disposal was absolutely beyond what Kachin could withstand. At that time, if even 4 digits of their troops survive, it'll be considered a decent outcome. Get a grip on the era we're in. This is no longer the ancient battlefield where cold weapons reign supreme. It's the 21st century now, where hot weapons dominate. A single wave of firepower can reduce all carbon-based lifeforms to nothing but ashes. The battlefield is no playground. Anyone who underestimates it will pay an excruciating price. No, wait, the Skyscreen system hasn't been breached yet. That's good. Hearing this, Mel let out a long sigh of relief. Thank goodness it wasn't the worst-case scenario he'd feared. Then what major incident could have you so flustered? Just moments ago, every single country bordering us except Bangladesh issued a joint declaration to Kachin State, declaring us an enemy force and initiating full-scale war. That includes 5 nations, White Elephant, Chin State, the Union of Myanmar, Thailand, and Cambodia. And shortly after these declarations, a combined force of 1,200,000 troops from these 5 nations has now massed along Kachin State's borders, completely encircling our country. And this is only targeting Kachin State. The pressure facing China is even more immense. The lighthouse nation seems to have lost its mind, dispatching another carrier strike group, this time comprising 3 aircraft carriers to the Pacific. Combined with a naval squadron provided by South Korea and Japan, their strength is terrifying. That's equivalent to 3 advanced carrier strike groups. They're all currently stationed right at China's doorstep, locked in a standoff with every intention of fighting to the death. After the scout finished speaking, even Mel fell silent. He couldn't quite grasp it. Just a few months ago, the international situation seemed perfectly stable. Why did it now resemble a powder keg primed to explode at any moment? As the victims in this situation, neither Kachin State nor China seem to have provoked anyone throughout the entire affair. Damn it, forget it. Even if 5 nations don't declare war on us, so what? They've always had it in for us Kachin anyway. It's already a life or death situation. How is this any different from before? I don't care about other areas. Within this border zone, I will not tolerate the Sky Shield system being breached. Do everything in your power to intercept enemy fire and slow their advance. I believe HQ will deliver a surprise. Now, even if it costs me my old life, I'll drag that clumsy elephant to its death. Mel declared with unwavering resolve. It wasn't just him. Along the other 4 border sectors, the 4 commanders tasked with securing the borders had made their decision: delay at any cost. What's 2 days? No problem. Relying on the formidable defensive capabilities of the Celestial Shield system, they possess that confidence. From a god's eye view, one could see the entire Kachin State operating like the most intricate machine, executing command after command with pinpoint precision. If one word could sum it up, it would be perfect unity. Damn it, I just took a nap, and now my news apps and internet platforms are blowing up. Is World War III about to start? Probably the spark. The flashpoints for World War I and World War II are long gone. But you, my friend, were witnessing a pivotal moment in history. At least we didn't live in vain. Stop laughing. When the world truly ends, I'll see if you can still laugh then. Good thing I'm in Africa. Nothing's gonna touch me here. If I die, I'll be among the lucky ones. Now, let's see how China and Kachin respond. Chapter 49, No More Pretending, I'm laying my cards on the table. China. At the Supreme Council meeting, several individuals representing China's highest authorities sat together, silently discussing the extraordinarily detailed intelligence displayed on the documents before them. 3 carrier strike groups approaching the East China Sea, a comprehensive economic blockade, hostility from nearly all neighboring nations to the north, and constant border disturbances. This is quite the grand gesture. Indeed, it somewhat reminds me of the 1950s in the previous world. But our Huaxia has changed long ago. How can these minions of the lighthouse nation be so single-minded? They just blindly follow the lighthouse nation without any flexibility. Alright, everyone, quiet down for a moment. The man seated at the head waved his hand, cutting off the conversation. Everyone expected him to announce something momentous, but the next second, his words sent a collective chill through the room. I have little more to say. I simply seek your counsel. After enduring so long, after decades of painstaking development, should we China keep pretending? Enough with the pretense. Enough. At this point, the Beacon Nation has shown utter ingratitude. No, to be precise, they've become downright insolent. They're asking for a lesson. What's left to hide? What's the point of pretending? Let's just lay our cards on the table. Agreed. That's exactly how I feel. If we don't take down a few of their strongholds this time, does that mean our China is made of clay? I was planning to lie low for a bit, keep a low profile with the Kachin state, make some concessions, and endure the humiliation. After all, war is never as profitable as making money. But now it seems clear unless we give those foreign devils a proper beating, they won't leave us alone. If that's the case, then let's fight. Hearing the usually divided factions conservative and radical unite in rare agreement, the man smiled and said, good. Let's fight. Effective immediately, activate Contingency Plan 1. Let our China once again take center stage on the world's grandest stage, delivering a small shock to all nations. Kachin State. Gu Xian sat solemnly at the head of the table, symbolizing the highest council of Kachin State. His eyes swept the room, taking in the grave expressions of those present before he spoke with a smile. Gentlemen, what are your thoughts on the 5 nations declaring war on us? Your Excellency, forgive this old man for speaking plainly. It's not that I lack faith in our nation, but the enemies we face this time are simply too formidable. Even if we were to fight to the death, we wouldn't gain the slightest advantage. Therefore, to preserve our strength, the best course I can see is to negotiate peace. By conserving our power, we'll have countless opportunities to redeem ourselves and avenge today's humiliation once we grow stronger. It's not that this old man lacks patriotism. Quite the contrary, it's precisely because I hold such deep affection for the Kachin nation that I propose this course. Gentlemen, think carefully before acting. Even if we grit our teeth and fight on, it would be like an egg smashing against a stone. We'd only end up shattered. Gu Xian listened silently as the elderly man spoke at length nearby, neither interrupting nor uttering a word. Seeing that Gu Xian showed no intention of taking a stance. For a moment, the meeting room. Everyone voiced their opinions, each expressing their own views. Though the opinions varied widely, they broadly fell into 2 camps. One advocated for peace negotiations, arguing that they could regroup and regain their footing later. The other advocated for war, insisting that even if it meant fighting to the death, there could be no retreat. Among these, the former viewpoint held overwhelming majority support, with only a handful of hawks backing the latter stance. Seeing this, Gu Xian cleared his throat and spoke in a solemn tone. Gentlemen, since you've all had your say, it's now my turn. In my view, not only must we fight this war, but we must reclaim everything we've lost with interest. There's no need to wait for another opportunity, we'll take it back now. Some may wonder where my confidence comes from. I'll keep that confidential for now, but I promise this, in 2 days, just 2 days, I will show you all the peerless weapon I brought to Kachin State, one capable of crushing any threat. Beyond that, let me remind you all, do not underestimate the strength of China. Its depth and foundation far exceed your wildest imaginings. Gu Xian remarked softly. As a Chinese man, he knew all too well the nation's tendency to conceal its true capabilities. The iceberg visible above the surface was already immense, yet it represented but a mere fraction of its true magnitude. The depths concealed beneath the surface remained forever unfathomable, defying conventional measurement. Though the lighthouse nation had allied with South Korea and Japan to form 3 aircraft carrier strike groups capable of destroying any nation, if China could be so easily subdued and forced into retreat, if victory could be achieved without sacrificing a single soldier, allowing them to carve away at China's flesh at will. Gu Xian declared, you truly underestimate China. Shortly before the meeting convened, The Foreign Affairs and Intelligence Departments temporarily overseen by Sula delivered news from China. The message stated China was willing to deploy 300,000 troops to Kachin State without compensation, fully resolving the nation's crisis. Facing a force of 1.2 million troops, 300,000 soldiers appeared vastly outnumbered. But this is the military of the ancient Eastern nation that stands as the sole power capable of challenging the world's sole superpower. The sophistication of its weaponry and tactical strategies far surpasses those of these nations by a world of difference. Therefore, with 300,000 against 1.2 million, the advantage is ours. Yet, after much deliberation, Gu Xian still declined China's offer. On one hand, if China truly sends troops, there's no telling whether the lighthouse nation won't retaliate in kind and deploy forces as well. In a standoff where both sides are locked in a tense confrontation, Kachin State could easily become a battleground between the two nations. The losses would be devastating, perhaps even beyond what Gu Xian could bear. On the other hand, he possesses absolute confidence to confront this so-called 1.2 million strong modern elite force. The world stage show below must not be a solo performance by China alone. He must get involved no matter what. This would prevent neighboring nations from later harping on Kachin, accusing him of victory achieved through unfair means. After Gu Xian once again calmed everyone's emotions and firmly declared a pro-war stance before ending the meeting, he slumped back in his chair and gulped down a large mouthful of water. Seriously, no one warned me being a leader would be this mentally draining. Just as Gu Xian was lamenting, a message flashed across his phone screen. Commander, the first batch of technologically enhanced troops is complete. Ha? Already? Chapter 50, Cloud Leopard and Peregrine Falcon, Technological Army Vote sought. Report the details. How many bionic combat robots and Tianming tactical tanks have been produced? Gu Xian suppressed his excitement and spoke softly. 800 units of the land-air integrated combat robots, codenamed Cloud Leopard Falcon, have been produced, along with 100 Tianming tactical tanks. Sula reported from the other end of the line, her voice tinged with excitement. Gu Xian froze upon hearing this. This production efficiency was astonishingly fast. The Tianming tactical tank's output rate was a full 30% higher than he had anticipated, and that was without even factoring in the production figures for the Cloud Leopard Peregrine bionic combat robots. When he crunched the numbers, production efficiency exceeded his estimates by over 200%. The first batch of advanced combat weapons consists of these units. Beyond that, we have 200 Tianming tactical tanks and 2,000 Cloud Leopard Falcon bionic combat robots currently in the design and assembly phase. Full completion should be achieved within approximately 3 days. Once experimental testing is complete, this batch of weapons will swiftly deploy to the battlefield, addressing the urgent pressure along the Kachin border. Listening to Sula's excited voice, Gu Xian understood. He understood completely. Commander, should we deploy these weapons to the border front immediately? No, it's too premature to deploy them now. Let's wait. Once the remaining 2,000 bionic combat robots and Tianming tactical tanks are fully produced, deploying them all together will still be timely. I'm already looking forward to seeing the expressions on our opponents' faces then. After arranging all matters, 2 hours had passed. Gu Xian took a sip of his now cold tea and rubbed his lower back. Sigh. If he weren't young, this grueling research schedule and relentless work ethic might have worn him down. With the Tianming tactical tank, the Cloud Leopard Falcon, and the Junyi Legion, I can't think of any conventional military force that could threaten Kachin State unless we're talking about nuclear weapons. But damn, this high-tech research is a money pit. The entire chain research, building production lines, mass production has already cost nearly 200 billion yuan. I thought the previous funds would be enough for Kachin State to coast for a while, but it seems that wasn't quite sufficient after all. At this thought, Gu Xian couldn't help but grimace. It hurts. It hurt like hell. All that glistening silver, it was money, pure and simple. Well, what's spent is spent. I just hope this batch of weapons doesn't disappoint me. Gu Xian consoled himself. Apart from the Tianming tactical tank, the bionic combat robot named Cloud Leopard Falcon had also consumed an immense amount of his effort. Every meticulous arrangement and research phase for these two cutting-edge technological products had been personally organized by Gu Xian from start to finish. It nearly knocked the wind out of him. Among them, the Cloud Leopard Peregrine employed unique biomechanical principles, drawing design inspiration from the Cheetah and Peregrine Falcon. On land, the Cloud Leopard Falcon is clad in wear-resistant, bulletproof bionic armor, enabling it to dash like the wind across complex terrain, reaching speeds exceeding 100 km per hour and effortlessly clearing obstacles. When aerial combat is required, the Cloud Leopard Falcon's back slowly unfolds to reveal a pair of foldable carbon fiber wings, simultaneously activating feather-like propulsion engines, instantly generating immense lift to soar skyward like a peregrine falcon, achieving seamless transition from land to air in an instant. Were it not for current technological limitations, Gu Xian could even equip it with a marine stealth module, creating a true tri-service combat robot capable of land, sea, and air operations. As for the combat system templates and weaponry it carries, Ha! Gu Xian would show enemies opposing the Kachin state what it means to shatter conventional notions of firepower saturation and strike capabilities. Moreover, this bionic unmanned combat aircraft is equipped with an all-weather, full-spectrum perception system including thermal imaging, infrared night vision, laser rangefinders, and high-precision radar. Day or night, it locks onto targets with pinpoint accuracy. Its efficiency rivals that of satellites. Its integrated electromagnetic kinetic cannon, micro-missile launcher, and laser weapon, operating in coordinated synergy, can instantly slice through any hardened material or weapon on the market. It even possesses precise interception capabilities. These capabilities are demonstrated by a single unit alone. When hundreds or thousands operate as a unified cluster, they instantly form a coordinated combat formation with other units of the same type. Through high-speed wireless communication networks, they achieve real-time information sharing and execute complex tactical deployments. This capability far surpasses the limitations of conventional drones and robots on the market. They can form combined air-ground formations, providing mutual support to create an integrated offensive-defensive combat system. Paired with tens of thousands of small aerial drones and Tianming tactical tanks on the ground. With the Junyi Legion flanking and coordinating on both sides. Gu Xian dares to guarantee. Damn it, whatever your modern, well-equipped legions may be, watch me wipe every last one of you out. Mr. Sura, order the production team to ramp up manufacturing at any cost. When these weapons take the stage on the battlefield, the world will fall silent. I'll make those clowns who think about provoking us every day pay a heavy price. Gu Xian declared with unwavering resolve. Mission accomplished, Commander. I will personally oversee the production base to accelerate output. Sura replied respectfully. After hanging up, Gu Xian exhaled deeply. Phew. Finally dealt with this series of trivial matters for now. Whoever wants to handle these things in the future can do so. I'll stick to being a hands-off manager. The safety of Kachin state needn't concern us now. What demands our utmost attention is China. China, I wonder what countermeasures they'll deploy this time against the lighthouse nation's provocation. Gu Xian opened his laptop, logged into the Kachin state's internal international forum intelligence site, and murmured to himself as he scanned the information before him. However, before Gu Xian could dwell on this thought for long, a news alert surged rapidly from the bottom of the official website, climbing to the top spot. What's this? Gu Xian looked up, his expression freezing at the headline. Just as he had suspected. How could China possibly back down on such a matter? Yet, this news was truly staggering. So shocking that even Gu Xian, a citizen of China, found it hard to believe. 7 strategic-class aircraft carriers, 300 fifth-generation bomber, reconnaissance, and fighter aircraft. And the vast array of land-based missile systems China has deployed. Gu Xian's lips twitched as he studied the intelligence. They've got money. Whoa, how did China manage to field all this stuff? Chapter 51, China's confidence votes, come fill my pockets. In the footage leaked from Huaxia, 5 fighter jets stood silently on the aircraft carrier, their design starkly different from other aircraft. The cold, metallic sheen would send chills down the spines of most carbon-based lifeforms. 6th-generation fighters. Gu Xian's eyes gleamed with an unusual light as he stared at the 5 fighters in the video, murmuring to himself. China remains China after all. And the depth of its hidden capabilities, once revealed, proved to be immense. These were 6th-generation fighters. If a fleet of 5th-generation fighters were to engage a 6th-generation fighter in a coordinated attack, the outcome would likely be the annihilation of the entire 5th-generation force. They wouldn't stand a chance against the 6th-generation fighter. Gu Xian, who possessed the 6th-generation fighter reform plan and related research, understood this clearly. Strictly speaking, if equipped with certain specialized gear, a 6th-generation fighter could function perfectly well as a small spacecraft. It could be said that the emergence of the 6th-generation fighter marks the pivotal point in humanity's ability to advance into space. One step ahead leads to every step ahead. Once China surges ahead in this domain, reaching heights unattainable by any other nation, it will command absolute supremacy in the future battle for space resources. Even the combined might of the lighthouse nation and other global powers would pale in comparison. I bet the internet's already blowing up right now. 6th-generation fighter jets? Some folks probably won't be able to sleep tonight. Just finished work and already got some juicy gossip. My luck is truly top-notch. Now, let me grab a ladder and see what the netizens have to say. Gotta say, trolling forums and boards is an incredibly effective way to kill time. Pure bliss. While Gu Xian browsed foreign websites, the domestic internet was already in an uproar. 7 aircraft carriers? How is that possible? According to China's previously released data and our most advanced intelligence sources, China only had 3 aircraft carriers, right? Who can explain where these remaining 4 suddenly appeared from? And there's even a hint of 6th-generation fighters in this? In the White House conference room, a man in a suit was already fuming. He never imagined the intelligence from the lighthouse nation's own intelligence agencies could be so wildly inaccurate. 4 aircraft carriers? 4 extra carriers. How could the relevant intelligence personnel not have a clue about something this monumental? Are they useless or what? Sir, why are you silent? Back then, it was you who unilaterally represented the lighthouse nation, risking the outbreak of World War III by targeting China and Kachin State, wasn't it? Now that it's come to this, why this sourpuss? The man turned to the elderly man beside him, his expression dark. It was this old man, a Judas-like figure, who had advocated for a series of targeted measures against China and Kachin State. Beforehand, he hadn't even informed him he'd bypassed him entirely. The speed of it all had left him reeling. In the end, seeing that the lighthouse nation had already implemented this series of measures, it was too late for him to stop it even if he wanted to. He could only stand by and watch helplessly. Under the suit-clad man's relentless questioning, the man with the icy gaze finally spoke. What's the panic about? In terms of aircraft carrier numbers, our lighthouse nation boasts a total of 14 vessels, while China has only 7. They hold no advantage in either quantity or quality. What about the 6th-generation fighter? How do you explain that? It's not like my lighthouse nation hasn't been developing 6th-generation fighters. We're just in the 3rd phase of research. At this stage, we can still produce pseudo-6th-generation variants. Besides, I just received intelligence that China's 6th-generation fighter might not be a fully developed model either. So, considering the overall situation, things haven't reached the worst-case scenario yet. The elder explained leisurely, as if everything was under his control. Not long after, he spoke again. Don't forget what our nation's objective is. It's the Kachin State. The series of measures we've taken in the Pacific and other regions are merely to intimidate China, giving our smaller allies ample time to secure Kachin State. Although this plan encountered a few unexpected twists, we will absolutely achieve our ultimate objective. The Union of Myanmar, White Elephant, Chin State, Cambodia, and Thailand have all completed their final preparations. Within a day or so at most, a 1,000,000-strong army will advance on all fronts, marching straight for Kachin State. Even if China were to risk everything to send reinforcements, it would be too late. Our measures to delay China have proven effective. Once we eliminate Kachin State and seize the Starlight Elixir along with all the cutting-edge technological data, our lighthouse nation will rise to become the undisputed global hegemon. Even if we don't obtain them, it doesn't matter. We'll simply destroy them completely. After all, if we can't master these epoch-making technological achievements, no other nation shall possess them either. Listening to the elder's string of analytical remarks, the man in the suit frowned but said nothing. The old codger was right. Despite China's formidable military display, if war truly broke out, the lighthouse nation might get thoroughly beaten. But would China truly dare risk triggering World War III and destroying the world? No, China wouldn't dare. These peace-loving Chinese would never want to be the instigators or chief culprits of World War III. Given that, then it's much easier to resolve. At worst, the United States will offer a hollow apology afterward. They won't lose a single hair. But what about the Kachin Kingdom? This conflict might well spell their complete annihilation. At this thought, the man in the suit's expression softened slightly, though his gaze toward the elder remained unfriendly. He said in a deep voice, "I hope everything proceeds smoothly as you suggest, Mr. Ru. Otherwise, you'd better prepare for impeachment and trial." Hearing the man in the suit speak thus, the old man merely nodded, offering no further comment. In his view, the destruction of Kachin State was already a foregone conclusion. If it couldn't be achieved, he might as well smash his head against this pillar and die. Though the lighthouse nation's leadership thought this way. But the internet outside was once again in an uproar. Holy, 7 aircraft carriers? Our country has been hiding this deep? It truly proves the saying, when it speaks, it astonishes. China is indeed a nation that loves to keep things hidden, but when the moment comes, it unveils them to shock the entire world. Ha, and there's even a glimpse of a 6th-generation fighter in there. That's seriously impressive, a 6th-gen fighter. Let's see if the Beacon Nation still has the guts to talk tough now. You guys, aren't you overlooking one crucial question? Chapter 52, the campaign begins. The moment this comment appeared, it instantly drew the attention of countless people. Everyone who saw it couldn't resist their curiosity and clicked through. From the very beginning, netizens have misunderstood one crucial thing: the lighthouse nation's target was never China itself, but the Kachin State located south of China's border. You could say all these measures targeting China are merely indirect attacks on Kachin. Who in this world doesn't know Kachin and China are practically inseparable? At this very moment, the nations bordering Kachin have amassed 1,000,000 troops, waiting only for full mobilization to crush Kachin. Once that happens, the lighthouse nation will not only reap vast wealth and advanced technology but also complete its strategic encirclement and deterrence of China. It's too late for China to mobilize now. The demise of Kachin State is an irreversible fact. So while it appears China has won, in reality it has lost everything. Not only has it exposed its hidden trump cards, but it has also lost Kachin State, a crucial ally. Alas, in this campaign, the lighthouse nation has ultimately outmaneuvered us. China. Tang Chang read this analysis of the international situation with keen interest, unable to suppress a smile. By conventional standards, this post was incisive and exceptionally well analyzed, revealing the poster's high level of education and strategic insight. But, as mentioned, this was under normal circumstances. Kachin State, however, was precisely the one nation that defied conventional expectations. Moreover, did anyone truly believe that China would expose such a significant trump card merely to intimidate the United States or demonstrate military prowess? Wrong. Dead wrong, utterly misguided. Having witnessed a glimpse of China's military might, they'll surely demand some interest from certain nations. China needs to make money too, right? As for the Kachin State? Ever since seeing the Kachin State reject their proposal from China and send back a brief tank design diagram, Tang Chang was utterly speechless. Instead, he found himself silently praying for the nations besieging Kachin State. Heaven above. May these blind fools suffer fewer casualties. Whether Kachin State survives or falls, he couldn't care less. Their downfall is already a foregone conclusion. Tianming Tactical Tank. Sigh, has Kachin really reached this point? Truly terrifying. It seems China must accelerate its research in these areas. Falling behind would be unacceptable after all. As a permanent member of the Security Council, we can't let a non-permanent nation completely outpace us in this field. That would be utterly humiliating. Tang Chang muttered to himself before shutting down the computer he normally used for casual browsing and diving back into his research. For him, nothing matters more than research. As long as the apocalypse hadn't arrived, research must never cease for a single moment. What about being a heavyweight professor in the scientific field? Sometimes professors must become oxen and horses, laboring tirelessly for the nation's development and progress. According to intelligence from above, within a day or two, the million-strong army formed by the 5 nations will launch a full-scale offensive along the Kachin border. I hope these troops can hold out. When the time comes, I'll capture plenty of videos and photos of Kachin's cutting-edge weapons for my other old comrades to study. For now, there's still some time. Let's focus on researching the plasma shield first. But seriously, the people at this Tianyuan Research Institute are one piece of garbage after another. Their brains are like dung balls rolled by dung beetles. Even now, they haven't produced a single concrete, progressive result or theory. This institute is also in charge of another major national project, the reform plan for the 6th-generation fighter jet. Months have passed, and not even a drop of progress has been seen. Useless. Utterly useless. But if they were truly useless, how could they have produced so many strategically valuable patents and plans beforehand? This whole thing reeks of something fishy. I can't let it slide. I need to send someone to investigate immediately. Tang Chang made up his mind without hesitation, immediately dialing an unknown number and muttering something into the phone. 2 days later. White Elephant Command Center. A portly man, clutching a chicken drumstick and a duck leg in each hand, slumped in his chair. He addressed his assistant beside him. How's the campaign against Kachin State progressing? Reporting, sir. It's going exceptionally smoothly. According to intelligence from our infiltrated spies in Kachin State, their plasma shields won't hold out much longer, at most another half hour. As long as we keep up the offensive and wear them down, the troublesome shield will inevitably fall. Ahaha, well done. In that case, hold nothing back. Increase our ammunition output and keep the bombardment going. When that plasma shield vanishes, it will be the moment Kachin State declares its demise. The man declared triumphantly. However, paired with the image of him slumped in his chair munching on chicken and duck legs, it was undeniably comical. His assistant beside him instinctively ignored this scene and respectfully replied, "Roger that. By the way, what's the situation at the borders with the other 4 nations?" Reporting to the commander, all is proceeding exceptionally smoothly. The Sky Shield system of Kachin State will be dismantled within the hour. Per the Lighthouse Nation's orders, the 5 nations must prioritize eliminating enemy forces the moment the Sky Shield is breached. Within 6 hours, we must capture Kachin's capital city. No problem. As long as they deliver on their promised benefits, we'll pay any price the White Elephant must bear to utterly annihilate the Baki Kingdom and seize China's western province. The assistant had grown somewhat immune to the man's arrogant boasts. Damn it! What a bloody moron! You don't pay any attention to international news, do you? Do you even know how terrifying China's power is now? You still dare to brag like this? Aren't you afraid China will send a 6th-generation fighter to blast you to smithereens? Alright, I'm getting tired. Wake me when the Kachin shields are breached. The man yawned casually. Understood, sir. The assistant replied verbally, then, seeing the man already asleep, twisted his mouth in a grimace. Damn, what a pig! Falling asleep in a second, that's impressive. Well. He'd better keep an eye on the front lines to make sure nothing unexpected happened. With that thought, he hurried out of the room and made his way to the command post. As time passed, that massive azure shield spanning the Kachin border with a resounding crash shattered before the eyes of the 5-nation alliance, broadcast live to the entire world. It's over. Kachin State is finished. Haha, this is what happens when you dare defy our lighthouse nation. From now on, if any nation wants to avoid annihilation, just be a loyal dog and stay put. Hey, you ugly bastard with the tiny head controlling the big one, hold your tongue. I just got the news Kachin State has actually opened a live stream. What the hell is that? Chapter 53, Tianling tactical tank appears, destroying everything. Amir stood at the frontline position, peering through the White Elephant Nation's specially designed long-range binoculars at the shattered screen surrounding Kachin Nation. He exhaled a deep sigh of relief. That damn barrier was finally shattered, worth every penny of the billions in artillery fire White Elephant had poured into it. Shattered? Good. Shattered splendidly. Truth be told, he had never witnessed a defensive system as bizarrely effective as the Sky Curtain. According to intelligence from a Kachin undercover operative, the Sky Curtain system's collapse wasn't caused by the combined artillery barrage of the 5 allied nations. Instead, its backup energy supply had simply failed. In other words, if the Kachin Kingdom possessed sufficient hidden reserve energy, the Sky Shield system alone could have worn down and destroyed their million-strong army right here. Damn it, it's finally broken. Commander, should we proceed with the mission as planned? Proceed as planned. The heavily armored units will lead the charge. Immediately deploy 50 fighter jets to seize air superiority and ensure our forces aren't ambushed. Additionally, coordinate closely with the other 4 allied nations. We advance together, no one is to hold back. Roger that, sir. I'm on it. After completing all preparations, Amir continued scanning the Kachin border through his binoculars. But no matter how intently he searched, he detected no sign of movement. This is peculiar. With our forces poised to attack. Yet the troops stationed on the Kachin side were as still as the dead, not a single response. Could it be they've seen resistance as futile and simply laid down their arms to flee? Well, that's fine too. Then the White Elephant can lead the charge straight into Kachin State's capital and claim the top honors for this battle. Then, massive funds, supplies, high-tech weaponry blueprints, and even vast swaths of Kachin territory could be seized, a truly bountiful harvest. How splendid! While Amir was lost in his visions of the future, the White Elephant's 100,000-strong force stationed in Kachin State swiftly mobilized. Soon, heavily armored tanks, armed vehicles, and combat helicopters formed ranks and advanced rapidly toward Kachin State in the formation of a modern military force. High above, dozens of fighter jets roared overhead from behind, screeching straight into Kachin territory without the slightest pretense of concealment. There was no need for concealment anyway. After all, Kachin State was weak as hell. Boom! 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 Just as Amir dismissed Kachin State as insignificant, he suddenly heard a deafening roar unlike anything he'd ever experienced before, as if it were splitting the heavens and earth. What the hell is happening? Just as Amir, filled with confusion, turned his gaze back to the battlefield directly ahead, he froze in place. What the hell is that thing? White light, an innumerable sea of white light. These beams of blinding light converged from the opposite end of Kachin State, instantly vaporizing nearly 1,000 armored vehicles at the front lines into shards. They melted into pools of molten iron, leaving no trace of the massive armored beasts that had once stood there. Shocking. Utterly breathtaking. Amir's hands trembled uncontrollably as terror gripped his eyes. What the hell is this thing? Could this be Kachin State's secret weapon? Sir, radar detection. Directly ahead, about 10 kilometers from our armored units. Radar shows over 100 tanks and countless small arms heading this way. What should we do next? Just as the commander beside him urgently sought Amir's advice, dozens of fighter jets roaring through the sky were visibly sliced in half by countless pale blue beams, cleaved cleanly in two, sweeping away the withered and decayed. For some reason, the phrase "sweeping away the withered branches" flashed through Amir's mind. Before he could process it, pure instinct made him shout, "Quick! Notify the rear missile units! Target those tanks! Fire! Don't hold back a single bit!" The spectacle stunned not only Amir, but also left the spies from various nations hiding in the rear speechless. 1,000 armored vehicles and dozens of fighter jets wiped out in the blink of an eye? What kind of joke was this? Stop standing there like idiots. Quick, check the official livestream from Kachin State on the international website. At that command, dozens of war correspondents from various nations in the rear swiftly pulled out their phones. In no time, they entered the livestream to see what was happening. There, on a desolate battlefield along the Kachin border, hundreds of sci-fi tanks they'd never seen before stood arrayed like steel behemoths. Their primary weapons weren't the familiar cannons they expected, but four neatly arranged laser ports. Visually, these 4 laser ports featured sleek, flowing curves throughout their design. Their surfaces coated with what appeared to be a layer of silver nanomaterial that reflected the surrounding light, blindingly bright enough to make one squint. Before countless viewers. Within the live streaming room, 100 tanks slightly adjusted the angles of their photon pulse cannons, aligning them toward a single target, and then, boom! Hundreds of blinding beams, casting a chilling shadow across the sky, fired simultaneously once more. They shredded another White Elephant armored unit charging toward them into fragments. To be precise, not a single scrap remained. The sheer power of that single strike froze the other white elephant armies on the battlefield who had been eyeing this technologically advanced force. The distance of less than 20 li now felt like an uncrossable chasm stretching before them. Damn it, that's cheating. What kind of weapon is that? Don't panic, white elephant forces will prevail. They've merely gained the initiative with superior firepower. Just wait, our rear missile systems aren't pushovers. Let these tanks see what a true barrage of fire looks like. Just as the war correspondents crouched together in a huddle, discussing the situation. Finally, countless missiles and artillery shells roared toward the 100 tanks. The sheer density and vast coverage were enough to make anyone's scalp crawl. I'll be damned if I don't see how your Kachin state evades this massive barrage without the sky shield system. So the so-called firepower strike has finally arrived? Very well. Let these naive fools witness what it means to be utterly crushed by a technological chasm. A Kachin soldier inside the Tianming tactical tank muttered to himself, watching the countless red dots racing toward them on the radar. Not a trace of panic showed. Instead, he slowly pressed a button. In an instant, the live feed from the Kachin State official broadcast room displayed a scene so astonishing it left everyone's jaws dropping. Chapter 54, Battle in Progress. In the next instant, the next second, tens of thousands of small drones poured out of the Tianming tactical tanks as if they were free, swarming through the air like a cloud of locusts and forming a massive aerial matrix. Their wings emitted a low hum as they vibrated rapidly. In the blink of an eye, they formed a barrier-like formation above the 100 tech tanks. But that wasn't all. On both sides of the Tianming tactical tank below, cylindrical barrels made of high-strength alloy suddenly appeared before everyone's eyes. This was one of the Tianming tactical tank's secondary weapons, the electromagnetic railgun. The electromagnetic railgun was a weapon shrouded in thick magnetic insulation and heat-resistant materials, designed to withstand the extreme temperatures and magnetic fields generated during firing. Inside, multiple parallel rails accelerate projectiles through intense magnetic fields, propelling them to supersonic speeds and beyond. This enables long-range, high-precision strikes. Following the Tianming tactical tank's series of maneuvers, the missile, streaking through the sky like an arrow of death with a long trail in its wake, finally arrived swiftly. Each missile carried explosive power sufficient to obliterate an entire building. On a typical battlefield, the White Elephant would never deploy such a prized, top-secret weapon. But the current battlefield developments had far exceeded the White Elephant's expectations. With no other choice, Amir bypassed the chain of command and deployed them directly. Buzz. Buzz, buzz. Just as these missiles were about to strike the ground, tens of thousands of small drones above coalesced into a single entity, abruptly transforming into a pale blue light screen. A plasma shield. Amir's pupils contracted sharply at the sight. What the hell kind of technology is this? Tens of thousands of drones interlocking to form a plasma shield? Having witnessed its power firsthand, Amir dared not underestimate the shield's defensive capabilities. That impossibly thin screen had directly halted the combined forces of 5 nations over 1 million soldiers for an unknown duration. They thought shattering the Kachin sky shield system would end it all. But, damn it, how could this still be here? Judging solely by its appearance, this plasma shield's defensive rating should be worlds apart from the pre-deployed sky shield system of the Kachin kingdom. These missiles should be able to destroy it. Just as Amir pondered this, the Tianming tactical tank stirred once more. The electromagnetic railgun silently locked onto the missiles streaking overhead. Once targeted, it flashed with rapid blue arcs of electricity, followed by a series of ear-piercing explosions. One by one, tungsten alloy projectiles erupted from the barrel at unimaginable speeds, hurtling toward the vast sea of missiles. At first, the collisions were barely visible. But soon, dazzling sparks began to bloom across the sky. This was the role of the electromagnetic railgun for the Tianming tactical tank. That was the intercept attack. Boom! 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 Each projectile impact triggered a small-scale explosion, shattering the missile casings at high velocity. The fuel and explosives inside ignited instantly, turning into fiery meteors plummeting to the earth. The electromagnetic cannon fired relentlessly, mercilessly shredding 80% of the missiles in the sky into fragments that vanished completely above the horizon. And the remaining 20%? Sorry. The plasma shield says it'll gladly take them all. Boom! The unintercepted missiles screeched through the air, slamming violently into the plasma shield formed by tens of thousands of drones. The explosion was deafening, so loud that even war correspondents dozens of miles away in the safety zone couldn't help but cover their ears. Yet, the bombarded plasma shield showed not a single ripple. As if the impact were insignificant, it absorbed the entire force, shattering the missile into fragments. Is that all? Nothing to write home about. Relay my orders, advance the legions in full force. Crush the White Elephant's 100,000-strong army completely. Hold nothing back, open fire at maximum intensity. Additionally, the stockpile of artillery and missiles stored at our military base should be sent to the only battlefield lacking technological military support. Let our 200,000 troops, currently facing off against Thailand and Cambodia's combined 100,000 strong forces in Kachin State, utterly crush them. While our basic equipment may lag behind global standards, those two nations aren't much better off. I refuse to believe a fully armed 200,000 strong force can't defeat a mere 100,000 troops. Behind the Kachin border. Mayor murmured softly, his eyes gleaming. He truly hadn't expected that headquarters would deliver such an enormous surprise. When he saw the 100 Tianming tactical tanks he'd never laid eyes on before, he was dumbfounded. As the research expert specially dispatched by headquarters to explain how to operate this batch of weapons continued his detailed briefing, Mel felt like he might faint from sheer happiness. A battle this well equipped? He'd never seen the likes of it in a lifetime. Battle, what a thrill! Photon pulse cannons, electromagnetic railguns, tens of thousands of small drones serving as auxiliary weapons. The sheer technological advancement made Mel question whether this was still Kachin. Had he somehow slipped into an alternate reality? Ouch. At that thought, Mel pinched himself. Ouch, that hurt. He wasn't dreaming. So, all of this is real. The only regret is that headquarters only allocated 100 Tianming tactical tanks to this front. The rest of the Junyi Legion and the newly developed bionic combat robots have all been deployed to the fronts against Kachin State and the Union of Myanmar. Combined, those two fronts fielded a staggering 800,000 troops, enough to make your scalp crawl. But now? It's a breeze. Simple as pie. Mel thought to himself, unable to suppress a laugh. When did warfare become this straightforward? Awesome. Damn refreshing. Give me 10 more battles like this, and I wouldn't complain. The joys and sorrows of men are not the same. Amir on the other side was numb as he watched 100 Tianming tactical tanks relentlessly push back. Meanwhile, their rear was being pounded by a relentless barrage of missiles and artillery, enough firepower to obliterate any town. But try explaining to me how they managed to advance so smoothly under that missile bombardment. Can we even have fun anymore? Just as Amir was venting, the Tianming tactical tank's photon pulse cannon completed its recharge. Whoosh! This time, the target wasn't the White Elephant's 100,000 troops on the brink of collapse at the front lines. Instead, it locked onto the missile systems in the White Elephant's rear. In the instant the white beam swept across, every barrier within sight vanished into nothingness. Mountains, rivers, and vegetation were reduced to ash as the beam bore down on the distant artillery and missile launchers still firing. It's over. All is lost. Amir's eyes glazed over, as if all strength and resolve had deserted him. Chapter 55, sweeping all before it, unrivaled votes needed. After all, the missile systems and artillery positions in the rear were still 30 or 40 kilometers away from this batch of Kachin tanks. Yet they were so easily swept into fragments? Damn it! Couldn't they have shown a little mercy? These were state-of-the-art missile systems and artillery positions built for us by the Lighthouse Nation, leading the charge for our White Elephant. They poured untold funds into them. And in the blink of an eye, it was all destroyed? Amir's pupils contracted sharply, his hands trembling uncontrollably. Another possibility flashed through his mind. His command post was apparently only about 20 kilometers from the Kachin State vanguard. That meant, if the enemy wanted to, they could level their command post to the ground in an instant. The realization sent Amir into a panic. He started to retreat but halted abruptly. Evacuate? Where to? Everywhere was dangerous now. He might be running straight into the path of their unknown advanced weaponry, reduced to ashes before he even knew it. Damn it! Damn it! Amir was now filled with regret. Why had he been so arrogant and reckless, setting up the command post so close to the front lines? Had he not done so? If he'd just set it up safely in the rear, none of this would have happened. Now look at him. His very life now lay entirely in the hands of the enemy across the front. It could be said that if they wished, crushing him would be as easy as squashing an ant. What to do? What should I do? Maybe, surrender. The moment this thought flashed through Amir's mind, he instinctively dismissed it. Yet the notion of surrender lingered stubbornly, refusing to fade. Despite this thought, Amir forced himself to hold on, using his most basic military training to maintain the frontline army's formation, doing everything in his power to prevent them from collapsing. As the commander-in-chief of this decisive battle, he couldn't show cowardice. For if he showed even a hint of fear, every soldier on the front lines would instantly lose their resolve and scatter in flight. At that point, he might as well surrender to a military tribunal and await his execution. Forget it, forget it. Death is inevitable either way. Better to choose to die on the battlefield, at least then his reputation might be spared. But, though Amir's thoughts were simple, the actual developments far exceeded his expectations. The White Elephant soldiers on the front lines deployed every weapon at their disposal: rocket launchers, machine guns, micro-missiles, long-range demolition grenades, even anti-aircraft guns laid flat, all to halt the relentless advance of the sci-fi tanks on the front lines. Yet, all proved futile. Tens of thousands of drones formed a plasma shield barrier overhead, deflecting every descending attack. Facing the barrage of hybrid assaults, they even had the capacity to deploy concealed laser weapons and specialized ammunition. Combined with the intercept capabilities of the electronic railguns and the formidable defenses of the Tianming technology tanks themselves, all attacks proved futile. But the Tianming tactical tank's photon pulse cannon wasn't messing around. You fired so many times. And I counterattack every few minutes, is that too much to ask? As the photon pulse cannons might once again swept through the surroundings, obliterating a small defensive position into nothingness, the smoke dissipating, every white elephant soldier's spirit teetered on the brink of collapse. Damn it! You're being a total jerk. I'm reporting someone for cheating. Boom! Boom! As time wore on, the white elephant's battle line stretching for dozens of miles and its 100,000-strong army were now completely pushed back by 100 tanks. No, to be precise, the word rout would be most fitting. We've pushed the white elephant back dozens of kilometers. Ahead lies one of their key military strongholds, a crucial base they use to threaten both Kachin and China. Should we destroy it? Awaiting your orders. Destroy it. Nothing should stand in the way of our Kachin nation. Since it's a military stronghold with no civilians, there's no need for restraints, simply wipe it off the map. After leveling it, advance another 12 kilometers to completely crush the white elephant's 100,000-strong army. Then withdraw immediately, no lingering in battle. The energy reserves of the plasma shield formed by our small drone squadrons have already been depleted by more than half. Prolonging the engagement will inevitably lead to unnecessary casualties. Copy that. As Mel issued his final combat directive, 100 Tianming tactical tanks finally charged forth from the relatively flat central positions of the white elephant. The photon pulse barrage coalesced once more. Every operator instinctively adjusted their output to maximum power. Within moments, their sights locked onto the heavily fortified military stronghold barely 10 kilometers away. No, you can't. Don't. Amir's eyes widened in horror. He slammed his fist on the table, screaming at the radar display, completely losing his composure as a commander. This military stronghold was the White Elephant's strategic hub, connecting vital eastern transport routes, and housed vast military supplies. And including the stronghold itself, its value could easily exceed $10 billion and then some. If the Kachin destroyed this stronghold, the consequences would be utterly beyond his capacity to bear. In other words, the entire white elephant will suffer considerable damage. However, no amount of shouting from Amir could alter reality. Within moments, all 100 Tianming tactical tanks completed their full charge. Boom! 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 As hundreds of white beams erupted simultaneously, it seemed as though the entire sky had lost its color. Along the 100-mile front stretching between Kachin State and the White Elephant, at this very moment, hundreds of photon pulse cannons capable of obliterating everything in their path became the true protagonists of the battlefield. No one could stop them. Under the gaze of war correspondents, Kachin soldiers, White Elephant troops, and even the hundreds of millions of viewers watching the Kachin government's official livestream at that very moment, the photon pulse cannons finally struck the military stronghold the White Elephant had painstakingly built. Boom! Earth-shattering explosions reverberated across the sky. As far as the eye could see, hundreds of beams pierced straight through the city walls, tearing through countless houses and high-rises, reducing them to fragments that vanished from the world. From left to right, the town's military armaments and vast stockpiles of supplies prepared for confronting Kachin State and China were swept away by the white light. Within the next second, not a single scrap remained. The once neat and clean streets were now littered with rubble and debris, leaving not a single spot where one could stand. Dust swirled. The ground rumbled. In that instant, the world seemed frozen in time, leaving only stunned onlookers and a sea of ruins. Chapter 56, No More Laughter, please follow and vote. Along the border between the Union of Myanmar and Kachin State, the scenario everyone had anticipated did not unfold. The instant the sky curtain system dissipated, the very second after the Myanmar commander ordered a full advance, tens of thousands of micro-missiles unleashed their fury. They obliterated everything in their path, fighter jets and bombers preparing to ascend from low altitudes, advancing heavy tanks and main battle tanks on the ground, all reduced to scrap. The Myanmar commander's eyes nearly popped out of his head. Whoa! What kind of weapon? Its destructive power is utterly staggering? Are you trying to ruin the fun for everyone? Just as the commander stood frozen in shock, an urgent voice cut through the air. Reporting, sir. There's an emergency. Didn't I make it clear beforehand? When I'm fully focused on commanding, there can be no distractions or interruptions no matter what happens. Understand this, disrupting a commander directing warfare can cost tens of thousands of lives if mishandled. By defying military orders like this, are you seeking a court-martial and a firing squad? Soren, who had burst through the door, paid no heed to the commander's warning. A far greater, more life-threatening matter had completely shattered his mental defenses. He rushed to the commander-in-chief of the Myanmar Federation, presenting a photograph without a word. The commander frowned at Soren's abrupt manner, then scrutinized the photograph closely. Isn't this just a photo of a destroyed town? It just looks more desolate, nothing unusual. So what exactly are you trying to say? You wouldn't be suggesting that the White Elephant and Chin forces have already breached Kachin territory and are advancing unchecked? If that's the case, why the urgency? Isn't that a positive development? If you can't give me a reason today, you'll be facing a military tribunal for your confession. Hearing the commander's stern warning, Soren shook his head with a bitter smile. If that were truly the case, things would be much simpler. He wouldn't have rushed headlong into this commander's conference room, interrupting his command. Soren looked up, noticing the commander's gaze growing increasingly hostile. His voice barely above a whisper. Trembling, he said, the White Elephant's 100,000-strong army was utterly crushed by the Kachin kingdom. Even the frontline military strongholds were completely annihilated. Of the 100,000 troops, barely 40,000 managed to retreat. The remaining 50,000 perished on the battlefield, annihilated by the Kachin kingdom. What did you say? The Burmese commander, who had just been about to have Soren thrown out and resume his own command, could no longer sit still. He screamed at the top of his lungs. Soldier! Do you even know what you're saying? 100,000 troops. 100,000 troops. Even if they were 100,000 pigs, it would be impossible for the Kachin state to annihilate them all in less than an hour of battle. Are you mocking me by telling me this now? Faced with the commander's interrogation and the stares from other dignitaries in the conference room, Soren, a mere scout, had never encountered such a scene before. But he forced down his fear and blurted out, the Kachin kingdom possesses an extremely advanced offensive weapon. Its power is sufficient to... What the hell are you spouting? The most advanced weapon Kachin could possibly have is the Juni warrior armor, and even that couldn't possibly demonstrate such overwhelming deterrence and results on a conventional battlefield. Are you mocking me? Just as the commander's face darkened, ready to draw his gun and teach the Soren a lesson, a sudden change occurred. Along the border between the Union of Myanmar and the Kachin state, nearly 1,000 white beams swept across the battlefield like a mop-up operation, obliterating every heavily armored unit attempting to destroy the Sky Shield System's plasma base station near the Kachin border. In a single wave, resulting in nearly 10,000 casualties for the Myanmar Federation. Countless military installations lay in ruins. But it wasn't over. The very next second, before any surviving Burmese soldiers on the front lines could react, a creature resembling a cheetah slowly emerged, stepping over the ruins. Above, countless eagle-like flying objects rapidly closed in on them. Drones? Robots? Or are they actually leopards and eagles? Just as everyone was puzzled, the miniature missiles from the opening scene, having pinpointed their targets, erupted once more. Beyond the micro-missiles, lasers capable of slicing through most military weapons on the market flashed relentlessly, severing the remaining armored units and related facilities on the front lines in the blink of an eye. After completing a round of fire coverage, these bionic combat robots erupted with unprecedented speed, forming battle formations as they surged forward, washing over the seemingly impregnable defenses the Union of Myanmar had constructed. In a single wave, nearly shattered the defenses. Fire support. Fire support. Activate immediately. Inside the command center, a series of urgent shouts echoed through the communication system, the reflected light illuminating the commander's ashen face. He had witnessed the entire scene. But even now, he still hadn't recovered. Damn it, the intel seems off, doesn't it? Where did the Kachin state get all these advanced weapons? And what the hell? What the hell were those white beams just now? How did they shatter his painstakingly arranged advance formation in the blink of an eye? Just as the commander was about to curse the unreliable intelligence department, he snapped back to reality and turned to look at Soren, clutching his right leg in pain. Wait a minute. Could what this soldier said actually be true? But the current situation left no room for the commander-in-chief to lose focus. He immediately contacted the artillery positions and missile units in the rear. After reporting the enemy positions shown on the radar and confirming the order to deploy firepower, he breathed a sigh of relief. Whatever secret weapon the enemy possessed, it would be obliterated by the overwhelming firepower of the Kachin kingdom. As the commander had anticipated. Before long, a relentless barrage of shells erupted from the artillery positions and missile formations, blanketing the sky like the scythe of death descending upon the battlefield. Ha 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 ha. Whatever new lethal weapon the Kachin state possesses, it's utterly insignificant before me. Though I cannot fathom how the clumsy elephant fell to the Kachin state, under the assault of my 500,000 troops and firepower capable of obliterating several provinces, everything will be reduced to ashes. At this thought, the commander burst into laughter, his face brimming with smug satisfaction. But, the next instant, his expression froze solid. Staring at the scene before him, laughter vanished from his face. Chapter 57, Brutal Technological Superiority Votes Needed. A blue screen abruptly appeared, spanning the entire sky. At the same time, countless blue electromagnetic projectiles streaked upward, intercepting and destroying one missile after another, obliterating the vast majority. Those that evaded interception were all blocked by that blue screen. How is this possible? In the Burmese Federation's war room, countless voices erupted in simultaneous cries of disbelief, eyes wide with astonishment. Hadn't they destroyed the Kachin State's sky shield system? Who can tell me what the hell this thing is? Could it be that some hidden backup energy source had reactivated the sky shield system? But that doesn't make sense either. According to Kachin spies, the Kachin State clearly had no remaining resources to reactivate the sky shield system. Moreover, this blue barrier covered far less area than before, and judging by its color, its defensive capabilities weren't nearly as strong either. What the hell went wrong? Before anyone could figure it out, over 1,000 white beams flashed across the battlefield once more, utterly annihilating the right flank of the Union of Myanmar's positions. As far as the eye could see, not a single soul remained alive. The sheer force of that single strike claimed nearly 10,000 lives. Every single one of these Myanmar soldiers died with an expression of utter disbelief, as if they couldn't comprehend how they could have been safely hidden within their fortified positions one moment, only to vanish the next. With this single strike, the entire situation shifted in an instant. Unnoticed until that moment, after the white beams had obliterated the Union of Myanmar's right flank, thousands of soldiers clad in black-silver battle armor and surrounded by 10 small drones surged through the gap at lightning speed. No! 12th Corps in the rear flank, seal that breach immediately. Don't let them in. The Myanmar Federation's commander's face drained of color as he barked the order. The combat prowess of Kachin State's rebellion-slaying legion had been evident during their previous campaign to purge warlords within their homeland. In a head-on confrontation, these forces might not cause much disruption. However, when deployed in any form of warfare beyond frontal assault, they became a true weapon of war. If allowed to breach the Burmese Federation's meticulously fortified positions, they could trigger a chain reaction across all defenses in an instant. The entire front line would collapse without warning, leaving no chance for recovery. Not to mention, not far away, the Kachin State still harbors that unknown charged weapon. Though its remaining uses are unknown, it must be guarded against its destructive power is truly formidable. After just 2 waves of assault, and our side has already lost 20,000 soldiers, with over 1,000 heavily armored vehicles damaged or destroyed. Even the right flank of our positions has been blown wide open. If left unchecked, catastrophic consequences were guaranteed in the ensuing battles. But the critical question was how to stop it. Missiles rained down from the rear as if they were free, yet radar showed no radar wasn't even needed that the enemy remained unscathed. That sudden plasma shield, the unknown interceptor weapon, and even the combat robots charging from the front lines all had now become lethal instruments of war. They rendered all their attacks ineffective. And the enemy? The Union of Myanmar's commander watched the rebellion legion charging through the breach in their defenses, his face twisted in agony like he'd swallowed. Unstoppable. Thousands of Junyi battlesuits, organized into groups of 20, moved with seamless coordination along the breach. They spread out relentlessly, slaughtering every Burmese Federation soldier in their path as they rapidly advanced toward the rear of the position. Encountering any significant resistance along the way, the rebel war armor units immediately deployed their laser weapons, ruthlessly eliminating every obstacle in their path without mercy. No matter what weapons the Myanmar Federation soldiers used in their ambushes, every single one was countered by the opposing unmanned units employing various tactics. Not a single scratch touched the soldiers clad in black-silver battle armor. How the hell do you play this thing? Who can tell me how to play this game? Just as the commander was racking his brain for solutions, the third wave of attack from Kachin State arrived. Nearly 1,000 white beams once again tore through the Burmese Federation's left flank with unstoppable force, opening a massive breach. Though the casualties this time numbered only a few thousand, the destruction inflicted on the left flank far exceeded that on the right. It nearly split the position clean in half with a single blow. But it wasn't over yet. Following the beam assault, countless land-air integrated combat robots launched a coordinated assault. Based on Gu Xian's precision calculation algorithms, these robots possess not only exceptionally devastating weaponry but also terrifying accuracy. The 2 corps sent to reinforce the line could only passively endure the assault, helplessly watching their front gradually eroded. And they could only watch helplessly. Missiles continued to rain down relentlessly from the rear. If the cumulative force of their explosions were concentrated in one spot, the men had no doubt it could blast a hole through the earth itself. In the sky. On the ground. At this very moment, the entire battlefield had become a personal showcase for the Kachin Kingdom. The 300,000-strong vanguard elite forces, the main army on the front lines, had been shattered by a mere few thousand men. To be precise. Besides these few thousand men, there were also over 200 Tianming tactical tanks and 2,000 bionic combat robots. Beyond that, the Kachin State's other troops and firepower remained entirely absent from start to finish. With only these forces, they nearly breached the meticulously prepared positions of the Union of Myanmar. And this is the ultimate crushing blow wrought by the technological chasm? Though the Myanmar Federation had received support from the Lighthouse Nation equipment worth hundreds of billions of dollars, the technological weapons employed by the two sides were simply not on the same level. According to Gu Xian's estimation, The Sky Dome system, rebellion-slaying battle armor, Tianming tactical tanks, and bionic combat robots currently deployed by the Kachin state would, under normal global development conditions, take at least 50 years to achieve. And that's Gu Xian's own estimate, which he believes overestimates the development pace of other nations. A weapons gap of nearly half a century. It's like an adult bullying a child. And the adult is fully armed, while the child is wearing nothing but a diaper. If anyone claimed the child could defeat the adult under such circumstances, Gu Xian would scoff and wonder if they'd drunk too much Sanlu milk powder. The gap wrought by technology is absolutely not something mere numbers can bridge. Just as the White Elephant battlefield was winding down and the Burmese Federation front was heating up, the nations on the other two battlefields were on the verge of begging for mercy from the Kachin forces across the line. Chapter 58, Down on Their Knees. At the border between Chin State and Kachin State. A middle-aged man clad in Chin State military uniform, his shoulders bearing the insignia of a general, had long since shed his former composure. Instead, his body trembled, his face drained of color, his eyes fixed intently on the system screen before him. Were the Chinese to witness this, one word might instantly spring to mind. Bro. Sweating buckets, huh? This can't be. This can't be. Someone tell me where the hell did these sci-fi tanks of Kachin come from? Just 100 of them, and destroying our positions was as easy as crushing an ant. And those bionic combat robots, just 1,000 of them actually held their ground against our Kachin forces' ample rear area firepower on the front lines, slaughtering 4 entire legions of ours. What the hell were you lot doing? The middle-aged man exploded in rage, unleashing a torrent of curses at the commanders beside him who were still barely managing to direct operations, showing them not the slightest shred of respect. The commanders beside him opened their mouths to retort. But then, suddenly, disaster struck. Beams of white light swept directly from the distant battlefield, instantly obliterating the command post's roof and most of the surrounding cover, reducing them to dust. This chain reaction triggered a cascade of destruction, causing massive sections of the command post's load-bearing columns to collapse, sending a torrent of debris crashing down. Damn it! The command post personnel cursed in unison, but swiftly ducked beneath tables to avoid being impaled like hedgehogs or flattened into meat patties by the falling debris. Mom, I don't want to die. Sir, should we surrender? Damn it, you cowardly piece of trash. You're a disgrace to the military. But sir, he does have a point in a way. Maybe we should just surrender. Sir, the Kachin weapons are genuinely formidable. Who knows what other tricks they have up their sleeves? Given the current situation, we either surrender or retreat, there's no other choice. If we retreat, there's no guarantee the Kachin won't launch another attack like before. We might all be finished, then not a single one of us will survive. Listening to the others, please. The middle-aged man serving as the main commander wore a face so dark it seemed it could drip water. He declared firmly, no. We absolutely cannot surrender. If we surrender, how will the nations of the world view us? As he spoke these words, the man's legs trembled uncontrollably. Upon closer inspection, a damp patch had mysteriously appeared in the crotch of his pants. Clearly, this middle-aged man, serving as the commander of the Qin forces, had been utterly terrified by the earlier assault. His defiant words now stemmed solely from professional duty. While the command post debated whether to surrender. On the front lines, Qin's forces were teetering on the brink of collapse under the crushing technological superiority of the Kachin kingdom. Form groups of 5 Tianming tactical tanks. Each group, spaced 1 li apart, will launch the 5th wave of saturation fire at the Qin kingdom positions 10 kilometers ahead. Maximize the output of both the photon pulse and electronic railgun systems. Ignore incoming artillery fire from the rear, let the plasma shields handle it all. Your mission is to swiftly breach the formation of the Qin Kingdom's 300,000-strong army, annihilate them completely, and eliminate as many enemy combatants as possible. 1,000 members of the Extermination Legion will bypass the main route, splitting into 2 groups to strike from both flanks of the Qin nation's positions. Photon pulse cannons will clear your path. Once the front line advances halfway, the rear 100,000 troops will seize Qin's first defensive line in battalion formations. Use this to counterattack, driving their 300,000 troops completely back across our border and extending the front into their territory. As long as Qin refuses to surrender, we will fight on relentlessly. But remember, under no circumstances are civilians or surrendered soldiers to be harmed. Violators will face court-martial without exception. Zero tolerance. At the Kachin border command post, a man with a resolute expression, appearing to be in his 50s or 60s, stood before the screens. The screen flickered with real-time intelligence and imagery of the entire battlefield, offering a comprehensive overview. Originally, the Kachin state lacked the capability to achieve such a level of command. But, while others lacked the means, Gu Xian possessed them. The Sky Curtain system, the rebellion-slaying battle armor, the Tianming tactical tank, and the 6th-generation aircraft reform plan encompassed numerous cutting-edge technologies, both large and small. Among them, the technological means involving radar and surveillance for battlefield applications had long been thoroughly developed by Gu Xian. He could confidently guarantee that, That while this level of capability might currently lag slightly behind China, Russia, and the United States, it far surpasses the command systems of any other nation. In fact, it could be said to be far ahead. Ross stared at the scene of Kachin State being swept away like rotten wood, his expression drifting into a daze. Had the Kachin Republic become so formidable? He recalled how just days ago he'd been nervous as hell, clutching worn-out, obsolete second-hand standard-issue weapons as if they were precious treasures. But just yesterday, headquarters had arrived without explanation, bringing a fleet of tanks, bionic combat robots, and the Junyi Legion all at his command. God knows what he was thinking back then. His mind felt like it was turning to mush. These weapons are seriously awesome. Ross, lacking much education, could only manage this exclamation as he watched the Tianming tactical tank wreak havoc across the battlefield on the system screen. Photon pulse run. Electromagnetic railgun. Mobile plasma shields. Weapons once seen only in sci-fi movies had now become reality, and the researchers behind them were from their own Kachin nation. The sheer significance of this, need I say more? For the first time, Ross felt immense pride and honor for his country. Enough. No point dwelling on it. Other matters can wait until this campaign is over. Right now, I need to give the Kachin a good thrashing, make them too scared to even show their faces. Ross declared excitedly, then plunged back into his command duties. Why the hell are all these soldiers kneeling down now? At that moment, Ross watched the intelligence and photos coming in from the front lines, his lips twitching uncontrollably. On the battlefield, reduced to rubble by photon pulse cannons, thousands of soldiers stood with white flags planted on their heads on the ground, arms raised high. Their lower bodies knelt directly before the advancing Tianming tactical tanks. Holy crap! They were genuinely kneeling. Sir, should we shoot these men? Shoot them, my ass. We're not demons. Escort these soldiers to the rear for proper handling. Just as Ross was about to issue further orders, a voice rang out beside him. Chapter 59, you think you're China? General, the other 3 fronts have concluded. Only our sector remains active. That fast? Did those guys take Viagra? How could it be over so quickly? Ross stared at the subordinate commander beside him, his face etched with disbelief. If he remembered correctly, the Burmese Federation had deployed a full 500,000 troops for this 4-front campaign. And that was just the frontline forces, not counting intelligence units, logistics troops, or security detachments. The White Elephant Front, allied with Thailand and Cambodia, was manageable, only 100,000 troops stationed along the border. It made sense that these 2 fronts had already been resolved. But what on earth is going on with the Burmese Federation? After all, we're talking about 500,000 troops here, not 500,000 steamed buns. Of course, even if they were 500,000 steamed buns, feeding them solely to the border troops in Kachin State would take a considerable amount of time. Yet someone now informs him. The Burmese Federation's 500,000-strong army has been defeated. Bull. What the hell? Seeing Ross's skeptical gaze, the subordinate commander wasn't the least bit surprised. He scratched his nose and replied with a nervous chuckle, to be honest, sir, I was pretty shocked when this intel came in too. But it's true, the Burmese Federation's 500,000-strong army was completely routed by the defenders over there in just a few hours. Their total casualties should be around 200,000. But calling this the end of the fighting would be inaccurate. The main commander over there intends to exploit the remaining energy of the Tianming tactical tanks to push the front lines further, aiming to strike deep into the heartland of the Myanmar Federation. Indeed. That aligns perfectly with my own assessment. After Ross finished his remarks, the deputy commander spoke again. Regarding the White Elephant Front, General Mel led 100 Tianming tactical tanks to annihilate nearly half of the White Elephant's combat-ready forces and simultaneously destroyed a major military stronghold they had deployed in the northeast. Preliminary estimates suggest the value may exceed $10 billion. This campaign will likely deal a crippling blow to that foolish White Elephant. To say the least, it will surely stir up a storm of turmoil within their nation. By the way, what about Thailand and Cambodia? Ross listened to this string of victories and his mood lifted considerably. Excellent. This is fantastic. With the 4-front campaign proceeding smoothly and the situation looking promising, he was eager to see who would dare look down on the Kachin State in the future. Anyone who dared mock the Kachin State as a fragmented, sovereign-less, economically decaying nation would find themselves crushed beneath the tracks of his Tianming tactical tank, a lesson that would silence their insolent tongues forever. But if he really did run them over with the Tianming 1 tactical tank, would that foul-mouthed bastard even have a future? Ross mused with peculiar amusement, chuckling inwardly. The 100,000-strong Cambodian Thai force hasn't actually suffered significant losses. After all, the bionic combat robots and Tianming tactical tanks were all deployed to support our 3 main battlefronts. There were no surplus weapons to allocate to this sector. If anything, we only have piles of missiles and artillery that aren't even usable. These things are second-rate junk you'd find on the market, the kind even a dog would turn its nose up at. Oh? Then how did this 4th front achieve victory? Well, it was thanks to a small legion of 2,000 Junyi warrior armor units. This time, they were equipped with stealth devices developed by our Kachin Republic's first research institute, allowing them to evade all satellite, radar, and surveillance scans. Combined with the Junyi warrior armor's abundant energy reserves and exceptional mobility. Go on. Why did you stop? Ross swirled his tea, gazing at his long-serving deputy commander with puzzlement. Well, they split into two groups. The first team secretly infiltrated Thailand's capital and captured the king. The other group seized Cambodia's capital, taking control of all key military and political figures. Before the subordinate commander could finish his sentence, Ross couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of tea. What the hell? What did you say? Say that again? Ross disregarded his own disheveled appearance, even forgetting he was in the midst of battle command. He strode quickly to the commander's side, placing a hand on his forehead as if checking for fever. Sir, I'm perfectly fine. I'm not hallucinating, I'm not lying about the situation, and I'm not an imperial spy. So you can trust the intelligence I'm giving you. As if sensing Ross's thoughts, the subordinate commander said with an exasperated expression. So, Cambodia and Thailand have already withdrawn their troops? Ross asked a question so basic even a little cutie would find it silly. The subordinate commander sighed, pressing his hand to his forehead at Ross's question. Well, duh. Take Thailand first. Their king is already in our captivity. If they insist on fighting on, guess which part of that Thai king's body would remain intact in the end? If that were to happen, Thailand's international image and the faith of its people would plummet to rock bottom, irretrievably shattered. It would trigger a chain reaction of consequences. Moreover, if the rebel legion were to engage Thai forces in urban terrain, 100,000 ordinary citizens wouldn't stand a chance. We're right next to the Thai king, surrounded by hundreds of thousands of civilians. If you've got the guts to deploy heavy-caliber lethal weapons and excessively violent tactics, then I'll genuinely respect you as a man. But anyone foolish enough to try, better be prepared to be blown to smithereens by anti-aircraft fire. As for Cambodia, their capital's already been captured. What the hell are you fighting for? Might as well just surrender. After hearing the subordinate commander's account, Ross fought to suppress his surging emotions. He kept urging himself inwardly. Hurry up. With 3 fronts concluded in the 4-front campaign, all eyes were surely fixed upon him. But Ross looked up, his gaze fixed on the image popping up on the screen, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. 90% of the meticulously fortified positions along the enemy's entire front had been captured by his Kachin forces, while the enemy's casualties had already exceeded 30%. In other words, of the enemy's 300,000-strong force, over 100,000 had already been annihilated. Moreover, this had triggered a chain reaction, plunging the enemy forces into complete collapse and chaos. In another half an hour the border campaign would be utterly concluded. If their commander still intends to resist? Not every soldier is prepared to sacrifice themselves willingly. If they don't defect and turn on each other, that's already the best-case scenario. How could they possibly obey their commander's orders? What? Do you think you're China? Chapter 60, it's not over yet. With the conclusion of the border campaign against the Qin Kingdom and the Kachin Kingdom, Ross ordered a deep advance into Qin territory, pressing the attack relentlessly until the Tianming tactical tank's energy reserves dropped below 20%. Only then, for safety's sake, did they halt. Thus, the 4-front campaign, spanning less than half a day, drew to a complete close. And the victor, naturally, was Kachin State. Contrary to expectations of global shockwaves. Only an endless silence. Silence. Still silence. This battle. The Kachin nation demonstrated to all nations and peoples worldwide its military might so overwhelming it defies comparison. The million-strong coalition of 5 nations, waging battles on 4 fronts, was utterly transformed into a solo performance by the Kachin nation itself. It truly demonstrated to the entire world what it means to be crushed by a technological chasm. Other aspects matter little, they show no difference, and in many cases fall far short of any single nation among the 5. But, in cutting-edge technology, it has surged far, far ahead of these nations. So far ahead that even before Kachin was cornered, hundreds of thousands of enemy troops were annihilated. Had the war dragged on longer, and if the Kachin kingdom had possessed even slightly deeper foundations, it would have been a luxury to hope for even a fraction of that million-strong force to survive. And in this campaign, the most ironic parties were neither the White Elephant nor the Kachin Kingdom and the Burmese Federation, but Thailand and Cambodia. After all, one saw its own king captured, the other its own capital occupied. This is arguably the biggest joke of the 21st century. The buzz surrounding this incident even overshadowed the topic of Kachin State possessing military technology capable of crushing the world. On one of the world's largest internet platforms, netizens and bloggers from around the world scrambled to comment on Cambodia's lost capital and Thailand's captured king. Holy, I stayed up till 4 a.m. last night. When I woke up this afternoon, it felt like the whole world had changed. Damn it, I can't take this anymore, I'm laughing so hard I'm gonna die. Cambodia's capital occupied, Thailand's king captured, what a hellish joke. Hey, cut the sarcasm. You're making netizens from both countries too embarrassed to show their faces online. Look at all these comments and videos below. I've seen people from every country in the world except Cambodia and Thailand. Does anyone know where they've gone? You, Foam. You know the real reason, yet you're still barking like a dog. At least give us people from these two countries some face. Yeah, agree with the post above. I'm Thai, studying in the West. Now everyone I meet asks me how the king is doing. If he's being mistreated, I'm going crazy. Gu Xian sat in a recliner, a coke in one hand and his phone in the other, scrolling through the flood of comments about the incident on the internet platform. He couldn't help but chuckle. Honestly, during the campaign against Thailand and Cambodia, he never imagined their commander-in-chief could come up with such a devious tactic. It was a real-life version of capture the king to capture the bandits. And the targets were the kings, symbolizing the highest authority in both nations. Truly wickedly clever. He sure knows how to play the game, truly masterful. They'd taken the armor of the executioner to new heights, pulling off such a stunt that both he and Sura were left speechless. But, in the end, it was still a good thing, barely. Now representatives from both nations were frantically contacting the Kachin kingdom, adopting an almost groveling posture as they begged the Kachin's rebellion-slaying legion to release the Thai king and withdraw from the capital. They've made it clear that all terms are negotiable, everything is up for discussion. Their demeanor was so abject. Even made Gu Xian feel slightly embarrassed. Yet, to secure the greatest gains for Kachin in this victory, he kept postponing the negotiations. Your Excellency, we've secured victories on all four fronts. Representatives from Cambodia and Thailand have arrived, willing to negotiate in good faith. Their sole condition is the withdrawal of our rebel legion from their territories. Can we now negotiate peace with all five nations? Peace talks? No, it's not enough. We cannot negotiate yet. Gu Xian met Sura's gaze and waved his hand in refusal. Aside from Cambodia and Thailand ceasing offensive operations, the other three fronts must wait until the Tianming tactical tanks are fully charged. Then, position the tanks at the outskirts of their border cities. Regarding the Chin state, we must seize all its territory and fully annex and integrate it. Historically, the Kachin and Chin states were one entity. Their peoples yearn for unification, so there are no ethnic barriers or differences to overcome. Moreover, the urban development and industrial expansion I envision necessitate Kachin state's territorial expansion. Without it, progress will inevitably be constrained. Therefore, the annexation of Chin state is a done deal, non-negotiable. Gu Xian stated with unwavering resolve. His unwavering determination to seize the kingdom of Chin stemmed from another reason. That was because the kingdom of Chin was undeniably a soft target, easy to bully. After all, it possessed no nuclear weapons, leaving Gu with fewer reservations. Moreover, the support from the lighthouse nation was minimal. It was the classic case of being neither here nor there. Regarding the white elephant, maintain a level of pressure, demand money, demand supplies. As for ceding territory, they will absolutely refuse, as it touches their core interests. Unless we can guarantee the complete annihilation of the white elephant regime, this matter is non-negotiable. But the case of the Union of Myanmar is different. Though backed by the United States, the territory it occupies has historically belonged to the Kachin state. Therefore, we must make them give up a portion. As Gu Xian spoke, a phrase came to mind. When weak, shelve the dispute; when strong, claim it as ancient territory. It seemed to describe his current predicament perfectly. Then, Commander, when is the counterattack scheduled? Sura inquired. He pondered Gu Xian's words in his mind, finding them increasingly reasonable. Why should only those nations be allowed to attack them, while they themselves were forbidden to strike back? There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Now that we're here, if I don't go to show my respect, I'd be talking myself out of it, wouldn't I? Besides, the leader was right. The Kachin state must seize greater territory to secure broader living space. Otherwise, no matter how much development occurs on such meager land, it could never become a truly powerful nation. Therefore, territorial expansion is an urgent necessity. Once the troops have rested and the Tianming tactical tanks are fully charged, we depart immediately. Gu Xian declared. After finalizing the details with Sula, Gu Xian's gaze shifted back to his phone. No doubt. These nations may maintain silence on the surface, but their reactions behind the scenes must be quite entertaining, right? Come on. Let me enjoy the drama. Chapter 61, The Lighthouse Nation's Response. The Lighthouse Nation. The conference room flickered with footage of Kachin state deploying Tianming tactical tanks across 3 battlefronts. The eerie glow from the screens cast an unflattering light on the grim expressions of every military and political leader present. What kind of weapon is this? Too powerful. Too powerful. A man in formal attire, his golden hair neatly combed, frowned deeply, his gaze fixed intently on the large screen that had been replaying the footage countless times. No matter how many times he watched it, the sight of the white beam firing and sweeping across one position after another still sent shivers down the spine. Forget other battlefields. Just on the Myanmar Federation front, their lighthouse nation had shipped military supplies worth over $100 billion under the influence of the Juda faction. Among them were the lighthouse nation's most formidable heavy infantry tanks. Over 60 units in total. Crafted from exceptionally hard and specialized armor plating capable of withstanding multiple small missile strikes without a scratch, not even a flake of paint would be lost. Yet, before this white beam, their defenses crumbled like paper, easily sliced and torn in two. If even their lighthouse nation's heavy tanks were so vulnerable, other weapons like armored vehicles were even less of a threat. Crushing their military forces was as simple as squashing an ant. Something's not right here, is it? In military technology, hasn't it always been the lighthouse nation crushing others? When did it become possible for a country as small as this to crush them with technology? Any word yet from the weapons experts in the military sector? Reporting, sir. Not yet. They say it will take more time to decipher the nature of the various weapons used by the Kachin state in this campaign. What a bunch of useless bastards. Their weapons are light years ahead of ours, and now our beacon nation doesn't even know the basic structure or properties of the weapons they're using. Don't you all see this as a colossal joke? The blonde man roared in fury. He simply couldn't fathom it. 1 million men. A full million men couldn't even take down a tiny Kachin state, instead letting Kachin steal the spotlight and rub their beacon nation's face in the dirt. What else could these people be but useless? What about intelligence? Have you uncovered any useful information? Reporting to you, sir, progress in this area has been painfully slow. For reasons unknown, the Kachin state's online firewall defenses have increased by several orders of magnitude. Even after I assembled the most renowned hackers in the lighthouse nation and leveraged military facilities, the situation remains deeply concerning. Offline, Kachin's domestic surveillance is exceptionally tight. Combined with China's big data screening, our spies simply cannot infiltrate Kachin's high-level circles to gather intelligence. Ultimately, risking exposure, our spies inside Kachin state managed to leak some useful information. It seems a researcher with a rather unique background is the one who could change all this. Hearing such nonsense from the intelligence chief, the blonde man cursed under his breath. What the hell are you talking about? These scientific weapons weren't developed by researchers, did they just fall from the sky like manna from heaven? Special status? How much more special could they possibly be? Are you suggesting some advanced alien civilization transformed into humans to aid the Kachin state? Oofed. What a bunch of useless good-for-nothings, all show and no substance. All that money Congress pours into them every year, what a waste. Sir, you've been at this for so long, surely you've heard enough. What might you wish to say? At that moment, the blond man shot a glance toward the representative of the Judas people, an elderly man who had been resting his eyes and spoke in a low, melancholy tone. Hearing this, the old man gave a dry chuckle. Instead of putting up a stubborn front, he put on a friendly expression and smiled at the blond man. With you here, sir, there's no need for this old man to fret over nothing. I have nothing more to say. Ha! He plays the part well enough. If I didn't know this old schemer's true nature, I might have been fooled. Old bones, my foot. Between us, I'm the one who's older, aren't I? How dare you say that? You've got some nerve. As the blond man vented his frustration, the old man seated in the chair felt an indescribable mix of emotions, including a rage he couldn't quite name. Damn Kachin Kingdom. Even as they face annihilation, why must they struggle so desperately? If you must fight, why bring out such devastating weapons all at once? In the old man's eyes, the deterrent power of such weapons was already on par with nuclear weapons, and in certain aspects even surpassed them. Nuclear weapons, those forbidden tools of destruction, once mastered, signaled the dawn of World War III, a countdown to humanity's annihilation. World leaders weren't pushovers. None desired to be the scapegoat for civilization's collapse. Unless driven to the brink of extinction, nuclear weapons remain nothing more than a deterrent. However, the brand new technological tanks revealed in the intelligence reports from the Kachin state fall into an entirely different category. These are genuine weapons of mass destruction that can be deployed on the battlefield. Its destructive power far surpassed that of massive artillery bombardments. No! We must acquire this extraordinary weapon at any cost. We must find a way. Otherwise, should the Union of Myanmar engage the Kachin state again, we will face severe limitations, even the risk of national extinction. This is unacceptable to us Jews. After all, with 1 million Jews embedded within the Union of Myanmar, the conditions for establishing a nation are already in place. Destroy the Kachin state, and the Jewish people will instantly establish the world's second Jewish-founded nation. Under such circumstances, it would secure a century of Jewish prosperity, and we'd have no lingering concerns about the Middle East. But how exactly do we destroy them? Use nuclear weapons? Impossible. That's far too risky. Setting aside the aftermath, the Yangtze faction represented by that blonde-haired old man would never consent. Moreover, they hold control over the military. Our previous move already pushed them to their limit. If we act as we did before, the Jews in the Yangtze may well sever ties completely. That's not the outcome I desire. As the old man remained lost in his own thoughts, paying little heed to the others in the conference room, a message suddenly flashed across the screen, its red border catching everyone's attention. How dare China? The old man and the blonde man simultaneously halted their thoughts, their gazes darting toward the screen in unison, their eyes brimming with disbelief. Chapter 62, China Strikes Back, Taking Them All Down. The old man gripped his cane, his gaze fixed intently on the screen, his face contorted with utter disbelief. According to intelligence reports, China has unexpectedly launched a carrier strike group comprising 7 aircraft carriers and a fleet of advanced naval assets including cruisers from the East China Sea. This force has directly entered the territorial waters of the US, blocking our carrier group at the entrance and engaging in a standoff. Has China lost its mind? We've already lost the war against Kachin State. Logically, China should just sit back and watch the show. Why are they showing up now? Just as everyone was puzzled. A knock sounded at the conference room door. After obtaining permission from the elder and the blonde man, a series of intelligence officers hurriedly laid out documents and laptops before the assembled group. Reporting to all present, 20 minutes ago, China not only assembled an aircraft carrier fleet to confront our forces in the South China Sea, but also demonstrated deployments across multiple fronts. In response to the White Elephant's constant border harassment in the southeast with 100,000 troops, China, after warnings proved futile, directly dispatched 3 sixth-generation fighters. They crossed the border and launched strikes against military bases at all levels in the northeast of the White Elephant. Currently, 3 small Elephant military bases are destroyed, 2 medium bases are partially crippled. When the Elephant Air Force attempted to intercept the 3 withdrawing Chinese fighters, 1 sixth-generation fighter single-handedly destroyed 20 Elephant fighters within a minute using conventional weapons. Consequently, White Elephant bypassed our lighthouse nation entirely, evacuating 100,000 troops. Only then did China abandon any inclination to take further action against White Elephant. As the words fell, the entire room fell silent. Even the old man's eyes brimmed with astonishment. China, truly audacious. Did they genuinely fear no consequences from the lighthouse nation and its allies declaring war? To dare defy the world's outrage, launching an unprovoked attack on another nation's military base without a declaration of war. What audacity! But the old man forgot one crucial fact. The White Elephant's 100,000 troops stationed along the border, constantly provoking China, already constituted provocation and a declaration of war. Moreover, after decades of development, China has long possessed the means and depth to counter any threat. Should war truly break out with the lighthouse nation, the outcome would be far from certain. Beyond targeting the Foot Basin chicken and the White Elephant, China has imposed sanctions on South Korea by severing over 20 trade routes, including kimchi, new energy, and more. Simultaneously, our intelligence agencies have uncovered that North Korea, with China's covert backing, deliberately provoked conflict with South Korea. Presently, South Korea faces immense economic and military pressures, continuously appealing to our nation for assistance. In the South China Sea, China has aggressively reclaimed land to build islands, practically piling them up at the doorstep of those monkeys. They've also launched large-scale military exercises in the surrounding areas, leaving those small nations living in constant fear and hoping our beacon nation will step in to stop them. Anything else? The blonde man interrupted. Yes. There are 9 more such incidents, each capable of causing international uproar. In the Middle East, China has openly allied with a group of camel nations internationally, announcing that 30% of future oil transactions will be settled in renminbi. Furthermore, they've supplied massive quantities of goods to Pakistan. Our intelligence agencies haven't yet determined the exact nature of these shipments. But based on speculation, it's highly likely to be extremely important strategic materials. Next, the intelligence officer proceeded to detail China's countermeasures against various nations' recent actions targeting China. Each countermeasure struck precisely at the vital points of those countries. The sheer ruthlessness of these moves made it clear China wasn't acting on a whim this time, but rather a carefully orchestrated plan. After hearing this series of intelligence reports, the elder reacted immediately, exclaiming urgently, "Isn't China openly challenging our lighthouse nation on the international stage? Very well, we shall counter them once more. Let's see who can outlast whom in the end. Particularly in the Middle East, we absolutely cannot allow China's plans to unfold smoothly. Otherwise, it will directly threaten the lighthouse nation's hegemonic position in the region, especially regarding China's support for Pakistan and its efforts to alter oil trade regulations." To him, China's earlier measures might not have seemed significant. But China extending its influence into the Middle East? That was utterly intolerable to the old man. For him, for all the Jewish people, the lighthouse nation's strategic deployment in the Middle East was crucial to the Jewish state's development. If China disrupted these deployments, the losses to the beacon nation would be immeasurable, especially for the various factions and related industries represented by the Jewish people. Listening to the old man's words, the blond man gazed at him with a smug smile, offering no response whatsoever. This expression made the elder inwardly groan. Damn it! He'd let his guard down, allowing this old fox to sense something amiss. Now, who knew how this fellow might interfere with his plans? Moreover, if he did interfere, there wasn't much he could do about it. After all, the blonde man before him was the current supreme leader of the Lighthouse Nation. Whether by title or through the backing of Anglo-Saxon forces, the power and resources at his command were unmatched. This was the rule, an unspoken agreement between the two powers. And whoever violates this rule would inevitably face the collective opposition and ostracism of all. Sure enough, the blonde man's subsequent remarks drove the point home. China's actions are nothing more than a declaration to the world that they are not to be trifled with. And given the sheer intensity of their stance this time, if our beacon nation persists in confrontation, we stand to gain absolutely nothing. Let's not forget one crucial point: all the measures we've taken so far have indirectly targeted Kachin State. Now that Kachin State is achieving major victories on 4 fronts and even showing signs of a counteroffensive, it means all our previous efforts have gone down the drain. Given this, why not secretly reach out to China? Both sides could take a step back, stabilize the situation within manageable limits, and then reassess later? The blonde man's smile remained unchanged as he fixed his gaze on the elder, as if seeking his approval. Bastard! You speak with such ease, unaware of the pain. Should China's measures proceed smoothly, the Yao people will suffer severe blows. And what about the Anglo-Saxon powers? They'll be left with nothing. Absolutely nothing. The old man glanced around, noticing everyone was watching him with scrutinizing eyes. He managed to force out a single word with great difficulty. But, Chapter 63, The World's Great Upheaval. China's series of thunderous actions, coupled with the Lighthouse Nation's covert concessions, resulted in both sides stepping back. Thus, the curtain finally fell. And in these mere 2 days, the entire world and its netizens had been thoroughly entertained. I must be getting old. It feels like I'm living in the last century. China has grown so powerful it can take on the entire world and even force the United States into retreat? It's true. I recall over a decade ago, when China faced a similar situation, its stance was remarkably calm, even timid. It would only take to the UN to denounce the culprits. But now, they're pumped up like they've been injected with adrenaline. They won't back down to anyone, just straight up confrontation. But hey, gotta admit, it feels pretty damn satisfying. Haven't seen China this tough in ages. Last time they were this firm, I recall, was back in the Great Qing dynasty when Empress Dowager Cixi declared war on a dozen nations and announced the winners. Hey, upstairs, don't compare the utterly trashy Great Qing Empire to modern China. The past is the past, and the present is the present. Don't confuse the two. As a Chinese person now, I openly despise the Korean dog, the South Korean bastard, the Filipino monkey, and the beacon nation. All I can say is, if you suck, practice more. Haha, you're cracking me up, but you're absolutely right. I'm all in. Lon Outyen, wholeheartedly support this. Aren't you guys focusing on the wrong thing? Don't forget the real protagonist behind this incident, the Kachin State. As this comment appeared on the world's largest internet platform, users flooded the comments section beneath the newly posted thread. In an instant, it shot to the top of the rankings. The original poster is right. Beyond the formidable strength and resolve China has demonstrated this time, the Kachin State's military capabilities have genuinely surprised me. No, to be precise, they've shocked me. Those tens of thousands of military drones blanketing the sky, not only could they form a defensive network capable of wiping out enemy firepower, but they also possessed attack systems and advanced algorithms. On the battlefield, they created terrifying suppression, concentrating firepower into a unified force that could keep entire legions pinned down, unable to show their heads. I know that phrase, it's called pop your head up in your toast, unless you have 0 frame reaction time. Hey, don't interrupt. Let the OP finish. Third floor is right too, it's essentially the same as pop up and get obliterated. Beyond those swarm drones and the dual-system bionic combat robots, the true MVP that secured Kachin's 4 decisive victories was that tank, whatever its model. According to analysis by relevant research experts and professors, this tank is equipped with 2 distinct types of offensive weaponry. The primary weapon is a pulse cannon built on plasma and laser principles. Yes, you heard right, a pulse cannon. With a range of tens of kilometers, its coverage area and penetration capability are so overwhelming they take your breath away. You've likely seen the footage. The White Elephant's military stronghold couldn't withstand a single pulse cannon barrage before being reduced to rubble. While conventional firepower could achieve similar destruction, consider this setting aside the possibility of intercepting artillery and missiles. The sheer volume of ammunition required to obliterate a military hub is utterly terrifying. Moreover, it requires prolonged saturation strikes to inflict devastating damage on the White Elephant's military strongholds. Its efficiency falls light years short of pulse cannons. Also, this thing can't be intercepted. Get hit by it, and everything gets shattered into pieces beyond repair. Here, I'll give you all a piece of advice. If you ever encounter this weapon or tank on the battlefield, don't run. The faster you run, the faster you die. The best approach is to drape yourself in white cloth, kneel before the weapon, and beg for mercy. Maybe it'll show you some leniency and let you off. After all, that's exactly what the Qin army did. China. Liu lay in bed, watching a video on his laptop showing the Tianming tactical tank wreaking havoc on the battlefield in Kachin State. Simultaneously, he typed his thoughts on his phone, sharing his perspective. Finally, after replying to a pile of netizens' questions, Liu took a breath, rolled over, and sprawled out flat on his back. He stared at the ceiling inside. Damn it! No one ever told me that trolling online could be this exhausting. Still, when he saw netizens praising him, a faint smile still crept onto Liu's lips. For him, the greatest value in life lay in gaining others' recognition of his knowledge. At moments like these, he suddenly feel a sense of intellectual superiority, as if floating above everyone else. Ah, life is as lonely as snow. Wonder how that guy Gu Xian is doing. No wonder he went abroad. That hellhole, Tianyuan Research Institute, it's no wonder he couldn't stick it out there. When he gets back from Kachin State, I'll grill him about what he's been up to. He's always so mysterious during our chats, refusing to spill a single detail about his work. Hope he hasn't been roped into some scam as a pawn. But that doesn't make sense. With Gu Xian's skills and intelligence, it's more likely he'd be the one getting scammed, not the other way around. Wait a minute. If he's being so secretive, could it be he's become a research expert in Kachin State? As this thought crossed his mind, Liu found himself increasingly convinced it was possible, a look of realization spreading across his face. Right. This guy acting so mysterious, he might very well be playing the role of a Kachin research expert. Who knows? The weapon shown in that video might even have a share belonging to Gu Xian. He'd try to probe around for clues later. He didn't believe Liu, couldn't get him to spill the beans. With that thought, Liu rolled over again, downed half a bottle of Sprite in one gulp, then tapped lightly on his phone. Not sure what he was up to. Hey, didn't expect anyone to analyze it so accurately. Kachin State Research Center. Gu Xian finished half a case of Coke with relish, belched contentedly, and watched the screen where a user named Carrot in Hand, targeting you, was actively exchanging comments with others under a post. A sharp gleam flashed in his eyes. This guy's got a sharp mind. He analyzed the Tianming tactical tank's main weapon with such thoroughness. Clearly, he's got real skills. Let me scroll down and see what else this guy has commented on. Just as Gu Xian was about to take the next step, a video call notification suddenly popped up at the top of his phone screen. Chapter 64, $100 million? Are you serious? Vote request. Missing your old man? Liu's brows lifted in delight the instant the video connected, but Gu Xian's teasing voice on the other end nearly made him crack. You little rascal. 3 days without a beating and you're already climbing the roof to tear off the tiles. Have you forgotten who's boss around here? Not at all. Foster father and son. My father, your son. Doesn't that make perfect sense? Fine. It's not like you're the one needing something from me this time. Look at you talking like that. Of course I do. See how handsome your old man is? Gu Xian couldn't help but laugh as he watched Liu on the camera, adjusting angles to showcase his handsome face. How long had it been? That kid Liu hadn't changed a bit. After a brief heart-to-heart between father and son, Liu suddenly dropped several octaves in his voice, adopting a mysterious tone. I heard you mention before that you're in Kachin State now? Duh, how many times have I told you this? If I'm not in Kachin State, where else would I be spying for the Lighthouse Nation? Gu Xian was speechless, replying weakly. Well then I won't beat around the bush. Long story short, did you become a researcher in Kachin State? You won't be able to hide it this time, unless you really sign some kind of confidentiality agreement or something. Hearing Liu's questioning, a peculiar expression flickered across Gu Xian's face. Researcher? Non-disclosure agreement? Well, sort of, I guess. Hearing Liu's increasingly impatient tone, Gu Xian finally decided to share a small piece of the truth with his adopted son. Gu Xian cleared his throat and chuckled. You must have been clairvoyant and clairaudient in a past life to guess so accurately. You got me right on the nose. You've really taken a leap, haven't you? Jumping straight into being a researcher for the Kachin Kingdom. Spill it. How much do you know about the weapons causing all the buzz on the battlefield lately? The Sky Curtain system, the rebellion-slaying battle armor, and what was that other one called? Right, the Starlight Potion. Plus those bionic combat robots and sci-fi tanks. What's the scoop on their development? Or let me put it another way, have you been involved in any of these projects? Of course, if you've signed a confidentiality agreement or whatever, you don't have to tell me. I get it. It's just that I'm dying of curiosity. You have no idea how insanely overpowered the tank's main weapon is. It's a pulse cannon. And most likely the kind of photon pulse cannon you only see in sci-fi movies. If I'm not mistaken about the secondary weapon, that should be an electromagnetic railgun. You have no idea how hyped I am. I climbed a ladder and gave those clueless foreigners a piece of my mind. Damn it, I absolutely love this thing. Listening to Liu's frenzied excitement on the other end of the line, Gu Xian was unfazed. After all, this guy had been like this since college, a textbook introverted social butterfly. No wonder he couldn't find a girlfriend. Though he hadn't dated anyone in his 4 years of college either. Once Li Yu had raved himself out, Gu Xian continued, regarding those cutting-edge weapons appearing in Kachin State, I did indeed have involvement. He didn't quite finish his sentence. It wasn't just involvement, he'd personally spearheaded the development of every single one. Frankly, without Gu Xian, even decades wouldn't have been enough for Kachin State to achieve its current technological level. You're not just bragging, are you? You're ridiculously strong, but you can't be this absurd. Even when I brag on foreign forums, I don't go this far. Oh? Then tell me your foreign forum ID. I'll check out your bragging when I get a chance. Fine, I'll tell you. My online ID is, carrot in hand, coming for you. I've used it since high school and haven't changed it in years. Guess I'm sticking to my roots. Keeping your roots? You can talk about that when you finally get your first love. Gu Xian laughed and scolded. Yet his expression betrayed a hint of bewilderment. Right. The world is vast, yet sometimes coincidences happen. Just as he was scrolling through Li Yu bragging about his own weapons, the guy happened to call him. That's fate for you. But, heaven knows, couldn't this fate be put to better use? Like, say, having him meet a pure, adorable little loli with silver hair and blue eyes on a rainy night street. Or bump into a female CEO while walking. And then play out that cliché where the domineering CEO falls for me. These two scenarios are beyond most people's grasp, but he can pull them off. Let go of everything. Entrust it all to yourself. You've got some nerve barking like that, you don't have a girlfriend either. Li Yu grumbled indignantly on the other end of the line. Enough with the nonsense. Which weapons-related research are you actually involved in? Just tell me, I'm dying to know. Call me Big Brother. Gu Xian teased with a smile. But he soon regretted that decision. Brother. A voice that made his skin crawl came through the video call, nearly causing Gu Xian to drop his phone in fright. Damn it. If you're gonna call out, do it properly. Why does your voice sound like a dog in heat? Screaming like that is just asking for trouble. Alright, stop yelling. Since you're being so sincere about calling me, I'll tell you I really have been involved in all this research. If I'm lying, may I be struck by lightning. You're my good little doggy anyway. Get lost, you little non-tongue. Gu Xian rolled his eyes and muttered under his breath. Seeing Li Yu still wearing that skeptical look, he shrugged helplessly. Where the hell did all that trust between people go? If you don't believe me even after I've told you this much, imagine what would happen if I spilled everything, you'd be blown away. Finally. After a long pause, Li Yu managed to squeeze out a sentence through clenched teeth. Real or fake? Real. Then I still don't believe you. I'll FING. After Gu Xian rambled on at the phone, Li Yu added, unless you give me a small goal, I won't believe you. Don't tell me you can't come up with the money. If you've really participated in so many research projects and made significant contributions, even if Kachin State is broke, they wouldn't skimp on your bonus. So unless you transfer me a small target, I won't believe you. Send me your overseas account number. Fine. You've got me beat, kid. You sure know how to talk tough. Fine, I'll give it to you. But don't you dare send me some friendly little number like 5418 or 1452, okay? Li Yu said jokingly. But barely a minute after he shared the card number, his phone buzzed and a pop-up appeared. Ha? What's this? You actually sent me money? Let me count, 1 0, 2 zeros, 3 zeros, 7 zeros, 8 zeros? Wait, dude, did I misread this? Should I go buy some eye drops and flush these out? After a few minutes to process it. No way, dude. You're serious. Damn it, show some respect for 100 million, okay? This is still China, not Zimbabwe. Li Yu's expression was complex, his mouth forming a perfect O. Everything around him felt suddenly off. Am I hallucinating? Could it be from picking too many mushrooms? Nah. I only do it 3 times a day. Chapter 65, Monies for Showing Off Votes Needed. How does it feel to have a little goal? Gu Xian said with a smile. Impressive. After holding back for ages, Li Yu finally managed to squeeze out 2 words. He didn't even know what to say. A small goal. Come on. This is Daolu, not Zimbabwe. Forget one small goal, he'd already achieved 7 of them. In other words, he'd gone from penniless to billionaire overnight? Spill it, kid. Where did you get this money? Faced with such staggering wealth, even Li Yusin, usually so composed, stumbled over his words. Could it be true, just like this kid claimed? Gu Xian had participated in several cutting-edge research projects in Kachin State, made significant contributions, and received an extremely generous bonus? Otherwise, how else could one explain how Gu Xian had amassed such staggering wealth in just a few short months? Even if he sold his kidneys, how many would you have to sell to scrape together $100 million? Recalling how Gu Xian had previously demanded information on basic standard equipment from him, Li Yu pondered inwardly, could this kid have turned to arms dealing and become a warlord? But that didn't add up either. Just months ago, The Kachin state launched a global livestream showcasing the unparalleled performance and combat prowess of the Junyi warrior armor. In the process, they wiped out every single warlord in the Kachin state, big or small, leaving not a single one standing. Moreover, during this period, the Kachin state had collaborated with China's construction teams and security forces to conduct a nationwide cleanup operation. They swept through the numerous gray and black industries that had been the pillars of the domestic economy, leaving no stone unturned. It could be said that within Kachin state, there was absolutely no room left for those criminal forces to survive. The local crime bosses of Kachin state certainly contemplated resistance. But if resistance had any use, then the members of the Legion of Rebels might as well find a pillar and smash their heads against it. Sometimes capturing fugitives requires evidence. But in counter-terrorism operations, no list is needed, just provide the coordinates. By then, we'll strip the weeds bare from the ground and shake eggs until their yolks scatter. Still want to live? Oofed. Just look at the laser weapons on the Traitor Slayer armor. Do you think they'll agree? If Gu Xian really became an arms dealer, forget about them two being able to call each other here maybe months ago. He'd have had to burn paper offerings for that kid Gu Xian, lest he end up a penniless ghost down below, unable to find a wife. So, the only way Gu Xian could have made that much money was through state funding. I looked into it myself. This massive sum came through official channels from a legitimate Kachin state institution. It's completely legal and compliant. No matter how much he spends, he needn't worry about attracting the attention of the police, getting handcuffed, and receiving the honorable privilege of free tea at the station for over a decade. Where'd it come from? Let me whisper this to you. I've actually become the head of Kachin state, holding trillions in my hands. Just kowtow to me 3 times and call me Godfather 9 times, and I'll promote you to General of Kachin state. I'll give you dozens of villas and luxury cars, plus billions. I'll even arrange for you to have lawless, mature women, and married ladies. You'll live in debauchery night after night. So, what do you say? Just kowtow and call me Godfather to get all these goodies. Feeling tempted? Gu Xian said, half joking, half serious. I'll believe you when pigs fly. You're just pretending to be the Kachin leader. Your speech is like an upgraded version of Qin Shi Huang, the great general, and V50. You're something else. Alright. I believe you have that kind of scientific prowess now. Also, send me the refund account details. I'll transfer that 100 million back to you. That's $100 million, Dale. Can you really resist that temptation? Gu Xian chuckled. Let me tell you, 80% of that 100 million is research funding allocated to you by the Kachin state government. You'd better keep it for yourself. Otherwise, I wouldn't want to see tomorrow's news report about Mr. Gu being blown to bits by 10 anti-aircraft guns for embezzling public funds and fed to the dogs. Li Yu sneered dismissively. Just as he was about to say more, Gu Xian's voice came through the phone again. Keep that 100 million, kid. Consider it a gift for all those years you called me Godfather. How about it? Happy? Delighted? Now listen up, don't call me until you've blown through half that money. Gu Xian chuckled. Before Li Yu could respond, Gu Xian tapped the screen and hung up. Sigh. People always choose to believe what they see. He'd already laid his cards on the table, admitting he was the Kachin state's covert leader, yet some stubbornly refused to believe it. There was nothing he could do about it. Gu Xian muttered with a hint of arrogance. He wasn't worried that his conversation with Li Yu would leak out. Even if it did. And China and other nations found out, but guess what? Would those high-level leaders even give it a second thought? A lowly researcher suddenly transformed into the Kachin leader who's been making waves internationally lately? Who the hell would buy that? You'd be better off believing me Qin Shi Huang, the great general, when I say V50 pays out. That's the real deal. As for whether embezzling $100 million will lead to questioning and impeachment? Gu Xian retorts. After all I've done for the cause, can't I at least show off a little in front of my friends? If I can't, then holding such a massive sum in my hands would be utterly meaningless. Just as Gu Xian was feeling increasingly satisfied about transferring $100 million to Li Yu, Sura's figure slowly emerged from the doorway. Commander, negotiations with Cambodia and Thailand have been finalized. Chapter 66, with both capitals in my grasp, you dare to negotiate terms? Settled? That quickly? Gu Xian looked at Sula with surprise, his eyes filled with confusion. Negotiations between nations. Negotiations between nations were never straightforward. Any matter involving such discussions was incredibly complex and headache-inducing. Yet to Gu Xian's astonishment, in just a few short days, both nations had readily accepted the terms he had proposed. As this thought crossed his mind, just as Gu Xian was about to ask, Sula let out a bitter laugh and said, "No, it can't be called a deal. The leaders of those two nations would never agree to the demands you proposed, no matter what. However, if our Kachin state withdraws from their capitals first and safely hands over the Thai king and other relevant officials from both nations, they might agree to waive any one condition up to a total of $500 billion. What kind of agreement is that?" Gu Xian was speechless, shrugged, and said helplessly to Sula, "Your Excellency, hear me out. Frankly, I believe we can close the net now. After all, demanding 500 billion baht from these two nations would be more painful than killing them. If they actually paid up, they'd plunge into economic collapse without Kachin needing to lift a finger. Thailand is manageable, but Cambodia is the real issue. That tiny speck of land? Asking them for $500 billion is like cutting flesh from their bones, no difference at all. That's precisely why they've been so adamant about the reparations. Even when I authorized using the Thai king's safety as a covert threat, it didn't sway them. Sura murmured softly. Beyond that, Supreme Leader, your demands public apologies from both nations on the international stage, opening trade routes between them, their support for Kachin State's UN membership, even stationing troops here all stand firm. Good grief, they're stubborn as mules. With both capitals firmly in Kachin hands, they still dare to make demands? Gu Xian sighed, at a loss for words. Currently, with the capitals of Thailand and Cambodia under their control, nearly all core officials were now in Kachin State's custody. Only peripheral officials with relatively high prestige remained in power in both nations, continuously negotiating with Kachin State. Meanwhile, the behavior of the captured officials, as described by Sura earlier, truly exceeded Gu Xian's expectations. One after another, they displayed an unwavering sense of righteousness, preferring to remain prisoners of the Kachin State rather than pay reparations. It seemed they were utterly fixated on this principle. How do other nations view our control over the capitals of both countries? After careful consideration, Gu Xian refrained from hasty conclusions and instead inquired about Sula's perspective on the international community's view of Kachin State. Currently, Western nations led by the Lighthouse Nation are relentlessly condemning our Kachin Kingdom, accusing us of trampling on global norms, disrupting order, and committing grave war crimes. They intend to impose a series of economic sanctions and intensify international pressure on Kachin through public opinion. They aim to force us, through external pressure, to voluntarily withdraw from the capitals of both nations without harming their officials or citizens. And that's it? Nothing more? No mention of deploying military forces to enforce sanctions or carry out strikes? Gu Xian asked with interest. Well, Your Excellency, with nuclear weapons no longer the dominant force, our Kachin State's Tianming tactical tanks, paired with numerous other cutting-edge technologies, have actually positioned our military strength on land among the world's foremost. We might even be able to easily go toe-to-toe with the Lighthouse Nation. Sula suppressed the urge to roll her eyes at the grinning Gu Xian before her and replied slowly. Leader, just look at what you're saying. With the backing of China, whose influence is currently at its zenith, and armed with such a vast arsenal of cutting-edge weaponry, each piece of which possesses the power to level entire cities, Chini demonstrated the capability to single-handedly turn the tide of battle. And that's not even considering that all these weapons are now under the control of the Kachin nation. Moreover, the absolute reason why nations worldwide dare not provoke the Kachin kingdom is not the formidable weapons developed by Gu Xian, but the Starlight Elixir. This medical elixir revolutionized traditional medicine, its value utterly immeasurable to anyone. When combined with specific health exercises, it extends life by 20 years. Cures most incurable diseases and injuries on the market, stimulates further brain development, enhances mental agility, and more. Any single one of these benefits would be fiercely sought after by nations worldwide, and when combined, the effects are truly terrifying. It is a genuine elixir of life. Your Excellency. Just ask any nation, prominent family, or influential corporation today which of the world's great figures wouldn't covet the effects of Starlight Elixir? These nations are already practically going mad, flooding us daily with hundreds of emails and invitations, all seeking to purchase Starlight Elixir. The offers kept escalating, each more generous than the last. Even Sula himself was drooling over the prospects. But to maximize the Starlight Elixir's revenue potential, and heeding Gu Xian's caution, he held back. As someone who had personally experienced Starlight Potion, he knew its effects all too well. With this stuff in his hands, even if someone offered tens of billions, he couldn't possibly hand it over. It could extend one's lifespan by nearly 20 years. Time is life itself. And who wouldn't want to live longer? If he truly handed over this serum, he'd regret it too late in his twilight years. Having barely set foot in the coffin, he now understood the potion's true value. Sura couldn't believe that those truly with both feet in the grave, mere breaths from death, could resist the craving for Starlight Elixir. Moreover, the first batch of Starlight Elixir for the Kachin Kingdom had already been distributed. A total of 120 bottles. And he was certain. Those who've tasted one vial will crave a second, then a third. Therefore, it is precisely because they hold the Starlight Elixir that those powerful Western nations dare not completely alienate the Kachin Kingdom. They merely play along with the world's policeman, the Lighthouse Nation, engaging in some international posturing. After all, if Kachin were to ban a nation from purchasing Starlight Elixir over such matters, those nations would have nowhere to turn for recourse. In that case, there's no need for excessive caution. Mr. Sura, you may inform them that the indemnity payment is waived, but they must agree to another condition of ours. What condition? Sura asked instinctively. Become our vassal state. Gu Xian uttered the words with a faint smile. Chapter 67, Gu Xian's Ambition, Unifying Southeast Asia. Votes needed. Your Excellency, isn't this going too far? I could understand demands for reparations or even territorial concessions, but why insist on making these two nations our vassal states? You must realize this is the 21st century. If we actually do this, it could spark massive internal unrest in both countries. All the common people would spontaneously resist such terms. Moreover, this blatantly crosses the United Nations red line. Even China wouldn't tolerate such actions from us. Sura scratched his head, momentarily at a loss for words after being confronted by Gu Xian's reasoning. Haha, Mr. Sula, I'm well aware of the consequences. It would be a flagrant violation of universal principles, branding us as traitors seeking to restore feudal systems and reverse progress. I'm certainly not that foolish to commit an act that would make me a target for everyone's condemnation. Gu Xian's response brought relief to Sula. But what followed left him utterly stunned once more. Mr. Sula, I'll be blunt with you. While our Kachin kingdom aims to make Thailand and Cambodia vassal states, we could simply alter the terminology, call it a hierarchical alliance, for instance. Wouldn't that sound much more palatable? The lighthouse nation may appear fair and just as the world's policeman, but you, Leader Sula, surely understand better than I the true nature of that country. While the world shouldn't tolerate so-called satellite states, in reality, places like South Korea, North Korea, parts of South America, and certain Middle Eastern nations have long been the lighthouse nation's backyard, haven't they? What difference does it make if they're called satellite states? We can use our control over both capitals as an opportunity to gradually infiltrate. Officially, we'll be allies, but we can fully seize control of Thailand and Cambodia. When the time is ripe, it will be our Kachin states' moment to swallow both nations' territories whole. A flicker of madness crossed Gu Xian's eyes as he spoke slowly to Sura, who had been listening in stunned silence. Your Excellency, when exactly will this opportune moment arrive? When the Kachin state has fully absorbed and assimilated the Chin state, secured nuclear weapons, and achieved domestic stability, that will be the moment of opportunity. Nuclear weapons? Sura scratched his ear, confirming he hadn't misheard, then said with utter bewilderment, Chief, where on earth would we get nuclear weapons? What nonsense are you spouting? If Kachin had nuclear weapons all along, would I even be saying this? Then we'll build them ourselves, from scratch. Not just atomic bombs, we'll develop hydrogen bombs with even greater destructive power. Gu Xian declared. Leader, do you know how? Sura asked weakly, his voice dripping with disbelief. Look at you talking like that. If I couldn't build them, why would I say such a thing? Then, leader, is what you said about annexing Thailand and Cambodia also true? Mr. Sura, does the way I speak look like I'm joking with you? Of course I'm serious. Hearing Gu Xian's definitive reply, Sura's heart finally dropped, or more accurately, it nearly stopped. It wasn't that he lacked mental fortitude, Gu Xian's words were simply too staggering. Holy moly. This isn't just some leader we've recruited, it's a genius who can do absolutely anything. Unbelievably overpowered. My leader, we've just finished researching these cutting-edge technologies. Next step, conquering 3 kingdoms and mastering nuclear weapons. This leap is just way too fast, way too fast. After all, what decent country what decent nation would just throw around cutting-edge tech like it's free? Sura inwardly gasped in shock, but quickly regained his composure. Sura said, Supreme Leader, setting aside nuclear weapons for now, if we ever reveal ambitions to annex Thailand and Cambodia, the leaders of those nations aren't pushovers. They'll resist fiercely. And no matter how patient the lighthouse nation may be, they won't stand idly by and watch us do this. If things unfold as you predict, Comrade Leader, and we do annex those 2 nations, then I fear World War III would be imminent. Because the lighthouse nation absolutely cannot tolerate another superpower emerging in Southeast Asia to rival China and themselves. They would stop us at any cost, even risking a full-scale war. Even if we possess nuclear weapons? I understand that perfectly well. That's precisely why we must proceed gradually, slowly infiltrating both nations. Gu Xian reassured him. In truth, he hadn't finished speaking. His ambitions extended far beyond merely unifying these 3 nations. He clearly intended to bring all of Southeast Asia under the sphere of influence of the Kachin state. Vietnam, Bangladesh, Cambodia, Thailand, the Union of Myanmar, Malaysia. And those distant Philippine monkeys. And even the fertile, bountiful lands of the Great White Elephant, he coveted them all intensely. Given Kachin state's current strength, even the subsequent integration of the Chin state would prove exceedingly difficult, let alone annexing the other 2 nations, or even all of Southeast Asia. But Gu Xian dared to guarantee that once he secured the Chin state, he would then integrate the Union of Myanmar with an unyielding stance. Once the nation was unified and the second stage of the technological tree was unlocked, Kachin state's development would be unstoppable. Even if the lighthouse nation were to intervene with full force, Kachin state would not fear it in the slightest. His current infiltration of both nations was merely strategic preparation, ensuring that once the tech tree unlocked, Kachin's integration of these territories would proceed with far greater ease. As for resistance? After cultural collisions during infiltration, coupled with the release of goodwill and benefits to assimilate them spiritually, what resistance could possibly remain? What? Some still refuse? Fine. All those who refuse, step forward and line up before the gun barrel of the Tianming tactical tank. Let's see who dares to refuse. The truth lies in combining authority with benevolence, firmness with flexibility. Why is Huaxia's territory so vast? Isn't it precisely because of the same principle I've just explained? Never underestimate the power of cultural assimilation. It can fundamentally reshape the beliefs of a nation and its people. The effects may not be immediately apparent, but tested over time. Take the Daqing oil fields that settled in China centuries ago. Consider the subtle cultural influence the lighthouse nation exerted on the footbasin chickens and the South Korean sticks, shattering the footbasin chickens' so-called samurai spirit into dust utterly irrecoverable. In short, Mr. Sura, do as I say for now. We can forego the indemnity, but the condition I mentioned earlier must be forced upon them. What if they stubbornly refuse? Faced with absolute profit, they have no choice but to agree. By the way, is the Tianming tactical tank fully charged? Sura, sensing Gu Xian's attempt to change the subject, replied instinctively, it's already fully charged. Good. When negotiations with the two nations commence, order a three-pronged advance. Chapter 68, Maha, please keep reading, please vote. Within the resplendent golden hall, Mahar sat upon an extravagantly decorated throne, gazing at the clear sky beyond the heavens. Yet his mood remained far from cheerful. As the king of Thailand, the supreme spiritual leader of a nation, wielding boundless authority and enjoying an endless life of luxury, one would think his mood could not possibly be anything but content. Well, under normal circumstances, he should be as happy as could be. But now? Maha turned his head. Surveying the figures around him clad in black and silver battle armor, his mood remained anything but cheerful. Damn it! He was the supreme king of Thailand. How did he end up a prisoner overnight? How absurd could this get? Mr. Mahathir, please try not to get too worked up. It's not good for your health. A figure clad in the armor of a traitor watched Maha's heaving chest and the rage burning in his eyes, then stepped forward to calm him. Hearing these soothing words, Mahar's fury only intensified. At the same time, a wave of frustration washed over him. Good heavens, why do I have such intense emotional fluctuations? It's all your fault. At this very moment, a look of regret flashed across Maha's face. Damn it, if only he hadn't listened to that Judas's seduction promising to effortlessly crush the Kachin kingdom and divide its technology, land, and vast wealth. Then, he and his band of foolish officials and ministers had so readily believed it. But what was the result? The outcome was that before he could even muster the 100,000 troops prepared in Cambodia, hundreds upon hundreds of Kachin rebel legions suddenly surged forth from the capital itself. They utterly disregarded artillery and bullets, charging relentlessly into the palace where he resided in the shortest time imaginable. They captured both me and those foolish officials and ministers. This led to the current situation, one that couldn't be more awkward. Recalling the sight of those black-silver battlesuits just days ago, Mahathir swallowed hard. Powerful. Far too powerful. And utterly impossible to counter. These secondary-grade Jinyi warrior armors, operating in small groups, proved more effective in urban combat than an entire reinforced company. They presented not a single exploitable weakness. Only now. He finally understood why nations had gone mad scrambling for these rebellion slayers in the online auction. Earlier, he'd thought spending billions of dollars just to buy a few dozen suits and weakened versions at that was a total ripoff. But now it seemed. It wasn't just billions, it was worth hundreds of billions. The impact, power, and sheer deterrent effect of this cutting-edge technology were simply too immense. Once 100 or more sets were assembled, with a little more enhancement to conceal other technological means of detection, infiltrating the capital of any nation except the 5 permanent members of the UN Security Council would allow for easy penetration, crippling the entire national system. Even if the system isn't breached, the sheer destructive force unleashed by hundreds of figures clad in traitors' war armor erupting within a capital city, a location of paramount importance to any nation, would inflict losses beyond the capacity of any state to bear. Weren't the capitals of their own nation and Cambodia the perfect examples? Maha thought to himself with resignation. If only he hadn't hoarded the money, buying some rebel armor would have been a huge profit. At the very least, it could have led him to safety, sparing him from becoming a prisoner, a bargaining chip in negotiations between Kachin state and his own country, Thailand. Though he maintained a hardline stance, refusing to budge on the 5 trillion baht indemnity. But, if the Kachin state truly intended to take action against him, the Thai king, well, he reckoned there was a 99% chance he'd agree to the demand. Even if paying $50 billion would cripple Thailand's economy, leaving it unable to recover anytime soon, it would still be better than dying at the hands of the Kachin state. The rebellion-slaying battle armor, the celestial canopy system, the starlight potion, the bionic combat robot, and that world-ending tank. How did Kachin suddenly become this formidable? As Mahathir pondered this in silence, at the palace gates, distant sounds echoed once more. Maha looked up. As he watched a dozen figures clad in black-silver battle armor escorting a single person approach slowly, his pupils contracted slightly. Well, old friends are coming. What intentions might the kingdom of Kachin harbor this time as they sought negotiations once more? He only hoped these men clad in the armor of the executioners capable of lifting a chariot with sheer brute force wouldn't subject him to any torture. Mr. Maha, we meet again. Mahathir spoke in a deep, resonant voice, his expression filled with resignation as he looked at the 2-meter-tall, burly man before him. Enough. What demands does your country have this time? Let me make this clear up front, don't even think about the 500 billion baht in reparations. If we actually handed over that sum, Thailand would be reduced to eating for the next couple of years. Well, Mr. Mahathir, how polite you've suddenly become. Lizer, one of the Kachin kingdom's generals, exclaimed in astonishment. As he spoke, he regarded Mahathir with the same bewildered gaze one might reserve for a rare new species. Not long ago, when this Thai king was captured, he was arrogantly demanding, declaring that no one could touch his body. No one could maintain eye contact with him for long. Demanded honorific titles when addressed. Demanding top chefs prepare his daily meals, forbidding any negligence, and insisting on the highest honors. This whole series of stinking bad habits made even Lizer sick to his stomach. Damn it! Am I the prisoner here, or are you? Anyone watching would think the Kachin kingdom had bowed down to Thailand. You think you're so high and mighty? Fine. I'll let you be noble. Whatever you demand, I'll do the exact opposite. But judging by Maha's reaction, the effect is surprisingly good. At least the old man no longer has that arrogant streak he used to have. Mr. Lizer, what do you mean by that? Well now. He finally uses the title sir instead of calling me a rabble-rouser or something. Though that thought crossed his mind. Deng Lizer deliberately kept his expression neutral, replying solemnly, nothing. I trust you, Mr. Maha, are aware of my purpose in coming here. As the representative of the Kachin state, I am here to negotiate with sincere intentions. Now, please accompany me to the conference room, Mr. Maha. Lizer said with a smile. Very well, I understand. Glancing at the figures surrounding them, Mahathir nodded reluctantly. He would have preferred to stall, hoping to secure aid from the lighthouse nation so Thailand could force Kachin state to withdraw without paying any price. But just look at those figures in battle armor, radiating murderous intent. Who would dare keep them guarding the gates? If they were truly kept here. Watch out, you might not see tomorrow's sun. Chapter 69, Negotiations. Please keep reading, please vote. Thailand. Inside the conference room. The seats at the conference table were filled with representatives from Kachin state and Thailand, with some seats even reserved for Cambodia. Indeed. To save time, Surikan simply waved his hand and instructed the Kachin side to communicate directly with representatives from both nations. This prevented the two countries from secretly huddling behind closed doors to discuss unsavory matters. By bringing everything out into the open, he ensured they had no grounds for objection. However, such an arrangement was highly unusual. Multilateral negotiations over ceasefire agreements are not unheard of in the annals of history. In fact, they are quite common. But it is far more unusual for a single nation to simultaneously defeat two adversaries and convene a joint ceasefire conference with both. Mr. Lizer, on behalf of Thailand, I categorically reject certain aspects of the ceasefire agreement your country previously proposed. If you demand we pay $500 billion, we would rather declare full-scale war and rally our entire nation to resist your country. At that point, I imagine you won't fare well either. Cambodia stands firm as well: no reparations, no territorial concessions. This concerns national sovereignty. We will not yield an inch. From the Cambodian side, a man with bronze-toned skin spoke slowly, his words brimming with resolve, even tinged with a hint of grievance and injustice. It was as if it had not been their two nations that invaded Kachin state. As if everything had been turned upside down. As if Kachin state were the chief instigator of the war, while their two nations stood like innocent lambs awaiting slaughter. Seeing this, Lizer sneered with disdain. Were it not for the constraints of international conventions and the backing of the lighthouse nation, they wouldn't have wasted a single breath on these people. Back then, they might have already deployed their entire mechanized army onto Thai and Cambodian soil, crushing their so-called armies into dust and shattering the backbone of their nations. By then, they would truly be no different from fish on a cutting board. Annexing their territories would then be a mere formality. Look at them now, still talking tough. Evidently, they've yet to experience the terror of Tianming tactical tanks. Understandable, all technologically advanced tanks produced by the Kachin state have been redeployed to other third-line battlefronts, leaving none available here. This leaves them somewhat unclear about the situation. As Lizer thought this through, he paused just as he was about to speak up to intimidate Mahathir and the other Cambodian diplomat in the conference room. Forget it. Though he couldn't fathom what headquarters was thinking, abandoning this prime opportunity to profit from war, making such significant concessions on the ceasefire agreement, and even offering the thing to be shared between the two nations. This was something Lizer simply couldn't wrap his head around. But a soldier's duty is to obey orders, nothing else. Regardless of headquarters motives, he would simply carry out his duties. Now, Lizer harbored genuine admiration for the newly arrived Kachin leader from China. No, it wasn't merely admiration, it was an overwhelming, unceasing admiration, like a surging river. Beyond admiration, there was nothing else. Over these past few months, the Kachin nation has experienced explosive growth, and all credit for this goes to the leader who remains hidden in the shadows, yet to be publicly revealed. From being a minor nation that could be trampled underfoot at will, Kachin had now risen to become a strategic partner on equal footing with China. Moreover, in terms of military might, it was nothing short of a dimensional strike. Didn't you see how they single-handedly crushed the million-strong coalition forces of 5 nations? What did they sacrifice for Kachin state? Over 1,000 tanks, thousands of bionic combat robots, and then what? Nothing much. Without even deploying their regular, large-scale forces domestically, they routed the enemy in less than a day, completely turning the tide of battle. Tell me, who else but this leader, exceptionally skilled in scientific research, could have achieved this? Probably no one at all. Mahar caught every flicker of emotion across Lizer's face. Witnessing this scene, his own heart began to race. Damn it! Could it be that this troublemaker, seeing the firm stance of both nations, intends to renege on his word? Sigh. It couldn't be that bad. Negotiations are a step-by-step process. He shouldn't suddenly jump up and beat us senseless. Just as Mahathir began to feel uncertain, Lizer finally spoke. He said slowly, "Gentlemen, I have heard the opinions of both your nations earlier and have already relayed them to headquarters. Now, the Kachin state has decided to amend certain provisions of the ceasefire agreement." For some reason, Mahat felt his heart skip a beat. No way? Could it be that seeing the two nations' firm stances, they're preparing to push through to the end? Surely not. It wasn't just Mahat. In the conference room, over 20 negotiators from Thailand and Cambodia were equally baffled. After all, prior to this, the Kachin state had also taken an extremely hardline stance on war reparations, almost adamantly demanding that the two nations compensate for all military expenses and losses incurred during the campaign. And afterward, they even deployed the so-called Legion of Rebels to patrol their territories as a show of force. Both nations had now reached an agreement that if the Kachin state maintained its unyielding stance on reparations, they would both compromise and partially meet the Kachin state's demands. Since the capitals of both nations had already fallen under Kachin control, and every additional day of delay, the economic, political, and reputational damage would become incalculable. Thus, both nations now approach this as their final opportunity for negotiation. However, when they heard that Lizer had altered the terms of the ceasefire agreement, their hearts sank. Could it be? Is the Kachin state seeking further concessions, demanding the impossible? At this thought, Mahathir and the bronze-skinned Cambodian delegate exchanged a knowing glance, their brows furrowing deeply. Just as they assumed the Kachin state was about to make an exorbitant demand, Lizer's voice rang out once more. The Kachin state can forego demanding $500 billion in reparations from both nations and lift all future economic sanctions against them. But you must permit our Kachin state to establish access to all your trade routes. You must allow our nation's entertainment programs, band performances, and cultural promotions to develop within your borders without infringing upon your religious beliefs. Furthermore, citizens of Kachin state shall be granted visa-free passage through both nations. We have one more demand: permit us to establish a military base within your territory, located at least 500 kilometers from your capital city. Chapter 70, I Was Poisoned? Upon hearing Lizer's proposal, Mahathir's eyes flashed with confusion. He did not consider Lizer's demands excessive. On the contrary, compared to the terms Kachin state had prepared for the previous ceasefire agreement, these conditions were remarkably generous. Although the final point about establishing a military base severely infringed upon the sovereignty of both nations, they did not care. Because, whether military bases were stationed in their country or not made no difference in their eyes. The only distinction was that should Kachin state and their two nations ever clash again in battle, it would merely determine how swiftly their nations fell. Beyond the unpleasantness of the situation being reported at the national level, there are no real consequences. Having witnessed the unfathomable power of Kachin state's cutting-edge military research and weaponry, everyone clearly understands that crushing them now would be as easy as squashing an ant. Simpler couldn't be simpler. So what if they station troops? And while the global community ostensibly forbids foreign nations establishing military bases on their soil, everyone knows it's merely lip service. When push comes to shove, things will unfold as they always have. Take the classic example. Countries like Japan and South Korea actually dared to establish their nations atop the military bases of the United States. Beyond these two nations, as the world's dominant power, the Beacon Nation maintains countless military bases across the Middle East to control the region's dynamics. These two nations merely host military bases from the Kachin state. Hardly a major issue. On the contrary, to some extent, Thailand and Cambodia can leverage the military bases stationed in Kachin state to counter other external hidden threats. After all, The Kachin state would never stand idly by and watch its hard-built military bases destroyed. They would certainly intervene when the time comes. As for other conditions? What concerns Manhwa is simply whether Kachin state can freely promote its own culture and ideology within Thailand. As the supreme spiritual leader of a nation, Manhwa possesses this basic understanding. This is nothing more than an attempt to emulate the practices of ancient China and the modern United States. A highly efficient shortcut to reduce resistance among their populace toward Kachin state and foster greater identification with it. This point has truly pushed King Manhwa over the red line of caution. For him, should such a situation arise, his position would become precarious, constantly threatened by the Kachin state. Should the Kachin state truly succeed, their hidden forces could effortlessly depose him and install any new king of their choosing. Upon contemplating this, Manhwa was about to speak when Lizer interjected, "This is the Kachin state's final bottom line. If you reject this proposal, we revert to the previous agreement. Your two nations collectively compensate the Kachin state with $500 billion to cover our campaign expenditures. Otherwise, we shall continue this stalemate indefinitely, dragging it on until the end of time, to see when it will ever conclude. I'll be damned if I can't see whether it's the rebel legions led by our Kachin nation consuming more resources in your capitals eating, drinking, sleeping, and defecating, or whether your nations suffer greater losses from being perpetually blocked by us, unable to conduct any economic, trade, or political activities. Moreover, distinguished representatives, allow me to offer a friendly reminder. Though the Lighthouse Nation and China have reached a truce, the Jewish factions backing the Lighthouse Nation remain fiercely at odds with China. As high-ranking leaders of your nations, you surely possess some insight into these matters. Therefore, the Lighthouse Nation absolutely lacks the capacity to confront our Kachin state. Even if, hypothetically, they were to attempt pressure against us, would you not see your two nations teetering on the brink of paralysis or even disintegration?" Listening to Lizer's blatant threats, in the conference room, the faces of the 20-plus negotiators from both nations darkened to the extreme. They were about to protest, but realized they could find no grounds to refute his arguments. How could they? This general from Kachin state was stating the plain truth. If this stalemate continued, it could very well lead to both nations becoming paralyzed or even fractured. Should such a scenario unfold, the resulting losses would far exceed the cost of what Kachin state is demanding. That damn Lighthouse Nation. Stop butting heads with China and turn your attention to them, for crying out loud. If these two nations are left unchecked, we may well find ourselves in the predicament Lizer warned of. Seeing the hesitant, pensive looks on everyone's faces, Lizer smiled and said nothing more. Instead, he clapped his hands. The sound was so loud, echoed clearly throughout the now quiet conference room. Everyone looked up at Lizer's gesture, staring blankly at him, unsure of its meaning. But soon, everyone's expression changed. At the conference room entrance, a large group of black-silver figures clad in Traitor Slayer battle armor streamed into the conference room. Damn it! Could it be that the Kingdom of Kachin intended to force them directly through military might? Witnessing this scene, everyone's faces turned pale, their eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets. Some trembled uncontrollably, their eyes filled with terror. They began to suspect whether the Kachin state intended to take action against their two nations. Otherwise, why would they do this at the most critical stage of negotiations? Inside the conference room, over 20 delegates exchanged glances. They could be fairly certain that seeing their hesitation, the Kachin state was now resorting to force. But, if you want to take action, couldn't you at least wait for us to state our position? You didn't even give us time to think, just going straight for the attack? That's inhumane, isn't it? Just as the group was venting their frustration, preparing to steel themselves against the Kachin state's armed coercion, even bracing for the possibility of being beaten into a pulp on the spot, Lizer turned his head to the side and asked, "Did you bring the items?" Reporting, "Sir, the items have been brought. They're all packed in the boxes." The items? Packed in boxes? Damn it! Those lunatics from Kachin state, they wouldn't actually be planning to force their way in, would they? By now, Mahathir was drenched in sweat, cold sweat pouring down his back. The thought of potential criminal charges hanging over him, Mahathir felt like he wanted to die. Just as he was about to give in, the silver white box slowly opened. And as it opened just a crack, suddenly, Mahar felt a jolt run through his entire body, and a wave of longing surged from within his mind. What's going on? Had I been poisoned? Chapter 71, Bribery, Ultimately a Compromise. Just as Maha was filled with shock and uncertainty, the silver white box finally revealed its full contents. Inside, rows of exquisitely packaged, dazzlingly colored vials stood upright. 10 vials in total lay within the box. And Rizal had just had 3 boxes presented in one go. That meant 30 vials in total. Upon seeing the vials' true form and recalling the intense craving that had arisen within his mind and body, he instantly guessed their name. Starlight Potion. Only 120 vials currently exist on the market, a rare potion capable of curing most diseases and extending one's lifespan. According to Maha's knowledge, 3-star glow potions had mysteriously surfaced in some deeply hidden black markets around the world. Within mere hours of their appearance, countless tycoons and political figures from around the world rushed to the scene at breakneck speed, all vying to bid for the Starlight Potion. Amidst this frenzy, a single vial of Starlight Elixir was driven to astronomical prices, with the highest bid reaching a staggering $200 billion. The other 2 vials never sold for less than $10 billion. Mahar, an elderly man who had enjoyed years of indulgence, found his body increasingly frail. He had been racking his brain for a solution. And among them, Starlight Potion was his greatest hope. It could be said that obtaining just 3-star glow potions could grant him decades more of life, decades to indulge in worldly pleasures and cling to the title of King of Thailand. Who in the realm would dare show him disrespect? It was precisely for this reason Maha threw himself into the campaign against Kachin with such fervor, all for the Starlight Potion. As the King of Thailand, he could certainly scrape together billions or even tens of billions. But every penny spent would cause him excruciating pain for a very long time. Now, with a chance to obtain Starlight Potions and even their formula for free right before his eyes, he would naturally seize it with both hands. And then, well, he ended up in this miserable predicament. At first, Maha had given up all hope for the Starlight Potion. Accepting the ceasefire agreement with Kachin State would leave Thailand severely weakened in the short term, making any further development highly unlikely, let alone mustering billions or tens of billions of baht to purchase the potion. Even as Thailand's supreme spiritual leader, reality and his personal conscience both absolutely forbade him from spending such a vast sum solely to purchase the so-called Starlight Elixir. Should such a decision be made, the fallout from its exposure would be devastating. Oh, our nation is already this impoverished. As the King of Thailand, the leader of a country, not only does he show no compassion for his subjects, but instead spends such a vast sum to purchase the exorbitantly priced Starlight Potion for himself. How can we possibly trust you as our king? Originally, considering the potential consequences, Maha had already dismissed the notion. Yet when the genuine Starlight Elixir was placed before him, hesitation gripped him. Mahar looked at Lizer, suppressing the overwhelming cravings surging through his body. Turning back, he demanded in a deep voice, "Mr. Lizer, what do you mean by this?" "What do you mean?" Lizer asked with a sly grin, his expression now that of a cunning old fox, bearing not a trace of his former commanding presence. Hearing this, Mahar took a deep breath and spoke again. "What exactly are you trying to accomplish by bringing out so many Starlight Potions?" "Mr. Maha, you surely know what I intend to do. Why be shy? Just admit it openly. It's nothing to be ashamed of." "Exactly. As you can see, these 30-star glow potions are gifts for the high-ranking officials of your 2 nations. It's a small token of apology from Kachin for the significant negative impact we've caused on your capitals. Provided both nations agree to the terms of our ceasefire agreement, we shall deliver all 30 vials as promised." "Right now?" A Cambodian representative, unable to suppress his greed, blurted out the question. "Exactly, right now," Lizer declared with unwavering certainty, his tone devoid of any hesitation, only a crisp, decisive response. Seeing Lizer's stance, fell into silence. "Damn it! This is classic bribery, using heavy sums to make those 2 nations submit," Mahar inwardly exclaimed. "Bribery? Bribes? This is blatant bribery. Damn Kachin State. To force him into signing a ceasefire agreement, they've actually resorted to bribing them with Starlight Potion." Mahar felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety. But he had to admit that neither of their nation's representatives could refuse such a bribe. A potion capable of curing diseases and extending life, its value beyond measure, lay before them. With a single nod, these treasures would instantly fall into their hands. How could anyone resist? Which cadre could withstand such a test? The answer is, no one. Mahar looked around and saw the deep-seated greed and desire in the eyes of his country's representatives and those of Cambodia. He couldn't help but sigh. As the King of Thailand, he truly did not wish to betray his nation's interests. But what could he do? The Kachin kingdom offered far too much he simply couldn't refuse. Moreover, after witnessing the scene when the rebellion-slaying legion entered the conference room, he had braced himself for being forced into submission by the Kachin kingdom. Little did he expect such a stunning reversal of fortune. In comparison, the Kachin state seemed surprisingly sincere. At the very least, they hadn't chosen the most extreme and most effective method, coercion by force. "Mr. Maha, as the King of Thailand, you should speak first. What do you think of my proposal? Sign the agreement, honor your commitment, and I, representing the Kachin state, will deliver every single star glow potion as promised. Moreover, from this day forward, both nations shall possess a special annual quota for procuring Starlight Potions directly from us. So, will you sign or not?" Listening to Lizer's persuasive words, he sighed helplessly. Glancing around, he saw nearly all the representatives from both nations frantically nodding at Mahathir, urging him to agree immediately. Seeing this, Mahathir fixed his gaze on Lizer and declared, enunciating each word deliberately, "This ceasefire agreement. I, on behalf of Thailand, agree." No sooner had the words left his mouth. The Cambodian chief delegate immediately declared, "We of Cambodia also accept your nation's ceasefire agreement." Satisfied with the responses, Lizer smiled and pushed the 2 boxes toward the assembled crowd. Observing the fervor in their eyes, he couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Indeed, no one could resist such temptation. The task assigned by headquarters was accomplished. Chapter 72, 3 Fronts Pressing In. Just as Lizer concluded the successful negotiation agreement on behalf of Kachin State with the 2 nations, events unfolding at other points along Kachin's borders sent shockwaves through the world once more. The Kachin State government boldly declared on its official website it would retaliate against the 3 nations that had initiated hostilities and committed atrocities against Kachin State. Shortly after this declaration, along the borders with White Elephant, Chin State, and the Union of Myanmar, hundreds of Tianming tactical tanks, accompanied by bionic combat robots and the Junyi Legion, silently advanced toward the military territories of the 3 nations. Without a single trace of concealment along the way, their entire journey laid bare before the world. Ignoring warnings from all 3 nations, they deliberately trampled their border monuments and slowly entered their territories. Damn, Kachin State is being way too aggressive. Launching retaliatory attacks against 3 countries simultaneously, yet deploying only drones and tanks without massing troops. What the hell good is that? Do they seriously think they can crush these 3 nations? Dude, are you living in the Stone Age or something? What? What do you mean by that? I've only been sipping tea at the station for half a year. I'm no caveman. Did I get something wrong? From what I understand, Kachin is just a tiny breakaway state from Myanmar with weak military power. They dare invade 3 countries backed by the US with just a few hundred tanks? Aren't they tired of living? Wash your brain before you speak. Let me tell you, these aren't ordinary tanks. Then what kind of tanks are they? The tanks from Wang Wei's poetry. How many years old is that joke, bro? Still playing with it? Haven't you had enough yet? On China's social media platforms, white-collar workers fresh off the clock and students just out of school picked up their devices to flood the comments section with reactions to Kachin State's move. Now, across major social media apps and news platforms, the 3 characters Kachin State has firmly occupied the top 3 spots on trending charts, even overshadowing the previously trending topic about China's chilling military display. The topic ranked 3rd is about Kachin State developing the Starlight Potion. Of course, for the people of China, their own affairs remain their top priority. 7 aircraft carriers. 7. What an astonishing depth of capability. The reason Kachin State made it into the top 3 trending topics is simply because the Chinese people are genuinely curious about how such a small nation could rise so rapidly in such a short time. Gossiping and seeking sensational news is in every Chinese person's nature. And with the Chinese government stoking the flames, people are devouring this topic like a fox in a melon patch. Thus, when the Kachin State made another high-profile declaration of counterattacking 3 countries, it shot to the top of the trending list within minutes, sparking discussions among hundreds of millions. Listen, buddy, what era are we in? Don't judge the Kachin State's newly developed tank with ordinary eyes. China's top scientists have already analyzed this tank. Want to guess what their conclusion was, buddy? The kind that'll land you in the station for 6 months. What? This tank, bristling with cutting-edge high-tech weaponry, is at least 30 years ahead of the world in its relevant fields. No way. 30 years? That sounds like an exaggeration. Let me put it this way: think about what China was like 30 years ago and what it is today. Saying it's like night and day isn't an overstatement, right? So I have every reason to doubt you're just blowing smoke. I swear to heaven, I'm not exaggerating. Whether it's the mobile plasma shield, the photon pulse cannon capable of destroying 99% of materials on Earth with lethality and range second only to strategic missiles, or the ultra-rapid electromagnetic railgun inherently designed for interception. Every single one stands at the pinnacle of current human technological advancement. Based on video footage and research from the 5 nations warring Kachin State, once that sci-fi weapon known as the Tianming tactical tank appeared in organized formations on the battlefield, as long as nuclear weapons weren't deployed, these 100 tanks alone could slaughter every conventional ground force on the road. They could even dominate the fight from above, leaving the enemy utterly helpless to retaliate. Hey, user named carrot-wielding netizen targeting you, cut the lecture and hurry to bypass the firewall to witness the spectacle. Kachin State's third-line forces have already fully entered the territories of the Union of Myanmar, Chin State, and White Elephant. The moment the words fell, Liu swiftly rolled over, gulped down a bottle of cola, then deftly navigated his laptop to the Kachin State government website. His legs dangled loosely over the edge of the bed. His eyes glued to the screen. Holy, they're just marching straight into the border? Where's the pre-match trash talk? Where's the beacon nation protecting its own? Nothing at all. Maybe the former wasn't necessary, but if the beacon nation doesn't get involved in this, I, Liu, will twist my own head off and use it as my own urinal. Just as Liu was ranting. As expected, the Lighthouse Nation immediately issued an international declaration. They stated that if the Kachin state disregarded international prohibitions and violated another country's sovereignty, the lighthouse nation would fully intervene until the Kachin state regime was completely destroyed. Moreover, the United States and France followed suit, issuing statements alongside a coalition of nations to exert relentless global pressure on Kachin state. And China? Li Yu remarked. China remains silent, content to sit back and watch the drama unfold. As for Russia? Big Brother keeps quiet? Oh, he's cozying up to that bunch of Western nations and little brother right now. Who's got time to bother with the lighthouse nation? Not giving him a couple nuclear weapons to rinse his mouth out would be generous. At this point, according to Li Yu's speculation, the reason Kachin state is acting this way is for the exact same purpose as China did before, to flex its muscles to the world and prove its formidable strength. Their military actions now amount to little more than a scare tactic. It should be wrapping up soon. Just as Li Yu was thinking this, suddenly, along the vast border between the northern Myanmar Federation and Kachin state, hundreds of armored vehicles and roadblocks positioned to obstruct Kachin forces vanished in an instant, swept away by a flash of white light. Chapter 73, Really Making a Move? At this very moment, Li Yu's forehead was covered in 100 question marks. Not my buddy? Don't you realize the consequences of this? This is tantamount to provoking the lighthouse nation to its core. Driven by the Judas Group, they might even launch a full-scale war against Kachin state. It's not impossible. In the event of full-scale war, even with Kachin state's vast stockpile of cutting-edge technology, it would still be no match for the lighthouse nation's full-scale intervention. Never underestimate a superpower that has dominated the world for decades. When cornered, it could unleash hundreds or even thousands of nuclear warheads simultaneously, achieving mutual destruction and forcing the Earth to reset. Among the Union of Myanmar, the Kachin state, and the White Elephant, it can be said that aside from the neglected and unloved Kachin state, the other two nations possess genuine nuclear arsenals. First is the White Elephant. Though their arsenal pales in comparison to superpowers like China or the United States, they possess them nonetheless. This places them in an entirely different league from nations without such capabilities. Even if White Elephant's missiles were to accidentally land in places they don't recognize during launch, and the missiles might end up in places they don't even recognize, but they are still nuclear weapons. Alright, a bit unreliable ones. But setting aside the unreliable White Elephant, the Union of Myanmar is solidly backed by the lighthouse nation. Within its borders reside millions of newly immigrated Jews. To shield these Jewish people from harassment and threats by the Kachin state, the lighthouse nation might just pull out a few nuclear warheads as a deterrent. If pushed to the absolute extreme, the land of the free might just go all out, using nuclear weapons to wipe out Kachin state and send a warning to every nation on Earth: they're no pushover. A classic case of making an example out of someone. But Li Yu found Kachin state's actions utterly baffling. He couldn't believe that something even his pig-headed brain could foresee had escaped the cunning, seasoned foxes of Kachin state. Then, the only possibility left: could it be that the Kachin state possessed countermeasures against nuclear deterrence? As Li Yu pondered this, the other three nations targeted by Kachin's counterattack reacted instantly. In the White Elephant Kingdom, a corpulent man with a protruding belly, seated in his chair, witnessed the scene and erupted in fury. Damn it! Damn it! Order all border defense units on the front lines to encircle those hundreds of tanks. I refuse to believe that my mighty White Elephant Kingdom lacks the means to subdue a fledgling Kachin state that hasn't even grown a full set of teeth yet. But sir, the weapons Kachin possesses are far too advanced. If we follow your orders, our troops will suffer heavy casualties. Right now, higher-ups are surely discussing countermeasures. Perhaps we should wait and see, just testing the waters with a tentative blockade against Kachin, to avoid heavy casualties. The assistant beside him offered a tactful suggestion. But soon, he met the man's furious glare. Don't forget your lineage and position. Who gave you the audacity to speak to me like this? To issue orders to me? Are you plotting rebellion? Sir, I wouldn't dare. How could that be? I merely offered my opinion for your consideration. I have no thoughts of rebellion. That's more like it. What you said actually makes a tiny bit of sense. Alright then, activate the missile and artillery systems at the rear first. Give the Kachin state a proper baptism. They've got those plasma shields, huh? I'll be damned if I don't see how long that crappy shield can hold out. I don't know how long it'll hold. But I do know this. Our ammunition reserves absolutely won't survive this kind of assault. The assistant inwardly groaned, about to issue another warning when he locked eyes with the obese man and jolted in fright. Forget it. Let the fat pig do whatever he wants. After all, the shells aren't coming out of his own pocket. Whatever he wants, let him do it. Union of Myanmar. Several Jewish officials holding high-ranking positions within the Federation smashed their tablet computers to pieces in a fit of rage. Madmen! Madmen! Those Kachin bastards have lost their minds. How dare they invade Burmese territory? How dare they? Don't they fear triggering World War III? A man roared, his rage intensifying as he watched the shattered screen display Kachin forces charging forward in Tianming tactical tanks, crushing all opposition like a steamroller. Those damn Kachin bastards! How dare they be so bold? Don't they fear overextending themselves? Calm down. The priority now is figuring out how to resolve this situation. Our federal border forces can only barely slow the Kachin state's advance with long-range weapons and conventional attrition tactics. They can't completely stop them. Therefore, in my opinion, the best course now is to deploy the lighthouse nation's forces and reputation as a deterrent. While the Kachin state's tactical tanks possess intercept capabilities, they won't last long against the lighthouse nation's advanced artillery systems. If the Kachin state gets greedy and pushes too far, we could even permanently eliminate their forces. Sigh, things have come to this. There's no other choice. Contact the lighthouse nation immediately and have them send personnel over as soon as possible. Otherwise, we can't actually deploy nuclear weapons, right? That would be like playing with fire in a haystack suicide. While the group deliberated, behind them, a figure clad in black and silver battle armor appeared silently behind them. Several Jewish men present showed no sign of surprise. For this was the traitor slayer armor acquired by the lighthouse nation from the Kachin kingdom. Of course, this was a downgraded version. What is the status of this armor's research? Reporting to the commander, sir. This armor appears to be exactly as Kachin leader Sura described. It contains a special device with an extremely high defense coefficient. I dare not act rashly, lest the slightest misstep trigger unimaginable consequences. Hence, the research progress has been slow. That sounds a bit exaggerated. What unimaginable consequences could possibly arise from studying a mere suit of armor? Hearing the dismissive remark from one of the Judeans, the weapons specialist spoke slowly. Perhaps it could detonate with a thunderous explosion, reducing us all to nothing but bones. That is precisely why I dare not act rashly. Just as he was about to speak again, a sudden tremor ran through his entire body. Chapter 74, The Judean Federation. What's wrong with you? The leader of the Judeans frowned at his appearance and asked with concern. Sir, the Junyi warrior armor I'm wearing has detected an external source code intrusion. It's currently attempting to establish contact. Based on my assessment, this is most likely a message originating from within the Kachin kingdom. Should we establish contact? The figure clad in black silver armor looked uncertain, addressing the other Judoites before him. Establish contact? An intrusion of source code? In that case, let's establish contact. I'll see what tricks the Kachin kingdom is up to. Araki, leader of the Judoites within the Burmese Federation, pondered briefly before agreeing. Upon seeing Alaki's consent, the figure clad in the executioner's armor before him exhaled in relief, nodded, and immediately manipulated the armor's internal space with his mind, receiving the internal signal. In the instant of reception, a crystalline screen slowly projected before the assembled figures. The first thing that caught their eyes was a human figure. The delicate features on this face had not yet faded, appearing quite youthful, certainly no older than 20. Yet the upper half of his face was concealed by a centaur-like mask, obscuring his true features. Gentlemen, I presume you are the high-ranking officials of the Union of Myanmar? Allow me to introduce myself. I am the chief researcher of the Kachin state, representing the entire Kachin state in these negotiations. Please believe me when I say I come here with sincerity. May I ask your name, sir? Araki's eyes flashed with sharpness as he probed cautiously. Your name? Gu Xian pondered for a moment before slowly uttering two words, Gu Xian. Sir, that name isn't native to Kachin state, is it? From what I know about surnames, yours clearly originates from China. Could you be Chinese? Precisely. I never claimed to be from anywhere else, did I? Gu Xian spoke with a faint smile on his face. The reason he used his real name was because Gu Xian had decided to stop pretending. He intended to fully transition from behind the scenes to the forefront, and this situation was not conducive to him fanning the flames. Therefore, it was time to borrow the enemy's tactics. Upon hearing his name, they would undoubtedly launch a covert investigation in China to verify the truth of his claims. Once uncovered, they would inevitably leave traces that would alert China, gradually exposing his identity as the chief scientist. Of course, Gu Xian still intends to conceal the identity of the Kachin leader. This revelation is too earth-shattering. If the world were to learn of it, who knows what reactions might follow. However, revealing only his identity as a scientist would subtly bind China and Kachin state's interests even more deeply. This was Gu Xian's strategy, which is why he proactively revealed his identity to the Union of Myanmar. As expected, upon hearing Gu Xian reveal his background, the individuals before him remained largely silent. Araki met Gu Xian's gaze through the screen and spoke slowly. Then, may I ask, Mr. Kachin, what is the purpose of your actions? Is it for negotiation, or to threaten, or perhaps to extort? I certainly don't believe you'd resort to such methods merely to invite us for a friendly chat over tea, sir. Of course not. So what exactly are you implying, sir? Araki stated. My purpose is straightforward. Wasn't it rather arrogant of your Burmese Federation to assemble a 500,000-strong army and attempt to invade the territory of my Kachin state? Very well. I shall now return the favor in kind, merely reversing our respective positions. If the Burmese Federation wishes for Kachin forces to withdraw, that is certainly possible, but I have one condition. Gu Xian rested his hands on the tabletop as he spoke. Oomph. Your nation's tone is truly arrogant. Do you think the Union of Myanmar lacks the means to counter your technologically advanced Kachin forces? One of the younger-looking men lost his composure, speaking loudly with an air of confidence. Oh? Means? Based on my analysis and intelligence gathering, sir, you appear to be of Jewish descent. Could the means you refer to be nuclear weapons? Gu Xian replied with a sly smile, appearing utterly fearless. Hearing this, the younger-looking Jewish man ignored Alaki's disapproving glare and continued speaking as if unnoticed. Of course. While your Kachin nation has indeed developed military weapons that are world-leading in certain fields, you must understand this, nations with nuclear weapons and those without are fundamentally two different tiers. If you ever push our forces to the brink, I guarantee our nuclear weapons will rain down on your territory. Gu Xian clapped his hands at this, producing a sharp, crisp sound. He replied calmly, Gentlemen, understand this, the United States isn't the only nuclear power in the world. If you rashly deploy such forbidden weapons, do you truly not fear plunging the entire world into nuclear war? Alakib had already grown restless upon hearing Gu Xian's opening statement. Araki retorted, Sir, what exactly are you implying? May I interpret this as a veiled threat that you forged a strategic alliance with China and now openly seek to intimidate us? Ah, I never implied any such thing. That's all your personal conjecture and imagination, Mr. Araki. Very well. Seeing he hadn't elicited any further information, Araki felt a hint of disappointment, but quickly regained his composure. He asked in a solemn tone, Then what are the conditions for withdrawing your troops? The condition is simple, cede the Yunnan province bordering the Kachin state of our nation from the Union of Myanmar. Impossible. Without a moment's hesitation, Araki declared with unwavering resolve, the Union of Burma will never commit such an act of national humiliation and surrender of sovereignty. Ha 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 ha. Sir, don't you find your words rather amusing? Kachin state is the legitimate ruler of all Burma. You are merely outsiders. What right do you have to speak of betraying the nation in my presence? Moreover, the so-called Union of Burma you speak of is no longer the Union of Burma. In my view, it would be more accurate to call it the Union of Jews. What do you say? No need to rush to refute me, nor adopt such a rigid stance. Why not take a look at the current state of the battlefield? Chapter 75, The Ultimate Weapon Bribery. What situation? Hearing this, Araki furrowed his brow, puzzled by Gu Xian's meaning. He turned away, seemingly manipulating something. Soon, his face turned ashen as he slowly approached the screen once more. Your nation truly has remarkable tactics. You've deployed another 300 of your advanced weapons, the Tianming tactical tanks, to infiltrate our territory from the opposite border. In an incredibly short time, they've seized control of an area the size of one of our cities. Simultaneously, the Junyi Legion, composed of 3,000 Junyi battle armor units, instantly seized control of 12 major cities in our Yunnan province. Well done. Truly well done. As Alaki spoke, his lips trembled slightly. He never imagined the Kachin Kingdom's operation would unfold with such lightning speed. Within a short span, not only did the border face total collapse, but even most of Yunnan province's territory and vital cities had already fallen under Kachin control. This terrifyingly efficient combat capability sent a chill down Alaki's spine. A formidable foe. Truly terrifying. That they could see so many vital towns in such a short time. Did this also mean that if they could infiltrate the cities of the Union of Myanmar, they could swiftly subdue its people? Could they easily capture the capital, just as they had seized the capitals of Thailand and Cambodia? At this thought, Alaki felt a chill run through his heart. Though the military defenses of the Burmese capital were unmatched by ordinary nations, if 1,000 rebels couldn't take it. What about 2,000? What about 3,000? What about 5,000? If the Kachin state across the border was willing to pay the price, combined with the terrifying firepower of those Tianming tactical tanks from outside, capturing the capital of the Union of Myanmar would be as easy as eating and drinking. At that point, the Union of Myanmar would become a complete laughingstock internationally, alongside Cambodia and Thailand. But, if they want to guard against it, how exactly would one defend against it? He couldn't think of any restraining measures in the short term. Had Gu Xian known the specifics of Alaki's wild musings, he would have sighed and shaken his head in resignation. The reason the rebellion-slaying battle armor could silently seize cities so many times in succession was precisely because it relied on the stealth and anti-radar devices Gu Xian had added to it. This technology had cost him nearly 8,000 reversal points to unlock from the system store's tech tree. A feature of immense value. It consumed the armor's energy reserves to activate the entire anti-radar cloaking system, rendering cameras, satellite tracking, and big data screening utterly useless and ineffective. But what was the cost? The price was an immense drain on the armor's hidden energy reserves. Typically, after just 2 hours of activation, the armor would consume nearly half its energy and then some. Long-range raids to strike the distant capital were simply impossible. Otherwise, Gu Xian would have seized the capital of the Union of Myanmar without hesitation. There'd be no need for him and this group to negotiate terms now. The previous effortless capture of Thailand and Cambodia's capitals succeeded for 2 reasons. First, both nations had focused almost entirely on the border conflicts at the front lines, never anticipating the sudden emergence of the Kachin State's rebel legion. Second, their reconnaissance capabilities were woefully inadequate, allowing the rebellion army to achieve such significant gains with minimal effort. But now, things were different. After Kachin State pulled off such a stunt, other nations are no pushovers. They will certainly strengthen their defenses and absolutely not give Kachin State such an opportunity again. The reason we've achieved such significant results in the Kachin campaign at this stage is precisely because the border between the Union State and Kachin State is highly accessible, greatly facilitating our operations. Mr. Erekyo, shall we now sit down calmly and discuss terms? Gu Xian's lips curved into a faint smile as he spoke with evident amusement. Fine. Erekij forced the word out through gritted teeth. His eyes grew deep as he stared intently at Gu Xian for a long moment before finally sighing in resignation. Damn it! In the past, it was the Jews who wielded military technology far ahead of the world to intimidate smaller nations. How had everything changed so drastically now? Araki couldn't understand it, nor did he care to. For him, the immediate priority was resolving the current crisis, not dwelling on pointless musings about how times had changed. Now, the majority of Yuan province's territory has fallen into the hands of our Kachin State. Moreover, the entire 300,000-strong army you stationed along the border to guard against us has entered the threat range of our Tianming tactical tanks. Not to mention, all the key cities in Yuan province are now under our control. Therefore, dragging this out offers not a shred of benefit to your Union of Myanmar. Ceding Yuan province is your only option. Moreover, with your entire Jewish clan concentrated in the coastal regions of the Union of Myanmar, this will not inflict any significant harm upon your people. Gu Xian spoke slowly. Even so, the Burmese Federation will resist you to the bitter end. If all else fails, we'll provoke the Lighthouse Nation into intervening. We'll sink this territory with artillery fire if need be. Not even China can stop us. The younger Jewish man remained defiant. Gentlemen, if matters escalate to such proportions, I have no objection to clashing with the Lighthouse Nation on this very soil. The Kachin Nation is no longer the weak, bullied country it once was. Continuing this conflict benefits no one. Now, if the Union of Myanmar cedes Yuan province, I will immediately allow your 300,000 troops to return home. Not a single hair on their heads will be harmed. Moreover, I possess a means that will undoubtedly secure your agreement. At this point, through the screen, Gu Xian glanced at the group of elderly men and smiled knowingly. You little bastards. I refuse to believe I can't handle you lot. What's your plan? Araki watched Gu Xian's confident expression and felt a sudden pang of dread. Oh no! This kid actually has some trick up his sleeve? Just as Araki stared at Gu Xian with growing anxiety, Gu Xian tapped his finger against their numbers and smiled. My other method is bribery. Ha! Araki had assumed Gu Xian was about to reveal some ultimate weapon and had braced himself mentally. But to his surprise, his so-called trick and ultimate weapon turned out to be this? Seriously? Are you drunk? Chapter 76, how could this be a joke? Sir, you must be joking, right? Bribing us? That's what you call your tactics and ultimate weapon? Don't you think you're underestimating us a bit? Araki said with a pained expression. He expected Gu Xian to pull out some secret weapon, but never imagined he'd suddenly spring this on him. Had he not mentally braced himself beforehand, he would have burst out laughing on the spot. Damn it! I'm one of the leaders of the Judeans, having enjoyed a lifetime of luxury and privilege. Money and power are nothing but fleeting clouds to me. Bribe him? What could a Kachin state possibly offer him? Their advanced technology? If that were the case, it might be worth considering. But, unless the Kachin state has lost its mind, there's absolutely no way they trade their nation's core technology for a tiny piece of Burmese territory. That would be losing everything down to the last pair of underwear. I'm certainly not joking. I come to you with complete sincerity to discuss and negotiate. Do not dismiss this as absurd or laughable. If I have spoken these words, it is because I am confident I can persuade you. After all under heaven is driven by profit. There is nothing that sufficient profit cannot resolve. If there is, it's only because the stakes haven't been high enough. Gu Xian declared with unwavering certainty, his expression radiating absolute confidence in his hold over Araki and the others. Seeing this, Araki couldn't help but feel curious. How could this man be so utterly confident? Could it be he truly possessed some hidden trump card? After all, he himself lacked neither money nor power. And he wouldn't stoop to coveting such things. Even if he were offered hundreds of billions or trillions of dollars, it wouldn't make much difference. The money he had left. is more than enough to indulge in extravagance for 9 lifetimes. Seeking more wealth would bring him nothing but trouble, nothing but trouble. Unless what's being offered isn't power or wealth. But was that even possible? As Araki pondered, a flash of insight lit his mind, and his eyes sharpened with sudden understanding. Ah! He seemed to have forgotten something. If he brought this thing out, it might just sway him a little. At that moment, Gu Xian spoke again. The die is cast. Kachin State's occupation of Myanmar's Yuan province is now an irreversible fact. We will never relinquish it. Moreover, since ancient times, Yuan province has been an inalienable part of Kachin territory. If you insist on reclaiming Yuan province even if it means resorting to nuclear weapons, then bring it on. Then you Jews will be the ones who start World War III, the sinners who bring about the end of the world. That's not what you originally intended, is it? I hereby pledge, if you cede Yuan province to the Kachin nation, I will cease hostilities immediately. Not a single soldier shall advance further. Moreover, each of you present here shall receive 3 bottles of Starlight Elixir. You know its value is immense. It extends life by a full 20 years and eradicates 99% of all disease roots. Barring external interference, it guarantees you'll truly live to be 100. Gu Xian straightened his posture, his expression solemn as he spoke. 3 bottles of Starlight Elixir per person? Everyone present? That's dozens of bottles at the very least. What a lavish gesture from the kingdom of Kachin. Generous doesn't even begin to cover it, it's downright extravagant. Even if we don't need it ourselves, we could resell it, use it as a trump card, or leverage it to curry favor with certain individuals. Its value is immeasurable. At the very least, with 3 bottles per person secured, we'd have no worries for the rest of our lives. Exactly. And the Kachin state is currently at its zenith. Their land force's combat prowess is on an entirely different level from ours. Unless we drag the Lighthouse Nation into this and force them to join forces to suppress the Kachin state. But if the Kachin state remains stubbornly defiant, that could lead to a truly disastrous outcome, potentially even triggering a nuclear war. So, by your logic, you all want to call it quits here? What else is there? The reason Kachin has played such a bold hand is precisely to leverage our power and influence to end this war. Since that's the case, why not simply go along with Kachin's wishes? Aren't you afraid that this Chinese guy across from us will leak the video we just recorded? That would be devastating to our reputation. Akira listened to the murmurs of discussion behind him, his eyes narrowing slightly. Standing motionless, showing no sign of intervening. But when Akira heard these words, he couldn't help but speak up. You're overthinking it. When we worried he'd leak the video, he was just as worried about us spreading it. If our conversation today leaks out and draws public attention, it will bring nothing but harm to the Kachin state and to us alike. I believe that someone who serves as the chief scientist of Kachin state as a Chinese national, leading the state in developing a series of advanced weapons, is no mere short-sighted darling. Quite right. Though your words are rather harsh, sir, they are indeed the truth. Gu Xian sniffed and chuckled. So, sir, may I take that as your agreement to my request? Seeing Araki's expression, Gu Xian spoke with a teasing tone. Your Kachin state has already gone this far. Even if I were to refuse, I couldn't stop your actions. Since that's the case, why not go with the flow? Akira remarked indifferently. Very well. The Starlight Potion will be delivered shortly. I trust you will honor your commitments when the time comes. This time, Gu Xian didn't give Akira a chance to speak, instead adopting a confident demeanor as he spoke slowly. Then, the holographic screen faded away. Clearly, Gu Xian had proactively ended the remote video call. At this sight, the entire room fell silent, faces shifting in a flurry of emotions. Finally, one person could no longer contain themselves and spoke up. Are we really going to cede Yuan province and withdraw our border troops? If we don't, what other choice do we have? Total annihilation? Araki said. Rest assured, I know what you're worried about. Since we've agreed to the terms, this man will surely deliver the goods to us. And don't worry about him tampering with it. If he did, he'd only ruin his own reputation. Then, is that it? Araki replied, forget it? No, certainly not. This truce is merely preparation for what comes next. Besides, who said we Jews can only fight head-on? Chapter 77, Burma's Surrender, International Outcry. Holy, the Burmese Federation has surrendered. Within mere hours of the war starting, they've ceded the entire Yuan province to the Kachin state. And they announced the ceasefire agreement with Kachin state right in front of the whole world. Did those Burmese Federation leaders get kicked in the head by a donkey? What the hell were they thinking? Just like that, they handed over the entire Yuan province? While politicians and representatives from around the world were reeling in disbelief, the Kachin state seemed to have known about this news long ago, reacting with remarkable composure. At the very moment the Union of Myanmar announced the ceasefire, the Kachin forces encircling 300,000 Myanmar troops instantly cleared a wide retreat corridor for them. Throughout the entire process, not a single shot was fired, a situation that allowed the retreating Union of Myanmar soldiers to breathe a huge sigh of relief. As the saying goes, Better to cling to life than die with dignity. Why seek death when life is possible? Especially since they never wanted to participate in this so-called border defense campaign in the first place. They were coerced into it by higher-ups. It's the 21st century now. Who in their right mind would foolishly rush to their deaths? And the nation they once believed in is now little more than a hollow shell. Those damn Jews had seized their homeland, overthrown their government, and incorporated this land into their sphere of influence. With international tensions already running this high. Yet these bastards still manipulate prices to skyrocket within their own homeland, plundering Myanmar's economic lifelines and related industries. They're raking in profits by the bucketful. But what about them? Water bills, electricity bills, living expenses, car loans, mortgages, and ever-rising prices weigh on them like mountains, crushing them until they can barely breathe. Taxes have surged multiple times. And they've concocted some racial superiority system online, attempting to impose it across every facet of the Union of Myanmar. They claim the Jaudines are a first-class race, while all other ethnic groups are deemed inferior and worthless. This rhetoric caused an uproar within the Union of Myanmar, sparking immense turmoil and igniting countless internal conflicts. However, the Jews, backed by the support of the United States, wielded overwhelming power. Their military might was simply on another level. And without exception, the internal resistance within the Burmese Federation was swiftly crushed, unable to stir up even the slightest ripple. After all, this isn't the ancient era of cold weapons. Back then, scenes of mass resistance would have caused headaches for any leader, regardless of nation or dynasty. But now, we've entered the 21st century. The specifications and quality of the hot weapons controlled by the Lighthouse Nation are such that even if the apocalypse came and a zombie virus broke out, these weapons alone would ensure those so-called zombies quickly became Class 1 protected species, caged for research. Zombies? What difference would tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even millions make? Any carbon-based life form, regardless of species, would be crushed under the weight of these weapons. Or instantly reduced to ash. If zombies meet this fate, let alone humans. Whenever the slightest spark of rebellion flares up within the Union of Myanmar, the official technology controlled by the Jews swiftly mobilizes armed forces through big data, radar, and surveillance to crush the uprising. To this day, as the Jews and the Lighthouse Nation plundered wealth from within the Burmese Federation, domestic and international conflicts intensified, leading to increasingly severe internal unrest and escalating clashes. This has driven the local residents of the Myanmar Federation to curse inwardly, wondering why that little mustache didn't wipe out all of you scoundrels who dared to sell bread for 500,000 marks back then. Now we're the ones suffering all kinds of hardships. God damn it. When will Southeast Asia get its own little mustache to clean out these damn squid people? These thoughts took root in the minds of the Burmese people, refusing to fade. Therefore, they have no heart to resist the Kachin state's offensive. For them, the Kachin state government at least had legitimacy and a basis. And while the usual divisions and mutual contempt between northern and southern Burma were severe, it was still far better than those bloodthirsty Jews who devour people whole. Thus, when word spread that parts of the former province were being ceded to Kachin state, the people of the region were overjoyed. In the streets and alleys, everyone with cannons fired cannons, those with guns fired guns. The revelry rivaled that of China's celebrations. The smiles on their faces were as radiant as those of Chinese students who scored perfect marks on their college entrance exams. Yunnan province was a sizable territory after all. How could it be separated so swiftly? They don't seem to value the territory at all. Hold your horses, upstairs. While the Myanmar Federation has the Lighthouse Nation backing it, the Kachin state has China behind it. Both sides are locked in a classic standoff where neither will yield. If the Lighthouse Nation steps in during this Kachin invasion of the three nations, then maybe there's hope. But right now, the Lighthouse Nation hasn't made a single move internationally. Clearly, something's happened to them. Dig deeper, and you'll definitely find China's intervention involved. And you still haven't grasped the military might of Kachin state, my friend? Their military technology is decades ahead of the rest of the world. Who could possibly stand against them? Relying solely on the Union of Myanmar's meager military strength is utterly meaningless against Kachin state. Therefore, in my view, the cession of Yunnan province is inevitable. Rather than plunging the entire nation into the quagmire of war brought by Kachin state, it's better to quietly relinquish one province, preserve our strength, and make plans for the future. While netizens traded speculations online, advances on the other two fronts proceeded remarkably smoothly. On the White Elephant Kingdom front, hundreds of Tianming tactical tanks braved the White Elephant's aerial fire suppression, charging deep into their territory without hesitation, rampaging unchecked. Armed with photon pulse cannons, electromagnetic railguns in hand, supported by drones flying overhead, the Kachin forces showed no fear whatsoever. They charged headlong, rendering the White Elephant's barrages of artillery shells utterly useless. Yet for reasons unknown, the Kachin military operation did not prioritize eliminating White Elephant's combat forces. Instead, it focused on recklessly expanding the scope of the invasion. As for the White Elephant's response? Oh, sorry, I didn't hear you. What? Dare to use nuclear weapons? While the Sky Shield system can't withstand a nuclear blast, intercepting it at the border is still possible. Then we'll see who cracks first. Chapter 78, Kachin State's Self-Indulgence. Just as the White Elephant, driven to desperation, abandoned its firepower assault and issued an official international statement declaring it would activate its nuclear silos if Kachin State persisted in its defiance, Kachin State finally halted its advance. Slowly but surely, it began to scale back its occupation of White Elephant territory. Bro! I know you're anxious, but hold your horses. We haven't even launched a full-scale invasion or declared war openly yet, and you're already this worked up. If all-out war ever breaks out, even Gu Xian couldn't imagine how red-hot the White Elephant would become. As Kachin State halted its invasion, the White Elephant's high command collectively breathed a sigh of relief. As the saying goes, the strong fear the reckless, and the reckless fear those who have nothing to lose. In the eyes of these officials, the Kachin State was playing a reckless game of self-destruction. Each time, they teetered right on the edge of their bottom line, testing their limits to the point of provocation. Fortunately, the Kachin State has finally ceased its actions, showing no further signs of invasion. However, before the leaders and civil officials of the White Elephant could breathe a sigh of relief, news suddenly arrived from Thailand and Cambodia announcing ceasefire agreements with the Kachin Kingdom. Soon after, the rebel armies in both capitals withdrew spontaneously, restoring order to the regions. Just as everyone marveled at the swift pace of the three-nation peace talks, the contents of the ceasefire agreement that emerged left them stunned once more. The treaty contained a series of demands from Kachin State that seemed utterly impossible for other nations to accept, a display of unrestrained audacity. So bold, in fact, that many wondered if the leaders of these two nations had been hacked. The first clause that caught everyone's eye permitted Kachin to establish large-scale military bases within a 100-mile radius of both capitals, with neither capital imposing any defenses against them. This single clause alone was utterly mind-blowing. Historians and politicians well-versed in international relations and great power politics scratched their heads in bewilderment, even issuing online statements declaring their utter incomprehension of the thought processes of Thailand and Cambodia's leaders. Military bases 100 miles away. Unprotected. Chinese netizens mocked the treaty's terms, joking that even Li Hongjiang wouldn't dare sign such an agreement. Whether in modern, contemporary, or ancient times, the first clause of such a treaty would hold the lifelines of both nations in an iron grip. The slightest disturbance from either side would allow Kachin to immediately deploy massive forces across the border, leaving both nations utterly annihilated. Especially the capital would be utterly devastated. Within hundreds of kilometers, no one except military base personnel would survive. For while Kachin soldiers might sometimes be pacifists, Tianming tactical tanks and bionic combat robots certainly weren't. The moment the order is given, it wouldn't take long. Thousands of photon pulse cannons and missiles would erupt outside the capital. This world has evolved into something I simply can't comprehend. I'd bet my life the leaders of Thailand and Cambodia have water in their brains. Military bases? That's always been the lighthouse nation's modus operandi, right? I recall Cambodian and Thai netizens used to mock South Korea and Japan, calling them basin chickens, but times have changed. Now we're all in the same boat. No one can laugh at anyone else anymore, ha. And this is just the first piece of information, it's already explosive. I can't even imagine what the second or third revelations will be. You're overthinking this. The leaders of these three countries probably wouldn't have revealed this voluntarily. The first one came out because it was impossible to keep it hidden anymore. Might as well go all in and just announce it. Honestly, building nations on military bases isn't that big a deal. Countries like North Korea and South Korea do it all the time. Adding a couple more won't make much difference. Hey, you with the China IP address up there, I'm keeping an eye on you. If I ever catch you, you're in for a world of trouble. Damn it, some little Taiwanese bastard dares threaten me? Just wait till our 7 Chinese aircraft carriers park in your tiny Taiwanese waters, then you'll shut your mouth and behave. Korean bastard. A greasy-faced, pot-bellied high schooler rubbed the swelling from his recent scuffle with a lighthouse country soldier, a bruise now several times larger than before. Reading the comments before him, he seethed with rage. He nearly stomped his foot in frustration and cursed out loud. Damn it! What's so great about 7 aircraft carriers? The lighthouse nation backing his chicken feet has over a dozen carriers, solidifying its position as the world's dominant power. He couldn't fathom what these Chinese netizens were thinking. When my country tramples you all again, I'll reignite war across the Chinese mainland. Those Chinese spouting nonsense will be utterly crushed, their mouths shut forever. The high schooler thought to himself, and suddenly the comments before him seemed much more tolerable. Go ahead and rage. Just wait until my Korea rises again with the support of the land of the morning calm, becoming the dominant power in Asia. Then, those 7 aircraft carriers? They'll be nothing but a laughable toy. As time passed, Gu Xian watched everything unfold so smoothly that a satisfied smile spread across his face. Excellent. On the front lines of the three-pronged campaign, the top brass of the Union of Myanmar, those who truly held the reins of power, had all been bribed by him. Coupled with the Kachin state's relentless string of victories and the overwhelming firepower of advanced weaponry, the Union of Myanmar simply threw in the towel. With brazen disregard for mounting pressure, they ceded Yunnan province to the Kachin state. Truthfully, the pressure they faced wasn't as immense as it seemed. First, within the Burmese Federation itself. The people of Yunnan province who had been holding protest signs daily and preparing for internal unrest were now holding parties, celebrating the division of Yunnan province to Kachin state. They rejoiced at the prospect of no longer facing sky-high prices. Meanwhile, under the manipulation of the Jewish faction within the Myanmar Federation, international attention has largely shifted elsewhere, redirecting criticism toward other matters. They haven't encountered any substantial opposition or protests at all. The smooth execution of this plan left Gu Xian wondering if he was dreaming. Excellent. It was well worth the cost of dozens of bottles of Starlight Potion. With Yunnan province secured, the Burmese Federation now stands defenseless. When the time is ripe, we can launch a decisive offensive, reclaiming every inch of Burmese territory and forging a unified, truly sovereign Burma. Gu Xian's body trembled with excitement at the thought, his heart surging with emotion. If things continued this smoothly, the era reversal system would unlock its second stage. That timing would perfectly coincide with him maxing out all tech trees in the first stage. By then, how many nations in the world could stand against the Kachin state? Chapter 79, The Nuclear Weapon Objective. Forcing the Union of Burma to cede the Yunnan province. Compelling Cambodia and Thailand to sign ceasefire agreements. Encircling within the vast territory of the White Elephant. All this unfolded in a mere 2 or 3 days. In the eyes of the lighthouse nation or other Western powers, such a short span might not even suffice to conclude a meeting or finalize a plan. Yet, within this brief window, the Kachin state acted with utter disregard for reason, relentlessly crushing 4 nations from every angle until they could barely lift their heads or catch their breath. Now, with its highly mobile, technologically advanced forces, the Kachin state has truly become the dominant power across all of Southeast Asia, a force that commands absolute obedience, wielding influence that is truly terrifying. This situation has left the lighthouse nation, far across the ocean, deeply anxious. Strategically speaking, Southeast Asia's strategic value and economic standing pale in comparison to the Middle East and the lighthouse nation's own domestic development within its overarching plans and framework. However, with China's growing strength and the need to secure a second homeland for the Jewish people as a contingency plan while also better harvesting Southeast Asia's wealth, the strategic positioning of Southeast Asia has become increasingly vital in the eyes of the lighthouse nation. It simply cannot afford to be unimportant. For they fear that if China is not contained and allowed to develop further, its vastly increased strength will render it impossible to suppress. Such a world would see the emergence of a second nation possessing the global hegemony of the lighthouse nation. This would pose a grave threat to the lighthouse nation's status. No. It wouldn't merely be a threat, it would be tantamount to a collapse. That is why the lighthouse nation has been increasing its investments in East Asia, South Asia, and Southeast Asia. But unexpectedly. But who would have thought the Kachin state would emerge? This time, the lighthouse nation's top brass must be nearly driven mad with anxiety. Well, Your Excellency, that's certain. But no matter how anxious they are, with China's current restraint and your statements in the Union of Myanmar, the lighthouse nation is bound to be left twiddling their thumbs this time. They probably never imagined that the obstacles they placed in China's path would one day come back to haunt them in exactly the same way. Sura watched Gu Xian leisurely replying to posts online and said solemnly, "Exactly. They rushed through all those targeted policies against China, only to have China dismantle every single one and hit back with counter-sanctions. Now the economic situation inside the lighthouse nation is just as unstable as Myanmar's. Moreover, even if the lighthouse nation were to confront us despite its dire domestic economic situation, it would have to carefully consider whether its artillery shells could penetrate our sky shield system. What's more, it currently lacks the capacity to deploy its elite forces. Because China's military forces are currently locked in a fierce standoff with the lighthouse nation." After hearing Sula's words, Gu Xian set down his phone and remarked solemnly, "So does this mean our Kachin nation has entered its most peaceful and crucial period of development? Reporting to Your Excellency, that's precisely my point. Major global powers are eyeing Kachin with envy, yet they're powerless to intervene. This is Kachin's golden opportunity for advancement. In that case, we must seize this opportunity. Oh, and regarding the plan to further expand cooperation with China, prepare the arrangements. China has shielded us from storms for so long. We must show our gratitude. In economic development, we should allocate more preferential policies to China. Simultaneously, it's time to share some of the cutting-edge technology that has truly propelled our Kachin state to where it stands today. After careful consideration, I believe the Sky Shield system is the most suitable. We should transfer its core components and technology to China in phases, but be sure to spread out the delivery timeline over an extended period. In any case, it never hurts to be cautious." Gu Xian remarked softly. Though he was a Chinese national, such geopolitical maneuvers demanded caution. Otherwise, stumbling in the dark could spell disaster. After assigning a series of tasks to Sula, Gu Xian stretched his limbs, his gaze fixed intently on the screen nearby. Now, all three nations attacking Kachin State had paid a heavy price. Only the white elephant remained at their mercy, along with the orphan Kachin State, unwanted by anyone. Among the 5 nations, the most wretched was undoubtedly the Qin State. Along the border between Kachin State and the Kingdom of Kachin, Tianming tactical tanks could simply park anywhere, causing local troops to retreat dozens of kilometers, abandoning the border entirely. They appeared utterly resigned to being carved up by Kachin State. Not only that, when Kachin made overtures of a major invasion, Qin's high command responded by sending documents to Kachin at a rate of 1 every 10 minutes. When this news reached Gu Xian's ears, he knew without a doubt what the documents contained. Such matters could be figured out with his toes, his brother, or his butt. It was nothing more than various low-key pleas for mercy and offers to sign ceasefire agreements. But the high-ranking leaders of Qin Kingdom could never have imagined that what Gu Xian truly desired was the entire Qin Kingdom itself. To achieve rapid development. From every conceivable angle, the Kingdom of Kam had 10,000 reasons to annex the Kingdom of Kam. It shouldn't be called annexation, that's not something a scholar should do. For scholars, it's called integration. Yes, that's the word integration. After all, only through the integration of 2 nations can greater potential be unleashed. Qin State, you'll just have to make a small sacrifice for the greater good. Gu Xian murmured to himself. Now, all he had to do was wait. Among the 5 nations, 3 had already yielded. With just a little more pressure on White Elephant and Qin Kingdom, one ceding territory, the other paying tribute, Qin Kingdom's rise would truly be all set, needing only the final push. And that moment would not be long in coming. Once the war is settled and the nation enters a period of stable development, we can immediately begin assigning personnel to research hydrogen bombs and mushroom clouds within nuclear weapons. When that time comes, once developed, Kachin Nation will firmly transform this so-called fleeting peace into true permanence. At this thought, even Gu Xian couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement at the mere thought of that scene. After all, even with China's backing, which allowed the Kachin State to appear completely incapable of nuclear retaliation, it was like walking a tightrope. One misstep would send them tumbling into an abyss from which there would be no return. Yes, the Sky Shield system could withstand nuclear weapons, barely intercepting them at the border. But 1 missile can be blocked. What about 3? What about 10? What about 100? Once nuclear war truly breaks out, there will be no safe zones left on Earth. Every corner could be bombed by nuclear weapons. And the first to face nuclear attack would undoubtedly be the Kachin State. This is a no-brainer, for the Kachin State's actions have been utterly outrageous. In less than a year, it has achieved such a remarkable leap from nothing to something. Anyone would view Kachin State as a thorn in their side, regardless of whether Kachin State had previously antagonized them. As the saying goes, having it from your father, mother, grandfather, or grandmother is still not as good as having it yourself. Only by truly possessing nuclear weapons, that ultimate anchor of stability, could Gu Xian finally sleep soundly, free from the constant dread that he might wake to the devastating news of Kachin State being targeted for nuclear strike. Once the Kachin State acquired nuclear weapons, these ultimate deterrent superweapons, it would truly leap forward to become a nation on par with the top 3 permanent members. A formidable power the world dared not provoke. And the prerequisite for all this is nuclear weapons. A nation with nuclear weapons and one without are 2 entirely different entities. Chapter 80, The Helplessness of Kachin. Qin Kingdom. Sente, the supreme ruler and sole authority of Qin, paced anxiously back and forth. Damn Kachin State. We've sent them dozens of peace proposals now, yet not a single response. Are those bastards all pretending to be asleep? Reporting, Commander. Fresh intelligence from the border with Kachin State. Enough. Don't bother me with all these border reports. I don't want to hear this nonsense. Hand it over to those ministers downstairs. Let those money-obsessed fools make the decision for me. Center waved his hand impatiently at the intelligence and reconnaissance personnel who had rushed over. Seeing Sen's reaction, the man swallowed the string of rebukes he'd been preparing for this so-called Grand Prime Minister. But it was undeniable. Kachin's military might now utterly dwarf that of Qin. After their last offensive, a campaign so disastrously botched against Kachin, the entire Qin army harbored a deep-seated dread toward Kachin. A fear so profound that no one dared face it. But Sente understood. A force of 300,000 soldiers. In less than a day, it was breached by over 100 tanks from the opposing Kachin State, and the breach was as effortless as eating and drinking. This dealt a devastating blow to the Qin Kingdom. But why did you guys look so pathetic? Before the Kachin tanks even arrived, your 50,000 troops stationed along the border slunk away in retreat, ceding dozens of kilometers of prime military territory to the enemy. Are you all brainless pigs? At least put up some resistance. Center paced back and forth, his gaze inadvertently catching the first urgent dispatch from the border. Rage surged within him. He snatched the document, tearing it to shreds until only a pile of scraps remained. But after venting his fury, Sente's heart was once again filled with despair. Damn it, Qin Kingdom had now completely opened its doors, exposing itself to the weapons of Kachin Kingdom. And at this moment, the Kachin state held absolute power over life and death for the Qin Kingdom. They could decide who lived and who died. Or let them live. There was no other possible outcome. Unless everyone in Qin from the national commander like him down to the poorest peasants and beggars united in a sustained struggle, then perhaps the Kachin might hesitate, fearing they'd killed too many, and pull back. But, was such a scenario even possible? Impossible. Unless Sows could climb trees and pilot helicopters at the same time. The current Kachin state is already riddled with holes, facing circumstances nearly identical to those of the Union of Myanmar and the Lighthouse Nation. Its domestic economy is teetering on the brink of collapse. Faced with such circumstances, it's no big deal for the Union of Myanmar and the Lighthouse Nation. They simply resort to unconventional means to plunder other nations' wealth to replenish their own. But the Kingdom of Qin is different. Surrounded by the Kingdom of Kachin in China, who could he turn to for plunder to replenish his own forces? Moreover, even if there were, the Kachin Kingdom lacks the strength to do so. Ah, if only I hadn't been so foolishly swayed by the Lighthouse Nation's enticements back then. Now look at this predicament. I'm stuck in a corner with no way out. China, Kachin state, I should have bet everything on these two nations back then. At least then, even if I hadn't gained anything, I wouldn't have been beaten for nothing. Center's face was now a crumpled mess, his features squashed together like a bitter melon. If Kachin state truly came, then let it be a mutual destruction. Center suddenly resolved to fight the Kachin state to the bitter end. But the thought of Kachin's terrifyingly technologically advanced forces sent a chill through his heart. Mutually assured destruction? Don't let it end with the Kachin Kingdom unscathed while we're left in ruins. Report. New developments have arrived. Didn't I say so? Hand over all this so-called intelligence on the border conflict to the relevant departments below. Let those guys decide for themselves. Don't disturb my peace. I understand, sir. Knowing that, you still dared defy my orders. Vincent glared at the man before him, his face beaming with delight. Good heavens! Had he fallen so far behind the times? A lowly official dares to show me such audacity? Doesn't he know how to die quickly? The thought barely crossed his mind. He heard the man speak again. Your Excellency, no, this time it's not an urgent report from the border. It's a response from the Kingdom of Kachin. Damn it! A response? Hearing this, Sentei's entire body trembled, his spirits soaring. He hurried over and snatched the documents from the man's hands. Excellent! The Kachin state had finally responded. All his efforts had paid off. He'd spent the past 10 minutes drafting a document for them. With that thought, Sentei slowly opened the Kachin state document. But then, his pupils suddenly contracted. Chapter 81, Blackmail? It's pure blackmail. Outrageous demands. Absolutely outrageous. How dare the Kachin state propose such conditions? Center's face was so dark it could have dripped water. His fists clenched as his gaze fixed intently on the documents sent by the Kachin state. But after a moment passed, Sentei composed himself, his eyes flickering as if lost in thought. Surrendering all Kachin territory, merging the two nations' lands to restore the former northern Myanmar state, dissolving our entire government and military, and submitting to Kachin directives. This is simply outrageous. Does the Kachin state think I'm some kind of little darling? There's no way I'd ever agree to terms like this. Even if I were a little darling, I wouldn't sign this thing. If I truly agreed to all of Kachin state's demands, my very life and livelihood would be entirely at the mercy of the Kachin leader's whim. Should he harbor murderous intent toward me, eliminating me would be easier than slaughtering a chicken. And this document is chock full of threats. The Kachin state treats me like dough to be kneaded however they please. Sentei muttered to himself, his voice thick with rage. Show the entire territory of Kachin state. Damn it! Have the Kachin state leaders lost their minds? They're all out of their minds. But if I resist to the death and refuse Kachin's terms, what can I possibly do? Sentei pondered. Sentei was lost in confusion. Sentei felt helpless. There was no way out. The gap between Kachin and Qin had grown so vast that even if the Lighthouse Nation itself entered the fray fully committed to the war, without resorting to nuclear weapons, its land forces still couldn't match Kachin's combat prowess. This force had simply reached an entirely different level of strength. To put it simply, Kachin's Tianming tactical tank alone, a battlefield-defying monstrosity, could single-handedly stir up global turmoil, pinning down 5 nations and beating them senseless without mercy. What? You want me to counterattack? Go ahead, take command and control. Hand over the authority to deploy forces. Tell me how you'd fight this? Damn it, the Tianming tactical tank isn't just devastatingly powerful, its defenses are downright insane, practically unbeatable. Even the massive firepower network behind it, with missile systems and artillery capable of obliterating any city on Earth, can only trail behind in the dust when facing the Tianming's defenses. They simply lack the firepower to make a dent in the Tianming tactical tank. I recall the Kachin states publicly released combat data from their campaign against the 5 nations. They barely lost a few hundred soldiers and some scattered tech components. That casualty ratio is truly inhuman. Center muttered like a man possessed, his eyes filled with bewilderment. Wait. Those bionic combat robots developed by the Kachin state, they weren't actually human, were they? As this thought crossed his mind, a sense of absurdity welled up in Sentei's mind. Times have changed. Back in the day, all it took was a few dozen cannons and 100 machine guns to easily dominate a city. Then, by steadily increasing your arsenal, you could quickly become a warlord tycoon or even seize control of a small nation's government. But now the world's turned upside down, even I can't keep up. Plasma shields, railguns, photon pulse cannons. Damn it all, why is everything so high-tech? Center scratched his head, utterly exasperated. To him, he only recognized weapons like the AK-47, M14, and RPG rocket launchers. He had absolutely no concept of the new weapons developed by Kachin state, making him feel like an old man left behind by the times. Though Center didn't understand the principles behind these weapons developed by the Kachin state, it didn't stop him from knowing one thing: they were incredibly powerful. Damn powerful. So powerful they defied logic. Ah, if only the Kachin state could master such strategic-level weapons of mass destruction. But the moment Sentei recalled how his own nation had to procure even basic rocket launchers through clandestine trade channels from other countries, he felt resigned. To be precise, his heart died. Damn it, we can't even make our own rocket launchers or similar weapons, yet we want to build these advanced things. I really was dreaming too big. But even if we can't build them ourselves, why can Kachin state, a country that's practically neck and neck with Chin state in terms of capability, actually produce them? If you told him it was made by world-leading powers like China, the United States, Canada, or Russia, he could understand. He could understand completely. After all, those nations' technological advancement far outstrips his own country's by an unimaginable margin. Developing weapons of that caliber is perfectly logical. But why the hell could Kachin do it too? They say jealousy distorts one's face beyond recognition. How apt that saying is. They were once part of the same nation, yet this Kachin state with its thick eyebrows, big eyes, and seemingly easy-to-bully nature suddenly became formidable overnight. A force capable of suppressing the Beacon nation in land warfare? Center just wants to ask, how? If you build fighter jets or tanks, I might get envious, but not jealous. But this whole charade? That's just not cool. Center sighed softly. Well, at this point, if no external force intervenes, it's only a matter of time before Qin Kingdom is completely overrun and crushed by Kachin Kingdom. As the supreme leader of the Qin Kingdom, he ought to be devising countermeasures instead of sighing and blaming fate here. After all, if his Qin Kingdom mobilized all available forces and conducted a massive conscription drive, it could still muster hundreds of thousands of troops. Hope was not entirely lost. Yet this hope is exceedingly faint, its odds not even 1 in 10,000. But to lose his kingdom so senselessly? He refused to accept it. Just as Sentei was earnestly contemplating countermeasures, the intelligence officer reappeared at the doorway, shouting urgently, "Your Excellency! It's dire! The Kachin Kingdom has swiftly encircled our entire 200,000-strong army on the plains. Moreover, major cities across our nation have been overrun by the armored forces of the Kachin state's rebels. Our capital now finds itself besieged on all sides. Moreover, officials and dignitaries below have convened a secret meeting to discuss whether to surrender unconditionally to the Kachin state and accept their demands. Those in authority have sent me to report to you, the leader, and ask, is it possible to surrender now? They say." What did they say? Sentei's expression darkened, but he suppressed his anger and asked. "Those officials say if we don't surrender soon, they fear they won't live to see tomorrow's sun." Useless. Chapter 82, Sentei's Compromise, Merger. Useless. Utterly useless. How did I end up with such a bunch of spineless cowards under my command? Sentei cursed inwardly. Even with his former temperament, hearing this news pushed him over the edge. These reports nearly shattered his resolve. As the head of a nation, he hadn't even considered surrender, instead analyzing whether Qin Kingdom still held any hope of victory. Yet those fools dared to hold a meeting behind his back, brazenly discussing capitulation. Damn it! What a bunch of cowards and useless pieces of. Every last one of them deserves to die. Couldn't they show a shred of backbone like him? Learn from his example of facing the might and tyranny of the Kachin Kingdom, along with their terrifyingly powerful army, yet refusing to yield even unto death? If they possessed even a tenth or a fifth of his resolve, the Qin Kingdom wouldn't be fighting the Kachin in such a desperate state along the border. At the very least, with their overwhelming numerical superiority in weaponry, they could have held their own against the Kachin. Instead of looking so pathetic as they do now. Why not learn from the Kachin state when it was surrounded on all sides? When the Kachin state faced the brink of collapse just months ago, every social stratum united as one and managed to break the deadlock. If all else fails, learn from ancient China during the Warring States period. Back then, China faced a situation 100 times more perilous than Kachin states, constantly teetering on the brink of national extinction. Yet they somehow endured and prevailed. We're all human beings, one mouth, one nose, 2 hands, 2 feet. How can the difference be so vast? It's practically worlds apart. As Sen thought about the lifestyle and extravagant habits of the political elites within Qin's state apparatus beyond just the officials he personally knew, he couldn't help but press his forehead in bitter laughter. Damn it! When it comes to indulgence, my underground crew takes first place, no one dares claim second. Typical examples of being useless at everything except eating, drinking, and partying. By now, Sente finally understood that only two paths lay before him. One was to crush the treasonous ambitions of those officials, rally the troops, rapidly conscript soldiers, and wage guerrilla warfare against the Kachin state, leveraging the nation's vast population base. The second was to simply give up and wait for death, quietly awaiting the arrival of the Kachin army before surrendering unconditionally. From that point on, everything would be dictated by the Kachin, even the lives of these officials and dignitaries would be in their hands. Contemplating this, Sente instinctively chose the first path, fight to the death. He would never let the Kachin gain even the slightest advantage. He would drag this damned Kachin state into the vast ocean of people's war, drawing inspiration from China's approach, simply dragging them down, wearing them out until they collapsed. But, was that even possible? Impossible. Sente denied. Setting aside the differing sentiments across all social strata nationwide, take the lowest tier masses as an example. This segment might actually be hoping for the arrival of the Kachin state, dreaming of better days ahead. As for the original Qin state? The Qin state? What Qian kingdom? They are now citizens of the Kachin state. What on earth is the Qin state? Since ancient times, he who wins the hearts of the people wins the realm. And the largest segment of the Qin kingdom's population was undoubtedly the commoners. When even the vast peasantry and the highest-ranking officials and dignitaries sought to submit to the Kachin kingdom, what could he do? Ultimately, he was merely the leader of a small nation, possessing little real power. But if this path proves impassable, only one final option remains. That is to surrender unconditionally to the Kachin state in one fell swoop, abandoning all principles, enduring the ridicule of netizens worldwide, and dissolving in humiliation. Sigh. Damn it, if only I'd sided with China and the Kachin kingdom from the start, telling that beacon nation to go back to wherever it came from. And those Kachin warlord leaders. If it weren't for these bastards teaming up with the lighthouse nation, plus the hidden threats lurking behind the Kachin, how could I have boarded such a sinking ship? Now I can't even get off. Center silently poured out his bitterness to himself, his face looking utterly haggard. At this point, surrender was the only option. Continuing this foolish resistance would not only lose him the people's support and yield no tangible benefits, but also risk his own downfall as his subordinates and political figures united to overthrow him. Sunlight streamed through the conference room windows, the glaring brightness nearly blinding Sente. But just then, a notification pinged on the conference room screen. Center looked up, his gaze refocusing on the message. He froze. HM? What the hell? The sender was actually an official email from the Kachin state government. Damn it, how the hell did these guys track me down here? Did they have some kind of X-ray vision cheat code or something? As Sent remained utterly baffled, his fingers moved the mouse and clicked on the message. He wanted to see what kind of tricks the Kachin state was up to now. The instant his cursor clicked, his pupils contracted. 3 bottles of Starlight Potion, a deputy chief position publicly announced and officially appointed with guarantees of zero personal danger? These terms were proposed by the Kachin kingdom? But the document we just reviewed didn't mention any of these generous conditions at all. Sente murmured softly, a flicker of interest dancing in his eyes. Damn. With such a long list of terms, he couldn't find a single reason to refuse. Though he didn't want his nation to fall, the die was cast. It was a fait accompli, an irreversible reality no matter what he did. If he fought to the bitter end, it wouldn't take long before the Kachin state tracked him down and flattened him with anti-aircraft fire, turning his body into Swiss cheese. Besides, aside from myself and the remnants of warlords and local tyrants involved in grey and black industries within the Kachin kingdom, wouldn't every social class welcome the Kachin kingdom's arrival with open arms? After all, the two nations had once been one entity. Reunification wouldn't be shameful. Sente frantically tried to convince himself to accept this reality. Initially, he had been unwilling to see the kingdom of Qin perish by his hand. But what could he do? This Kachin state fellow had offered far too much, so much that he simply couldn't find a reason to refuse. What nonsense! You say I once vowed to maintain my integrity and die rather than surrender? Cough cough. Did I ever say that? In the end, after careful consideration, Center couldn't resist the sugar-coated bullets offered by the Kachin state. Oh my. The thing is, it was just too tempting. Who could resist that? Chapter 83, The White Elephant's Retreat. Well, Gu Xian sat in his office chair, observing the Defense Department official briefing him on the military operations against the White Elephant and Kachin nations. Reporting to the Supreme Commander, our defensive counteroffensive against the White Elephant is proceeding exceptionally smoothly. Facing their missile retaliation, military harassment, and assaults, our Kachin forces comprising hundreds of Tianming tactical tanks, bionic combat robots, and the Junyi Legion have advanced almost unopposed. Thus far, we haven't encountered any particularly tough nuts to crack. They've been easy pickings, one after another. We have captured 7 white elephant military bases, 3 key military strongholds, directly occupied 12 ordinary towns, and indirectly controlled and intimidated dozens more. All resistance forces have been utterly annihilated by our technological forces. After hearing the Defense Ministry officials' report, Gu Xian couldn't help but inwardly gasp. Is this the power of technology? Impressive indeed. So impressive that even he, the primary researcher, couldn't help but feel awe, stunned by these technologically advanced weapons that seemed straight out of movies. Nothing is more terrifying than this. Keep in mind, these weapons were merely the most basic technological offerings from the system. As time progressed, the technological advancements it provided would only become more and more mind-boggling, never regressing. Thus far, Gu Xian, relying on the technological weapons developed by the era reversal system, has achieved nothing but victories on the battlefield. Wherever they've been deployed, the result has been nothing short of total annihilation, utter destruction, and unbroken victories. Just look at the evidence. The White Elephant, right next to Kachin State, has been thoroughly beaten by Gu Xian's technologically advanced army. Now, aside from internationally threatening to deploy nuclear weapons if the Kachin State continues its aggressive actions, this once mighty elephant dares not utter a single word of protest. It simply allows the Kachin forces to garrison peacefully within its cities. The White Elephant's leadership is actively pursuing peace talks with us, the Kachin State, seeking a ceasefire and withdrawal. Their proposals and rhetoric mirror those previously used by the Union of Myanmar with Cambodia and Thailand. So, Commander, how should we respond? Hearing the man's question beside him, Gu Xian's eyes lit up. He smiled and said, how should we handle it? We'll grant the White Elephant's wish, of course. Let's negotiate. We can withdraw from all occupied White Elephant cities and retreat to the borderlines. But this comes with a condition: reparations. Other demands, like issuing a public apology internationally, are irrelevant. All I care about now is reparations. Gu Xian declared with unwavering resolve, a rare glint of greed flickering in his eyes. Greed was inevitable. Present-day Kachin State was defined by utter poverty. Though it had previously relied on plundered wealth from local warlords and sales of downgraded versions of the Junyi battle armor and starlight potions accumulating nearly 1 trillion dole. But now, with economic development and technological research, the Kachin kingdom truly embodied the phrase money flowing like water. This is no joke. It's literally money pouring down the drain. Even a minor research project requires hundreds of millions, sometimes billions, in funding. If this were happening in nations like China or the United States, the costs might be reduced by several times, or even tenfold. But this is Kachin State we're talking about, where the foundation for scientific research and the cultivation of relevant talent lagged far behind China and the United States. Without this massive investment, who knows how many years it would take to develop the research equipment and weapons Gu Xian proposed. Therefore, Kachin State is truly impoverished. The nation's total available funds amount to less than $100 billion. Even though this sum seems enormous wealth that would last an ordinary person dozens of lifetimes, it can barely sustain the nation's massive expenditures for less than a month. It might even fall short. Given this reality, how could Gu Xian not be anxious? The only way for Kachin State to acquire massive wealth now is by selling starlight potions and related secondary tech products. However, to maintain stability and keep prices steady, auctions can only be held once every month or longer. Otherwise, bulk sales would inevitably trigger a precipitous drop in starlight elixir prices. Ultimately, it would be the Kachin kingdom that suffered the losses. Beyond that, trade with China was the only other option. Yet both nations approached this extraordinary trade with extreme caution, fearing they might lose their shirts in a single misstep. Given the exorbitant price of starlight potion, any misstep could trigger consequences far beyond a few $100 billion to resolve. Therefore, although negotiations regarding the trade of starlight potion between the two nations have been steadily progressing, from Gu Xian's perspective, they remain painfully slow. Unusually slow. Since neither of these channels could provide wealth to the Kachin State, Gu Xian had no choice but to shift his gaze toward that plump, white elephant. Don't blame me. Blame yourself for choosing such a perfect moment. You rushed headlong into the trap I'd already set. If I don't fleece you properly, I'm not worthy of the Gu name. So, Chief, in your opinion, how much compensation should we demand? $500 billion. An open trade in Kachin's high-tech industries and metals sector pricing for those can follow market rates for normal trade. Gu Xian held out his palm, a giant 5 displayed across his fingers. $500 billion. Converted to renminbi, that was over 3 trillion yuan. Such a colossal sum would be enough for Kachin State to recover its losses and sustain itself until the next auction. The latter conditions aren't too bad, but Chief, isn't 500 billion dole a bit excessive? While White Elephant isn't a small country like Cambodia or Thailand, shelling out such a massive sum would likely cripple its economy, easily plunging the nation into fiscal deficits and the quagmire of economic hardship. Perhaps we could slightly lower our demands? The man from the Defense Department asked softly, his words dripping with respect. No one could possibly come up with that kind of money all at once in such a short time. But I never said it had to be paid in full up front. We could let the white elephant pay in installments. Have them put up 200 billion for the first installment, then let them pay the rest gradually. Gu Xian smiled. He knew full well that white elephant wouldn't be taken for a sucker. Even with an installment plan, they'd never cough up that kind of money. But, as the saying goes, in negotiations, one can start by raising demands and then gradually lower them. Chapter 84, Leapfrogging Advancement, Trinity. After Gu Xian had secretly calculated everything and convened discussions with Sula and senior officials of the Kachin state, all the details for the negotiations with the white elephant were finally finalized. For this negotiation, Gu Xian's bottom line was $200 billion. At the very least, 200 billion. If the white elephant refused to pay even that amount, then prepare for a protracted war. While the Kachin kingdom dispatched its diplomatic negotiators to meet with the white elephant, Gu Xian himself was not idle. He immediately set about handling the matter of the Kachin kingdom's unconditional surrender and its voluntary merger with the white elephant kingdom. Regarding the Kachin side, the situation unfolded far more smoothly than Gu Xian had anticipated. He had prepared for a protracted campaign against the Kachin state lasting 1 or 2 months, only to find the entire nation capitulating unexpectedly swiftly. But that was just as well. It spared him the trouble of having to beat the Kachin army into submission, inflicting heavy casualties to force them to face reality. At the very least, this would make the takeover of Qin Kingdom proceed much more smoothly. Commander, weren't the terms you offered that sent fellow a bit too generous? We could have easily stalled for a few more days. Once our Kachin forces had driven Qin's army into a complete rout, we could have thrown any terms at them. Sent would likely have caved and taken the bait. Not at all. Firstly, based on your previous assessments, Center is a capable man who merits this price. Secondly, for our Qin Kingdom, time is our lifeline. A head start in one step means a head start in every step. For us, saving time to seize the initiative is paramount. That gives us more room to develop and grow. If we drag our feet on this matter and slow down the pace of unification, it will inevitably hinder urban planning, industrial layout, and scientific research to some extent. In the end, it won't be worth the cost. Gu Xian murmured softly. Though a few days or even a dozen days might seem insignificant in the grand scheme of national development, this was a pivotal moment in Kachin's transformation. And the crux of this transformation lay in nuclear weapons. Gu Xian must swiftly guide Kachin in assimilating the compensation from the 5 nations, then dedicate all efforts to nuclear weapons development. Regarding specific nuclear weapon details, Gu Xian had already exchanged it for the first stage tech tree within the era reversal system. He had also ordered the large-scale procurement of materials related to nuclear weapons research and the selection of sites for constructing nuclear weapons research bases. Though termed massive procurement. But in reality, the operation was conducted with extreme caution, bordering on excessive secrecy. This extreme caution was taken to prevent the lighthouse nation from learning of Kachin's nuclear ambitions. Should they discover it, the entire Judean people might incite the lighthouse nation to abandon its ongoing conflict with China. Driven by this interference, the lighthouse nation might risk escalating the conflict to full-scale war just to crush Kachin in its infancy. While this possibility was relatively low, it was not entirely impossible. Should such consequences materialize? Even the Kachin nation, possessing such advanced technology at this stage, would be unable to withstand them. Therefore, Gu Xian approached this matter with extreme caution upon caution, determined to complete nuclear research before the lighthouse nation detected it. Moreover, such endeavors could never be openly disclosed to China and had to be conducted in secret. Evading the big data market screening and satellite surveillance of the 2 superpowers was an incredibly taxing endeavor. Gu Xian devoted a full 70% of his energy to this endeavor. Even so, after all that time, only the initial preparatory environment for nuclear weapons had barely been completed. The real challenge lay ahead in the subsequent research. And even Gu Xian himself could not accurately estimate when the nuclear weapons would finally be ready. Even with the data and blueprints provided by the system. Sigh, I'm human, not a god. Even with the system's support, I'm far from omnipotent. Beyond nuclear weapons research, we must also accelerate development of delivery systems. The 6th-generation fighter currently stands as the prime candidate, though this endeavor proves even more arduous than nuclear weaponry itself. What a headache, what a headache. At this thought, the thought that he wouldn't have a single spare moment for goofing off in the future made Gu Xian groan softly in agony. He genuinely loved scientific research, but it couldn't all be dumped on him, leaving him with nothing but eating and studying every day. He'd have absolutely no personal space left. He was practically a workhorse. Though unlike ordinary beasts of burden, he was a high-grade one, the kind capable of developing nuclear weapons. Fine, so I'll be tired. Better than being forced at gunpoint by other nations because I lack the strength. That wouldn't be fun at all. Gu Xian smacked his lips and muttered to himself. His eyes burned with resolve. Let this humble oxen horse shine brightly, burning fiercely for the sake of Kachin state. As the sun and moon took turns, the stars shifted in the heavens. And in the blink of an eye, a week slipped away unnoticed. During this period, The Kachin state underwent earth-shattering changes before the eyes of the entire world. Foremost among these developments was the announcement by both the Chin state and Kachin state that the two regions would merge. Simultaneously, the original provinces of the Union of Myanmar would be consolidated, forming a new united government based on the existing Kachin state administration. Notably, the appointment of Sent, the head of Chin state, as deputy prime minister of Kachin state drew considerable attention and debate. Many expressed confusion over why Kachin state would appoint the head of another nation to continue serving as its own deputy prime minister. Second, at the same time that Chin state and the Yuan province were incorporated into Kachin state, the Kachin state government unveiled plans for urban development and industrial layout in the relevant regions of Chin state and the former province, with a total investment of over $1 trillion. Upon the release of this plan, it immediately sent shockwaves through the affected regions. Trillions of dollars invested in development. What does this signify? It signifies that from this point forward, the region is poised to enter a golden age of economic prosperity. Anyone with a modicum of sense and put in some effort during this period, one could secure a worry-free future. At the very least, even without using your brain, just selling your physical labor, you'll have more than enough to get by. At the very least, it's far better than under the rule of the Union of Myanmar and the Chin state government. Therefore, once the plans were unveiled, countless enterprises and other entities began formulating proposals for collaboration with the Kachin state. As for concerns that Kachin state couldn't come up with the funds for urban development and industrial infrastructure, what a joke! The Kachin state now holds Starglow Pharmaceuticals and a suite of cutting-edge technologies. Setting aside the immense wealth-generating potential of the coveted Starlight Potion, the mere high-tech capabilities Kachin state can offer are enough to make every nation in the world covet and envy them, willing to trade their most treasured possessions and wealth for even a single one of these technologies. The downgraded version of the rebellion-slaying battle armor is a prime example. Its combat effectiveness is plain for all to see. The terrifying prowess the rebellion slayer armor demonstrates in every non-frontal engagement. It can be said that an army equipped with this technology would wield a deterrent force rivaling nuclear weapons. The Kachin state's performance in recent battles serves as the prime example. With no more than 10,000 rebellion-slaying battle armors, they seized control of dozens of cities in the blink of an eye, encountering virtually no significant resistance throughout the process. Perhaps it wasn't that the local city forces were weak, but rather that the power demonstrated by the rebellion-slaying armor was simply too monstrous. They made no pretense of negotiation. Once the city's perimeter defenses were breached, they charged in with lightning speed, striking directly at the core of the city center. By seizing control of the city's elite officials and government institutions, they ensured the city's complete surrender. It wasn't that every street in the city was under Kachin control. If that were the case, even if the Kachin state recruited a million-strong army, it would barely suffice to man the guard posts of these cities. Therefore, the Kachin state's financial resources are nothing to worry about. Their technological prowess is the best proof of their wealth. Not to mention, recently, the White Elephant, which had been struck by both China and Kachin state, also signed a ceasefire agreement with Kachin state. Its terms are simple and clear, boiling down to two stark words: pay up. The White Elephant must pay a total of $300 billion, with the first installment of $200 billion followed by the remaining $100 billion to be repaid in installments. Simultaneously, it opened numerous trade routes to Kachin state. The efficiency and profitability were so staggering that even Gu Xian couldn't help but marvel. Truly worthy of the title third brother. Eagerly handing over the money. Having you is truly a blessing beyond measure. Chapter 85. How could this be? China. In the highest conference room, voices buzzed with discussion. Listening closely, one could discern that most of the talk revolved around the three characters, Kachin state. According to space reconnaissance satellites and newly developed signal radar, 70% of the materials procured by Kachin state appear to be intended for nuclear weapons production. Nuclear weapons? Is this information reliable? We employed China's most advanced reconnaissance and analytical methods this time. It should be accurate. The Kachin state may indeed be secretly developing nuclear weapons. Then, should we intervene? Several elders exchanged glances, their expressions grave. Kachin state developing nuclear weapons. If this were exposed, it would make Kachin a thorn in the side of the United States, the Jewish lobby, and other Western powers. The resulting backlash would be so severe that even China itself could not remain unaffected. Moreover, nuclear weapons are like a ticking time bomb right next door. Would you tolerate a neighbor whose intentions you don't know, secretly developing a bomb powerful enough to obliterate 10 buildings, just a wall away? Don't be ridiculous. Who wouldn't be terrified? Therefore, the best way to prevent the house from exploding is to nip this ticking time bomb in the bud. But unexpectedly, the man seated at the head of the table spoke up. No, we shouldn't interfere. On the contrary, not only should we not interfere, but we should help Kachin state conceal it so that the lighthouse nation remains unaware. The situation in Southeast Asia is now crystal clear. Kachin state and the Union of Myanmar each control half the territory. On the Kachin side, they hold Kachin State, the homeland, and parts of the former provinces of the Union of Myanmar. Coupled with the recently signed ceasefire agreement with the White Elephant, they now have no threats lurking behind them. Moreover, they control Thailand and Cambodia, giving them a sphere of influence nearly matching that of the new Myanmar Federation backed by the Lighthouse Nation. The only thing Kachin State lacks now is nuclear weapons, the man stated calmly. After speaking, he took a sip of water to moisten his dry throat before continuing. In land warfare, few nations can match Kachin State. The effectiveness of their advanced weaponry is simply overwhelming. Until the Lighthouse Nation finds a concrete countermeasure, Kachin State is invincible. The only weakness they currently possess is the lack of nuclear weapons as strategic backing. Even with China's support, the Kachin State cannot feel entirely secure. Thus, their pursuit of nuclear weapons is entirely within my expectations. The only thing that piques my interest is how quickly the Kachin State can develop nuclear weapons. At this point, the man turned to observe the pensive expressions of his old comrades gathered around him. With a smile, he continued, therefore, my stance is clear, no interception, no obstruction. We simply watch. We could even subtly hint to Kachin. Do they require military experts from China to assist them? I do not believe that possessing nuclear weapons will make Kachin a threat to China. The Kachin State and China's interests are now deeply intertwined. Whether considering strategic objectives, strategic positioning, or strategic value, the Kachin State has absolutely no motive to wage war against China. And haven't you noticed? Kachin's stance has been clear from the outset. They've been aligning themselves with China, gradually building goodwill, and ultimately seeking cooperation. If such a nation is deemed a ticking time bomb, then I feared there would be few countries in the world China could truly trust. After saying all this, the man remained silent, merely observing the others' discussion with keen interest, seemingly eager to hear how their perspectives differed from his own. Finally, the vote on whether to assist Kachin in its covert nuclear research program overwhelmingly outnumbered those advocating to curb Kachin's nuclear ambitions. Seeing this, the man at the head of the table smiled. The outcome was exactly as he had anticipated. Kachin State, don't let yourselves down. He was eager to see how long it would take the Kachin State to develop nuclear weapons if China did not first send military experts to assist them in their research. Years? Or decades? Or would it simply die in the cradle, never to be developed at all? However, given the Kachin State's existing research capabilities, if they couldn't develop nuclear weapons, it would truly be a complete joke. Chapter 86, The Identity of Kachin State's Chief Scientist. Additionally, our forces have intercepted intelligence from the Burmese federal government's intelligence agency regarding their deployments within our nation. As the words fell, all eyes in the conference room sharpened, turning toward an elderly man leaning on a cane beside one of the chairs. Old Zhang, enlighten us. I want to see what those greedy Jews are scheming in our China. If their filthy paws dare to reach too far, I wouldn't mind making an example out of them. After all, our nation has remained inactive for far too long. Beyond the military prowess we recently demonstrated, it's time to reveal some of our advanced reconnaissance capabilities. Otherwise, these vermin will only grow bolder with their misguided ambitions, becoming an unbearable nuisance. The man seated at the center nodded, glancing at the elder he addressed as Old Zhang and gesturing for him to continue. We haven't detected any major movements from those vermin. Primarily, they seem to be searching for a specific name in our southeastern region, which our satellite radar picked up. Based on the intelligence relayed by this group of foreign operatives from the Union of Myanmar, the three terms appearing with the highest frequency are Kachin State, Chief Researcher, and Gu Xian. 3 terms: a nation, a title, and a name? The man paused, then fell deep in thought. Could our nation obtain the specific list of research institutions and personnel in Kachin State? We gathered that information when we formally established diplomatic relations with Kachin State and reached an agreement for deep cooperation. However, one core researcher within Kachin State remains shrouded in mystery. Their identity remains unknown. Beyond that, we possess all information on every other Kachin researcher. It's hard to believe, but among these Kachin researchers, their technical proficiency and academic credentials fall far short of ours in China. To be blunt, compared to our own researchers and those of leading scientific powers like the Lighthouse Nation, their level is worlds apart. Yet despite this, Kachin State has managed to rapidly reach the pinnacle of the world in various cutting-edge scientific fields within just a few short months. The speed at which this has happened is nothing short of astonishing. Listening to Old Zhang's exclamation, the man replied in a low voice, "Is there truly not a single shred of information we can uncover about Kachin's core personnel?" No. After thorough investigation by our Chinese intelligence agencies, the only information we have on that top-tier researcher within the Kachin Research Institute is that he likely isn't from Kachin itself. Everything else is essentially blank. The secrecy surrounding this matter within Kachin is exceptionally tight. Even with my authorization and the deployment of new investigative methods, our gains have been minimal. At this point, Old Zhang sighed helplessly, then suddenly recalled something. He quickly added, "If we combine this with intelligence we've captured from the Burmese Federation, could it be that Kachin State's chief scientist is actually from our China?" If the intelligence is accurate, it does seem plausible. The man seated at the center remained uncertain, offering only an ambiguous response. Issue the order, keep a close watch on those Jewish spies infiltrated into our China. Report any suspicious activity immediately. Simultaneously, following the leads provided by the Union of Myanmar, we must thoroughly investigate this intelligence as well. The man instructed, a hint of excitement in his voice. If the chief scientist of the Kachin state was indeed Chinese, then wouldn't that mean that if China could persuade this person to return home and lend his full support, China's technology would inevitably experience an explosive surge of growth? They could then leapfrog over the lighthouse nation and shatter the unjust rules it had established. This was no joke. Just look at Kachin's recent developments. This man possesses truly godlike scientific talent. Plasma shields, Tianming tactical tanks, bionic combat robots, Junyi warrior armor, starlight potions, and even the nuclear weapons under development. Perhaps all these innovations stem from the same mind, that of the Kachin Republic's chief researcher. It's truly astonishing, for even dedicating one's entire life's energy and time, one can only master a single field. Those who transcend this limitation and shatter such conventions are typically hailed across academic circles as prodigies of divine caliber. Looking back through history, from modern times to the present, even the vast land of China has produced only a handful of such prodigiously gifted individuals. Each was a towering figure capable of turning the tide of disaster and propping up a collapsing edifice, making a series of indescribably monumental contributions to China's development. And now, the chief scientist at the Kachin State Research Institute possesses such extraordinary abilities. No, even more formidable. For the Kachin State's recent display of those earth-shattering technological weapons is far beyond what current scientific standards can achieve. Yet he has forcibly shattered this norm, achieving so many extraordinary feats. This transcends mere genius. Calling him a prodigy is no exaggeration. The man was so certain that all these scientific breakthroughs originated from Kachin State's chief researcher precisely because Kachin State's previous scientific achievements had been utterly abysmal. Based solely on their original research foundation and personnel, it was completely impossible for them to develop such high-caliber weapons. Yet, the Kachin Republic had somehow pulled it off. This could only mean one thing: their ranks had produced a talent absolutely equal to, or even far surpassing, the likes of Einstein and other top scientists. Only such an individual could explain Kachin Nation's astonishingly rapid advancement within mere months. Knowledge, at times, truly is power. This holds especially true in the military realm of scientific research. Theoretically, if your intellect is sharp enough and your knowledge base vast enough, you can transform that knowledge into weapons capable of devastating destruction. Should an enemy harbor ill intentions? You can deploy it at any moment and crush them with it. Let them taste the meaning of knowledge as power. Wasn't the Tianming tactical tank, the most representative creation of the Kachin kingdom, the perfect example? In this war, the lethality and deterrence unleashed by this technological marvel stood alone in the realm of land warfare. Even the Chinese were green with envy. Chapter 87, could this man truly be from China? Shortly after the Huaxia meeting concluded, Old Zhang, who had returned to his office for a brief rest, received updates from the intelligence agency and the Ministry of Defense. They reported that they had intercepted the majority of the information leaked by the Burmese Federation spy and had completed the collection of relevant intelligence materials. Let me check the time. It's been less than 3 hours. The speed of intelligence gathering is astonishingly fast, truly beyond my expectations. Impressive speed. And the accompanying details are remarkably thorough. Much better than last time. Their intelligence gathering capabilities have significantly improved. Time to issue another bonus as an incentive. I'll have the finance department allocate the funds later. Old Zhang was clearly in a very good mood at that moment. As he carefully flipped through the documents in his hands, seemingly trying to commit every detail to memory. According to intelligence leaked through the Union of Myanmar, these individuals not only sought to identify the Kachin State's chief scientist but also appear to be plotting an assassination attempt. They aim to eliminate this scientist from existence, preventing him from contributing any further scientific research to Kachin State. This sounds like something the Lighthouse Nation and those Jewish folks would do. They'll resort to any despicable means to hinder Kachin's development. Nothing is off limits. Old Zhang muttered to himself, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the tabletop, producing a series of crisp clicks. However, now that China had obtained him, the Burmese Federation's petty schemes were bound to fail. How could China stand idly by while the chief scientist of its strategic partner was assassinated? Moreover, this chief scientist's identity likely originated from China itself. Therefore, China must intervene in this matter. At the very least, the Kachin State must be prepared, on high alert, to ensure the scientist's personal safety. Beyond that, did the intelligence agency follow the Burmese Federal Republic's leads and uncover any possibility that the Kachin State's chief scientist might be someone named Gu Xian? But that's a bit excessive, isn't it? Thankfully, all these individuals named Gu Xian have been filtered by matching criteria from top to bottom. Otherwise, I'd be waiting until the cows come home. Old Zhang scrolled through the computer screen. And as he reviewed the detailed information transmitted by China's intelligence agency, his frown gradually eased. For him, having to sift through all these Gu Xian profiles without prioritizing them would have worn this old man to death. Moreover, he also harbored a lingering doubt. When it came to intelligence gathering, Huaxia was certainly no less capable than the Jews in the Lighthouse Nation or the Union of Myanmar. Why then, were those people always the first to obtain accurate information on such matters? Could it be a deliberate ruse, luring China into investigating this direction to drain their public resources? But that seemed unlikely. According to the data relayed by subordinates, this matter was undeniably genuine. The Federal Republic of Burma had invested immense effort and resources into it. It's highly improbable they're merely putting on a show for China's benefit. The only possibility left is that it's genuine. But it's possible that the initial leads the Myanmar Federation received were false, and they simply misinterpreted the intelligence. But adhering to the principle of since we're already here, the documents have been sent, and even a blind cat can catch a dead mouse, old Zhang forced himself to push through the exhaustion after the meeting, suppressing his drowsiness as he scrutinized the computer screen. What he saw left him stunned. Among the files sent by the intelligence department, the matches for the name Gu Xian were nothing short of baffling. The more Zhang Lao examined it, the stranger it seemed, causing his brow to furrow slightly. It wasn't that he'd hit a snag, but because among the nearly 100,000 names listed as Gu Xian, only one achieved a staggering 99% match rate. The rest didn't exceed 10% or even 5%. Is there something wrong with this list? Old Zhang tapped the computer screen, murmuring doubtfully. But the moment that thought surfaced, he dismissed it. Relying on China's recently developed reconnaissance technology, coupled with AI supercomputers and big data support, if this list were flawed, it would mean China's performance in these three fields was utterly disastrous. As he pondered, old Zhang clicked on the name with the highest match. Gu Xian, position 1. Information match, 99%. Age, 23. Graduated from Kyoto University with a combined bachelor's and master's degree. A genius researcher who secured direct admission to a doctoral program at just 21. Worked at Tianyuan Research Institute for approximately 2 years. Current whereabouts, unknown. Supercomputer analysis indicates this individual traveled to Kachin State months ago and employed hacking techniques to erase all traces of his activities. These traces have now been fully restored, revealing the actions were carried out by his Kyoto University roommate Li Yu. Just 10 days ago, Li Yu, Gu Xian's roommate, received a legitimate overseas transfer of $100 million. The remitter's account name matched the official Kachin State entity. Furthermore, Li Yu's name appears on 3 patents published by Tianyuan Research Institute concerning plasma shields. The research on plasma and plasma shields in these patents bears striking similarities to the Sky Shield system information recently shared by Kachin State with our nation, China. Therefore, based on comprehensive screening and analysis, this individual is the most likely match. Old Zhang stared at the screen for a long time, his eyes blank and unfocused. This person is actually so young? After all, any expert or professor with even a modicum of renown in the scientific field is invariably over 30, often in their 40s or 50s, and many well into their 60s or 70s. Conversely, someone barely in their 20s, fresh out of school and green as a beansprout, how could this possibly be the chief scientist of Kachin State? That's just not possible, is it? But it seems this individual is the most suitable candidate. The compatibility scores for others are extremely low, the lowest being 0.0001%. The reason this minuscule possibility wasn't classified as 0 was purely for safety's sake. It hadn't been completely ruled out. In old Zhang's eyes, such a possibility was akin to lying in a coffin when some immortal cultivator suddenly revives you and bestows a series of technological legacies utterly absurd. So he didn't even glance at it, instinctively ignoring it. His gaze never left Gu Xian, the first name that had caught his attention. Enough with the wild speculation. Everything must be judged by concrete actions. Now that we have the intelligence, it's time to move into the reconnaissance phase. Old Zhang muttered to himself. Chapter 88, Am I Dreaming? Zhao Yuanjie had been deeply troubled lately. Because under his glorious leadership, he and several others from the Tianyuan Research Institute, those listed on Gu Xian's patent roster, had finally cracked a minor knowledge node concerning plasma shield technology. This should have been cause for celebration. However, rough estimates revealed that the other 2 teams researching plasma shields, those from the Kyoto Research Institute, had comprehensively deciphered over 100 knowledge nodes containing various details about the plasma shield provided by the Kachin Nation. This number was hundreds of times greater than what Tianyuan Research Institute had uncovered. The blow from such a massive gap was undeniably heavy. Even when he, a figure of such stature, ventured out, those Kyoto Research Institute fellows would openly discuss matters right under his nose. They simply didn't regard him as a threat. This infuriates me to no end. If it weren't for that damned Gu Xian, how could I have suffered such humiliation? Across the entire province, I'm a powerful figure with influence. And I've got an official under old Zhang protecting me. Everyone fears me no matter what I do. Yet I keep getting beaten by that upstart Gu Xian. It's infuriating. If that ungrateful fool Guxian had just come willingly to help me research this trash-tier plasma shield, I wouldn't have been dragged down to this level. That damn brat. Zhao Yuanjie's chest heaved uncontrollably at the thought, boiling with indescribable rage and resentment. Damn it. This is the first time I've suffered such humiliation. Never imagined that losing Guxian's assistance would cause my plasma shield research at the Capital Research Institute to grind to a near standstill. Even the funding and support allocated by higher-ups to back Tianyuan Institute's 6th-generation fighter jet reform plan has been completely revoked. The scale of this loss was simply immeasurable. Meanwhile, during the period Guxian had gone AWOL, the Tianyuan Research Institute was in a constant state of chaos. Forget about the 6th-generation fighter reform plan Guxian had proposed earlier. The advanced logistics supply system he developed was now plagued by malfunctions. This forced the suspension of several routine research projects at Tianyuan Institute due to insufficient backup materials. This situation was causing Zhao Yuanjie, who was far away in the capital, no end of headaches. He privately enlisted numerous nationally renowned computer experts in the internet field to troubleshoot the issues. Yet inexplicably, not a single one could fix even the most basic glitch. They claimed the creator of this supply system possessed such advanced technical skills that they were powerless to help, suggesting he should seek out the creator himself to fix it. But what kind of experts are they if they can't even handle a minor glitch? Might as well call them quacks. Zhao Yuanjie cursed silently to himself. Little did he know that while he was cursing those experts, he was also cursing himself. After all, wasn't quack expert exactly the type he was? If we replace the configuration system at Tianyuan Research Institute now, it'll take at least 2 more months. The losses incurred during those 2 months would be enormous. But if we rely on manual algorithm configuration? Those idiots I promoted? Even if you made them calculate from the Jurassic period until now, they still wouldn't get it right. Zhao Yuanjie's brows knitted tightly, his entire being radiating negativity. Damn it! It wasn't just the configuration system, but also the nearly 10 departments Guxian previously oversaw at Tianyuan Research Institute. All sorts of problems, big and small, have now surfaced. While these issues pale in comparison to the 3 major ones, they're enough to give anyone a headache for a very long time. Only now, after his coordination, have nearly 10 senior researchers from top universities been recruited to barely fill Guxian's role. While the situation was resolved, Tianyuan Research Institute's operational costs had skyrocketed to unprecedented heights. The combined cost of these losses easily equaled dozens of times Guxian's monthly salary. The losses were immense. And when factoring in those 3 major cost overruns, the total exceeds Guxian's monthly salary by hundreds, thousands, even tens of thousands of times. Incalculable. Consequently, Zhao Yuanjie found himself unable to eat, sleep, dress, or enjoy himself properly day after day. This was undoubtedly the lowest point of his life, bar none. He's young and hot-headed. I'm clearly giving him a chance to prove himself, so why the hell doesn't that ungrateful bastard Guxian appreciate it? This is a golden opportunity for growth. If he seizes it, it could be the most valuable asset of his life. Damn it, Guxian, you better not let me catch you. He came to work at Tianyuan Research Institute, yet all he cares about is money and fame. He constantly asks when he'll get a raise, when his name will be added to his research achievements. Oomph. Such a morally bankrupt individual deserves to rot in hell. As Zhao Yuanjie raged on, his tirade quickly escalated from personal attacks to seething hatred. Between the lines, his words overflowed with intense hatred toward Guxian, as if Guxian deserved to be indebted to him, destined to work for him for free for the rest of his life. Just then, the door slammed open with a thunderous crash, as if someone had kicked it violently. Zhao Yuanjie's heart skipped a beat at the sound, clearly startled out of his wits. Damn it, who the hell is it, showing up at this hour? Don't tell me they're looking for trouble? Zhao Yuanjie cursed angrily, then whipped his head around. He was determined to see who had the audacity to barge in without so much as a word, kicking the door open as they entered. Whoever it was, he would make sure they couldn't survive in China anymore. Just like Guxian, who had vanished without a trace. But the instant he turned around, his body jerked violently, trembling even harder. Nearly 10 heavily armed SWAT officers advanced toward him with fierce intensity, their bodies radiating a chilling aura that sent shivers down anyone's spine. Zhao Yuanjie's heart sank at the sight. Oh no! What kind of major operation was this? How had so many people managed to break into his room? Could it be because the plasma shield research was progressing too slowly? But it couldn't be that bad, could it? Just as Zhao Yuanjie was startled, a figure he recognized all too well slowly emerged from the doorway, causing his pupils to dilate sharply. Could he possibly be dreaming? Chapter 89, Stirring the Waters. The man Zhao Yuanjie was staring at appeared to be in his 40s or 50s, dressed in formal attire and radiating an air of distinguished elegance. One glance revealed he was no ordinary person. Indeed, his background was formidable. And moreover, Zhao Yuanjie knew this man all too well, for he was none other than Xu Hanfei, a direct subordinate of old Zhang. Zhao Yuanjie had barely established contact with him, meeting only a few times. To Chu Hunfei, Zhao Yuanjie was merely a minor figure, someone to whom he occasionally extended a token gesture of generosity. Yet it was precisely this so-called small favor had paved Zhao Yuanjie's path with remarkable ease all along. It was precisely because of this he had been able to rise to his current position at Tianyuan Technology. If we look at the matter objectively, Chu Hunfei's power and standing were actually on par with his, and even nominally, he was slightly lower. But just look up and see who's above him. That's old Zhang. The man who oversees China's national defense, security, and intelligence agencies, a true heavyweight, one of the figures standing at the pinnacle of China's power structure. A mere stamp of his foot could profoundly reshape the landscape across China and the world. Such a figure isn't someone you can just meet on a whim. Securing an audience with him is like trying to catch the moon in the river, utterly unattainable. Zhao Yuanjie had paid an immense price to secure a connection through Chu Hunfei, one of the officials directly under old Zhang's command. Yet years have passed since then. And aside from brief phone calls, in the real world, he had barely met Chu Hunfei a handful of times. And even then, these meetings were never private, they were always crowded gatherings with a bunch of others equally eager to curry favor with him. Moreover, Zhao Yuanjie's seat had always been the most inconvenient one. But now, Chu Hunfei Minister Chu himself had unexpectedly appeared before him, and at a place like the Capital Research Institute. Zhao Yuanjie pondered for a moment, about to offer some flattery, when he glanced at the SWAT officers surrounding them. A sudden sense of unease washed over him. Damn it, this guy can't be here with good intentions, can he? As Chu Hunfei strode toward him, Zhao Yuanjie forced a smile, his lips twitching. Addressing the approaching figure, he asked, Minister Chu, what brings you here? Why such a grand display? If I've done anything wrong, I'll personally come apologize to you. From now on, I'll go through fire and water for you without hesitation. Zhao Yuanjie declared with righteous indignation. However, the next moment, Chu Hunfei's words nearly made him question his entire existence. Seeing this, Chu Hunfei's eyes flickered with confusion as he asked, were we ever that close? Not really, right? Zhao Yuanjie felt countless question marks buzzing in his head, utterly at a loss for words. What the hell? Chu Hunfei, Minister Chu, how could you be so forgetful? I've given you so many gifts and done you so many favors, yet you don't even remember me in the end? Is this real or fake? No way. Just as Zhao Yuanjie was about to waste more breath trying to explain, Chu Hunfei waved his hand dismissively. Take him away. Escort him to the interrogation room over there. I'll question him personally shortly. Before Zhao Yuanjie could protest, SWAT officers swiftly cuffed him and produced a black hood from somewhere, deftly pulling it over his head. Then they escorted him out with decisive efficiency. The entire process flowed like water, executed in one seamless motion without a hint of awkwardness. It was clear these SWAT officers were seasoned veterans in this line of work, their movements utterly professional. Old man, are we that close? Licking up to me like that, getting all up in my face? It's downright disgusting. Once the room was left with only Chu Hunfei, he finally shed his disguise and let out a deep sigh of relief. He never imagined. He nearly fell because of this old man's mistake today. Recalling how old Zhang had erupted in fury earlier, laying bare every sordid deed he'd committed, Chu Hunfei felt as if the sky had fallen. He never imagined that old Zhang knew everything about those deeds he believed were perfectly concealed. The reason he hadn't spoken up was to wait until Chu Hunfei was ensnared, so he could take them all down at once. To atone for his sins, Chu Hunfei had pleaded countless times before finally taking on this task, hoping it might lessen the punishment old Zhao would impose on him. Otherwise, he'd be facing a life sentence behind bars. Who knows what that old bastard did to catch old Zhang's attention, prompting him to personally order Zhao Yuanjie's arrest and interrogation. But honestly, his fate is already sealed, guaranteed to be worse than mine. Any incident or criminal that draws the attention of a titan like old Zhang always ends up suffering a fate worse than the last. At this thought, Chu Hunfei shuddered involuntarily, as if recalling some deeply unpleasant memory. No! He must perform flawlessly in this operation, then surrender every last bit of illicit wealth he'd embezzled and confess to everything. That way, even if he faced imprisonment later, old Zhang would spare his family out of past loyalty. It would also make his time behind bars a little more bearable. Enough. Now wasn't the time for such thoughts. The urgent task at hand was to act immediately to locate the case files and the intelligence operatives involved, to uncover exactly what transgression Zhao Yuanjie had committed to warrant such a massive operation. With that thought, Chu Hunfei hurried away without a second thought. Even when he bumped into an old friend midway, he didn't pause to greet him before rushing off. Ha! That guy is Chu Hunfei? And if I saw correctly, a whole bunch of people just handcuffed and took away the deadbeat Zhao Yuanjie? What major incident could possibly warrant him mobilizing such a massive force? Tang Cheng muttered in puzzlement, his eyes filled with endless confusion. Forget it. I was actually planning to use today's rare day off to deal with Zhao Yuanjie. That useless guy can't even eat cooked roast duck properly. What a waste of space. But seeing how things are, I guess I'll hold off. I'll find out later what kind of major offense Zhao Yuanjie committed to get on Chu Hanfei's bad side. Wait a minute, if I recall correctly, isn't Chu Hanfei that old bastard's biggest protector? Tang Cheng muttered to himself, watching Chu Hanfei's departing figure with a look of utter bewilderment. Though he didn't know what exactly had happened, his gut told him this matter was likely to affect him, and perhaps even the entire Capital Research Institute. Chapter 90, not the least bit unjust. So, you came to me just to ask about Gu Xian's background and details? But really, if that's all you want to know, why make such a huge fuss about it? Minister Chu, we've known each other for years. Have you truly forgotten me? You must remember that not long ago, I was still. Shut up. From this moment on, you will answer my questions truthfully and completely. Be honest and you'll be treated leniently, resist and you'll face severe consequences. Don't try to establish some mysterious connection with me. I've said I don't know you. So starting now, you'd better tell me everything your Tianyuan Research Institute knows about this person named Gu Xian. Otherwise, if you refuse to cooperate, the consequences will be severe, very severe. Inside the interrogation room, Chu Hanfei sat sternly at the interrogation desk, his voice deep and commanding as he addressed Zhao Yuanjie. To an uninformed observer, it would appear to be a routine interrogation procedure. But only Zhao Yuanjie knew how utterly bizarre it all felt. Damn weird. He could swear to heaven that even if Chu Hanfei had Alzheimer's dementia, he'd still remember him. He couldn't possibly be completely oblivious. Clearly, all of this was just Chu Hanfei putting on an act. At this realization, Zhao Yuanjie's face darkened considerably. He couldn't fathom why his highest-ranking protector would turn on him first, even going so far as to lock him in an interrogation room and personally conduct the questioning. Wasn't this just redundant? He had covered for him countless times before. If they truly wanted to find incriminating evidence, they could have done so effortlessly every time, without fail. Instead of this current situation, dragging him here. And the questions being asked were utterly bizarre. Gu Xian? When did a nobody like Gu Xian ever catch the attention of a big shot like Chu Hanfei? After all, he had ordered a secret blacklisting across all major scientific research networks. Logically, if that ungrateful Gu Xian had any connections to Chu Hanfei's background, he couldn't possibly be unaware. Therefore, only one possibility remained. That is, Gu Xian had done something so significant it alarmed even Chu Hanfei, something so impactful that Chu Hanfei was willing to turn against me over it. And this matter most likely involved the knife, implicating both their Tianyuan Research Institute and me, Zhao Yuanjie. At this realization, Zhao Yuanjie felt his mind suddenly clear, swiftly piecing together the entire situation. Yes, it must be this. It could only be this. That treacherous bastard Gu Xian must have done something utterly heinous to provoke Chu Hanfei. What are you spacing out for? Confess everything right now. Seeing Zhao Yuanjie staring blankly, Chu Hanfei showed no leniency toward this old geezer who was even older than himself. He barked the order, snapping Zhao Yuanjie back from the edge of his daze. Sir, Tianyuan Research Institute does indeed have an employee named Gu Xian. But he was lazy and unmotivated at work. After I reprimanded him, he abruptly resigned. Since then, he's vanished without a trace. No matter how hard I searched, I couldn't find him. It was as if he'd evaporated into thin air. Every word I've said is the absolute truth. That guy probably despised Tianyuan Research Institute and took off. Shortly after he quit without notice, I officially fired him. So whatever Gu Xian did, it has absolutely nothing to do with me or Tianyuan Research Institute. Listening to Zhao Yuanjie's incessant muttering, Chu Hanfei gave him a long, hard look. Uneducated? Lackadaisical at work? Had he not already learned from intelligence sources that the chief scientist of the Kachin state currently making waves internationally was highly likely the very same uneducated, lazy slacker Zhao Yuanjie described? He might have actually believed a word or two of it. But now, the thought that such an unparalleled genius capable of developing so many cutting-edge scientific weapons had been handed over by Zhao Yuanjie filled him with uncontrollable anger. Though he was greedy, it didn't blind him to the terrifying potential of transforming Gu Xian's technological value into economic power if he stayed in China. A tiny little Kachin state previously nothing to speak of. But guess what? Through Gu Xian's genius research alone, it had become a force capable of challenging the three great powers. And the mastermind behind this very outcome? The very man standing before him now, Zhao Yuanjie. You must understand. Gu Xian, as a Chinese national, had previously worked at the Tianyuan Research Institute without making any notable contributions. He seemed like an ordinary passerby. Zhao Yuanjie was well aware of Gu Xian's reputation within the academic circles and the Tianyuan Institute. And it was entirely possible that Zhao Yuanjie had secretly appropriated all of Gu Xian's research achievements. Take that plasma patent project, for instance. Besides Gu Xian's name, the patent listed nothing but useless, flashy projects brought in by that old bastard Zhao Yuanjie. One after another, they were good for nothing but eating, drinking, and partying, utterly useless individuals who significantly hindered the progress of the Kyoto Research Institute's Plasma Shield project. Then there was that project Tianyuan Institute proposed years ago that shook the entire academic world, the reform plan for sixth-generation fighter jets. The moment the proposal surfaced, it immediately garnered the attention and full backing of several high-ranking officials. Because if this project were completed and implemented smoothly, the firepower and performance of the sixth-generation fighter could be boosted by a full 40 to 50%. This represented a leap forward in development. The Tianyuan Institute's project caused an enormous sensation, with countless people pinning immense hopes on this proposal. But now, not only has the plan made zero progress, but Tianyuan Research Institute's operations have descended into utter chaos, a complete reversal of its former state. Due to the Tianyuan Institute's inaction, the higher-ups in the Defense Department, in a fit of anger, revoked all subsidies and funding for the institute. Given the current situation, if the Tianyuan Research Institute fails to make any substantive progress soon, the day of rectifying this private tech company will be drawing near. And the root cause of all this is the departure of Gu Xian. It would be entirely accurate to say that the old man standing before him was the mastermind behind Gu Xian's departure. Therefore, his arrest was not unjustified at all. While it's true he might not receive a significant sentence for this matter, but don't forget the other crimes this old man has committed. Chapter 91, Nuclear Weapons Research Underway. How much longer until completion, Your Excellency? The first phase of nuclear weapons research, the construction of the nuclear test base, procurement of materials, and staffing has just been finalized. Barring any unforeseen disruptions, we anticipate completion within 2 months. 2 months? Sura was stunned. Damn it! 2 months? That's ridiculously fast. Even losing 50 pounds takes several months, yet you claim to develop nuclear weapons in just 2 months? 1. That's ridiculous. Utterly absurd. But to Gu Xian, Sula's astonished expression carried a different meaning entirely. Well, Mr. Sula, if you find that too slow, you could assign more personnel to assist me in developing the nuclear weapon. That could shave off another 10 days. However, doing so would significantly increase the risk of exposure and make it easier for the Lighthouse Nation to detect us. Therefore, I don't recommend it. 2 months is the most prudent approach. It won't hinder Kachin's development nor arouse excessive suspicion from the Lighthouse Nation. That's precisely why I stated 2 months for completion. Sula blushed slightly upon hearing the hint of displeasure in Gu Xian's tone. Good grief. So you think it's too slow, Mr. Leader? Why don't you go ask around who in their right mind could possibly develop nuclear weapons from scratch in just 2 months? Oh, right, Mr. Sula. You mentioned an urgent matter earlier. You haven't told me what it is yet. Oh, it's nothing too urgent, but it concerns your personal safety, Your Excellency. According to intelligence from China, those damned Jews within the Union of Myanmar are likely plotting your assassination in secret. That's precisely why I rushed here to discuss with you, Your Excellency, whether we should enhance the Research Institute's defenses and such. After all, you are the pivotal figure in Kachin's revival. You absolutely cannot suffer even the slightest harm, not even a single hair on your head. Listening to Sula's urgent tone, Gu Xian fell deep in thought. Assassination? How interesting. That does align with Judas's usual modus operandi. If he can't have it, he destroys it. Moreover, his very existence posed a grave threat to both the Union of Myanmar and the Lighthouse Nation. It would be strange indeed if they weren't plotting to eliminate him before he could gain any real power. Even if he remained vigilant, it wouldn't make much difference. After all, how long can you maintain a state of alert? 1 month, 2 months, 3 months. Could it possibly last for years on end? As long as I exist, they will never abandon their plan. A plan to destroy us. Whether in ancient times, the modern era, or the present day, those targeted for assassination have little recourse but to exercise extreme caution, constantly fearing a hidden attack. The fortunate ones. They might live out their lives unscathed, never facing an assassination attempt. But those with bad luck? Sorry. They don't even get a chance to beg for mercy before being instantly killed, ending their lives in utter misery. Speaking of assassinations, the Lighthouse Nation leaves the deepest impression on me. Gu Xian's face showed not a trace of panic, but suddenly recalled the unlucky leaders of the Lighthouse Nation. It could be said that assassinations of Lighthouse Nation leaders were so commonplace they were practically historical norms. The most notorious case involved a modern-era president of the Lighthouse Nation, commonly known by his surname Lin. During a routine patrol, he was taken out cold, no last words, just a hasty exit to meet his beloved god. Beyond that, the number of assassination attempts on the nation's leaders is simply too numerous to count. Among them, just recently, the Lighthouse Nation's presidential candidate, that man with the flamboyant yellow hair, narrowly escaped being shot in the back of the head during a speech. Had he not been habitually shaking his head and making exaggerated gestures during his speech, he too might have joined the ranks of Lighthouse Nation's assassinated presidents in meeting his maker. Who would have thought that not long ago, I was just a lowly ox or horse haggling over a few $1,000 in petty fame? An assassination attempt? What a pipe dream. But I never imagined I'd get a taste of what it feels like to have someone come knocking on your door, ready to take you out. Gu Xian gaped in disbelief. It had only been a few months. And his status had shifted so dramatically? It truly felt like a dream. Leader, why do you look so unconcerned? This is an assassination attempt, a full-scale operation orchestrated by the Union of Myanmar and the Lighthouse Nation. Even with your identity so well concealed, a single misstep could lead to disaster. I am well aware of that. Since I am showing this expression, it means I have countermeasures in place. You need not worry. Moreover, Mr. Sula, you should not only be concerned about my safety. As the Kachin nation's public leader, you should now also carefully consider your own security. As it happens, before the first phase of the nuclear weapons project is completed, I've developed something quite promising based on plasma theory. A new device? Sura followed Gu Xian's gaze and froze in an instant. What on earth was this? In Gu Xian's hand, two small, square objects resembling chips had appeared in his hands. Each was roughly half the size of a palm. Their surfaces were etched with intricate, peculiar patterns, exquisitely detailed. A faint glow emanated from within, an energy he couldn't quite name, yet its presence was undeniable. What is this? Sura's eyes held a hint of confusion as she looked up at Gu Xian, seemingly awaiting his explanation. Think of it like a defensive shield from science fiction novels. Attach this chip to your body surface, calibrate it, and it activates. Should any danger arise in the future, this chip will automatically detect nearby heat-based weapon sources and deploy a plasma defense net over your surface. Bullets, artillery, nothing will be able to harm you in the slightest. To counter close-range cold weapon attacks, besides the auto-detection, I've added a small remote control. Keep it in your pocket when not needed, just activate it when danger strikes. As for duration, based on my testing, it lasts about 3 minutes, plenty of time for the chip's wearer to escape danger. Gu Xian spoke with great enthusiasm, his words brimming with pride. Beside him, Sula listened intently. Chapter 92, Starlight Chip. Commander, how many of these valuable devices do you have? After composing himself, Sula inquired softly. Due to time constraints, this hasn't entered mass production. So far, I've only developed 3 units myself. Each one costs around $500,000 to produce, still pretty cheap, I'd say. Upon hearing this, Sura immediately cut in, exclaiming, cheap? This is practically free. I'd bet anything this little gadget rivals Starlight Potion in effectiveness. A personal plasma shield that activates upon detecting heat sources, capable of withstanding bullets and artillery fire, with a full 3 minutes of continuous defense. My dear leader, don't you realize what this invention of yours truly signifies? Listening to Sula's excited words, Gu Xian had already grasped the gist, but he played along with Sula's line of questioning. What does it represent? It means a powerful talisman for the real world. This is a valuable asset, leader. You yourself have told me that the world's high-ranking officials and nobles fear death above all else. That's precisely why Starlight Potion commands such exorbitant prices to this day. I've even heard on the black market that a single vial can fetch tens of billions, even hundreds of billions. And this chip will absolutely match Starlight Potion's price, it might even surpass it. Sura hadn't stopped talking since the beginning, now spitting saliva everywhere as he grew more and more excited and animated. Her praise flowed non-stop throughout, making even the thick-skinned Gu Xian feel a bit embarrassed. Yet, through Sula's patient and detailed explanation, he began to grasp the implications. Sura meant that his research could not only protect the lives of himself and Kachin State's key officials, but also open up a new, massive source of wealth? Following Sula's train of thought, Gu Xian grew increasingly convinced this venture was worth pursuing. The world's elite truly were each more afraid of death than the next, otherwise, they wouldn't risk their lives and splurge half their fortunes to obtain this starlight elixir. However, the functions and primary focus of this plasma chip were entirely different from the starlight elixir. One focused inward, the other outward. Those wealthy patrons who consumed the starlight elixir might extend their lifespans and restore their physical health, but if confronted with assassination attempts or violent incidents, they would still meet their end. But now, though, my patrons needn't fear, I've developed another marvelous product that will satisfy you all. Gu Xian silently murmured to himself while listening to Sula's relentless pitch. Those high-ranking officials and wealthy individuals who could shell out tens of billions, even hundreds of billions, for the starlight elixir wouldn't bat an eye at spending a little extra on this plasma chip. He could already envision it. Once this chip hit the market, the world's wealthy would likely go mad again, desperately seeking one at any cost. With that thought in mind, Gu Xian immediately began strategizing how to maximize profits from selling the plasma chip. This was a life-saving marvel in critical moments. How could the high-ranking officials and wealthy landlords not want it? No kidding. They'd probably fight tooth and nail for them. Since we've decided to sell it, we might as well give it a name that really stands out. Now that we have something called Starlight Potion, why not rename this plasma shield chip to Starlight Chip too? Bundling them together might boost sales even more. If all else fails, we can simply replicate the auction method used for Starlight Potion. But regardless, such a marvelous product will undoubtedly be in short supply. I must devise ways to maintain substantial profits while ensuring those wealthy landlords are willing to part with their money. After careful consideration, Gu Xian decided the absolute lowest price he could accept with the Starlight chip was $100 million. With a cost of $500,000, selling it for at least $100 million. A profit margin of over 200 times. I'm being way too fair. Gu Xian silently praised himself inwardly. After all, with something this valuable, forget $100 million, even $200 million, $300 million, or even $100 million would have people lining up to buy it. The world is teeming with countless poor people, their numbers are vast and innumerable. But it certainly isn't short on the wealthy either. In today's society, across the entire globe, the rich are getting richer and the poor are getting poorer, with extreme polarization becoming increasingly severe. While those with fortunes exceeding 100 million or even higher make up an extremely small percentage globally, the sheer size of the population means even that low percentage represents a massive number. Therefore, even if the Starlight chip sells for 10 billion, as long as the Kachin state employs effective marketing strategies, there will be no shortage of buyers. Mr. Sula, regarding this plasma shield chip matter, your suggestions and proposals are indeed excellent. After all, our Kachin nation is currently in a phase of rapid development, and we are constantly short on funds. Therefore, we can bundle Starlight Potion with this product for joint sales. The profit margin will be enormous. Gu Xian smiled as he spoke. Therefore, we might allocate a portion of our resources to establish a streamlined production line for this plasma chip in advance. Once our nation completes its nuclear weapons research, we can announce it all at once. Before we develop nuclear weapons, we must be cautious to the extreme. After all, while our prospects are bright, we're still walking a tightrope. One misstep could ruin everything. As the ancient Chinese saying goes, a tree that stands out in the forest is sure to be struck by the wind. Gu Xian remarked calmly. The unexpected windfall from Starlight chips hadn't clouded his judgment. Instead, he remained focused on steering the Kachin nation's ship faster and steadier. The Western powers, led by the Lighthouse Nation and the Jewish groups, now viewed Kachin as a thorn in their side. If Kachin continued to flaunt its arrogance without sufficient self-defense capabilities, recklessly revealing its trump cards, then Gu Xian was certain. The Lighthouse Nation would absolutely lose its patience and launch a full-scale assault on Kachin state. Such strikes would undoubtedly include, but not be limited to, nuclear deterrence or even outright, brazen attacks. For the Lighthouse Nation, the world already has one China. It will never tolerate the emergence of a second. Therefore, if the Kachin state truly unveils the Starlight chip, the Lighthouse Nation will absolutely, without a doubt, intervene. Chapter 93, The Ingenious Applications of the Chip. Upon hearing Gu Xian's words, Sura nodded slightly and murmured, Your Excellency, you are correct. A tree that stands out in the forest is sure to be struck by the wind. Our Kachin nation has now become the primary target of those Western nations. It can be said that if we so blatantly expose our full capabilities, we would likely become the Lighthouse Nation's target for retaliation immediately. Our nation's foundations remain unstable, and we lack the deterrent of nuclear weapons. We must indeed exercise caution. Take the Starlight chip for self-defense. Though I don't know where China obtained this intelligence, it's best to be fully prepared. Although the Burmese Federation's assassination target is me, I suspect that if they get the chance, you, Mr. Sula, will undoubtedly be on their hit list too. Gu Xian patted Sula's shoulder and said with a smile. He concealed certain information in his words, choosing not to reveal it to Sula. China's intelligence source, he surmised, likely stemmed from Burmese Federation operatives sent to China to trace his identity only to be apprehended by Chinese authorities. Logically speaking, the Burmese Federation's spies gathering intelligence in China shouldn't have allowed China to intercept such specific information. At most, China might have learned that the chief scientist within Kachin's internal operations was of Chinese origin. But he never expected China to uncover the Burmese Federation's plot to assassinate him. That was truly unexpected. Truthfully, even if the Myanmar Federation hadn't planned to assassinate me, I would still have developed this thing. After all, working under such a high-profile banner, if anything were to go wrong, this Starlight chip would serve as my final safeguard. Gu Xian murmured to himself, his words brimming with pride. For most people, attaching a Starglow chip would suffice. But he was different. If the Myanmar Federation and the Lighthouse Nation truly went mad, launching an all-out assault against him with reckless abandon, striving with every ounce of strength to destroy him, this Starlight chip would be his final safeguard. A single Starlight chip could withstand ordinary bullets and artillery fire. And with two Starglow chips, their protective power would stack. Even standing directly in the midst of artillery fire, he wouldn't suffer significant damage, though the shockwave impact would be unavoidable. If such a situation truly occurred, the intense shockwave would likely shatter one's internal organs. While the shockwave itself cannot be resisted. If Gu Xian could gain enough reaction time, he could utilize the survival tactics granted by the era reversal system to immediately escape the firing point and secure his safety. While the impact force itself is unavoidable, given more time, he would eventually devise a method to dissipate it. Once this problem is solved, no matter what assassination attempt he faces. As long as he activates the starlight chips covering his entire body, those assassins would probably turn green with envy, wouldn't they? When quantitative changes accumulate to a certain point, they trigger a qualitative leap. This principle applies equally here. 2-star glow chips stacked together can even defend against attacks from small-scale artillery positions. What about 3? What about 4? 10? 50? By then, even if a large missile were to strike, reducing the city where Gu Xian resides to rubble, he would likely remain unscathed. Of course, we can't just consider the impact force and explosive power from artillery and missiles. We also need to factor in the extreme heat and toxic gases that could be released during combustion. These must all be included as considerations for future chip upgrades. Only when the Starlight chip can provide comprehensive, all-around protection for my safety will I feel even slightly at ease. Gu Xian murmured to himself. After exchanging a few more words with Sula, he swiftly departed to prepare for the next phase of nuclear weapons research. It could be said that the initial phase of preparing the nuclear test site and assembling materials and personnel was merely the most fundamental step in the research process. The real challenge lay in materializing the nuclear weapon itself and delivering it via missile launch. This entire sequence was the absolute crux of nuclear bomb research. The principles behind nuclear weapon fabrication could be described as both simple and complex. Of course, this is merely in theory. Although the methods for manufacturing nuclear weapons have long been publicly disclosed, few nations beyond a select handful have ever succeeded in developing them. On one hand, the 5 permanent members of the UN Security Council have joined forces to impose sanctions and containment. On the other hand, the process of manufacturing nuclear weapons is simply too complicated. Recently, many netizens have asked, why haven't any countries successfully built nuclear weapons despite the methods being publicly available? This is the answer. Perhaps we can put it this way, the methods and knowledge required to get into Kyoto University are all in textbooks, yet we don't see a flood of people getting in. Because reading is one thing, but doing is quite another. Eyes, got it. Brain, seems to understand. Hands, what the hell are you two doing just sitting there? The principle of nuclear weapons is based on nuclear fission, essentially a violent explosion occurring within the atomic nucleus. On his way to the nuclear weapons research facility, Gu Xian calmed his mind to ponder the system's explanation of nuclear weapon principles. In technical terms, the atomic nucleus is like a tightly knit microcosm, typically composed of protons and neutrons. In common fissile materials, such as uranium-235 or plutonium-239, harbor immense latent energy. When a high-energy neutron like a bullet traveling at high speed precisely strikes a uranium-235 nucleus, the equilibrium of this stable microcosm is instantly shattered. The nucleus shatters like a violently shaken puzzle, splitting into 2 smaller nuclei while releasing 2 or 3 new neutrons. In this process, mass deficit is converted into a massive release of energy, much like the powerful force unleashed when puzzle pieces scatter. These newly released neutrons, like warriors on a mission, crash wildly through the surrounding matter. If there are enough uranium-235 nuclei nearby, these neutrons are likely to collide with other nuclei, triggering a new round of fission. This cycle repeats itself, allowing the fission reaction to spread like wildfire from a single spark, rapidly escalating into an avalanche-like chain reaction. Therefore, this sufficiently explains why nuclear weapons possess such devastating destructive power. This technology is vastly different from conventional artillery and bombs, with entirely distinct methods of production and underlying principles. Based on the terrifying splitting of nuclear fission, it would be utterly implausible for its destructive force to be anything less than immense. Thus, when knowledge accumulates to a terrifying degree, it becomes the purest form of power in the world. Chapter 94: The Ridiculous Assassination. The sun was high in the sky. The sun hung high in the sky. A month had passed in the blink of an eye. Yet, unusual sounds echoed through the nuclear weapons testing base, a place that should have been utterly silent, where everyone was diligently at work. Listen closely, and you'd recognize it as the unmistakable sound of gunfire. The gunfire persisted without cease, and only gradually ceased after a full minute. Hey, have you had enough shooting? If you're not satisfied, I'll give you my service pistol so you can keep shooting. In the private lounge reserved exclusively for Gu Xian. Gu Xian looked at the man dressed entirely in black, his head tightly wrapped, with an expression of helplessness. He spoke softly. Looking closely, Gu Xian was now enveloped in a faint blue protective barrier. Seated calmly in his chair, he observed the black-clad figure now surrounded by arriving security guards, visibly panicking. How is this possible? Are you some kind of demon? This Desert Eagle is the latest model I spent a fortune tracking down on the black market. Its lethality and penetration are among the best in the world. How could you possibly block it so effortlessly? Are you blind? Look at what's on me. Gu Xian sneered. As expected, the intelligence from China proved accurate. They warned that agents from the Union of Myanmar would attempt an assassination, and here they were. But this Burmese Federation sure moves fast. They tracked us down here in just a month. Impressive. Speak. Who are you? Which country? Who sent you to assassinate me? And what else do you know? Gu Xian asked, eyeing the black-clad man now subdued in the Junyi warrior armor. Heh, I won't. Someone, pry his jaws open. See if he swallowed any poison that'll kill him instantly. Also, activate the signal jammer and seal off all communications from this location. And remove that mask. I want to see if he's from the Union of Myanmar. Upon hearing these words, the man in black froze. Before he could react, a massive metal-clad hand exerted an overwhelming force, prying his jaws open. A finger reached beneath his tongue and extracted a small white pill. Witnessing this scene, Gu Xian raised an eyebrow. I thought I was just guessing, but it turns out I was right. My apologies, sir. Our investigation was inadequate, exposing you to such grave danger. Please punish us. It's fine. No one could have anticipated someone actually crawling through a sewer to assassinate me. So be it. I'm perfectly fine. The priority now is to take this man away for interrogation. Humph. A Jew, huh? Looks like it's definitely the work of the Burmese Federation. The moment the mask was removed, the Western face revealed beneath it bore distinct Jewish features. There was no doubt about it. If this wasn't someone sent by the Jewish faction within the Burmese Federation, he'd eat this table right here. Let out a heavy breath, his eyes bloodshot as he glared at Gu Xian, his voice thick with resentment. Answer my question. What the hell is this thing on your body? How could it block my bullets? These bullets were specially made to take you down enough to bring down an elephant with a single shot. How come you're completely unharmed? This defies logic. Staring at Gu Xian's smiling face, his hair disheveled like a bird's nest, Wright felt as if he'd fallen into an abyss. It's over. If only he hadn't gone solo. He should have brought his partners along. Greed for glory had pushed him to act recklessly. Merely learning the approximate location and appearance of the Kachin Republic's chief scientist had led him to launch this assassination attempt on his own. Now look at this mess. He'd walked right into the lion's den. What the hell do I do now? Damn it, I should have known something was off when I pointed my gun at this Chinese guy and he just kept smiling and chatting normally. If I'd known, I should have run the hell out of there right then and there. Now look at us. I acted rashly without understanding the situation. My hand didn't get hurt, but I sure made a fool of myself. Thinking about it, Lev felt like dying. No, he had already planned to swallow poison if the assassination failed, but he never expected the Chinese man before him to have such piercing eyes. He could tell at a glance that poison was hidden in his mouth. Unfathomable. Little did he know that Gu Xian's insight stemmed entirely from the martial arts and urban novels he'd devoured recently. After exhausting days of research, his mind and body drained, he'd sought solace in these tales to unwind. Little did he expect that the plot twists from those stories would play out in real life. As the saying goes, villains die by talking too much. Here, it was completely reversed. He was the villain who lived because he talked too much. Reflecting on this, Gu Xian couldn't help but chuckle softly. Truly, the world is unpredictable. It's like the big intestine wrapping around the small intestine. Take him away. Interrogate him thoroughly. Use special methods if necessary, but don't drive him to mental collapse or death. After making all the arrangements, Gu Xian watched as Wright was dragged away, still cursing him at the top of his lungs. He shook his head. He hadn't ordered the surrounding soldiers to gag him. Instead, he let him rant freely. Why did this feel somewhat satisfying? Gu Xian tilted his head, pondering it carefully. Could it be that he had some masochistic tendencies? But that wasn't quite it. More likely, he'd grown accustomed to constant praise from those around him. Hearing something different now felt novel. Could it be that I'm just naturally into contrasts? The more Gu Xian thought about it, the more he agreed. At this nuclear weapons research base, though he hadn't revealed his identity as the leader of the Kachin nation, his status as the chief scientist was glaringly obvious. The moment it became clear, it would inevitably inspire awe and deter any reckless behavior. But honestly, it's kind of boring. My take is that getting scolded occasionally feels way more satisfying. Gu Xian mused self-indulgently after reviewing his recent experiences. The real shocker is how unexpectedly this Burmese Federation assassination attempt came. Had I not developed the Starlight chip, I might have fallen into their hands. Thinking back, it still sends shivers down my spine. But now, I need to use this man to uncover exactly how much intelligence the Myanmar Federation has gathered on me, and whether they've discovered Kachin State's secret nuclear weapons research. If they have, that would be a major problem. Though he said this, Gu Xian wasn't overly concerned about the nuclear research base being exposed. Its concealment was exceptionally high. Core facilities were entirely centralized internally, with top-notch security protocols. If it were discovered, it would mean Kachin State's intelligence had long been thoroughly infiltrated by the Lighthouse Nation. Chapter 95, Becoming Acquaintances. As it turned out, Gu Xian's conjecture was indeed correct. So, through prolonged infiltration, they hacked into the Kachin State intelligence network and unexpectedly obtained my identity and location? And beyond that, my true identity and the existence of this nuclear test facility remain completely undisclosed. Yes, Commander. Is it possible he's lying to deceive us? The interrogators used the latest hallucinogenic drugs. No one could withstand them. Therefore, the information this individual provided is virtually impossible to be false. Hearing the reassurance on the other end of the line, Gu Xuanxuan's heart finally settled considerably. Whether he had been targeted for assassination or not was of little consequence. What truly mattered was that the nuclear weapons testing base could not afford even the slightest problem at this critical juncture. This was a critical juncture. Gu Xian could guarantee that within another month, he would have the confidence to complete the research on the full nuclear weapon, not just the atomic bomb, but also the hydrogen bomb, whose destructive power was terrifyingly several times, even dozens of times, more devastating than the atomic bomb. Once the weapons research succeeded, the kingdom of Kachin would leap to become an absolute superpower dominating Southeast Asia. Its deterrent power is absolutely no less than that of China in East Asia. Should it detonate successfully, it would signify that the Kachin state possesses the confidence and trump card to stand firm against any nation without flinching. A full-scale declaration of war by the Union of Myanmar? The lighthouse nation declares all-out war? With nuclear weapons in hand, the world is ours. If you want war, then bring it on. At worst, both sides could nuke the entire landmass into oblivion, or neither would dare deploy such taboo strategic weapons. What? You insist on using them? Then I'm afraid I can't hold back either. My shells aren't for show. Let the world burn. What? You don't know how to use them? Fine. The Sky Curtain system and Tianming tactical tank will teach you a lesson. Once the nuclear bomb is developed, it means we can proceed to the next phase of the plan. You're into assassination, right? Well, the timing couldn't be better. Just when I was itching for an excuse to send troops into your Burmese Federation, here comes the perfect opportunity. Now, unexpectedly, you've practically walked right into our trap. How delightful. Oh, and remind them to gather evidence. The moment nuclear weapons are developed, send the first army to the Burmese Federation and wipe this place off the map. Gu Xian muttered to himself, his eyes cold as ice. Though he was safe now, who could say what tricks the Myanmar Federation might pull next? The best course was to strike first. Those traitors in the Burmese Federation love playing dirty tricks, don't they? Fine. Play your own games. He refused to believe that the moment nuclear weapons were developed, the Burmese Federation would still dare to act so arrogantly. Your Excellency, Lord Sura has instructed me to inquire about the progress of the nuclear weapons research. Tell him everything is proceeding smoothly. Within a month, nuclear weapons will yield groundbreaking results that will strike fear into the hearts of nations worldwide and send shockwaves across the globe. Oh, and extract every lead on other spies from that Jew named Wright. Use this thread to root out every Burmese Federation spy in Kachin State. Otherwise, I won't sleep soundly. Gu Xian murmured softly. This assassination attempt had failed. But this first attempt doesn't mean it will be the last. Where there's a first, there will be a second. Where there's a second, there will be a third, a fourth, and countless more. If I let my guard down, who knows, I might find myself plunging into an abyss. Hot weapons and cold weapons couldn't inflict effective lethal damage on him. But what if they poisoned his food or water? What about chemical toxins? Each method is more insidious than the last, more treacherous than the previous one, utterly impossible to guard against. Gu Xian had no desire to return to his resting place after a day of backbreaking labor only to remain constantly on guard against this threat or that. If this continued, he would inevitably become paranoid, draining his vitality and spirit. For now, it was manageable. The Yuda people hadn't yet discovered the Starlight chip he possessed. Therefore, the next assassination attempt would likely involve conventional weapons, either firearms or cold steel, rather than the insidious tactic of poisoning. While such thoughts might seem overly cautious, better safe than sorry. One must maintain vigilance to avoid unforeseen disasters. A single misstep could spell serious trouble. Since there are currently no effective means to curb assassination attempts, there's no point dwelling on it further. If the problem can't be solved, then eliminate the source of the problem. It must be nipped in the bud, leaving not a shred of hope. Moreover, once we eliminate the Burmese Federation, drive out those damn Jews, and merge the territories, we'll unlock the second stage of the era reversal system. The new technologies that emerge then will undoubtedly include unconventional weapons capable of resolving these very issues. At this thought, Gu Xian's resolve strengthened further. His objective was now crystal clear: develop nuclear weapons and settle the matter once and for all. Drive those damn Jews out of Southeast Asia, then unify the region to forge a brand new empire, a Southeast Asian empire standing tall above the world. Therefore, even if it was solely for Gu Xian's personal ambitions and that inexplicable obsession with power and territory, he would work himself to the bone, pushing himself relentlessly. As long as it didn't kill him, he would work himself to death. He refused to believe that in this month, he couldn't master a mere nuclear weapon. If he truly couldn't master it, he might as well find a block of tofu and smash his head against it. The next phase demands absolute, unwavering focus. Kachin hasn't yet developed advanced AI algorithms, so we're relying solely on conventional calculations. This phase involved meticulously designing the atomic bomb's structure. Through calculations, he must divide the fissile material into multiple segments, each weighing less than the critical mass. At the moment of detonation, precise triggering devices would rapidly fuse these fragments together, exceeding the critical mass threshold. A chain reaction would then erupt in an instant, unleashing enough energy to obliterate an entire city. Every detail in this process demanded flawless precision. There was no room for error. The slightest carelessness. A thunderous explosion would send bodies flying, blowing everyone to smithereens, sending them straight to meet the Grim Reaper. Not even a flicker of pain, just instantly becoming a familiar face. How convenient. Chapter 96, China's Surveillance. Please follow and vote. While the Kachin state researched nuclear weapons under Gu Xian's leadership, China quietly observed from the sidelines. They showed no intention of stopping them, nor any sign of offering assistance. They simply watched, acting as complete bystanders. What is the progress of Kachin's nuclear weapons research? Reporting, preliminary intelligence indicates everything is proceeding smoothly. They appear to have encountered no significant resistance. Can we estimate a rough timeline for their nuclear weapons research reaching completion? Well, that's a bit difficult. However, I just ran a calculation on the artificial AI supercomputer, and it indicates it will take at least another 2 years. 2 years? That's surprisingly fast. This estimate is based on the computer's preliminary assessment of the chief scientist's research capabilities. We shouldn't take this data as absolute, as there are inevitably limitations in artificial intelligence. Old Zhang listened to his subordinate's report and nodded silently. Indeed. While China's most advanced AI data analysis algorithms can be applied across various industries, when it comes to human-centric applications, their performance is truly poor. If Kachin State can develop it within 2 years, then we won't need to intervene. Focus on preparing to align with Kachin Nation's major projects. I hold great promise for these initiatives, particularly the Starlight Elixir. As Zhang spoke these words, a faint smile curved his lips. He admitted he too was deeply intrigued by Starglow Pharmaceuticals. To be precise, almost everyone was captivated by this stuff, right? Combined with daily health maintenance, Starglow Elixir seemed capable of extending life not just by 20 years, but even 30 or 40 years. It wasn't beyond the realm of possibility. Domestic analysis of the Starglow Elixir's liquid revealed it contained an extremely pure and immense amount of energy, completely free of any side effects whatsoever. It seemed designed purely for enhancing the human body. The 3 major benefits touted by the Kingdom of Kachin for the Starlight Elixir are not only entirely real but surpass even those claims. Therefore, he was exceptionally intrigued by the Kachin Kingdom's Starlight Elixir. Oh, Elder Zhang, there's one more matter I haven't had the chance to report to you. Oh? Go ahead. A few days ago, our legitimate intelligence operatives in the Kingdom of Kachin, while coordinating with certain Kachin agents, inadvertently uncovered a piece of information. What information? The chief scientist of Kachin State is suspected to have been assassinated, but his exact whereabouts remain unknown. Upon hearing this, old Zhang could no longer remain seated. He forced his aged body to rise, his voice trembling slightly as he commanded, "Whether it's true or false, you must verify the facts thoroughly. Do not make a single mistake in intelligence. Based on comprehensive intelligence analysis, I am 99% certain that Kachin State's chief scientist is Chinese. Should anything happen to him, the losses would be immense both for China and for Kachin State. Therefore, arrange for the relevant departments to investigate this matter immediately." Old Zhang spoke without pause, only taking a sip of warm water at the end to steady his nerves. It wasn't that he lacked composure. But this news was simply too shocking. The Union of Myanmar had actually targeted the chief scientist of Kachin State, a man of Chinese origin. They must have notified Kachin State beforehand, so why was he still assassinated? If even the slightest harm befell this once-in-a-millennium scientific genius, it wouldn't just affect Kachin State, it would severely hinder the economic and technological progress of China, which had benefited immensely from his contributions. But the incident had already occurred, and no amount of anxiety would change anything. All he could do was silently pray that nothing happened to this Chinese scientist. Understood, old Zhang. I'll go immediately. Oh, and here's a disciplinary report on Tianyuan Technology Company. Could you take a look at it, Mr. Zhang? Hearing this, though anxious over the assassination attempt on Gu Xian, he still took the report and began reading. What he saw shocked him. The various records within left even old Zhang with a helpless chuckle. No wonder they could drive a genius one born only after centuries of struggle from China all the way to Kachin State. The corruption within is truly rotten to the core. This Zhao Yuanjia fellow certainly has some nerve. Embezzling 13.1 billion yuan in state research funds, falsifying accounts, inflating 45 research achievements, and crucially, replacing all state-serving research projects with crony appointments. The institute's structure is bloated beyond belief. This isn't a research company advancing national development, serving the people, or contributing to society. It's a parasite sucking the nation dry, embezzling state assets. Eradicated must be eradicated. No wonder the reform plan for our sixth-generation fighter jet has stalled. Now it's clear, Tianyuan tech was rotting from within. No surprise this proposal came from Gu Xian. But Zhao Yuanjie, director of Tianyuan Research Institute, has stolen all the credit. That bastard really has some nerve daring to swallow such a big fish whole. Well, you've done a splendid job. By the end of his rant, the murderous intent in old Zhang's eyes nearly solidified into tangible form. His assistant, who hadn't yet left, felt a chill run down his spine, his face trembling, visibly clearly terrified by old Zhang's menacing demeanor. Having served as old Zhang's assistant for years, he knew full well that despite being around 80 years old Zhang still possessed a remarkably sturdy constitution. Moreover, this man was a genuine veteran of the battlefield. He had killed foreign devils from over a dozen nations, including the Lighthouse Nation, fought the White Elephants, and commanded legions that devoured Vietnamese forces several times their own size in a single breath. He was a real tough guy, no exaggeration. Pure, unadulterated strength. Seeing that look in his eyes, as old Zhang's assistant, he had not a shred of doubt about the authenticity of that killing intent. This was the real deal, as real as it gets. He even suspected that if he were to fight old Zhang right now, he might not even win. Though this thought was somewhat sacrilegious, it was the undeniable truth. After all, he harbored not a shred of doubt about the formidable combat prowess of the older generation. In that era where every soldier was a master, who among them didn't possess lethal techniques capable of ending a life in an instant? At this thought, he couldn't help but shudder. He didn't linger in the room for long, instead rushing out swiftly. Forget it. Let the old man stew in his cell for a few days. We'll deal with him after this current matter is settled. Old Zhang muttered to himself. Chapter 97, Qi Rui's mission to Kachin Kingdom votes needed. According to Kachin Kingdom's response, their chief scientist is not in mortal danger. Please rest assured, Elder Zhang. Relieved. As long as he's fine. Upon hearing this good news, old Zhang relaxed completely, his expression easing. As long as he's safe. All that worrying in my heart these past days wasn't for nothing. Since everything is fine, we should formally request an interview with their chief scientist on behalf of the Chinese government. There's no need to hide anything, let's be open and above board. After all, we're not doing anything underhanded. Also, inquire whether the Kachin state requires China's assistance in thoroughly purging their domestic pests and spies. That way, at the very least, they won't have to live in constant fear of assassination. Understood, Elder Zhang. I'll proceed immediately. The assistant nodded in acknowledgement, then sprang into action without the slightest hesitation. If the Kachin state agrees, who should conduct this interview? Old Zhang pondered. If they truly agreed, this would be no small matter for China. Diplomatic etiquette and protocol must be handled with utmost care, and then more care to ensure no slight was given. Moreover, the representative's status must be appropriate. Kachin must not feel slighted. Technically, this isn't my purview. I oversee defense and intelligence, but since my old comrade in charge of foreign affairs is unwell, it shouldn't be an issue for me to weigh in. After much deliberation, old Zhang settled on a most suitable candidate. That person was Qi Rui. He was one of China's three foremost diplomats, a true face of the nation. Originally, China had prepared for Qi Rui to focus on recuperating and temporarily step back from the limelight. After all, he had recently been diagnosed with terminal cancer. While it was now possible to cure it at great expense, the irreversible damage to his body made it unlikely he could endure the strain of diplomacy. Yet before this, no one could have imagined that the starlight elixir Qi Rui had consumed during his interview in Kachin State would prove so astonishingly effective. Not only did it extend his lifespan, but it also forcibly reversed his terminal cancer back to a state where his body was completely intact. This left scholars and experts in the domestic medical community utterly stunned. At the time, they declared it impossible. Yet it had happened. It was a fact. Ultimately, a group of senior professors from the medical community came to conduct a special examination on Qi Rui. After confirming there were no issues, they recorded the data, extracted a physical sample from Qi Rui, and returned to diligently pursue their research. To this day, they haven't figured out the mechanism behind it, attributing it solely to the star glow potion. Indeed, let's send diplomat Qi Rui. I recall his physical condition is exceptionally robust now, and he's been actively applying for diplomatic negotiations at the national level, eager to prove himself. This is indeed an opportunity. Diplomat Qi Rui's presence won't tarnish China's reputation, nor will it appear condescending toward Kachin state. Combined with his prior interview experience in Kachin, he's the right choice. Having made up his mind, old Zhang immediately dispatched someone to convey his decision. Now then, if we were to poach the Kachin state's chief scientist, I wonder if that would be feasible. Old Zhang pondered inwardly, the clatter of his mental calculations echoing sharply. Never mind, we'll see when the time comes. It mainly depends on his willingness. If he refuses, I can't force him. If we resort to coercion, it would absolutely shatter relations between Kachin and China. But if he is willing, and if we can negotiate properly with the Kachin kingdom, paying a price would be worth it. After all, this is a genius who could rival the ancient sages, or even surpass them. After conveying his full stance, old Zhang's face betrayed a hint of excitement. However, he couldn't be overly optimistic. What if the Kachin state outright rejected this interview initiative? Then all his plans would come to nothing, like drawing water in a bamboo basket. Ha! China wants to interview me? That's right, Your Excellency. Just moments ago, the Chinese government sent word requesting to send diplomats and journalists to interview you. They say they wish to witness the charisma of Kachin State's chief scientist. What do you say, shall we agree or decline? Sula slipped into Gu Xian's lounge at the nuclear test base and spoke to him slowly. Since China has made this request, we should certainly grant them the courtesy. Otherwise, it would make Kachin State appear utterly devoid of goodwill. Let them interview me, but it must be in a more formal setting. Absolutely no casual interviews here. Your Excellency, you jest. How could we possibly conduct an interview here? Regarding the interview requested by China, we must certainly observe international etiquette and select a formal venue. Sula replied softly, his words brimming with respect. Very well. You handle the arrangements. Notify me once everything is settled. Gu Xian nodded and spoke slowly. Understood, head of state. I'll make the arrangements immediately. After instructing Sula, Gu Xian adjusted the water temperature in the bathtub of the lounge before lowering himself into the tub. Feeling the soothing warmth of the water, Gu Xian felt utterly relaxed and at ease. Just as I expected, Huaxia couldn't hold back any longer and is preparing to make contact with me. This is an opportunity, a perfect chance to step completely out of the shadows and into the spotlight. Otherwise, having to stay behind for everything would be far too dull. Besides, it's become rather inconvenient to operate undercover. It's better to reveal my identity now. Lost in thought, Gu Xian found himself staring blankly ahead. By now, nations across the globe would likely learn through both the Myanmar Federation and China that the Kachin state possessed a chief scientist. But who knew? What these nations would think if they learned he wasn't merely a scientist, but the long-hidden leader behind Kachin state's scenes. A wicked sense of amusement suddenly struck Gu Xian. Such a who should be incredibly interesting. Collapse is inevitable, and it won't be long. When nuclear weapons are finally developed, the voice of Kachin Nation will resound louder than any other across the entire world. A flicker of fervor danced in Gu Xian's eyes. Nuclear weapons research is progressing exceptionally smoothly. And if we're talking about the shortest possible timeline, it would take less than half a month. Chapter 98, Xinhua 16 chapters coming tomorrow. Please keep reading. Kachin State. Kaching City. After months of construction, the capital city envisioned by Sula and Gu Xian was now bursting with new vitality, transforming almost daily. Skyscrapers stood tall. Greenbelts, transportation networks, and water supply systems gradually took shape. To an uninformed observer, it would be impossible to guess that this city belonged to the Kachin state, a nation viewed as impoverished and weak just a year prior. At this very moment, grandiosity had become synonymous with Kachin City. While its overall style still lagged far behind China's metropolises like Shanghai and Beijing, its quality and scale had long surpassed those of ordinary large cities. It was perfectly capable of functioning as an international metropolis. Wow, so this is Kachin City? I remember passing through here ages ago. Compared to now, it's like two completely different cities. Chi-Rui rested his eyes in the car, occasionally opening them to gaze at the city's magnificent spectacle before him, unable to suppress a sigh of awe. Indeed. I never imagined Kachin Nation would possess such boldness, willing to invest enormous costs to build a complete industrial system and city, with budgets reaching trillions, even tens of trillions of dole. I could earn a few $100 million, but if you add $1 billion to that figure, well, at my current salary, I'd have to work from the moment Earth was born until now just to scrape together a few $100 trillion. Seated in the vehicle. Besides Chi-Rui, two other men of equally high standing in China accompanied him. One of them even chuckled and teased Chi-Rui. Ha, what's so great about that? It's just a lot of money. If I had that kind of cash, I could wave my hand and build this entire city too. In my opinion, this Kachin kingdom just got incredibly lucky. They stumbled upon a few minor cutting-edge technologies by accident. Nothing to get excited about. Why are you two holding them in such high regard? The other man, who looked barely 30, suddenly interjected coldly. The moment he finished speaking, Chi-Rui and the middle-aged man flashed displeasure, about to retort. But remembering the man's status and position, they chose to back down. This man was the second son of one of the few individuals standing at the pinnacle of power in China, the big shot in charge of foreign affairs. He had been brought along specifically to broaden his horizons. Those were the exact words of the influential figure himself. How could they dare refuse? Besides, at the time, it seemed like no big deal to them just bringing along a young man. How much trouble could it possibly cause? But from the moment they arrived in the kingdom of Kachin, they began to regret their decision. For no other reason than that the big shot's kid was utterly arrogant. From the airport to the private car ride that brought them here, the young man's mocking remarks never ceased. His words dripped with smugness, as if he were constantly flaunting his status and position. As if terrified anyone might overlook it. Seeing Xinhua and Qirui both silent, Xinhua frowned and asked, "Why aren't you two saying anything? Am I not speaking the truth? The Kachin state has merely developed some so-called starlight potion and a few minor technological advancements in minor domains. Is that really worth all your grand boasting? Let me tell you, they're just putting on airs. It's not worth mentioning at all. Once this hype blows over, the kingdom of Kachin will be back to square one." Listening to Xinhua's incessant chatter, Qirui remained silent, though inwardly he was already venting his frustrations. "Damn it! Sir, what kind of monster have you unleashed on us? And you have the nerve to call the Kachin Republic showing off? Look at yourself. Your tail's practically wagging to the sky. You're strutting around like a complete moron. Xinhua, be careful, walls have ears. Don't forget what the commander told us both, and especially you, before we left. This mission is exceptionally critical. The slightest misstep could spark major conflict between the two nations. I expect you to rein in your temperament and maintain composure." Finally, Qirui couldn't help but speak up. He had to say something. Just look at where this is heading. If something truly went wrong with Xinhua and caused a diplomatic incident, their days of ease would be over. Though higher-ups might spare him punishment, the guilt would nearly consume him. Besides, this diplomatic opportunity was hard-won. It might very well be his swan song in the diplomatic arena. No matter what, he had to pull it off flawlessly. Qirui silently resolved within himself. But beside him, Xinhua instinctively frowned at Qirui's words of reassurance. This old man had so many issues, talked so much, and hadn't even eaten his family's rice. Besides, what was wrong with him? He was just telling it like it was. Why can't he handle the truth? Looks like even after drinking the Starlight Elixir and changing his physical condition, his mental state remains the same. Though she thought this. But bound by his father's last-minute entrustment, Xinhua ultimately curled his lips and said no more. What special mission and task? Isn't it just about recruiting that guy named Gu Xian back to China? How simple a task. Yet these two old men were making such a big deal out of it. It was beyond words. Fine, he'd see how things played out when the time came. Qirui had no idea what was going through Xinhua's mind. But seeing him remain silent as if he understood, Qirui finally patted his chest and breathed a sigh of relief. The other children of this commander were all exceptionally well-spoken and well-mannered, possessing profound cultural refinement. No matter where they went, they would undoubtedly be top-tier talents. How did Xinhua end up being the exception? No refinement. No education. He lacked everything. But what can they do? He just had better luck with his birth. What choice did they have? Just indulge him. Xinhua, I'll quickly go over the precautions with you. Observe more, listen more, speak less. And keep your body language and facial expressions under control. Alright, Uncle Qirui, I got it. You've repeated this countless times on the way. Let's just go inside already. Xinhua responded while yawning, his gaze fixed on the government building ahead. He looked utterly listless. Qirui sighed. Forget it, this kid was hopeless. As long as he didn't cause trouble later, that'd be something. As they spoke, under the arrangements already prepared by the Kachin state authorities, they finally arrived smoothly at a conference room. Chapter 99, the interview begins. Welcome, distinguished guests from China. I am Gu Xian, chief scientist of the Kachin state. As Qirui and his group slowly entered the conference room, they were greeted by Gu Xian, dressed in a formal suit, smiling warmly as he extended a friendly welcome. Gu Xian showed no surprise at the group's arrival, clearly having prepared thoroughly in advance. The only thing that puzzled him was the extremely young man standing at the very edge of the Chinese delegation. HM? Who was this man? If he remembered correctly, this individual wasn't on the diplomatic delegation list Huaxia had provided him. Could it be that he had overlooked him back then, leading to some unexpected complication? Never mind. One more or one less person makes no difference. With that mindset, Gu Xian slowly stepped forward and exchanged a handshake with Qirui, who was seated at the head of the table. During this exchange, he caught the shock and surprise that flashed unconsciously in Qirui's eyes. The chief scientist of Kachin state is indeed Chinese. The intelligence provided by the state was absolutely flawless. And this person looks barely over 20, remarkably young exactly as described in the files, not a shred of falsification. Truly astonishing. Qirui couldn't help but marvel inwardly. To be honest, when he first saw the files, he had strongly doubted Gu Xian's identity and age. After all, he seemed far too young. Even if genius knows no age, he couldn't be this young. You're telling me this young man standing before us who could be my son or even grandson is the esteemed chief scientist of the Kachin nation? Who in the outside world would believe that? People would probably think the speaker was drunk on counterfeit liquor. But this was absolutely, positively happening. As Qirui's mind churned with conflicting thoughts, he remained far from idle in reality. After exchanging pleasantries with Gu Xian and the other Kachin officials present, Chi Ruwei sat down in his chair in the conference room, unable to contain his curiosity any longer. He asked, Mr. Gu Xian, I heard you're from China? Is that true? Absolutely true, without a doubt. Hearing Chi Ruwei address him in fluent Kachin, Gu Xian smiled and responded not in the same language, but in the language of China. As Chi Ruwei heard Gu Xian's exceptionally fluent speech, tinged with a faint southern accent, his eyes lit up. Hey! It's true. The chief scientist of Kachin state before him was genuinely from China. No need for further proof that accent alone was unmistakable, perfectly matching the distinctive dialect of his home province. He'd actually doubted the list earlier. Now it seemed he'd been rather superficial. But hey, as long as the diplomatic mission proceeded smoothly, it didn't really matter. It's just a harmless little thing. Mr. Gu Xian, if I may ask, as your nation's chief research scientist, did you personally oversee the development of Kachin's Sky Dome system, Dawn tactical tank, Rebellion Slayer battle armor, Starlight potion, and bionic combat robot? Though Chi Ruwei was significantly older than Gu Xian, his tone brimmed with respect, even a hint of admiration. Hearing Chi Ruwei's inquiry, Gu Xian was not particularly surprised. He nodded generously and replied, Indeed, these cutting-edge technologies were developed and produced under my leadership. During this period, researching these scientific products consumed all my energy and that of the entire Kachin nation. The process was extremely arduous. But the outcome was worth it. Perseverance paid off, and these technologies transformed from ideals into reality, shaping the Kachin state we have today. I am immensely proud of this achievement. Gu Xian spoke eloquently, his words brimming with passion and reverence for his technological achievements. But Chi Ruwei's heart sank. Sigh. His suspicions had been confirmed. Though Gu Xian hailed from China, his homeland had offered him no tangible support. On the contrary, during his years at the Tianyuan Research Institute, he had been constantly shuffled around and subjected to relentless workplace setbacks. Now in Kachin, he possessed nearly everything he'd been denied in China, including a sense of accomplishment and pride. These things were things China had never given him. It might even sound like turning the tables, but in recent times, while China has indeed lent Kachin state considerable assistance, the enormous profits reaped are truly beyond description. The debt of gratitude is immense. To put it plainly, even Chi Ruwei himself has directly received immense favors from Gu Xian. To put it plainly, Gu Xian was the man who saved this old man's life. Had it not been for the starlight elixir he developed, I'd likely still be lying in bed, enduring the agonizing treatments for terminal cancer. Modern medical technology has advanced tremendously, offering even late-stage cancer patients a chance at recovery. However, first, the process is excruciatingly painful, grueling, and torturous, demanding exceptionally high physical resilience from the patient. Second, its incredibly expensive treatments easily start at millions, tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions of dollars, and there's no guarantee of a cure. Originally, Chi Ruwei had resolved to forego treatment, returning home to passively await the disease's progression and eventual departure from this world. But then came that single vial of starlight elixir. Literally yanked him back from the brink of death. Under these circumstances, if Gu Xian wasn't his savior, what else could he be? He had intended to broach the subject indirectly. But when Chi Ruwei witnessed the profound sense of belonging Gu Xian displayed toward the kingdom of Kachin, he sighed. No need to guess. It was hopeless. This man's attachment to Kachin had reached a certain depth. His convictions wouldn't be swayed by a few words, nor would he follow Chi Ruwei away from Kachin to China. Since that was the case, he might as well withdraw all the enticing offers he prepared. Gu Xian would likely find them beneath him anyway. After all, present-day Kachin state is truly rolling in wealth beyond measure. As long as the Starlight Potion exists, endless riches will flow into Kachin state at every moment. Under these circumstances, what could the Kachin kingdom possibly lack? Money can make the devil grind the millstone, or even grind the devil himself. The so-called generous terms offered by the Huaxia people seemed rather laughable here. Just as Chi Ruwei was about to change the subject, hoping to earn a bit more favor with Gu Xian, a voice suddenly cut through the air, brimming with defiance. Mr. Gu Xian, as a Chinese citizen, don't you feel any shame in abandoning your homeland service to become a chief scientist here instead? Chapter 100, Moral Blackmail? Why do you say that to me? Gu Xian remained composed, calmly observing Qin Hua as he spoke slowly. Isn't that exactly what you're implying? Gu Xian, you were born Chinese. You should dedicate all your talent and passion to building China, not become a complete traitor by using your skills to benefit another country. And now, not only do you comfortably serve as some so-called chief scientist for the Kachin state, but you even dare to accept money in China's technological trade. Have you no conscience? China is the land that gave you life and nurtured you. Everything you have comes from China. In other words, you must harbor not a shred of resistance. You must contribute everything you possess to China without compensation. Take that so-called starlight elixir, you had the audacity to sell it to China for $10 billion a bottle. I ask you, where is your conscience? Now, in the name of China, I command you, from this day forward, you must unconditionally surrender 90% of your ownership rights to Starlight Elixir to China. Furthermore, all Starlight Elixir must be gifted to China free of charge. You are forbidden from selling even a single drop. Failure to comply will be treated as treason and collaboration with the enemy. Gu Xian watched Qin Hua grow increasingly animated as he spoke, his expression turning peculiar. Good grief. This guy must be some lunatic who snuck in from who knows where, running around biting people left and right. Damn it, he's been talking complete nonsense the whole time, spouting nothing but righteousness and morality, all about for China, for the motherland. Even if you're standing on the moral high ground, you don't do it like this. And he still wants to morally blackmail people? Go home and practice for a few hundred more centuries. Though he railed inwardly, Gu Xian turned around, smiled at Qi Rui, and said, Mr. Qi Rui, does this man's opinion represent the official stance of your Chinese government? And demanding 90% ownership of the Starlight Elixir? Are you sure he wasn't drunk when he said that? Hearing Gu Xian's utterly unruffled tone, Qi Rui's heart skipped a beat. This is bad. Damn it, he should never have brought Qin Hua to this meeting, all under the pretense of broadening his horizons. Now look at this mess he'd created. No. This wasn't just messing things up, it was outright challenging the face and dignity of the chief scientist of Kachin State. Sure, he was Chinese. Our people are practically trampling on their pride. Who cares what nationality you are? Moreover, if the Kachin officials nearby understood the meaning of Qin Hua's Chinese words, he had no doubt they would immediately summon the Kachin army. They might even summon every patrol squadron in Kachin City, those wearing the traitor-slaying battle armor. And then surround them so tightly they couldn't move an inch. Let me tell you this, you're a Chinese man in life and a Chinese ghost in death. You'd better change that attitude of yours. Do you know who my father is? Look at you, you beggar. Let me tell you this, my father is one of the most powerful men in China, standing at the pinnacle of its power. If you keep acting so clueless, I guarantee that once you come back to China with me, even if I break every bone in your body, no one will say a word. If you know what's good for you, apologize immediately and hand over whatever Sky Curtain System, Tianming Tactical Tank, and Starlight Elixir you have. If you do that, I might be in a better mood and spare your life. I can even guarantee no one will dare cross you while you live in China. Qin Hua's mouth kept running non-stop, finally pushing Qi Rui to his limit. Forget diplomatic etiquette or bilateral relations. He swung his palm out, delivering a hard slap to Qin Hua, who hadn't seen it coming. Smack! The force was so great. Echoed clearly throughout the conference room. The Kachin officials beside Gu Xian stared wide-eyed, utterly bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Your Excellency, why is the Chinese delegation suddenly fighting amongst themselves? Exactly. That young man over there hadn't stopped talking a moment ago. I didn't catch what he was saying, but he must have been praising your scientific prowess and extraordinary talent, head of state. Why did that other Chinese man strike him out of nowhere? Hearing the Kachin officials' questions, Gu Xian gave them a smile and said nothing more. After all, he couldn't very well repeat the exact words to them, could he? If he did, wouldn't these hot-headed fellows immediately start a fight with the Chinese diplomatic delegation right before their eyes? If that happened, the chaos would be too much to handle. Qi Rui, how dare you hit me? Could there possibly be a single flaw in what I said? I never imagined you'd disregard everything for an outsider, humiliating me in front of everyone like this. Just wait. When I get back, I'll demand my father. Shut your mouth, you fool. Qi Rui's expression turned icy cold. The earlier benevolence vanished, replaced by words that sent a chill down one's spine. What did you call me? You fool. Is what I said not clear enough? You've brought shame upon us overseas. I never imagined you'd be so pathetic, constantly spouting about how your father is this and that. Just admit it, without your father, you're nothing. Mr. Gu Xian may be Chinese, but I have no right to criticize his choices or interfere rashly. Yet here you are, you fool, constantly wielding the authority of the Chinese government to intimidate others. You even threaten and bully people right in front of our diplomatic delegation. What, are you in such a hurry to die? Qi Rui showed Qin Hua not an ounce of courtesy, berating him loudly right in front of Gu Xian. Enough, Mr. Qi Rui. I take no offense at his words. After all, what adult would get angry at a child with such immature ideas? Why don't we discuss the deeper, comprehensive cooperation between our two nations? Wouldn't that be a win-win for both sides? As for today's incident, rest assured I guarantee the Kingdom of Kachin will not pursue any charges. Gu Xian spoke softly, yet the contempt in his eyes as he looked at Qin Hua was utterly unmasked. A surge of inexplicable rage welled up within Qin Hua. Bastard! How dare you look down on me like this? Chapter 101, The Terrifying Accumulation of Wealth. That concludes my requests and cooperation proposals. How does your country feel about them? Mr. Gu Xian, I have conveyed your proposal directly to our Huaxiao leadership. They have indicated full acceptance. After all, this collaboration represents mutual benefit with immense potential gains. We are delighted beyond measure. How could we possibly raise objections? That's good. I'm relieved to hear that. Gu Xian nodded and offered Qi Rui a friendly smile. However, I have one more request that requires your country's assistance. Please speak freely. Whatever is within China's capacity, we will certainly extend assistance to the Kachin state. After gathering his documents, Qi Rui looked at Gu Xian with a hint of respect in his tone. What request might Gu Xian make? Could it be about sanctioning Qin Hua, who had already been imprisoned? If that were the case, things would indeed become rather complicated. After all, no matter how unsavory Qin Hua might be, he was still the second son of that powerful figure in China. Arbitrary punishment could easily provoke the displeasure of that influential person. But if they refused, Qi Rui felt uneasy. He feared that Gu Xian, who had previously been so amiable and enthusiastic about Huaxia's cooperation proposal, might suddenly change his tune, showing no regard for the goodwill built during their negotiations. I thought that after surviving terminal cancer, nothing in this life could make me hate anything anymore. But I truly never imagined that one day I'd be put through such a spectacle. Now I'm truly stuck between a rock and a hard place. If I make a fool of myself, so be it. I'm nearly retirement age anyway. At worst, I'll find some secluded paradise to hide away in, out of sight, out of mind. But now, who could tell me how to hide? This concerns major bilateral cooperation and development. If he were to disappear, the consequences would be disastrous. If only last night's dream and had seen this scene, he would have done everything in his power to stop that fool Qin Hua from coming along. Not a single decent word came out of his mouth the entire time. He kept wielding China like a weapon, making it seem like China was Qin Hua's personal fiefdom. Utterly despicable. But if that big shot back in China found out his son had caused such a huge mess, who knows how furious and enraged he'd be. While he might not go so far as to kill his own son, severe punishment would undoubtedly follow. At this thought, Qi Rui's frown eased. After all, where there's a will, there's a way. It's not such a big deal. Isn't the United Nations holding its regular session in 20 days? I hope that by then, your country can secure a seat for us, the Kachin nation. After all, as you know, Mr. Qi Rui, our nation's current situation is incredibly awkward. To become a truly sovereign state, the foremost step is gaining recognition from the United Nations. With that recognition, our future actions on the international stage would naturally carry far fewer constraints. Gu Xian adjusted his tone and continued, should Kachin state secure a UN seat, we are willing to gift your nation 50 bottles of Starlight Elixir free of charge before commencing trade with you. As Gu Xian finished his sentence, Qi Rui couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. Holy! Is this even human? 50 entire bottles of Starlight Potion at 30 billion dole per bottle, that amounts to 150 billion dole. Converted to renminbi, that would be unthinkable. I absolutely couldn't fathom it. For the Kachin state to be so extravagant over a single seat? This is absolutely skyrocketing. Qi Rui felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. Though the Kachin state offered 50 bottles of Starlight Potion instead of actual cash. But with Huaxia's terrifying internal consumption power and connections, converting Starlight Potions into cash would be a matter of minutes. In truth, converting them into cash would be the least profitable deal. 50 bottles of Starlight Potion represented 50 human lives. If used wisely, the benefits gained would far outweigh the monetary value. And all it takes is for Huaxia to help Kachin secure a seat at the United Nations regular session in 20 days. This deal is simply too good to pass up. However, the pressure from the lighthouse nation and its entrenched privileges make implementation exceedingly difficult. Nevertheless, it's still worth a shot. Success would mean huge profits, and even if it failed, China wouldn't suffer any real losses. As if reading Qi Rui's thoughts, Gu Xian said, Mr. Qi Rui, do not worry. As long as China raises this topic during the regular conference, our Kachin state has absolute confidence in securing the lighthouse nation's approval for this deal. May I ask, Mr. Gu Xian, why do you appear so confident? That involves state secrets, but you will understand everything in due course, Mr. Qi Rui. So, regarding my request, does your nation agree or disagree? Mr. Gu Xian, you jest. How could China possibly refuse such a minor favor? To put it plainly, we'd be delighted to oblige. Hearing Qi Rui's assurance, Gu Xian nodded with relief. He smiled, extended his hand toward Qi Rui, and murmured softly, then, Mr. Qi Rui, shall we wish our two nations a fruitful collaboration? Happy cooperation. Qi Rui, with a hint of excitement, reached out and grasped Gu Xian's hand. As the words came to a close, he seemed to recall something and hurriedly addressed Gu Xian urgently. Oh, Mr. Gu Xian, regarding the member of our diplomatic delegation who spoke disrespectfully to you during this mission, I assure you on behalf of the Chinese government that we will handle this matter with the utmost seriousness and see it through to the end. I trust your nation's assurance, but to be honest, I haven't given that clown a second thought. Please rest assured, Mr. Qi Rui. After all, what I said earlier was sincere. Gu Xian took a sip of water before speaking. Upon hearing Gu Xian's sincere words, Qi Rui's heart finally settled. It was good that no grudges were held, but no matter how magnanimous Mr. Gu Xian appeared before him, the Chinese side must still make a gesture. Otherwise, should such an awkward incident occur again in the future, it would be tantamount to severing the foundation of cooperation between the two nations. Damn you, Jinhua. Just you wait, the punishment China will dish out to you won't be as light as you imagine, even if you're one of our own. After Qi Rui departed, Gu Xian saw them off and, glancing at the intelligence footage displayed on his laptop, smiled faintly. Joining the United Nations. The trump card he mentioned was undoubtedly the nascent, taboo-level superweapon. Chapter 102, The Myanmar Federation's Wrath. Myanmar Federation. All the undercover agents we sent to infiltrate the Kachin state have gone missing? Are you lot just eating your paychecks? I could understand one or two going missing, but you're panting as you tell me that now all our dozens of hidden lines, thousands of undercover agents, have been eliminated by the Kachin state government. Araki's face was ashen, his eyes wide as he glared at the intelligence courier before him, his voice thick with rage. The loss was too great, far too great. These thousands of undercover agents were painstakingly infiltrated into Kachin with the support of Lighthouse Nation, using every possible method. But now? Gone. All gone? It's like throwing money down the drain. If these agents had died for a worthwhile cause, he might have reluctantly accepted it. After all, the reason he planted so many spies in Kachin was to gather intelligence and seize the perfect moment to swallow the entire region whole. But now? Their deaths were utterly worthless. What did that signify? It meant the enormous human, material, and financial resources expended on this mission had vanished into thin air. To put it more bluntly, if the Kachin state authorities gained knowledge of the Burmese Federation's planned operations within their territory, it would provide them with a perfect pretext to deploy forces against the Federation. They would no longer need to worry about acting without legitimate justification. Although not long ago, the Myanmar government had just signed a 3-year non-aggression ceasefire agreement with the Kachin state, it now appears riddled with loopholes. Should the Kachin state obtain concrete evidence of the actions taken by Burmese federal spies, the provisions of the ceasefire agreement would become virtually null and void, exerting no restraining effect whatsoever on the Kachin forces. If only we'd stop those spies from acting on their own. Now look, they're all finished. Fortunately, even if the Kachin state discovers our Jewish group's premeditated plans, they certainly won't dare take action against us. After all, I have the Lighthouse Nation backing me. If pushed to the brink, we'll deploy nuclear weapons, no one will come out unscathed. Araki's heart hardened. If the Kachin state truly relied on its formidable land forces to attack them without regard for military ethics or consequences, then this time, retreat was absolutely out of the question. To retreat now, it would mean all the preparations meticulously planned by the Union of Myanmar over the years would be utterly wasted, reduced to nothingness. After all, the current Middle East situation is extremely tense. Even with the Lighthouse Nation fully backing the Jewish state, it appears quite flustered when facing the covert alliance of so many Middle Eastern nations with China and Russia. While they may stabilize the local situation, the possibility of complete deterioration cannot be ruled out. Should this occur, the Myanmar Federation, painstakingly cultivated by the Jewish people, would become their entire nation's last hope. Otherwise, they would have no choice but to retreat to the homeland of the United States or select a nation in South America to slowly infiltrate once more. Yet time waits for no one. The urgency is truly extraordinary. Should they abandon the Burmese Federation as their stronghold? Even if the Lighthouse Nation were to commit all its resources at any cost, it would struggle to contain the development of China and the Kachin state. At that point, half of Asia would fall entirely within the security sphere of influence of China and Kachin state. Without the support of Southeast and South Asia, the blockade imposed by the South Korean and Taiwanese regimes would be utterly ineffective. On the contrary, these regimes would become vulnerable to backlash from China's sphere of influence, potentially dragging the United States and their Jewish American groups into the fallout. In such a scenario, the United States and their Jewish dream of global hegemony would be utterly shattered without a trace. This is utterly unacceptable to Al-Arabi. Regardless, even if Kachin state pushes us to the brink, the Union of Myanmar must never retreat. But in this misfortune, there is one silver lining. Thankfully, Kachin state possesses no nuclear weapons. Otherwise, that would truly be a headache-inducing catastrophe of epic proportions. A lackey muttered to himself. His gaze drifted to the calendar, and he suddenly slapped his forehead. I feel like I've forgotten something. Oh right, today is the UN's regular session. Though it convenes every few months, nothing particularly remarkable about that. But today's meeting is different. China, as a permanent member, is actually vouching for Kachin state. Trying to secure them a seat at the United Nations? Absurd! The Kachin state is delusional, thinking they can vie for a seat. Go eat. As long as you haven't joined the UN, you're not a fully sovereign nation in name. When the time comes, we'll just start over-penetrating your Kachin state from within, bit by bit. Eventually, we'll overthrow you. That will be our moment, the Jews. It's a delightful thought. Though the situation has slipped somewhat out of control, thankfully it hasn't veered completely off course. Enough of that. Let's focus on the live broadcast. I'm curious to see how China will assist Kachin in securing that so-called seat. You all go ahead with your preparations. When the time comes, the Judah group can simply invoke the Lighthouse Nation's veto power. No matter how many tricks you pull, they'll be utterly useless. At this thought, Araki could no longer suppress the expression tugging at his lips, forcing them upward in a grim smile. It was unbearable. This phase was unbearably painful. Day after day, not a single shred of good news arrived, leaving even this old man feeling restless. Now, finally, an opportunity had presented itself to witness the Kachin state in China in an awkward stalemate. He intended to savor it. However, the moment Araki logged into the UN's internal channel, before the image even appeared, the voice had already reached him. You Beacon Nation needn't rush to wield your so-called veto power. Today, I shall address the matter properly before the eyes of the entire world. This land of Burma has always been the homeland of Southeast Asian peoples. Since when did you Beacon nations and Jewish people get the right to point fingers and dictate terms? Let me tell you, you bastards, this is blatant banditry. Such actions, whether you're seizing sovereignty and land in the Middle East or here in Southeast Asia, deserve universal condemnation. What the hell is going on? Chapter 103, The UN's Outrage. Alec stared dumbfounded at the computer screen, where Sula relentlessly denounced the Lighthouse Nation's myriad crimes. His mind went blank. Wait. What the hell is going on? Get a grip, this is a UN meeting, after all. Even if it's not a major session, it's still being broadcast live to the entire world. Who would have thought Kachin would just start cursing like that? Are you kidding me? What the Lighthouse Nation and their Jewish allies do behind closed doors, I know it, you know it, others know it too. But until now, no one had ever openly ranted about it in front of world leaders. Why? To play by the rules. But now, not only is Alaki stunned, even the representatives from other nations at the regular meeting are gaping in disbelief. Only a handful of more composed delegates sit back, fully enjoying the spectacle. Easy to criticize. It's satisfying to vent. It had been ages since anyone publicly berated the Lighthouse Nation, and this tirade struck right at their core. Over half the nations present had endured no shortage of suppression and humiliation from the Lighthouse Nation in the past. Yet constrained by their own capabilities and lack of influence, they had all remained silent. Now that someone has finally stood up for them, and they felt like all the pent-up frustration they'd been holding and suddenly flowed freely. What a relief. So damn satisfying. Hell, it feels so damn good. How long had it been since they'd heard such satisfying curses? Except for the Western nations' representatives and the US delegate whose face had turned the color of liver, every other country's delegate's eyes flickered with unusual excitement, silently cheering for the Kachin state in their hearts. Well said. Keep it up. I'm not talking about your Lighthouse Nation specifically, but internationally, under the banner of world police, you run amok everywhere, completely disregarding others' feelings, practicing hegemony, forcing sales, plundering resources. Don't you do enough of that already? Do whatever you want, but please, when you do it, don't put on that righteous facade. It's sickening. The most fair and democratic country in the world, my ass. You're nothing but a bunch of bloodthirsty, flesh-eating creatures in human skin. Don't think your Lighthouse Nation's veto power keeps us Kachin out of the UN, denying us a seat at the table. But mark my words, Lighthouse Nation, you will pay a bitter price for your bullying ways, sooner or later. Sula, shedding his usual refined demeanor, stood at the temporary podium and unleashed a torrent of abuse at the representative of the Lighthouse Nation. This completely shattered the perception other nations' representatives had held of the Kachin leader, Sula. Dude. This is just outrageous. But it must be said, seeing the usually domineering Lighthouse Nation wear such an ugly expression was truly a pleasure. Delegates from various nations, especially those from the Middle East, could no longer contain their suppressed laughter. They burst into unrestrained, loud laughter, completely disregarding the formality of the occasion. Damn it! Lighthouse Nation, look at you now. Meanwhile, the Lighthouse Nation's representative, his face twisted into an expression of utter disgust, could no longer contain himself. He paid no heed to the rule that only the applicant nation, Kachin, was permitted to speak at this moment, and that representatives from other nations were forbidden from interrupting. He abruptly stood up and shouted, Chief Sula, I urge you to think carefully about every word you speak today. Your remarks amount to nothing less than defamation, slander, and blatant wishful thinking. The Lighthouse Nation conducts itself with integrity and transparency. We have never stooped to bullying smaller nations or pursuing hegemonic ambitions. Oh yes. You're absolutely right. Delegates from other nations watched the Lighthouse Nation representative, his face radiating righteous indignation, and inwardly scoffed wildly. At this point, he still dared to make excuses? He must have no shame or sense of embarrassment. If the Lighthouse Nation stopped bullying smaller countries and became a law-abiding good nation, that would be more absurd than Louis XVI of Gaul still walking around with his head intact today. They'd sooner believe the Lighthouse Nation would declare war on the world and plunder resources with even greater impunity than they'd believe it would act with integrity. Let me reiterate, Chief Sura of Kachin State's remarks are utterly devoid of factual basis. I have reason to suspect his grievances stem from our nation's legitimate exercise of permanent member powers, prompting him to make reckless slanderous accusations. Therefore, I propose expelling Chief Sura from this chamber immediately. Furthermore, Kachin State shall be permanently barred from obtaining any seat within the United Nations. They shall never set foot through its doors again. Sula listened to the Lighthouse Nation representative's furious outburst, his expression remaining largely unchanged, still maintaining that same calm demeanor. He seemed utterly indifferent to the proposal put forth by the Lighthouse Nation representative. His "so what" attitude nearly made the Lighthouse Nation representative choke on his own breath. Unbelievable. Utterly outrageous. Outrageous enough to open the door for outrageousness itself. He never imagined that Kachin would act like a rabid dog today, relentlessly attacking the Lighthouse Nation. Absolutely shameless. And he couldn't even say anything too harsh, lest he accidentally set off the mad dog of Kachin State again, exposing every last dirty secret of the Lighthouse Nation. He knew his own people's affairs well. And he knew full well that every single thing Sula was saying about their Lighthouse Nation in the United Nations was absolutely true. In fact, in some respects, it was even slightly understated. But, to uphold the absolute supremacy of the Lighthouse Nation, he had no choice but to step forward and refute every single word uttered by this leader Sura. If he chose to remain silent, his career would be over. No! After this meeting concludes, the Lighthouse Nation must retaliate against the Kachin Nation. They must pay an excruciatingly painful price. This will serve as a deterrent, warning those nations to keep their mouths shut. Words that should not be spoken must not be spoken carelessly. Not a single soul in the entire hall dared to speak up in response to the Lighthouse Nation's representative's words. Not even the smaller nations aligned with the Lighthouse Nation. Are you kidding me? Who in their right mind would dare meddle in the feud between Kachin State and the Lighthouse Nation at this juncture? Unless they've completely lost their marbles. In the end, only the representative from China rose slowly, his gaze toward the Lighthouse Nation's delegate tinged with a hint of schadenfreude. Ladies and gentlemen, it would be prudent to postpone discussion of Kachin State's UN membership application until 3 days hence. Given the current state of the Lighthouse Nation's delegation, we ought to show some consideration. I believe it would be prudent to reconvene once the Lighthouse Nation's delegate has regained composure and stabilized their state of mind. What are your thoughts on this? Chapter 104, what kind of hellish joke is this? After the UN meeting concluded, Schmidt stormed back to his quarters, slamming the documents he held onto the desk with a loud clatter. Those bastards from Kachin and China, they had the nerve to humiliate me in front of everyone. They must be tired of living. It seems the plan to eliminate the Kachin State regime must be accelerated. I had intended to give them more time, but now it appears utterly unnecessary. The plan must be accelerated. If things continue like this, the prestige of our Lighthouse Nation will be utterly destroyed. And those Western nations? Utterly unreasonable. Do they take such pleasure in hiding and lurking? Even the representatives from South Korea and North Korea are sitting there smirking. Just you wait, sooner or later, I'll make you pay for every single one of you. I'll prove with facts that the authority of my Lighthouse Nation is not to be challenged lightly. Schmidt declared furiously. How long has it been? How long? Before this, their beacon nation had been the absolute dominant power in the world. Aside from that tiny China that could barely hold its own against them, which other nation dared not bow down obediently before their beacon nation? And now look at this mess. Those petty nations led by Kachin have grown bold, daring to seize advantages while the United States and China are locked in a struggle. It's like lighting a lamp in a cesspool asking for death. Unforgivable. Utterly unforgivable. Schmidt grew angrier the more he thought about it. No. I absolutely cannot give the Kachin State or China a moment's respite over these 3 days. We must seize every opportunity and nip this threat in the bud. I refuse to believe the Jewish lobby would allow Kachin to join the UN. If they oppose it, then this time we must unite and kick Kachin out first. Otherwise, not only will those damned Judahists see their interests compromised, but the Lighthouse Nation's plan to blockade China using its geopolitical advantage will be shattered overnight. After all, Kachin's recent economic development, industrial construction, and scientific achievements have advanced at breakneck speed, as if powered by cheat codes, solidifying its dominance over Southeast Asia. Schmidt grew increasingly alarmed as he pondered this. How long has it even been? For Kachin State to single-handedly withstand the pressure from the Union of Myanmar, the Lighthouse Nation, the Judas faction, and surrounding nations to grow to this extent, it defies all logic. Even from today's perspective, Schmidt couldn't fathom how the Union of Myanmar could possibly lose. Kachin's growth potential is too immense. Now, within the Lighthouse Nation, aside from the Jewish group, the vast influence of the Yangtze people has also begun to view Kachin as a thorn in their side, ready to take action at any moment. Given this, why not act as an intermediary between the two factions? Facilitate genuine unity between them to eliminate Kachin State first. Even if we don't go all out to destroy it, we must at least make their lives miserable within these 3 days. After weighing all options, just as Schmidt began preparing to push open the door, A group of representatives appeared at his door, standing there in a hurry, as if they had been waiting for him. "What are you doing?" Schmidt's face darkened as he surveyed the dozen or so representatives before him, the Gallic rooster, the bull, the southern stick, the foot basin chicken, and others, his voice turning cold. In his view, these representatives from various nations were playing the role of armchair critics, arriving at his doorstep to beg for forgiveness. "If you don't eat sour pickles. If you knew it would come to this, why did you all hide like turtles back then? Why did you let me take all the blame while you sat there watching the show?" Just as Schmidt cleared his throat, posturing to deliver a stern rebuke, before he could say much more, a bolt of thunderous news struck his ears like a bolt from the blue. "Mr. Schmidt, we have a major crisis." Shortly after the meeting concluded, the Kachin state unilaterally announced it will conduct a nuclear weapons launch test in 48 hours. They plan to launch 2 missiles, 1 atomic bomb and 1 hydrogen bomb, from a wilderness area within Kachin state. Moreover, according to Kachin leader Sula, they plan to livestream this test across major global internet platforms, inviting all nations and factions worldwide to witness this event. They even stated that ordinary netizens will be able to watch the entire broadcast. Within 5 minutes of the news breaking, it instantly flooded the trending topics across major platforms. Nations worldwide have convened emergency meetings to discuss this matter. Now that things have escalated to this point, what the hell are we supposed to do? As representatives from various nations bombarded him with frantic questions, he felt as though his skull had been struck by a heavy object, his entire body buzzing with disorientation. Kachin state testing nuclear weapons? This is pure fantasy, right? At most, it's been a year since Kachin broke away from Burma. And now you're telling me that in such a short time, after developing all these cutting-edge technologies, they've suddenly pulled off nuclear weapons? What kind of hellish joke is this? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Schmidt muttered to himself, his expression thick with disbelief. But his subconscious whispered that this might very well be true. After all, since its founding, the Kachin state had never once fired a blank shot. China. At the highest level meeting, old Zhang's eyelid twitched as he studied the Kachin state announcement. A nuclear test in 48 hours? He finally understood why the Kachin state was so confident about joining the United Nations and securing a seat. It turned out, they truly held a trump card. And what a trump card it was, staging this spectacle that had even China trembling. As far as I know, from the time Kachin began constructing its nuclear test site until now, it hasn't even been 2 full months. An elderly man remarked in a tone laced with disbelief. To be precise, it will be exactly 2 months in 2 days' time. Old Zhang observed the shock in everyone's eyes, shaking his head with a bitter smile. As he finished speaking, even the man seated in his chair revealed a look of astonishment in his eyes. 2 months. What kind of godly speed is this? It was utterly unbelievable. So, what should we do now? What else can we do? This isn't bad news for us. Just sit tight. The ones fretting now are the Lighthouse Nation and the Union of Myanmar. True. Why bother? Let's just sit back and enjoy the show. Chapter 105, Global Panic, World-Shaking Shock. The United States. Inside the White House conference room, the usually relaxed and cheerful atmosphere had inexplicably been replaced by a heavy gloom. Every government official in the Lighthouse Nation rushed toward the central conference room as if something monumental had occurred. The atmosphere was oppressively heavy, almost suffocating. Come on, I really don't want to repeat myself. How come our intelligence-gathering capabilities have been so severely compromised up to this point? Kachin Nation is preparing to test fire atomic and hydrogen bombs, yet our intelligence agencies are still stuck at the most basic level of understanding about them. This is useless. And you intelligence representatives, stop looking at each other like you're passing the buck. Damn it, stop playing the blame game. None of you are getting off scot-free. They must be punished. The blond middle-aged man's chest heaved violently as he spoke with a dark, vicious expression. If he had managed to maintain a semblance of composure before, he was now utterly unable to sit still. After all, no matter how formidable the scientific weapons and starlight potions developed by the Kachin Kingdom had been in the past, they still lacked the overwhelming deterrent power of nuclear weapons. But now, it was completely, utterly different. With Kachin already possessing such formidable military capabilities, backed by the support of China, this combination was already extremely difficult to handle. But now, with the addition of a third party's assistance, namely the emergence of nuclear weapons, how is this any different from a bolt from the blue? It can be said that, from this moment onward, the Kachin state will truly become a dominant superpower in Southeast Asia. A nation that calls the shots. Even if the Lighthouse Nation intervenes, it won't be enough. The Kachin state now fears nothing. Behind the scenes, China might be gleefully watching our downfall. Hold on, could it be that Kachin developed nuclear weapons precisely because China is backing them, supplying the technology? Otherwise, I simply can't explain how Kachin suddenly mastered this nuclear capability in such an incredibly short time frame. What do you all think? Without China's backing, would you believe this? I certainly don't. As the head of the intelligence agency of the Beacon Nation, I acknowledge our intelligence capabilities in Kachin's surveillance and collection are indeed lacking penetration in this area. But China has established a complete system. If it turns out China secretly supplied the technology for Kachin's nuclear weapons, I fear that once we reveal the truth, China will instantly become the target of global condemnation. Kachin will be dragged into it too. We must exert strong pressure. Otherwise, if this continues, the consequences could be extremely severe. The intelligence chief, dressed in an immaculately clean shirt and suit, leaned his hands on the table and spoke with grave solemnity. As his words fell, Naz, who had been listening nearby, also wore a contemplative expression. Indeed, the head of the intelligence department had a point. China and Kachin State had become unavoidable stumbling blocks to the lighthouse nation's quest for global dominance. These obstacles were growing stronger by the day. If left unchecked, disaster was inevitable. A major incident had already occurred. This time, the lighthouse nation absolutely cannot sit idly by and wait for disaster. They must take decisive action. These measures must serve as a deterrent to all vermin, a declaration that the lighthouse nation's influence still lingers. Who dares to provoke the tiger? Given the situation, Minister of Intelligence, you are correct. But the question is, how do we impose sanctions? How do we act to contain, or even eliminate, both China and the Kachin State? Now, let us hear what this distinguished guest has to say. Hearing this, the intelligence minister cursed inwardly. Damn it, I was just venting a symbolic gesture of support. Why did you take it seriously? Not only did he take it seriously, he was now demanding with righteous indignation that he present some so-called proposal. If he could, he'd smack this blonde freak flat right here. Kachin and China had already acquired heavy weaponry. Combined, their current economic and military strength was such that, frankly, even the United States couldn't confidently claim victory over both nations on a conventional battlefield, much less some minor skirmishes. And he couldn't push the message too far. Otherwise, they hadn't seen China's hidden 7 aircraft carriers and the terrifying integrated might of its vast navy and air force. That sheer power was enough to make any nation's scalp crawl. Then there's the Kachin State. Even their own military experts have deemed this nation unbeatable in land warfare. After all, even the most naive observer could grasp that. The Kachin State's Tianming tactical tanks, Tianmu systems, and other advanced technologies are designed purely for land warfare. They're simply meant to dominate the battlefield. There's not a shred of nuance or technical sophistication to it. From start to finish, it's pure, unadulterated, brutal force, a crushing display of raw power. Don't believe me? Well then, if you don't believe it, just look at the other neighbors bordering Kachin State. One by one, they've been beaten to a pulp. Thailand and Cambodia didn't even get a taste of the Tianming tactical tank developed by Kachin State. Nearly a few thousand troops clad in Junyi battle armor stormed their capitals without mercy. They were laid bare before Kachin, utterly exposed. As for the other 3 nations? Ha! They fared even worse, so badly it defies description. The combined million-strong army was utterly crushed by the Kachin State forces, left in tatters. With the combined fighting power of China and the Kachin State, who could possibly stand against them? No one. Absolutely none. And now, expecting him to find a solution? That's clearly asking the impossible. The head of the intelligence department thought to himself. But when he turned and saw the equally troubled expression on the face of the elderly Jewish delegation representative, his eyes darted. Hey! Got it! Why make things hard for myself when I can make them hard for someone else? Sir, rather than burdening me, a complete layman, with this problem, why not seek everyone's opinion? Among them, I believe this gentleman's words carry considerable weight. Hearing the intelligence department's subtle hint, the elderly Jewish representative lifted his eyelids, his lips moving slightly. Chapter 106, The Mystery of Kachin. In my view, our lighthouse nation already faces a military disadvantage when China and Kachin State join forces. Given this premise, it would be sheer folly to persist in confrontation with them. The elder remarked calmly. Though he was reluctant to admit it, the lighthouse nation's military strength had indeed significantly declined. It wasn't so much a decline as, but rather that Kachin had grown exceptionally formidable, advancing at an astonishing pace. Coupled with China's profoundly concealed capabilities, the culmination of this combined assault centered on Kachin's nuclear weapons testing would leave anyone stunned for a very long time. Under my proposal, why not leverage our lighthouse nation's unique ideology to influence the domestic policies of both nations? Seize this opportunity to erode Kachin and China's will to fight in their competitive spirit, thereby enabling our lighthouse nation to exert influence over their internal affairs. Should this succeed, our lighthouse nation could effortlessly appropriate the foundations of both nations, incorporating them into our own. This would achieve the splendid effect of subduing the enemy without fighting. Heh, you make it sound so simple, but it's not that easy. Let me tell you, while our military might can't match China or Kachin in a direct confrontation, once our 6th-generation fighter successfully completes its test flights in the near future, that gap will be erased to zero. So instead of spouting empty rhetoric about grand ideological struggles, why not confront them head-on? China is tough, right? And so is Kachin? Fine. Then let's outdo them in toughness. Show a deterrent stance and demonstrate our readiness for World War III. I refuse to believe China and Kachin won't back down, especially regarding Kachin's nuclear capabilities, both in practical terms and international public opinion. Their nuclear weapons must be eliminated. Otherwise, the nuclear ban treaty led by our beacon nation will become worthless, nothing at all, fading away before the eyes of all nations. At that very moment, the blond man's voice drowned out all the murmurs in the room. His tone was sharp and forceful, a stark contrast to his earlier words, as if he were deliberately clashing with the elderly man seated nearby. This development caused the elder to frown involuntarily. Stop nitpicking. What the hell is the point of obsessing over saving face and engaging in petty rivalry right now? The urgent matter at hand is figuring out how to deal with Kachin Nation and get them to abandon their nuclear weapons research. Besides, even if this old codger was itching to retort, couldn't he at least wait until the other finished speaking? He hadn't even finished a single sentence. And this jerk jumps in to interrupt? Does he really think my temper is something he can just mold however he pleases? Does he have no sense of dignity? Alright, gentlemen, pause your quarrel for now. I suggest this, since both officers hold such firm positions, why not split up and turn your words into action? Forge them into a blade to pierce China, a bullet to strike the Kachin state. That would be far more productive than bickering endlessly over who's right here. Seeing the two officers bickering, the intelligence minister couldn't help but feel his head spin. He quickly stepped in to cut off the increasingly heated exchange. He had no choice but to intervene. If this continued, where would it end? The Kachin state's sudden nuclear test was indeed a grave failure on the part of their intelligence department. If they didn't make a better impression soon, they risked being sidelined by the Jewish faction and the Anglo-Saxon faction of the Lighthouse Nation. Max had reached his current position without relying on either of the two major factions. He had achieved it all through his own skill at navigating both sides. If today he allows the two to continue bickering, the situation could escalate to a point where it threatens his own position. Therefore, it was best to put an end to this disturbance. Seeing Max, the Minister of Intelligence, speak up and offer both sides a way out, the expressions on their faces finally softened. The elder nodded immediately, agreeing, in that case, let us follow Max's suggestion. Our two factions shall act separately. We shall see who succeeds. Today, even before our many colleagues, I will state plainly, the events unfolding now are stones blocking our Lighthouse Nation's path to world supremacy. If our two factions squabble over disagreements and turn that stumbling block into a mountain, then we'll be crying our eyes out before it's too late. So listen up, you with the golden pompadour. What follows demands absolute precision. You must fulfill your duties flawlessly and completely. Otherwise, both our factions will be utterly destroyed. The blond man merely snorted coldly at this, then fell silent in implicit acknowledgement. This prompted a collective sigh of relief among the crowd. As long as the situation stabilized. If things didn't settle down, who knows? Maybe their Lighthouse Nation would be finished before China and Kachin even got started. Wouldn't that make them a complete laughingstock? Once the tension in the meeting had eased. After some time, once the two factions had hammered out two rough proposals, they swiftly moved to implement them. The speed of their actions was a stark departure from the usual sluggishness and delays. Clearly, everyone present had come to realize that if the situation between China and the Kachin state were allowed to continue unchecked, the severe consequences would be far beyond what any single person in the room could bear. Not a single one. Now, they seem to have found a common goal, to halt China's rise in Kachin state's nuclear weapons research. It's rare to see these two factions stop passing the buck and actually unite. The question is whether these two plans are even viable. But even if they're not, we'll have to grit our teeth and give them a shot. If we don't try now, we might just be done for. Max observed the operational efficiency of every department and agency in the Lighthouse Nation and couldn't help but marvel. But, for some inexplicable reason, he couldn't shake a sense of unease, as if something monumental was about to unfold. This made Max wonder if his mental state was off. After all, he'd never experienced this symptom before. If he had, it must have been in a dream. China, Kachin state. Where on earth did these two monsters come from? Especially the latter. My gut tells me there's a major secret behind Kachin's rapid development. Maybe it's time to investigate properly. Chapter 107, Discussions Among Nations. It wasn't just the Lighthouse Nation. But nations worldwide reacted with unprecedented intensity. Even earth-shattering would be an understatement. Led by the Lighthouse Nation, Western powers frantically probed for internal intelligence on Kachin Kingdom, attempting to infiltrate and uncover the truth about its nuclear capabilities. Until they uncovered the facts, they couldn't sleep a wink. And it would be strange if they could sleep well. A sword of Damocles hung perpetually over their heads. Anyone in that position would be terrified out of their wits. Despite this, some nations refused to believe the worst, insisting that Kachin could never develop such a forbidden superweapon as nuclear arms. Otherwise, why didn't Kachin state deploy it during its recent national crisis? Instead, they waited until the waters were calm and the international situation relatively stable before suddenly revealing it. Didn't the Kachin state announce a nuclear test in a few days? Well then, we must do everything in our power to disrupt them and prevent it from proceeding normally. We absolutely must stop this. I dare say, standing behind the Kachin state is undoubtedly China. It is absolutely China that has provided the Kachin state with such advanced nuclear weapons. Otherwise, how could the Kachin state possibly develop such technology in such a short time? That's nothing but a ridiculous joke. Therefore, this time John Bull must follow the lighthouse nation. We must do everything in our power to prevent Kachin from acquiring nuclear weapons. Ideally, we should nip their so-called nuclear test in the bud. Chicken feet. Meanwhile, at the Prime Minister's official residence in Tokyo, Japan's Prime Minister, Sato, whispered with his cabinet members, discussing how future economic and military strategies would unfold. Frankly, their foot-basin chicken had been sitting on the lighthouse nation's dog for far too long. While ordinary citizens might not have much to complain about, the upper echelons were exceptionally dissatisfied, desperately wanting to break free from the lighthouse nation's control. But there was no way out. After all, the lighthouse nation's formidable military forces were stationed on the island of the football chicken. Their military might was so overwhelming that anyone who witnessed it would feel their scalp tingle with fear. Moreover, having been treated like dogs for far too long, the backbone of their entire nation and people has been shattered. How can they possibly rise again? The only reason they're thinking of resistance now is because the oppression from the United States has become utterly intolerable. Had the oppression been more restrained, not a single soul across the entire nation would harbor any inclination toward rebellion. At the critical moment of cabinet deliberation, the door burst open with a loud slam. Sato's secretary burst into the conference room, panic etched on his face. He frantically thrust a document forward, not uttering a single word of explanation. What's gotten into you? Rushing about like this, don't you know the Supreme Council is in session? I know, sir, but you must see this document immediately. It's a major incident. A major incident. Sato's brow furrowed slightly. What's gotten into this guy, acting so frantic? But soon. He retracted his earlier judgment. How long does it take for a face to go from rosy to pale? The answer is, just an instant. After reading it, his face instantly drained of color. The Kachin state is conducting a nuclear test? And in just 2 days? May the emperors of old protect me, I must not be seeing things? If this is true, it will shatter the strategic balance across Asia, indeed the entire world. The lighthouse nation must have reacted by now. No, this Korean dog just started cooperating fully. We can't afford the slightest carelessness. Sato's attitude bore a striking resemblance to that of John Bull, both absolutely refusing to let Kachin state proceed unimpeded. Without a moment's hesitation, Prime Minister Sato immediately halted the meeting's discussion. The tone abruptly shifted as he began deliberating before a stunned assembly of ministers and officials how to coordinate with the beacon nation. Sato's tone was urgent. This time, we must join forces with the lighthouse nation. I believe they'd welcome this scenario too. Forget about positions or principles. The immediate priority is for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to issue a stern protest to Kachin state, apply maximum public pressure, and fully cooperate with the lighthouse nation. At that moment, a cabinet member abruptly stood up, his voice tinged with concern. Prime Minister, we have no direct diplomatic relations with Kachin state, and our communication channels are limited. Moreover, the lighthouse nation's actions could drag us into unnecessary conflict. Besides, Kachin is in Southeast Asia while we're in East Asia. Shouldn't Myanmar, which shares a border with Kachin, be the one panicking? You know nothing. Sato snapped back without mercy. Once Kachin state actually possesses nuclear weapons and dominates Southeast Asia, they will inevitably join forces with China and turn their guns on us. If that happens, we're finished. Not even the lighthouse nation could save us then. I swear to you local faction officials, this is the last time we Koreans will make concessions to you. Next time, we will completely break free from the lighthouse nation's control, trample China underfoot, and become the world's #1 superpower. In response, the gaze of nations inevitably turned toward Kachin state. Even the lighthouse nation, the Union of Myanmar, and the corresponding Jewish groups now found themselves subject to the same scrutiny. Myanmar Federation. Sir, we've received an extremely urgent situation. Upon hearing this, Araki fidgeted impatiently with the intelligence reports scattered across his desk from various national powers and even Jewish leaders, his mind feeling like it was about to explode. Speak. Just moments ago, our neighboring state of Kachin declared they will conduct a nuclear test in 2 days. I am well aware of this. I've been contemplating our response. Araki wore an expression that suggested he had anticipated this all along, his tone calm. Yet his words were laced with exhaustion. Not only did he know, he was the first to know. Within less than a minute of Kachin state's announcement, he had already received the news. Thinking of this, he clenched his fists and addressed the gloomy-faced Jews around him. The Kachin state's nuclear test poses a grave threat to the Union of Myanmar. We must take action. But do not worry too much, the lighthouse nation will certainly take measures. Looking around, the conference room of the Union of Myanmar was brightly lit. Araki sat at the head of the conference table, surrounded by the nation's top officials. One of them spoke solemnly, "Commander, though we have the lighthouse nation backing us, we must immediately coordinate with our allies to jointly stop Kachin. This concerns not only the survival and security of the Union of Myanmar, but also the collapse of the global nuclear non-proliferation system. If this matter is not managed properly, the cost will undoubtedly be enormous." Chapter 108, Such poetic language? Enormous? What utter nonsense are you spouting? Araki's anger flared, his voice thick with venom as he completely lost his composure. He frowned. But the problem is, our intelligence on Kachin State's nuclear facilities is limited. Direct military strikes carry too great a risk. If a nuclear leak were triggered, the consequences would be unimaginable. Moreover, Kachin's terrain is complex. Mountainous jungles make military operations extremely difficult. Not to mention the most critical factor, the sky shield system looming overhead. That thing is no joke. As for its defensive capabilities, I trust you all have a rough idea by now. It's a completely impenetrable iron box. How do you expect us to attack it? Then we must first engage the UN Security Council to push through an emergency resolution imposing comprehensive sanctions on Kachin State. Simultaneously, our diplomatic team must immediately contact Kachin State to convey our firm stance and demand they halt nuclear testing. I trust Kachin State won't defy the entire world's will and pursue nuclear weapons, right? Haven't all their previous actions already defied the entire world's will, forging a bloody path through sheer force? Have you forgotten all that? So rather than this, why not take a simpler, more direct approach? Let's clash with Kachin State again and force their submission through military might. While the Union of Myanmar deliberated, the lighthouse nation had already fully reacted and swiftly taken action. Surprisingly, the lighthouse nation's first move was to cordially arrange a meeting with the Kachin State representative stationed there, Mr. Mel. The meeting took place in a solemn conference room at the State Department. The Jewish representative from the lighthouse nation looked sternly at Mel. "Mr. Mel, news of your country's impending nuclear test has drawn intense international attention. This action constitutes a serious violation of the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, and our nation, the lighthouse nation, stands firmly opposed to it." Upon hearing this, Mel raised an eyebrow. "Well now. So you're pulling out the fancy rhetoric now? I must admit, it feels a bit jarring. I always thought those polite exchanges between representatives on TV were just for show, but who knew the lighthouse nation would actually pull this stunt? With no outsiders around, you might as well just point a gun at your own head and curse yourself. What kind of grandstanding is this?" This was utterly alien to Mel, a man with a military background. But to save face for the Kachin State, he resolved to play along with the lighthouse nation's charade and call it a day. Then, Mayor frowned slightly, his tone firm yet measured. "Representative of the lighthouse nation, our Kachin nation has long faced external threats. Our development of nuclear capabilities is for self-defense." Hearing this, the Jewish representative from the lighthouse nation grew visibly displeased, instantly raising his voice. "But nuclear tests only escalate regional tensions and trigger an arms race. You should resolve disputes through peaceful negotiations." But how can they get more and more addicted to this act? I really want to punch this thing. If negotiations worked, what the hell would we need war for? Negotiations? When your beacon nation nearly wiped our Kachin State off the map, why didn't you talk about negotiations then? Utterly shameless. Mel cursed inwardly. But outwardly, he merely shook his head. "Our security demands have long been ignored. This nuclear test is unavoidable. Life is unpredictable. Like a large intestine wrapping around a small intestine." This scene wasn't just playing out in the lighthouse nation, it was also unfolding in a classic moment over in the Footbasin Chicken. It can only be said that history always bears a startling resemblance. In the conference room of the Footbasin Chicken, a diplomat from Footbasin Chicken sternly declared, "Sir, your nation's nuclear test program will bring immense catastrophe to Asia. We in Footbasin Chicken will never permit such an occurrence." The Kachin State official shrugged and replied helplessly, "Your Excellency, this is a sovereign decision of our nation. We too wish to ensure our own security." Upon hearing this, the Gyobenchikan diplomat emphasized, "But this approach will only destabilize the region. Gyobenchikan will be compelled to take corresponding measures." Not only these two nations. Dozens of other nations have issued identical responses, engaging in intense negotiations with Kachin State. The similarity in their statements reached a staggering 99%. The repetition rate was far higher than any AI dialogue. How boring. Can't you countries come up with something more impressive? Gu Xian lay back in his chair, idly logging into the Kachin State government's official website. As he scanned the responses from various nations, he shook his head in exasperation. This is pointless. How could people be this dull? You might as well deploy an aircraft carrier strike group. Just as Gu Xian finished his thought, the latest update appeared on the website, catching his attention. Perfect. What you wish for comes true. Speak of the devil, and he appears. This is fantastic. Look! In the Indian Ocean, the lighthouse nation's naval carrier strike group is accelerating toward waters near Kachin State. On the USS Ford, Captain Miller stood at the command platform, gazing at the churning sea and couldn't help but sigh. If only this sea remained under our lighthouse nation's control forever. Then collecting taxes would be a pleasant duty indeed. At that moment, Executive Officer Jackson reported, "Captain, we've received orders from the Department of Defense to remain on standby for any contingencies. Maintain close surveillance of surrounding waters and airspace. Report any anomalies immediately." Though the waters of Kachin Nation cover an extremely small area and likely lack naval forces, it's prudent to proceed with caution. Come on, Captain, you're overthinking this. Kachin State has severely overextended its national resources. How could it possibly have the capacity to develop a naval force? You're really overthinking it, Jackson remarked nonchalantly. On the carrier deck, fighter jets were neatly arrayed as crew members bustled about their tasks with orderly efficiency. Early warning aircraft circled high overhead like vigilant eagles, safeguarding the entire fleet. Cruisers and destroyers formed a loyal guard, tightly clustered around the carrier. The massive fleet sliced through the waves, leaving trails of white wake in its wake. If such a formidable naval force, this formidable maritime force could be threatened by the Kachin State, he might as well go home and raise cattle. Yet unbeknownst to them, danger was silently approaching from the depths of the ocean. In the depths below, a group of mysterious figures swiftly glided toward the carrier strike group. These forms varied greatly, some resembled whales, their streamlined bodies gliding effortlessly through the water. Others resembled octopuses, their long tentacles moving with agile flexibility. Still others resembled jellyfish, moving with swift and graceful motions. Everyone, I hope you enjoy the grand gift I've prepared for you. Gu Xian smiled faintly, feeling a sense of satisfaction as he watched the scene unfold on the screen. Chapter 109, A New Invention Emerges. Gu Xian's eyes fixed on the screen, a faint smile curling his lips as he watched the display. Very well. Let those arrogant beacons of the world see for themselves their Kachin Nation isn't just formidable on land, but equally unmatched in naval warfare. On the land battlefield, the emergence of the Tianming tactical tank had overshadowed most of Gu Xian's other weapon designs. Even the Sky Curtain system had been deliberately overlooked by numerous nations during those campaigns, its strategic significance and irreplaceable importance deliberately downplayed. Setting aside the Sky Curtain system, the other two, the Junyi warrior armor and the bionic combat robot, were utterly overlooked. The former gained notoriety for capturing numerous cities, compelling many of Kachin's neighbors to surrender without a fight. While the latter's strategic value and lethality were so overlooked by other nations that only Kachin itself seemed aware of its existence. Even setting aside the Rebellion Slayer armor and Tianming tactical tanks entirely, the nation could still muster its full resources to produce tens of thousands of bionic combat robots. With their superior performance, they could even withstand a frontal assault by the Union of Myanmar's 500,000-strong army. Of course, it certainly couldn't replicate the Tianming tactical tank's unstoppable might, shattering all opposition like a whirlwind sweeping through with devastating victory. However, merely halting the advance of a 500,000-strong modernized army would be a mere trifle. For the two simply operate on entirely different levels. This isn't so much a clash of modern warfare as it is a complete, one-sided annihilation of modern technology by future technology. Even the smallest bionic combat robots unleash staggering destructive power that cannot be ignored. I never imagined that pouring money into it would accelerate the turnover of bionic combat robot production lines so rapidly. It truly caught me off guard. As this thought crossed his mind, Gu Xian couldn't help but twitch at the thought of overseeing production lines across major weapons manufacturers. Indeed, money makes the devil grind the millstone, and even the millstone grind the devil. It seems I vastly underestimated the transformative power unleashed by dumping hundreds of billions of dollars all at once. It was truly terrifying. But then again, from China's perspective, converting the newly injected $30 billion into renminbi amounts to over 200 billion yuan. That's more than the combined annual tax revenue of most countries in the world. Moreover, as a Chinese citizen, Gu Xian knows all too well the purchasing power of hundreds of billions of yuan. If this couldn't even manage to slightly upgrade major weapons production lines or boost output, it wouldn't be much of a feat. Currently, the Tianming tactical tank fleet has surged to over 2,000 units. The Rebellion Slaying Legion has expanded to over 20,000 personnel, while the land-air integrated combat robots have reached a staggering 30,000 units. It can be said that Kachin Nation's current war reserves, combined with the emergence of nuclear weapons, have far surpassed the simple sum of their parts. It represents a comprehensive leap greater than 3, even greater than 4. Especially with the advent of marine bionic combat robots, marking a revolutionary new era for the entire Kachin State. From this point forward, across land, sea, and air, while Kachin State may not yet match the top 3 permanent members in certain areas, it now rivals them in every other respect and has arguably already surpassed them. But the next wave of military technology expansion will be different. Sixth-generation fighters or even seventh-generation prototypes will become reality. After unifying northern Burma, we'll enter an era of interstellar capabilities. Everything is a brand new beginning. Gu Xian's eyes gleamed with anticipation as boundless expectations filled his heart. That day was drawing near. And the maritime adaptation of bionic combat robots has become the very first step. Mentioning this, Gu Xian couldn't help but marvel once more at the immense power of the technology bestowed by the era reversal system. One could even say, even without an aircraft carrier, the Kachin Kingdom could easily dominate the seas and flex its might with these bionic combat robots. Shark-type hunters, whale-type assaulters, squid-type penetrators, jellyfish-type disruptors. These three cutting-edge technologies represented the Kachin Kingdom's latest breakthroughs in bionic unmanned combat robotics. A truly groundbreaking achievement. The shark-shaped combat robot's appearance closely replicates the form of a shark, with sleek, powerful lines that enable nearly frictionless movement through water. Constructed from a specialized nanocomposite material, the hull is exceptionally robust, capable of withstanding attacks from conventional weaponry. It also features adaptive camouflage, adjusting its shell coloration to match the surrounding marine environment's light and color variations, perfectly blending into its surroundings, making it a lethal predator lurking in the deep sea. Its head houses an advanced sensor array integrating sonar, optical, and electromagnetic detection technologies. These sensors function like acute sensory organs, precisely detecting the slightest movements of targets in complex marine environments. Even the faintest water currents or electromagnetic signal fluctuations escape its scanning. Its mouth is lined with rows of sharp fangs. And these are no mere decorations. If you truly believe that, Gu Xian can't be blamed. He'll reluctantly pay the ultimate price. These teeth are genuine cutting weapons forged from super hard alloy. During an attack, it can charge toward its target at extreme speeds, opening its maw to instantly deploy its razor-sharp teeth, effortlessly tearing through the hull of enemy vessels. Estimates suggest this contraption could even rip through the toughest armor plating of an aircraft carrier. Additionally, it carries multiple micro-torpedoes concealed within launch pods on both sides of its body. Once a target is locked on, the torpedoes launch like lightning, delivering a fatal blow with their powerful explosive force. The whale-type unmanned combat robot is massive, resembling a mobile underwater fortress. Mimicking the whale's large and stable form, it is covered in thick armor, the surface of which is covered with irregular patterns. These patterns not only enhance the armor's strength, but also effectively scatter enemy radar waves, reducing the likelihood of detection. Multiple large weapon launch platforms are mounted on its back, capable of carrying various types of torpedoes and small missiles. These weapon systems possess high levels of automation and precision guidance capabilities, rendering it capable of overwhelming both fortified coastal defenses and enemy capital ships alike. Moreover, a high-powered ion pulse cannon is mounted at the bow. In combat, it can instantly fire high-velocity beams that pierce enemy vessel armor with thunderous force, inflicting devastating damage to internal structures. Additionally, it possesses an advanced underwater propulsion system that mimics whale swimming patterns, harnessing immense power from its massive tail fin and agile pectoral fins. This propulsion system is not only highly efficient but also exceptionally quiet, enabling the whale-type robot to silently approach targets and launch surprise attacks. Moreover, there is a super weapon. Originally, Gu Xian had anticipated only the production of these two combat robot types. Yet to his surprise, the Kachin State Ministry of Defense delivered beyond expectations, simultaneously completing the remaining and most critical maritime combat robots. The squid-type unmanned combat robots are stealth assassins and intelligence masters on the ocean battlefield. They rival space satellites in capability. Its body is soft and flexible, crafted from a special pliable material, capable of freely altering its shape to effortlessly navigate narrow crevices and complex obstacles. Developing this material cost Kachin a fortune and took immense effort. Millions of microchromatic cells cover this robot's surface, dynamically adjusting color and texture in real time to match its surroundings, achieving total invisibility. Whether in crystal-clear shallow waters or pitch-black depths, it blends seamlessly into its surroundings, slipping through enemy defenses like a ghost. The octopus-type robot's 8 tentacles serve as both unique weapons and tools. Each tentacle is equipped with precision sensors and multifunctional end devices. Some tentacle tips feature sharp cutting blades for close-quarters combat and disabling enemy equipment. And for intelligence gathering, Gu Xian guarantees it will leave the enemy utterly unprepared. Advanced eavesdropping and data transmission equipment integrated within the tentacles enables silent approaches to enemy vessels, capturing critical intelligence and transmitting it back to friendly command centers via encrypted quantum communication networks. The final variant, the jellyfish-type unmanned combat machine, features a transparent, umbrella-shaped body crafted from a lightweight yet resilient polymer material. Its interior is filled with a special gas, enabling it to float freely at various depths in seawater. Numerous slender tentacles radiate from the umbrella's edge. Though appearing delicate, these appendages pack immense destructive power. Each tentacle is embedded with miniature electronic jamming devices and neurotoxin emitters. During combat, the jellyfish-type robot can unleash powerful electromagnetic interference waves, disrupting enemy vessels' communications, navigation, and weapon systems, plunging them into chaos. Simultaneously, the neurotoxin emitters on the tentacles can release lethal toxins into the surrounding seawater. This toxin rapidly paralyzes the nervous systems of enemy organisms, posing a significant threat to enemy divers and marine life. Furthermore, the jellyfish-type robots possess autonomous networking and coordinated combat capabilities. Multiple units can connect via wireless communication technology to form an extensive network, enabling information sharing and synchronized operations. They can establish an invisible interference barrier across vast ocean areas, effectively blocking enemy vessels' advancement and reconnaissance activities. The synergistic capabilities of these four integrated systems were beyond Gu Xian's wildest imagination. Something's up? Gu Xian stared at the images streaming onto the screen. His eyes widened. Is a battle about to commence? Lighthouse Nation. You'd better act fast, don't let me down. Chapter 110, Tense Standoff at the Maritime Frontier. Reporting, sir, there's an anomaly ahead. Ha? Miller froze for a moment. An anomaly? What kind of situation would his soldiers deem unusual? He hadn't heard that term in ages. Who were they? They were the most formidable carrier strike group in the Lighthouse Nation, virtually unmatched anywhere in the world. Even if China's carrier fleet arrived, they might inflict minor setbacks. At best, utter annihilation was impossible. Of course, if China were to introduce some bizarre sixth-generation fighter into the mix. He said nothing, but as far as he knew, the Lighthouse Nation's sixth-generation fighter development was also underway, matching China's research progress. It is believed that before long, the first operational squadrons of sixth-generation fighters from the Lighthouse Nation would be deployed to the battlefield for practical application. And now, the supposedly invincible carrier strike group has encountered unexpected circumstances? Could it be that China's authorities discovered this and deliberately dispatched the carrier strike group to stop them? But that doesn't make sense. All of China's carrier strike groups are currently locked in a months-long standoff with another massive carrier strike group from the Lighthouse Nation in the East China Sea. How could they possibly spare forces to support Kachin State? Could it be that China hasn't deployed all its naval forces? Perhaps they've resorted to deploying a secret weapon unknown to the world, using it to intimidate us and protect Kachin State? But that seems unlikely too. After all, multiple sources confirm that even if China has hidden reserves, they could at most field one or two additional carrier-class strategic assets at most. How could they possibly deploy something capable of countering our super carrier fleet comprising 2 nuclear-powered carriers and 3 conventional carriers? Unless China has overdosed on drugs and lost its mind, this just doesn't add up. Just as Miller was puzzled. The next moment, the voice that had reported earlier sounded again. Reporting, sir. A massive swarm of enormous marine creatures has gathered for unknown reasons and is converging on our carrier strike group from all directions. Are you kidding me? Not at all, sir. Miller stared at his solemn-faced naval aide, momentarily taken aback, before speaking again. Do you even know what you're saying? They're just marine creatures. At worst, we deploy weapons to drive them off. What's the big deal? What's got you so flustered that you're reporting unusual circumstances? You nearly gave me a heart attack. I thought Kachin and China had sent troops over. Hearing this, the high-nosed naval aide hastily waved his hands. If it were that simple, I wouldn't have sought your orders, sir. The reason I rushed over is that these marine creatures are downright bizarre. Prior to this, all radars on our carrier strike group were active. Not just fish, even cracks in the seabed mud were clearly visible. But for some reason, these creatures bypassed our radar entirely, appearing within 10 kilometers of our carrier strike group. Both my instincts and the facts tell me something is seriously wrong with these sea creatures. Listening to the naval assistant's words, Miller's expression finally eased a little. Indeed, this situation could certainly be considered abnormal. Though his naval aide made it sound trivial, the matter was steeped in strangeness. 9/10 of it was decidedly abnormal. Could it be that these marine creatures were weapons secretly developed by the Kingdom of Kachin or the Chinese side? As this thought crossed his mind, just as Miller was about to order his naval aide to launch a full-scale assault on these creatures, preventing them from approaching the carrier strike group even an inch, suddenly, a voice echoed from afar, growing louder until it reverberated directly in Miller's ears. The volume was so great that every sailor aboard the entire carrier strike group heard it. Lighthouse Nation, 10 miles ahead lies the private territorial waters of our Kachin Nation, not international high seas. You are ordered to withdraw immediately. I repeat, withdraw immediately. Failure to comply will be interpreted as a deliberate challenge to the maritime sovereignty of the Kachin Nation and a violation of our legitimate rights. Should this persist, our military reserves the right to employ extraordinary measures, including the use of force to impede your operations. Therefore, cease all operations immediately and turn your carrier strike group around to depart. Miller took a deep breath, his eyes flashing with interest. Interesting. Truly fascinating. Not only had Kachin State anticipated the lighthouse nation's carrier strike group's route, but they'd also deployed some sort of advanced technology to openly inform every lighthouse nation soldier to withdraw immediately. Interesting. To dare confront their vast lighthouse nation naval fleet head-on like this was utterly fascinating. Could it be that this Kachin State harbors some inexplicable confidence in its ability to intercept the lighthouse nation? The moment this thought crossed Miller's mind, he swiftly dismissed it. It was highly improbable. Kachin's entire military industry is geared toward land warfare. How could they possibly have the resources to develop a navy? And even if they wanted to, they couldn't build a single hammer in such a short time. As for naval power? Building a small sailing vessel would be the best they could manage. Unless they had backing from China, but that seemed equally improbable. After all, based on his own estimates, China's deployable naval forces were already stretched thin. How could they possibly spare the resources to aid Kachin? That was his reasoning. But when Miller recalled his naval assistance report, he dared not be careless. After all, better safe than sorry. And this time, the lighthouse nation had come with an unwavering determination to win. How could they possibly stumble in a ditch, tripping over the same stone twice? That would be sheer stupidity. With that thought, Miller turned and addressed the men behind him. Order the Ford's 10 fighter jets airborne immediately. Max out radar power and remain vigilant for any potential threats in the vicinity. If anything unusual happens, open fire immediately. No mercy. As for Kachin State's so-called warning, ignore that nonsense. Charge straight in. I refuse to believe this Kachin State can pull any more tricks on me. Additionally, once we enter Kachin waters, if any sea creatures dare to approach, activate the weapon systems immediately and obliterate them. Chapter 111. The moment has finally come. Gu Xian sat in his chair. Watching the actions of the lighthouse nation, he couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. So eager to die? Very well. I'll grant your wish. Continue issuing warnings to the lighthouse nation until the very last moment they forcibly enter our Kachin waters. Additionally, expose their actions on the international stage. By then, even if they try to sway global opinion afterward, they'll have no chance. It'll be like cutting off their escape route. Finally, communicate with the Chinese side. Have them do their utmost to tie down the lighthouse nation's excess naval forces and give them a stern warning. Otherwise, I genuinely fear the lighthouse nation might become desperate and lash out, launching a full-scale attack against us in Kachin. If that happens, it won't be fun at all. Gu Xian relayed these instructions to Kachin military officials via electronic devices. His eyes betrayed an underlying toughness. Did the lighthouse nation want to force Kachin into a corner, compelling it to cancel its nuclear test? Well then. The more the lighthouse nation opposes us, the more we will proceed with our plans. Only then can Kachin gradually break free from the chessboard the lighthouse nation has laid out for it, truly qualifying as a contender for global hegemony. Now, due to its nuclear tests, Kachin faces a resolutely negative stance from virtually every nation worldwide, save for a handful like China. They seek to make Kachin abandon this plan and obediently remain a non-nuclear state. But is that possible? Impossible. Among these nations, the Union of Myanmar, the White Elephant, and the Lighthouse Nation are the loudest and most active, sparing no effort or means to achieve this goal. If I let them succeed, I might as well cut off my own head and let them kick it around like a ball. At this thought, Gu Xian sneered with disdain. Only when a nation possesses sufficiently robust military strength can it secure the developmental time needed without interference from those external wolves and tigers. Or to put it another way, once a nation's military power reaches a certain threshold and limit, it can outright shatter all previous rules of the game, truly achieving utter disregard for everything. And within this context, possessing nuclear weapons is the most crucial step. Otherwise, no matter how formidable its strength, it remains an empty shell, a sword of Damocles perpetually hanging overhead, instilling constant dread. This world we live in, enduring hardship won't make you rise above others, you must devour others. No, let me rephrase that: enduring hardship won't make a nation rise above others, but devouring nations will. Gu Xian muttered to himself. He knew full well that Kachin wasn't a permanent member of the United Nations Security Council. Yet he understood how devastatingly this sudden acquisition of nuclear weapons would impact both smaller nations and major powers alike. Still, he proceeded. Not only that, he brazenly pursued the development of both atomic and hydrogen bombs simultaneously, conducting test launches. Why? To buy enough time. To become one of the world's dominant powers. Well. The land of the morning calm's audacity truly surpasses my expectations. Judging by this pace, it's only 3 minutes away from completely crossing Kachin territory's waters. And it seems to be accelerating, even deploying fighter jets. Seems they won't stop until they get what they want. Well then, I'll play along. Gu Xian's gaze grew icy as he studied the military intelligence relayed to him. He picked up his electronic communication device and murmured, "Transmit my orders, 1 minute before the Lighthouse Nation enters the waters, reactivate the stealth function on all bionic combat drones, scramble their formations, and simultaneously seek opportunities to approach the Lighthouse Nation's carrier strike group. Once they enter the waters, coordinate with all types of marine bionic combat robots to inflict a devastating blow on the Lighthouse Nation's carrier fleet. Make them pay dearly for their actions. Additionally, activate the Sky Shield system at full power and maximum extension height. Ignore energy consumption. I cannot confirm whether the Lighthouse Nation has deployed 6th-generation aircraft or similar advanced technology. If they have, and these aircraft breach the Sky Shield's operational limits, it will spell major trouble." Gu Xian spoke slowly. His pace was deliberate, yet he covered every detail, outlining nearly every possible contingency Kachin might encounter in its subsequent operations. He even contemplated what to do if Kachin's latest generation of marine bionic combat drones faced insurmountable difficulties. And if they truly couldn't defeat the Lighthouse Nation's carrier strike group, whether to directly initiate nuclear weapon testing. The route would pass directly through the direction of the Lighthouse Nation's carrier fleet. While the two distinct nuclear weapons themselves pose no issues, their test launches are a certainty. We've encountered significant hurdles with the missile delivery systems. Testing revealed the nuclear warhead's velocity only reaches the threshold level, still far behind the missile speeds of the other 5 permanent members of the UN Security Council. If hostilities break out, there's a real possibility the nuclear weapons could be intercepted by the Beacon Nation. Moreover, the initial tech tree provided by the era reversal system doesn't include the relevant technology. Achieving hypersonic speeds would require us to figure it out entirely on our own, literally grinding it out by hand. At this thought, Gu Xian couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. Even with his talent, developing the hypersonic intercontinental ballistic missiles required for nuclear weapons could take years or even decades. The longer this dragged on, the bigger the mess they'd create. By then, the cucumbers would have gone cold. Therefore, Gu Xian devised the most prudent and swiftest solution, seeking assistance from China and requesting access to their concepts regarding hypersonic missiles. At worst, they could exchange technologies later. China would have no reason to refuse such a proposal. After all, it was a mutually beneficial arrangement. Why would they refuse? While Gu Xian was devising this plan, in the waters off the Kachin state, the waters appeared calm and serene, sunlight glistening on the surface, creating a shimmering effect. In reality, after an unknown period of time, the carrier strike group of the Land of the Lanterns sailed majestically through these waters. The USS Ford resembled a floating steel fortress, its deck bristling with advanced fighter jets, while early warning aircraft circled overhead like vigilant hawks surveying the horizon. They had finally set foot in these waters of Kachin State. Chapter 112: The Overwhelming Terror of Bionic Combat Robots. Sir, we're in serious trouble. That group of marine creatures vanished without a trace just moments after we entered Kachin waters. Even with radar at maximum power, not a single trace remains, as if they never existed at all. Now, having ignored Kachin State's warnings both at sea and on international forums, we've entered their waters. But inexplicably, there's not a single sound coming from Kachin State inside or out. It's dead quiet. Miller frowned. Indeed. The Kachin Kingdom's sudden silence could signal some earth-shattering conspiracy. Coupled with the mysterious disappearance of those marine creatures, this entire affair reeked of eeriness. Captain, don't listen to those assistants' alarmist nonsense. Let me tell you, they're just exaggerating the facts. The reason Kachin is so quiet is because they're already scared. Otherwise, how could there be absolutely no movement? If that's not fear, what is it? Since that's the case, we have nothing to worry about. Just proceed with the plan as scheduled. At that moment, First Officer Jackson, fresh from the lavatory, strode over with a carefree swagger, his expression utterly unconcerned. Or rather, this matter was utterly insignificant in his eyes. He had just employed technological means to reassess the combat capabilities of the carrier strike group dispatched by the Lighthouse Nation. For this reason, he could only describe it with 4 words. Utterly devastating. The USS Ford. Over 300 meters long. Its deck packed with advanced fighter jets of all types. Fighters circled overhead, surveying the surroundings, while cruisers, destroyers, and frigates fanned out in a protective formation, tightly shielding the 5 carriers arrayed at the center. While nuclear submarines lurked silently in the deep sea. Should anything go awry, the submarines would deliver a major surprise to the enemy. The entire battle group radiated an undeniable aura of dominance, truly showcasing the supreme authority of their lighthouse nation. In Jackson's estimation, only such an aircraft carrier strike group was worthy of the lighthouse nation's absolute prestige as the world's dominant power. Hearing these words from Jackson, the executive officer beside him, Miller opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to say something, but ultimately remained silent. But, just as Jackson basked in the glory of the lighthouse nation's former hegemony, the unexpected shift finally occurred. Deep beneath the carrier strike group, a swarm of dark shapes rapidly closed in. As their forms became clear, they were none other than sharks. Boom! At that very moment, a deafening explosion echoed, reverberating through the ears of every soldier from the lighthouse nation. What the hell is happening? Miller stared at the scene of flames engulfing the sky not far away, his pupils suddenly contracting. He then rushed toward the command operations room. He had to figure out what had just happened. A cruiser worth tens of millions of dollars, just like that, no reaction, torn apart by a pack of sharks? When the underwater surveillance footage was pulled up, Miller was utterly dumbfounded. What was he seeing? Was he still in the real world? The flickering footage revealed shark-like hunters colliding at breakneck speed into the hull of a cruiser, their sharp heads easily piercing through the cruiser's armor. In the next instant, it opened its gaping maw, filled with razor-sharp teeth, and tore off a massive chunk of the hull. Before the radar operators or the soldiers on deck could react, the enormous cruiser was flooded by seawater in mere moments and sank into the depths. Quick, quick, fire! Take out these damn sharks! At that moment, the radar finally registered movement. Miller watched the 1,000-strong swarm of sharks closing in on the carrier strike group and shouted frantically. But the sharks' speed far exceeded their expectations. After the first cruiser was overrun by sharks, other shark-like predators followed suit, launching frenzied attacks on the outermost small cruisers. Some rammed from the side, while others leapt out of the water to attack the superstructure of the frigates. Despite the advanced preparations, and the entire carrier strike group had been placed on combat alert, when the crisis actually struck, 10 cruisers still sustained significant damage of varying degrees. 3 cruisers were destroyed once more, sinking to the ocean floor or burning fiercely on the surface. Boom! 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 Underwater torpedoes and anti-aircraft shells rained down like they were free, unleashing a relentless barrage from above and below the surface. However, except for dozens of shark-class hunters riddled with holes under concentrated fire, the rest all managed to retreat swiftly thanks to their superior speed. Few finally pulled out. Is this some new tech weapon developed by the Kachin state? Looks pretty average to me. Probably just a flashy bluff. Seeing the shark-type hunters retreat, Miller breathed a sigh of relief. Seems the carrier strike group isn't as weak as I imagined. They managed to weather the first probing attack with ease. But since they dodged the first wave, it's time to test the second wave I've carefully prepared for you. In the distant Kachin State Operations Command Center, Gu Xian flashed a meaningful smile before his fingers began tapping rapidly on the desk. At the same moment, before Miller could fully exhale, suddenly, blazing quantum pulse cannons streaked across the sky like meteors, striking the cruisers of the carrier battle group with pinpoint accuracy. Each quantum pulse cannon precisely struck the outermost 30-plus cruisers, combining their firepower to obliterate them in an instant. The cruiser's armor vaporized instantly under the plasma's intense heat, while massive holes were blasted through their hulls. Nearly 500 or 600 such holes appeared. What the hell is this? Miller instinctively clenched his fists, his eyes nearly bulging from the horrifying scenes unfolding on the monitors. Wait. Why is this attack method so peculiar? Isn't this similar to the attack method used by the tactical tanks in Kachin State that day? But if I recall correctly, tanks can't float on water, can they? But who can explain this? What the hell are these hundreds of pulse waves doing here? If Gu Xian were present, he would have answered straightforwardly, this is naturally the second maritime variant of their latest research, the Kachin Nation's bionic unmanned combat aircraft, the Whale Typebreaker. Quantum pulse cannons harness quantum entanglement principles to unleash immense energy pulses in an instant. These pulses can penetrate any known defense system, inflicting catastrophic damage on targets. Just like this very scene. It's like a grand fireworks show in full swing. Though it does cost a bit more. After all, this fireworks display is worth a whopping several $1 billion. No. To be precise, it was the Lighthouse Nation that lost billions of dollars, while the Kachin Nation didn't lose a single penny. Chapter 113, Fierce and Thrilling Battle Boats Needed. Intercept. Intercept them. Don't let those damn energy cannons fire at us. Miller barked out order after order, gasping for breath. Additionally, scramble every fighter and bomber immediately. Spread out in formation overhead and conduct reconnaissance. Destroy every single suspicious target. Simultaneously, the carrier strike group is to contract its formation to full coverage, activate all weapon systems at 100% readiness. Submarines at sea are to do likewise. Additionally, report this incident to the Lighthouse Nation headquarters immediately. Not a shred of complacency is tolerated. Make sure the higher-ups take this seriously. They should either send reinforcements immediately or force the Kachin military to retreat. Otherwise, we may well be defeated here. Miller's tone shifted from urgent to hysterical in less than a minute, undergoing a dramatic transformation. And the reason for all this? Was that just moments ago? The Whale-class assault vessel had deployed an entirely new weapon, one so devastating it left Miller, the commander of the entire carrier strike group, utterly stunned. One could see. Shell after shell forcibly broke through the dense barrage of fire emanating from the carrier strike group, piercing the surface of the sea. As they reached mid-air, As they approached the cruisers, they were intercepted. Yet something peculiar happened. The shells detonated upon impact, forming powerful gravitational vortices around the ships. A destroyer was violently pulled into the gravitational field, its hull warping and deforming before being torn apart like a fragile toy. The entire sequence seemed surreal, almost like a joke. But the truth was, it happened just like that, leaving everyone stunned and incredulous. Now, even with its formidable fire network activated and advanced fighters and bombers deployed for patrol, the carrier strike group dispatched by the Lighthouse Nation has seen over 20, nearly 30 cruisers destroyed, half its fleet now utterly annihilated. Meanwhile, the remaining half of the cruisers have sustained severe damage of varying degrees, with not a single one remaining intact. Thus, the Lighthouse Nation's pride and joy, the first line of defense for its carrier strike group, has been utterly annihilated, destroyed without mercy. Jackson huddled in a corner of the command room, his body trembling violently. Listening to the radio crackle with the agonized cries and desperate pleas of countless soldiers, he felt an endless wave of regret wash over him. God damn it! Why did the actual situation turn out nothing like I'd imagined? If the plot had unfolded normally, shouldn't the Lighthouse Nation have swept through Kachin's waters like a whirlwind, securing a decisive victory? How the hell did it come to this? The Lighthouse Nation is getting beaten like a dog. Who's gonna save them? For the first time, Jackson desperately wished he could slap himself dozens of times. Damn it, why did I have to shoot my mouth off? Now look, Kachin's advanced technology has dealt us another crushing blow. Just then, the thousands of sharks that had retreated earlier suddenly turned back. At this very moment, they stared at the fierce firefight between the two sides and charged straight ahead. It seemed they intended to use these sharks as cannon fodder for the whales lurking deep beneath the surface. Miller tried to stop him. He was utterly overwhelmed. The fighter jets overhead were utterly useless now, unable to intervene in the underwater battle. They could only circle helplessly in the sky, utterly frustrated. Some cowardly ones even flew higher, fearing they might be shattered to pieces by the battle's aftermath. If that happened, who would they complain to? Hadn't they witnessed those two unprecedented weapons earlier? This thing. They'd bet their lives absolutely no chance of survival if they ever encountered it. When did the Kachin state's technological advancement become this absurd? Even on drugs, progress couldn't accelerate this rapidly. Could it be that the Kachin kingdom is cheating? But get this straight. This is the real world, for crying out loud. While the fighter jets and bombers above were goofing off, the naval battle below was raging fiercely, a veritable spectacle. To be fair, Gu Xian's newly developed fleet of bionic unmanned fighters is indeed massive and technologically advanced. The Lighthouse Nation's carrier strike group wasn't exactly a pushover. Under the command of Miller and the other four captains, the overwhelming firepower unleashed was so intense that even Gu Xian watched with grave concern. In their wake, thousands of sharks crafted from special materials to serve as cannon fodder and close-range disruptors were utterly crushed, unable to breach the defenses. At such close range, even Gu Xian's meticulously crafted stealth devices proved no match for the carrier strike group's most advanced radar scanning systems. Thus, what had begun as a lightning-fast campaign inexplicably transformed into a protracted, grinding war of attrition. Even distant whale-type assault units were detected, instantly sliced in two by rapidly approaching torpedoes, causing even anti-gravity shells to leak and trigger chain reactions. Had Gu Xian not preemptively programmed this contingency into the system, allowing the AI to swiftly separate the units, the whale-class assault vessels would likely have been wiped out en masse. Every entity possesses inherent vulnerabilities, and its weakness lay in their extremely fragile defenses and lack of interception capabilities. Had it not been for the sharks blocking the front, these whale-type assault units might have been rendered useless long ago. Boom! As another volley of quantum pulse cannons fired, blinding blue beams streaked toward the last cruisers and their escort ships within. These energy pulses instantly pierced their armor, triggering violent explosions within the hulls. Most cruisers sustained multiple catastrophic breaches, with even their propulsion and weapon systems failing en masse. Immediately afterward, before Miller and his crew could react, Gu Xian, from a distance, unleashed the whale-class breaker's final weapon system without hesitation. That was the antimatter torpedo. The torpedo streaked forward, trailing a long plume of flame, cutting through everything in its path. It ignored numerous interceptors, and even the nuclear submarines lurking beneath the sea failed to react in time. The torpedo charged straight toward the leading Ford-class aircraft carrier. The moment the torpedo struck the carrier, a blinding flash erupted, engulfing a portion of the carrier in a massive fireball. A powerful shockwave radiated outward, affecting nearby vessels to varying degrees. Some Lighthouse Nation soldiers even burst into tears on the spot, weeping openly. Chapter 114, here comes the sixth man, please keep reading. Power systems and radar damaged. Quick, activate the backup systems immediately and initiate fire suppression. Simultaneously, tighten the formation. Quickly, quickly, quickly. Miller knew the Ford had taken a beating, but after weathering the storm of earlier assaults, he'd grown remarkably composed. But little did he know, Gu Xian's deployment of this antimatter torpedo wasn't merely to exploit the chaos and cripple an aircraft carrier. Another reason was to muddy the waters. After all, it's easier to catch fish in murky waters. It's time. The squid infiltrator shouldn't slack off its time to put its remaining heat to use. Gu Xian smiled faintly before swiftly initiating remote control. Not far from the aircraft carrier on the ocean floor, a group of squid-type infiltrators stealthily slipped into the carrier strike group's inner defenses. The microsensors embedded in the squid-type infiltrators continuously gathered real-time environmental data, transmitting it back to the command center via communication networks. The ability to covertly steal all data from these lighthouse nation carriers, this was what Gu Xian valued most. With this data in hand, its applications and uses would be endless. As the squid infiltrators silently crawled onto the carrier's deck, and then slipped through the ventilation ducts into the ship's interior, they moved through the carrier's compartments, releasing a special neurotoxin that could render people unconscious without a sound. Thus, in the top-level carrier operations room, Miller commanded fiercely alongside captains and commanders, while below, the squid infiltrators brazenly stole all data from the 5 carriers, uploading every bit to the distant Ministry of Defense in Kachin State. Meanwhile, in distant Kachin State, the atmosphere in the underground command center of the Ministry of Defense was tense yet filled with anticipation. Huge screens displayed the real-time movement of the squid-type infiltrators. Numerous Kachin technicians stared intently at the screens, fingers flying across keyboards, ready to respond to any unexpected developments. After all, they had never witnessed such behavior before. This first-time endeavor was genuinely thrilling. It was more thrilling than Chow Chow's first taste of a young woman's pleasures. As the data transmission progress bar filled, a burst of cheers erupted within the command center. Sura stood nearby, staring at the screen, and couldn't help but gasp. Good heavens! The top-secret intelligence files of the Lighthouse Nation had fallen into their hands with astonishing ease. This ING feeling, it was like he was dreaming. This precious intelligence held immense significance for the Kachin State. First, through the deployment details and weapon configurations of the carrier strike group, the Kachin military can accurately assess the Lighthouse Nation's combat capabilities. This enables them to formulate targeted operational plans, pinpointing and neutralizing its strengths. They could anticipate the enemy's strengths and weaknesses, rationally allocate their own military resources, achieving the advantage of knowing both enemy and self, ensuring victory in every battle. Ahem. To be precise, they secretly strike at the Lighthouse Nation's vulnerabilities when it's not paying attention. Second, obtaining the battle plan granted the Kachin State a strategic initiative. They could anticipate the enemy's movements and tactical arrangements in advance, promptly adjusting their defensive and offensive strategies. It's like knowing your opponent's next move in a chess game, allowing you to respond calmly and seize control of the board. Most crucially, this interception enabled Kachin to intercept communications from the Lighthouse Nation's aircraft carrier, gaining real-time intelligence on its movements. This represents a powerful breakthrough for Kachin intelligence operations. Moreover, this theft targeted only the carrier's data and operational guidelines. So next time, could they modify this new bionic robot to infiltrate the Lighthouse Nation covertly? Chapter 115, The Lighthouse Nation's Retreat. Miller's face was now grim as hell, a far cry from his earlier confident demeanor. As far as the eye could see, the vast carrier strike group was now engulfed in raging flames. The interplay of water and fire across the sea created a scene of breathtaking horror. Damn it! What kind of secret weapon did Kachin develop? Its power is so immense, so devastating. Is this really a nation that's only been established for a few months? Am I seeing things? Miller stared at the carrier strike group before him, its firepower unleashed to the brink of nuclear deployment, and couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. Damn it! Are you kidding me? This is an aircraft carrier strike group. The most fully armed, most advanced carrier strike group in the world. But now, even at full firepower, it still can't hold its own against those unmanned combat robots in the distance. It's even at a disadvantage, forced to watch helplessly as the cruisers and frigates surrounding its carrier strike group get hit one by one, then sink to the bottom of the sea. Moreover, since the weapons equipped on the fighter jets and bombers by the Lighthouse Nation weren't designed for underwater combat, the aircraft that took off could only circle overhead, reduced to spectators. What's more, these spectators had to tread carefully. If they got shot down, who would they complain to? Ion pulse cannons, anti-gravity shells, antimatter shells. Damn it, is there any semblance of a decent gaming experience left here? As Miller lost himself in thought, the battle raged on. Boom boom boom. Torpedoes and high-penetration shells from the carrier strike group's arsenal relentlessly pounded the ocean floor. Waves surged skyward, while the glare of fire reflected off the sea surface, blindingly bright and unbearably painful. Reporting, sir. Damage assessment of the carrier strike group is complete. Speak. Cut the nonsense. I want the raw numbers. Miller's eyes were bloodshot as he glared coldly at the naval aide before him. Yes, sir. The original armament configuration for this carrier strike group comprised 5 aircraft carriers, 27 cruisers, 18 frigates, 50 other small combat vessels, and 2 nuclear submarines lurking beneath the surface. As of now, 15 of the 27 cruisers have been completely destroyed and sunk. The remaining vessels all sustained damage of varying severity, not a single one remains intact. Of the 18 frigates, 8 have been sunk at this very moment, 5 are damaged, and the combat vessels have suffered near total annihilation. The casualties are incalculable. Moreover, the Kachin State's secret weapon was not intercepted in time by our forces, resulting in significant damage to 3 aircraft carriers, including the USS Ford. Fortunately, this damage does not affect their ability to continue operations. However, during the assessment of carrier damage, we discovered numerous unconscious personnel from our forces. The cause of their unconsciousness remains unknown. According to those who have just regained consciousness, they suddenly fell into a deep sleep while everything seemed normal, only to awaken to this dire situation. Listening to the naval assistant's account, Miller's expression darkened to the extreme. At that moment, it felt as though his heart was bleeding. Damn it! With such massive losses and casualties, he could guarantee that if converted to dole, the damage would absolutely exceed 300 billion dole. And this was his most conservative estimate, cutting corners wherever possible. Hell. Those despicable Kachin bastards actually pulled out such advanced weapons to attack their lighthouse nation, showing no mercy whatsoever and disregarding any potential retaliation that might follow. They just opened fire on them outright. This was absolutely intolerable. Miller vowed to exact double the vengeance for every consequence the Kachin state had brought upon them today. But the mere thought of the losses suffered left Miller feeling gloomy, even headache-inducing. Damn it! Even if we managed to retreat completely and leave unscathed this time, what awaited him would certainly not be a favorable outcome. After all, with such massive losses, the lighthouse nation would inevitably need someone to take the fall. And Miller, without a doubt, was the perfect scapegoat. But that's not the crucial point. The most crucial point is that this carrier strike group has always been one of the key pillars of the Anglo-Saxon faction's opposition to the Jewish faction, and it remains the eternal pride of the Anglo-Saxons. Now, their so-called pride and foundation have been utterly shattered. This is nothing short of handing those damned Jews across the way a tremendous opportunity to topple the Anglo-Saxon faction. Domestically, the only thing lacking for the Jews is military strength. Once they possess sufficient military might, he has no doubt the Jews possess the resolve to ignite civil strife within the lighthouse nation. The development of the Jewish state in the Middle East and the Myanmar Federation in Southeast Asia are decisions made by the Jews to expand their military strength and broaden their sphere of control. One of their core objectives was to vie for power and resources with the Anglo-Saxons, aiming to one day completely replace the Anglo-Saxons and seize sole leadership within the lighthouse nation. Originally, the Kachin state repeatedly disrupted the Jews' deployment plans, significantly reducing the military strength the Jews could mobilize. This was a tremendous boon for the Anglo-Saxons. However, with news of the carrier strike group suffering heavy damage, the distant Jewish faction must be laughing themselves silly, right? What are the losses on the Kachin side? After clearing his mind of distractions, Miller took a deep breath, composed himself, and turned to ask his naval aide beside him. Unknown. The stealth and shielding capabilities of the marine creatures developed by the Kachin nation are exceptionally advanced, rendering even our most sophisticated radar and computer systems incapable of precise calculation. But even if every last one of those marine creatures were wiped out, it wouldn't compensate for the losses our lighthouse nation has suffered. The naval assistant's voice trembled, clearly shaken by the Kachin state's offensive. Unnerving. Utterly bizarre. Kachin's capabilities proved far more profound than anticipated. They effortlessly repelled the assault of our carrier strike group and even gained the upper hand. This clearly demonstrated that the technological gap between the two sides was simply too vast to bridge. To continue fighting would be nothing but courting disaster. Miller knew this as well as the naval assistant did. His throat went dry and he finally croaked out. Order the carrier strike group to withdraw. Chapter 116, The Dawn of a New Maritime Era. Withdraw? Hearing Miller's command, the naval aide was startled. Clearly, he hadn't expected the captain to act with such decisiveness, without a hint of hesitation. Without another word, he simply ordered the retreat. But upon reflection, it made sense. After all, the massive carrier strike group had already sustained severe damage. Continuing to fight tooth and nail against the Kachin state for the sake of saving face or some mission assigned by higher-ups was simply not worth it anymore. Given the circumstances, it's better to pack up and slip away quickly, prioritizing the preservation of strength. As the Chinese saying goes, as long as the Green Mountains remain, we needn't fear a shortage of firewood. As long as the lighthouse nation shows some sense, and the Kachin state isn't foolish, they certainly won't make things difficult for us. With this thought, the naval aide hesitated no longer. Clenching his teeth, he turned and departed without a moment's delay. Miller watched the naval aide carry out his orders and nodded silently. Then, glancing back at Jackson still cowering in the corner of the carrier's operations room, shivering uncontrollably, he couldn't help but curse under his breath. What a useless piece of trash. Aren't you usually so cocky, looking down on this and that? Now you're suddenly playing the cowardly turtle? Damn it. I actually thought you had some skills before. But now it seems like you're just a cowardly piece of trash, scared of everything. You'd be better off jumping into the sea to feed the fish. You're a disgrace to the Anglo-Saxon people. I'm not taking all the blame for this mess alone, you're gonna share the load with me. And you're taking the lion's share of the blame. Miller thought this, his gaze turning contemptuous as he looked at Jackson. Meanwhile, amidst the fierce battle raging between the carrier strike groups, the order to withdraw was relayed by the naval assistant. When the order came down, surprisingly, not a single voice raised objection. As far as the eye could see, it was a sea of unanimous approval. Not a single soul dared to speak up. Clearly, they had all been utterly terrified by the new weapon developed by the Kachin state. And no wonder they were terrified. Just look at what weapons the Kachin kingdom has across the way. They were pitting torpedoes and anti-aircraft shells against photon pulse cannons, ion pulse cannons, antimatter shells, and anti-gravity projectiles. Beneath their feet, sharks with gaping maws would periodically emerge, tearing flesh while firing explosive torpedoes at close range. Anyone witnessing this would instantly drop to their knees, humbly pleading, "Brother fish, spare my life." What kind of weapon did the Kachin state send over there? This is cheating. If I'd known this would happen, I should have retired right here and then half a month ago. What a mess I've gotten myself into. Now look at me, I nearly lost my life here. Several soldiers from the Lighthouse Nation stood inside the cruiser that had sustained the least damage, discussing among themselves. During their conversation, they kept glancing back. Glancing up at the massive hole blasted through the cruiser's top military facility and the nearby wreckage of another cruiser, its edge crushed into fragments by an anti-gravity cannon shell, their faces still bearing traces of lingering terror. It was a bloody mess. Utterly devastating. These weapons were beyond anything they'd ever seen before, and now they'd experienced them firsthand, truly a lucky turn of events. What do we do? Should we keep fighting? Our ammunition is completely depleted. Even the barrels on our cruiser are so hot you could fry 10 eggs on them. If this continues, we won't even need the Kachin forces to finish us off. The cruiser itself might suffer catastrophic failure from overloading its weapons systems. Just as everyone was anxiously debating whether to steer the cruiser toward the aircraft carrier, a piece of news arrived that filled them with immense joy. Great! It's a retreat order. We're saved. Alright, stop making such a fuss. Get to the control systems. Hurry up and move. Or do you want to be left here to keep sharks and whales company? Of course not. Damn it, if you don't want that, then hurry up and get moving. Retreat now. This scene wasn't confined to just one cruiser. Similar chaos erupted on numerous surrounding frigates, smaller vessels, and even aircraft carriers. Within 5 minutes of the order being given, the entire carrier strike group had formed its withdrawal formation. While maintaining overlapping fire coverage, they accelerated to maximum speed, racing away from the waters of Kachin State. Oh, we're leaving already? That's a bit of a letdown. As the top commander on the battlefield, Gu Xian was naturally the first to learn of the Lighthouse Nation carrier strike group's withdrawal. Yet he did not rashly pursue them, harboring the desire to trap this entire carrier strike group within Kachin waters. Though on the surface, Kachin Nation appeared to have achieved a resounding victory in this campaign, the reality was far from it. During this conflict, nearly half of the 10,000 bionic unmanned combat robots of various types deployed by Kachin Nation had been destroyed. The shark and whale type bionic combat robots suffered the heaviest losses. Throughout the entire conflict, these two models bore the brunt of the naval campaign. As for the final jellyfish-type robot, Gu Xian had kept it hidden. After all, one mustn't push things too far. If I deploy all 4 combat robots at once, the losses inflicted on the opposing Lighthouse Nation will be beyond my control. One misstep. You could destroy all 5 of those aircraft carriers cherished as the nation's most prized assets. At that point, the Lighthouse Nation would be driven to a frenzy. Even though Kachin Nation now matched the Lighthouse Nation in multiple areas of strength, Gu Xian decided to play it safe and strike the Lighthouse Nation a little less hard, a little more gently. Even so, it still left the Lighthouse Nation's carrier strike group battered and bruised. Of course, the Kachin Republic also suffered significant losses. The carrier strike group truly lives up to its reputation as the pinnacle of modern military technology. Even with Kachin holding every advantage, favorable conditions, terrain, and manpower, we still suffered some losses. Gu Xian murmured to himself. These bionic combat robots are no easy feat to manufacture. The cost involved is neither insignificant nor trivial. It's heartbreaking. Those 4 simple words captured the raw emotion deep within Gu Xian's heart. But if Miller ever heard that line, he'd spit blood on the spot and drop dead instantly. Damn it! What the hell are you talking about? You suffered the loss, you're the one heartbroken. What about me? Doesn't my heart have to ache to death too? But then again, this outcome wasn't entirely unexpected. The plan to counter an aircraft carrier strike group with these technological weapons is indeed feasible. Which means, the era of naval military competition is about to enter a new chapter. Gu Xianside. Chapter 117, Clever Move. Lighthouse Nation. Inside the Oval Office of the White House, the blond man stared at the latest intelligence report before him, nearly suffocating under the weight of it. Very well, Kachin State. I never imagined you could hide so deeply. This truly surpasses my expectations. Such a massive carrier strike group, and yet you claim it was dismantled by your Kachin kingdom? And the methods used to counter it were so technologically advanced. Merely relying on combat robots capable of free movement at sea, you've managed to suppress the carrier strike group that the Lighthouse Nation has always prided itself on. If they're not careful, they could even face the risk of total annihilation. Truly impressive tactics. Even as he witnessed the Kachin Nation's journey of growth, he still found it hard to believe that a nation could truly emerge from obscurity, overcome seemingly fatal predicaments, and evolve into a formidable force that even the Lighthouse Nation finds headache-inducing. And all within the span of mere months. Consider this. Even China, regarded by the Beacon Nation as its foremost adversary, took decades of development to barely match the Beacon Nation's standing. But look at Kachin State? Did it take them a full year from start to finish? The answer is no. This tiny nation achieved an absolute leap from 0 to 100 in an incredibly short time. If there is any so-called God in this world, he'd have to step in personally to investigate whether Kachin State is cheating. 1 year is a mere blink of an eye. But even for an ordinary person, it's but a blink of an eye. Though he may be exaggerating a bit, that's precisely the point he's trying to make. The Kachin State is simply too strong, too powerful. So powerful it defies all logic. According to intelligence, the technological achievements of the maritime unmanned combat robots deployed by Kachin State represent yet another new global benchmark, standing absolutely at the pinnacle of technological advancement. Antimatter shells, anti-gravity shells, suspected ion pulse cannons capable of mass destruction, advanced anti-detection and shielding systems, comprehensive defensive capabilities across multiple domains, and sophisticated self-electronic intelligence analysis. As the blond man pondered this, he couldn't help but sink into self-doubt. Though a layman in technology with limited knowledge of the field, he understood the immense difficulty of achieving world-leading status across so many domains simultaneously. It could be said that even if the current beacon nations in China were to achieve a single such technological breakthrough, it would be cause for immense celebration across the entire professional field, indeed the entire nation. But Cookin? They just plodded along and inexplicably built them all to anyone's eyes. This was sheer audacity. Could a nation truly be this formidable? Well, the die is cast. The urgent matter now is how to handle Kachin. We originally planned to deploy an aircraft carrier strike group to disrupt or even force Kachin to abandon its nuclear test launch. But now it seems we've only bolstered Kachin's prestige. This is truly embarrassing beyond measure. International scrutiny, domestic pressure, military budget losses, and growing dissent among subordinates, all these issues demand vigilance and resolution following the carrier strike group's defeat. Sigh, this is truly exhausting. As these thoughts crossed his mind, the blond man couldn't help but shake his head in frustration. Damn it! How careless of me. Had I known this would happen, why did I ever spout off in that meeting room, foolishly trying to force the Kachin State into submission through military pressure? He might as well have watched those cunning Jews work their magic. Fine, whatever. If it comes to it, I'll just retire right here and enjoy my life. What's the point of being president anyway? The blond man muttered to himself. Meanwhile, in a conference room where reactionary forces from East Asia, the Foot-Basin Chicken, South Korea, and Frog Island, along with certain Southeast Asian nations and Western powers, had gathered. Iraq, representing both the Union of Myanmar and the Lighthouse Nation Jewish group, was passionately outlining various methods to force Kachin State into submission when suddenly, a faint voice spoke up. Excuse me, Mr. Iraqi. My grandmother is in the hospital about to give birth. I must rush over immediately. Please forgive me for having to leave the meeting. All eyes turned to the source of the voice, only to see a Malaysian delegate. His face flushed red, then drained pale. Ignoring the murmurs of the assembly, he hastily gathered his belongings and retreated, looking every bit the defeated soldier in retreat. What's going on? Wasn't that Malaysian representative the one shouting the loudest earlier, vowing to destroy the Kachin State at all costs? Why is he retreating now with such a flimsy excuse? What a joke! Iraqi muttered to himself, utterly perplexed. Though Malaysia and Kachin had no direct conflict of interests, the local regime long regarded Kachin as its primary threat, living in constant fear of being swallowed whole by them. Therefore, everyone had witnessed the resolute stance of the Malaysian delegation at this meeting. So why were they now slinking away? What's going on? Ladies and gentlemen, I trust the Malaysian delegation's sudden departure was merely an unforeseen circumstance. Let us resume our discussion. Just as Alaki prepared to resume his speech, he noticed every delegate below the podium had simultaneously risen to their feet, each wearing a face as sour as if they'd eaten something foul. Mr. Alaki, my boar is about to give birth. I must rush back to tend to it. I must leave too. My wife and mistress are fighting over my estate right now. I need to stop them immediately. Me too. Me too. Listening to the hurried excuses and reasons from over 20 delegates below the stage, Alaki was utterly dumbfounded. No way. Had he misjudged them? This was a crucial moment to strategize against the Kachin kingdom, yet now everyone seemed desperate to bolt as if they had 6 legs. Alaki was no pushover. His keen intuition and the current situation both told him that something major had likely happened in the outside world. As Alaki hesitated over whether to make a call to inquire, suddenly the phone at his waist began to chime. When Araki saw the name and the caller ID, his expression changed abruptly. It was actually him calling personally. Something huge and unknown must have happened outside. With that thought, Alaki quickly answered the call. Alaki, something major has happened. Chapter 118, Taking Responsibility. Then, Alaki heard the most shocking account he'd ever encountered in his entire life. Sir, so you're saying the carrier strike group under the Yangtze faction's command was utterly destroyed, inflicting severe trauma and catastrophic losses on the Kachin state? And the Kachin state achieved this solely with their so-called maritime bionic combat robots? Yes, more or less. Therefore, effective immediately, all military operations against the Kachin kingdom by our Jewish forces are to be suspended. We will lie low and observe developments. Unless absolutely necessary, refrain from any coercive military actions against the Kachin kingdom during this period. Then what should we do? Are we just supposed to stand by and watch Kachin complete its nuclear tests, become a nuclear power overnight, and then emerge as a Southeast Asian hegemony capable of suppressing the Union of Myanmar? If that happens, the Union of Myanmar will suffer immense losses. What about the millions of our compatriots who have settled there? If we abandon them all, we'll be forced to watch helplessly as Kachin state gradually devours the Union of Myanmar. They could then unite with China to form a colossal superpower capable of completely suppressing us, a true beacon of oppression? Araki asked with reluctance. But there was a long silence on the other end of the line. Just as Alaki assumed the elderly figure standing at the pinnacle of the lighthouse nation and the Jewish faction had stepped away, a voice finally came through. Of course we cannot halt the operation against Kachin state. To be precise, we merely need to adopt a different approach. What method? Alakia listened to the elder's words as if clutching at a lifeline, urgently inquiring. Since force won't work, we'll strike at the ideological level instead. Besides, I never had high hopes for the so-called military operation by the Anglos. This turn of events, while somewhat unexpected, is still within acceptable limits. After all, even if that Anglo-Saxon carrier strike group invades Kachin territory, what could they possibly accomplish? With the Sky Shield system, Kachin state fears no military threat beyond nuclear deterrence. Moreover, Kachin state doesn't rely on maritime transport or ocean-related trade. Therefore, this military threat is nothing more than a mere nuisance to Kachin state, hindering it not in the slightest. The reason for ordering your cooperation with the Yangtze forces is merely to demonstrate our Yunnanese willingness to collaborate. Listening to the old man's measured words, Araki felt considerably reassured. He was right. Even if an Anglo-Saxon carrier strike group invaded Kachin waters and ran rampant, it wouldn't scratch the surface of Kachin's defenses. Unless they were prepared for a protracted war. And prepared to wear down the Kachin nation with its Sky Shield system activated, but in that case, if pushed to the brink, the Kachin nation could simply drop a nuclear weapon. The Yangtze people's carrier strike groups would be annihilated without exception, meeting a gruesome end with not a single survivor. Then, Your Excellency, what is your plan? Araki cautiously probed. He dared not be careless. Though he was the supreme leader of the Union of Myanmar, compared to the elder before him, he truly felt like a mere novice. If he inadvertently displeased the elder before him, he might find himself replaced in his position, handed over to someone else. That was something he could not accept. Therefore, no matter what, his demeanor must be as deferential as humanly possible. With Kachin devoting its entire national economy to military expansion, domestic living standards must be utterly dire. Moreover, intelligence indicates Kachin's per capita wealth and production levels fall below 1/7 of our lighthouse nations. The local populace must surely despise their government's actions with a burning hatred, eager to overthrow them at the earliest opportunity. Perfect. Our lighthouse nation can begin by infiltrating the internet sphere. First, we'll sow discord among the populace, then secretly seize control of the entire Kachin state. Particularly the chief scientist of Kachin. If he cannot be co-opted, he must be eliminated before he gains traction. Intelligence indicates a 90% probability that all of Kachin state's current technological achievements stem from this individual. Listening to the old man's confident words, Arak nodded in agreement. Although all their Burmese Federation and Lighthouse Nation operatives embedded in Kachin state had been apprehended, and all covert channels dismantled, However, based on intelligence leaked by relevant personnel over the past 4 months, the intelligence leaked by relevant personnel indicated that Kachin State's GDP and per capita income were indeed extremely low. In this regard, it lagged far behind the lighthouse nation and even fell short of the Union of Myanmar. Given this situation, the approach seemed viable. It's just that the required time frame is indeed far too slow, but so far, there hasn't been any better solution. Araki sighed inwardly. However, the old man's next words made Araki's heart sink. But before that, weren't you constantly talking about assassinating the chief scientist from China in the Kachin kingdom? How come you've achieved nothing so far, while Kachin continues to run rampant and advance its technology? Upon hearing this, Araki nearly cursed aloud. This was a life or death question. One wrong answer, one admission of failure, and his career in power could very well come to an abrupt end. Therefore, he must tread carefully with his words this time. After much persuasion from Araki, the elder finally relented and dropped the matter. This came as a huge relief to Araki. Well, this matter is finally closed. From here on out, things would be much easier. Just follow this nobleman's lead and carry out the mission diligently. The method is actually quite simple, just build a bridge for communication between the two countries' internet networks. Our lighthouse nation possesses staggering wealth. Once our citizens flood into Kachin nation's platforms and engage in mutual exchange, it's bound to spark something extraordinary. Then, stirring up internal strife and discontent within Kachin nation's government will be a piece of cake, right? Of course, I won't concern myself with the specifics of execution. I'm placing the entire burden of this task on your shoulders. If you accomplish it well, you might even find yourself rising higher. Hearing the elder's near explicit words, Araki's heart burned with fervor. Very well. This minor task? Leave it to me. Chapter 119, Targeting Ideology. Commander, according to reports from China, the lighthouse nation has abandoned its plans to coerce us by force and has shifted its focus to attacking us through ideological warfare on the internet. Oh, attacking us through ideology? How exactly do they plan to do that? Gu Xian looked at Center's report, puzzled. It wasn't that he lacked understanding in this area, but rather that the matter Center was reporting was simply too baffling. After trillions of dollars poured into ideological indoctrination, the people of Kachin Nation had long developed a profound sense of identification with the current regime. As the saying goes, money can make the devil grind the millstone or even grind the devil. As long as enough money was spread around, the people's identification with the state would only grow stronger, reaching astonishing heights. Though superficially speaking, the economic development of Kachin State doesn't appear particularly robust. In fact, its per capita share and total wealth fall short of even some middle-income countries. But all this is merely superficial. Gu Xian couldn't recall when the last nationwide economic survey had been conducted in Kachin State. It seemed like 3 or 4 months ago? Even now, their total wealth still falls short of other major nations far below, in fact. But don't forget, the Kachin State has long been raking in massive profits through the sale of starlight potions, various equipment and weapons, and related technologies. While a portion is invested in military research and development, over half of this vast wealth is channeled into building the civilian economy. Today, the kingdom of Kachin is truly flush with wealth. Urban development and industrial progress are thriving. 4 months ago, the capital of Kachin State, Kachin City, appeared outwardly no more than an ordinary small town compared to China or the lighthouse nation. Its streets were narrow, buildings low, and infrastructure rudimentary. Yet today, it has transformed into a city pulsing with modern energy skyscrapers soaring skyward, broad avenues crisscrossing the landscape, neon lights flickering, and bustling traffic creating a scene of vibrant prosperity. Gu Xiangang proudly declared. Even if K-City couldn't yet rival China's metropolises or the super-tier cities of the lighthouse nation, it easily held its own against any second-tier city. Looking down from the skyscraper where Gu Xian stood, a vast modern plaza came into view. At its center stood a majestic sculpture, symbolizing the current de facto leader of the Kachin State, Sula. Surrounding the plaza, modern buildings stood in harmonious arrangement, including government buildings, commercial centers, cultural halls, libraries, and parks and gardens dedicated to public recreation. Compared to the previous appearance of Kachin City, it was like night and day. It's like night and day. Along the streets, rows of neatly arranged streetlights illuminate the night like scattered stars, lighting up every corner of the city. Newly paved asphalt roads are smooth and wide, with traffic flowing in perfect order, no more potholes or dusty roads. Buses shuttled along the streets, carrying a touch of everyday life. Gu Xian looked up, gazing at the countless newly built skyscrapers standing side by side before him, their glass facades shimmering in the light. These structures weren't mere decorations, they were incredibly practical. Their interiors were fully equipped with every amenity. This was merely one facet of Kachin State's recent development. Urban development extends far beyond this area alone. It can be said that across the entire Kachin State, with the assistance of Chinese construction teams, urban development is now proceeding in an orderly manner. There is not a moment of stagnation in this phase of development. It can be described as rapid progress. Amidst this, the industrial advancement of Kachin State is equally remarkable. 4 months ago, Gu Xian vaguely recalled that this area of Kachin City had only a handful of small factories, with limited production capacity and rudimentary technology. It was so rudimentary that even a dog would have looked down on it. Even the earliest industrial landscape of 21st century China far surpassed Kachin City's industrial development. But now, alongside the city's development, the industrial system was steadily advancing according to Gu Xian's vision. Today, the Kachin State has established a preliminary yet comprehensive industrial system, encompassing multiple sectors including machinery manufacturing, electronics, chemicals, and textiles. Though these so-called industrial systems are merely embryonic compared to China's, this so-called industrial system remains but in embryonic form compared to China's. It has laid its foundation. Future development will follow naturally. Industrial parks spring up one after another on the outskirts of the city. Within these zones, factories stand densely packed, machinery roars, and equipment is arranged in orderly rows. Their level of advancement is fully on par with developed nations like the Lighthouse Nation and in some cases even surpasses them. Particularly within the high-tech industrial zones. Meticulously arranged by Gu Xian, one could see from the screens of his daily monitoring devices. Even now, these automated production lines continue to operate with flawless precision. Robotic arms precisely grasped components for assembly and inspection. These production lines employed advanced smart manufacturing technology, not only boosting production efficiency but also ensuring product quality. Even within the factory's R&D center, researchers remain deeply immersed in technological innovation. A significant portion of these research technologies are derived from the innovations provided by Gu Xian, any one of which could serve as the core technology for an outstanding, complete industrial chain. Beyond this, the chemical and mining industries also command immense attention from Gu Xian. Within the chemical industrial park, modern factories stand tall. Advanced wastewater treatment systems and exhaust purification equipment ensure production activities minimize environmental impact. Meanwhile, mining, a traditional pillar industry in Kachin State, has undergone transformation and upgrading over these 4 months. Mines have adopted advanced extraction techniques and equipment, enhancing both mining efficiency and safety. Every aspect of this technological display embodies the cutting-edge innovations developed by Gu Xian. Of course, to Gu Xian, these things were of little importance. Because, under the Kachin State government's comprehensive control, prices were so low that any random elderly person from China would find Kachin's prices absurdly cheap. The Lighthouse Nation wants to stir up ideological conflict? But what do they have to provoke with? However, Gu Xian couldn't help but chuckle at the thought of what the Lighthouse Nation might actually attempt. Bring it on. Let me see what tricks your Beacon Nation has up its sleeve. Chapter 120, Settling Accounts Between Netizens of Two Nations. Paul dragged his weary body forward, pushing open the front door with one hand. Without even taking off his shoes, he collapsed onto his bedroom bed. Damn it! I'm absolutely exhausted. Working 12 hours straight every single day, not counting meal breaks. Who could handle that? As a dishwasher, the last thing he wanted to see each day was a towering stack of plates piled before him. But what could he do? It's his job, he has to push through. But if this keeps up, his body's gonna give out. Hell, I barely make $120 a day. Even with all the bonuses, commissions, and overtime pay piled on, I scrape together just over $3,900 a month. But damn it, rent alone eats up $1,900. That leaves me with $2,000 to cover utilities, gas, food, going out, and essentials. No matter how tight I pinch, I can only save $100 a month at most. The thought of it. Paul felt like dying. Damn it. What happened to the promise that his country was the most developed in the world, with the highest GDP per capita and wealth distribution? Why didn't he feel any of that? But the thought that he was living in the world's most powerful nation yet enduring such a miserable environment made him realize other countries must be even worse off. Paul found himself feeling much better without even realizing it. Right. This land beneath his feet belonged to one of the world's most developed nations. If even a legal citizen like himself could barely afford food, then there was absolutely no way, not in a million years, that people in other countries could afford to eat. If they could, he'd stand on his head and do a handstand while having diarrhea. Ha! An official government announcement about a new event? Let me see what this is about. Paul was fiddling with his phone when a sudden pop-up announcement caught his attention. Without a second thought, and tapped on it directly. Whoa, holy crap. Just for typing a few words, I could get paid $10. And all I have to do is post a video on Kachin State social media that hits a certain view count? No upper limit either? When did the government of the land of the morning calm become so generous? Paul felt both thrilled and slightly perplexed. This approach was nothing like the US government's usual style. After all, in his memory, the US government had always been notoriously stingy and painfully slow in its dealings. How come now they're just waving their hands and handing out $10 for a video? Was this really the same government he knew? It felt like a dream. But who cares? This is a golden opportunity to cash in. If I don't seize the moment and make the most of it now, there won't be another chance or time later. After all, who knows when such a golden opportunity might arise again? So Paul approached this official announcement with a mindset of seizing the moment and cherishing it. I didn't expect there to be some restrictions from above. They require video content to promote the excellent traditional culture, advanced technology, and wonderful lifestyle of the Lighthouse Nation, while disparaging the local living conditions and human geography of Kachin State. They want the local residents of Kachin State to feel inferior. Wow, this is practically a gift. Without these restrictions, I might have been skeptical, but now it's clear the government aims to control local public opinion and foster identification with the Lighthouse Nation. This is right up my alley, Paul declared with a carefree air. Let me see what specific operational steps the Lighthouse Nation's official guidelines provide. Found it, Scaling the fence. Download, install, log in, register. Done. After seeing the registration success message on the social media app in Kachin State, Paul felt like countless knives were beckoning him. After logging in, he didn't even bother to watch any specific videos. Instead, he immediately started searching for the option to upload his own video. His thoughts were already prepared, and immediately began production. The Lighthouse Nation is the world's most advanced developed country, boasting numerous high-tech industries and outstanding scientific facilities. The living environment here is exceptional. As a citizen of the Lighthouse Nation, I feel immense pride. For just a few $dozen a day, you can enjoy a satisfying meal, and all your basic needs food, clothing, shelter, and transportation are worry-free. In comparison, I'm sure your living conditions in Kachin State can't match those of the Lighthouse Nation. So why hesitate? Come join us in the Lighthouse Nation right away. As the saying goes, dreams are lush, but reality is lean. As a bona fide citizen of the Lighthouse Nation, Paul really didn't know what else to say beyond promoting these ideas. Promote traditional culture? What a joke! Look at how young the Beacon Nation is. What outstanding traditional culture is there to promote? Showcasing military might? You're better off not bringing this up at all. As someone who surfs the internet regularly, even if the US government tries to cover it up, they can't hide the fact that they keep losing battles. In the very military domain they pride themselves on most, they got utterly crushed by a tiny, obscure country, a country that's barely even a country, having only recently split off. This is unbelievable. It's practically a joke. Though Paul, as an ordinary citizen of the Beacon Nation with limited access to information, doesn't know the specific details of the defeat. But the outcome speaks for itself. The Lighthouse Nation had dispatched an enhanced carrier strike group, only to be decisively defeated by Kachin State in a matter of hours, utterly routed. This is the ultimate disgrace. Let me think. Beyond technological prowess and military might, what else is there to celebrate? Paul racked his brain but couldn't find any other angle. Damn it. Should I just fabricate some rumors and weave them into the video? After all, if this video really only allowed him to speak the truth, he was truly at a loss for words. Was he supposed to promote the area's great public safety? Give me a break. Haven't you heard the saying? Free America, gunfights every day. Who goes out without some self-defense gear? If you don't. If you run into an emergency, you might as well kick the bucket right there. Forget it, I'll just post it first. Paul muttered to himself, no longer dwelling on it. He uploaded the edited video and went back to his own business. Half an hour later, after finishing his tasks, he opened his phone again to find a relentless buzzing from a barrage of messages. Chapter 121, Human Joys and Sorrows Are Not the Same. Whoa! Could it be that my video went viral? Paul felt a surge of excitement. After all, the Lighthouse Nation government stipulated that if a video reached a certain view count, the compensation could be bumped up. It could even reach astonishing amounts, hundreds or even thousands of bucks. At this thought, Paul's hands trembled slightly. Let me think. Once the video goes viral, what should I do with that staggering payout? Treat myself to a day off and a feast with plenty of vegetables and fruit? Or hit up a nightclub to really unwind? Or just save the money outright, putting it into my personal stash without spending a dime? That way, it would give me a little peace of mind for future hospital stays or illnesses. The moment this thought flashed through Paul's mind, he immediately dismissed it. If this amount could actually cover medical bills, a sow could climb a tree. Paul vaguely recalled that not long ago, he'd had to visit the emergency room because of a cold and fever. But just one night there nearly broke him with the staggering cost. Do you know how much a single night stay plus a series of related tests costs? A staggering $9,000+. You see? That was money Paul had painstakingly saved over many years. Yet, just one trip to the hospital left his wallet rapidly drained. It was utterly inhumane. Among the expenses, What infuriated Paul most about this staggering $9,000 plus bill was the so-called support fee. He distinctly remembered only feeling dizzy and disoriented, forcing him to ask a nurse for a moment's support. But who would have thought that one simple assist would cost him over $1,200? Damn it! This is nothing short of extortion. Paul thought angrily. Just then, he finally saw what was causing his phone to buzz. It was real. The video he recorded had gone viral. Paul watched in surprise as his video racked up hundreds of thousands of views, secretly thrilled inside. Every minute or two, he'd refresh the page just to see the view count jump up a little more. Awesome! Paul remembered that such viral videos were valued at nearly $10,000 in the announcements released by the Lighthouse Nation government. Could it be that from now on, he'd become an internet celebrity, living a leisurely life counting stacks of cash? Paul thought smugly. His fingers deftly tapped a few times, eager to see what the netizens of Kachin State had to say about his video. But the moment he saw them, the moment he did, disaster struck. The moment he saw the comments section, it felt like the sky had fallen. No! The whole damn universe felt like it was about to collapse. Paul spun around in a dizzy haze, but eventually accepted reality. The good news was, the video he posted hadn't been slammed as badly as he'd feared. The bad news? The comments section was filled with pity and sympathy for him. Yes, pure pity and sympathy. Seeing their silent mockery, Paul felt this was far more agonizing than death itself. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Tell me this isn't real, this can't be real. Refusing to believe it, Paul decided to dive into the videos posted by Kachin netizens to uncover the truth. These guys must be jealous that they're citizens of the Beacon Nation. And out of envy and resentment, they posted a string of comments beyond his wildest imagination. Come on! How could daily living expenses in Kachin State, including 3 meals, possibly cost less than $3? With free healthcare and education, plus all those photos they send of modern cities. It's all a scam. Paul felt a wave of irritation wash over him. He scrolled through several more videos only to discover, to his dismay, that the Kachin netizens seemed to be telling the truth. What the hell, guys? I'm a citizen of the land of the morning calm. For crying out loud. This is the United States we're talking about. No matter what, Paul believed his average standard of living far surpassed that of ordinary countries. But today's revelation completely shattered his perception. How could life in Kachin be this leisurely and pleasant? This had to be a complete sham. Paul tried to convince himself, but the comments from the discussion board kept swirling in his mind, refusing to fade. Is this what life in the land of the morning calm looks like? Doesn't seem all that great. And your expenses are ridiculously high, isn't that a bit far-fetched? Why? Your rent eats up nearly half your salary. In Kachin State, the government subsidizes every household for both rental and home purchase costs. All told, our monthly rent is less than $30. And utilities, fuel, and home maintenance combined don't even hit $5. Paul admitted. He was genuinely taken aback when he read that line. Damn it! Of all basic necessities, food, clothing, shelter, and transportation, I never imagined housing would be so utterly crushed by Kachin State. $35? A month's rent? Bro, do these words even make sense together? Even if you lived under a bridge for a month, it'd probably cost more than this nonsense. Paul had assumed that even if the Kachin netizens' claims were true, their housing and living conditions wouldn't be much better. After all, it's a small country. But when Paul saw the series of well-decorated, flat-roofed spaces displayed, he had to admit. He was jealous. It wasn't just jealousy. He was absolutely green with envy. Food, clothing, shelter, transportation. I scrolled through the comments section and suddenly felt like I was the one living in a developing country among the poor. Paul's head was filled with countless question marks. He couldn't wait to verify it for himself. To see if it was true or false. When Paul switched back to the social media app in the Lighthouse Nation, he discovered that the software community here had already erupted into a heated debate over the living conditions in Kachin State. Folks, I'm a hacker. I can vouch for it. The videos posted by Kachin netizens showing their quality of life contain not a shred of fabrication. In other words, every single thing those Kachin netizens say is absolutely true. They genuinely only pay a few $dozen a month for rent, and the room quality is excellent. Plus, they receive a series of meal subsidies. I just asked a Kachin netizen converting their 3 daily meals to dollars, it only costs $2 or $3. Moreover, their construction speed is incredibly fast beyond imagination. Chapter 122, Mind-blowing. Bro, are you sure you didn't mess up? You gotta remember, our Lighthouse Nation is the world's most developed country. Logically, shouldn't our quality of life be top tier? How come comparing now reveals our quality of life is actually the absolute worst? Ahem, I'm a netizen from Kachin State. I climbed the Great Firewall to join your social media because your quality of life genuinely shocked me. I never imagined it could be this terrible. Since our nation's founding, within just a month or two, our living standards improved by leaps and bounds. I just calculated the costs for education, healthcare, food, clothing, housing, and transportation. If you budget carefully, you can get by on under $200. Of course, if you're really frugal, you could actually get by on just $100. Kachin State. A fair-featured youth's fingers danced swiftly across the keyboard, painting an incredibly detailed picture of life in present-day Kachin State. And note, I'm talking about living, not merely surviving. If you budget carefully and eat relatively little, you can enjoy life quite well on just $100 lu. Do you know how much it costs to buy a house in Kachin State? Just 10,000 shots, with no extra fees whatsoever. The boy grew increasingly animated as he spoke, his face flushing slightly with each keystroke. As for technology, you netizens from the Lighthouse Nation should stop bragging on our Kachin social media platforms. Let me ask you this, do you have a sky shield system that constantly blankets your borders, capable of blocking any external attack? Do you have medical marvels like Starlight Potion? And on the military front, I'll boldly declare right here, our Kachin Nation is unmatched in both land and sea warfare. Got a problem with that? Come find me in private chat, and we'll have a good talk. Under the watchful eyes of countless Lighthouse Nation netizens, the views on this young man's post kept soaring, nearly breaking through the sky. Beneath the entire post, not a single netizen from the Lighthouse Nation stepped forward to refute the youth's claims. On the contrary, the comments section beneath his post was almost entirely filled with supportive remarks and replies. Yeah, this netizen from Kachin State is absolutely right. They even provided evidence to prove the authenticity of the situation. Damn it, when will the Lighthouse Nation ever have such welfare benefits? We always thought our country had the world's most comprehensive welfare system. But compared to Kachin State, it's nothing. We've been deceived by our own government. Damn right, we've been deceived. Kachin State isn't nearly as filthy and chaotic as the Lighthouse Nation portrays it. Actually, it's the opposite. Comparing our two countries' quality of life is like night and day. Makes me want to move to Kachin State myself. As for being a citizen of the Lighthouse Nation? Put. Who wants that anyway? Not even a dog would take it. As events unfolded, the situation escalated far beyond the imagination of the elderly Jewish man and the Lighthouse Nation official beneath him. The situation spiraled out of their control. As the topic gained traction, an increasing number of netizens from Kachin State and the Lighthouse Nation flocked to Kachin State, a community communication platform. Even Chinese netizens, who had no direct connection to the matter, were drawn in by the buzz. Li Yu was among the most active participants. Looks like the Lighthouse Nation isn't as great as I imagined. Turns out they're actually worse off than I am. Li Yu scratched his head, staring dumbfounded at the flood of videos posted by Lighthouse Nation residents after logging into the Kachin social app. No way. The actual living standards of the working class in the Lighthouse Nation are this low? All this time, he believed the Lighthouse Nation was exactly as those online marketing accounts described, working only 4 hours a day, enjoying comprehensive benefits like social insurance and housing funds, eating well, dressing well, living well, and even breathing air so sweet it was like perfume. But now it seems, it's nothing like that at all. How can anyone in the land of the free earn so little each month? No wonder they can't save money and often overspend in this economic climate. Overspending is practically unavoidable. As these thoughts crossed Li Yu's mind, he quickly checked his bank balance and let out a long sigh. Well, anyway, forget about others. With that $100 million Gu Xian gave me, I'll be living in luxury for the rest of my life. Who would have thought that one day, the wild boasts Gu Xian used to spout in the dorms would actually come true? How utterly unexpected. Hey, wait, I'm getting sidetracked. Shouldn't he be thinking about how to stir this whole mess up even more? With that thought in mind, Li Yu hesitated no longer and sprang into action. Do you know why you're broke? After posting this message, Li Yu turned around and splurged $10,000 to buy a huge boost in popularity. Right now, money is the last thing this young master lacks. And having money really feels great. Back then I'd only splurge on 1 cup of soy milk, now I can afford 2. I don't drink the second one, I just play with it upside down. Hey! That's how money lets you be reckless. Li Yu gloated inwardly, but his hands never stopped working. You working class folks in the land of the free, the reason your broken expenses are so high is because of capitalism's inherent flaws. You slave away day and night, only to find your earnings barely cover your basic needs. I know you're dying to ask where all your money goes. Let me tell you, your hard-earned cash and wealth flow to the wealthiest class in the land of the free. They hold the lion's share of the nation's riches and control every one of you, making you work for them. Are you truly willing to accept this? I just want to ask you, after working all day, gaining nothing but exhaustion, is this truly the life you hoped for? Where have your freedom and democracy gone? If you refuse to accept this, then raise your weapons, unite, and prove to those despicable capitalists that you, the people, are not pushovers. Li Yu pounded the keyboard so hard sparks nearly flew. You know what? This feeling was actually pretty satisfying. Just as Li Yu was slowly brewing his plan to stir up the muddy waters, new developments emerged from the Kachin State. Chapter 123, Trade Negotiations with China. when Chi Rui arrived in Kachin City once more. It felt like a dream. How long had it been? Barely a few months, yet it had transformed beyond recognition. Mr. Chi Rui, it's a pleasure to meet you. Likewise, Mr. Gu Xian. Stepping into the government building recently completed through the meticulous collaboration between the Kachin State and Chinese construction teams, Chi Rui couldn't help but sigh. Good grief. This Kachin State truly embodies the phrase rich and arrogant to the fullest. The scale and style of this renovation, few ordinary folks could ever afford such extravagance. Upon seeing Gu Xian waiting for him, Chi Rui extended his hand and shook it respectfully. After a warm exchange of greetings and pleasantries, Gu Xian didn't beat around the bush. The reason I asked you here today, Mr. Chi Rui, is to have you convey a message on behalf of the Kachin State government to the military and research departments of China. No, that's not quite right. To be precise, we wish to propose a highly advantageous deal with your nation. Mr. Gu Xian, any matters concerning our nation should be directed to China's diplomatic channels. Why approach me personally? Since it's just the two of us here, I'll be blunt. Could it be that your nation's request this time is rather difficult to fulfill? Gu Xian observed a fleeting look of unease cross Chi Rui's face, smiled, and replied, of course not. Not only is it not difficult, but on the contrary, it's tremendous news for China. The reason I sought out you, Mr. Chi Rui, is because I was quite satisfied with how you handled the diplomatic blunder last time. So I'm taking this opportunity to present you, Mr. Chi Rui, with a truly substantial gift. Hearing the first part of Gu Xian's statement, Chi Rui understood immediately. The diplomatic blunder he referred to must surely be the trouble Manhwa had caused. After all, upon their return to China, even his own father shared the same stance regarding Manhwa's execution. They bypassed the formal judicial system entirely. And under the principle of cumulative punishment, Manhwa was sentenced to 16 years of imprisonment. Moreover, he was to receive no special treatment whatsoever during his incarceration and must comply unconditionally. A series of additional penalties followed, so severe that even Chi Rui felt they were excessive. But, seeing Gu Xian, a Chinese national yet the chief scientist of Kachin State, now smiling with satisfaction before him, he found the deal utterly worthwhile. In the realm of scientific research, countless Chinese experts, working with data provided by Gu Xian and the Kachin State, achieved rapid breakthroughs across dozens of fields. If this development continued, it was only a matter of time before China surpassed the lighthouse nation as the world's dominant power. After all, technology is the primary productive force. I wonder what Mr. Gu Xian intends to exchange on behalf of your nation with our China. I'd be interested to hear the details. Observing Chi Rui's demeanor, Gu Xian smiled and spoke. Yet, with just that single sentence, Chi Rui's expression changed instantly. Mr. Gu Xian, are you serious? Absolutely genuine. Couldn't be more real. Very well, I shall immediately negotiate with the Ministry of National Defense of China. Mr. Gu Xian, you have indeed given me a tremendous gift, just as you said. Chi Rui said earnestly. If he conveyed this message well, it would add a final stroke of brilliance to his diplomatic career. From this day forward, his name would be etched in history. Even if he were to die, it would be a worthy sacrifice. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Chi Rui finally understood what grand gift Gu Xian had been referring to. The magnitude of this gift. That he felt somewhat unworthy of it. I've conveyed my message. The rest is up to you, Mr. Chi Rui. I hope you'll bring me good news. Well, I have a meeting to attend shortly, so I won't keep you any longer, Mr. Chi Rui. With that, Chi Rui didn't hesitate, politely acknowledging the request before rising to take his leave. His swiftness revealed the excitement surging within him. Watching Chi Rui's departing figure, Gu Xian nodded, then took the elevator to his own resting quarters, preparing to await the good news from Chi Rui. In the conference room of the Kachin State Ministry of Defense, the atmosphere was tense yet fervent. Seated around the massive conference table were Kachin State's high-ranking officials, military experts, and scientific elites. On the large screen mounted on the wall, flashed detailed specifications and technical data of the lighthouse nation's aircraft carrier. Sura spoke with grave expression. Gentlemen, the information we possess on the lighthouse nation's aircraft carrier is an invaluable bargaining chip. After careful deliberation, we have decided to engage in a crucial transaction with China to acquire supersonic missile development technology. All present nodded in agreement, none objecting. Clearly, they were all familiar with the meeting's agenda. This was precisely what Gu Xian had previously discussed with Chi Rui. Exchanging intelligence on 5 lighthouse nation carriers for China's hypersonic missile technology. With less than 12 hours remaining before the nuclear weapon test, Gu Xian must, after the test launch, publicly demonstrate the further modification and enhancement of the nuclear warhead before the entire world. He would make it clear to all nations that from this day forward, his Kachin nation would rise to become the true dominant power of Southeast Asia. And just before the Kachin State Parliament convened in distant China, a high-level meeting was also underway. China's scientific research teams and military strategists meticulously studied the cooperation proposals and aircraft carrier intelligence transmitted from Kachin State. These carrier specifications are exceptionally detailed, covering core domains like propulsion systems, onboard weaponry, and defense mechanisms. Using them as reference points could significantly advance our own military technological development. No, to be precise, the benefits for China are immense, truly immense. With this data, China could even replicate the most advanced nuclear-powered aircraft carrier of the lighthouse nation 1-to-1 in a short time. Tang Cheng stared at the detailed reference data before him and couldn't help but take a deep breath. He was clearly stunned beyond words. So, Professor Tang Cheng, in your opinion, should we proceed with the transaction? Of course we should complete the transaction, and we should do so with utmost sincerity. Because this gift from the Kachin nation is simply too precious. Tang Cheng declared with unwavering certainty. Then, when should we deliver the supersonic missile technology we possess to the Kachin state? Now. Immediately. Right away. The sooner the better. Delaying would show disrespect not only to Mr. Chi Rue, but to the Kachin state itself. Upon hearing this, all the officials and bigwigs present nodded in tacit agreement. Tang Cheng's words perfectly echoed their thoughts. They were overwhelmingly in favor of the exchange. Now it seemed. The situation was unfolding remarkably smoothly. Since that is the case, and no one has any objections, let us proceed with the technology exchange. Old Zhang, seated at the head of the table, murmured softly, while inwardly marveling. He never imagined his earlier analysis would prove entirely accurate. Gu Xian is indeed the chief scientist of the Kachin state. And an absolute all-around genius. A peerless prodigy. What a pity! Such a prodigy had been personally expelled by that worthless Zhao Yuanjie, director of the Tianyuan Research Institute. It infuriated him beyond words. In the end, he can only vent his fury by digging up all of Zhao Yuanjie's dirty laundry and sentencing him to life imprisonment. By all accounts. If it weren't for the possibility that he might be useful someday, both the influence of old Zhang himself and the sheer magnitude of his crimes would have been enough to warrant execution 800 times over. But thankfully, young Master Gu Xian holds goodwill toward China. Otherwise, I truly wouldn't have known how to handle this. Old Zhang sighed, but the thought of securing the aircraft carrier blueprints filled him with immense excitement. Though he remained uncertain how the Kachin state had obtained them. The fact remained. It was secured nonetheless. The completeness of the intelligence was practically equivalent to dismantling those 5 carriers. It could be said that, this time, China has struck gold. Chapter 124, Nuclear Test Launch. 12 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Since the destruction of the lighthouse nation's carrier strike group, no country dared openly obstruct Kachin nation's nuclear tests. Everything proceeded with remarkable ease. Through the intensive, short-term collaboration with Chinese scientists, Gu Xian finally succeeded in integrating hypersonic missile technology with nuclear weapons. One by one, these sleek, novel-looking intercontinental missiles were concealed within the nuclear weapons storage facility. It was too early to reveal the hypersonic nuclear warhead's design. Gu Xian intended to keep this trump card hidden, saving it for a grand surprise for the lighthouse nation when the time came. And certainly wouldn't reveal it prematurely. What was broadcast live to the world were merely 2 ordinary nuclear warheads. Even so, even recalling the research process from the previous 2 months left Gu Xian with lingering unease. The immense energy source of nuclear weapons lies in a simple yet profound formula. By inducing nuclear fission or fusion through specific methods, the energy converted from mass loss is released on an immense scale. Fusion reactions primarily involve the hydrogen isotopes deuterium and tritium. Under extreme temperatures and pressures, the nuclei of deuterium and tritium can overcome their mutual electrostatic repulsion and fuse into a new, heavier atomic nucleus. In this process, the mass deficit is converted into energy release, yielding a power far greater than that of fission reactions. Understanding the principle is merely the first step. Translating theory into practical nuclear weapons proved an immense headache even for Gu Xian, aided by his era-defying system. He vividly recalled that the production process for deuterium and tritium, essential components of fusion weapons, was so complex it would frustrate anyone who attempted it. At that time, Gu Xian meticulously produced sufficient quantities of deuterium and tritium using methods like heavy water electrolysis, storing them in specially designed containers to ensure stability and safety. With the critical nuclear materials ready, the most crucial stage of weapon assembly began. Now, it was time to turn all this into reality. Today is the day the experiment yields results. With this thought, Gu Xian gazed at the screen. A vast expanse of barren land stretched before him. A colossal iron tower pierced the clouds. Its body was encircled by a dense web of cables and instruments, like a steel beast extending countless tentacles, ever ready to sense the impending shockwave. At the tower's apex, the atomic bomb, a fusion of boundless ingenuity and dread, hung silently. This was the very launch platform for the atomic bomb. Now, before the eyes of the global online audience, it was laid bare without the slightest concealment, just as it had been in previous instances. Has this damn Kachin state gone mad? This is an atomic bomb launch. They're just blatantly letting us see the launch scene for free? Aren't they afraid other countries will learn from the technology they're showing off? Who knows what the Kachin state leadership is thinking, but one thing I do know is that those military and political bigwigs aren't pushovers. If they dare show this off, it means they're not afraid of us copying them at all. Besides, the methods for building atomic bombs have been public knowledge for ages. Guess why so many countries still haven't mastered it? I get that. It's like knowledge being in textbooks. Mastering the textbook should grant you the knowledge, giving you the stepping stone to Kyoto University. But look at reality. How many actually get into Kyoto University? Compared to the number of people taking the National College Entrance Exam, it's actually not that impressive. Alright, everyone in the livestream, cut the chatter. The launch countdown is almost at 0. Grab your popcorn and get ready to watch. Stop just talking. This might be a once-in-a-lifetime moment we witness. Just as the livestream chat was buzzing with heated discussion, Gu Xian sat in the command room, observing the screens displaying normal operations, and gave a slight nod. He had waited far too long for this day. From this moment onward, nuclear weapons would no longer be forbidden to the Kachin nation. They would become a brand new frontier open to them. The time has come. It's time to deliver a powerful blow to those nations around the world who still look down on the Kachin kingdom. I hereby declare that starting today, an era of prosperity unique to the Kachin kingdom is about to dawn. After composing himself, Gu Xian spoke softly. Sir, everything is ready. Shall we detonate? Yes. The moment Gu Xian's words faded, under the watchful eyes of countless netizens and world leaders from major powers, the test launch commenced. Technicians surrounded the launch platform, performing final system integration and joint debugging. Communication systems connected normally. Fire control system calibration complete. Warhead missile integration test passed. Each reported test result heightened the tension and solemnity in the air. With all preparations complete, the nuclear-armed missile stood tall on the launch pad, casting a massive shadow in the fading light of the setting sun. Like a slumbering beast, it lay poised to unleash Earth-shattering power the instant the command was given. Boom! Inside the launch platform, the detonation device emitted a blinding flash, propelling the atomic bomb, a nuclear weapon of emergency specifications, outward. It raced at supersonic speed, piercing through layers of resistance, heading straight for the designated wasteland. All systems go. In an instant, the chain reaction within the atomic bomb ignited like a frenzied microscopic feast. Atomic nuclei underwent successive fissions in an instant, releasing unimaginable energy. First came an intensely bright flash, instantly illuminating the entire wasteland. Wherever the blinding light reached, nothing could hide, as if daylight had suddenly descended. Immediately afterward, a colossal fireball materialized out of thin air, swelling with overwhelming force. The fireball's temperature was beyond measure, instantly ionizing the surrounding air into a dazzling plasma shell, resembling the fiery inferno of myth. A powerful shockwave followed, like an enraged prehistoric beast, roaring as it swept outward. Wherever it passed, sand and stones were hurled high into the air, forming a cloud of dust that obscured the sky. Scattered ruins of buildings, both inside and out, instantly warped and deformed, reduced to piles of scrap metal. Then, a massive mushroom cloud slowly rose. Its base churning with thick smoke, its apex resembling a giant, open umbrella piercing the heavens. Within the mushroom cloud, various rays and superheated gases intertwined, churning and surging ceaselessly, like the gaping maw of a demon devouring all. On the ground, the once flat wasteland was gouged into a massive crater. Surrounding rocks melted and vaporized, forming a ring of bizarre glass-like substance, a testament to the destructive force unleashed. Holy, holy, holy. Mom, I've made it. Never thought I'd witness history live online one day. Cut the crap, like you've never seen history before. But seriously, this atomic blast is way too powerful, like, ridiculously so. Just a shame such a marvelous thing didn't land on those Taiwanese bastards again. Ha 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 ha, the guy above me is thinking exactly what I'm thinking. Bastards. You two jerks upstairs, are you tired of living? Hey, little Jap? Come on, no need to bare your teeth in anger. Too many comments here, hard to express myself. Let's PM. I'm putting my money where my mouth is today. You better not run. Whoever runs is a bastard. Heh, like I'm scared of you. Bring it on. Gu Xian watched the relentless stream of comments scroll across his phone while staring at the spectacular mushroom cloud on the screen. He felt that the past 2 months of effort had been utterly worth it. But an atomic bomb alone won't cut it. It's time to bring the hydrogen bomb out for a spin. Otherwise, it wouldn't be good if other countries got the wrong idea. Gu Xian clapped his hands and laughed heartily. Oh, the land of the free. Do you think this is the end? No. It's far from over. Now that the appetizer has made its entrance, it's time for the main course to take center stage. Before the hundreds of millions of viewers in the livestream could react, Gu Xian switched screens in the blink of an eye. All that met the eye was a barren wasteland, nothing else. Ha! Why did Kachin suddenly switch screens? I didn't even record that part. Quiet. Look, what's that? A bright point plummeted toward the ground at incredible speed, revealing a fireball vastly larger than an atomic bomb explosion. It rapidly expanded, releasing energy equivalent to millions, even tens of millions of tons of TNT. The shockwave surged outward in all directions with even greater speed and force, mercilessly obliterating all matter in its path. The crumbling hills crumbled like fragile blocks of wood, easily leveled to the ground. Immediately, a colossal mushroom cloud erupted from the earth, its scale far surpassing that of an atomic explosion. The base of the cloud formed a thick, towering column of smoke stretching thousands of meters upward, while its upper canopy spread like a vast dark cloud, shrouding the sky for hundreds of kilometers around. Within the mushroom cloud, the release of energy persisted, with various rays and superheated gases churning ceaselessly, a sight that filled observers with dread. At that very instant, not a single viewer flooded the chat. Chapter 125, A Historic Moment. Holy, this is truly witnessing history. An atomic bomb and a hydrogen bomb exploding? To witness such a rare sight, it feels like I'm dreaming. This is amazing, absolutely incredible. A feast for the eyes and ears. Never thought I'd get to enjoy such high-quality content. This is way more satisfying than using the Holy Grail. Hey, upstairs, you can't say that. Honestly, the Holy Grail is still a bit more satisfying. As a Chinese netizen, I'm reporting you guys for driving recklessly. Across the internet at that moment, footage of Kachin State's nuclear weapon launch was spreading like wildfire across major social media platforms and apps. Countless media outlets scrambled to cover the story, fearing they'd miss this earth-shattering, historic event. Even those in the most remote regions now knew the name Kachin State. It was impossible to ignore, for no matter where, when, or how, people were discussing Kachin's actions every single moment. It wasn't that their topics were limited, but rather because the actions Kachin State has taken in less than a year have been utterly staggering and beyond comprehension. The Sky Shield System, Tianming Tactical Tank, Starlight Potion, Starlight Chip, various types of bionic combat drones, fully operational Junyi warrior armor units, and now nuclear weapons testing. All of these were rapidly developed by the Kingdom of Kachin within an extremely short time frame, a pace so swift it leaves scientists from other nations feeling utterly ashamed. Any single one of these achievements carries immense value. And the Kachin State? They've just thrown everything out there without any regard for reason or mercy. It's downright insane. Kachin State, I have a premonition this nation will absolutely become a world power capable of rivaling the Lighthouse Nation. Its rise is merely a matter of time, no one can possibly stop it. Dude, that's pure nonsense. Kachin already possesses every condition required to become a superpower. If we're being blunt, we might as well treat Kachin as a superpower already. Looks like Kachin's golden age is coming, while the Lighthouse Nation might be heading for a long decline. I've heard that relations between Kachin and China are incredibly strong. If those two nations were to join forces, the Lighthouse Nation wouldn't fare well at all. Don't forget about the Big Bear in North Asia either. The war between the Big Bear and the Little Bear has been raging for 4 or 5 years now. On the surface, it's a clash between two nations, but in reality, the Big Bear has been competing with Europe and the Beacon Nation behind it all along. Once the Big Bear catches its breath, I dare not even imagine what the next phase will bring. Exactly. When three nations, each flawless in every respect, unite, I refuse to believe the Lighthouse Nation can remain as formidable as before. Gu Xian scrolled through his phone, noticing that since the Kachin State military had stepped on the U.S. aircraft carrier strike group and test-fired nuclear weapons, almost every single one expressed support for the Kachin State. Some of the analyses made Gu Xian nod in agreement repeatedly. Since Kachin State had steadily grown stronger, there was no need to hold back any longer. They should simply unleash their full force. All this time, slaving away like a beast of burden, diligently developing this and that for Kachin State, what was it all for? For this very day. Now, with the successful nuclear test, the refinement of hypersonic intercontinental missile warheads, and the comprehensive deployment of military technology and weaponry, Gu Xian walked with a spring in his step. After all, the Kachin Kingdom of today is worlds apart from the Kachin Kingdom of the past. It's a complete transformation. Even if war were to break out with the Lighthouse Nation today, the Kachin State would not flinch. You have nuclear bombs, and so do I. So let's fight it out. And see who cracks first, drops the bomb, and triggers World War III. Kachin Nation is different from the Lighthouse Nation. Having only recently established its nation, and armed with the terrifying combat prowess of the traitor-slaying battle armor, Gu Shengang has thoroughly cleansed every inch of Kachin territory, purifying all the murky filth that once polluted it. It can be said that Gu Xian, now possessing life-saving capabilities, controlling the absolute authority over all technological weapons in Kachin, and being inextricably bound to the Kachin regime, is at this very moment the sole, unquestioned ruler of Kachin. The absolute ruler. Perhaps within the Kachin State, there were still those who refused to heed his commands. But that's fine. As long as they keep up appearances and behave obediently, Gu Xian will turn a blind eye to whatever they do, not bothering to intervene. One could even say that even if they attempt anything, Gu Xian could crush them with a flick of his wrist. With so many epic-level black technologies at his disposal, crushing them would be as easy as squashing an ant. Moreover, Gu Xian possessed an ultimate, irresistible trump card. The Starlight Potion in his own hands. This thing no one could possibly refuse it. After all, he had set it up so that anyone who achieved certain political accomplishments would qualify to exchange for the Starlight Potion, exclusively possessed by the Kingdom of Kachin. Even those harboring the most disloyal thoughts would stifle their hidden ambitions upon seeing this announcement and obediently serve the Kachin Kingdom. Indeed, this proved true. The feudal remnants still lingering in the Kachin Kingdom, having witnessed its terrifying military might and construction capabilities, and tempted by the allure of the Starlight Potion it offered. Any notions of rebellion, or overthrowing local governments and ruling regimes, all became laughable. Even the lowest-level spies of the Myanmar Federation and the Lighthouse Nation, who had not been exposed, sold themselves out for a hefty price to secure the Starlight Elixir, completely disregarding the losses the Lighthouse Nation and Myanmar Federation would suffer afterward. This is the absolute allure of longevity, the very pursuit of immortality that generations of sages on Blue Star have sought. Precisely because power in Kachin State was highly concentrated in Gu Xian's own hands, coupled with the convenience and advancement of technology, he dared to assert with absolute certainty that whatever the Lighthouse Nation attempted in the future, it would never escape Gu Xian's scrutiny. Moreover, no matter what, the Kachin Nation's actions would always be far, far quicker than the Lighthouse Nation's. This very certainty is one of the core reasons Gu Xian has the confidence to declare that the Kingdom of Kachin can stand invincible. His other pillars of confidence were each more substantial than the last. His confidence stemmed from strength. Even if a full-scale war were to break out now, Gu Xian could shrug it off nonchalantly. Whoever backs down is a coward. Chapter 126, Reckoning underway. Compared to the Kingdom of Kachin, the internal affairs of the Lighthouse Nation were murky and unfathomable. Setting aside other matters, the factional strife between the Judeans and the Anglo-Saxons alone is enough to give anyone a headache. These two factions have long been at loggerheads, their conflicts utterly irreconcilable. Their objectives are far too aligned and far too conflicting. Whether it's the Anglo-Saxons or the Jews, both factions are driven by the singular ambition of seizing the highest political power in the Lighthouse Nation. As the only faction capable of challenging their dominance, it's no wonder they view each other as thorns in their sides. In truth, resolving such conflicts is both simple and difficult. It would only require one faction to voluntarily relinquish its claim to power. But, from a nationalistic perspective, this is utterly impossible. The reason is straightforward. Once the faction in power accumulates sufficient strength, crushing the opposing faction becomes as easy as crushing a chicken. Moreover, the economic benefits that come with holding political power are simply enormous. We're not talking about a few $100 million here, we're talking about hundreds of billions, trillions, or even tens of trillions. Therefore, the two factions can never cease their struggle. They will continue to clash and confront each other endlessly, fully aware that the losses from this internal strife will be devastating, yet they have no way to stop it. They can only continue this silent struggle, unless faced with immense external pressure, which might finally compel them to set aside their disputes and unite against a common threat. And before this, the Kachin State was precisely the pressure that could unite the two factions. But it still amounted to nothing. Gu Xian couldn't help but laugh at the very notion of their joint action. The faction represented by the Angsars advocated for military intimidation against Kachin State, even going so far as to spend a fortune deploying an aircraft carrier strike group to threaten me into abandoning nuclear testing. Just recalling the decisions made by those Angsa people in the Lighthouse Nation back then, Gu Xian couldn't help but laugh. And what was the result? Naturally, it served no purpose whatsoever except to provide Kachin State with a wedding gown. That battle. Their maritime bionic combat drones became world-renowned overnight. Their formidable firepower likely still strikes fear into the hearts of nations wherever it's recalled. In exchange, they witnessed the complete collapse of the Lighthouse Nation's carrier strike group. This nearly made Gu Xian laugh so hard his molars nearly fell out. Don't think the Anglo-Saxons' efforts were all for naught. Aren't the Jews doing exactly the same? What nonsense about targeting ideology, striking at faith and spirit. Put. Look at the life your beacon nation leads, then look at the life the people of Kachin State lead. If the people of Kachin State could actually be brainwashed by those online spies and slanderous videos into hating their own government, Gu Xian would seriously wonder if these folks hadn't woken up properly and if they hadn't been kicked in the ass by a donkey while still asleep. Brainwashing the indigenous people of Kachin State? Do you believe the people of Kachin could brainwash all of you Western nations, led by your beacon nation? In fact, events unfolded exactly as Gu Xian had predicted. On Kachin State's social media platform, more and more citizens of the Lighthouse Nation, who had originally come with hostility and the intention to profit from trolling, had their defenses shattered one after another upon witnessing the true life of Kachin State's locals. Just imagining scrolling through those pro-Kachin comments and videos from Lighthouse Nation residents made Gu Xian want to laugh. It was just too damn amusing. Who would have thought? The living conditions of ordinary citizens in the lighthouse nation turned out to be so wretched. What's 996? Working 007 is the absolute norm. Some people work 12 or 13 hours a day and it's still not enough. To cover basic necessities and daily expenses, some even resort to selling blood. And this happens twice a week, sometimes even 3 or 4 times. Honestly, when he witnessed the scene, Gu Xian admitted that a part of the worldview he'd built since childhood crumbled. I thought donating blood once a year made me pretty heroic, but wow, some people are even braver than me. Seriously, hats off to them. Gu Xian scratched his head, muttering to himself. Getting blood drawn that many times a week. Aren't they afraid of being drained to death? This isn't the American citizen who usually shouts about equality and freedom. This is clearly a walking blood bank, damn it. Getting drawn that many times. Leaving aside whether they'd literally bleed to death, symptoms like anemia, hypoglycemia, collapsed veins, and blood deficiency are practically guaranteed. A donor maintaining such a high frequency for over a year. Even if they stop now, recover, and return to a normal routine, they'll likely be left with lifelong, irreversible complications. Reflecting on this, Gu Xian couldn't help but feel secretly relieved. Fortunately, he was born a lawful citizen of China. Though his early life hadn't been one of great wealth or privilege, at least he'd never lacked for basic necessities. Moreover, even for other Chinese residents, regardless of gender, as long as they were physically able-bodied, finding a job that could fully support themselves was never a problem. With a bit of frugality and maintaining a normal lifestyle, saving tens of thousands of yuan a year was quite achievable. Even an occasional splurge on a meal was perfectly acceptable. Compared to the lighthouse nation, China truly is a paradise on earth. But if you compare the working class of the lighthouse nation to those in the land of the rising sun, Gu Xian could only shrug helplessly, implying, my friends, you're comparing the wrong countries. Due to years of war, Kachin's population is far smaller than that of the lighthouse nation or China. Add to that the substantial funds recently earned through technological means, coupled with China's subsidy policies and the full support of construction teams. It's no exaggeration to say Kachin now boasts the world's highest standard of living. Not only are clothing, food, housing, and transportation all top-notch, but costs have been regulated to an extremely low level by the government, represented by Gu Xian and Sula. This is further bolstered by various subsidy programs, free healthcare, and universal free education. Today's Kachin state bears no resemblance to its former state of decline. It has achieved a comprehensive resurgence. Yet those Judas-like individuals still attempt to use ideological assimilation tactics against the local Kachin populace. Gu Xian suspects those Judas politicians must be thinking with their second brother when devising such policies. You'd better investigate thoroughly before implementing it. What? Is it really the tail wagging the dog? Lost in thought, Gu Xian suddenly stumbled upon an intriguing thread on a mobile forum. Chapter 127. Do you know why you're broke? Why are you broke? Hey, this thread's getting some serious views. And according to the back-end data, nearly 10 million clicks, not a single bot among them. All real people. And that's not even counting duplicate clicks or reposts. Also, how come 80% of the traffic is from US IPs? Interesting. So interesting. Why does that username look so familiar? Haha, I remember now, isn't that Li Yu's username? Who would have thought? That kid Li Yu's gone viral overnight. Gu Xian took a sip of Sprite while reading the post shared by his college roommate and best friend. The content hit his eyes. Even Gu Xian couldn't help but gasp. Is this kid trying to stir up trouble in the lighthouse nation? If not, why all this inflammatory rhetoric? Thank goodness he's in China and not the US. Otherwise, he'd probably have been snatched up by the FBI and taken to the police station for a cup of tea. No, more like a peanut snack, and not the regular kind, but the extra large, extra thick kind. Gu Xian swirled his drink as he scrolled down to read the rest. As the freest nation on earth, our minds shouldn't be shackled. We, the common people, must rise up and resist the lighthouse nation government's atrocities. Think about it, the lighthouse nation has the world's highest GDP. If it were distributed equally among you, it would be enough to make every single one of you live in unimaginable prosperity. But think carefully, why don't you have that now? Instead, you're constantly running around doing this and that, working yourselves to death just to scrape by. Think about it. Even without comparing yourselves to Kachin state, just look at the mysterious Eastern superpower, China. You're not just worlds apart, you're light years behind. The cost of living and cultural vibrancy there will show you what real life truly is, what real freedom truly means. Without citing other examples, let me mention just 2 points. In China, residents donate blood at most once every 6 months, and it's not mandatory. Secondly, our rent accounts for only a small portion of our earnings. Some companies even provide free meals and lodging, leaving employees with no financial burdens whatsoever. Want to know how we achieve this? If you want to know, then. Just as Gu Xian was drawn in by Li Yu's words and about to scroll down, a paywall pop-up suddenly appeared. To learn what happens next, all it takes is a single payment. Seeing this, Gu Xian twisted his lips. Damn it, I already gave you $100 million, and now you're trying to make money with underhanded tricks? You've got some nerve. But when Gu Xian checked the purchase data through the back end, he couldn't help but admire the kid. Even without his help, Liu would still achieve financial freedom sooner or later, wouldn't he? The purchase volume below had soared to a staggering 1,010,000 units. Although the platform would take half the profits, plus an additional 20% fee for cross-border withdrawals. Even so, Gu Xian did the math. He'd still have enough to buy a car, a house, and marry a wife in a second or third tier city with plenty left over. If he spent frugally, it wouldn't run out for 2 or 3 decades. He could practically retire right where he stood. Come on, let me see what good stuff you've got in the rest of this. If there's nothing worthwhile, I'll use my privileges to sanction you. A faint smile curved Gu Xian's lips. After paying up, he devoured the rest of the content in one go. After finishing, an odd expression surfaced on Gu Xian's face. If you seek the truth, go buy a little red book. A spark can start a prairie fire? The bones of nobles trampled on the imperial avenue, the imperial treasury burned to ashes of brocade? When autumn arrives on the 8th day of the 9th month, my flower blooms and all others perish? I, Zhang Jiao, the poor monk, invite the lighthouse to meet its end? Gu Xian admitted it. He was genuinely baffled. These words, the more he looked at them, the more familiar they seemed. Weren't these the very phrases he'd learned during his 9 years of compulsory education? When Gu Xian saw the comment rate below, his eye twitched again. Scanning the comments, viewers from the United States had given this paid content almost no negative reviews whatsoever. Every single one was a 5-star rating, accompanied by unanimous expressions of gratitude in phrases like "learned so much, thank you, streamer," and the like. This left Gu Xian utterly speechless. Impressive. Truly impressive. How does Liu's brain come up with all this stuff? He really doesn't put it to good use, just wastes it on weird, offbeat stuff. But talk is cheap. Gu Xian dutifully exercised his privileges, manually boosting the video to the top spot on the social media popularity rankings. He thoughtfully added a set of parentheses after the topic. Translated into Eagle script, it read, "Highly recommended viewing for residents of the Lighthouse Nation." After completing all this, Gu Xian felt the reach still fell short. He promptly set the video to full tags. This ensured it would appear in every category: those who enjoy borderline beauty content, those seeking the bizarre, stress relief zones like hoof trimming or pimple popping, as well as food, military, and gaming sections guaranteed exposure across the board. It was especially targeted at newly registered users with IPs from the Lighthouse Nation. "Sura, I have an order for you." "Commander, just give the word. I'll execute it with full authority." "Nothing major. I'll forward you a video shortly. You must promote this video across all major social media platforms in the Lighthouse Nation. Aim to spread it widely before the Lighthouse Nation government reacts. Even if it requires significant manpower, resources, or funds, it's acceptable." Gu Xian instructed softly. "Ha! Land of the Lanterns, you wanted to cause trouble for my Kachin state, didn't you? Well then, I'll make you taste the bitter fruit of your own actions." Gu Xian calculated in his mind. But there was another reason behind his actions. That was to divert some of the Lighthouse Nation's attention, forcing them to squander as much of their strength as possible in internal conflicts. Because soon, he would undertake a monumental endeavor. At this thought, Gu Xian's gaze instinctively shifted toward the direction of the Union of Myanmar. The day when Myanmar would achieve complete unification, restore the glory of its national sovereignty, and activate the second stage of its technological advancement was drawing near. Chapter 128, The Governor's Frustration. Who can explain to me why the crime rate has skyrocketed 5 or 6 times over and why most of the victims are the wealthy elites and bigwigs holding the upper tier wealth? And these guys are usually the most protective of their own lives. How could they end up injured, or even get shot in the head? Coster flipped through the case files from the past month, feeling utterly drained. Seriously, man. Back when I first took office, I never encountered anything like this. What the hell is going on in this state lately? Damn it. Crime rates just kept climbing day by day, mostly targeting the wealthy class. And for some reason, the number of protests erupting across different regions was also skyrocketing exponentially. What's more, most crucially, these aren't lone perpetrators, they're gangs, entire unions, even whole neighborhoods committing these crimes. At the same time, the largest proportion of these perpetrators are the underprivileged citizens of the Lighthouse Nation. Governor, investigations reveal their tactics are becoming increasingly organized and sophisticated, presentable enough for the stage. Yet the destructive power of these marginalized masses gathering together grows ever stronger. They harbor near hatred toward every capitalist who controls large-scale production resources and operates with a black heart. They have escalated their retaliatory tactics, starting with mobilizing black groups for large-scale $0 purchases as revenge, progressing to armed threats, and ultimately evolving into class warfare and legal maneuvers targeting vulnerabilities in corporate operations. While they appear resigned to their fate, this has placed an immense burden on our state government operations, pushing us to the brink of capacity. Yet they remain unsatisfied with focusing solely on this aspect. They've even launched large-scale campaigns targeting industries like blood sales, healthcare, real estate, and more, adopting an uncompromising stance that signals they won't relent until we do. Our emergency hotline is being flooded with calls. Listening to his assistant's report, Coster waved his hand impatiently. Just tell me the actual losses. How much have these activities cost us? Well, just in economic terms, we've suffered billions of dollars in losses in just 1 month, and this damage shows no signs of abating. Simultaneously, large numbers of our state's lower-income citizens have begun an orderly migration to rural areas and farms. Worse, some are exploiting personal property rights as a pretext to construct military-style fortifications, trenches and bunkers arranged in concentric rings encircling city after city within our state. For some reason, I have an extremely bad feeling about this. The assistant continued his report. Moreover, I strongly suspect China is deeply involved in this affair, as Chinese characters have even appeared on those plaques. Inscriptions like "The bones of nobles litter the imperial avenue, the imperial treasury burned to ashes of brocade, every inch of land, every drop of blood, dares to exchange the sun and moon for a new face." I don't know what they mean, but they certainly aren't pleasant words. Listening to the assistant's rambling report on recent work, Coster felt increasingly depressed, even tempted to find a block of tofu and smash his head against it. Damn it! When did being governor become this miserable? Why does it feel worse than back when I was in business, profiteering off bread and grain price hikes? That was pure bliss. Since it's come to this, suppress it for now. Mobilize significant forces and thoroughly investigate who's behind this, who's condoning it all. If it's truly Huaxia, hand it over to the higher-ups to deal with their headache. And if it isn't? Hearing his assistant's question, Costner couldn't help but roll his eyes at him. Not China? If it's not them, we'll handle it internally. From what I understand, riots like this have happened before, but they never last long. Once the lower classes have rioted themselves out and their pockets are empty, they'll quietly go back to work, letting us squeeze them dry as usual. So there's no need to worry. The only real headache is those wealthy elites dissatisfied with us. Regardless, our priority is to improve public safety first. Then we can offer some policy compensation. Feed our breadwinners first. Forget about the rich. Coster remarked indifferently, effectively settling the matter. To him, if these ordinary, low-level citizens weren't serving as the labor force keeping society running, he'd wish more of them would die. That way, the state government would save itself a lot of trouble every day. Unlike now, burdened with endless affairs, each more troublesome than the last. And now he had to get involved in national affairs too. Just the thought of sitting on that uncomfortable chair, listening to the lighthouse nation's endless, tedious topics, made him want to die. For him, this was the most irritating part of his entire day. Without a doubt. And that Kachin state, getting more and more restless lately. What the hell are those Angses thinking? Why don't they just agree to the terms for full-scale war already? Why all the dithering? Sure, our carrier strike group took heavy damage last time, but that doesn't mean the Beacon Nation is weaker than Kachin state in other areas. If left unchecked, the Kachin state will only grow stronger over time. Once they become unstoppable, they'll finally learn their place. Better to strike while the iron is soft and deliver a fatal blow to the underdeveloped Kachin state. Cost sighed. He couldn't fathom what those Anglo-Saxon bastards were thinking. Where had their boldness gone when confronting the Judas people earlier? Had it been devoured by dogs? Lately, the Kachin state had grown increasingly brazen. Even when the Lighthouse Nation exercised its veto, they persisted in relying on China's UN membership application. But the Jews have already set their sights on destruction. Under no circumstances can the Kachin state be allowed to join the UN. Otherwise, the Union of Myanmar, already a UN member, would become a laughingstock, a source of ridicule. After all, the Union of Myanmar and present-day Kachin state were once a single nation. If Kachin state were admitted, wouldn't the Lighthouse Nation be tacitly acknowledging Kachin as the sole legitimate sovereign state in the Burmese region? Where would that leave the face of the Jewish-controlled Union of Myanmar? Could they possibly just abandon it? Even if Kachin state were to withstand all pressure and acquire nuclear weapons, it still wouldn't be acceptable. If I recall correctly, the meeting reconvenes this afternoon to discuss whether Kachin state should join the United Nations, right? Never mind. No matter how persistent Kachin state is, my Lighthouse Nation and the Jewish group will never allow their admission. Unless Kachin state dares risk all-out war, but would they dare? They wouldn't dare. Coster muttered to himself, his words dripping with unshakable confidence. Chapter 129, Sensational. Schmidt arrived at the UN conference room today, impeccably dressed and brimming with confidence as he strode in with short, purposeful steps. He knew full well today's agenda revolved around Kachin's UN membership bid. Yet no matter what, even if the heavens fell, the Lighthouse Nation would never permit Kachin's admission. This was an absolute red line beyond question. Just as Governor Coster had surmised. The Lighthouse Nation would never stand idly by and watch Kachin state join the UN so easily. It could be said that as long as the Jewish regime existed within the Union of Myanmar, he could not allow Kachin state to so brazenly flout the rules of the game set by the Lighthouse Nation, the world's dominant power. Now, with China and Kachin State joining forces, the lighthouse nation is already feeling some pressure. If this continues unchecked, it would only be a matter of time before their status as the world's dominant power is overturned. After all, the combined strength of Kachin State and China could unleash a force formidable enough to strike fear into the hearts of all. In the solemn conference hall of the United Nations headquarters, the atmosphere was oppressive enough to take one's breath away. Delegates from various nations gathered together, all aware that this meeting was yet another iteration of an old tradition. Even a fool could guess. The main agenda would inevitably revolve around the Kachin State's application for UN membership. After all, this matter had been raised at least 3 or 4 times before. Under normal circumstances, following the proper procedures, Kachin State should have joined the United Nations long ago. But someone just had to disagree. At that moment, Ahmad, the Kachin State representative, strode purposefully to the podium in a crisp traditional robe, his gaze unwavering. His gaze swept across the assembled delegates below, finally settling on the slightly arrogant face of Schmidt, the representative from Lighthouse Nation. "Hey, you bastard. Laugh all you want. I bet your expression won't be like that for much longer," Ahmed muttered to himself. After all this time, did they really think the Kachin were made of clay? He slowly walked to the front of the stage and spoke softly. "Distinguished representatives of the United Nations member states." Ahmed's voice echoed through the hall via the microphone. "The Kachin Nation has long aspired to join the United Nations family. Guided by principles of peace, justice, and development, we have worked diligently to build our nation. Yet, on multiple occasions, our applications have been repeatedly blocked." A faint murmur rippled through the audience as delegates whispered and exchanged glances. Same old opening speech, nothing new. I'm sick of hearing it. Couldn't agree more. But isn't that how things usually go? No matter how dirty and sordid things are behind closed doors, you can't air them in public. Besides, small countries like ours are just spectators. We keep our distance when it doesn't concern us. Schmidt scoffed disdainfully. Poof. As if they could join so easily. It's like a toad dreaming of eating swan meat. His voice was low, but Ahmed beside him seemed to catch the subtle movement. His tone sharpened abruptly. "We know a hidden force is deliberately obstructing us. Today, before the entire world, I demand answers from the Lighthouse Nation. Why are you making it impossible for Kachin to join the United Nations?" Schmidt's expression darkened. Good grief. Has this Kachin diplomat lost his mind? This is the United Nations. Can't matters be discussed privately? Why bring this out into the open? He sprang to his feet, his voice righteous and stern. "The Kachin State does not meet the relevant standards of the United Nations. We are merely following the rules." Ahmed laughed bitterly in rage. "Standards? They're nothing but tools for you to manipulate. Today, I declare on behalf of Kachin State, I'm laying down the law. If the Lighthouse Nation continues to block our admission to the United Nations, the Kachin Nation will declare war on the Union of Myanmar and fight until its complete annihilation. According to your own previous statements, the Union of Myanmar represents the sovereign state of Myanmar and holds exclusivity, meaning Kachin State lacks the eligibility to apply. Well then, why not simply annihilate the Union of Myanmar altogether?" At these words, the entire hall was stunned. Delegates from various nations wore expressions of utter shock. Some even gasped in horror, nearly fainting. In an instant, the original atmosphere vanished, replaced by the clamor of a bustling marketplace. Amidst the chaos, only the representative of China maintained a calm expression, as if he had known all along. Ahmed remained unmoved, continuing, "We do not seek war, but we fear it not. Kachin State stands fully prepared. Our troops are high in morale, our technology unmatched. Should the Lighthouse Nation persist in its stance, it shall witness the downfall of the Union of Myanmar." Madman. Madman. Was this declaration of war against their Lighthouse Nation? Schmidt's face turned ashen. He never imagined Kachin would dare to be so brazen, openly pressuring, even threatening, the Lighthouse Nation, the world's dominant power, at a United Nations meeting. Suppressing his rage, he declared, "Kachin State is undermining international order. You will pay a heavy price for your reckless actions. Moreover, I advise you to think carefully. If you truly declare war on the Union of Myanmar, then we, the Lighthouse Nation, will absolutely not sit idly by and wait for our doom." But sit idly by? How many underhanded maneuvers have you pulled behind our backs? If not for Kachin's efforts, you bastards would have devoured us down to the last scrap long ago. Ahmed cursed under his breath. On the surface, he remained unyielding. "You are the ones truly undermining international order. For years, the Lighthouse Nation has exploited its military might to meddle in other countries' affairs and provoke conflicts everywhere. Today, we are here to shatter this unjust status quo." At this moment, representatives from several neutral nations stepped forward to mediate. After all, they certainly didn't want the two most powerful nations clashing. Such a conflict would bring them nothing but harm. "Ladies and gentlemen, war has never been a solution. Kachin Nation's request to join the United Nations deserves reasonable discussion, and the Lighthouse Nation should approach this matter with greater openness and fairness. Our shared goal is to uphold world peace and stability. Exactly. Everyone, calm down. Sit down and negotiate properly. We can always find a suitable solution. A solution? Since Kachin State is so adamant, let me make this clear: my Lighthouse Nation will never permit an entity lacking full national sovereignty to join the UN. After all, this isn't some rubber band anyone can just slip on. In an instant, the atmosphere in the hall once again became tense and charged. Chapter 130, War begins. They're mad, absolutely mad. Both nations have lost their minds. This is the United Nations, yet they're openly hurling insults and threats at each other. Damn it, have I grown too old to keep up with the times? Ahmed looks completely confident. That means the decision to fully engage with the Lighthouse Nation and even the Burmese Federation wasn't his alone. It's definitely the stance of the entire Kachin State government. What can we do? What should we representatives from these small nations do? In the seats of other regions of the United Nations, delegates could no longer sit still, whispering among themselves. For them, today's bilateral talks were nothing short of a bombshell so explosive it left them all on edge. What's going on? They're acting so aggressive? Are they really planning to go to war? Come on. If you two start a war, wouldn't that be World War III? And both of your countries possess nuclear weapons. What if you two really lose your minds and, on a whim, decide to annihilate the world? Damn it, have you had enough of living? I haven't yet. A representative from White Elephant cursed inwardly. They'd finally signed a treaty with Kachin State and halted the disputes with China. It should have been a day for universal celebration, as the White Elephant could finally relax and focus on development. But the United Nations conference had barely begun, and these two looked ready to tear each other apart. Especially that damn Lighthouse Nation. What harm would granting Kachin a seat possibly do? Must you provoke both sides into an irreparable stalemate, then escalate to open conflict? The other delegates shared similar sentiments to the White Elephant Nation's representatives, utterly baffled by the situation. Now that Kachin State has grown so powerful, backed by China, they're practically fearless. Not long ago, they even sank the Lighthouse Nation's carrier strike group. Those formidable naval combat robots sent chills down the spines of every delegate who saw the footage. Terrifying. Utterly terrifying. Even if the Lighthouse Nation controlled most of the world's wealth, possessed cutting-edge technology and weapons, and had deep historical roots, they wouldn't be foolish enough to believe their military could comprehensively suppress Kachin. What a joke. Just look at that dazzling array of weapons Kachin possesses. Who the hell wouldn't be terrified? And they possess the Starlight Elixir, the coveted longevity potion everyone dreams of. Not to mention, according to Kachin State's official statements, they will soon unveil a defensive technological weapon called the Starlight Chip. Reportedly built entirely with Kachin's most advanced technology, once activated, it will deploy a plasma shield to protect its host. Moreover, it is said to be impervious to even large-caliber bullets and artillery fire, and no cold weapons can harm it either. Upon the release of this news, countless family clans and officials from various nations rushed to extend olive branches, competing fiercely to recruit it like starving men seeking sustenance, each offering higher and higher prices. The goal is to secure the Starlight Chip ahead of schedule. Even more astonishing, they offered a staggering $10 billion. Truly a display of immense wealth and power. Yet the Kingdom of Kachin remained utterly unmoved by such temptation, continuing to focus on its own affairs. It merely stated that the Starlight Chip would be available for purchase next month as scheduled. Starlight Elixir. Starlight Chip. The combination of these two product lines virtually guarantees that whoever possesses both will never again have to worry about any calamity in their lifetime. It could be described as enjoying the ultimate bliss of this world, free from illness and disaster. For wealthy individuals whose minds are consumed by the pursuit of immortality, this was an irresistible temptation. Simply irresistible. Therefore, bolstered by this technological foundation, all nations and clans have grown increasingly deferential toward the Kingdom of Kachin. After all, they need its favor. Offending the Kingdom of Kachin would be a grave mistake. Blacklisting, delisting, and product sales bans would be minor consequences. What truly terrifies them is the prospect of Kachin's Tianming tactical tanks and naval combat robots rolling right over their faces the next second, pinning them down for a brutal beating. In such circumstances, where exactly would you go to seek justice? Therefore, when Kachin pursues nuclear weapons, expands its territory, and deploys military bases in Thailand and Cambodia, all actions subverting the world order nations merely turn a blind eye. Only the Lighthouse Nation, that former world hegemon, would step in to stop it. But now it seems, the Lighthouse Nation's series of actions not only failed to destroy the Kachin State but actually helped it grow stronger. And the actions it has taken itself have also defied common sense. Representative of the Lighthouse Nation, I advise you to watch your words. Do you truly believe you are something special? Let me make this clear: other nations may fear you, but we Kachin have no such fear. I reiterate my stance, should the Lighthouse Nation once again wield its veto power at this conference under absurd, baseless pretexts, the Kachin Nation will respond with full force, leaving no room for compromise. At that point, all talk of right and wrong will be cast aside. Everything, absolutely everything, will be settled on the battlefield. As Ahmed's voice boomed across the United Nations, Schmidt's expression darkened. His earlier words had merely represented his personal stance, intended to project strength and make the Kachin Nation recognize the gap between them and his Lighthouse Nation at this stage. Yet unexpectedly, these words not only failed to achieve their purpose but also left him in an awkward position. He knew full well that every word and action of this detestable Kachin representative was fully backed by the Kachin government. Or rather, Kachin's objective was to escalate this matter, to provoke their Lighthouse Nation. Under normal circumstances, Miami might not have noticed anything amiss. But today he stood as the representative of the Lighthouse Nation. If he were to swallow his pride now, the international prestige of the Lighthouse Nation would be severely diminished from this day forward. And the Kachin Nation would trample over the Lighthouse Nation's dignity, rising to prominence overnight. But if he agreed, the Lighthouse Nation would be torn apart internally over this personal decision. Once it reached that point, Schmidt would inevitably face sanctions and targeted backlash. He'd really screwed up. Schmidt cursed under his breath. He looked up at Ahmed, whose eyes remained calm and composed, and couldn't help but vent his frustration. Damn it. Keep pretending. If you really go all out against us Lighthouse Nation, do you think your Kachin Nation will fare any better? Just as Schmidt was at a loss for words, suddenly, a vibration buzzed through the miniature earpiece in his ear. Chapter 131, then. Let's fight. Does your Kachin state truly wish to go to war? Schmidt's expression regained its composure as he calmly looked at Ahmed. Humph. Why is he acting so cocky this time? Could it be that the higher-ups in the Lighthouse Nation suddenly issued orders, giving this guy a sense of certainty? Ahmed was puzzled, but who cares? As long as the Lighthouse Nation backs down this time and allows Kachin State to join the United Nations, then Kachin State's plan will be more than halfway successful. Even if they later took action against the Union of Myanmar, they wouldn't invite much criticism. Though Kachin could ignore all external skepticism now, they still needed a legitimate pretext, right? As long as there was a flimsy excuse, it would be more than enough for them. But if the Lighthouse Nation refuses their proposal and instead launches a full-scale war against them, the Kachin State is fully prepared to accept that outcome. You've already started the war. I'll beat the crap out of all your vassal states, surely that's no problem, right? If this were the past, Ahmad, as Kachin's diplomatic representative, would have rolled his eyes at anyone suggesting he should deliberately provoke the Lighthouse Nation, that stirring up all its forces to force a war would be ideal. Dude, you must be out of your mind. If you want me to provoke some weak little countries over some conflict of interest, you can do it yourself. But you want me to provoke the current world superpower? Ahmed just wants to vent. Dude, are you out of your mind or am I? No matter how much the Lighthouse Nation has declined, it's still not something a puny little country like theirs can challenge. If the Lighthouse Nation is a dragon, then their Kachin State is just a bug that could be crushed under its foot at any moment. A single cold snort from the dragon would terrify them to death. With such a vast disparity, provoking them would cost more than 100 lives. After all, not everyone is mentally unstable. He wants to live a few more years. But with the arrival of the new leader of Kachin State, the one secretly controlling all its technology, everything changed. From some unknown point in time, the Kachin State rapidly gained the strength to challenge the dragon itself. And now, the once insignificant Kachin kingdom has risen to its feet, fearing no one. It even dares to openly defy the once unrivaled dragon. At this thought, Ahmed couldn't help but marvel. This ing feels like turning the heavens upside down. War? I've made it clear, if the Lighthouse Nation stubbornly wields its so-called veto power today to block Kachin's entry into the United Nations, then war it is. Our Kachin Nation is, of course, a country that cherishes freedom and peace. We do not wish to see war erupt after all, we have endured it ourselves. But truth always lies within the range of cannon fire. If our Kachin Nation cannot secure the rights we deserve, then what's wrong with war? So be it. We'll fight until the heavens shatter and the earth cracks. We'll fight until rivers run red with blood. Today, before the United Nations, I declare plainly, any act that dares infringe upon the national rights of Kachin State will be met with bloody retribution from Kachin State. Those with nothing to lose fear nothing. If push comes to shove, we'll deploy nuclear weapons to blast through the entire world, sending all of human civilization back to primitive times or even to the era of single-celled organisms. As they listened to Ahmed's frenzied speech, the hearts of the representatives from various nations trembled with fear. Damn it! Someone step in and settle this. This damn Kachin representative is ready to start a fight over nothing. We're all modern, civilized people, can't we just talk things out peacefully? Why are you acting like a brute, picking fights with everyone? Show some sense. Bro, please. Even the old bear and the big bear of today don't have such a temper. Can't you just behave yourself? Some delegates, thinking of this, immediately glanced toward the Big Bear's representatives. But this glance left them utterly dumbfounded. Not far away, the Big Bear delegation stared at the Kachin State delegation with nothing but admiration in their eyes. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say stars were dancing in their eyes. It seemed as though they had mistaken the Kachin State diplomat for their own idol. Kachin State, are you truly prepared to proceed with this? Schmidt spoke calmly, his eyes glinting with a hint of coldness. In fact, the gaze he directed at Ahmed carried a barely perceptible glint of murderous intent. Indeed. If you wish for us to sit down and discuss this amicably, then follow the established procedures. The Kachin Nation has fully met all requirements to apply for United Nations membership. Should your lighthouse nation block our admission due to selfish interests, that would be utterly unjustifiable. Observing Ahmed's resolute words, Schmidt chuckled. I used to fear you, but now? Things are different. With the backing and endorsement of the lighthouse nation's leadership, Schmidt would fear no one. Especially not a Kachin state that relies solely on its advanced scientific weapons to act with impunity. However, Schmidt forgot that the lighthouse nation both in the past and present has achieved its current standing precisely by relying on its world-leading technology and advanced military capabilities? Without these two advantages, let alone a world hegemon, it would be astonishing if the Beacon Nation could even maintain its status as a major power. Technology is the primary productive force. And this truth has never been false. If two nations' armies clashed using identical technological weaponry, then the combat effectiveness of the land of the free, when viewed globally, you'll find that, well, isn't all that impressive. Take, for instance, the historic clash between China and the United States alongside other Western Allied forces long ago. In that battle, China's light infantry corps was hailed as the world's finest. Their tactical prowess and individual soldier quality utterly blew away the lighthouse nation and other Western powers. Had it not been for the lighthouse nation's overwhelming technological edge, China would have crushed them like dry twigs. How could other nations have intervened? Therefore, technological superiority plays a decisive role in the competition between nations. Today, it is precisely through its superior technology that the Kachin nation has steadily advanced to its current position. At this very moment, had fallen into silence. Representatives from every nation fixed their gaze on Schmidt, eager to see how he would respond. Even the representative from China was among them. Schmidt, feeling the weight of all eyes upon him, chuckled softly. Then, let's fight. Chapter 132, Depth. Let me show you what true depth is. With that, the earth shook. Schmidt's words ignited the spirits of every national representative present. Damn it. Think before you speak, man. What the hell do you mean, let's fight? Can you think before you speak, buddy? If it really comes to blows, what good will come to your Beacon Nation? Are you seriously suggesting declaring war on the entire Kachin state over a momentary fit of rage? That would be utterly insane. Sure, it's just a clash between two nations. In theory, other nations shouldn't care much. But look at who's fighting here. One is Kachin, backed by China as a steadfast ally and boasting unparalleled technological prowess. The other is the lighthouse nation, the world's dominant power with all Western nations as its vassals. If this war escalates even slightly, could drag all their nations into the fray. It's a classic case of collateral damage, you know? So, wouldn't it be better for us all to sit down peacefully and enjoy a cup of tea? The representatives from each country were at a loss for words. After all, the Western Bulls and Roosters, one of the 5 permanent members, are in cahoots with the Beacon Nation. Not only that, Europe, the Americas, and South America, the 3 major continents, have all been profoundly influenced by the Beacon Nation. And then there are the nations of East and Southeast Asia, the Korean Peninsula, the Philippines, the Frogs Island, the Burmese Federation, and a whole host of others. Even in the Middle East, its influence grows stronger by the day. It can be said that engaging in full-scale war with the lighthouse nation would be tantamount to declaring war on all these nations simultaneously. The terrifying potential for war would be limitless. Even a conventional war of attrition could completely collapse a major power, leaving no chance for recovery. However, the Kachin state's capabilities in this regard are equally formidable. Setting aside the Kachin state's formidable technological prowess, the sheer presence of China standing behind it is enough to strike fear into the hearts of many nations. China, this terrifying nation of 1.4 billion people, vast territory, and hexagonal warriors. Once war breaks out, the sheer terror of its war potential will strike fear into anyone. The reason it can stand toe-to-toe with the lighthouse nation and its legion of minions isn't through external proxies, but through its own rock-solid hard power. Moreover, this strength is no ordinary feat. Its overwhelming prowess is absolutely formidable. Not to mention, China isn't without partners. Take the case of Big Mao, for instance. He's been working hand in hand with Little Mao and the entire European bloc. At the very least, Big Brother's hard power holds its own against any nation in the world, even when compared to the so-called beacon of the world. You may laugh at Russia's poverty, but you dare not mock its weakness. Those who dare mock its weakness have truly never seen the mountains of nuclear weapons buried underground, poised and ready to strike at any moment. This is no joke. If Russia truly faced extinction, it would drag the entire United States, all of Europe, and even the entire world down with it. This is precisely why the land of the free dares not strike too hard against the big bear. Because these Russians are truly capable of anything. If it comes down to a showdown, if these two major factions ever actually clash, the consequences, well, it's just beyond belief. Just thinking about it. Within the United Nations, the representatives from various nations felt a chill run down their spines. What's this? A feeling like someone could stab you in the back at any moment. Oh? Ahmed listened to Schmidt's words with some confusion. What was going on? Had the Kachin state really pushed the lighthouse nation to the brink? But they hadn't done anything wrong. They were simply seeking a seat at the United Nations table, a request that seemed perfectly reasonable. After all, even earlier, when the lighthouse nation's carrier strike group was destroyed, they hadn't said much. At most, there was the most traditional international condemnation imaginable, which had no impact whatsoever on Kachin. They had assumed that by representing the entire Kachin leadership to exert pressure, the lighthouse nation might indeed hesitate to act rashly, intimidated by Kachin's current stature. But this move of mine had it driven the lighthouse nation to desperation? At this thought, a peculiar expression flickered across Ahmed's face. As the world's policeman, the lighthouse nation will not tolerate any nation violating or disrupting the established order. Yet even now, they persist in shattering the world's order. Therefore, we, the lighthouse nation, hereby declare that we will implement a severe sanctions plan against Kachin. This includes but is not limited to military operations, economic blockades, geopolitical restrictions, and covert assassinations. If Kachin state destroys its nuclear arsenal and isolates itself for 20 years, the lighthouse nation will cease its actions. Otherwise, we shall settle this on the battlefield. A friendly reminder, Kachin state, your vaunted sky shield system, according to our calculations, maintains an aerial barrier barely exceeding 10,000 meters in height. However, our nation's brand new 6th-generation fighter jets are nearing completion. It will effortlessly breach your sky shield system and roam freely within your borders. You Kachin state had better think this through carefully. Moreover, I solemnly warn a certain Eastern superpower, if you dare provide air support to Kachin state, our lighthouse nation will expose you at any cost and will not hesitate to wage full-scale war. You must carefully weigh the consequences. Can you truly bear them? Listening to Schmidt's words, the Chinese representative didn't even lift an eyelid, continuing to flip through the documents before him, completely ignoring the lighthouse nation's representative's thoughts. Witnessing this scene, Schmidt couldn't help but boil with rage. Good grief! How dare you Chinese representatives treat our lighthouse nation's words with such contempt? Damn it! This is infuriating! Schmidt snorted, but ultimately refrained from provoking the Chinese delegation further. For him, the warning had served its purpose, no need to harp on it further. To do so would only make him seem long-winded, tarnishing the reputation of the lighthouse nation. Is this the pride of the beacon nation? Your brand new 6th-generation fighter jet. No wonder you're so cocky. But even if your 6th-generation fighter could breach the sky shield system without China's assistance, it would still be too late. Watching the lighthouse nation's representative Schmidt slowly exit the conference room, Ahmed sighed inwardly. You wanted a fight? Didn't you think Kachin was weak? Fine. Then next, I'll show you what true depth means. Chapter 133, Unusual Activity Votes and Follows sought. Gu Xian fiddled with several extremely intricate components in the underground lab, patiently recording every single piece of data on them. To others, these seemingly simple components might appear insignificant. But to Gu Xian, these components represented the culmination of his efforts over the past few days. The kind he wouldn't trade even for billions of dollars. Amateurs will always be amateurs. Studying this 6th-generation fighter jet is truly a headache. Fortunately, he had the modified 6th-generation model and the complete 7th-generation fighter as references. For certain critical core aspects, he could simply follow the blueprint exactly, sparing him unnecessary headaches. Given the current situation, developing the 6th-generation fighter will still take some time. However, if we dedicate all our resources to it, it should be achievable in about 20 days. Indeed, working from a given solution is refreshing, no need for the slightest hesitation. Gu Xian marveled as he compared the modified 6th-generation fighter design with the complete 7th-generation fighter blueprint. For him, this research process required almost no mental effort. He could replicate every design concept for the 6th-generation fighter simply by focusing his thoughts. It was incredibly easy. Of course, this step might seem simple, but if tasked to researchers from other nations, it would undoubtedly make their heads explode. After all, building a 6th-generation fighter jet from scratch in less than a month, a feat achieved in one fluid motion, is no less challenging than having Hawking outrun Bolt, or restoring the brain and life of Louis XVI, the beheaded French king. It must be understood that Only the Lighthouse Nation and China currently possess 6th-generation fighter technology, both developed through countless years of painstaking effort. The time span involved. The terrifying drain on human resources, materials, and finances involved is far beyond what money can measure. Each generation of fighter jets embodies the collective dedication of an entire nation, the culmination of countless scientists' lifelong efforts. Truly the ultimate national strategic assets. Without a shred of impurity, these are the true cornerstones of a great nation capable of deciding the fate of the world in a single stroke. If these scientists knew that Gu Xian had conceptualized all 6 generations of fighter jets in less than a month, they'd likely want to pry open his skull with sledgehammers to see what makes his mind so different. This is rather unexpected. The Lighthouse Nation has actually openly severed ties with the Kachin Nation, seeking full-scale war. How interesting. Truly fascinating. Is this your trump card? A brand new 6th-generation fighter jet fresh off the assembly line? If that's all you've got, then this is where it ends. Gu Xian chuckled softly. The Lighthouse Nation's high command could never have imagined that the Kachin Nation they looked down upon not only possessed 6th-generation fighters, but even held blueprints for the unparalleled 7th-generation fighter, a design capable of completely turning the tide. Of course, it just couldn't be developed yet. If it were feasible, Gu Xian would gladly commit the nation's full resources to this endeavor. But the problem is, it's simply beyond their capabilities. Before him lay the challenges of nuclear fusion technology. Nuclear fusion technology. This cutting-edge technology Gu Xian had acquired long ago. But its difficulty level was absolutely off the charts. According to Gu Xian's calculations, if they truly dedicated themselves to research, it might take several years. Such research efficiency would likely fill scientists in any nation with exhilaration and ecstatic joy. But for Gu Xian, the timeline felt unacceptably long. The Kachin state had now entered an extremely critical phase, where even the slightest carelessness was absolutely forbidden. Should they falter? An abyss awaits them. Gu Xian dared not imagine what the situation would look like years later if he ignored everything and devoted himself solely to researching nuclear fusion technology. By then, I'm afraid that the moment I open the door, I might find a gun pressed against my head. Therefore, to play it safe, Gu Xian decided to prioritize developing a series of stabilizing measures that could firmly secure the situation in Kachin state. That way, at least the worst-case scenario of Kachin state being annihilated would be averted. The Lighthouse Nation. The thought of personally pulling its tiger whiskers soon fills me with inexplicable excitement. Gu Xian smiled faintly, his face showing not a trace of fear. Behind him stood not just himself, but thousands upon thousands of absolute weapons of violence. Take the Tianming tactical tank fleet, now expanded to 3,000 units. A fleet of 10,000 air, land, and sea bionic combat drones. A legion of 20,000 Junyi warrior armors. And the sky shield system that blocks the vast majority of firepower. Although, according to the Lighthouse Nation, their 6th-generation fighters can penetrate the sky shield system and then run rampant across Kachin territory. But Gu Xian didn't buy it. If the sky shield system could be breached so easily, it would be a complete waste of its name. The reason it only extended over 10,000 meters was solely because Gu Xian was conserving energy. If he truly sought to test the system's limits, then its limit is limitless. It could envelop the entire planet without issue. Of course, such an endeavor would consume an absolutely staggering amount of energy. Before the technology of nuclear fusion is developed, Gu Xian wouldn't dare to mess around with this nonsense. Even if your 6th-generation fighters could reach the edge of space and evade the Sky Dome system's detection to infiltrate, what good would that do? At worst, I'll deploy more compact sky shield systems internally to isolate entire cities. Then you can try bombing away, let's see what you manage to destroy. At this thought, Gu Xian couldn't help but chuckle. Then, once they're exhausted from bombing, I'll command the Kachin forces to fly their 6th-generation fighters alongside the Lighthouse Nation's jets. That should give the Lighthouse Nation's high-ranking officials an eye-popping spectacle, wouldn't it? Forget it. No point dwelling on it. If he kept thinking about it, he'd probably get so cocky he'd float right up to the heavens. Just then, the laptop Gu Xian had just received the message on beeped again. Sir, the Lighthouse Nation has made a move. They've mobilized all their forces across Asia, cutting off all our economic and trade channels except those with China. Large-scale military operations are underway too. 2 carrier strike groups from the Lighthouse Nation have anchored near the Philippine Islands, and even the Union of Myanmar has exhausted its national resources to assemble a 700,000-strong military force. Chapter 134, The Lighthouse Nation's Grand Gesture Votes and Follows Sought. Wow, that's a grand gesture. After we crippled 1 carrier strike group in Kachin State earlier, they've now sent 2 more in one go. Talk about deep pockets. Gu Xian couldn't help but inwardly marvel at Sula's opening remarks. Money really is wonderful. He wanted some too. Once things settled down and everything was resolved, he'd build a nuclear fusion-powered carrier right under the Lighthouse Nation's nose. I bet by then, the look on the lighthouse nation's face would be truly priceless. Apart from the Union of Myanmar making significant moves, our neighbors have been remarkably quiet. However, in Thailand and Cambodia, the lighthouse nation took advantage of our incomplete military base in Kachin state and directly deployed large-scale forces to seize it. At least we suffered no casualties. How many invaders were there? Preliminary estimates put it at around 50,000. However, our investigations reveal their equipment is among the most advanced in the world. They've even developed armor-piercing shells specifically designed to slightly counter our Junni armor. While the effect isn't particularly pronounced, the cumulative impact could still inflict significant damage on our Junni legion. Listening to Sula's report, Gu Xian nodded. So it seems the lighthouse nation does have other trump cards besides their 6th-generation fighters. But this makes things more interesting, doesn't it? Otherwise, it would be far too dull. Commander, what should our next move be? Just wait and see. Don't rush. If necessary, even feign weakness. Everything will be resolved once the 6th-generation fighter is developed. When that time comes, it will be the moment our Kachin nation achieves complete unification of Burma. Upon hearing Gu Xian's proposal, Sula nodded solemnly. Leader, I understand. I will carry out your orders immediately. Of course, there's no need to play the turtle all the time. A measured counterattack is acceptable, but don't scare them. Understood. As the call ended, Gu Xian refocused his attention on the research of the 6th-generation fighter jet. The 6th-generation fighter's airframe adopted an extreme stealth design philosophy, abandoning the complex angles and protrusions of traditional fighters. Its surface was smooth as a mirror, with almost no visible seams or rivets. This feature was specifically highlighted in the reform proposal. This integrated design not only drastically reduced the radar cross-section, rendering it as elusive as a ghost on enemy radar screens. At that point, the enemy cannot see us, yet we can effortlessly observe them. It's practically like cheating. Regarding the fighter's wings, Gu Xian specifically adopted an innovative design combining variable sweep wings with a flying wing layout. At high speeds, the increased sweep angle of the wings slices through the air like a blade, effectively reducing drag and enabling the fighter to effortlessly break through hypersonic speeds. During low-speed cruising or takeoff landing phases, the wings can be adjusted to a high aspect ratio flying wing configuration, providing greater lift to ensure stability and maneuverability. The effects calculated by intelligent computers, with absolutely remarkable results. The nose section is sharp and elongated, housing an advanced multifunctional active phased array radar. This radar's detection capabilities far surpass any previous fighter radar. It can not only precisely lock onto multiple targets at extreme ranges but also perform omnidirectional, multi-angle scanning of targets. Furthermore, the radar integrates electronic warfare, communications, and navigation capabilities, making it a true all-around support powerhouse. Moreover, another novel feature of this 6th-generation fighter, reformed by Gu Xian, is its omnidirectional vector engine, whose nozzles can freely rotate in 3 dimensions, granting the fighter unparalleled maneuverability. Whether performing vertical takeoffs and landings, high-speed maneuvers, or instantaneous turns, the 6th-generation fighter handles them with ease, executing astonishing aerial maneuvers that leave enemy aircraft in the dust. Even 6th-generation fighters of equivalent class cannot match its fluidity. In fact, there remains a significant gap. And the most noteworthy aspects of the 6th-generation fighter are undoubtedly its power data and weaponry. Mentioning the latter point, Gu Xian felt a surge of satisfaction. In terms of weaponry, it could be said that this represented his greatest innovation for the 6th-generation fighter, drawing inspiration from 7th-generation aircraft. Beneath the wings of the 6th-generation fighter hides a seemingly ordinary cannon barrel. Yet its power was sufficient to instantly disable any electronic equipment. This was the electromagnetic pulse cannon. Unlike electronic pulse cannons or photon pulse cannons, it operates by releasing a massive burst of electromagnetic energy through a high-energy electromagnetic pulse, disrupting and destroying the normal functioning of enemy electronic systems. Once fired, the EMP cannon instantly generates a massive electromagnetic field powerful enough to penetrate enemy fighter shields and directly impact their internal electronic systems. At that moment, the entire aircraft drifted through the air like an out-of-control toy. Moreover, the electromagnetic pulse cannon's destructive power extends far beyond aircraft. It can inflict devastating damage on ground-based radar stations, command centers, and even electronic equipment within cities. It functions like an invisible blade, striking directly at the Achilles heel of modern warfare electronic systems. As a modern individual, Gu Xian deeply understood the terrifying consequences if a city or command center were deprived of its critical electronic systems. It was akin to a healthy person suddenly becoming paralyzed. It could be said that this single capability alone, 6th-generation fighter jets alone, could strike fear into the hearts of nations worldwide. Moreover, this is merely one feature among many. The nose section of the 6th-generation fighter conceals a high-energy laser weapon. This superweapon combines high precision, high energy, and high penetration capabilities. Designed specifically to counter large-scale weapon systems in Gu Xian's conception. Its emitter is covered by a layer of special optical material that can instantly focus the high-energy laser beam, concentrating its energy to a degree capable of penetrating any known material. The sheer energy of this laser beam is sufficient to vaporize its target in an instant. Whether enemy drones, missiles, other fighter jets, or even aircraft carriers, any target struck by the beam would be instantly cleaved in two. To put it dramatically, it could even be vaporized outright. I suppose the Lighthouse Nation's 6th-generation fighter merely meets speed requirements. In terms of weaponry, it's unlikely to match the capabilities of the 6th-generation fighter I've developed. Gu Xian propped his chin on his hand, deep in thought. Chapter 135, An extraordinary 6th-generation fighter votes needed. Isn't this a bit over the top? Gu Xian toyed with the completed 6th-generation fighter model before him, deep in thought. After all, the 6th-generation fighter was, in a sense, an extraordinary creation far beyond anything the Lighthouse Nation's 6th-gen research could even hope to rival. From the perspective of the Lighthouse Nation's scientists, this reality was indeed painful, but it couldn't be helped. These scientists had been feeling their way forward, without any guidance along the way. Step by step, starting from modern first-generation aircraft, they had painstakingly explored their path to finally achieve the 6th-generation fighter. But Gu Xian? He had successfully absorbed the wisdom and lessons of all predecessors in this field, standing on the shoulders of giants within the era reversal system. From this vantage point, his journey to develop the 6th-generation fighter jet proceeded remarkably smoothly, without a single setback. Time itself bears witness. Developing a 6th-generation fighter in a mere month is a pace beyond terrifying. Moreover, do not forget, the 6th-generation fighter Gu Xian developed incorporated design concepts from future 7th-generation fighters. This is pure bullying, honestly. It's like being in high school for 3 years, not even having received the midterm exam questions yet, but suddenly being handed the answers to the college entrance exam. If that's not cheating, what is? Only with these two weapons can it truly be called the latest generation of 6th-generation fighters. But even at this stage, it still feels insufficient. The weaponry is still too limited, far too limited. It's simply not enough. Gu Xian remarked with a smile. But if other scientists heard this remark, they'd tear Gu Xian to shreds. Who does he think he is? As for weapons being too few, for ordinary 6th-generation fighters, possessing just one of these weapons would be considered a major technological breakthrough. But damn it, he still wasn't satisfied. But Gu Xian genuinely believed this. According to his vision, the capabilities of a 6th-generation fighter go far beyond this. At the very least, it should have 2 or 3 additional capabilities. Gu Xian thought weakly. In fact, that's exactly what he did. In the blueprints, a mysterious weapons bay was concealed on both sides of the 6th-generation fighter's fuselage. Instead of conventional missiles, this compartment housed a swarm of intelligent micro-missiles. These missiles measured only a few dozen centimeters in diameter and less than a meter in length, yet possessed formidable autonomous combat capabilities. Each micro-missile is equipped with advanced sensors and artificial intelligence chips, enabling them to autonomously identify targets, plan attack routes, and coordinate with other missiles in combat. According to Gu Xian's design concept, when the 6th-generation fighter launches a swarm of micro-missiles, the weapon base hatch slowly opens, releasing dozens of micro-missiles like a swarm of bees. They rapidly disperse in midair, forming a dense attack formation. In Huaxia's terminology, this closely resembles the missile theory proposed by Old Qian. Designed to overwhelm the enemy with confusion, yet ensure the final strike hits its target with pinpoint accuracy. Moreover, through careful design, the warheads of these micro-missiles, though compact, possess truly astonishing destructive power. Upon impact, they instantly release immense energy, sufficient to destroy an aircraft or a tank. Moreover, these micro-missiles can network to form a coordinated combat swarm. They can autonomously assign targets based on enemy distribution and threat levels, and even simulate electronic jamming and decoys to confuse enemy air defense systems. While the stockpile of such weapons is neither large nor small, yet annihilating an entire armored unit is a breeze. It's essentially a solution designed for specific scenarios, designed to eliminate minor threats. Air-to-air, air-to-ground, and other equipment-targeting weapons have all been tested on 6th-generation fighters. So, what's missing? That's the C. Beyond air-to-air and air-to-ground weapons. Drawing inspiration from marine bionic combat robots, the 6th-generation fighter is also equipped with a special weapon, the plasma torpedo. This weapon is primarily designed to attack enemy naval targets such as aircraft carriers, destroyers, and other large vessels. The plasma torpedo resembles a conventional torpedo in appearance, but its interior contains immense plasma energy. This energy can be instantly released underwater, generating immense explosive force and a high-temperature, high-pressure shockwave capable of splitting an ordinary warship in two. Upon launch, A launch port opens beneath the fighter's fuselage and a black torpedo slides out, plunging instantly into the water. The plasma torpedo propels through the water at astonishing speeds, its casing designed to withstand immense hydrostatic pressure while enabling high-speed underwater maneuverability via specialized propulsion systems. As the torpedo nears its target, its plasma energy core is instantly activated. In an instant, a searing plasma jet erupts from the torpedo's nose, reaching temperatures of tens of thousands of degrees Celsius sufficient to instantly pierce a warship's armor. Subsequently, the plasma energy is released instantaneously within the vessel, generating immense explosive force that utterly destroys its internal structure. Considering all this, the 5 weapons integrated and supporting each other, combined with terrifying flight speed and agility, plus the stealth coating, this 6th-generation fighter should deliver a massive shock to the opposing lighthouse nation. Gu Xian gazed at the design sketches he'd filled before him, his sense of accomplishment growing stronger by the moment. The 6th-generation fighter he had once dreamed of was finally becoming a reality. It really is unbelievable. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Gu Xian rubbed his eyes, wondering if he was dreaming. After all, the advent of 6th-generation fighters could be considered a watershed moment in the entire history of human technology. If Gu Xian were fully equipped, he could even launch the 6th-generation fighter into space on the spot, using it as a miniature spacecraft. In terms of flight speed, the 6th-generation fighter jet can achieve a maximum speed exceeding Mach 5, while maintaining a cruise speed around Mach 3, enabling it to reach any corner of the globe in a short time. Its combat radius exceeds 3,000 kilometers, enabling it to undertake long-range missions without aerial refueling. The aircraft's service ceiling exceeds 30,000 meters, allowing it to operate at the edge of the atmosphere and evade the engagement range of most air defense systems. With this astonishing speed alone, the 6th-generation fighter renders every weapon currently developed on Earth utterly obsolete, forced to chase its tail in the dust. As for 5th-generation or 4th-generation fighters? Sorry. They aren't even worthy of tying the shoelaces of the 6th-generation fighter Gu Xian is developing. Chapter 136, The Confident Alaki Votes Needed. 6th-generation fighter. A brand new 6th-generation fighter even more powerful than China's own 6th-generation fighter. When this news spread throughout the entire Lighthouse Nation and across the globe, the entire nation was thrown into an uproar. The Lighthouse Nation has developed a 6th-generation fighter jet? And it's even more powerful than China's fighter jet? Remember, China's 6th-generation fighter had already undergone trials and its target was none other than that big fat elephant in Asia. Just a handful of these aircraft had thrown the entire white elephant nation into utter chaos, leaving its high-ranking officials sleepless day and night. And the combat record is verifiable. On that day, the number of military installations, bases, and towns destroyed in the white elephant nation was beyond count. Back then, the arrogant white elephant was utterly defeated, forced to repeatedly kowtow an apology. And now, 6th-generation fighter jets are no longer exclusive to China. The world's dominant power, the Lighthouse Nation, has finally developed them as well. This is undoubtedly tremendous news for Western nations and other states that have long followed the Beacon Nation's lead. After all, the abrupt shift in attitude toward China stemmed precisely from the existence of the 6th-generation fighter. Now that, with their leader now equipped, they no longer need to cower in fear that China might suddenly deploy a 6th-generation fighter to airdrop a nuclear bomb, obliterating their national leaders. In fact, not long ago, when China developed hypersonic missiles, it terrified these Western nations to death. Had the United States not swiftly followed suit by successfully testing a new generation of hypersonic intercontinental missiles, they wouldn't have dared entertain any ill intentions toward China. Therefore, since ancient times, dignity has only existed at the tip of the sword, and truth only within the range of the cannon. This saying perfectly encapsulates the driving force behind all diplomatic shifts in Blue Star's history. As long as you are strong and ruthless, no foolhardy fool will dare provoke you. But, conversely, if you are weak and utterly spineless, who else would they bully if not you? Of course, throughout history, there have always been those reckless fools. Take the most notorious example, Commander Kata. Taking on 5 apocalyptic-level challenges on Blue Star single-handedly, that's unmatched. Alright, we've seen the Lighthouse Nation's trump cards. With the advent of 6th-generation fighters, we no longer need to hold back. We'll follow the Lighthouse Nation's lead and expand our military forces comprehensively. Combined with the massive military equipment they've invested this time, if the Union of Myanmar still loses, it would be utterly unacceptable. Therefore, victory in this battle is imperative. Araki rose to his feet, gazing at the Jews in the conference room as he spoke in a deep, resolute voice. His words left no room for doubt. Victory is certain. The others echoed in obedience, their eyes burning with fervor and greed, devoid of any other emotion. This war? They had expanded their forces to a full 800,000 men. 800,000 fully armed troops. And they were equipped with powerful gear supplied by the Lighthouse Nation and other countries. Every inch of them was armed to the teeth. But that still wasn't enough. The Lighthouse Nations Research Institute had invested immense resources to develop specialized radar capable of detecting the rebellion-slaying armor, along with armor peer. The Lighthouse Nations Research Institute invested immense resources to develop specialized radar capable of detecting the Jubi armor, along with armor-piercing rounds designed to penetrate it. The effort invested was truly immense. Moreover, it's not just the rebellion armor, even the plasma shields that the Tianming tactical tank and Sky Curtain system pride themselves on, the Lighthouse Nation has finally found a way to counter them. Moreover, not just one method, but two distinct approaches. One involves quantum interference penetration. Though powerful, the plasma shields harbor exploitable vulnerabilities at the microscopic quantum level. The Lighthouse Nation's research team leveraged the properties of quantum entanglement to create a pair of mutually entangled quantum particles. One particle was sent near the plasma shield, while the other remained in place for precise manipulation. When the particle near the shield was affected by the quantum field within it, the particle in the laboratory instantly underwent corresponding changes. By skillfully adjusting the quantum state, they created quantum interference within the shield, disrupting its energy field distribution. It was like secretly planting a quantum bomb within enemy territory, waiting for the right moment to detonate. After prolonged efforts by the Lighthouse Nation, internal researchers have finally identified a specific quantum interference pattern, capable of gradually infiltrating without triggering the shield's defense mechanisms, inflicting minute yet cumulative damage to its internal structure. Thus, the effort required to destroy it later would be significantly easier, avoiding the embarrassing situations of previous campaigns where even the plasma shields of Kachin Nation proved impenetrable. It must be noted that this is merely one countermeasure among many. Another approach? Nanobots. These tiny creatures, nearly invisible to the naked eye, offer an entirely different approach to breaching plasma shields. Designed by the Lighthouse Nation, these nanobots function like miniature engineers, capable of locating weak points in plasma shields and carrying out targeted destruction. Moreover, the nanobots are engineered with specialized recognition capabilities, enabling them to detect the energy fields and chemical signals surrounding plasma shields. Upon approaching a shield, they attach themselves to the shield's surface like hounds sniffing out prey, seeking out the tiniest cracks to infiltrate. Once inside the shield, the nanobots begin to unleash their destructive capabilities. Using specialized enzymes and miniature tools they carry, they decompose and reorganize the plasma structure that forms the shield. Over time, the nanobots proliferate and operate within the shield like a silent pest infestation, gradually weakening the strength of the plasma shield. Nanorobots and quantum interference penetration represent astonishing technological achievements that cost our UDI group tens of billions of dollars. If we fail to take Kachin this time, I'll bang my head against a block of tofu and die. Araki felt confident, recalling the old man's instructions. This time, he would see just how the Kachin kingdom could possibly turn the tables. Did they really think that just because their Lighthouse Nation had developed 6th-generation fighters, they could make such a reckless decision? Absolutely laughable. The 6th-generation fighter is merely the trump card on display, while these covertly developed scientific weapons specifically targeting Kachin are the true ace up our sleeve. But why is the ideological infiltration of Kachin state so utterly disastrous? Chapter 137, The Jews Shall Prevail 17 presented, Seeking Votes. Just thinking about this gave Alaki an inexplicable headache. How could all this infiltration business end up dragging us right into the mess? Just days ago, Araki had been in high spirits, eager to review the online department's statistical data, while that elder managing the Jewish people's supreme leader sought to take credit. But who would have thought that the moment he laid eyes on the report displayed on the datasheet, he was momentarily dumbfounded. In other words, he nearly lost his composure. He was practically turning into a bright red nut, furious enough to explode. The data report revealed that all the activities they had been coordinating with the Lighthouse Nation had turned into a complete farce. And online, their decisions and policies concerning the Lighthouse Nation had been laid bare for the entire world to see. The crucial point was, so be it. With the Lighthouse Nation, Kachin State, and China dominating the headlines lately, few people even noticed this flamboyant stunt by the Jews and the Lighthouse Nation. Even if some did notice, Al-Arabi has leveraged his connections to suppress the buzz and discussions surrounding these videos. But this isn't what he needs at all. According to his plan, Kachin netizens and citizens, after comparing all the information with the influx of Lighthouse Nation people, shouldn't they be completely captivated by the lifestyle of the Lighthouse Nation and the Jews? How come now? The internet is flooded with envious posts from the Lighthouse Nation's lower classes about Kachin living standards? Impossible. Araki vividly remembers how utterly dumbfounded he was when he received that report. It was utterly absurd. The Lighthouse Nation boasts the world's highest wealth levels. How could its citizens possibly live in such dire conditions as depicted in the video? This must be complete nonsense. Even now, long after the fact, the mere thought of it still made Alaki tremble with rage, wishing he could rush over and tear the mouths of those Lighthouse Nation citizens to shreds. It's all utter nonsense. So what if the monthly rent is a few $1,000 at most? What's the big deal? Besides, making you pay this tax and that tax is completely reasonable and lawful, okay? If they didn't do this, how else would their beacon nation and Jewish influence grow powerful? How else could they truly dominate the entire world? So, is it really that hard for those troublemakers to make some necessary sacrifices? Not at all. And then their student loans, lunch loans, hospital loans, and high medical fees isn't all that perfectly normal? Without these loans, the upper class would lose a significant portion of their economic income, thereby hindering the progress of the entire nation and even the entire era. So, they're thinking about the bigger picture. And then there's this, getting blood drawn 2 or 3 times a week. Honestly, it's no big deal, right? Getting blood drawn won't kill you, and you get paid for it. So what's the big deal? These ignorant rabble from the lower classes actually fell for the nonsense about Kachin State circulating online. They even claim free healthcare, free education, and that 3 meals a day plus basic necessities cost only $200 a month. Ha! I don't buy it. Unless these people are eating pig feed, how could their expenses be so low? Besides, without the pressure of loans and rent, how could these lower class people have sufficient motivation to generate enough wealth for society as a whole? So even if Kachin State achieved all that, it would only be courting its own demise. The truth is, only a minority can hold the majority of wealth in this world. Or rather, only capitalism is the fundamental driving force and source of societal progress. Everything else is utter nonsense. Alaki snorted coldly. He was deeply dissatisfied with this outcome. Shouldn't it be the people of Kachin State who, upon seeing the ordinary lives of citizens in Lighthouse Nation, develop envy and resentment toward their own government? How had it come to this? Everyone in Lighthouse Nation was going mad, yearning to escape to Kachin State and inquiring everywhere about how to sneak across? This was utterly absurd, a complete joke. Araki now possessed a mindset akin to the why not eat meat porridge mentality. He either didn't know, or perhaps couldn't be bothered to know, which ordinary citizens those of the Lighthouse Nation or Kachin State actually lived better. He cares about only one thing. 1. Whether the plan the elder laid out can actually be pulled off. After all, this holds the key to his future advancement and promotion. Forget it. No point dwelling on this now. If Kachin State falls outright, there'll be no need for any ideological infiltration anyway. Then the Union of Myanmar could trample over Kachin's remains, inherit its technological weapons, and directly become the new dominant power in Southeast Asia. Then, with gradual infiltration, they could strategically encircle China and Asia while crippling the Russians. This would ensure the Lighthouse Nation's global supremacy remains unshaken. Then we'll expand Jewish influence within it. By then, it'll only be a matter of time before the Jews seize control of the entire Lighthouse Nation. At the mere thought of such a scenario, Araki's lips curled upward in an uncontrollable smile. Even the crow's feet at the corners of his eyes blossomed fully, his entire face unfurling like a chrysanthemum in full bloom. Time will prove it. That they, the Jews, are the most superior race on earth. By then, all other races, foreign powers, and family enterprises would be utterly insignificant. And all this hinges on is merely the annihilation of the Kachin State. Even if they possess nuclear weapons, so what? A nation barely months old, how many nuclear weapons could it possibly possess? Probably not even a fraction of what the Union of Myanmar and the Lighthouse Nation possess. At this point, faced with the reality of national collapse, would the Kachin State leadership follow the example of those madmen in North Korea and simply press the nuclear launch button? No. And even if they did, the cost would be something the Burmese Federation and the Lighthouse Nation could easily absorb. As for the Chinese nation backing Kachin? No problem. China is a staunch advocate of peace. Unless it comes down to the most critical moment, China would rather stand by and watch than intervene. Moreover, with a host of nations including the Lighthouse Nation all keeping a close watch on China, even if China were to consider intervention, it would have to weigh its options carefully. Therefore, in this battle, they like the Jews must prevail. Chapter 138, Setting Off Fireworks. Following the incident involving Kachin State and the Lighthouse Nation at the United Nations, barely 2 days later, the colossal war machine of the Lighthouse Nation finally began to turn, pouring its immense national strength almost instantaneously into this campaign against the Kachin Nation. This time, there was no complacency, no delay. It directly demonstrated the might of the Lighthouse Nation to the entire world. Not long ago, the Lighthouse Nation's government announced that all of its domestic combat forces would be deployed tomorrow to Thailand, Cambodia, Malaysia, and the Philippine archipelago, signaling a clear intent to take decisive action. Simultaneously, 2 aircraft carrier strike groups anchored in the Philippine archipelago have begun maneuvering around the waters near Kachin State. Moreover, according to the Lighthouse Nation government's declaration, the combined strength of these integrated land, sea, and air forces will reach a staggering 300,000 troops. Even throughout modern history up to the present day, such a colossal force has been deployed by the Lighthouse Nation only on a handful of occasions during foreign wars. Other instances are utterly unparalleled. Combined with the 700,000 troops of the Union of Myanmar, they have once again formed an exceptionally elite million-strong force. When the full extent of this news broke, countless nations sucked in their breath in shock. Damn it! It seems the Lighthouse Nation is pulling out all the stops to confront the Kachin Nation this time. Chicken feet. Sato stared at the intelligence displayed on the screen, feeling nothing but sheer delight. Brilliant! This is fantastic! The million-strong force formed by the Lighthouse Nation and the Union of Myanmar is nothing like the motley crew assembled by the previous five-nation coalition. The quality and combat effectiveness of that force are absolutely top-notch. A million-strong, modernized force armed to the teeth. Sato couldn't even begin to imagine the terrifying apocalyptic scene when they unleashed their full firepower. Kachin State would likely kneel in submission on the spot. Awesome. Absolutely awesome. Transmit my orders. We'll get involved in this incident to demonstrate our might. Beyond maintaining economic pressure on Kachin and leveraging international public opinion, we'll place 40% of our naval forces under the direct command of the Lighthouse Nation. Of course, we won't blindly follow the Lighthouse Nation in everything. You'll have to weigh the situation yourselves. But one thing is certain, we Koreans absolutely refuse to be cannon fodder. After issuing the relevant directives, Sato continued browsing the official internal intelligence website of the Footbasin Chickens, his face filled with astonishment. Sure enough, as he had anticipated, every single one of the Lighthouse Nation's affiliated forces worldwide was now scrambling to contribute their strength and demonstrate their presence before the Lighthouse Nation, rushing to provide all manner of support. Setting aside economic contributions, the combined air and naval forces, not to mention the mercenaries, numbered a staggering 150,000. And these aren't just any random troops, but rather the elite forces among these nations' military units. Sato silently calculated the total military strength for this siege of Kachin State. Adding in logistics personnel, the so-called guard units, intelligence departments, and the large contingent of mid-level officers at the command center. The numbers far exceeded those of the last five-nation coalition against Kachin, not by a little, but by a lot. And it wasn't just a little more, a whole bunch of factions with tangled interests had thrown their weight behind this operation. Fight away, fight away. The more chaotic the better. Either way, my Japanese masters are only here to reap the benefits and then leave. Sato chuckled. Meanwhile, at the Kachin State headquarters, Sura stared at the thick stack of military intelligence before him and shook his head helplessly. Why must these nations keep picking fights with the Lighthouse Nation? If they must, why cling like a stubborn plaster? It's utterly infuriating. He honestly didn't know where to begin complaining. Commander, based on intelligence gathered by China and our forces, the opposing coalition in this large-scale campaign may number as high as 1.3 million troops. Their equipment is far superior, and their artillery firepower is far more devastating than anything we faced last time. How will our operational plan change this time? You must understand, our Kachin forces are essentially reserve troops, numbering only 500,000. While our cutting-edge military technology far surpasses the Western coalition, we remain behind in every other aspect. Should Kachin suffer defeat in this campaign, there will be little hope of recovery. Sura listened to Mel's lengthy explanation, then shook his head with a smile. The rest doesn't matter. As long as our cutting-edge military technology outmatches theirs, that's all that counts. But, Your Excellency, our intelligence agencies in China have both detected that the Lighthouse Nation has likely succeeded in developing advanced technology specifically countering Kachin. In this regard, we are at a disadvantage. Noticing Mel's anxiety, Sula offered reassurance. I am well aware of this. Not only do they possess countermeasures against our advanced weaponry, but they've also deployed 6th-generation fighter jets. Rumor has it that the Lighthouse Nation has spared no effort in striking against our Kachin Nation this time. It seems they've even deployed more than 10 of those rare 6th-generation fighters. So, Your Excellency, what should we do? Mel asked timidly. It wasn't that he lacked initiative. But the disparity between the two sides in this campaign was simply too vast, too overwhelming, so vast it felt utterly hopeless once more. Faced with such an overwhelming military offensive, the Kachin Kingdom's once proud cutting-edge technology suddenly seemed so fragile and vulnerable. After all, the battle hadn't even begun, yet their own equipment had already been dismantled by the enemy. What the hell kind of fight was this? What should we do? Sula turned to glance at the progress report on the 6th-generation fighter jet sent by the Supreme Commander. Damn it! Here we go again with the familiar routine. Sura murmured, delay. Delay? Mel was baffled. How do we stall? What do we use to stall? With our lives? But even if we add up all our lives, it probably wouldn't be enough to withstand a single volley from their million-strong allied forces. Are you suggesting, sir, that we stall for time until China sends reinforcements? But didn't our leader just reject China's proposal to send troops earlier? Could it be they've changed their minds now? Listening to Mel's wild guesses, Sura smiled faintly. Recall the last time I instructed you to stall. This situation is identical to the last one. Then, how should we stall? Oh, just set off some fireworks. Fireworks? Yeah, just set off a nuclear bomb. Chapter 139, Martin's third campaign against the Kachin state. So I've set foot on this land once more. Martin murmured to himself, coffee in hand. Gazing at the distant border of Kachin state, he felt a flood of emotions wash over him. How many times had he come to the Kachin border region now? He couldn't even count them all. But it didn't matter. This time, Kachin state would be finished for good. He declared. Not even Jesus could stop him. Even if God himself came, he'd have to wait until Kachin state was razed to the ground first. This time, he was determined to reclaim every inch of Kachin territory, leaving them not a shred of ground. The first time, when he led 100,000 troops, he was directly deterred by China's intercontinental missiles. His retreat was met with widespread ridicule. The second time, a coalition of 5 nations assembled a million-strong army to attack Kachin state, only to be driven back again by Kachin's advanced weaponry. This third time, I refused to wait any longer. As these thoughts consumed him, Martin's eyes blazed with fierce determination. Yes, he couldn't wait any longer. As the saying goes, once is excusable, twice is a mistake, but how long had he dragged this out? If he kept procrastinating like this, he might miss his chance entirely. But Martin glanced back at the screen displaying information on the major combat legions, and his mood couldn't have been more exhilarating. Are you kidding me? A full 70,000 troops. And not just any troops, 700,000 fully armed soldiers, equipped to the teeth with firepower supplied by the Lighthouse Nation and other Western powers. If they were to attack Kachin state again, even with conventional tactics, their sky shield system wouldn't last 3 days with this firepower. As expected, might makes right. After analysis by a team of scientific experts, even if Kachin state's so-called sky shield system were to endure a direct assault, it wouldn't last long, and that's just conventional tactics. If the 2 specialized technologies provided by the Lighthouse Nation to specifically counter the sky shield system were deployed alongside conventional methods, that system wouldn't last a single day. At that point, everything else becomes manageable. Kachin's greatest threat is merely the Tianming tactical tank. With proper control, once the mobile plasma shields above the Tianming tactical tank are completely dismantled, the outcome will be decided effortlessly based on range alone. Martin declared with unwavering confidence. Last time, the reason the Kachin Kingdom's Tianming tactical tanks ran rampant on the battlefield, unleashing their full potential, was largely due to their so-called mobile plasma shields. It could be said that, without that protective shield, the threat posed by the Tianming tactical tank would plummet dramatically. After all, their supersonic missiles were no joke. You boast a long range, don't you? Tens of kilometers? Humph. Then I'll deploy hypersonic missiles with ranges stretching hundreds, even thousands of kilometers, and you'll be blown to bits. Our modern forces wouldn't dream of engaging your clunky tanks at close range. By then, combined with space reconnaissance satellites, advanced detection radars, and human-made obstacles, the Kachin state stealth technology will be completely exposed. They'll have no choice but to sell it off as scrap metal. Martin felt utterly confident when he imagined the Jewish group assembling all the world's military theorists and relevant scientific experts to study tactics against Kachin state. This time, the Jewish group had truly made a monumental strategic shift. Every line, every frame precisely targeted Kachin state's most critical vulnerabilities, advancing with the full intent of dismemberment. According to their projections, within a week, if this tactical plan proceeded smoothly, the Kachin state would be utterly annihilated. There would be absolutely no chance of a comeback. Of course, if China and Russia stand idly by, that's one thing. But if these 2 nations, especially China, recklessly intervene in this matter, it would truly be a major headache. Absolutely a very, very difficult situation to handle. Let us hope that other nations and family factions, under the coordinated efforts of us Jews, can dissuade China from intervening. At the very least, we must delay them for a few days. Otherwise, should this tactical plan falter, a fierce counterattack awaits us. Martin pondered. But if we keep tiptoeing around like this, when will we ever crush the Kachin state and make the Burmese Federation and the Jews the absolute rulers of Southeast Asia? How much time remains before the negotiated departure of our forces? Martin asked the generals around him, his tone calm. Reporting, sir. In 20 minutes, our Burmese Federation's meticulously equipped 700,000 strong force will advance toward the Kachin border in coordinated waves. Simultaneously, the 300,000 combat troops from Lighthouse Nation will strike from the flank, penetrating the Kachin border. Aim to destroy the Kachin state's sky shield system in the shortest possible time. Excellent, Martin said with a smile. But in the next instant, his smile froze on his face. Reporting, sir. Kachin state has announced internationally that their 3rd hypersonic intercontinental missile, carrying a nuclear warhead, will be test-fired from a desolate border region within Kachin state. The time is set precisely for 20 minutes from now. Hearing this, Martin was utterly dumbfounded. What the hell? Kachin state conducting a 3rd nuclear test? Or a hypersonic intercontinental missile? This is unlikely. Kachin state just developed a nuclear bomb, which is shocking enough on its own. But now? They'd jumping from subsonic to sonic to supersonic. Armed with a hypersonic intercontinental ballistic missile warhead. The magnitude of this leap is utterly absurd, seriously. Is this information reliable? Reporting to the commander, it's highly likely authentic. After all, Kachin State made an official international declaration. If it were false, they wouldn't have such confidence. Martin listened to the briefing from the general beside him. Martin couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. Damn it! His gut told him there was definitely something fishy going on here, something very fishy indeed. The pace of scientific advancement in Kachin State is utterly bizarre. Normally, how could a nation's research progress be so absurdly accelerated? It's like a seismic leap in progress. Inside the military tent, in front of his assembled generals, Martin slammed the laptop he was holding onto the floor. The key issue isn't that they launched it, but choosing a launch site so close to them? While it wasn't life-threatening, Martin felt utterly uneasy. If he remembered correctly, the first assault on Kachin State had unfolded exactly like this. Chapter 140, The Terrifying Power. Kachin State's supersonic intercontinental ballistic missile test launch. And it happened just 20 minutes later. This news exploded like a bombshell, instantly sending shockwaves through the international community. Not only that, even the million-strong Western coalition forces stationed along the Kachin border plunged into chaos and unease upon hearing the news. What the hell is going on? Wasn't it agreed that Kachin State had limited nuclear weapons and minimal launch technology? How the hell did they suddenly pull out a hypersonic intercontinental missile out of nowhere? How are we supposed to fight this? And we're stationed right near the border. If we get caught in the crossfire, the consequences would be catastrophic. I'm still young, haven't even married or started a family yet. I really don't want to die, I tell you. Along the border between the Union of Myanmar and Kachin State, the lighthouse nation's 300,000 troops stationed in both countries. Alongside the Western coalition forces intermingled among them, and elite troops dispatched by other smaller nations. At this very moment, every face bore an expression of deep, unsettling worry. After all, they were positioned perilously close to Kachin State's border. While conventional wisdom suggested the nuclear blast and its aftermath wouldn't reach them. But they were afraid. The deterrence of nuclear weapons instills a fear that runs deep in the bones of all carbon-based lifeforms. No one could remain unafraid. Less than 20 minutes before the offensive was set to begin, the Kachin State conducted a nuclear test launch. This ING move was clearly meant to send a message to the Western coalition forces. In the lighthouse nation, even the elderly supreme leader of the Jewish group frowned slightly upon seeing Kachin's high-profile declaration on the international forum. A hypersonic intercontinental missile test? This was indeed a tricky situation. Pondering this, the old man couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. Damn it! How come Kachin's military tech in this area is like chives, you just can't get rid of it? It was utterly exasperating. Enough. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. First, let's see if the Kachin kingdom's claims hold water. But this opportunity absolutely cannot be missed again. As the old man pondered countermeasures and reached out to other nations for consultation. 20 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. At the Kachin State missile launch site, a colossal launch tower pierced the clouds. A sleek supersonic intercontinental missile stood silently on the launch pad, emanating a cold and imposing aura. Indicator lights flickered across its surface. The cold glint reflected from them sent a shiver down anyone who saw it. Mel approached and gently stroked the launcher's casing. "This thing," he muttered, "if some damn apocalypse ever hits, zombies come crawling out, just fire one of these and it's over." Mel exclaimed. Forget the nations outside. Even Mel, high up in Kachin's military leadership, had only just learned that his country had developed a hypersonic intercontinental missile at breakneck speed. Lord Sura, how many more trump cards have you been keeping hidden from us high-ranking officials? How can these things keep popping up endlessly, like there's no end to them? He couldn't help but inwardly rant. Of course, complaints aside, he still hoped his nation held even more hidden trump cards in reserve. During his recent conversation with Lord Sura, Mel had learned that Kachin's hidden trump cards were absolutely not limited to supersonic intercontinental missiles. There was absolutely more. Reporting to General Mel, all intercontinental missiles codenamed Dawn have been inspected with no anomalies detected. The trajectory spans from the southern Indian Ocean to the Pacific, culminating in our designated border wasteland. Should we proceed with launch? After retreating to the secure command center at a distance, he listened to the report from his staff behind him and glanced at his watch. The time had come. Launch it. Remember, do not activate any stealth functions mid-flight. Let those western jackals and tigers lurking outside see that the Kachin nation is no lamb to be slaughtered at will. Mayor roared with laughter. Accompanied by his laughter, the missile launched. Boom! 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 Giant flames erupted from the missile's base, accompanied by a deafening roar as it shot skyward like an arrow released from its bow. In an instant, a white smoke trail sliced across the sky, racing toward the depths of the Pacific Ocean at its predetermined course. That speed, no mistake about it. It's definitely a real supersonic intercontinental missile. At the military satellite monitoring center of the Lighthouse Nation, a man shouted, his eyes filled with utter shock. Not just the Lighthouse Nation, but every nation equipped with advanced detection systems. All eyes were fixed on that ICBM launched from Kachin State. Kachin State would henceforth become the third nation to possess hypersonic intercontinental missiles, following China and the Lighthouse Nation. This is undoubtedly an epoch-making achievement. Regardless of public opinion, the missile continues its rapid ascent, swiftly passing over numerous Southeast Asian nations. Over the Pacific Ocean, this hypersonic ICBM soared at astonishing speeds, piercing through layers of clouds and leaving a long trail in its wake. At that moment, at the Western Allied Forces camp near the Kachin border, a deathly silence hung in the air. Officers gathered in the command center, staring intently at the missile's flight path displayed on the large screen, each face etched with anxiety and unease. How could Kachin possibly possess such advanced missile technology? And carrying a nuclear warhead? This is sheer madness, a man exclaimed, his voice tinged with fear. Shut up. You'd better pray this thing doesn't malfunction. If it detonates here, we're all finished. No way. The detonation site Kachin announced is miles and miles away from us. How could it threaten us here? If the Kachin State played by the rules, we wouldn't have to worry about this or that. But what if they had ulterior motives and changed the intercontinental missile's target? We wouldn't even know how we died, probably vaporized instantly. Is it really that bad? Are you brain dead? Don't forget what our relationship with Kachin is, we're mortal enemies. Amidst the command center, the murmurs of speculation nearly drowned out the information streaming across the screens. On the screen, the missile completed its flight around the Pacific Ocean in an incredibly short time, heading straight for the Kachin border. God help us. Jesus Christ. Please don't let these people suffer undeserved calamity. Kachin State, if you know what's good for you, you'd better not harm the innocent. Otherwise, the beacon nation behind us will absolutely not let you off the hook. Chapter 141, Nuke over a disagreement? As the missile approached the test detonation zone, it suddenly decelerated and hovered. This brief pause was no small matter, but it nearly scared the hell out of the group watching the monitoring screens. Could it be that the Kachin leadership had changed their minds? Were they trying to take a few others down with them before the nation collapsed? Just as their hearts sank with dread, immediately afterward, a transmission appeared on the monitoring screen. A blinding flash erupted, as if the sun itself had plummeted to Earth. The intense radiation instantly illuminated the entire sky, bathing dozens of kilometers around in daylight brightness. Then, a massive mushroom cloud surged skyward. Rolling smoke mingled with flames, like a ferocious beast roaring toward the heavens. The shockwave spread outward like surging ocean waves, uprooting trees and hurling sand and stones into the air wherever it touched. The ground shook violently, as if a powerful earthquake had struck. Even here, they heard the immense rumble as the nuclear warhead's explosive force made the entire ground tremble. At the instant of detonation, a large group of Allied soldiers were stunned by the scene before them. Eyes wide, mouths agape. As if time itself had frozen in that moment. Many dropped their weapons unconsciously, their faces etched with terror and disbelief. Following their gaze, one could see a mushroom cloud slowly rising in the northeast distance. Though distant, it was clearly visible. Meanwhile, at another command center, Martin, positioned slightly closer to the nuclear blast, was now a nervous wreck. His previously composed face was now etched with fear. His eyes were fixed on the mushroom cloud in the distance, his body trembling slightly. This can't be possible. How dare the Kachin State defy the entire world and actually launch a nuclear bomb? What on earth possessed them? Have they gone mad? He muttered to himself. Among the other generals nearby, most were now as pale as ghosts. One of them approached Martin, his lips trembling as he asked, "General, what do we do now?" Hearing this, Martin couldn't help but roll his eyes at this Judas-like commander. Damn it! What should we do? You ask me that? I don't know what to do either. In the end, Martin didn't respond to the commander, who now seemed as dumb as a pig to him. He just stared blankly as the mushroom cloud slowly dissipated. He realized, this war, once thought to be a sure victory, had now completely slipped beyond his grasp. No! To be precise, it had exceeded all expectations. If the fighting continued like this, then the day when World War III erupted in full force and human civilization restarted would be drawing near. How should we proceed? Has the High Command decided to continue the offensive? Martin stared at the smart tablet normally used for command operations and relaying higher-level intelligence, frowning as he muttered to himself. His fingers swiped back and forth, constantly refreshing the interface. But, after another 20 or 30 minutes passed, there was still little change. What he failed to notice was that, outside the military tent, the soldiers' fighting spirit was plummeting at an exponential rate. Among the soldiers, fear spread rapidly. Some younger, cowardly soldiers who had joined this battle solely to earn military merit collapsed to the ground, tears welling in their eyes. "I don't want to die here." No one knew who uttered these words, but the emotion they carried was rapidly spreading through the camp, striking at the very core of every soldier's resolve. Before this, they had never witnessed anything like this before. Nuclear weapons, which had only ever appeared on television, were now becoming a stark, unmistakable reality. And it was unfolding right before their very eyes. Who wouldn't be terrified? Those who weren't afraid possessed courage that could only be measured by non-human standards. If the Kachin state actually deploys this weapon in war, can we still win? Win? You're dreaming. How could we possibly win? Unless the Union of Myanmar goes completely mad and starts dropping nuclear bombs too. Otherwise, come on, tell me how exactly do we win? With wooden clubs? Have some confidence. We've got the beacon nation backing us. The United States? What difference does that make? We're all human. If hit by Kachin nuclear weapons, what country you're from, we're all human. And humans die. As the world's superpower, the beacon nation may have an immense arsenal of nuclear weapons, but so does Kachin state. If pushed to the brink, both nations will start throwing nukes at each other. Neither can defend against the other. Then, as time goes on, more and more countries will get dragged into this war. The slightest provocation could instantly trigger Season 3. Do you even grasp the gravity of this situation? Inside the barracks, a veteran soldier with years of service solemnly advised the rookie beside him. This war is no longer a simple military contest, it's a life or death struggle. Kachin's nuclear test is the strongest warning they could send us. Now, in my view, the best course is to cease hostilities immediately. Continuing this conflict benefits no one, only harm remains. Who knows what the Kachin state will do next? That greenhorn soldier who just wet himself in fear of nuclear weapons yet still looks defiant, thinking he can talk back to me. Do you have any idea how this war might unfold? The veteran soldier chuckled at the new recruit, who stood frozen in place like he'd been hit by a spell, still clutching his crotch. Nobody knows. Just as the veteran had predicted. Over the next fortnight, the million-strong army lying in wait along the Kachin border halted its offensive operations, retreating dozens of kilometers to establish camps. This left the rest of the world, nations not involved in the matter, utterly perplexed. If you're going to fight, do it quickly. While your firepower is fully deployed and preparations complete, and smash through Kachin State's sky shield system, ignore their ICBMs. If you're not going to fight, then why not just pack up and go home? Isn't that the smarter move? What exactly is going through the minds of the higher-ups in the Lighthouse Nation? Could it be they're stuck in a deadlock? Amidst the nation's mutual suspicion, far away in the Lighthouse Nation, the elder holding the highest authority over the Jews finally delivered an exceptionally good piece of news to the nations involved in the campaign against Kachin State shortly after the latter launched its intercontinental ballistic missile. Chapter 142, just that. The Kachin State's ICBMs are nothing special. The elder held the freshly gathered intelligence in his hand, smiling faintly, his mood greatly improved. There was no trace of the despondency that had plagued him over the past 3 months since the Kachin ICBM explosion. His entire being radiated vitality, as if he had grown 10 years younger. He radiated confidence and vigor. After fighting for such a long time, finally, good news had arrived. Within Kachin State, the military spies they had planted, extremely rare, almost as important as national treasures, had obtained incredibly precise military intelligence. That is, Kachin State's nuclear arsenal is severely depleted. According to reliable intelligence transmitted, Kachin State's nuclear warheads are exceedingly scarce. Excluding the 3 previously test-fired, only a mere 4 remain. Moreover, the energy contained within them is barely enough to obliterate 3 medium-sized cities. In that case, the Kachin State is hardly a threat. If they had 300 or even 30, I might have some reservations. But now? With just 3 or 4, it's utterly laughable. Even in the worst-case scenario, it's only 3 nuclear bombs precisely targeting 3 major cities in either the Lighthouse Nation or the Union of Myanmar. But if that were to happen, the Kachin State's demise would be imminent. Add to that the fact that Kachin's hypersonic missiles have an extremely high probability of being intercepted by our newly developed 6th-generation fighters. The answer is already crystal clear. That means we strike. After making his decision, the elder showed no further hesitation. Beyond relaying intelligence to key leaders of other nations, he swiftly initiated communications through electronic technology. After all, half a month had already passed. And the longer this dragged on, the greater the losses would become. A million-strong army, though seemingly formidable in combat power, was indeed terrifyingly powerful. But commensurate with that, their consumption is equally terrifying. Consider just the logistical demands: clothing, food, shelter, and transportation for 1 million men, along with weapons maintenance and logistics. Each single category represents an utterly staggering drain. Don't be fooled by the fact that only half a month has passed. In reality, even with other nations sharing the burden, the beacon nation still incurred a staggering expenditure of $200 billion. So, war is all about money. It burns money. It's a contest of a nation's economic foundation. Economy represents everything. It is the cornerstone of technological advancement. Nations with robust economies rarely experience military decline. The elder understood this truth profoundly. Therefore, at this very moment, he absolutely cannot delay any longer. The battle must be resolved swiftly and decisively, striking a crushing blow in the shortest possible time against this nation now regarded by their beacon nation as a thorn in their side and a splinter in their flesh. Given this, gentlemen, what say you? Do we strike or not? Fight. 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 In the online conference room, the eyes of representatives from various nations gleamed with determination as they answered in unison. We fight. Very well. In that case, tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. local time in Kachin State, the troops will advance. Tactics remain unchanged. Proceed as originally planned. Roger that. Time passed swiftly. And soon it was the following morning. As Sula had anticipated, the opposing forces led by the Lighthouse Nation numbering a staggering 1 million troops had finally launched their assault. The nuclear deterrent only bought us less than 20 days? Sigh. Well, it was to be expected. From here on out, we'll have to rely on the skyscreen system to hold out. But how long it can endure is anyone's guess. Sura clasped his hands behind his back. His expression was grave. Nevertheless, no matter what, he must carve out time to solidify safeguards for the Supreme Leader's plan. If they could endure this ordeal, then afterward, the sky would be limitless for birds to soar and the sea boundless for fish to leap. If they couldn't hold out, then for the Kachin State, it would mean complete annihilation, no chance of change whatsoever. Unless China intervened. Things have come to this. Let's fight to the end. The victor takes all. Let's see who laughs last. Sura spoke slowly. At this moment, he and the Kachin kingdom had already staked everything on this gamble. Along the Kachin border, a celestial barrier system stretched silently like a protective barrier, emitting a faint azure glow, sealing the entire border airtight. The sky curtain system is a marvelous creation. What a shame it fell into the hands of Kachin State, a waste of the highest order. Alaki arrived at the front lines, gazing through his binoculars at the distant sky curtain system with admiration, his words tinged with a hint of bitterness and envy. What merit did the Kachin kingdom possess to deserve such a formidable sky curtain system? Everything. Shouldn't it all belong to us, the Judahites? Enough. Soon, everything you have will be mine. Cover it with conventional firepower first. Let's see how long this iron turtle shell can hold out. At Alaki's command, massive firepower began to rain down. Far across the Kachin border, missiles prepositioned by the Union of Myanmar rose from their launchers like swarms of locusts, trailing long plumes of flame as they screamed toward the sky shield system. Bomber squadrons circled high above, dropping heavy bombs one after another. In an instant, the border region was engulfed in flames and thick smoke, explosions deafening the air, the earth trembling violently. Yet, the sky shield system merely rippled with faint, wave-like glows under such intense assault. Missiles and bombs dissolved the instant they touched the light barrier, disintegrating into dazzling yet futile sparks. The light barrier remained steadfastly in place, unshaken. This went on for 3 or 4 hours, yet the sky shield system remained completely unscathed. Seeing this, Alaki wore an expression of unsurprised acceptance. So it still won't work? Well then, our stockpile is nearly depleted. It's time to deploy the 2 cutting-edge technologies provided by the Lighthouse Nation. Don't let me down. As the commander-in-chief of this major campaign, Araki hesitated no longer. He directly ordered the other commanders in the war room to deploy their exclusive technological means. You've been arrogant long enough. It's time to cool off and get lost. Had I not underestimated the 6th-generation fighter's inability to breach the sky shield system's altitude, keeping this contraption would have been pointless. Relying solely on the superior performance of the 6th-generation fighters, wearing down Kachin was inevitable. Even without that 1 million-strong army intervening, I simply don't have the time to drag this out with you. Araki snorted coldly. In the brief pause between his words, the so-called Lighthouse Nation's black technology slowly activated at that very moment. Chapter 143, War in Progress. In a concealed base, countless nanobots, so tiny they were nearly invisible, were loaded into specialized launchers. Each nanorobot was programmed with intricate algorithms. Reporting, Commander. The nanobots, integrated with quantum interference, are fully operational and ready for launch at any moment. Good. Now, activate them immediately. I can't wait to see the Kachin sky shield system on the other side implode. Araki commanded through the electronic interface. As the voice faded, within the launch facility, a barely audible hum filled the air. Like an invisible stream, the nanobots launched forth, hurtling straight toward the nearby sky shield system. As the nanobots approached the skyscreen system, they immediately encountered a powerful repulsive force. Programmed to persist. These nanobots knew nothing of retreat. Lying flat against the light shield of the sky screen system, they immediately activated their pre-programmed sequence, employing quantum interference technology to disrupt the system's energy field. In the microscopic realm, a scene worthy of an epic movie unfolded silently, unnoticed by anyone, progressing slowly. Like a suicide squad, these nanobots charged relentlessly toward the sky screen system's energy barrier. They emitted faint yet precise quantum signals, attempting to resonate with the quantum structure within the sky screen system. The sound was jarring, yet their movements never faltered, much like the relentless thrusting of protagonists in Japanese blockbusters. After an unknown span of time, perhaps an hour, or perhaps half a day, or perhaps just a few short minutes, some nanobots finally succeeded in infiltrating the energy field of the sky dome system. They rapidly replicated themselves within, spreading like cancer cells, launching an assault on the core structure of the sky dome system. Suddenly, bright currents of electricity began to surge through the energy field. This was the counterattack system Gu Xian had programmed into the sky curtain system. But it was ultimately a lone effort. As more and more nanobots successfully infiltrated and began their destructive work, the light screen of the sky dome system began to flicker erratically, emitting an unstable glow. The once impenetrable energy shield now showed faint cracks. As time passed, the cracks on the light screen rapidly expanded. Finally, accompanied by a blinding flash of light and a massive energy surge, a thunderous boom echoed through the air. The light screen vanished, replaced by a haze of smoke and flickering sparks. The border of the Kachin state now lay completely exposed before the million-strong armies of the Lighthouse Nation and the Union of Myanmar. We should inform the Supreme Leader that the sky screen system needs upgrading. Otherwise, this thing will become practically useless in the future. Still, it bought us a significant amount of time, a full day and a half. The real battle is about to begin. Sura sighed helplessly as he watched the live feed on the monitor. He knew full well the methods of the Lighthouse Nation, and had been on constant guard against them. Therefore, the moment the sky screen system showed signs of malfunction, he reacted swiftly, directing the relevant researchers into a race against time, locked in a tug of war with those bugs. But the outcome? Well, it was obvious. If it's broken, so be it. At least we made them work for it. Now then, it's time for a real fight. Along the Kachin border, Sura and Gu Xian had long anticipated this day. They had evacuated all civilians to the interior regions, replacing them with a network of heavily fortified strongholds. Each of these fortified cities became crucial bastions against external threats. At the forefront was Mandalay, a strategic transportation hub. This city controlled multiple vital highways and rail lines, serving as the central node for Kachin's logistics and troop deployment. Mandalay. Tank formations rumbled forward through billowing dust, infantry close behind, while mounted artillery relentlessly pounded the city's surrounding defenses. In the skies, armed helicopters and bombers roared overhead. Rocket rounds struck Kachin army positions with precision, igniting towering flames and filling the air with acrid smoke. But the Tianming tactical tanks were no pushovers. Equipped with photon pulse cannons and railguns, alongside land-air hybrid bionic combat robots, they deployed mobile plasma shields. In the urban wilderness, they single-handedly drew fire from countless sources. 300 Tianming tactical tanks clashed fiercely with a massive array of unmanned heavy weaponry deployed by the Lighthouse Nation. Even Sula, who was overwhelmed by the chaos nearby, couldn't help but remark. The Lighthouse Nation had finally learned its lesson and made progress this time. At least they weren't foolishly sending real people to their deaths. In close combat, even though the Lighthouse Nation possessed means to breach plasma shields, it still required time. And during that time, Tianming tactical tanks paired with bionic combat robots become the deadliest killing machines on land. The photon pulse cannons swept across the battlefield. Everything on the road, in the sky, or crawling on the ground, every last one of them vanishes into thin air the moment they come into contact with the photon pulse cannon's blast. Whoosh! 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 The photon pulse cannon swept everything away, while the electromagnetic railgun intercepted. This sight left the new recruits witnessing the Tianming tactical tank for the first time wide-eyed and bewildered. Some glanced at their own makeshift rifles and rice paddy gear, then watched as the Tianming tactical tank fired its photon pulse cannon again, wiping out hundreds of unmanned armored vehicles. They swallowed hard. What the hell were they even fighting with? Meanwhile, in the back alleys of Mandalay City, over 1,000 figures clad in rebel armor clashed fiercely with the Burmese Federation's vanguard armored forces charging in from the distance. This microcosm wasn't confined to this urban area alone. From the smallest to the largest, one could see that the entire border of Kachin State had been engulfed in flames of war at this very moment. Chapter 144, Mutual Rivalry. Ultimately, Mandalay City was ultimately captured by the Burmese Federal Army. There was no way around it. Despite possessing advanced weaponry like the Tianming tactical tank and the Junyi warrior armor, Kachin State found itself at a disadvantage once the lighthouse nation discovered countermeasures. It was truly a last resort. However, both Kachin State and the lighthouse nation suffered immense losses. It could be said neither gained any advantage. In the end, all the union of Myanmar and the lighthouse nation gained was Mandalay, a city reduced to ruins, utterly devoid of strategic value. During this campaign, the Kachin State's 300 Tianming tactical tanks suffered damage after their mobile plasma shields were breached. Of the 300 tanks, barely half survived. The other half could not withstand the relentless bombardment of the Union of Myanmar and were reduced to useless shells, utterly devoid of any practical value. They were nearly obliterated to the point of leaving no trace. How could they possibly retain any utility? However, the Union of Myanmar also suffered heavy losses. The thousands of unmanned armored vehicles and tanks deployed this time, along with the newly developed AI combat robots, suffered over 70% casualties in this campaign. The losses were utterly incalculable. Mandalay is merely a microcosm of this devastation. The same holds true for other border regions of Kachin State. Yes, indeed, Kachin State's technology is indeed remarkably advanced. But after so many rounds of conflict, the Myanmar Federation and the Lighthouse Nation are no longer clueless novices. Their countermeasures against Kachin State's tactics have been exceptionally precise, each step hitting the mark with pinpoint accuracy. It's as if Kachin State's blows land on cotton, powerless and ineffective. What is the current situation in Kachin State? In the highest council chamber of China, the elders seated at the head slowly inquired. Reporting, along the Kachin State-Myanmar Federation border, the majority of Kachin's previously fortified military strongholds and defensive zones have fallen into Myanmar Federation hands. Their retreat is relentless. However, while Kachin's border territories continue to be eroded, the Western Coalition's casualties far exceed Kachin's. To date, over 20% of the 300,000-strong Burmese Federal Vanguard forces have been lost. That means 60,000 men have perished along the Kachin border. Interesting. With such heavy casualties, why hasn't internal unrest erupted within the Union of Myanmar? Historically, even 6,000 casualties would have been enough to trigger unprecedented turmoil in any nation. How is it that, according to intelligence, the Union of Myanmar remains so calm? In the conference room, someone remarked with keen interest. Because under the rule of the Judas people, the Burmese Federation has been largely assimilated. Recently, resistance within the Federation had been intensifying, but with the implementation of a series of policies and violent suppression, those elements within the Federation have now become docile and dare not stir. You could say they've completely become the Federal Republic of Burma's lackeys, with not a shred of resistance left. That's rather unbelievable. Over 600,000 of the 700,000 troops in the Myanmar Federation are from indigenous ethnic groups. That the Jews managed to suppress them is indeed quite astonishing. We'll discuss that later. Everyone, we're here to talk about the Kachin State and the Burmese Federation's campaign against the Lighthouse Nation. Let's not get sidetracked. Old Zhang cleared his throat, attempting to steer the conversation back on track. Indeed, the Kachin State situation is now precarious. The Sky Shield system has been breached. Those high-tech weapons they once prided themselves on as their trump card? The Lighthouse Nation has found ways to counter them all. So now, things are looking very grim for the Kachin State on that front. Don't just look at the surface. Although Kachin State's borders have been gradually eroded, their combat-ready forces remain largely intact. While their high-tech weapons are all countered, it's not absolute suppression. At the very least, it's a 50-50 fight. We shouldn't worry too much about Kachin State falling quickly. Listening to the discussion, the man who had remained silent for a long time spoke again. Does the Kachin State still maintain its military aid and declarations of support for our China as before? Yes, for some reason, no matter how our foreign ministry tried to persuade Chief Sula of Kachin State, he remained unmoved. He insisted that Kachin State resist on its own and not involve our nation. Interesting. The elder spoke softly, a glint of sharpness flashing in his eyes. The Kachin leader Sula is undoubtedly a masterful politician after all. No naive fool could rise to such a high position. Sula must have his reasons for acting this way. At any rate, it wouldn't come to the point of their nation being annihilated. In that case, we in China should first observe the situation and enjoy the spectacle. Of course, we must also be prepared to enter the fray at any moment. Should the situation in Kachin suddenly deteriorate, we can intervene directly. No matter what, we must preserve Kachin State's strategic position in Southeast Asia. Only then can we avoid falling into the trap set by the Lighthouse Nation. The man spoke slowly. Precisely. Kachin State offers immense benefits to China strategically, for cultural exchange, and through economic cooperation. Moreover, its chief scientist is Chinese by birth, harboring natural goodwill toward our nation. Therefore, China absolutely cannot stand idly by and watch it perish. If we allow Kachin State to decline, our nation's newly revitalized economic sectors and technological industries will suffer another severe setback. Though Kachin State has requested non-intervention, we can still assist them in other ways. For instance, through international solidarity, aid in essential supplies, and establishing secure zones. Old Zhang stated. So be it. Moving forward, we must closely monitor unusual activities in Kachin State, the Union of Myanmar, and the Lighthouse Nation. Any new developments must be reported to me immediately. After issuing this order, the man immediately adjourned the meeting, dismissing everyone to their respective duties. After everything was done, the man slowly approached the window. His gaze stretched upward, as if trying to see the distant Kachin State. Kachin State. I hope you'll be alright. Though, it's unlikely anything will happen. After all, with so many trump cards in your hand, what's so surprising about playing another one? Perhaps I should rephrase that. I hope the Lighthouse Nation can at least survive this campaign? Chapter 145, Heavy Losses. Why don't you go? After the Skyfall system was breached. In just 1 week. The balance shattered instantly when the Lighthouse Nation broke through the flanking battlefield. Within an extremely short span of time, the million-strong Western coalition forces had completely and utterly trampled upon the territory of Kachin State. Without the slightest hesitation, wherever they passed, they unleashed a barrage of artillery and missiles. Of course, the forces of the Lighthouse Nations and the Union of Myanmar retained a basic sense of conscience, showing no intent to harm the civilian population within Kachin State. The fundamental focus of the war revolved around Kachin State's key military strongholds, strategic geographical positions, and associated resources. In this regard, Kachin State has reached a tacit understanding with the Western coalition forces. When unable to prevail in a particular area, the Kachin State forces withdrew entirely, withdrawing all troops without leaving a single soldier behind. Once the opposing Western coalition forces smoothly took over the cities, they naturally refrained from indiscriminately slaughtering the innocent populace within. This peculiar tacit agreement continues to this very day. How many cities have we captured now? Martin ascended the newly constructed tower in Kachin territory, brimming with confidence as he addressed the commander beside him. Reporting to the general, we have captured 13 cities thus far. We've advanced from the border regions and are now approaching the heartland of Kachin State. Our 200,000-strong Army Corps leads the campaign. Just moments ago, headquarters issued orders for our corps to converge with another in seized Chinna City, one of Kachin's vital inland strongholds. Once we secure this city, the gateway to Kachin State will be fully open to us. Martin's spirits soared as he listened to the commander's triumphant report. Who would have thought he'd stumbled into such incredible luck? But clearly, it was his own brilliance that had brought about this monumental achievement. Looks like Kachin State is destined to become a stepping stone on my path to promotion. If we maintain the status quo, I'll at least secure the rank of general in this campaign. Then I can retire in glory. Martin clicked his tongue, his eyes burning with fervor, then casually asked. By the way, what are our current casualties? Well, the losses, they're quite significant. How heavy? Martin frowned at the sudden shift in tone from the general beside him and pressed for details. Well, for some reason, the commander suddenly became evasive and hesitant to speak. Just as Martin's patience reached its limit and he was about to explode, the commander's words suddenly poured cold water on him. Up until now, our army group originally had 220,000 combat-ready troops, but now we're down to less than 160,000, a loss of nearly 60,000. Moreover, the various models of tanks, armed helicopters, even unmanned heavy trucks and AI robots we had equipped have been destroyed by the Kachin State, leaving us with less than 40% of our original numbers. Hearing these figures, Martin froze, then felt an inexplicable rage surge through him. He grabbed the documents in his hand and slammed them into the man's face, shouting furiously, "You bastard! Why are the losses so devastating?" As Martin's rage erupted, the general beside him wore an expression that said, "I knew it." But while his expression remained unchanged, inside, 1,000 curses raged through his mind. Damn it! I get it, huge losses make you furious, devastated, even suicidal to atone. But what the hell gives you the right to give me that look? It wasn't me who caused the Army Corps to suffer these losses. If you have issues, take it up with the enemy. You know full well the strength of the Kachin State. How can you be so naive? They're the Kachin State. Get it straight, I'll repeat it in my head, they're the Kachin State. Not some tiny country we can trample at will. Damn it. If you had any sense, you'd go to the front lines and see for yourself how terrifying and devastating the Kachin State's counterattack truly is. The Kachin people across the border might be pacifists, but their Jinyi warrior armor and Tianming tactical tanks sure aren't. Especially the latter. That, paired with their unique land-air integrated robots working in tandem, any Army Corps, no matter what gear they're carrying, would tremble in fear at the sight of them. Got it? You don't buy it? Bull. Just taste their photon pulse cannon first. Guaranteed to shut you up for good. He once inspected the front lines and witnessed firsthand the apocalyptic power of that photon pulse cannon. It was utterly breathtaking. The slightest misstep, even a grazing shot, left no chance of survival. Even with the secret weapon capable of breaching the iron turtle of Tianming tactical tanks, no one dared to lightly dispatch troops to resist. Because it was nothing short of suicide. Their ability to suppress the Kachin state's Tianming tactical tanks everywhere was achieved solely by sacrificing the lives of their own soldiers to hold them off. They then waited for an opportunity to deploy nanobots capable of destroying the plasma shields. Finally, after a barrage of long-range missiles, they barely managed to take down one or two. Without this strategy, they would have had no hope of defeating the Tianming tactical tanks and would have been crushed long ago. Now, this Martin actually has the nerve to ask me why the casualties are so high? Absolute nonsense. The commander raged inwardly, yet outwardly he could only smile and placate Martin's emotions. What could he do? Rank crushes people. Who asked me to work under someone like that? What can you do? Just endure it. Once Martin had calmed down, he spoke slowly in a slightly hoarse voice. The next battle is the most critical of all. Therefore, I believe it's time to deploy our secret weapon. Launch the 6th generation aircraft. Penetrate deep into Kachin territory and annihilate every last bit of their supply lines, leave them no room to breathe. Ideally, we should obliterate Kachin state's capital city. That way, Kachin state won't be able to stir up much trouble afterward. Report this proposal to higher command. A week has already passed, we can't delay any longer. 5th generation aircraft and below risk being shot down by Kachin forces. At this juncture, only 6th generation fighters will suffice. Only then can we deliver the final deterrent blow to Kachin state, the straw that breaks the camel's back. As Martin spoke, the general beside him was startled. Deploy 6th generation fighters now? But, wasn't that a bit premature? Chapter 146, Damn Excitement. Gerald, the supreme leader of the Judas faction, stared expressionless at the pile of requests to deploy the Lighthouse Nation's trump card, the 6th generation fighter proposal. So this was the moment they'd reached. He knew all along that to completely subdue the Kachin state, they would need to resort to some of their most powerful, last resort measures. This is truly troublesome. Even with specialized bullets designed to pierce the armor of the slayer of rebels and nanobots engineered to breach plasma shields, the difficulty factor remains substantial. A million-strong army launching a full-scale assault, and so far we've barely captured a quarter of Kachin state's outer territories. This progress is far too slow. And the casualties are staggering. At this thought, Gerard's brow furrowed deeply. Even he was shocked by the casualties incurred in less than 10 days of combat. The Union of Myanmar's 700,000-strong force had already suffered over 200,000 casualties so far. Meanwhile, the Lighthouse Nation's 300,000 troops, though drawing most of the firepower on the main front from the Burmese Federation forces, were not faring much better. Because the Kachin state's arsenal of futuristic weapons proved far too formidable to breach. For the most part, the Lighthouse Nation's troops were confined to rear operations, endlessly expending ammunition and depleting domestic stockpiles. Only occasionally do they launch proactive offensives. Even then, their losses exceed 30,000. Moreover, the combined forces and mercenaries from other nations suffered losses exceeding 40%. Gerard genuinely didn't care about the lives of the Myanmar Federation or other nations' aid forces. He focused solely on the Lighthouse Nation's troops. This wasn't out of any sense of national duty or broader strategic interests. For him, as long as his objectives were achieved, it wouldn't matter if every last soldier of the Lighthouse Nation's million-strong army perished. Not even the Lighthouse Nation's forces were spared. But the difference was, after suffering casualties, the Lighthouse Nation's soldiers demand massive compensation. Moreover, prior to this, the Jewish conglomerate had already negotiated with the Anglo-Saxon group. While military command could be entirely entrusted to the Jews, all losses incurred by maintaining this massive force would be borne solely by the Jewish conglomerate. True, the Jewish group possesses immense wealth and resources, but even they cannot withstand such relentless strain. If the fighting continues like this, the war expenses and subsequent reparations would reach hundreds of billions, even trillions. Such colossal reparations would deal a crippling blow to the Jewish faction. Enough. To minimize casualties and secure Kachin state as swiftly as possible, deploy the 6th generation fighters. It's no big deal. After all, China has deployed them before. The combat capabilities and standards of 6th generation fighters are hardly a secret anymore. If they're exposed, so be it. Gerard yawned, signed the approval, and tossed it to his assistant to handle. For him, nothing mattered more than rest at this moment. He had been commanding and supervising the operations non-stop for 2 days to ensure the Lighthouse Nation and the Union of Myanmar captured Kachin state as swiftly as possible. His eyes hadn't closed even once. Even after downing 3 bottles of the Starlight Potion developed by Kachin state, his body now felt off kilter. Therefore, Gerard had no desire to continue commanding. He turned and retreated directly into his bedroom to rest. He believed that once he had rested, he would hear the news of Kachin's collapse under the onslaught of the 6th generation fighters. 3 days. At most 3 days, the Kachin state must be completely subdued. Otherwise, if China intervenes or Kachin increases its nuclear arsenal, achieving our strategic objectives will cost the Jewish group an unimaginably heavy price. Forget crippling losses. They could even end up crippled. That would be utterly counterproductive. Therefore, from the very beginning, Gerard's objective has been crystal clear. Speed, 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 faster still. Even if it meant higher casualties, it didn't matter. As long as they could seize Kachin State, obtain all its scientific research achievements, and allow the Union of Myanmar to seize this territory, it would be worth it. Kachin State, I hope you know better than to resist. Otherwise, our sixth-generation fighters aren't here to play around. Gerald's heart hardened as he scribbled out several more orders before slipping into a state of rest. In his dreams, he seemed to witness Kachin State being brutally trampled underfoot by the Lighthouse Nation. Meanwhile, inside the military base at the heart of Kachin State, Gu Xian rubbed his aching waist as he watched the messy-haired figure slowly emerge from the research and manufacturing facility. It was no easy feat. Damn it all to hell. How many days had he been in here? Almost a month now? We've finally completed the mass assembly of the sixth-generation fighter jets exclusive to the Kachin State. And without a single flaw, we've also identified qualified pilots for several of these sixth-generation fighters. Now, they're finally seeing the light of day. At this thought, all traces of Gu Xian's frustration vanished. In just 1 month, Kachin State has lost a quarter of its territory to the Union of Myanmar and the Lighthouse Nation. Swift action is indeed crucial in warfare. It seems even a million-strong modern army cannot be underestimated, even when equipped with future technology. Over half of the 3,000 Tianming tactical tanks have been lost, and casualties among the Junyi Zhanjia suits and bionic combat drones far exceed my projections. Yet, the silver lining is that Kachin's losses remain under 10,000. Moreover, civilian casualties remain relatively low. Overall, it seems not entirely unacceptable. As Gu Xian pondered, several voices sounded from behind him. Commander, reliable intelligence indicates the Lighthouse Nation is preparing to deploy sixth-generation fighters to strike our Kachin State. What should we do next? What should we do? Hit them hard, damn it. We've been hiding like turtles for so long. If we keep doing that, won't we just be making fools of ourselves in front of those scumbags? Hearing Sula's words over the phone, Gu Xian declared. Now, the sixth-generation fighters are ready. It's time to give those bastards from the Lighthouse Nation a huge surprise. The blue skies aren't their exclusive domain. They've been so full of themselves, thinking they're invincible? Well, we'll crush them completely in their own domain. Gu Xian's lips curved upward as he slowly articulated the plan he had prepared in advance. Sula listened, utterly dumbfounded. This isn't a good idea, is it? But what was this damn excitement she felt? Chapter 147, The Struggle for Aerospace Supremacy, The Battle of Sixth-Generation Fighters. Sunlight bathed the azure sky. In what should have been an endless expanse of pristine sky, several unusual figures suddenly appeared. 3 fighter jets streaked across the sky like silver arrows, emitting a cold, mysterious glow. This is the first time I've flown such an advanced aircraft. Back when I joined the Air Force, I was flying those propeller-driven junk planes. How did I suddenly find myself in such a beast of a machine? Yeah, this is the brand new sixth-generation fighter our Kachin leader specially developed. Honestly, if you didn't tell me, I'd swear this thing was a 7th-gen fighter. What other 6th-gen fighter comes equipped with this much high-tech weaponry? The 6th-generation fighters from that Lighthouse Nation over there? I don't think any of them have even a single feature from the weapons systems on the 6th-generation fighter we're flying, right? True. Even China's 6th-generation fighter seems to fall short compared to ours, right? Enough chit-chat. We've got work to do. The leader's face hardened as he stared at the rapidly flashing red dots on the screen, his voice deepening. This time, they had come bearing a mission and a task. That mission was to teach that arrogant Lighthouse Nation not far away a profound lesson. However, the leader felt a pang of unease whenever he thought of the other 4 sixth-generation fighters carrying out a separate mission. If he'd known this mission would be this thrilling, he would have chosen it. The thrill of clashing with the Lighthouse Nation pales in comparison to that other mission. Still, it would have to do. It was a good opportunity to test just how powerful the 6th-generation fighter truly was. The Lighthouse Nation's 36th-generation fighters formed a massive formation, cruising leisurely through the skies. Their sleek, angular fuselages. Their engine nozzles flickered with blue flames as they roared through the sky, showcasing their formidable power. Anyone who saw them couldn't help but exclaim, "Damn, that's cool." If you ask me, bombing Kachin State's capital this time only needs 2 or 3 planes to symbolically take out their government building. After all, the rest are innocent civilians. I really don't want blood on my hands. Pfft, what are you pretending? You're the one who gets the most excited during every bombing run, screaming into the calms like a monkey. Ha ha ha, I'm just doing a symbolic demonstration here. Don't call me out on it. Be my judge. Hearing those poor ants get blown to bits everywhere, seeing their mangled flesh, doesn't that feel absolutely exhilarating? Ha ha ha, you've got a point there. But you're seriously twisted. Even I think you're twisted. We're less than 5 minutes from Kachin City. Let those Kachin bugs see what our 6th-generation fighters are made of. Smith cackled wildly, already envisioning the city's demise. As the squadron leader for this Air Force mission, a successful completion would propel his career upward once more. However, just as he was lost in his fantasies, an unexpected turn of events occurred. 3 dazzling laser beams erupted from the distance, like searing swords of light, instantly ripping through the sky. The lasers streaked toward the lighthouse nation's fleet at supersonic speeds. Wherever they struck, the air instantly ionized, blinding flashes erupted, and deafening roars echoed. What the hell is this thing? The lighthouse nation pilots stared in terror at this sudden assault. Unprecedented in both power and bizarre nature. The laser beam struck several lighthouse nation's 6th-generation fighters with pinpoint accuracy, instantly melting their fuselages. Amidst violent explosions, debris rained down like a storm. Multi-billion-dollar 6th-generation fighters shattered effortlessly, leaving not a single trace in this vast expanse. What kind of weapon is this? Evade immediately! Smith shouted, his voice tinged with panic, his entire body drenched in cold sweat. What the hell? They were flying a 6th-generation fighter jet, yet it got caught so easily by some unknown weapon? What kind of international joke is this, seriously? Yet the Kachin state attack didn't stop there. Immediately after, the electronic pulse cannons unleashed their power. Invisible electromagnetic pulses surged from the fighters like a raging tide, engulfing the lighthouse nation's fleet. Before they could react, these pulses instantly jammed the lighthouse nation fighters' electronic systems, causing radar failure, communication disruption, and complete chaos in the flight control systems. One of the lighthouse nation's 6th-generation fighters, affected by the electromagnetic pulses, suddenly lost control, spinning wildly as it plummeted toward the ground. Other fighters also began experiencing various malfunctions, and the once neat formation scattered into disarray. Damn it! Where the hell is the enemy? Smith shouted furiously. How could this be? After fighting for so long, he still couldn't even spot the enemy across the battlefield. However, just as he was questioning his existence, 3 faint red dots suddenly appeared on the radar. Found them. Parallel dimension, 3 o'clock direction. Counterattack. Smith roared. Despite facing immense adversity, he still refused to believe that just 3 enemy aircraft could have driven them into such a desperate situation. The losses were far too great. The lighthouse nation pilots gritted their teeth and launched a desperate counterattack. In an instant, dozens of missiles whizzed through the air. But to the 3 6th-generation fighters of Kachin Nation in the distance, this barrage was utterly ineffective. As the representative of the Kachin Air Force in this operation, watched the chaotic battle unfold before him, a faint, confident smile curling his lips. He gave the decisive order, activate Weapon System 3. In the next instant, missiles launched from the 3 fighter jets. Small in size yet packed with immense power and advanced intelligence. They roared out of the missile bays of the Kachin fighter jets, rapidly dispersing in the air. Like agile hunters, they precisely tracked the missiles launched by the lighthouse nation. Upon closing in on their targets, the intelligent micro-missiles detonated without hesitation, forming dazzling fireworks in the sky, completely intercepting the lighthouse nation's missiles. After completing their task, the 3 Kachin fighter jets repositioned their formation, working in tight coordination as they dove toward the lighthouse nation's 6th-generation fighters. Laser weapons, electromagnetic pulse cannons, and smart micro-missiles fired in unison once more, weaving an impenetrable web of death. Laser beams crisscrossed the sky, electromagnetic pulses followed like shadows, while smart micro-missiles whistled through the chaos. Under this overwhelming assault, the lighthouse nation's fighters were like fragile ants, struck down one after another. Several more fighters disintegrated in explosions, their wreckage scattering across the vast sky. No! How could this happen? The lighthouse nation commander watched helplessly as his fleet was systematically destroyed, his heart filled with despair and unwillingness. He never imagined this would happen. The self-proclaimed military superpower, the lighthouse nation, suffered such a crushing defeat in this aerial battle at the hands of 3 fighter jets from the Kachin state. These were 6th-generation fighters. How could they be crushed so utterly, swept aside as easily as drinking water or eating a meal? But time would not allow him to ponder this. Under the relentless barrage of Kachin state's advanced weaponry, the lighthouse nation's air fleet found itself in dire straits. 36th-generation fighters were decimated in an instant, with over half destroyed. The dozen or so survivors were battered and bruised, in a sorry state. Withdraw! Withdraw now! Smith clutched his chest, suppressing his rage and frustration as he issued his final command. There was no choice but to flee. If we don't retreat now, we'll all be wiped out here. In the next instant, the remaining fighters, trailing black smoke, fled the battlefield in panic. Blood stained the sky, the roar of engines never ceasing. Chapter 148, Shocking News. What's the current situation? Has Kachin State's capital city suffered devastating blows? Are they considering surrender? Gerald awoke and entered the war room, glancing at his assistant beside him as he asked. He yawned as he spoke. Throughout this exchange, he failed to notice his assistant's legs trembling so violently he could barely stand, his face ashen and filled with utter disbelief. Reporting, sir. The assistant stammered, repeating the same words over and over, unable to utter the second half of the sentence. This finally alerted Gerard to something being amiss. In the underground command center beneath the Pentagon in the Land of the Lanterns, the once bustling atmosphere vanished, replaced by palpable tension. Throughout the conference room, the tension hung thick like a bowstring ready to snap, threatening to erupt at any moment. His eyes swept the room, taking in the usual arrogant faces, men who, at the slightest hint of success, would rush to claim credit from him. His brow furrowed slightly. Can someone tell me what the hell is going on? Could it be that something unexpected has occurred in the war against Kachin State? Or has China intervened in the battlefield? Just as someone was about to speak up, suddenly, a man bearing the rank insignia of a general rushed into the conference room, his face pale and his steps hurried. He clutched a document tightly in his hand, the entire folder crumpled from his grip. One could even clearly see sweat soaked through the pages. Lord Gerard, you awake? The man had barely taken a few steps when he spotted Gerard standing beside him, clearly caught off guard. What are those documents you're holding? Oh, nothing much, just some operational details regarding the Kingdom of Kukan. Nothing significant. Let me see. As Gerard's words fell, the man's eyes darted nervously around, searching for support from those nearby. But, seeing everyone else burying their heads like quail eggs or ostriches, he felt an inexplicable surge of anger welling up inside him. What the hell is wrong with you people? You're all like turtles hiding their heads in their shells. You're pathetic. I despise you all. But when he met Gerard's unwavering gaze and felt the aura of authority radiating from him, the man took a deep breath, as if steeled for what came next. Then, trembling before Gerard, he stammered, Sir, we just received confirmed intelligence. 30 of our 6th-generation fighters en route to strike targets in Kachin State were intercepted by 3 unidentified enemy aircraft. 16 of the 30 deployed have been shot down. For a moment, the conference room fell deathly silent. Every head bowed lower still, time seemingly frozen in that moment. Gerard's previously composed expression vanished instantly, replaced by utter shock. His eyes brimmed with disbelief. His lips moved, but no words came out for a long moment. Had he heard correctly? This is a 6th-generation fighter jet. A 6th-generation fighter jet. Not some cheap junk you find on the street. Gerald forced himself to steady his nerves, sitting down in his seat to compose himself. He twirled the pen in his hand, only for it to clatter onto the desk with a loud thud. Gerard's face turned as white as paper, beads of sweat the size of peas forming on his forehead and trickling down his cheeks. This can't be a nightmare, right? Have you identified who destroyed our 6th-generation fighter jets? Gerard croaked hoarsely. Reporting, Sir, we still haven't. We only know it's another fighter jet, but the model is completely unknown to us. Moreover, the advanced nature of the weapons deployed during combat far exceeded our expectations. Whether it's electromagnetic interference cannons, laser weapons, or micromissiles, these weapons are unprecedented. Searching for a previous model is pure nonsense. The only possibility is that they were developed by the Kachin State. Because the weapons previously seen in Kachin State bear an uncanny resemblance to those mounted on 6th-generation fighters. Inside the operations center. This is impossible. Schmidt slumped in his chair, his eyes vacant. The Kachin State. 6th-generation fighter jets? These two words were as familiar to him as anything could be. But he couldn't piece them together. You tell me. Could these two words even form a sentence? Isn't this just pure bull? If you were talking about the Kachin State achieving so much in other fields, that'd be one thing. But this is a 6th-generation fighter jet. How could it just appear out of thin air? Schmidt may be an outsider, but he's had some exposure to fighter jet manufacturing. It's safe to say that the sophistication of a fighter jet directly reflects a nation's overall technological advancement. And let's not even talk about 6th-generation fighters. Even 5th-generation fighters are currently produced by fewer than a handful of countries worldwide. And now, an unprecedented 6th-generation fighter before that? Now, asking him to believe that the Kachin State possesses the capability to independently manufacture 6th-generation fighters would be no different than telling him these aircraft were developed under the guidance of China. But China's 6th-generation fighters' actual performance is at best on par with their lighthouse nations. But look at those 3 fighters appearing over Kachin. What the hell are they? 3 against 30. The enemy emerged unscathed while we lost over half our force. And according to the pilots, had they lingered in combat, none of them might have made it back. Is this a 6th-generation fighter? He'd believe it if they called them 7th-generation fighters. But in this day and age, 6th-generation fighters are just starting to show signs of emerging, and then boom, a 7th-generation fighter appears? That's nothing short of a fairy tale. What should we do now? Schmidt instinctively asked, seeing the oppressive atmosphere in the conference room. But the moment the words left his mouth, he realized he'd made a mistake. At this stage, saying this myself is practically asking to be shot for sticking my neck out, isn't it? What should we do? A general seated beside Schmidt heard his words, repeated them, then let a wry smile flicker across his face. He lifted his head to look at Gerard, whose eyes had grown slightly calmer, and sighed. Damn it! That question was directed squarely at them. Regardless of how Kukin discovered them and delivered such a devastating blow. But the fact remains. And now they had to figure out a way to deal with it. Still, thankfully, things haven't gotten as bad as I feared. With this thought, the commander exhaled in relief, having just comforted himself. Immediately afterward, a devastating piece of news came crashing down from the heavens, delivering a fatal blow to everyone present. Chapter 149, Shall we have some fun? Everyone. We've just received confirmed intelligence. 4 sixth-generation fighter jets from the Kachin state, each carrying nuclear warheads, are currently circling over our capital city and the capital of the Union of Myanmar. Moreover, this information wasn't obtained through our intelligence channels, it was officially announced by the Kachin state government. And there's photographic evidence to prove it. One of them is directly overhead. I just caught a glimpse of it with my own eyes, but damn it, our radar isn't picking up a thing. After a moment of silence, the conference room erupted in chaos. Meanwhile, in the operations room, a burly man abruptly leapt to his feet, pounding the table and bellowing, "Activate all air defense systems immediately. Notify all fighter jets to scramble for interception. Bring those damn planes down." The defense minister frantically grabbed the phone, barking orders into the receiver with palpable panic in his voice. Veins bulged on his forehead, and if one looked closely, his back was already drenched in cold sweat. Intercept? Defense minister, calm down. What do we have to intercept them with right now? Our 6th-generation fighters or air defense systems? Don't forget the terrifying capabilities of Kachin State's 6th-generation fighters. Even without nuclear weapons, their sheer power alone could throw our lighthouse nation into chaos. And now, they're armed with nuclear warheads. Think clearly, if this thing detonates, every single one of us here will be finished instantly. There will be no survivors. A middle-aged woman retorted with a cold snort. But regardless, we must try. Are we just supposed to wait here and die? The defense minister roared, ignoring others' objections as he issued direct orders. Everyone present, including Gerard, remained silent, watching his every move without protest. Seated at the head of the table, Gerard sighed inwardly. He understood. This battle their lighthouse nation had already lost. And lost utterly and completely. He could find no glimmer of hope for a comeback. After all, those 4 sixth-generation fighters from Kachin State hung like the sword of Damocles over the lighthouse nation and its vassal states, poised to strike at any moment and unleash utter devastation upon this land. Even sitting here, he could almost hear every flutter of the 6th-generation fighters' wings above, every roar of their engines. Every single one sounding like the footsteps of death itself. As Gerard pondered, a quarter of an hour slipped away unnoticed. Soon after, an anxious voice came through the phone held by the defense minister. "Sir, the air defense systems are fully activated, and our fighters are airborne. But those Kachin State 6th-generation fighters are too advanced. Our interception efforts have yielded little result. To put it bluntly, the 6th-generation fighter is toying with us like we're dogs, playing us at its whim. We have absolutely no chance of turning this around. Even if they wanted to drop a nuclear bomb now, we could only watch helplessly." The defense minister listened to the call, his expression growing increasingly grim. Finally, he hung up the phone, utterly defeated. The sky has fallen. The sky has completely collapsed. And it wasn't just the upper echelons of the lighthouse nation who learned this news. The entire world knew now. Chapter 150, The Impenetrable Kingdom of Kachin. China. When old Zhang awoke from his slumber, before he could even dress properly, his assistant flung open the door with a loud bang. "What's going on?" Not angered by the assistant's abruptness, old Zhang asked curiously upon seeing his flustered state. After all, similar incidents had occurred before. And without exception, the news and intelligence brought were shocking enough to shake the entire nation, even the world. "Old Zhang, it's huge." All right, catch your breath first. We'll talk about it later. At my age, I can't handle all this commotion." Old Zhang waved his hand, signaling his assistant to calm down. "I can't wait any longer. Mr. Zhang, did you hear? The Lighthouse Nation just launched an airstrike against Kachin State. They deployed a full 36th-generation fighter jets." "Calm down. I'm aware of this news. Could it be that Kachin's leadership suffered heavy casualties in this bombing, or that most of Kachin's territory has already fallen?" Old Zhang inquired curiously. He was well aware of the Lighthouse Nation deploying 6th-generation fighters against Kachin State. But, while 6th-generation fighters possess unparalleled performance, capable of dominating the skies with no obstacles to hinder them, they remain merely fighter jets. They cannot instantly alter the course of a battle. Moreover, several key cities in Kachin were now completely enveloped by impenetrable plasma shields, rendering them virtually invulnerable. Only a prolonged war of attrition held any possibility of breaching them. But, how long had he actually rested? Not even 2 hours? How could such a major incident occur in such a short span of time? Just as old Zhang was deep in thought, his assistant finally spoke up again. Mr. Zhang, none of your guesses are correct. None of them? Old Zhang froze. Could it be something else entirely? But that seemed unlikely too. With all of China's attention focused on the Kachin state and the domestic situation looking so promising, what kind of trouble could possibly arise? Facing Zhang Lao's puzzled gaze, the assistant finally revealed the truth. Mr. Zhang, this matter does involve the war between Kachin state and the Lighthouse Nation, but I can guarantee you it's absolutely not what you're thinking. Care to take another guess? When did you learn to play coy, you youngster? Spit it out already. Or do you intend to suffocate this old man to death? Old Zhang scolded with a laugh, urging his assistant to stop eating around the bush. Truth be told, his assistant's words had already piqued his curiosity. What on earth had happened in Kachin state and the Lighthouse Nation? Could it be the apocalypse had broken out over there? According to intelligence investigations, 3 suspected 6th-generation fighter jets independently developed by Kachin state shot down 16 6th-generation fighter jets dispatched by Lighthouse Nation within Kachin airspace just 1 hour ago. All other aircraft withdrew, yet Kachin's 3 6th-generation fighters emerged unscathed. Analysis indicates that the 6th-generation fighter jets developed by Kachin state significantly outperformed those developed by the Lighthouse Nation, with their weapon systems undergoing unprecedented innovation. For instance, laser weapons and electronic jamming capabilities represent unprecedented innovations never before seen in fighter aircraft. Listening to his assistant's lengthy explanation, old Jean was momentarily speechless. Oh my goodness. Hold on. How do all these terms even form a coherent sentence? Could this be some kind of joke? But even a joke wouldn't go this far. Kachin state suddenly has 6th-generation fighters? This is just way too far-fetched, isn't it? But I can't help but believe it. After all, my assistant has never joked with me about such things before. So, it must be true, right? Just as old Zhang's brain went into standby mode, his assistant's next remark completely shut him down. Mr. Zhang, and shortly after this aerial annihilation campaign, the Kachin state's other 4 6th-generation fighter jets were deployed to key cities and capitals within the Union of Myanmar and the Lighthouse Nation. Each fighter jet carries a nuclear weapon capable of obliterating an entire city. Simultaneously, Kachin state publicly declared online that if the Lighthouse Nation persists in its reckless aggression against them, they will unleash these 4 nuclear weapons without hesitation. It doesn't end there. The Kachin state even declared online that if their nation were to perish in this world, they would rather drag the Lighthouse Nation down with them than let it survive unscathed. The Lighthouse Nation is now in complete chaos. Old Zhang listened as his assistant rambled on. Unlike the fear and desolation among the Lighthouse Nation's leadership, his words were filled entirely with excitement and awe. Damn! This is thrilling, absolutely exhilarating. The Kachin Nation's approach truly suits my taste, clashing head-on at the slightest provocation. That's a style I genuinely admire. And so, the two found themselves immersed in this bizarre atmosphere, yet an inexplicable harmony emerged between them. This matter, besides our few nations, who else knows? After a long moment of processing, old Zhang finally snapped back to reality. His voice carried a hint of disbelief as he asked his assistant beside him. The whole world knows. The Kachin state has published this matter in full on the international forum, just as they did before. They even held an online press conference. Now, not only the leaders of various countries, but also the general public are aware of it. I see. Understood. Old Zhang nodded. Indeed. This was exactly the kind of thing the Kachin state would do, bold and unrestrained. I never imagined the Kachin state possessed such a terrifying trump card. No wonder they refused our Chinese investigation earlier. Now I understand everything. Flying 6th-generation fighters over the enemy's capital, swaying back and forth while carrying nuclear weapons? From this moment onward, the Kachin state stands invincible. Even if they suffer defeats on the battlefield, every card in Kachin's hand is now an ace. Brilliant! Brilliant! Absolutely brilliant! Old Zhang clapped his hands in admiration. By the way, what's the reaction from other countries? Well, silence is all there is, nothing but silence. Understandable. After all, no one wants to draw the Kachin state's attention at this critical juncture. If they end up with Kachin state's 6th-generation fighters breathing down their necks, they'll learn to behave. Chapter 151, Retreat. When the Kachin state's 4 6th-generation fighters hovered over the Lighthouse Nation and the Union of Myanmar, the war within Kachin state changed everything. Why are we retreating? There's barely any fighting force left in Qinyuan City. Give me 2 days, no, 1 day, and I'll seize Qinyuan City. Then we can march straight to Kachin City and crush the Kachin state government. At that point, our strategic objective would be fully achieved. Why retreat at this critical juncture? Martin grabbed the phone and demanded angrily. What the hell are those bastards in the US thinking? Are they full of? Kyolang City is the heart of Kachin state, its strategic value second only to Kachin City itself. Capturing it, or even destroying it if necessary, would be crucial for advancing the entire campaign. This signifies that the Western coalition forces have completely breached Kachin State's outer defenses, advancing into its interior regions and even its core areas, striking directly at the heart of Kachin State. Achieving this, the gains would be immeasurable. So, who can tell him what the higher-ups are thinking? Not to mention, there's the support of 6th-generation fighters. He simply can't fathom any reason for defeat, okay? What? You're telling me that half of the Lighthouse Nation's 36th-generation fighters were destroyed by Kachin State's 6th-generation fighters with 0 casualties on their end? And now Kachin's 6th-generation fighters are circling low over our capitals and other vital cities, even carrying nuclear warheads? Hearing the panic in the voice on the phone, Martin was utterly dumbfounded. Wait. What the hell is going on? He was pretty sure only China and the Lighthouse Nation had 6th-generation fighters, right? Then who could possibly explain how Kachin State acquired a 6th-generation fighter jet? Could it be that China provided them? But, even if China did provide support, those 6th-generation fighters couldn't possibly be this ridiculously overpowered. 0 casualties, completely annihilating an entire 6th-generation fighter squadron from the Lighthouse Nation, and the entire engagement lasted less than 10 minutes. This is beyond terrifying. Bro, are you sure that if the intelligence is accurate, the Kachin State isn't actually operating 7th-generation fighters? You gotta understand. Even among 6th-generation fighters, there are significant gaps in capability, but not to this extent. What the hell is this? The gap is so vast. It's downright suffocating. So, sir, should we still attack? The generals beside him glanced at Martin, who was consumed by self-doubt, then looked at the battle reports showing consecutive victories. They exchanged bewildered glances before asking. Attack? With the lives and fortunes of those lazy, good-for-nothing bigwigs above us now entirely in the hands of the Kachin State, you tell me how we can attack? If I ordered an attack the next second, would you believe I'd be separated from my head the very next second? Martin gritted his teeth, his face twisted with bitter resentment. Damn it. Just a few more days. Just a few more days. If only they'd given themselves enough time to capture Kachin City. Even if the Kachin State used it as leverage again, they'd have the strength to negotiate. But now? Forget it. Might as well just wash up and go to bed. Having been pushed to this edge, the Kachin State won't hesitate to go down in a blaze of glory, taking everyone down with them. He craved to earn military merit, but only if everyone survived to claim it. What about us then? The general beside him, seeing Martin in such a state, couldn't help but ask softly. Abandon all forward positions. Retreat the front lines 100 kilometers. Let the entire army rest and regroup. Follow the High Command's orders. But based on my guess, I'm afraid our third offensive against Kachin State will be another wasted effort. Martin sighed. There was no other choice. Since the enemy had seized our Achilles heel, we could only show weakness and yield. And so it was. Amid Martin's sighs, the order to retreat spread throughout the camp. In an instant, a tidal wave of shock and confusion erupted. Everyone was bewildered, but the moment the first soldier pulled out his phone and logged onto the internet, everything became clear. Word spread from 1 to 10, from 10 to 100, from 100 to 1,000. Soon the entire force, from top to bottom, front to back, knew of the matter. The morale that had begun to rise slightly due to the favorable course of battle plummeted to rock bottom in an instant. After all, they were fighting tooth and nail on the front lines, working themselves to death. Only to turn around and see. Oh boy. Our homes had been stolen. How could this be? In the end, tens of thousands of soldiers simply gave up, showing no will to fight. Even those engaged in fierce combat at the front lines followed suit. Mid-battle, right before the eyes of Kachin soldiers, they discarded all their weapons, stripped naked, and strolled over with white flags stuck on their heads. This utterly terrified the Kachin soldiers. They initially thought these Burmese soldiers had gone mad in the heat of battle. But upon inquiry, they learned that without any of their soldiers knowing, their own country had secretly played the fool, delivering the nuclear warheads straight to the enemy's doorstep. No wonder those Burmese soldiers acted this way. If it were me, I'd probably do the same. After all, the outcome is already sealed. Might as well save my own skin. A Kachin soldier, his face still bearing traces of youth, couldn't help but twist his mouth into a wry smile as he stared at the naked bodies of the Union of Myanmar soldiers before him. But to be fair, this feeling was actually pretty satisfying. Next time, he should treat himself to this a few more times. After all, it was military glory delivered right to his doorstep. Why pass it up? Just as the Kachin soldier was lost in his fantasies, he felt someone tug at his sleeve. He looked down to find one of the captured soldiers standing there. Sir, what is it? The young Kachin officer looked at the trembling soldier, puzzled. Could you let us put on some clothes? Winter's coming soon. I think if we keep going like this, we'll freeze to death. The youth tugged at the corner of his mouth. All right. He thought it was something serious, but it turned out to be this. Go ahead and get dressed. I piled your clothes over there in the corner earlier. Just line up and get dressed yourselves, but don't try any tricks. I'll be watching the whole time. Don't worry, sir. The young man sighed as he looked at the soldiers huddled together, puffing out clouds of warm breath to stay warm. What is war? Nothing more than a child in his mother's arms going to fight another child. Fortunately, he found himself in Kachin state. Chapter 152, To Fight or Not to Fight. Peace talks? Fine. Then I'd like to ask the Union of Myanmar, and you personally, Mr. Iraq, what genuine good will you intend to bring to the negotiating table with Kachin state? We're all sensible people. Let's be blunt, the battlefield situation is entirely in the hands of Kachin state. This war has reached a critical stage, and the initiative is completely in my grasp. In other words, it's no longer something you Jews can halt at will. Sula wiped his finger across the table as he spoke calmly into the phone. If one were to ask about Sula's state of mind, it was this. Awesome. Unparalleled bliss. After all these years, damn it, he could finally stand tall and straight, facing the United States with a superior tone. All that cautious tiptoeing and trembling fear were gone forever. And this is the confidence born from the terrifying combined might of sixth-generation fighters, nuclear weapons, Tianming tactical tanks, Junyi battle armor, the Sky Curtain system, and Starlight serum. Unshakable confidence. Dear Mr. Alaki, do not attempt to constrain me with so-called pre-established international rules. For individuals of our caliber, such rules hold only two meanings, to create them or to shatter them. Now your Jewish faction finds itself utterly outmatched on the battlefield. Even the very survival of your entire group rests in my hands. Where, pray tell, does your confidence in uttering such words stem from? Don't forget how you Jews spoke to me with such condescension when our Kachin nation was at a disadvantage before this. And now that our Kachin nation has grown strong, only now do you think to invoke some so-called international rules to constrain us. Don't you find that rather amusing? Sula spoke calmly, his tone laced with contempt. So, Mr. Alaki, don't wield the sword of a past dynasty to strike officials of the present one. Instead of spouting so-called international rules, present us with terms that satisfy the Kachin nation. Only then will I agree to cease hostilities and negotiate peace. Don't even think about unconditional surrender or any nonsense about both sides making friendly concessions. I won't listen to that. 1 inch. I know you're merely a spokesperson. The reason you're calling me is entirely because the real power behind you, the Jewish group in control, Gerald, ordered you to do this. You can tell Gerard this, if he thinks he can exploit our Kachin state for free, he can forget it. Gu Xian declared with unwavering resolve. His unyielding stance left Alaki, who had prepared countless arguments, and the numerous Jewish group leaders behind him staring at each other in stunned silence. They were at a loss for words. Only after the call ended did one of the Judas figures finally cursed, "This Sula is utterly arrogant. Just because he got lucky developing nuclear weapons and sixth-generation fighters? Without those two things, how could they possibly stand before us with such confidence?" Araki listened to the man's words, his brow furrowing slightly. He thought to himself, if developing nuclear weapons and sixth-generation fighters counts as a traitor's luck, then what are all the other nations, including the Lighthouse Nation? Dog? Or to put it another way, dog among dog? After all, the sixth-generation fighter developed by Kachin state may not have a significant gap in its propulsion system, but its weapon systems and detection systems are utterly overwhelming compared to those of the Lighthouse Nation. It's terrifying. Even the Myanmar Federation established by the Lighthouse Nation and the Jewish conglomerate is being pushed back, let alone other nations. Especially those tiny nations ranked near the bottom globally in economic strength. This is some serious. Must be piled up like dog to the nth degree, right? Therefore, when Al-Iraqi heard this man utter those words, he felt not the slightest sense of satisfaction. On the contrary, he only felt utterly humiliated. It was utterly humiliating. When you lose, you admit it. When you get beaten, you stand at attention. Sure, Judas might be, a bit more despicable and shameless, but there's no need to be so shamelessly stubborn about refusing to admit defeat. For Alaki believed, these immediate setbacks were nothing, barely even a ripple. After all, the Jews are a people who emerged triumphant from World War II. Though they suffered a devastating blow from that little mustache, didn't they ultimately endure and rise to become one of the ruling powers of the Beacon Nation and even the world? Therefore, in Al-Iraqi's mind, this Jew who spouted utter nonsense had already been sentenced to death. The dungeon. You won't see any progress in this lifetime. Just go chill where it's cool. I may not be able to deal with the Kachin state right now, but you? But, the moment Iraqi recalled Sula's words, his brow darkened with gloom. What to do? What should I do? What should I do? Could it be that I really have to relay this word for word to Lord Gilas? But, if I do that, he'll likely conclude I've failed in my duties and strip me of my current authority. For him, this would be far more painful than death itself. Damn Kachin Kingdom, when exactly did their strength become so unbalanced? The atmosphere in the conference room grew oppressively heavy, and Alaki's mood grew increasingly irritable. Seeing the others still lingering in the room, he bluntly ordered them to get the hell out. Once alone, Iraqi steadied his emotions and reluctantly sent an email to Sula. What exactly does your Kachin state want? The email hadn't even been sent for 3 minutes before a response came back. Damn, that was fast? The speed was so astonishing. Even Araki couldn't help but let out an expletive. Come on, guys. For something this important, shouldn't the entire national leadership gather to discuss it? At the very least, it should take half a day to reach a decision. But who can explain to me? What the hell is going on here? It's like they're moving at the speed of light. Even if you took 3 or 4 days to respond, he'd understand. But now. Sigh. 1,000 words, yet all that came out of Araki's mouth was a single sigh. He finally understood one reason behind the rise of the Kachin state. It was the extreme centralization of power. Such a system of governance enabled a nation to respond with lightning speed within an extremely short time frame. Thinking of the internal workings of the Jewish group and the Lighthouse Nation, Araki couldn't help but feel a deep sense of envy. For he knew all too well his own nation and people's knack for passing the buck and creating chaos through endless bureaucratic wrangling. Let me see what demands the Kachin state has. As Araki murmured to himself and opened the email, the bold words that greeted him made his pupils contract, his face contorting into an expression of utter disbelief. This is absolutely impossible. Chapter 153, Session of the Entire Union of Burma. The Kachin state claims it has only one condition, but this demand is terrifyingly huge. They must have no fear of overreading. Araki's face darkened as he stared at the email before him, nearly tearing it to shreds in frustration. Damn it! Cede the entire territory of the Union of Burma. If they actually did this, then everything the Lighthouse Nation and the Jewish group have done in the Union of Myanmar will be for naught, ultimately benefiting the Kachin state entirely. If I'd known this would happen, it would have been better not to get involved in the first place. But now, it's too late. The die is cast. There's absolutely nothing that can be done. Kachin state. You people deserve to die. Araki slumped in his chair. His eyes filled with despair and helplessness, as if the entire world had collapsed in that instant. This condition truly felt like the sky had fallen for him. He knew the Kachin state's stance on this matter. It was utterly inflexible. Compounded by the fact that the capitals and major cities of both the Lighthouse Nation and the Union of Myanmar now lay completely exposed to Kachin's blade, from this moment onward, they had no room left to fight back. Unless they dared to gamble. That Kachin state wouldn't dare defy the entire world by using nuclear weapons without authorization. But that possibility was minuscule. Not only was the probability absurdly low, even if there was just a 1% chance that Kachin state would dare to deploy that nuclear weapon, those already terrified politicians would absolutely comply with Kachin state's demands without question. As long as the Kachin state isn't foolish, they would naturally grasp this level of understanding. A deadlock. An absolute stalemate. After a moment's hesitation, Araki sighed helplessly and relayed the message to Gerard behind him. During this communication process, the Kachin state's actions sent shockwaves through the world, stunning high-level officials across nations and captivating netizens worldwide. 6th-generation fighters suddenly appear in Kachin state? And 4 have already departed, while the whereabouts of the 6th fighter carrying a nuclear warhead, now unknown whether it has returned, are unknown as it hovers over key cities in the Lighthouse Nation and the Union of Myanmar? I'm right in the capital of the Lighthouse Nation. Pack your and get the hell out of here. I don't want to become a local celebrity. You idiot, I caught wind the moment the news broke and retreated to a rural area 800 miles from any major city. Isn't it too late for you to evacuate now? Ha ha ha, thank God I'm Chinese. For this kind of situation, all I can say is grab a seat and enjoy the show. Agreed. Same here, I'm Chinese too. Seeing these guys get humiliated cracks me up. My only complaint? Why didn't Kachin state fly a 6th-generation fighter jet right over South Korea's face? That would have been the perfect payback. Amidst the storm of comments and exchanges on global forums, the 4 6th-generation fighters that had quietly returned to Kachin state had completed their refueling. They took off once more. At this very moment, the 4 6th-generation fighters resembled 4 bolts of pitch-black lightning, roaring from a hidden airbase in Kachin state, piercing the clouds as they plunged toward the heartland of the Lighthouse Nation and the Union of Myanmar. Upon closer inspection, the major cities of both nations, the situation had descended into utter chaos. Even with both governments deploying military forces, they were utterly helpless, unable to restore order. People were scrambling desperately to flee to rural areas or remote towns. Take the capital of the Lighthouse Nation. On the city streets, when someone looked up at the sky, a 6th-generation fighter jet was already openly revealing its silhouette, circling persistently above the city. Panic spread like wildfire, utterly uncontrollable. Anyone with even a modicum of awareness understood the devastating power of nuclear weapons. Faced with such gridlock traffic, they abandoned any hope of survival and simply went about their business. Some went even further. Had already silently undone their belts, gazing at their own fists, seeking a last taste of earthly pleasure. After all, they had witnessed the devastating power of nuclear weapons firsthand from the Koreans. They weren't stupid. But those who'd lost their minds began running frantically. Inside the store, Customers abandoned their goods and bolted for the exits, while others took advantage of the chaos to engage in rampant shoplifting. Especially the black guys' grins stretched from ear to ear on every face. Sure, there was a chance they might get roasted alive right where they stood, but hey, there was still a slim chance of survival. Either way, it was life or death, and there was no escaping it. So why not enjoy a little joyful shoplifting? Grab whatever you can get your hands on. Anything you snatch is a win. Beyond the shops and large malls, office workers with spirits more vengeful than ghosts swarmed toward stairwells, their screams and shouts echoing in waves. Stampedes became commonplace, and some even suffocated to death on the spot due to the dense crowd and lack of fresh air. Traffic on the streets descended into complete chaos. The clamor of horns and screeching brakes intertwined. And the entire city descended into chaos. In the Oval Office of the White House, a man with golden hair sat alone at his desk, his expression grave. He watched as the streets outside descended into utter chaos, people fleeing in panic. The terrifying vision of the city reduced to ruins after a nuclear explosion kept flashing through his mind. His expression remained grave. These damned Jews have caused a hell of a mess, dragging even me into it. This has blown way out of proportion. It's far beyond the Jews' ability to handle alone. We must find a way to resolve this swiftly, or else everyone will go down with them. Once the nuclear warhead struck, the entire lighthouse nation and its vassal states would plunge into an abyss of no return. Years of built-up hegemony and prosperity would vanish in an instant. This was utterly unacceptable to the man. If this were to happen, he would have been tempted to strangle the entire Jewish establishment. What utter nonsense! Reporting to the president, the Kachin state has made a demand. They agree to a ceasefire, but only if the entire Union of Myanmar is completely ceded. Cede the entire Union of Burma? The Kachin state certainly has a big appetite. For us Aung San people, it's nothing, but for the Jews, it's like skinning them alive and draining their blood. So what do we do? The man heard the question beside him and replied calmly, accept their terms. This matter is no longer within the Jews' control. If they stubbornly cling to the Union of Burma, it will provide us with the perfect excuse to eliminate these parasites. From every angle, ceding the Union of Burma is undoubtedly the best choice. Chapter 154, System Reward. Gu Xian was enjoying a lazy morning nap when his body suddenly jerked awake. A distinct ding echoed in his mind. The sensation was utterly bizarre. And in his drowsy state, Gu Xian felt an indescribable sense of comfort. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the second mission, National Unification. You have reached the small nation tier. Mission rewards, 50,000 reversal points, unlocking stage 2 of the technology tree, bonus future tech space station blueprints, doubled physical attributes, and 50-year lifespan extension. Next stage, regional hegemon. Upon completion, you will attain great nation status. Mission requirement, integrate Southeast Asia and establish your exclusive empire. Mission reward, unknown. After hearing the entire system prompt, Gu Xian's eyes cleared completely. Ha! That's it? The system task is complete? This feels a bit too easy, doesn't it? As he pondered this, Gu Xian realized that during his period of recuperation, the outside world had likely undergone unimaginable upheavals. But who cares? As long as he completed the task assigned by Sula, the system would unlock. Next, he'd start by checking out the system's rewards. With that thought, Gu Xian didn't rush to check the changes in his physical abilities or the unlocked tech tree. Instead, he slowly began to explore the detailed information of the futuristic space combat design blueprint granted by the system. After reviewing them, Gu Xian felt his head spinning dizzyingly, as if it might explode. However, compared to the awe-inspiring impact of the space station itself, this was utterly insignificant. This space station, named Dawn, was spherical in shape, with a diameter of approximately 2 kilometers. He had never encountered a space station of this magnitude before. Its surface was covered in a smooth silver alloy, with a massive transparent dome at its center. That was the station's general appearance. The sphere's surface is densely packed with various functional modules. These modules included energy collectors, communication antennas, observation instruments, laboratories, living quarters, and more. Working together, they formed this complex space city. If space were used sparingly, Ketchin could transport dozens or even hundreds of astronauts at once, leaving ample surplus space. The satellite station's surface is covered with numerous solar panels, utilizing the latest high-efficiency photovoltaic technology to convert solar energy into electricity in a remarkably short time. Additionally, the satellite station is equipped with an advanced nuclear fusion reactor as a backup power source. Not only does the nuclear fusion reactor provide stable and powerful energy, but also activates swiftly when solar energy is insufficient, ensuring the satellite station's continuous operation. Before Gu Xian could figure out how to acquire fusion technology, the methods were laid bare right here. Explaining nuclear fusion based on its principles can be simple or incredibly complex. If it were truly that simple, perhaps human civilization would have already reached level 1 status. And a Type 1 civilization. marks the very beginning and origin of interstellar civilization. In other words, whoever masters nuclear fusion technology holds a crucial key to the future interstellar era. Imagine this. In the microscopic world of atoms, the protagonists of nuclear fusion are primarily hydrogen isotopes deuterium and tritium. Under conditions of extreme heat and pressure, matter enters a special state plasma. In this state, atoms shed their electron coats, leaving only bare nuclei and free electrons darting chaotically through space. At this point, atomic nuclei gain immense kinetic energy, behaving like reckless race car drivers careening across the track. When two nuclei approach each other at extreme speeds, despite the fierce resistance of electrostatic forces, their immense kinetic energy enables them to overcome this barrier. Drawing sufficiently close. Once the distance reaches an extremely short range, a more potent force emerges, releasing them during this process. When two ordinary atomic nuclei undergo nuclear fusion, they release an astonishing 17.6 megaelectronvolts of energy. The scale of this energy release is staggering. Compared to fossil fuels, nuclear fusion generates energy densities millions of times greater. This analogy is not the slightest bit exaggerated, otherwise, nuclear fusion wouldn't be so fervently pursued by humanity. Moreover, the fuel used in nuclear fusion reactions, deuterium, is abundantly available on Earth. Seawater alone contains approximately 400 trillion tons of it, enough to sustain humanity for billions of years. The immense energy and benefits this would yield over such a period are likely beyond the computational capacity of all the world's supercomputers combined. More importantly, nuclear fusion reactions produce almost no greenhouse gases or long-term radioactive waste, making their environmental impact minimal. It can be called a nearly perfect clean energy source. Achieving nuclear fusion is an extraordinarily challenging endeavor. Among the challenges, the foremost challenge lies in creating and sustaining the extreme conditions required for nuclear fusion. Nuclear fusion demands temperatures reaching tens of millions of degrees Celsius. At such extreme heat, any conventional material used for containment would instantly melt and vaporize. It's like trying to find a bottle capable of containing a blazing sun, a challenge beyond imagination. To solve this bottling problem, the solution proposed by the system is inertial confinement. Inertial confinement involves using high-energy laser beams or ion beams, simultaneously irradiating a tiny fuel pellet from all directions, which typically contains a series of fusion fuels. The energy from the laser or ion beam is instantaneously deposited onto the pellet's surface, rapidly heating and vaporizing its outer layer. This vapor ejects outward, generating an inward-directed recoil pressure like an inward squeezing energy fist. This immense pressure compresses the fuel inside the pellet to extremely high densities and heats it to temperatures required for nuclear fusion. As the fuel is compressed and heated, its own inertia holds it together for an extremely brief moment, allowing the nuclear fusion reaction to occur. Easy to say, but executing it is exponentially more difficult. Yet now, Gu Xian is determined to turn the impossible into reality. Chapter 155, The Terrifying Space Station. Nuclear Fusion. Gu Xian's eyes flashed with determination. For him, once nuclear fusion technology was mastered, the entire international order on Blue Star would be overturned and rebuilt from scratch. From that point onward, the kingdom of Kachin would become the sole ruler of the interstellar era. The terrifying power contained within nuclear fusion was no laughing matter. If applied to military technology, no nation could stand against a country possessing fusion technology, even if all others united. Take the Sky Dome system, for example. Once nuclear fusion technology is integrated into the Sky Shield system, Gu Xian had no doubt the barrier's fortitude would be so formidable it could potentially withstand the combined nuclear arsenal of the entire world. Moreover, it would be a seamless, all-encompassing shield, leaving not a single gap. It could completely envelop the kingdom of Kachin, rendering any external threat thereafter utterly insignificant. Unlike the current situation, where the Sky Shield system shatters once more. If the Sky Dome system alone, enhanced with nuclear fusion technology, possesses such formidable power, what about other highly offensive weapons enhanced with nuclear fusion technology? Take the Rebellion Slayer battle armor, the Tianming tactical tank, or even nuclear weapons? Let's be honest. If applied to nuclear weapons, Gu Xian could easily modify it to develop an ultimate nuclear weapon capable of obliterating an entire nation or even half of Blue Star with a single detonation. This is the sheer power of nuclear weapons. No. To be precise, it's the power of nuclear fusion technology. Moreover, nuclear fusion technology isn't limited to military applications. Every single scientific field currently under research can utilize it without exception. In civilian applications, the most classic example is undoubtedly electricity. Once fusion technology is mastered, constructing just a few fusion power plants, perhaps even a single one, could easily meet the daily energy needs of the entire population of Kachin State, with significant surplus to spare. Nuclear fusion technology. Once everything settles, we must begin research immediately. If we can master it, forget regional dominance. Even becoming the dominant power on Blue Star or even interstellar dominance would be entirely within reach. Moreover, nuclear fusion technology is the prerequisite for activating the three core functions of the Dawn Space War. Reflecting on this, Gu Xian smiled faintly, looking thoroughly satisfied. The Dawn space station blueprints provided by the system were crucial, utterly crucial. Even as the system's host, Gu Xian found its capabilities mind-boggling. And the key to activating these three functions lay in mastering nuclear fusion technology. The first astonishing capability of this space station was the precise manipulation of a nation's weather and climate. Within the core area of the Dawn space station resides an exceptionally specialized climate control matrix. This so-called climate control matrix is composed of a series of massive energy emitters, meteorological monitoring satellite constellations, and supercomputer clusters. Its complexity is such that even scientists and researchers other than Gu Xian would be utterly baffled by it. Within the Dawn space station, the energy emitters resembled enormous silver disks, each spanning tens of meters in diameter. Their surfaces were covered in intricate energy conduits and precision optical components. These elements could focus the station's generated energy and convert it into beams of specific frequencies. These beams interacted subtly with various substances and energy fields within Blue Star's atmosphere. Beyond this, another crucial component of the climate control matrix is the constellation of meteorological monitoring satellites orbiting the station. These satellites constantly monitor every movement within Earth's atmosphere. Equipped with state-of-the-art multispectral sensors, radar, and laser detection systems, they precisely measure atmospheric parameters such as temperature, humidity, pressure, wind speed, and direction. They can even detect minute particle changes and energy fluctuations within the atmosphere. This vast data stream is transmitted in real time to the supercomputer cluster aboard the space station. The supercomputer cluster performs trillions of complex calculations per second. And the source of all this energy is powered by nuclear fusion energy. The three core functions of the climate regulation matrix complement each other, achieving an exceptionally unique capability. Much like the thunder god and lightning goddess of ancient Chinese mythology, possessing formidable climate regulating capabilities. In arid regions desperately needing rainfall, the energy emitter directs beams of specific frequencies into the target region's atmosphere. These beams resonate with water vapor molecules in the atmosphere, causing them to aggregate and condense into cloud formations. As the cloud mass grows larger and denser, they eventually transform into life-giving rain that falls upon the land, alleviating drought conditions. Should a region encounter extreme weather such as hurricanes or torrential rains, the energy emitter will emit another type of beam to disrupt the storm's energy field, disrupting its formation and development mechanisms. The beams act like an invisible giant hand. Weakening its intensity, altering its path, and even eliminating it entirely is not beyond the realm of possibility. Forget the other two functions. This single capability alone would drive every nation on Earth into a frenzy, pursuing it at any cost. In a sense, this technology is extremely radical. In other words, it could not only benefit a nation's own climate but also function as a formidable natural weapon. For instance, it could unleash a year-long downpour on the lighthouse nation. Forget a year. Even just 1 month of such downpours would likely plunge the United States into utter chaos. But such a heartless act is beyond Gu Xian's capacity, as he possesses a conscience. But if this power fell into the hands of other terrorist organizations, they'd likely wish for the world's complete annihilation. The second function of the Dawn space station is its unparalleled reconnaissance capability. Everything emanates from the Dawn space station, surrounded by a constellation of diverse, high-performance reconnaissance satellites. These satellites employ cutting-edge stealth technology and lightweight materials. The sheer effort invested in this single aspect alone is enough to leave anyone speechless. Their hulls are crafted from a specialized nanocomposite material, not only effectively absorbing and scattering radar waves to render it nearly invisible to enemy detection systems, but also possessing self-repair capabilities to withstand impacts from micrometeorites and space debris. That's right. Self-repairing capabilities. It's that mind-blowing, that utterly unreasonable level of mind-blowing. One can only say, since embarking on the path of nuclear fusion, the technologies unveiled have been nothing short of mythical, devoid of any scientific logic, yet permeated with science and reason at every turn. The lenses of the onboard optical reconnaissance equipment utilize ultra-precise optical elements and quantum imaging technology, achieving an incredible level of resolution. From hundreds of kilometers above, it can clearly distinguish license plate numbers on vehicles below and even discern subtle facial expressions on a person's face. This thing would be absolutely perfect for the surveillance industry. Gu Xian's mind was in a whirl with such thoughts. Chapter 156, Advanced Weapons Systems. Beyond optical reconnaissance. The satellite also carried an advanced radar reconnaissance system. This radar utilized millimeter wave frequency bands in phased array technology, capable of penetrating clouds, vegetation, and structures. It could generate real-time three-dimensional imagery of both surface and subsurface areas, precisely identifying the location, scale, and type of various military equipment and industrial facilities. Additionally, it possesses formidable electronic reconnaissance capabilities. It can intercept all manner of electromagnetic signals on Earth, including communications, radar transmissions, and broadcast signals. This is the true sky eye and all-seeing, all-powerful celestial eye. Leveraging the massive data collected by reconnaissance satellites and powered by advanced intelligent computing systems, it can instantly extract valuable intelligence from complex information streams. It achieves a perfect level of omniscient and omnipotent reconnaissance capabilities. In this regard, its reconnaissance capabilities utterly outclass the reconnaissance satellites of every nation in the world. If the first two functions are still considered normal, then this third function is utterly heretical. Could this be designed purely for world annihilation? Gu Xian's eyelids twitched violently upon seeing the Dawn space station's third function, his expression turning grim. He hoped he'd never have to use this thing. The third function of the space station was its godlike destructive strike capability. Hidden within the station's concealed sections lay a weapon system known as the Doomsday Adjudicator. This system incorporated humanity's most advanced technological achievements, possessing terrifying power capable of obliterating the heavens and earth. Its sheer power and technological sophistication are so advanced that even the latest innovations developed by the Kachin nation struggle to match it. The weapon system primarily consists of two components, an energy weapon array and an orbital kinetic strike platform. It's a complete recreation of scenes from sci-fi movies, you know. The energy weapon array incorporates multiple advanced energy projectors, with high-energy laser cannons and particle beam weapons standing as the pinnacle of this technology. The high-energy laser cannon's internal mechanism comprises countless precision optical lenses, energy amplifiers, and cooling systems. Upon activation, a powerful energy source converts electrical energy into an intense laser beam. These laser beams undergo a series of amplification and focusing processes before being fired toward the target at speeds exceeding 10 times the speed of sound. 10 times the speed of sound. Who could possibly react in time? Wherever the laser beams strike, any substance is instantly vaporized by extreme heat. Whether it's a sturdy steel fortress or a massive aircraft carrier fleet, they become utterly laughable in its presence. And this is just a single beam. And with a single launch, the weapon system aboard the Dawn space station can unleash hundreds, even thousands of such beams. If nuclear fusion technology were applied, it could potentially generate tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of beams. The mere thought of hundreds of thousands of beams descending in an apocalyptic scene. Gu Xian couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. This thing, if it hit someone, wouldn't it leave them covered in bruises? Therefore, he'd rather avoid using this thing whenever possible. Moreover, with the Dawn space station backed by nuclear fusion technology, its weapon systems cooled down incredibly fast. It could achieve near seamless transitions, and as for the duration? Even Gu Xian couldn't calculate it. If the duration were slightly longer, it might even pierce through the Earth? The other particle beam weapon, however, utilized an accelerator to propel subatomic particles to near light speeds. This is truly a game-changing marvel. Guided by specialized magnetic fields, these high-energy particle beams are directed toward their targets. They can often penetrate various layers of defense, inflicting devastating damage on internal structures and electronic equipment. Their destructive power lies not only in direct physical damage but also in triggering a series of secondary effects, such as electromagnetic pulses and radioactive contamination, delivering a comprehensive assault on the target area. These two formidable weapons are merely a fraction of the Dawn space station's capabilities. System, what kind of god-tier technology have you given me? This is pure war machinery. Even if we abandoned all previous technological weapons, possessing just the Dawn space station alone would secure absolute invincibility from this day forward. Gu Xian's gaze shifted downward once more. At that moment, the twitch at the corner of his mouth intensified. All right, he conceded. The aforementioned weapons were still a bit conservative, nowhere near as formidable or awe-inspiring as the one before him. Orbital kinetic strike platform. This was the final component of the Dawn space station's weapon system. It consists of multiple massive metal cylinders, positioned along specific orbital paths around the space station. Each cylinder is crafted from high-density heavy metals, weighing tens to hundreds of tons. Upon receiving strike commands, the Dawn space station will precisely adjust its orbit, accelerate these metal cylinders to extremely high speeds, endowing them with immense kinetic energy. Then, boom! These metal meteors will hurtle toward their targets along predetermined trajectories. Upon impact with the ground, the terrifying energy generated by the nuclear fusion technology applied internally. The resulting explosion releases energy equivalent to hundreds of nuclear bombs. It instantly obliterates vast areas, triggering intense earthquakes and shockwaves to deliver a devastating blow to the target. A single one. Could obliterate a small to medium-sized nation in the blink of an eye, completely erasing it from the face of Blue Star, leaving not a single trace behind. The Dawn space station, suspended high in Blue Star's orbit, appeared to Gu Xian as nothing less than a weapon of divine judgment. Should the Kachin nation take issue with any nation? A single command transmitted into space would unleash its arsenal, diverse yet singularly focused on global annihilation, teaching that nation the meaning of being toyed with and manipulated. Once the Dawn space station was completed, it would signify that the gateway to the interstellar era had swung wide open for Gu Xian. Oh, besides this reward from the system, there are still other things I haven't checked yet. At this thought, Gu Xian raised an eyebrow, glancing down at his own body. He wondered whether this reward the system mentioned was actually real. Chapter 157, A Massive Boost in Physical Prowess. I was so immersed in the awe-inspiring Dawn space station blueprints earlier that I didn't even notice. I never imagined this reward from the system would be so immense. I initially thought it wasn't much, but now it seems downright godlike. Doubled physical attributes and an extra 50 years of life? If I combine this with starlight potions and proper cultivation, I might just live to be 200. Gu Xian's eyes rolled around in his head. Feeling the astonishing power coursing through his body, a sudden impulse struck him. He slowly walked over to the refrigerator, pulled out 3 bottles of starlight potion, and downed them all in one go. He was determined to see just how astonishingly powerful his body could become under the combined effects of the starlight potion and the system. With that thought, he downed all 3 vials in one gulp. The instant they touched his throat, a warm surge of energy, like a spring stream breaking through ice, slowly spread from his mouth to envelop his entire body. From that moment on, Gu Xian could distinctly feel another peculiar energy slowly welling up from his dantian, gently flowing through his meridians to every corner of his body. As the two energies merged, Gu Xian's eyes widened slightly. How to describe this sensation of bliss? It felt far more exhilarating than the sensation he'd experienced during airplane takeoffs in the past. How much more? Perhaps several times over? Or even dozens of times more? Gu Xian couldn't describe it, only that his entire body felt utterly comfortable, without a trace of discomfort. It felt like this could last a lifetime, leaving no regrets. As Gu Xian sat cross-legged, digesting this surge of energy, in the unnoticed corners of his body, the first changes manifested in his wounds. Even a minor scrape sustained during research or material handling. Now, the once swollen, bleeding wound rapidly scabbed over at a visible pace. The scab then fell away, revealing skin restored to its original state, smooth and delicate as if it had never been injured at all. It was nothing short of a miracle. This phenomenon would likely leave every medical expert and biology professor utterly astonished and speechless. Crackle! Snap, crackle, pop. Gu Xian was deeply immersed, clearly sensing the distinct changes within his body. And this change originated deep within his bones. Inside his bones, it felt as though countless tiny craftsmen were busily at work, continuously reinforcing and reshaping. The spine, slightly curved and deformed from prolonged sitting and not yet fully healed, gradually straightened with a tingling sensation. He could distinctly feel each vertebra realigning itself, growing stronger and more resilient. This transformation gave him a profound sense of rebirth and lightness. It felt incredibly refreshing. Whoa, starting today, I'm a man with 8-pack abs and muscles everywhere? Gu Xian opened his eyes, examining every part of his body with amazement. He could feel his muscles, nourished by this mysterious energy, bursting with new vitality. The once flabby and weak muscles seemed to have been injected with a shot of adrenaline, quickly tightening and developing distinct contours. His biceps and triceps became full and elastic. Even a light clenching of his fist allowed him to feel the surging power pulsing within. In the words of fantasy novels, he felt strong enough to punch a bull to death. This transformation wasn't confined to his upper body. Even his lower body underwent a profound metamorphosis under Gu Xian's keen awareness. His leg muscles grew solid and resilient, their contours radiating beauty and unparalleled explosive power. If he ran the 100-meter dash now, could he break the world record? With this thought in mind, Gu Xian got out of bed, dressed, and headed straight for the physical fitness testing ground. Along the way, Gu Xian was astonished to discover his senses had sharpened dramatically. His hearing felt like it had been fitted with high-precision microphones, picking up even the faintest sound of an insect crawling inside a wall. Outside the window, the sounds of vehicles on the street and the chatter of pedestrians were distinct and layered. He could even discern the gender and weight of several people outside based on the rhythm and intensity of their footsteps. And he could control this ability at will. He could control it completely. This is inhuman. I've never seen a normal human reach this level. Gu Xian murmured, his voice tinged with disbelief. Suddenly, a thought struck him. If he completed the system task step by step and utilized high-tech products like the Starlight Potion, could he live forever, achieving a form of immortality? The thought alone. Gu Xian felt an inexplicable surge of excitement. He couldn't wait to dive into the research lab and delve into nuclear fusion technology. But After a moment's reflection, he decided to suppress this notion for now. Life needs balance, one can't toil like a beast of burden day in and day out. As the saying goes, if you want a horse to run fast, you must feed it grass first. How could it run without eating? Having just finished work in the lab, shouldn't he at least relax a little? It's not just my hearing, all my senses have undergone astonishing changes. If I had to describe it, it's like a leap forward in evolution. Gu Xian opened his eyes. The dimly lit corridor instantly brightened under his altered vision. Every detail in every corner became crystal clear. He could even discern a minuscule pinhole in the wall. Before this, he had never noticed such minute details. Not only that, but when he looked out the window at the distant streetlight, and could clearly make out the filament's intricate patterns inside the bulb, along with the minuscule dust particles clinging to the lampshade. Damn it! Am I a human being or what? At the same time, he felt his sense of smell become abnormally acute. He could even detect the scent wafting from the Research Institute's kitchen, some distance away. This transformation felt like unlocking an entirely new realm of perception. With each breath, he felt everything around him, and the pain and pleasure it brought were beyond words. So this is where they test physical fitness, huh? Whoa, Mr. Sula, what are you doing here? Sura, who had been lifting weights, froze at Gu Xian's surprised voice. He shook his head left and right, yet couldn't spot anyone. Huh? Could it be that I misheard? But that seemed unlikely. His body had been enhanced by the Starlight Potion, making it stronger than ever before. How could such a thing happen? Just as Sula was lost in thought, his expression suddenly turned utterly horrified. From 100 meters away, he finally spotted a dark speck. If my eyes don't deceive me, was that the leader himself? No way. Chapter 158, he's practically Superman. Sula's mind went blank. It wasn't until Gu Xian walked beside him that he snapped back to reality, stammering out his words. Mr. Leader? What's up? Gu Xian looked at Sula's astonished expression and asked in confusion. Did you just speak to me from over 100 meters away? Well, if there's no one else named Gu Xian in this fitness testing center, then yes, that was probably me talking to you. Gu Xian chuckled, finally understanding why Sula looked like she'd seen a ghost. It was practically like seeing a ghost. When someone speaks to you from 100 meters away, it would be strange if you didn't react like Mr. Sula did. Then how did you? Sura's mouth hung open, at a loss for words. Haha, confidential. Gu Xian smiled, with no intention of revealing what had happened to him. Your Excellency, as per your instructions, the demands of our Kachin nation have been accepted by the Lighthouse Nation and the Jewish people. Under pressure from nations worldwide and internal Anglo-Saxon forces. Hold on a moment, Mr. Sula. Let's put official business aside for now. First, do me a favor. Huh? What favor? Sura asked, puzzled. But before he could finish, Gu Xian pulled him straight to the 100-meter sprint testing area. Here's the starter pistol and stopwatch. Mr. Sula, could you please test how fast I can run the 100 meters? You? 100-meter dash? How fast? Sura looked at Gu Xian's expression and instinctively reached out to touch his forehead. Whoa! No fever. And the boss's mental state seems perfectly fine, not like he's fried his brain or anything. But why the sudden obsession with testing his 100-meter dash speed? But, she had to admit, when Sula looked at Gu Xian's face, she couldn't help but freeze for a moment. For some reason, he sensed that the leader had acquired a certain, different quality. Transcendent? Perhaps that was the most fitting description. As if compelled by some unseen force, Sula didn't argue with Gu Xian. He simply took the signal gun and timer and made his way to the end of the runway. He was determined to see what kind of mischief his dear leader was up to. Click! With a sharp whistle, Gu Xian, without using the starting blocks, shot forward like an arrow released from its string. His initial burst was astonishingly fast, as if each stride rode the wind, kicking up a faint dust trail. This? Impossible? Sura's initially indifferent expression gradually froze, replaced by utter astonishment. His eyes widened in disbelief that such speed could come from his own leader. Only when Gu Xian crossed the finish line did he swiftly press the stopwatch. 7.89 seconds. Without starting blocks, without professional training. Is this even human? The leader's speed is several times faster than top sprinters. Sura exclaimed in shock, nearly dropping the stopwatch from his hand. Holy! What kind of monster is this? Today I've truly witnessed the birth of a legend. High wealth, handsome, a genius in the realm of scientific research, a legend in physical prowess. Even his strategic planning is unmatched. This isn't human, it's a complete, all-around top-tier warrior, right? Moreover, he's likely an unparalleled existence, without precedent or successor. Commander, how do you feel? Very well. Gu Xian smiled faintly. He knew this was merely the beginning. Once he saw the results of the 100-meter dash, he intended to test nearly every athletic event. He was determined to see where his limits truly lay after undergoing dual enhancement. Next, Gu Xian dragged Sula over to the long jump area without further ado. Standing beside the takeoff line, took a deep breath, then launched into a powerful run-up. His acceleration was blisteringly fast, like a cheetah racing across the savannah. As he neared the takeoff point, he leapt with all his might. He jumped. No, he flew. That height, that distance. Sula pointed at Gu Xian in excitement, his voice trembling with astonishment. Finally, Gu Xian landed steadily in the sandpit, kicking up a cloud of dust. Sula hurried over to measure the distance. Though not a professional coach, he knew how to read the numbers. Finally, after meticulously measuring back and forth, he arrived at an unbelievable result: 15 meters. Another world record shattered. This is insane. Even the top long jumpers couldn't possibly achieve this distance. What kind of monster is the supreme leader? Did he undergo some kind of genetic mutation? At that moment, Sura admitted he was starting to question reality. Could such an extraordinary being truly exist in this world? If Gu Xian knew what Sula was thinking right now, he'd surely reply, "Bro." Yes. After finishing all this, he paused, looked left and right, and finally headed toward the shot put area. This time, even without Gu Xian's prompting, Sula instinctively followed him. He wanted to see for himself just where the physical limits of his leader lay. Upon reaching the shot put area, Gu Xian gripped the shot put. In his hands, it felt like a feather-light toy. Leaning back slightly, he mimicked the technique he'd seen athletes use in televised shot put competitions, twisting his arm with force and hurling the heavy iron sphere forward. Whoosh! In that instant, the shot flew like a cannonball, traced a long arc through the air, and landed far at the end of the field. Is that even a shot put? It's more like a missile. Sura had no energy left for sarcasm or shock, rushing over to measure the distance. This scene, if witnessed by outsiders, would surely leave them jaw-dropped. That such a highly respected figure in the Kachin state would willingly serve as a numerical tester. It's truly mind-blowing. The measurement results are in again: 30 meters. Another world record shattered. Sura was numb with shock. Superhuman stamina. Superhuman physical prowess. Next, Gu Xian's performance didn't stop there. He went on to challenge multiple events, including the high jump and weightlifting. In the high jump, he effortlessly cleared the 3-meter bar. In the weightlifting event, he single-handedly lifted a barbell exceeding 300 kilograms, holding it steady for several seconds. "Mr. Sura, how did I do?" Hearing Gu Xian's inquiry, Sura clicked his tongue, utterly at a loss for words. Finally, he slowly uttered just 2 words. "Impressive." Chapter 159, Public Appearance? After a series of tests, Gu Xian felt nothing but a slight ache in his body. This left Sula beside him utterly dumbfounded. "Seriously, bro? Be honest with me. Are we spies sent by aliens to invade Blue Star? Otherwise, explain to me, what the hell is going on here? This is getting way too crazy, right? Commander, how do you feel?" "How do I feel?" Gu Xian looked at Sula with confusion, then slowly replied, "Everything's normal." "Is something wrong, Mr. Sula?" "There was something earlier, but it's gone now." Seeing Gu Xian's completely unfazed expression, Sula couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed. "Alright." He admitted it, he really was getting old. Not only did his energy pale in comparison to the young, but even his brain couldn't keep up with the pace of thought. But, are all young people like this nowadays? Sura pondered a series of absurd possibilities, yet his mouth kept moving. "Your Excellency, the attitudes of the Lighthouse Nation and the Judeans have now been lowered to an extremely low level. They have fully accepted the terms we proposed for the session of the Burmese Federation. At the same time, we are actively sending representatives to negotiate with them. The contract has now been successfully fulfilled. The Lighthouse Nation has already begun withdrawing most of its military forces stationed in the Burmese Federation. The remainder will be escorted within the next 2 months, along with over 1 million Jews, back to the Jewish state in the Middle East and the Lighthouse Nation's homeland." "Oh? So smoothly? No protests or resistance from the Jewish faction?" Gu Xian inquired curiously. Although he had already known this reality beforehand through the era reversal system, he still found it somewhat unbelievable upon hearing it now. The Jewish faction and the Lighthouse Nation just packed up and left so easily? This all seemed a bit too smooth, didn't it? Gu Xian pondered. "Protests?" Sura repeated Gu Xian's words, then chuckled. Of course there were. And they erupted on an enormous scale. Similar protests broke out nationwide across the Lighthouse Nation. But it didn't amount to much. After all, our Kachin nation already possesses a secret weapon capable of posing a fatal threat to the Lighthouse Nation. The Jews have deep roots in the Lighthouse Nation, but they're not without rivals like the Anglo-Saxons. When everyone in the Lighthouse Nation realized our 2 sixth-generation fighters were hovering over their cities, ready to bomb any target at any moment, you can bet the reaction was intense. That put them squarely in the Jews' crosshairs. And just like that, it's become a direct confrontation. This scene has gone viral across all major international media platforms. In the end, every class in the Lighthouse Nation except the Jews switched allegiance to the Anglos. After all, none of them wanted to experience the taste of a nuclear explosion from our Kachin nation. Though the Beacon Nation possessed the means to fight us to the bitter end, the Anglo-Saxons proactively reached out to our Kachin nation first, agreeing to all our terms. Listening to Sula's relentless narration, Gu Xian nodded. In essence, it boiled down to one simple truth. The Jews now stood opposed to every class in the Lighthouse Nation. The fate of the Burmese Federation was no longer within their control, it had fallen entirely into the hands of the Anglos. It seems the influence of the Jewish faction within the Lighthouse Nation will likely plummet exponentially from this point forward. Gu Xian remarked softly. That's only natural. It's not just the future, it's already become a raging inferno. The Lighthouse Nation is quite the spectacle these days. It's got me feeling so fired up I almost want to join in myself. Sura, unusually talkative for once, grinned at Gu Xian. Mr. Sula, we have no time to concern ourselves with the Lighthouse Nation right now. We have far more important tasks at hand. Gu Xian observed Sula's expression and spoke softly. Following this campaign, our Kachin nation will enter a prolonged period of peaceful development. We won't be entangled with the Lighthouse Nation anytime soon, so we absolutely must focus on our own improvement. Mobilize every available resource and force to build industrial and urban infrastructure. Simultaneously, we must swiftly and decisively annex all regions of the Union of Myanmar, merging them into a unified whole to restore our nation's former sovereignty. All of this, I'm afraid, will fall upon your shoulders, Mr. Sula. Gu Xian paused here. He gave Sula a light pat on the shoulder and chuckled. So, Your Excellency, are you going to be a hands-off leader once again? That's more or less the idea, but I have more important matters to attend to. What might that be? Researching nuclear fusion, of course. Gu Xian said casually, but the next second, a skeptical look swept over him. Mr. Sula, you don't believe me? Well, a little. Sura nodded, his tone firm. Researching nuclear fusion? Leader, just listen to yourself. If I could believe that, it would be bloody hell. Even if Gu Xian developed other technologies, Sula would unconditionally believe everything he said. But researching nuclear fusion? Isn't that a bit premature? While he desperately wanted to believe in Chief Gu Xian's RD capabilities, this was honestly pushing the envelope a bit too far. What exactly is nuclear fusion? It stands as the highest barrier facing all of human civilization, with no solutions or clues in sight to this day. But one person knows. Once nuclear fusion is mastered, the resulting transformation would be utterly terrifying. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say it would propel us directly into interstellar colonization, opening an entirely new frontier. Nuclear fusion. Your Excellency, please read these words carefully. Nuclear fusion. This isn't some cabbage you find on the street corner. Sura inwardly rolled his eyes. Seeming to sense Sula's inner rant, Gu Xian pressed his hand to his forehead with a wry smile. Mr. Sula, why won't you believe me? Hearing this, Sura tugged at the corner of his mouth, about to speak, but abandoned his words. Forget it, forget it. After all, the leader is still young. And young people should be passionate and dream big, that's what fuels their drive. Otherwise, they might as well be walking corpses. Sura abandoned his attempt to dissuade Gu Xian, offering a few perfunctory words before swiftly changing the subject. Or rather, this was the true purpose of his visit to Gu Xian. Your Excellency, when might you make a public appearance? Now that everything has passed, all of us high-ranking officials of Kachin State, myself included, are eager for you to make a public appearance. Chapter 160, the show begins. Show my face in public? Gu Xian pondered Sula's words. Indeed. He had indeed contemplated it before planning to reveal his identity publicly after Kachin State's integration into the Union of Myanmar. But he never imagined. Time had passed so swiftly. And before he knew it, things had progressed to this stage. It truly felt like everything had changed. Indeed, Your Excellency. Now is the perfect moment for you to step into the spotlight and reveal your identity. I can't wait to see the reaction when those nations learn that the true leader of Kachin State is actually you. When that moment comes, it's bound to be quite a spectacle. Sura chuckled. After all this time, he'd grown weary of the position of Kachin leader. After all, it wasn't him who had led Kachin to its current achievements, it was the young leader Gu Xian standing before him. Being fawned over daily by people clueless about the inner workings was putting immense pressure on him, wasn't it? Now was his chance. Now that the opportunity had finally presented itself, he'd better hand over the leadership position. After all, it was better to let Chief Gu Xian handle it, allowing him to become a hands-off manager and enjoy his retirement. As for clinging to power, Sura firmly believes that so-called power pales in comparison to longevity and national peace. Besides, he's a man of conscience, dignity, and gratitude. He couldn't bring himself to forcefully hold on to the position of Kachin leader and deny it to Chief Gu Xian. Let me think about it. Hearing Gu Xian's response, Sula instantly lost his temper. What was going on? Why was everything so different from what he had imagined? According to his carefully laid plans, shouldn't the chief be smiling and accepting this proposal? Why was he hesitating now? Leader, please don't evade this. This position was originally meant for you. It was only because the timing wasn't right before that I took it on, and I've been stubbornly holding on to it ever since. If you suddenly decide you don't want it, it'll leave this old man in an awkward position. Mr. Sura, what you're saying Gu Xian waved his hand with a smile, cutting him off before he could continue. Sura continued. Lord Gu Xian, even if you still choose to decline now, the news that you are the de facto ruler of Kachin has already spread from our country's high-ranking officials down to the lower echelons of power. More officials will learn the truth. Sooner or later, this news cannot be concealed. Nations across the globe will inevitably learn of it. Rather than letting them discover it on their own, it would be wiser to reveal yourself proactively. That way, it won't seem so abrupt. Besides, I've even prepared the residence I designed for you. It would be a shame if you didn't experience it. Sula chattered on incessantly, her little mouth moving non-stop like Tang Sang lecturing Sun Wukong. My head was splitting. Alright. He'd only intended to be modest, but Sula had launched into this whole speech. According to the traditional tales of ancient China, shouldn't Sula have been the considerate one, draping a yellow robe over him and whispering, Your Majesty, it's cold, you should add another layer? Why was she lecturing me now? It really is. Alright. Unexpected. In the end, after Sula's persistent persuasion, Gu Xian reluctantly accepted his proposal and resolved to assume the leadership of the Kachin kingdom. As Gu Xian gave his consent, Sura's face lit up with ecstatic joy. But noticing Gu Xian's peculiar gaze, he cleared his throat twice and forced himself to appear composed. Then, Your Excellency, allow me to first escort you on a tour of your exclusive office within the Kachin kingdom. But before we begin, Your Excellency, might I ask why, with such remarkable physical prowess, you chose not to pursue a career in scientific research? What I mean is, your physical prowess was already remarkably evident in your youth, while intellectual capacity typically stabilizes only in adulthood. Logically, you should now be a world-class. No, that term feels inadequate for you, Chairman. It's almost an insult. It should be said that if you had pursued athletics, you would have long since become a world-class prodigy athlete achieving monumental success. Any other world record holders would pale in comparison. Given these circumstances, why did you choose the path of scientific research? Damn it! I shouldn't have casually revealed my transformed physical abilities. And now look what I've done, I've completely mesmerized Mr. Sula. Left with no choice, Gu Xian could only grit his teeth and say, Mr. Sula, do you believe in talent? Or to be more precise, do you believe in gods? God? Sura was utterly bewildered. Leader, I'm discussing matters concerning the Antarctic, yet your topic has abruptly shifted to the Arctic. You've practically landed on Mars. God? God damn it, God. Just as Sula was utterly dumbfounded, his mental wireless connection going dead, Gu Xian patted his shoulder and said earnestly, If I told you I was a god, would you believe me? Mr. Leader, the probability of that happening is about as laughable as you claiming you'll develop nuclear fusion technology. Please don't joke with me. Sura tugged at the corner of his mouth. Alright, cut it out, Mr. Sula. Let's drop this topic. I think we should discuss something else like the chief's office you're building for me. I'm looking forward to it. So, it seems you've agreed, head. After hearing Gu Xian's series of assurances, Sura felt a weight lift from his shoulders, as if a stone had finally dropped to the ground. Good. If it hadn't fallen, she would have been unable to sleep. The strategic objectives of the Kachin kingdom have been achieved. The unification of Burma is now an irreversible reality. From this point forward, our Kachin potential fruit will likely become the true, unrivaled hegemon of Southeast Asia. If we continue on this path, the Kachin kingdom will eventually become a superpower on par with China and the United States, wielding significant influence on the global stage. Listening to Sula's incessant chatter, Gu Xian smiled. Though Kachin had unified Burma, its territory remained limited. Its string of victories relied entirely on the overwhelming technological superiority it possessed. After all, when it comes to technology, a smaller territory was hardly an issue. But, as a descendant of the Chinese Empire, how could Gu Xian be satisfied with such a minuscule territory? No way. Gu Xian glanced sideways at the map of Southeast Asia spread out beside him, instinctively licking his lips. The real show hadn't even begun yet. He mustn't rush things. Chapter 161, The Leader's Office, The Rise of an Empire. Is this where I'll be working from now on? Gu Xian sat in his dedicated escort vehicle as it arrived in K-City. Pointing upward, he exclaimed in astonishment. After 2 months of dedicated research, how could a building he'd never even seen before suddenly appear fully completed like this? What the hell kind of Godspeed construction is this? If it were an underground office or research facility, that might make sense. Even an inconspicuous little cottage would be understandable. But, damn it, who can tell me? How the hell did they manage to build this towering skyscraper so smoothly? Gu Xian looked up, gazing at the modern skyscraper before him, a fusion of glass curtain walls and metal framework shimmering with a cold, sharp brilliance under the sunlight. It resembled a gleaming steel beast perched in the heart of the city. The sight was so dazzling it stung his eyes shut. It was undeniable. The scent of money. Even the government office complex he'd inspected not long ago couldn't hold a candle to this dazzling spectacle. Your Excellency, this building was specifically designed to serve as both your future official residence and the headquarters for the Defense Department. It absolutely symbolizes the prestige of our Kachin state. Not a hint of cheapness is acceptable. Moreover, other officials and dignitaries are practically jumping at the chance to endorse it. I'll just ask timidly, how much did this thing cost? Not much, just $80 billion. Hearing Sula's calm, steady tone, Gu Xian couldn't help but sweat. Good grief. For some reason, if those $200 billion were spent on scientific research or normal industrial development, he wouldn't feel a shred of regret. But hearing that such a colossal sum was being spent solely to erect the skyscraper made him want to die. While he admittedly didn't treat money like it was worth its weight in gold in certain areas, fair is fair. You don't know the cost of daily necessities until you run a household. And this thing was utterly useless. Gu Xian pondered inwardly, about to speak up, but upon seeing Sula's expression, he abandoned the thought. Oh well. After all, the kingdom of Kachin still has a few $1 trillion in petty cash stashed away. If it's spent, it's spent. He could always offer some gentle advice later. No need to ruin the mood right now. With that thought settled, Gu Xian cast aside all psychological burdens and immersed himself in exploring the skyscraper. It was even custom built for him. This was pure gold. Accompanied by Sula, they skipped the middle floors for now, taking the high-speed elevator straight to the top. Skipping the appetizer to dive straight into the main course. As the elevator doors slowly opened, even Gu Xian's discerning eye couldn't help but marvel. It felt like being intoxicated by opulence. A wide corridor stretched before them. The floor was paved with solid slabs of black marble, polished to a mirror-like finish that reflected the opulent crystal chandeliers hanging from the ceiling. Though it was daytime, its breathtaking splendor was undeniable. Gu Xian admired the scene as he walked down the corridor, with the office door at its far end. Gu Xian wasted no time, pushing the door open directly, stepping into the office interior, revealing an exceptionally spacious and open layout. The entire office featured a rectangular layout, with one side featuring enormous floor-to-ceiling windows offering a panoramic view of the cityscape. Standing here, one could almost reach out and touch the clouds by opening the window. I wonder if these windows could withstand a heavy rocket-propelled grenade. Gu Xian's focus differed from most people's. He walked up to the floor-to-ceiling window and tapped it with his hand. Clearly, he had serious doubts about the material's strength. What if he ever actually used this office, dozed off at his desk, and suddenly got hit by a heavy missile? Wouldn't he just go to meet the Grim Reaper in a flash? Meanwhile, Sula beside him seemed oblivious to Gu Xian's thoughts, studying the layout before her with hands on hips, nodding with an air of seasoned authority. Not bad, not bad. The environment, the atmosphere, the layout, it was all perfect, beyond reproach. This desk, specifically designed for office work, was crafted from rare golden thread Nanmu wood. Its surface smooth and flat, its grain as fine as silk. The corners were intricately carved with motifs symbolizing various traditional cultural elements from their nation's mythology. If we're talking about material value, not even $10 million could buy it. Neatly arranged upon the desk are modern office equipment. No, even beyond modern standards. For instance, three-dimensional physical command and communication systems, and internet speeds capable of downloading every video from the world's most exclusive websites in a single second. These are merely applications of the cutting-edge technologies developed by the Gu Xian research team. Nothing to be surprised about. One of Sula's favorite features was the ceiling. Beyond the central crystal chandelier, hidden light strips were embedded around the perimeter. These strips could adjust brightness and color to suit different scenarios and needs, creating warm, solemn, or dignified atmospheres. All that color and vibrancy. Who wouldn't love that? Secondly, the entire office was constructed with the finest materials, while concealing an astonishing defense system and comprehensive emergency supply network. This transformed it into a truly impregnable fortress, capable of withstanding any extreme crisis. Just as Sula was basking in the unique brilliance of the building's design, Gu Xian quietly asked, "Mr. Sula, how about the defenses for this building and the top floor office?" Hey, here we go. Speaking of that, Sura perked up instantly and launched into a detailed explanation for Gu Xian. From a defensive standpoint, the office's structural design incorporates the most advanced composite armor materials. The exterior walls appear to be ordinary architectural cladding, but in reality, it's a combination of multi-layered high-strength alloys and special ceramic materials. This looks like one of the materials used for Tianming tactical tanks, doesn't it? Gu Xian's expression turned peculiar as he turned to look at Sula. Damn. No wonder this thing is so expensive to counterfeit. The entire top section is made entirely of this material. No wonder it's so expensive. Not only does this material possess extraordinary strength, capable of withstanding direct hits from artillery of various calibers, but it also minimizes damage even when struck by high-powered missiles. Moreover, the exterior walls were designed with angled and curved surfaces to disperse the impact force of incoming fire, further enhancing protective effectiveness. Even without the plasma shield's protection and support, its formidable armor capabilities alone rank among the world's most elite. This capability is enough to cause headaches for nations across the globe. Mr. Sula, what about this window? Gu Xian pointed to the floor-to-ceiling window beside them, puzzled. Could it be that? Has the Kachin Kingdom secretly developed new technology behind my back? Oh, this floor-to-ceiling window. Your Excellency needn't worry. This window component is equally formidable. Its specially engineered bulletproof glass consists of multiple layers of high-strength polycarbonate and fiberglass composite, offering exceptional impact resistance. Not only can it withstand close-range rocket attacks and even small missiles, but it also maintains excellent optical clarity. While ensuring occupants maintain clear visibility of external surroundings, the window is also equipped with electromagnetic shielding to effectively counter electromagnetic pulse weapon interference, safeguarding the normal operation of indoor electronic devices. And this is merely one layer of the innermost defenses. I anticipate that once this skyscraper is fully operational, with an additional all-around plasma shield enveloping it, the results will be absolutely top-notch. This is awesome, totally awesome. Sura chuckled, his expression brimming with satisfaction. Beyond physical assaults, I've considered every other contingency. For chemical attacks, the office features an independent air circulation and purification system. Ventilation ducts are fitted with multi-layer high-efficiency filters capable of instantly removing toxic and harmful substances from the air, including chemical agents and biological warfare agents. Should any anomalies be detected in the external air, the office's supercomputing system automatically switches to internal circulation mode, ensuring the indoor air remains safe and pure at all times. Additionally, ample supplies of gas masks and protective suits are stockpiled indoors for emergencies. Impressive. I hadn't even considered the possibility of toxic gas myself. And I didn't expect you, Mr. Sula, to have thought of it first. In his mind, Gu Xian instinctively gave Sula a mental thumbs up. You're the man, 666. However, with his own enhanced, extreme physical constitution, toxic gas posed little threat to him. It wouldn't blast him to smithereens like a missile. After all, there's reaction time. With reaction time, I can survive 100% of the time. Sir, that's not all. For fire prevention, the entire office is equipped with an intelligent fire suppression system. The ceiling is densely covered with micro-nozzles. Once abnormal temperatures or smoke are detected, the nozzles activate immediately, releasing highly effective fire-suppressing gas. Let me tell you, this gas not only extinguishes fires effectively but is also harmless to humans and indoor equipment. Furthermore, all furniture and decorative materials in the office are made of fire-retardant materials, reducing the risk of fire at its source. Sula didn't need a teleprompter or manual. She proceeded to explain another exclusive feature of the office. During this time, Gu Xian had wanted to interrupt Sula countless times. He desperately wanted to say. He might, or more accurately, would definitely become a hands-off manager in the future, focusing solely on his research. This office would likely be more fitting for Your Excellency, Sula, to occupy. But, seeing Sula's fervent gaze, Gu Xian ultimately couldn't bring himself to shatter the old man's illusion just yet. Mr. Sula, bear with it a little longer. Don't retire just yet, keep at it for another few decades. Mr. Gu Xian, the real highlight is yet to come, he said excitedly. Sura casually draped an arm around Gu Xian's shoulder and murmured, beyond its formidable defensive capabilities, the office is equipped with a comprehensive suite of storage facilities, transforming it into a fully functional shelter. Adjacent to it lies a massive storage vault holding enough supplies to sustain life for several years. Food reserves are diverse and abundant, including compressed biscuits, canned goods, dehydrated vegetables, and other long-lasting items. There's also ample drinking water stored, with advanced purification systems ensuring a secure, long-term water supply. Energy reserves are also a top priority, but rest assured, Leader Gu Xian. The office's underground level houses multiple large generators and ample fuel reserves, capable of providing continuous, stable power support should external energy supplies be interrupted. The reserve facility houses a dedicated medical room equipped with advanced medical devices and pharmaceuticals, ranging from treatments for common illnesses to emergency supplies for major trauma. And an extremely professional medical team. How should I describe the medical capabilities? Sura stammered for a while before finally finding a fitting analogy. Even if you were bitten and turned into a zombie, this professional medical team could pull you back from the brink of death, restore you to normal humanity, and allow you to continue serving the Kachin nation and indeed the entire world to the best of your abilities. Thanks a lot, buddy. Even after death, you still want to treat me like a beast of burden. Why not just go ahead and perform a reincarnation of filth on me? Gu Xian's expression was starting to crack. Holy crap. Is this just a regular office or a doomsday shelter? Did it really have to be this comprehensive? This is getting a bit over the top. Just then. One more thing. Sura said solemnly. There's more? Damn it. How much more is there? Gu Xian's mind was spinning. How had he never noticed before that his dear old grandpa Sura had such sales potential? My apologies, my apologies. Once you retire, I'll definitely arrange a sales position for you to test the waters. Communication equipment is also crucial for ensuring the office's normal operations. We've equipped it with various advanced communication tools, including satellite phones and shortwave radios, to guarantee contact with the outside world under any circumstances. Additionally, the communication devices feature robust encryption capabilities to effectively prevent information leaks and safeguard the security of communications between the leadership and the outside world. For material management, an intelligent inventory system utilizes sensors and computer networks to monitor stock levels, expiration dates, and other details in real time. Should any reserve fall below the set threshold, the system automatically triggers an alert and promptly arranges replenishment, guaranteeing a 5-year baseline supply. Finished? Gu Xian glanced at Sula, who had delivered the lengthy explanation without breaking a sweat, and timidly asked. I haven't even covered the weapons systems yet. That's the meat of the meat, the absolute priority. Nearly all of Kachin's advanced weaponry is represented here. Anti-gravity shells, photon pulse cannons, Junyi battle armor. Mr. Sula, you're something else. Gu Xian's eyelid twitched violently. He seriously suspected his Mr. Sura was suffering from paranoia. This is bad. Is it too late to find Mr. Sula a professional psychiatrist now? Chapter 162, The Increasingly Chaotic Lighthouse Nation. Koster's mind was on the verge of collapse. He could never have imagined that in just a month, domestic unrest could escalate to such an extreme. Not only in his own district, but even in other states, the uprisings among the lower classes were growing increasingly severe. It felt almost impossible to suppress them. These days, his head felt like it was about to explode. Damn you, Saint Malia! Where the hell did things go wrong? I don't recall ever facing such a severe situation before. Wasn't everything supposed to be under control? Those troublesome commoners at the bottom, even if they have weapons, they're only used for daily self-defense and internal conflicts. How could they become so radical? Not only are their attacks against the lady escalating, but they're even pressuring the government, demanding this right and that privilege. They simply don't know how good they have it. My great United States provides these lowly rabble with jobs, food, shelter, and the means to live out their lives in relative comfort that's more than generous. Yet these scum, worse than swine, dare act so despicably. Not only are they disrupting government operations, but they're resisting law enforcement en masse, even sparking massive riots involving thousands, even tens of thousands. If they had that energy, they'd be better off taking on a few jobs and continuing to contribute to society. Why must they all rebel? Kost was bewildered. In his eyes, such events had never occurred before. Even if it did happen, things would settle back down in just a few days, never to repeat the scenes and chaos of before. But now, everything's turned upside down. Chaos, chaos, chaos. Indescribable chaos. Within his province, hundreds of thousands, even nearly 1 million of the lowest-tier residents, have actually grown bold enough to recklessly demand an utterly unreasonable request. What a damn fool scheme. These soldiers and cops are all useless good-for-nothings. They can't even catch those black thugs robbing the rich. They let them all escape. How can my great lighthouse nation be filled with nothing but the most worthless trash imaginable? Koster sighed heavily. Not that he was complaining. Things had been seriously off these past few days. Workers were striking. Factories halted production. Students skipping classes. Streets filled with protests. And all sorts of smashing, burning, and gunfire. It's enough to give anyone a headache. Such a situation was unprecedented in all of history. Koster knew that if this continued, a major disaster was inevitable. There was no room for complacency. However, Koster had no intention of offering welfare benefits to these troublemakers or improving labor conditions. Doing so would only embolden them, blurring the line between what's reasonable and what's not. It's all the damn Kachin state's doing. If that country hadn't exerted such immense pressure on the lighthouse nation, how could its lowly rabble have rebelled so fiercely? It's all their fault. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Kachin is just a tiny country. How did it suddenly become so formidable overnight? Did they get high on something? But even if they were on drugs, they couldn't have become this formidable overnight. They literally carved a bloody path through the encirclement of over 1 million troops from the 3rd Western Coalition forces. Especially that 6th-generation fighter jet. What the hell is that thing? Its firepower is insane. With 3 of them against 30, they managed a flawless, unharmed run-through. And even without that 6th-generation fighter, before this, though Kachin territory was being gradually eroded, they still inflicted devastating losses on the Western Coalition's offensives through cutting-edge technology and meticulous tactics. This is just unbelievable, right? Especially that formidable high-tech force combining mobile plasma shields and Tianming tactical tanks. It utterly baffled the Western Coalition forces. Beyond that, Kachin State's other technologies proved incredibly troublesome. In the end, they forced the entire Lighthouse Nation along with the Jews and Anglo-Saxons to bow down like Kachin State's slippers, relinquishing all territories within the Union of Myanmar. This instantly dashed the Lighthouse Nation's original plans. The repercussions are utterly irreversible. I'm at a loss for words. Being uneducated, all I can say is, that's impressive. Though Kessler spoke thus, he strode straight to the world map, snatched it down with a thud, tore off the Kachin State section, and crumpled it fiercely into a paper ball. It disintegrated into fluttering specks of paper, scattering through the air. Damn it, useless. How could the world's foremost superpower have fallen into such dire straits? I thought I was dreaming. The Jewish group suffered devastating losses this time. For nearly a decade, they've been laying the groundwork in northern Myanmar to protect their ethnic group, secure resources, and contain China in Southeast Asia. Just as they were about to reap the rewards, the Kachin State suddenly emerged out of nowhere. Well, that's just great. They've completely usurped our planned position as Southeast Asia's dominant power. And not only that, this thing doesn't play by any rules. They just go and develop this world-shaking breakthrough. What's the deal? Did your family run a black tech weapons lab or something? Cost raved in fury. As the representative of a faction aligned with the Jewish group, he had suffered heavy losses in this campaign. Nearly half of all the funds he had previously transferred had been poured into the bottomless pit of the Jewish group. This left him strapped for cash, suddenly reduced to utter destitution. But, as the saying goes, no comparison, no pain. Just look at the Kachin State. After accepting the Jewish group's meticulously cultivated Burmese Federation, they'll likely take off like a rocket in no time. Not long ago, Cost just learned that the total amount of Jewish investment in the Myanmar Federation has reached nearly $100 trillion. What a terrifying scale of capital. Pouring all this into the Myanmar Federation at once makes you realize just how absurdly strong its economy must be now. Well, now it's being handed over to that worthless Kachin State. It's enough to leave Coast utterly dumbfounded. Damn Jews, why are they giving up the Burmese Federation so easily? As he uttered these words, Kostar forgot that back when Kachin State flew its sixth-generation fighters to the doorstep of the Lighthouse Nation, casually carrying nuclear bombs, their attitude then compared to now was a complete 180-degree shift. No, it should be a complete reversal multiplied by n to be more accurate. Chapter 163, Li Yu's astonishment. This kid's truly impressive. I told you the Lighthouse Nation's third war against Kachin would absolutely end in failure. Who among you forum folks still didn't believe me? Well, now it's time for you to make good on your promises. I said if the outcome matched my prediction, each of you owes me $100. If not, I'll give you 200 each. So, guys on the forum, do you keep your word? Honestly, it's fine if you don't. I get it, scraping together $100 from your meager savings would probably bankrupt you on the spot. But everyone who posted here made a solemn vow: if you break your word, your brother's height will shrink by 20 centimeters, and you'll be impotent for life. Leaning back in his chair, Li Yu leisurely typed on his phone while munching on an old-school ice pop from 1982. ING awesome. ING awesome. When these forum brothers saw my post supporting Kachin State's inevitable victory, they swarmed my comments section, nitpicking this and that. They claimed the Lighthouse Nation and Jewish cabal were serious this time, that the Western coalition forces numbered over 1 million. Plus, they've got all these high-tech ways to counter the Kachin State. Blah blah blah. Not a single one of them believed in Kachin State. Some even resorted to personal attacks, hurling insults at him. Damn it, you think you can trash talk me, you bunch of trash talkers? Recalling the earlier scene, Li Yu felt nothing but contempt. Back then, he'd effortlessly exposed the household registrations of the 10 most vicious haters, pulling them out like opening blind boxes. The whole process was as smooth and natural as passing gas or taking a sip of hot water. Not only did he expose their names, addresses, and personal details, but also compiled detailed tables on their daily routines, workplaces, and personality traits, packaging it all into a Word document he posted in the forum group. The only thing missing was the color of their underwear. However, Li Yu felt that with a little more effort, he could probably even find out the color of their underwear. After that, his name spread like wildfire across the entire forum. All the comments criticizing him were promptly deleted by their original posters. After all, no one wanted to provoke someone who could effortlessly expose their personal information. Online flame wars were one thing, but if it comes to real life? Forget it. After that, Li Yu and a group of commenters below the post made a public pledge, promising that if the Kachin State won, he'd give each commenter here 200 yuan, but if they lost, he'd take 100 from himself. He even swore a bunch of vicious oaths, which drew a flood of forum trolls rushing to stake their claims in the comment section. Of course, some inevitably questioned whether he could actually afford such a sum. After all, the comments section boasts over 10,000 people. Li Yu didn't mince words when confronted with these doubts about his financial standing. He simply flipped his hand and publicly revealed his account balance. A whopping 800 million yuan. This staggering figure instantly silenced all the netizens. One after another, they shouted in admiration, "Bro, you're amazing." 6,666. Did you really think my money was gone for good? You should know I have insider intel from reliable sources. Why would I waste my time gambling with you guys? Liu watched the comments section filled with people hailing him as a prediction god, a faint smile playing on his lips. Hey buddy. What a great sophomore year. You're my lucky charm, man. Back when I saw that fortune teller, he said even if I just coasted through life, I'd still end up rich and powerful. I didn't believe him then, but now it looks like that master was dead right. He still remembers thinking he'd call that kid Gu Xian to ask about the chances of winning in Kachin State, and if things got too dicey, he'd better head back to China ASAP. Who knew that kid would turn around and show off to me? He claimed victory was guaranteed, no question. It left him dumbfounded at the time, thinking Gu Xian must have lost his mind. Facing such overwhelming forces, he figured the guy was losing his grip. But now he realized. The clown was actually me all along. But the trump card held by the Kachin State utterly surpassed my wildest expectations. Without a moment's hesitation, they deployed 6th-generation fighter jets armed with nuclear bombs, hovering directly over key cities in the Union of Myanmar and the Lighthouse Nation. That would scare the hell out of anyone. Had the Lighthouse Nation not ultimately backed down? Liu could scarcely believe his eyes. Could it be that all these cutting-edge technologies were developed by the Kachin State on their own? That can't be possible, right? Especially the 6th-generation fighter jet. The sheer value of this thing goes without saying. Anyone knows how formidable a 6th-generation fighter jet is. But even so, the Kachin State just casually developed it out of nowhere, and its technological edge completely crushes the opposing Lighthouse Nation. Not only that, the Kachin State has the audacity to recklessly deploy nuclear weapons over the Lighthouse Nation and the Union of Myanmar, fearlessly risking the outbreak of World War III and the destruction of the world. They genuinely don't fear retaliation from the Lighthouse Nation afterward. Ah well, nothing's happened yet. And guess what? I just made another little fortune. Let me calculate, 10,000 times 100, $1 million in the bag. Is this the shortcut to wealth in life? Liu chuckled. As for whether the Tiaba guy might renege on the deal? Liu personally thought that possibility was incredibly slim, about as likely as Ultraman fighting a monster only for it to self-destruct mid-battle. After all, he had set up special filters for this post, allowing only qualified users to comment. Just as Liu was pondering this, a series of transfer notifications suddenly flooded his phone. Could it be that the guys from Tiaba were honoring their promise? Liu raised an eyebrow, looking slightly surprised, then picked up his phone to check. Holy crap! In such a short time, his phone showed 800,000 yuan transferred in, with more funds steadily flowing into his account. This feeling was absolutely amazing. Liu glanced at the comments section filled with shocked reactions and chuckled. Everyone, calm down, calm down. Didn't I tell you so? Did the Kachin State achieve a complete victory in this campaign? Was the Lighthouse Nation beaten into disarray, utterly disoriented? To learn what lies ahead for the Kachin State, its future path and impending changes, stay tuned for my next post. It'll be absolutely explosive and thrilling. After posting, Liu silently pulled out his phone and dialed Gu Xian. Chapter 164, missed me? You've been popping up in my life a lot lately, haven't you? What's up? Missing your dear old dad so much? Get lost. Watch your mouth. If you can't speak properly, don't twist the truth here. By seniority, I'm your godfather. The usual opening. Routine greetings. Liu and Gu Xian had long grown accustomed to it, so accustomed, in fact, that if either failed to utter those opening lines, it felt utterly unnatural. They might even suspect their accounts had been hacked. Alright, let's get down to business. Cut the crap, kid. I want to know what big events are coming up in Kachin State where you are. Spill the beans, bro. Satisfy this old man's ego as a Baidu Tiaba big shot. Wow, you're really curious about Kachin's next moves, huh? Honestly, you're a billionaire now, just enjoy your rich life. Soon you'll have one on your left and one on your right. Isn't that sweet? Nothing beats gossip, especially the juiciest news about a country like Kachin. Just spill a little info, man. I'm not asking for state secrets, just some harmless tidbits. Hey, what do you take this place for? A free intelligence exchange center? Let me tell you, no way. Godfather. Ahem. But then again, telling you isn't entirely out of the question. Just keep it to yourself, don't breathe a word to anyone else. Otherwise, the consequences will be absolutely devastating. Alright. Whatever you say goes. Come on, spill it, give me the explosive news and updates. Reporting in, sir. I'm mentally prepared. Ready to take on the mission. Listening to Liu's raucous voice on the other end of the line, Gu Xian smiled faintly. Alright. You wanted to hear it, didn't you? Well, I'll tell you now. See if you can handle this explosive news. Soon, the Kachin State will reveal a major bombshell during a live-streamed UN General Assembly session. The venue for this UN meeting is in China, not the United States. This revelation from Kachin will be earth-shattering. Its explosive impact will absolutely rival and even surpass any past events. It will satisfy every craving you have and blow your eyes right out of your head. You're talking out of your ass. Damn you, XXXXX. Fine, fine, fine. I won't keep you in suspense any longer, my dear big boy. The bombshell news is this: the real leader of Kachin State is in Sule. It's someone else hiding in the shadows. What the hell? No way, dude. You drop a bombshell like this right off the bat? Upon hearing this, Liu suddenly couldn't sit still. He never dreamed Gu Xian would drop such a bombshell on him. If this kid was telling the truth, it would be an absolute earthquake for the entire world. So that's why. The reason the Kachin State was so powerful was because it had the backing of a mysterious force? Who was this force? Is it one of the world's superpowers? Or perhaps a deeply hidden aristocratic family? But regardless, whichever it is, the information leaked out is absolutely beyond what an ordinary person like him could have anticipated. Spill it now. Is this information you're sharing classified as top secret by the Kachin State? You could say that, Gu Xian said with a smile. On the other end, Liu immediately flew into a rage. Damn it, buddy. I may be curious about some gossip, but I can't handle news this explosive. If that so-called hidden leader of the Kachin State finds out, we're both screwed, aren't we? Oh, really? I'm going to get myself into trouble? How peculiar. Gu Xian tugged at the corner of his mouth. Why does this feel absurd yet kind of fun? How about? Should I keep teasing this adopted son of mine? It's fine. We know each other well enough. Rest assured, the leader of Kachin State won't hold this against us. That's good, that's good. I was worried that after the leader of Kachin State heard the news leaked, he might recruit assassins to take me out. After all, you can only be a thief for 1,000 days, but you can't guard against thieves for 1,000 days. Since you've already hinted at this much, why not share the details? What is the true identity of this Kachin leader operating in the shadows? How did he manage to unite Kachin and the Burmese Federation so swiftly, defeat the Lighthouse Nation 3 times, and now ascend directly to the pinnacle of global power, his influence already rivaling the 3 great powers? If this person existed in ancient times, they'd be on par with historical figures like Qin Shi Huang or Emperor Wu of Han. I'm truly in awe. Ha ha ha. Ha? What the hell are you laughing at? Did I say something funny? Not really. Gu Xian tightened his lips, suppressing his emotions, then chuckled and said, this leader of the Kachin State? Honestly, he's nothing special in my eyes. He's not even as good as me. You're just bragging, kid. Sure, you made significant contributions to the tech development, but it wasn't all your work. Not every single bit of it came from your research. Stop showing off like a bubble teapot. How can you be so sure that all the technological weapons, including the 6th generation fighter jet, weren't actually developed by me? You're such a braggart. Hey, even if it is bragging, let me finish. This Kachin leader really is nothing special, not nearly as mysterious as you imagine. Can I take that to mean you're jealous, kid? Alright, hold your jealousy. Just tell me who the Kachin State's secret leader really is. I'm incredibly curious. If you don't satisfy my curiosity, I'll be so frustrated I might as well die. Fine, since you're being so earnest, I'll tell you. Gu Xian's tone shifted abruptly, turning serious. This sudden change made Liu, who had been lying lazily on the bed, snap into attention. Ha! Gu Xian's a guy you can count on. He really does tell me things. Let me guess who's the secret leader of the Kachin State, that giant whale. Could it be Huaxia? Or perhaps the world's most mysterious elite families? Or is this kid just pulling my leg? Listen up, Aang. The hidden leader of Kachin State is far away in the sky, yet right before your eyes it's yours truly. Put. Liu sprayed water straight into a jet, drenching the bed. Damn it. I've seen shameless people before, but never someone this shameless. Chapter 165, Xiananliang Modification Technology. Are you even human? Yeah, what's up? If you're human, how can such shameless, outrageous words come out of your mouth? It's right under your nose, it's you. Keep pretending, but who'd buy your nonsense? Spill the beans now. Who is it? Don't make me beg you on my knees. Alright then, everything I said is true. Yeah, right, all true. I'd be a fool to believe you. Look me in the eyes, stare straight at me, you bastard. Have you been spouting nonsense this whole time? How could it be an international call? Where'd the video come from? And staring into my eyes? What kind of guy taught you that? It's disgusting. Ugh. I'm not talking nonsense. Everything I said is the truth. If you're going to lie to me, at least make it believable, something that might convince me. Look at what you're saying. Do you even believe it yourself? I believe it. Get lost, get lost. I even called you my godfather, yet you're still so cold-hearted toward me. It's absolutely heartbreaking. What I said is the absolute truth. If you don't believe me, you'll see in a few days. Gu Xian comforted Liu with a playful tone. Well, Who'd have thought that one day, telling the truth would get me rejected and I'd end up having to comfort someone else instead? The world's turned upside down. But hey, he was his brother. So he'd spoil him. What else can you do? Ahem, I refuse to believe it. Today is Thursday, unless. Before Liu could finish, Gu Xian cut him off. It's crazy Thursday. Unless you pay me $50, I'll treat you to burgers and chicken wings? Hey, you're my man, you really know me. Didn't I just transfer you 100 million yuan earlier today? Why are you still eyeing the measly change in my pocket now? Gu Xian stroked a card on the table. His heart ached at the sight of the card's balanced trillions of doli. Damn it! Just this tiny bit of money, and now Liu's demanding a 50% cut? It's killing me. Ah, that's different. As the saying goes, a burger bought by a brother tastes like love. Letting you buy it for me is giving you a chance. Don't be ungrateful, okay? Otherwise, I'll make you pay. You've got to be kidding me. Send me your card number and I'll transfer it over. If you think that's too slow, I can have the Kachin State's 6th-generation fighter jets deliver the burgers. After getting approval from China, they'll fly right over your house and drop them down. Gu Xian chuckled. You know what? If you ignore the hassle of coordinating with China, he could have the Kachin State's 6th-generation fighter jets take off immediately, hit the nitro boost, and deliver a hamburger right to Liu's doorstep. That would be far more cost-effective than ordering delivery. After all, a 6th-generation fighter jet is just a tad faster than a delivery guy's scooter. You're just bragging, using 6th-generation fighters. You don't actually think you're the head of Kachin State, do you? But let me give you some friendly advice. Imagination is lush, reality is lean. Forget about 6th-generation fighters. Even if you tried to use an electric scooter, you'd still have to go through the proper channels. I really am. Fine, you really are something. My family's Gu Xian is the Kachin leader, but I'll give you some advice. Anyone who becomes a national leader is usually pretty old. Just hang in there. Wait until your Kachin leader kicks the bucket, then run for the next term. You might just have a shot. I really am. Enough. Cut it out. I don't want to hear you bragging about how awesome you are right now. What I care about is when my 50 will arrive. And stop bringing up that leader status. If the Kachin leader really is you, I swear publicly on the Huaxia Tieba forum that I'll live stream myself doing a handstand while ting and eating feces at the same time. I'll turn it into a strict in and out trick for you. Ha, that's quite the talent, a truly flavorful one. I bet you're the only one in all of China who can pull that off. Gu Xian's lips twitched. This guy. Truly beyond redemption. To even conceive of such a twisted stunt. This was actually putting him in a tough spot. Are you serious? Gu Xian said to Liu with a mischievous grin. Hey, don't question my integrity. I'm a man of my word. If the Kachin State really has some shadowy leader and if it's still you, I'll perform this stunt right here. What if you back out? Me back out? Fine. If I do, my brothers will instantly shrink into sisters, then dress up in women's clothes to show you what little Nanliang's charm is all about and bend you over backwards. My apologies. Who knew my good brother had this kink? What could he possibly say to that? Just tell me if it hits the mark. Right, you hit the nail on the head. Gu Xian covered his face while making an OK sign, his expression now radiating an off-the-charts level of attack power. Too bad they were on the phone, they couldn't see each other's expressions. Otherwise, Liu would have been furious by now. Little Nanliang? I'm actually kind of looking forward to it. Gu Xian, imagine Liu dressed in women's clothing. Hey, you know what? It fits perfectly. If Liu just tweaked his look a bit more, with that physique, face, and voice, he'd totally have the potential to be the next little Nanliang. Whoa! But that whole brothers becoming sisters technique is a bit tricky. Even in Thailand today, it's probably still tough to achieve true gender fluidity. Saying that is actually giving Thailand too much credit. Free switching between male and female genders? That technology probably won't be within Thailand's reach for another 100 years. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Gu Xian suddenly remembered something. Wait a minute. Just because Thailand can't achieve this technology, doesn't mean my system can't pull it off, right? Now that he thought about it, he kept saying he'd forgotten something. Turns out the entire second stage tech tree had unlocked, and he hadn't even checked it once. My bad. I'll go take a look right now. Ahem, I've got some stuff to take care of here. Gotta hit the sack for now. Give my big boy a call when you've got time. Alright. Get lost already. Just don't forget to send me $50. You look like a 50 to me. Gu Xian chuckled under his breath, then promptly transferred $50 to Liu's account. What a bargain for this kid. Just you wait. Daring to rip me off for 50 now, I'll make sure you become the next little Nanliang. As these thoughts swirled through his mind, Gu Xian's consciousness plunged directly into the system's tech tree. Hold on. No need to wait for later, maybe I can turn Liu into a little Nanliang right now. Chapter 166, Human Programming Incubation Chamber. A tech project caught his eye. named the Human Programming Incubation Chamber. Its reversal points had soared to a staggering 120,000. However, Gu Xian could still afford this amount. Seriously, dude? A human programming incubator paired with Starlight Elixir? That'd let you live to 200 or 300 years old, right? Feeling the information flooding his mind, even Gu Xian couldn't help but mutter under his breath. Impressive. Incredibly impressive. Truly unprecedented. This is the true value of the second stage tech tree? It's not even human anymore. Though this thing was never human to begin with. Under Gu Xian's perception, the human programming cultivation pod featured an aerodynamic design. Its outer shell was crafted from a special nanocomposite material. This material was not only incredibly sturdy, capable of withstanding high-intensity external impacts, but also possessed self-repair capabilities. Even if slightly damaged, it could automatically restore itself to its original state within a short period. That was the exterior of the Human Programming Incubation Chamber. Beneath its unassuming exterior, only Gu Xian, having studied the blueprints, fully understood just how mind-bogglingly advanced this contraption truly was. Its capabilities are manifold, with the most notable being human cultivation, cryogenic hibernation technology, and genetic programming. The inner surface of the chamber door is covered with a dense layer of nanosensors. These sensors function like countless pairs of keen eyes, capable of real-time monitoring of all human physiological indicators. On either side of the floating bed inside the chamber, a series of transparent tubes and containers were meticulously arranged, holding substances capable of rivaling or even surpassing the power of Starlight Potion. These are meticulously formulated life-enhancing essences, whose efficacy far surpasses any pharmaceuticals on the market. The life essence elixir slowly permeates through tiny pores in the bed surface into the user's skin, where it is absorbed by cells. During this process, nutrients provide cells with abundant energy, boosting cellular metabolism. This results in thicker, more powerful muscle fibers, increased bone density, and significantly enhanced cardiopulmonary function. Simultaneously, growth factors stimulate nerve cell regeneration and connectivity, enhancing brain reaction speed and memory retention. Users can distinctly feel their physical strength, endurance, and mental acuity gradually increasing, as if their bodies were being reawakened, radiating unprecedented vitality. This single function alone, sustained over time, can absolutely double one's physical capabilities, reaching a level comparable to Gu Xuantong's. Moreover, with sustained use, it can extend lifespan by a full century. Achieving this is not difficult. Simply increase the cultivation chamber's energy consumption and activate a special mode. In this mode, the cultivation chamber delves into the cellular level, meticulously regulating the cell division mechanism. By activating unique cellular energies, it increases the number of times cells can divide, laying the foundation for extended life. Thus, extending lifespan by over a century or even beyond is entirely feasible. Regarding cryogenic hibernation technology, once applied, the cultivation chamber rapidly lowers its internal temperature while simultaneously injecting a special protective solution into the user's body. This solution forms a protective membrane on the surface of cells, preventing damage in the cryogenic environment. Throughout the cryopreservation process, the chamber continuously monitors vital physiological indicators to ensure the stability of the suspended state. The maximum cryopreservation duration can reach 300 years. There is immense scope for manipulation within this system. Additionally, under this mode, the human programming chamber is equipped with a comprehensive safety assurance system. Multiple oxygen supply devices are installed within the chamber, guaranteeing the user's safety in emergencies. Furthermore, the chamber features radiation shielding and electromagnetic interference protection, effectively shielding the human body from adverse external influences. This damn thing takes safety measures to the absolute extreme. Forget everything else, just look at that outer shell. Even a tank wouldn't be able to blast it open in a hurry. Gu Xian marveled. If that were all, it wouldn't be enough to astonish Gu Xian. What truly stunned him was the final function of the human programming cultivation chamber. Genetic programming. The forbidden realm of humanity. Yet in the hands of this technology, it seemed effortless, almost like child's play. The foremost marvel of gene programming lay in its ability to precisely repair damaged genes. Numerous genetic disorders, such as cystic fibrosis and sickle cell anemia, stem from defective genes. And this technology can change all that. Beyond that, genetic programming grants extraordinary abilities to enhance human capabilities. It's practically no different from Superman. If it could also wield magic, it might even be called an immortal cultivator. It can optimize genes related to athletic performance. For instance, it can fine-tune the myostatin gene to reduce its inhibitory effect on muscle growth. When combined with the life essence elixir, muscle stem cells are massively activated, accelerating their differentiation into new muscle fibers, significantly boosting muscle strength and endurance. Simultaneously, it modifies the hemoglobin gene responsible for oxygen transport, enhancing hemoglobin's oxygen binding capacity. enabling the body to absorb and utilize oxygen more efficiently during exercise, greatly enhancing aerobic capacity. Do not underestimate the power of this programming capability. As such, genetic programming could enable users to rapidly become elite athletes, effortlessly shattering world records in sporting events. The genetic programming technology within the cultivation chamber enables precise intervention on these genes. By enhancing the activity of genes related to neuronal connections and neurotransmitter secretion, it promotes the formation of more and more efficient synaptic connections between brain neurons. This is akin to constructing a denser, faster information superhighway network for the brain, dramatically accelerating its processing speed and enabling a qualitative leap in memory, learning ability, and creativity. Individuals who might have previously struggled in academic fields could, after genetic programming, effortlessly grasp complex scientific theories and demonstrate exceptional talent in research, artistic creation, and other domains. In fact, Gu Xian felt this description was still rather conservative. In other words, it could even mass-produce extraordinary individuals like Bolt and Einstein. The production process would be as simple as assembly line manufacturing, provided the resources are sufficient. And all of this is merely a glimpse of what genetic programming can achieve. The depths beyond that Gu Xian dared not even contemplate them. He even felt a tinge of dread. Is this what the power of technology is? It's utterly unreasonable. No, to be precise, technology is the most logical thing of all. Worth noting, genetic programming could even alter human physical features. These alterations weren't mere superficial enhancements, but fundamental reshaping at the genetic level, granting users the flawless beauty they'd always dreamed of and allowing that perfection to be passed down to future generations. If this thing ever sees the light of day, the first industry to go bankrupt would be cosmetic surgery. Chapter 167, The Terrifying World of Genetic Programming. Also, if my understanding is correct, this gene programming can indeed freely switch between male and female genders. Since we don't need other technologies for now, we might as well redeem this one first. Gu Xian murmured to himself. After all, he was genuinely, intensely curious about what it would feel like to deliver this human cultivation chamber to Liu, place her inside, and transform her into a girl. The so-called switching between male and female genders was essentially just another application of genetic programming. This process began with a comprehensive scan of the individual's genetic makeup. Inside the cultivation chamber, the moment Liu sits inside, the scanning equipment emits faint beams of light, penetrating deep into every cell to precisely capture every detail of the genetic makeup. During this process, the cultivation chamber transmits the scanned genetic information to a massive data processing center. As everyone knows, anyone who's taken middle school biology knows that nature's distinction of gender is determined by a specific sequence within genes. These sequences govern the development of specific organs, hormone secretion, and the formation of secondary sexual characteristics in the human body. If we really have to resort to this technology, just imagining the look on that kid Liu's face is kind of exciting. It's bound to be spectacular. The process of gender transition. It's both simple and complex. First, the cultivation chamber scans and analyzes these genetic sequences, then precisely modifies and rearranges them according to the target gender. When someone chooses to transition from male to female, the cultivation chamber first modifies their Y chromosome. The Y chromosome is the key determinant of male sex. During the gender transition process, the incubation chamber partially deletes and replaces genes on the Y chromosome. Simultaneously, it adds genes related to female reproductive organ development and female hormone secretion onto the X chromosome. The results are absolutely top-notch. After all, system-published products are guaranteed to be top-notch. There shouldn't be any unexpected complications. After all, I have my own guinea pigs. Dear Mr. Liu. Oh, no. To be precise, it should be called Liu Xiaonanliang. In Gu Xian's mind, Liu was the first candidate for genetic programming in the human cultivation chamber. Let you talk big. Just wait. I'll toss you inside and see if you're still talking big. As the genes were modified and the hormone regulation system within the cultivation chamber began to activate, it would start secreting female hormones based on the new genetic sequence. These hormones gradually influence the body's physiological functions, causing it to develop in a female direction. Simultaneously, the nutrient delivery system within the cultivation chamber will adapt to the body's changes, supplying the necessary nutrients. These nutrients are transported through the chamber's pipelines to various parts of the body, promoting its development and transformation. Ahem. For instance, transforming Liu's into EFG-grade material would likely be quite interesting. This process is merely a transition from male to female. And when someone chooses to transition from female to male, the cultivation chamber performs the opposite operation. It partially deletes and replaces relevant genes on the X chromosome, while simultaneously adding male-related genes to the Y chromosome. As genes undergo modification and recombination, the hormone regulation system within the cultivation chamber begins secreting male hormones. These hormones gradually influence the body's physiological functions, steering physical development toward masculinity. During this process, muscles become more developed and bones grow thicker. Simultaneously, facial features become more angular and the voice deepens. All these transformations all stem from a single extraordinary technology: ultra-nano-micro robots. When the process initiates, the nanomachine insects within the cultivation chamber activate, gathering swiftly around the human body like a disciplined micro-army. Each of these super nano-micro robots is no larger than a single cell. That's right, just the size of a cell. Upon reaching the cellular level, a revolution in the microscopic world begins. To be precise, it's the process of transforming Liu into a miniature Nanliang. Gu Xian mused to himself. During this process, these nanobots would attach themselves to human chromosomes. Like master craftsmen, they would begin meticulously sculpting and altering them. The Y chromosome, which determines male characteristics, is the focal point of this transformation. Upon entry, the nanomachine insects released minute energy beams, precisely cutting specific segments on the chromosomes. For instance, during the transition from male to female, the nanobots isolate gene sequences closely linked to male physiological traits. Simultaneously, they extract corresponding female trait gene fragments from the culture chamber's built-in genetic database, seamlessly integrating them into the body's chromosomal makeup like assembling puzzle pieces. If gender transition were limited to these physical alterations, it wouldn't be so alarming. The critical issue is that gender transition isn't merely a physical transformation, it involves simultaneous psychological and emotional shifts. That's terrifying. Inside the incubation chamber, according to the system's display, there exists a specialized psychological adjustment system. During the gender transition process, it regulates the individual's psychological and emotional states. This system provides corresponding psychological suggestions and emotional guidance based on the individual's target gender. It's not exactly brainwashing. It will be a complete transformation, whether voluntary or involuntary. From genes to soul, and down to the surface of the body. After undergoing gender reassignment, one would instantly accept their new gender identity and begin acting in ways aligned with that identity. Whoa, if that's really how it works, I can't just casually let that guy Liu use it. What if he gets hooked and won't leave me alone afterward? That'd be super awkward. After all, I know my own charm. A guy like Liu wouldn't stand a chance. Gu Xian thought to himself with utter arrogance. But to be fair, this technology genuinely stunned him. Just imagine this was merely the lowest tier in the second stage of the tech tree, yet it held such immense value. So, what about the rest of the technologies? Chapter 168, Second Stage Tech Weapons. If you don't understand, just ask, are these second stage technological weapons designed to destroy the Earth? Each one is more mind-blowing than the last. They're practically blinding my titanium alloy eyes. Gu Xian stared at the neatly arranged tech tree before him, suppressing the tremor in his heart as he muttered to himself. If the first tech tree was still somewhat reasonable, and he could barely accept and comprehend it. But who could possibly explain to him? What the hell is this pile of crap even supposed to be? Forget destroying Earth, hell, you could say it's destroying the entire solar system and I wouldn't be surprised. First off, one section is the tech weapon zone, each one more mind-blowing than the last. Annihilation Ray Cannon harnesses the immense energy released when matter and antimatter annihilate upon contact. Through a complex magnetic confinement system, it stores and accelerates minute amounts of antimatter, precisely colliding it with matter at the cannon's muzzle. Upon firing, a blinding beam erupts, instantly vaporizing any matter it touches through the violent annihilation reaction. The released energy can vaporize everything within a 1,000-mile radius, and with ample energy supply, its maximum range can reach 1,000,000 miles. Reversal points required, 3 million. Dark matter energy gun utilizes complex field generators to extract dark matter from the vacuum and convert it into a controllable energy form. Each shot unleashes a blue stream of dark matter energy from the barrel. This energy interacts uniquely with conventional matter, not only disrupting the atomic structure of targets but also triggering chain reactions, rendering surrounding matter unstable within a defined radius until the target area disintegrates completely. Reversal points required, 200,000. Black hole grenade, an extremely dangerous miniaturized spatial weapon that utilizes microscopic scale space distortion technology to create a miniature black hole within a compact device. Upon detonation, it instantly generates a powerful gravitational field, mercilessly drawing in all surrounding matter and energy. Regardless of substance, everything is swiftly consumed by the black hole and compressed into an infinitely small singularity, delivering devastating destruction. Reversal points required, 6 million. Warning, hosts are strongly advised against deploying black hole grenades on Blue Star. A single detonation would utterly annihilate the planet. Upon seeing the system prompt, Gu Xian cursed under his breath. You don't need to tell me that. Little cutie. Everyone knows you shouldn't casually use this thing, it's a black hole, for crying out loud. One of the most enigmatic cosmic substances humanity has ever discovered. If this technology were applied, forget blue star. Even the entire solar system would be doomed beyond a shadow of a doubt if used for too long. This thing is pure double-edged sword. Kill 100 enemies, lose 10,000 of your own. One misstep and you'll play with fire, bring disaster upon yourself. Without absolute certainty, not even at the point of death would Gu Xian dare activate this weapon. Of course, all of this assumes he can even develop it in the first place. A black hole grenade. Containing a black hole within a grenade-sized device? The technological feat required is beyond imagination. It's absolutely beyond Gu Xian's current capabilities to even attempt. At the very least, it will require several more centuries of advancement. After examining this weapon, Gu Xian shifted his gaze downward. After taking it all in, his lips twitched. Alright. This one was also incredibly sinister. Nanovirus bomb. Combining nanotechnology and genetic engineering, it contains trillions of nanoviruses. Upon detonation, the nanoviruses rapidly disperse into the air, invading organisms through respiratory tracts, skin, and other pathways. Once inside the target organism, the nanoviruses utilize the host cell's resources to replicate themselves. Following a pre-programmed genetic sequence, they destroy cells, triggering severe physiological reactions capable of wiping out an entire species in a short time. Effective against all naturally occurring life forms. Counterattack points, 1,500,000. Holy! This is insane. A biological weapon and one that's utterly god tier. Gu Xian was at a loss for words about the system at this point. Take a look at the weapons in the first stage. Now look at the second stage. If the first stage is like 1 + 1 = 1, then phase 2 is like asking you to calculate pi in terms of technological complexity. Mechanical parasite, a terrifying weapon fusing biotechnology and mechanical engineering. Though minuscule in size, it possesses formidable autonomous consciousness and adaptability. Once launched, the mechanical parasite seeks a suitable host, infiltrates its body, and takes control of its nervous system. It then utilizes the host's bodily resources for self-replication and modification, transforming the host into an unconscious war puppet that undermines enemy forces from within. Counterattack point, 1,300,000. Alright. A classic defection-inducing artifact. Cunning within cunning. Anti-gravity railgun. Utilizing anti-gravity technology, it generates an anti-gravity field within the barrel, allowing projectiles to be fired with minimal gravitational influence and achieving extremely high muzzle velocities. Projectiles utilize ultra-dense energy crystals as ammunition, carrying immense kinetic energy. In space, the anti-gravity railgun effortlessly strikes distant targets, with projectiles traversing vast cosmic distances in an instant to deliver devastating blows to enemy units. Counterattack point, 800,000. This is acceptable. It's not overly overpowered and remains within acceptable limits. Gu Xian breathed a sigh of relief upon reaching this point. Well, finally something he could accept not too outrageous. Dimensional distortion missile. Upon detonation, it triggers a localized dimensional distortion effect. The rules of space and time are utterly disrupted within this zone, causing objects to become chaotic and disoriented in form and position. Light itself bends in bizarre ways, and with sufficient energy, there's even a chance it could warp into a fixed two-dimensional image. Reversal points, 50 million reversal points. What the hell is this thing? Gu Xian's eyes nearly popped out of his head at that moment. Bro! This is just too outrageous. What the hell did I just see? A real-life two-dimensional foil material has materialized in reality? Three-dimensional images transforming into two-dimensional ones. Is there really a superweapon of this caliber? Can this even be called a weapon? Are you sure you won't get caught up in it yourself after using this thing? With Gu Xian's limited mindset, he couldn't even begin to imagine what it would look like when a three-dimensional object transforms into a flat image. That feeling, that taste, he hoped he'd never have to experience it in his lifetime. Forget it. I'll just stick to tinkering with my nuclear fusion technology. Gu Xian glanced at the section on technological weapons and said with a wry smile. Chapter 169, Interstellar Battleship Drool Worthy. Beyond the technological weapons section, there were several other sections. One of which was interstellar spacecraft classifications. Seems my hunch was right after all. This phase of the system is already pushing me toward the interstellar era. Otherwise, without the resources that era brings, transforming any of those tech weapons in the system would be pure fantasy, a pipe dream. This means that from this moment onward, Kachin Nation's ambitions extend far beyond Blue Star. We must harness every available resource and strength to develop the technological weapons capable of achieving this interstellar leap. And the prerequisite for all this, aside from nuclear fusion energy technology, is interstellar spacecraft. Regarding interstellar spacecraft, with modifications, 6th generation and 7th generation fighters are actually fully qualified to serve as so-called interstellar vessels. However, these represent the smallest class and won't significantly impact the entire interstellar era. Therefore, we must also rely on the genuine interstellar spacecraft provided by the system. With that thought in mind, Gu Xian urgently clicked on the interstellar spacecraft category. Don't tell me the materials for building these starships have to be sourced from outer space. That'd be like getting stuck in an endless loop. Gu Xian muttered to himself. Interstellar spacecraft differ from space stations. The former are dedicated to exploring outer space, marking the dawn of the interstellar era. The latter can be constructed with current human civilization. It's merely a matter of technological advancement versus backwardness. The advent of space stations will not significantly advance the interstellar era. While interstellar spacecraft, as the name implies, represent the true technology capable of enabling human colonization, exploration, and settlement, their significance is fundamentally different. The moment it opened, Gu Xian froze in place. This thing seemed even more mind-blowing than the technological weapons section. The instant it opened, a torrent of overwhelming information flooded his mind, making his head buzz and causing unbearable discomfort. He felt like smashing his head into a block of tofu right then and there. This was the first time he'd ever experienced such a sensation. After an unknown amount of time, the stabbing pain in his mind gradually faded, replaced by clear, detailed information about warships. So this is the system's true power? I'm truly impressed. Qinghuan escort ship, constructed from lightweight high-strength alloy, approximately 200 meters in length. Equipped with an advanced ion propulsion system enabling it to achieve extremely high cruising speeds in short periods, allowing effortless interstellar travel. Its weaponry includes multiple laser rapid-fire cannons and small missile launch pods. Additionally, it carries an advanced electronic warfare suite. Counterattack point, 500,000. Divine Wrath battleship, with an overall length exceeding 1,500 meters, its propulsion system utilizes a nuclear fusion reactor and is armed with dozens of massive railguns. Numerous close defense laser cannons and missile interceptor systems, along with specialized anti-gravity magnetic core technology cannons, form a multi-layered defense system. Counterattack points, 1 million. Spirit Source medical ship, approximately 800 meters in length, it features advanced quantum medical pods capable of rapidly locating casualties and delivering precise treatments using quantum technology. It also houses a large-scale gene repair laboratory. Furthermore, the Ling K-class medical ship possesses formidable logistical capabilities, stockpiling vast quantities of medical supplies and cloned organs. It also boasts advanced automated repair and resource sharing systems to mend various fleet damages. Counterattack point, 1 million. Kuanping-class supply ship, reaching up to 2,500 meters in length, it employs advanced space compression technology to store vast quantities of energy, supplies, and components. The supply ship is equipped with hyperparticle transmission devices, enabling rapid and efficient resupply operations through quantum transfer conduits that connect directly to other warships. Its propulsion system utilizes highly efficient antimatter engines, complemented by powerful energy shields, an air defense network, and advanced camouflage technology for stealth in hazardous environments. Counterattack point, 1,500,000. Phantom-class stealth reconnaissance vessel, designed for deep penetration reconnaissance missions behind enemy lines, this vessel measures approximately 600 meters in length. Its surface is coated with specialized stealth materials that absorb and scatter various detection waves, rendering it invisible to radar, optical, and infrared sensors while remaining immune to most physical detection methods. Equipped with ultra-sensitive sensor arrays, it can detect faint signals and energy fluctuations from enemy warships at extreme distances. Additionally, the Phantom class carries an advanced quantum communication system, enabling instantaneous information transmission. Counterattack point, 1.5 million. Manhwa-class colonization vessel, over 4,000 meters in length, featuring multiple ecological zones that simulate Earth's environment, cultivating diverse crops and flora. The colony ship carries a large number of cryogenic embryos and genetic banks, along with advanced cloning technology equipment. It is also equipped with powerful planetary terraforming devices, atmospheric regulation systems, and geological modifiers. Its propulsion system utilizes warp engines, enabling fleet travel at light speed through special interdimensional and wormhole navigation. Counterattack point, 3 million. Stellar-class super flagship, the fleet's core command hub, exceeding 8,000 meters in length. It houses the most advanced quantum computer cluster, achieving astonishing computational speeds to process vast battlefield data in real time and issue precise commands across the entire fleet via quantum communication networks. The flagship's propulsion system utilizes zero-point energy engines, which harness infinite energy from vacuum zero-point fields, granting the vessel virtually limitless endurance. The Stellar-class super flagship is equipped with an all-around weapon system, including powerful antimatter main cannons, energy shield generators, and gravitational wave weapons. Counterattack point, 5 million. Eternity-class space carrier, over 10,000 meters in length, it possesses vast aircraft carrier decks capable of launching and recovering thousands of advanced fighters. Equipped with advanced catapult systems and recovery mechanisms enabling rapid deployment and retrieval of large-scale air operations. It is an indispensable component for sustaining the combat effectiveness of interstellar fleet formations. Counterattack points, 5 million. Chapter 170, Performance, Cutting Off the Fuel Supply. The dazzling world is truly mesmerizing. Gu Xian murmured, a flicker of fervor dancing in his eyes. Damn! Each of these items was irresistibly tempting. If he could actually redeem them and assemble the system's recommended, god-tier interstellar warship, forget everything else at the very least, the Kachin fleet within the solar system would become utterly invisible, striking without warning and vanishing without a trace. It would leave the other nations of Blue Star in the dust by an unimaginable margin. If Kachin maintained this pace of advancement, then its unification of Blue Star and reshaping of the world order would be a matter of time. When that day comes, even if Kachin itself remains silent, those nations would cling to it like leeches, one after another, submitting to Kachin's will. No, no, no. We Kachin are not like that lighthouse nation, acting with such arrogance and tyranny. Both Kachin and China are civilized nations that understand propriety and courtesy. Your Excellency, the specific timing for the United Nations Conference has been finalized. As you instructed, this meeting in China will be simultaneously live-streamed worldwide. This is to pave the way for Your Excellency, creating sufficient influence. Only thus can Kachin nation's impact be maximized to the greatest extent possible. Very good, Mr. Sula. You've done well. Gu Xian chuckled into the phone, his tone laced with calm detachment. By this day, for reasons unknown, the excitement he once felt had long since faded. What remained was only calmness. Perhaps this was the result of gradually cultivating formidable mental fortitude. After all, with a mere wave of his hand, he could decide the fate of millions. Billions of dollars were spent as casually as playing with toys. It would be strange if Gu Xian's mental fortitude weren't formidable. What time exactly? Tomorrow afternoon, using China's capital time as reference, the meeting will commence precisely at 4 p.m. Understood. I'll leave the arrangements to you, Mr. Sula. It's crucial to maintain my anonymity until then. Let those nations see the true state of Kachin. I'm certain they'll be utterly speechless when they learn the truth. That's certain. They might even start viewing Kachin as a vassal state of China. After all, Your Excellency was once Chinese. Any nation with a shred of common sense would inevitably question this. Whether they suspect or not matters little now. Kachin state stands firmly amidst the flames of war, fearing no challenge. In other words, we've likely become the nightmare of many Western nations. If this keeps up, those Western politicians won't be able to sleep a wink. By the way, how is the restoration of our military equipment progressing? Reporting to Your Excellency, our technological weaponry sustained significant damage during the last campaign. Fully restoring it to peak condition may require 1 to 2 months of production and innovation. Additionally, Your Excellency's intervention is needed to make modifications. The lighthouse nation's recent development of countermeasures against our forces has caused us considerable losses. If this continues, there's no telling what kind of highly targeted weapon the lighthouse nation might develop over time. I've naturally considered this and am currently designing a modified model. We'll alter the technological materials and such. The new blueprints should be fresh off the drawing board and delivered to the Ministry of Defense within 3 days. That's truly excellent news. Sura remarked with a hint of surprise. Her leader never failed to impress her in this regard. This speed was truly remarkable. To put it bluntly, this damn thing is moving at a speed that's downright inhuman. After all, scientists usually measure their research timelines in years. But look at Gu Xian. He's racing like a car, not holding back at all. How the hell does tweaking an insanely complex scientific product only take 3 days? This isn't as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. But one must admit, our leader's formidable prowess in this area is truly beyond reproach. The research speed is like a rocket zooming along at breakneck pace. The only difference is, rockets might still make mistakes, but our leader is like a super-intelligent calculator. No matter what research or calculations are involved, there's absolutely zero error. It's pure perfection. This guy is something I'd devour if it were human. Sura muttered to himself. What were our total casualties in the last war? Reporting to the Supreme Commander, over 23,000 casualties. The primary reason for such heavy losses this time is that the lighthouse nation not only possesses countermeasures against our advanced weapons but also launched attacks deep within Kachin territory. This severely constrained our military's operational capabilities, often preventing the deployment of our high-tech forces. We could only deploy conventional troops to hold the line, which is why the casualties were so heavy. Ensure proper compensation for the casualties and extend condolences to their families. Above all, never let the hearts of our Kachin people grow cold. If morale falters, nothing we attempt hereafter will succeed. Simultaneously, after resolving this incident, expand our military to 800,000 troops, all tailored to high-tech standards. Accelerate nuclear weapons production to achieve a stockpile of 1,000 units within a short time frame. Gu Xian reviewed the various analytical reports on the Kachin state before him, speaking methodically. For him, handling these matters had become remarkably straightforward. Beyond his thorough familiarity with Kachin's domestic affairs, another reason was that he only needed to establish broad policy guidelines. As long as Kachin still had other officials, others would naturally take care of formulating the detailed specifics. Thus, he needn't fret over this or that. He only needed to steer the course of this massive vessel that was the Kachin state. However, even so, the dual demands of research and governance were nearly exhausting Gu Xian. By the way, how are preparations progressing for recruiting scientists from around the world to Kachin Kingdom? Reporting to Your Excellency, all preparations have been finalized according to your instructions and are ready for immediate implementation. Very well. Listening to Sula's detailed progress report, a satisfied expression spread across Gu Xian's face. Lighthouse Nation. Are you ready? The show is about to begin. Chapter 171, The Battle for Scientific Supremacy. Projected onto the screen were data charts comparing the scientific research capabilities of various nations. Ladies and gentlemen, based on my analysis thus far, Kachin Nation's foundational research capabilities are extremely backward. Their recent achievements stem solely from the support of that so-called chief researcher of Kachin Nation. I refuse to believe that with our nation possessing such a concentration of world-class researchers, we cannot surpass Kachin Nation. Alaki's face darkened as he spoke slowly to the gathering of Lighthouse Nation's elite in the conference room. If we wish to achieve technological overtaking in a shorter time frame, there is only one crude method. We must break the deadlock, so we have no choice but to adopt this crude method. We must gather the world's top scientific talents to our Lighthouse Nation and put them to work for us. Alaki's expression was grave as his determined gaze swept across the assembled crowd. There was no other choice. If the Lighthouse Nation persists with its current approach, it's only a matter of time before the world's hegemony shifts to Kachin or China. Therefore, they must find a solution. Alaki understood clearly. The reason they had suffered repeated defeats at the hands of Kachin was entirely due to technological factors. Had they not suffered such a crushing technological gap, the Lighthouse Nation would have long since crushed Kachin like dry twigs, fulfilling their ancient dream and establishing the Jewish Empire. How could they have ended up like this today, their status plummeting like a rock, utterly unable to hold their heads high? As Alec spoke thus, suddenly, at that moment, a minister's face clouded with concern as he murmured, "But attracting scientists and scholars who've already established stable research environments in other countries, how easy is that? We can offer them unprecedented incentives in terms of compensation and research resources triple, quadruple, even quintuple their current salaries. Gentlemen, this is a time of transformation. I know this approach may intensify the economic pressure on the Lighthouse Nation and the Jewish-affiliated factions. But if we don't act now, we will be utterly trampled underfoot by the Kachin Nation in the future. Are you willing to accept that?" Alaki spoke in a deep, cold voice. "Accept it? Of course not." The former minister spoke slowly. "If we continue to tolerate Kachin state, then we Jews will have no place to bury our dead hereafter. We might even face a fate more tragic than that of World War II. Do not forget what our ultimate goal as Jews is. That is to overturn the entire world, rewrite every rule to favor us Jews, seize 99.99% of the world's wealth, and leave only the most basic necessities for the lowly rabble and other non-noble races. Consider this, my brothers, once this goal is achieved, what will we lack? Today, Kachin's scientific research stands like an insurmountable mountain before us. If we do not change course now, we will lose our chance forever. Comrades, therefore, we must fight with all our might now." Listening to the minister's impassioned speech, even Alaki couldn't help but admire it. Good heavens! What eloquence! What unfolded next unfolded exactly as Alaki had anticipated. Within the conference room, nearly all the senior Jewish leaders agreed to the proposal. Some were even prepared to deploy their most secretive tactics and trump cards to support Alaki's initiative to recruit top-tier scientists. The subsequent meeting proceeded so smoothly. Far exceeded Alaki's expectations. Finally, after an unknown period of time, just as Alaki was about to announce the final outcome, suddenly, the television screen in the conference room, which had been displaying routine news, flickered. Without warning, it abruptly interrupted the broadcast with a breaking news alert. The Kingdom of Kachin announces a comprehensive expansion of its talent cultivation and recruitment strategies. Under the recruitment initiative, individuals from any nation who have achieved significant accomplishments in relevant fields and hold advanced degrees will receive 6 times the standard benefits upon joining Kachin. Furthermore, their research environments and inherent rights will be fully guaranteed. Furthermore, those who develop new breakthroughs in these fields will be rewarded with 1 bottle of Starlight Elixir, officially presented by the Kachin state government. Moreover, scholars in military research fields will be granted the opportunity to consult with Kachin state's chief researcher. The news broadcast played intermittently, looping continuously for over 10 minutes. The attendees in the conference room listened in silence, showing no reaction. However, a closer observer might have noticed that they had likely been gone for some time. And Al-Araki's face was absolutely grim. While the Lighthouse Nation could produce anything else, there was one thing they simply couldn't deliver no matter how hard they tried. That was the Starlight Potion. Starlight Potion. Alaki wasn't stupid. He knew full well the deadly allure and temptation the Starlight Elixir held. What the hell is Ketchen up to? They're trying to strip us of our entire scientific foundation. I can't take it anymore. Araki could no longer contain himself. His face flushed crimson with rage as he slammed the documents in his hand onto the table. The minister beside him spoke with deep concern. Mr. Araki, the terms offered by the Kingdom of Ketchen this time are simply too tempting, far too tempting. The high salaries, top-tier research facilities, and that legendary longevity serum, it's incredibly appealing to our scientists. To be precise, it holds immense allure for every single researcher in our nation and across the entire world. No, we cannot stand idly by. We must find a way to stop them, impose sanctions on Ketchen State and restrict their scientific development. Araki said through gritted teeth. But how exactly do we impose sanctions? Just then, an official timidly raised his hand and asked. After the words fell, the room fell deathly silent. How to sanction? How could we possibly sanction them? The financial and economic warfare that their beacon nation once prided itself on would barely make a ripple if applied to Ketchen State. Logically speaking, when these tactics prove ineffective, one should resort to a simpler, more brutal approach. That means deploying troops directly. But this tactic holds even less deterrent power than the previous two. After all, not long ago, the entire army was utterly routed by the Ketchen State, left in disarray. Now threatening with the same forces? That's just ridiculous. However, before they could even formulate a countermeasure, many top researchers from the Lighthouse Nation had already begun to stir. Princeton University. James, a physics professor, was a world-renowned authority in quantum physics. Originally, he had intended to attend a meeting for a technology project led by a Jewish individual. But he kept glancing back and forth at the letters sent from Ketchen State. The various generous terms outlined within were deeply tempting. Especially the Starlight Elixir. Chapter 172, Unparalleled Allure. This temptation, he admitted, was something he truly struggled to resist. Professor James, are you truly going to Ketchen? We have such an exceptional research environment here in Lighthouse Nation. And as for benefits, if we were to tell those Jews, we could certainly negotiate them upward. His assistant looked at him with puzzlement. James sighed deeply. David, you know, this time, the research resources offered by Ketchen are beyond anything we could imagine in Lighthouse Nation. We're talking about Starlight Elixir worth billions of dollars. If I could obtain just one vial, I might actually glimpse the edge of nuclear fusion technology within my lifetime. But, no buts about it. My mind is made up. No need to persuade me further. Meanwhile, across Europe, governments plunged into panic. Inside the collective meeting room of John Bull, a cacophony of voices echoed back and forth. Ketchen's move deals a massive blow to our scientific capabilities. Many of our research projects rely on those top scientists. If they all go to Ketchen, our scientific progress will grind to a halt. Minister Bruce of Science and Research declared anxiously. Calm down. I trust our local scientists won't be swayed by petty incentives. John Bull's Prime Minister remarked with a calm expression. As if the spirit of the great English nation is beyond words. A mere six-fold salary and some starlight potion? How could that possibly? Reporting to Your Excellency, Prime Minister. Observations indicate that over 40% of our renowned John Bull scientists are packing their belongings, likely intending to relocate to Ketchen State. The remaining 60% remain undecided. We must raise our compensation to keep those scientists here. These individuals form the bedrock of our technological supremacy. Without them, our nation will utterly lose its voice in global scientific discourse. Master of changing faces. The one who changes faces, right? Inside the conference room, someone inwardly scoffed. Hans Kat. Within the R&D team of an automotive company. Following the launch of Ketchen State's Global Elite Research Talent Recruitment Program, key members of the team began receiving offers from Ketchen State. Guys, should we go or not? Whoa, you're putting me on the spot, but my true God tells me I must go. A scholar solemnly lifted his sacred amulet. This made the others' mouths twitch involuntarily. You mean that little mustache guy from World War II? Alright. Whoa, bro, you've been keeping that under wraps? That's pretty deep. The Ketchen State has shattered the Jews' long-standing schemes in Southeast Asia. Whether out of respect or the favorable benefits, the Ketchen State is my optimal choice. Therefore, my final decision is to go. You're my stepmother's best friend. Since you're going, I naturally have to follow. Don't read too much into it, it's purely for the sake of our genuine friendship. Then we are also. Perhaps for true scholars standing at the pinnacle of their field, so-called research environments and benefits are but a drop in the bucket. But, as the saying goes, a single bottle of Starlight Elixir speaks louder than 1,000 words. This miraculous elixir, crafted by Ketchen's elite research team, dramatically enhances human capabilities, slows the aging process, and extends lifespan by decades on average. For scholars who dedicate their lives to science, yearning for more time to explore the unknown and pursue truth, this is undoubtedly an irresistible ultimate temptation. Or perhaps to put it another way, This temptation is akin to a gloomy goblin living in a dark dungeon, long deprived of contact with the opposite sex, suddenly capturing a pure and flawless elf queen. This temptation is absolutely irresistible. Because it is the ultimate temptation etched into the soul and the very depths of one's genes. Once the news spread, not only these nations, but scientists and researchers worldwide were also thrown into turmoil by the plan proposed by the Kachin state. Nearly all major Western research institutions plunged into chaos. Many scientists began privately reaching out to China to inquire about the details of the talent recruitment program. Leaders of other Western nations, unless they were naive fools, naturally grasped the gravity of the situation. But they couldn't exactly kidnap these scientists back, hold a little ponytail hostage, and whip their behinds to keep them toiling away like oxen in their own countries, could they? Yet, when it came to competing with Kachin in terms of financial resources and compensation, they weren't even on the same level. What could they possibly do? How about stir-frying tomatoes with eggs? Regardless of whether it works, at least it fills the stomach. Western nations rack their brains, but after much deliberation, they could only come up with a half-baked solution. That is, publicly crying out to the international community about the plight of the Kachin state. Though it may be humiliating, one still hopes that Kachin state possesses even a shred of conscience, unwilling to carve up these once arrogant Western powers that once stood so high and mighty. If the Kachin state persists in this course, then they will have no choice but to continue their lamentations. However, it's interesting that as time passes, some Western media outlets have begun smearing and defaming the Kachin state's talent recruitment program. They claim that the so-called Star Glow potion has severe side effects and that the supposedly generous benefits are nothing but a scam. But these claims were soon met with various forms of backlash. After all, the international reputation and standing of Kachin state, along with its unshakable strength, are undeniable realities. How could it possibly be shaken by mere words from Western media outlets? If that were the case, then why bother fighting at all? It seems a single spit from each person could drown the Kachin state. Chapter 173, The Continuation of the Two Nations Reckoning. Paul was thoroughly worn down. To be precise, he felt like dying. He now felt his previous thoughts were utterly ridiculous, even pitiable. How could he have ever taken pride in being a citizen of the land of the free? But when he recently witnessed the true living conditions in Kachin state, he suddenly realized, holy goddamn it all to hell, could she have been nothing but a pawn in the hands of those upper-class elites all along? Wasn't that just too ridiculous and pitiful? Paul knew clearly that if he didn't speak up in resistance now, he might be trapped forever in this nation, a place that seemed free on the surface but was actually suffocating with oppression. But how could he resist? Was he supposed to emulate those black brothers, grabbing a small handgun and living a life of robbery here and there to demonstrate his unyielding spirit in the face of oppression? Forget it. If he really did that, the next second I'd probably be riddled with bullets like a honeycomb or a hedgehog. I want to fight back, but I don't want to end up as a bullets victim. Life is beautiful. Why would I want to throw it away so carelessly? Isn't that just looking for trouble? But damn it, how the hell do I escape this pitiful life that even dogs would shake their heads at? Surely I can't just become a homeless person or follow in those gangsters' footsteps? As he pondered, Paul grew increasingly envious of the heavenly lives led by netizens in Kachin state. Sure, they'd endured hardships and suffering before, but their current good life was undeniably solid. Just look at their ridiculously low cost of living, enviable welfare benefits, and those globally admired inclusive policies in urban environments. Good heavens! When you list it all out like this, what Kachin state has achieved in such a short time completely surpasses most other nations. This is downright outrageously impressive. In barely a year, China's revival, after all, took decades to achieve a gradual, compliant ascent. She could understand that. But just look at what the hell Kachin state is. They're breezing through the world's toughest challenges without breaking a sweat. In an incredibly short time frame, they've not only developed weapons that are beyond specifications and ahead of their time, but just recently crushed the Western coalition led by the Lighthouse Nation and the Jewish conglomerate. We're talking about a million-man scale here. Forget a million people. Even a million steamed buns, damn it, it'd take the Kachin army ages to eat through that much. And the result? A conflict involving two nations' armies each originally exceeding 1 million, even 2 million troops ended in a highly dramatic fashion within just 10 days or so. It's like a damn joke. Damn it! Flip through world history, forget a million men. Even conflicts involving just over 300,000 troops usually drag on for years, decades, or even generations. Yet this thing? It fizzled out like a fart. It just fizzled out. This proves the terrifying, beyond terrifying, super powerful military might of the Kachin state. Paul would never forget the feeling that day when he learned the Kachin kingdom possessed 6th-generation fighter jets, capable of taking off at any moment within high-altitude ranges, potentially launching nuclear strikes against every city in their lighthouse nation. It was utterly mind-blowing. Yes, ecstasy and agony. If it meant heaven, It was the thought that those damned bastards capitalists who only knew how to exploit people, the filthy rich, and those officials stuffed to the gills might actually have a chance at going to hell. That feeling was exhilarating. As for the death part, it's because the thought of someone as noble as myself possibly being buried alongside those scum, well, that'd leave me speechless on the spot. Wonder how hard it is to get Chechen citizenship. If it's easy, I'd love to become one of them. What the hell is this American citizen nonsense? I'd tear this despicable country in two right here and now. Paul clenched his teeth in rage whenever he thought of the inhumane deeds committed by officials and the wealthy in his state. From now on, let whoever wants to be a citizen of the lighthouse nation have it. As for him, even if he were reborn as a wild monkey galloping freely across Africa, he'd never again be a citizen of that lighthouse nation. He felt like a walking blood bank, not a citizen of the so-called land of the free and the home of the brave. After all, what kind of country demands its citizens donate blood 2 or 3 times a week? With a population of 300 million, it had become the world's largest exporter of blood, accounting for 70% of global exports. The dark underbelly of this situation was beyond Paul's imagination. Was his blood being bought for a few dozen bucks, only to be resold for thousands of bucks later? Perhaps. It could be even more than that. After all, his blood was incredibly rare. Every time he visited the blood donation center, the staff looked at him like they'd found gold, or like a high-end massage parlor had encountered the perfect one-stop service. Their eyes practically devoured him. Come to think of it, in their eyes, I'm practically a walking goldmine. After all, his blood is so rare. Reselling it could net him tens of thousands of dollars. That's 1,000% profit margin, maybe even 10,000%. Who wouldn't be tempted by that? Just wait until he gets tricked into donating blood for real. Paul sighed, then aimlessly scrolled through short videos on his phone. The UN is holding a meeting the day after tomorrow? Why another one? How many have they held in the past 2 months? This frequency feels more frequent than my own plane taking off and landing. Paul stared at the news feed, murmuring in confusion. In his view, calling this meeting was nothing but a waste of time. With all that time, those national representatives might as well sleep soundly. At least sleeping won't make them go hungry. Thinking this, Paul glanced at his phone balance again. He let out a long sigh. Damn it! Who's gonna tell me how to make $100 last till the beginning of the month? Paul crunched the numbers over and over, but he just couldn't come up with a feasible spending plan. Great. Looks like it's time to donate blood again. But who else is to blame but myself for being broke? Damn the blood donation industry in the land of the morning calm. Can't Chechen state hurry up and develop some new tech to disrupt this whole thing? Aren't you supposed to be technologically advanced? Prove it to yourselves already. Chapter 174, Universal Natural Blood for Babies Worldwide. Gu Xian idly fiddled with the biological test dish before him, though his mind was nowhere near it. Instead, his entire focus was on the newly unlocked tech tree within the system. Who knew the medical field would remain so consistently terrifyingly strong in the tech tree? Gu Xian murmured as his gaze settled on a particular technology. Affordable, durable, and widely applicable. Why not? Should I just redeem it now? He observed. Gu Xian's gaze settled on the lowest tier of the medical technology panel. Bioadaptive blood. Reversal points, 50,000 reversal points. The creation of universal natural blood stems from the profound research and ingenious integration of biomass and genetic engineering to create natural blood compatible with all blood types. Biomass serves as the crucial starting point. Developing this technology requires focusing on the multifunctional stem cells within the human body. To put it plainly, these stem cells are essentially life's universal seeds, possessing the potential to differentiate into various cell types. The process explains simply. Where stem cells are placed in a culture medium rich in nutrients and growth factors. This culture medium acts like soil, providing ample nutrients and signals for the stem cells' growth and differentiation. Under the right conditions, the stem cells become active, continuously absorbing nutrients while dividing and differentiating. Next, genetic engineering technology takes center stage. Hey buddy, how come I feel like you're everywhere? Everyone else keeps running into quantum mechanics, but when it comes to me, it just morphs into genetic engineering. Gu Xian glanced at the contraption before him, one that could even link blood to genetic engineering, and couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. As is well known, human blood types are determined by antigens on the surface of red blood cells. Type A red blood cells carry the A antigen, type B carries the B antigen, type AB carries both A and B antigens, while type O carries neither. First, they must create so-called universal natural blood. First, advanced gene editing tools must be employed. Like wielding precise genetic scissors, to make exact modifications to specific genes within hematopoietic stem cells. Cutting out specific gene segments is akin to removing particular pieces from a complex puzzle. The genetically edited hematopoietic stem cells function like reprogrammed miniature factories. And when they further differentiate into mature red blood cells, these cells no longer carry the A or B antigens on their surfaces. This means that regardless of the recipient's blood type, no immune rejection reaction will be triggered, achieving universal blood compatibility. This is the origin of universal blood. Absolutely suitable for universal use by babies worldwide. Beyond modifying the cells themselves, this technology also builds a microenvironment that mimics the blood microenvironment inside the human body. It's akin to a large-scale bioreactor. The bioreactor is filled with intricate networks of tubes and scaffold structures, resembling a miniature version of the human vascular system. These scaffolds provide attachment points for blood cells to adhere and grow, while the channels deliver nutrients and oxygen while removing metabolic waste. Within the bioreactor, the addition of various cytokines and signaling molecules enables the smooth differentiation of red blood cells, white blood cells, platelets, and other blood cells. Together, these form the fundamental components of artificial natural blood. Subsequently, by infusing the plasma with cutting-edge technology and precision engineering, the fusion of these elements reveals the pinnacle of artificial creation: natural blood. In the former case, so-called plasma essentially serves as a transport carrier for nutrients, hormones, antibodies, and clotting factors. Through genetic engineering, specific cells are engineered to express and secrete key protein components found in plasma. These artificially synthesized plasma components are then precisely blended with cultured blood cells. Much like crafting a perfect cocktail, where each ingredient's proportion is refined through repeated experimentation and optimization. Forget about rare blood types. The natural blood supplied by the system, even if you're Ultraman Leo bleeding from injuries and desperately needing a transfusion, just stick a big needle in and you'll be fully restored. This technological breakthrough, though not as mind-blowing as Gu Xian's previous scientific breakthroughs, but, when introduced to this era, it's an absolutely mind-blowing technological project. It's not just disruptive to the entire blood industry and market, it's nothing short of overturning the table. Because this technology relies far less on actual human blood than one might imagine. It's purely a matter of stacking various additives like condensed milk to create a natural blood substitute. In the future, once this technology is fully implemented, the blood market may cease to exist altogether. This technology isn't overly complex, it's precisely within the scope of current scientific capabilities to develop. After acquiring the specific technical details, Gu Xian slowly reviewed each step of the process in his mind and nodded. He now fully grasped the technology. And if he were to materialize it, it would take roughly 3 or 4 days. It was practically child's play. Gradually, a plan began to take shape in Gu Xian's mind. Having thought it through, he tentatively reopened the tech tree of the era reversal system and clicked on the medical technology section. Currently, I still have 100,000 reversal points remaining. After the system upgrade, I can now earn 6,000 reversal points daily, a staggering increase compared to before. It truly feels like experiencing sudden wealth. The top priority now is researching nuclear fusion technology, but all this must wait until I assume leadership of the Kachin state and stabilize the situation before taking action. Before that, I have ample free time to utilize. Why not directly establish a medical system uniquely belonging to Kachin state? That way, the Kachin nation won't be constrained by any other country in any field. If we keep progressing like this, even if Brother Tonzi abandons me, Kachin nation, armed with its current technology, will truly fear no nation. Becoming the next global leader is inevitable, especially with China's backing and our untapped fusion technology. Gu Xian murmured, tapping lightly with one finger. Click. A new technology instantly appeared before his eyes. The exact number of era points required for the exchange was 100,000. It could be said that after exchanging for this technology, Gu Xian's pockets were emptier than his face. Chapter 175, Promotion: the medical system unique to Kachin state. Artificial full-set genetically adaptive organs. Someday I'll replace every organ in my body with these so-called fully genetic adaptive organs, then add some natural blood. At that point, the only thing I'll share with humans will be my brain. Gu Xian examined the technology before him and chuckled. Very well, very well. Never imagined I'd get my hands on such flashy stuff one day. Quite interesting. However, if Kachin state's medical technology aims to achieve perfection, it must be underpinned by several pillar technologies. With this foundation, it could swiftly sweep away traditional medical industries worldwide, completely monopolizing this massive market, leaving not a single crumb for other nations. In that case, it would inevitably attract intense resentment. Yet, the profits generated by the healthcare industry would be utterly immeasurable. It can truly be said that the rewards are proportional to the risks. And the so-called risks? Ha ha ha. In the face of Kachin state's Tianming tactical tanks and 6th-generation fighter jets, unless the world explodes, the so-called risks are insignificant in Gu Xian's eyes. And all of this is fueled by the overwhelming technological prowess backing Kachin state, granting him unshakable confidence. And this confidence was cultivated in less than a year. If that's not cheating, what is? Mr. Sula, how is our research recruitment program progressing? Any unusual circumstances? Anomalies? Rest assured, Your Excellency. Lured by the allure of Starlight Potion, scientists from every corner of the globe have been flocking here in droves. They're practically tearing each other apart to join Kachin Nation. Based on my current intelligence, in the military research sector alone, experts with years of immersion in the field and at least modest renown, there are no fewer than 50. Among them are 3 Nobel laureates. Beyond that, the total number across all other fields exceeds 30,000 people. Every single one is the real deal, holding prestigious degrees, renowned in their fields, and having passed all relevant industry tests. There's not a shred of exaggeration or fraud. 30,000 people. With these 30,000 joining us, every sector of Kachin Nation is poised for explosive growth. The benefits will be beyond imagination. Gu Xian smiled at Sula's excited tone. That's more like it. With the backing of Starlight Potion and such generous benefits, if these researchers didn't bite, he'd genuinely suspect they'd gone completely mad from their research. How else could they remain utterly unmoved? The outcome unfolded exactly as he'd anticipated, smooth sailing all the way, with things looking exceptionally promising. At this thought, Gu Xian couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Over 30,000 people, all industry elites, even titans in their fields. With Kachin's ample funding, cutting-edge technology sharing, China's support, and this massive pool of researchers, if things didn't develop well, Gu Xian would be cursing his luck. Who could possibly tell him how to lose with such a perfect starting hand? Seriously. There's no way to lose, right? If he could lose, he'd do a handstand on the spot, eat his defense thesis, and follow his buddy Li Yu's example. By the way, Mr. Sura, how many researchers in the medical field have arrived? Hold on a moment, Your Excellency. Let me check. Sura froze. Unexpectedly caught off guard by Gu Xian's question. He immediately dashed into an intelligence department office. After inquiring, Sura picked up the phone to inform Gu Xian. Reporting to the leader, the medical field boasts one of the largest pools of talent, with a total of over 2,500 individuals. Among them are no fewer than 4 Nobel laureates. That's indeed an impressive figure. Gu Xian was speechless. He never imagined that Nobel laureates, once revered figures in the outside world for their profound contributions and immense fame and fortune, were now merely a string of numbers in present-day Kachin state. Now they were as common as cement on the streets everywhere. So, without his awareness, the Kachin state had become so powerful and attractive in the eyes of the outside world? It felt like a lifetime ago. Gu Xian suddenly recalled this phrase. Your Excellency, shall I summon these individuals for questioning now? Go ahead. I have some matters to discuss with them as well. Gu Xian nodded in agreement. The vast pie of the medical industry could not be sustained solely by his own efforts. He needed several leading figures to assist him. Of course, Gu Xian wasn't foolish enough to casually hand over the 2 cutting-edge technologies he'd recently exchanged from the system. At the very least, he needed to put in place several safeguards first. Otherwise, if they were to abscond with such advanced technology, it could indeed cause a minor inconvenience. Of course, it would only be a tiny bit of trouble. If they dared to flee, Gu Xian wouldn't mind dispatching a few 6th-generation fighters to tail them. A stern warning would ensure they lay low, no matter who they were. Understood. Please hold on a moment, Commander. I'll summon them immediately. Sura said respectfully, though he had no idea what the leader intended to do. But he'd simply follow orders obediently. After all, the leader operated at his own pace, no need for him to fret over trivial matters. Rather than wasting time on such trivialities, he'd be better off worrying about the unforeseen risks their Kachin Nation might face if Gu Xian's identity were ever exposed. People. It's best to let things take their natural course. As Sula pondered this, he instructed the relevant departments to arrange for all these individuals to be brought to Gu Xian's research institute. Of course, during this period, he specifically instructed that security must be taken to the absolute extreme beyond the absolute extreme. Before Gu Xian, these individuals must be scanned down to their underwear. Otherwise, should the leader suffer an assassination attempt, Sura would have wanted to bury himself alive. Reporting to the leader, the experts accompanying these 4 Nobel laureates have been assembled. They will arrive in less than 2 hours. And rest assured, Commander, regarding the security checks throughout the process, we will be meticulous, and then meticulous again. Not a single loophole will be overlooked. That will suffice. Sura nodded slightly. After all, he adhered to one principle: even if he himself was riddled with bullets, the Supreme Leader must not suffer the slightest injury. Even though the Supreme Leader now carried over a dozen Starlight ships. Even so, he still felt uneasy. Chapter 176, The Meeting in Progress. Professor Kleiman loosened his tie, his blue eyes behind gold-rimmed glasses scanning the flickering Chinese characters on the sterile chamber walls. He raised his arm to check the time. 3 o'clock. 3 minutes until the scheduled technical briefing, yet the chief scientist of Kachin State, the one promising to open their eyes, had yet to appear. I heard that in Kachin State, even the so-called top-tier hospitals are still using CT scanners and other medical equipment from 10 years ago? Kleiman found it utterly tedious and instinctively remarked to the people beside him. Unexpectedly, this remark immediately sparked a lively conversation. A middle-aged woman seated nearby, her black nail polish gleaming metallic under the cool light, spoke slowly. That seems about right. While Kachin State leads in other technological fields, its healthcare sector is undeniably backward. How they managed to develop the Starlight Serum remains a mystery. From what I understand, not long ago, one of their health ministers even came to John Bull Capital Hospital to observe a medical procedure and learn from their experience. Then it seems they are indeed quite backward. Kleiman suddenly chuckled. He murmured, indeed. Sitting here feels like a waste of time. If it weren't for the Starlight Serum, I'd never have returned to this place. Yes, I admit Kachin's military might and scientific prowess in other fields crush other nations. Even the Lighthouse Nation has to concede that. But as you said, madam, their medical sector? Utterly trash. You know what? Last year, they didn't publish a single paper in the world's most authoritative medical journal Forum. That alone speaks volumes about Kachin's abysmal medical standards. Who knows what stroke of luck they had to even get their hands on Starlight Potion. Kleiman deliberately tapped his knuckles on the metal conference table before him. The hollow echo reverberated jarringly through the empty conference room. Besides Kleiman and this middle-aged woman, the other two professors, both with graying beards and looking exceptionally aged, remained silent. Or perhaps it would be more accurate to say they hadn't bothered to acknowledge Kleiman's words from the start. Click. The conference room door swung open. Clemens's sneer froze on his face before quickly fading. No matter how low the medical standards in Kachin State might be, he was, after all, seeking their assistance and ought to maintain a semblance of seriousness. Otherwise, if the Kachin kingdom grew angry and expelled him, he wouldn't even have a place to cry. Sigh. It all comes back to that point. Who could blame them when something as crucial as Starlight Potion 1 was entirely in their hands? Kleiman and the other three looked up, and couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. The young man before them seemed far too young. There he was. In Kleiman's eyes, the youth who walked in looked barely over 20. He wore a black turtleneck casually covered by a lab coat, with a simple name tag reading Gu Xian. His assistant followed behind, carrying a silver metal case. The surface of the case rippled with faint blue quantum encryption patterns, making it immediately obvious that the contents were of extreme importance. Whoa! Gu Xian? As far as he knew, wasn't that a Chinese name? It seemed the International Forum's speculation was correct. After all, the chief scientist of Kachin State was actually Chinese. And rumor has it that the Kachin Republic's astonishing scientific achievements are entirely attributable to the man standing before them. This alone speaks volumes about his extraordinary talent. The four Nobel laureates simply stared at Gu Xian in silence, offering only a brief greeting before showing no further reaction. Each carried their own yardstick, determined to gauge the true measure of the man before them. Thank you all for taking the time. I am Gu Xian, Kachin State's chief researcher and the organizer of this meeting. I have invited you four here today to discuss a matter of great importance concerning the future of Kachin State's medical achievements. However, before we sign the agreement, I would like each of you to sign a contract first. With that, the assistant behind Gu Xian stepped forward and handed the prepared contracts to the four individuals. Kleiman glanced at it and couldn't help but frown slightly. He instinctively spoke up, Mr. Gu Xian, this document is less a contract and more akin to a bond of servitude. If we were to sign this agreement, we would likely have no authority whatsoever, left entirely at the mercy of your Kachin kingdom. Is this how things are done in your Kachin state? Isn't this a bit too high-handed? Kleiman protested. The other three remained silent, their eyes fixed on Gu Xian, clearly siding with Kleiman in their dissatisfaction. Gentlemen, please calm down. There are trade-offs. I won't deny this contract imposes significant restrictions on you. However, in return, the treatment, benefits, and access to cutting-edge technology you'll receive are beyond what ordinary people could ever hope for. Trust that the Kachin nation's approach does not involve coercion. The middle-aged woman froze. Top-tier technology? Kachin State's cutting-edge technology? What a joke. While they might accept the first 2 points, the last one, so-called top-tier technology from Kachin State, was nothing short of a complete farce. He refused to believe that there could possibly be any cutting-edge technology that could rival what they themselves possessed. But that seemed highly improbable. Gentlemen, let's talk persuasion. Once you agree to this contract, your benefits will immediately double, and you'll be granted 3 bottles of Starlight Potion for personal use, though you cannot trade them privately. Moreover, we have nothing to fear from leaks. Our Kachin nation possesses 3 cutting-edge medical technologies. One of them pertains to human cell regeneration and lifespan extension. If Starlight Elixir can be combined with this breakthrough, it could extend life by over a century. Impossible. Kleiman instinctively shouted in protest, then realized his outburst. He composed himself and asked, extend life by 100 years? If the Kachin nation truly achieved this, it would mean decades of global leadership and medical advancement. Yet all I see is backwardness, nothing else. Oh, Mr. Kleiman, some matters cannot be judged solely by appearances. Gu Xian chuckled softly, then ignored Kleiman, who was about to argue further. Instead, calmly opening the briefcase he carried with him. Chapter 177, Shock the Depths of Kachin State. Ladies and gentlemen, these three medical technologies currently held by Kachin State are classified as top secret, absolute top secret. Within the entire state, the number of people privy to such secrets can be counted on one hand. I am now willing to present the foundational materials for these three technologies. I am confident that after reviewing them, you will undoubtedly recognize the sincerity of my intentions. Gu Xian opened the case and slowly extracted 4 documents, distributing them unhurriedly to the 4 seated individuals. This is... Kreeman took the documents, initially dismissing Gu Xian's words. After all, who would trust a young man barely in his 20s? Even if he was Kachin State's so-called chief scientist. But, to Kleiman, this was utter nonsense. It was common knowledge that, across the entire scientific community, those who achieved major breakthroughs were invariably in their 40s or 50s, possessing profound expertise in their fields. But Gu Xian? He looked barely over 24. It was doubtful he even had a clear grasp of a complete scientific system, let alone the qualifications to become the chief scientist of Kachin State. This position was likely just a figurehead role thrust upon him by the Kachin State to deflect criticism. Kleiman thought to himself, his gaze refusing to linger on the document. Looking at this thing was less practical than rushing back to the lab to run a few more experiments. He couldn't help but feel that this Chinese man before him was testing the limits of his intelligence. After all, how could anyone possibly develop a serum capable of extending life by nearly a century? Forget it, kid. To develop such a thing, even for a Nobel laureate in medicine with monumental achievements in cellular and hematological research like Kleiman, was utterly unrealistic. He knew full well that humanity's current understanding of lifespan extension was woefully inadequate. Barely scratching the surface, not even 1%. In the realm of genetics, forget 1%, we can't even be sure we've scratched 1,000th of the surface. Moreover, the latest scientific technologies currently possessed by the Kingdom of Kachin, aside from those tangentially related to the so-called Starlight Elixir, could be described as virtually non-existent. At least, that's how it appears to Kleiman. Therefore, he had no intention of carefully reviewing the document. His mind was solely occupied with whether he should pack his bags and flee immediately. After all, the Kachin State's performance in these areas was simply too unreliable. He couldn't help but feel uneasy. Just as he was considering whether to make a run for it, a series of exclamations echoed repeatedly from nearby. Divine craftsmanship. This is nothing short of divine craftsmanship. Mr. Gu Xian, is this the human programming cultivation pod technology currently possessed by the Kingdom of Kachin? It is indeed genuine. Gu Xian looked at the middle-aged woman before him, her expression filled with overwhelming excitement, and replied with a faint smile. Then may I ask, who is the researcher who invented this technology? This technology is too incredible, too incredible. It's simply impossible for such a technological framework to exist in modern society, yet he managed to pull it off. His ideas are unparalleled in history, with no precedent and no successor. Faced with this technology, I can only imagine the unparalleled creativity behind it. It's utterly unbelievable. While Gu Xian remained unmoved by the middle-aged woman's effusive praise, Kleiman behind her grew visibly restless. He glanced up at the visibly agitated middle-aged woman before him, then turned to look at the equally excited elderly man behind her. A look of confusion spread across his face. How could this be? These giants in the medical field had weathered every storm imaginable. How could they possibly be so thrilled by the technology developed by the Kingdom of Kachin? They must have taken the wrong medicine. Yes. They must have taken the wrong medicine. Kleiman kept telling himself this, refusing to let go of his pride and glance at the documents right in front of him. After all, in his mind, the medical standards in Kachin State were probably far below those of Lighthouse Nation 20 years ago. Ma'am, please calm down. I am the very person responsible for this medical project in Kachin State. In other words, this technology was my proposal. Gu Xian smiled faintly as he explained to the middle-aged woman before him. Really? It's true. Gu Xian replied softly once more. If the Kachin State's researchers didn't have another Gu Xian, then it would have to be me. That's unbelievable. Pardon my impertinence, but does that mean you led the research on all of Kachin State's other cutting-edge technologies? Yes. Gu Xian glanced at the fervently excited middle-aged woman before him and couldn't help but sigh wryly, pressing his fingers to his temples. Whoa! What to say? Could it be that this Nobel laureate had been driven to the brink of insanity by this technology? Gu Xian wondered in confusion. It shouldn't be that bad. He had only shown them the most basic functions and information about the human programming cultivation pod. He hadn't mentioned a single thing about the most crucial gene programming capabilities. As for being this excited, if the middle-aged woman before him, Eliza, had heard Gu Xian's doubts, she would have answered without hesitation. Absolutely not. Absolutely ridiculous. You must understand. The two functions of the human programming cultivation chamber. Human cryogenic technology and longevity enhancement technology, approached from an angle unimaginable to herself and the entire medical community. They forcibly extended human lifespan through a method that defied scientific principles yet seemed strangely logical. How could this not leave Eliza in awe? Damn, man, that's impressive. After reviewing this foundational information, Eliza understood clearly that the Kachin Nation must have additional applications for the human programming incubation chamber. It couldn't possibly exist solely for these two purposes. Mr. Gu Xian, regarding the contract you mentioned earlier, I unilaterally agree to every single term. I just hope to assist in developing this project. Eliza declared with fervor. Just as Gu Xian was puzzled by how easily this had been settled, two voices sounded behind him once more. Mr. Gu Xian, after discussing it with my brother, we've decided to voluntarily join the Kachin state as well. We agree to all the terms of the Kachin state contract. Our only small additional request is the same as Professor Lisa's. Have you all lost your minds? Hearing the three colleagues agree one after another, Clement could barely sit still. He stared at them in disbelief. What the hell? Before you arrived, each of you was more arrogant than the next on the car ride. Now you've all flipped completely? Chapter 178, what did I just see? Mr. Kleiman, please forgive my outburst, but the medical technology currently possessed by the Kingdom of Kachin is simply too compelling for us to resist. We couldn't find a reason to refuse. A white-bearded old professor spoke slowly. Too compelling? As compelling as the heavens? Old man, are you joking? The medical technology possessed by the Kachin Kingdom is too attractive to you? How could that be? Just look at the outdated technology we've encountered from Kachin along the way. Even if you dump this stuff at any hospital in the land of the rising sun, that hospital would never use this equipment. Unless that hospital is on the verge of bankruptcy and plans to sell off every piece of equipment in one fell swoop. Listening to Kleiman's incessant chatter, Gu Xian maintained a steady smile throughout, observing from the sidelines. Bro. Go ahead and rant. Get it all out. The more trash you call the Kachin state, the better you'll feel afterward. Go ahead and rant. Just as Gu Xian had anticipated, Kleiman ranted on for 5 or 6 minutes, his words dripping with contempt for the Kachin medical field. The sheer brilliance of it left Gu Xian in awe. Bro. The stuff you're spouting could be used in an essay. All this rambling is just a waste of time. Perhaps his voice had grown hoarse? Or perhaps he'd simply run out of steam, or maybe he felt awkward seeing that none of the others in the conference room were paying him any attention. Clement's voice gradually trailed off. Mr. Kleiman, is your throat dry? Would you like tea, coffee, or water? I'll have a cup of coffee, no sugar, with milk, please. Seeing Gu Xian's sincere expression, Kleiman felt too embarrassed to continue. Only then. He finally realized something was off about himself. Damn it. What was said was said. It was perfectly understandable for colleagues to vent a little. These three definitely wouldn't go snitching or anything. But calling their work garbage in front of the chief scientist of the Kachin state? Whoa. Oh man, I bet my reputation with the Kachin Republic just took a massive hit? Damn it. Wish I'd bought some duct tape to shut my own mouth before leaving. Now I'm screwed. I've screwed up big time. And it's no small mess either. It was like taking the Kachin state's dignity and grinding it into the dirt right in front of Mr. Gu Xian. It wasn't until he took a sip of his hot coffee, milk added, no sugar, that Kleiman's mood finally eased considerably. Well, what's done is done. He'd said it, and he'd own up to it. At worst, I'll just withdraw from Kachin state again and return to the Lighthouse Nation to continue enjoying life. It's just a pity that I'll likely never get my hands on that starlight potion in my lifetime. Mr. Kleiman, you may hold some preconceptions about our Kachin state's healthcare sector. I won't deny the issues you've pointed out. Due to time constraints, we haven't had the chance to fully prepare these areas, and I apologize for any shortcomings you've witnessed as our guest. However, regarding our medical equipment and personnel expertise, we are preparing to invest $500 billion for a comprehensive overhaul. Rest assured, within 3 months, you will witness a completely transformed Kachin state. After listening to Gu Xian's series of measured words, Kleiman was somewhat stunned. Holy crap! $500 billion? All poured into facility procurement and personnel training? As a seasoned professional in the medical field, Kleiman knew exactly how staggering this figure truly was. Backed by China, Kachin state maintained exceptionally close ties with the nation. It was likely that all these basic medical supplies would be procured from China. In that case, if we convert that $500 billion into Chinese yuan, that amounts to 3.5 trillion yuan. Moreover, given the cooperative relationship between Kachin state and China, this transaction would undoubtedly benefit from a series of preferential policies. In the field of medical equipment manufacturing in China, Kleiman once conducted a survey out of sheer boredom. He arrived at a startling conclusion. The cost of China's medical equipment is so low it could purchase the equivalent of 0.2 units from the Lighthouse Nation. In other words, if the Lighthouse Nation sells a piece of equipment for $1 million, converting the currency, A piece of medical equipment in China would cost only 1 million yuan, or even less. The purchasing power of currencies varies significantly across nations. And the purchasing power of the yuan in China remains exceptionally strong. But the lighthouse nation is different. First, due to excessive dollar printing this year, the dollar's purchasing power has been steadily declining domestically. Moreover, with Jewish capital groups stirring trouble domestically, prices have skyrocketed. Everyday necessities change prices daily, leaving the working class struggling to cope. This has led to a situation where the rich grow richer, the poor grow poorer. Simultaneously, the purchasing power of the domestic currency depreciates, while vast amounts of capital flow out to other countries. This has plunged the so-called beacon nation into a full-blown economic winter. And yet those damned Jews only know how to rake in money, restoring their own vitality. It leaves one utterly speechless. Even basic goods are seeing price hikes, let alone those expensive medical devices. If Kachin State were to purchase medical equipment from the lighthouse nation, it might only need 1/5 of its domestic demand. But if they purchased medical equipment from China and it still couldn't meet all of Kachin State's domestic demand, Kleiman would punch himself in the face. Furthermore, Mr. Kleiman, I notice you haven't reviewed the documents I sent you earlier. With ample time available now, you should definitely open them and take a look. Trust me, the contents will absolutely shatter your preconceptions. Moreover, this is merely one of 3 cutting-edge medical technologies developed by Kachin State. While the other 2 may not rival this particular advancement, they are undoubtedly among the world's most advanced technologies. You won't find a second one anywhere in the world. Listening to Gu Xian's confident words, Kleiman began to waver. Whoa! He makes it sound so convincing. What if I reluctantly take a look myself? Just one look. I won't look too long. Kleiman forced himself to convince his own thoughts, muttering to himself. Then, in front of the other 4 people in the conference room, he slowly unfolded the document and gave it a careful glance. Just one glance. His eyes were instantly glued to the page. Wait. What had he just seen? Chapter 179, Kleiman's Withdrawal. Mr. Gu Xian, is this technology you mentioned real? Though he already knew the answer, Kleiman still stared at Gu Xian in utter disbelief. Human programming incubation chamber? What the hell kind of mind-blowing tech is this? It completely overturns everything we know, doesn't it? If this thing is truly developed, it would likely trigger an unprecedented seismic shift in the medical field. Chapter 179, Kleiman's Launch. Whether it's human cryonics or life extension technology, he'd never seen anything this incredible before. It could be called an absolute paradigm shift that defies conventional wisdom. Of course it's genuine. Our Kachin nation has always upheld the highest integrity. We would never engage in fraud. Mr. Kleiman, you can rest assured 1,000 times over. Hearing Gu Xian's response, Kleiman took a deep breath before asking, Mr. Gu Xian, I would like to request access to detailed information regarding your nation's other 2 medical technologies for my reference. If you agree to the terms outlined in the contract, of course. I say this not only to Mr. Kleiman, but also to the other 3 or 4 of you. As seasoned veterans in this field, I believe you all understand the true value of this so-called human programming cultivation chamber. Gu Xian chuckled. At this moment, he appeared utterly carefree. In that case, I need some time to consider. A look of struggle flashed across Kleiman's face. The contract offered by Kachin State was simply too demanding. If he signed it, he would likely be bound to Kachin State for life, unable to work for any other country. This uncertainty weighed heavily on him. After all, though Kachin had experienced explosive growth over the past year, to researchers like him, every step the nation took felt like walking a tightrope. One misstep. It would plunge them into an abyss of destruction. When Kachin Nation last faced the million-strong combined forces of the Lighthouse Nation and the Jewish Alliance, had it not been for the 6th-generation fighter jet it ultimately developed, it would likely have ceased to exist entirely by now. This wasn't the first or second time such a crisis had occurred. In any case, in Kleiman's eyes, if the Kachin State is allowed to continue down this path, it might one day reach the bottom where it stands against the entire world. By then, nuclear bombs would rain from the sky and hypersonic missiles would be as common as cabbages. If such a day ever comes, the first nation to face retaliation would be Kachin State itself. For the power Kachin possesses is truly beyond belief. So formidable it inspires dread. Unparalleled fear. If this continues, the fall of Kachin State is but a step away. Moreover, in Kleiman's eyes, this outcome is already within sight. Once he signs this treaty, there will be no turning back. In the days to come, even ordinary survival might become a luxury. Why should he choose to perish alongside the Kachin kingdom? A look of inner turmoil flickered across Kleiman's face, lingering for a long moment. Gu Xian stood by silently, watching as before, choosing not to intervene. He had said all he needed to say. And if Professor Kleiman truly wished to leave, he had no intention of stopping him. Faced with such a massive research team, In Gu Xian's view, the presence or absence of Professor Kleiman made no difference whatsoever. Compared to the human programming cultivation chamber, natural blood, and the complete set of genetically engineered adaptive organs, the achievements and research results he had attained were utterly insignificant. Each of these three breakthroughs, taken individually, was an achievement capable of stunning the entire world. The ancillary technologies stemming from these breakthroughs could single-handedly outweigh the entire body of research from Professor Kleiman. The reason Gu Xian was willing to incur such enormous costs to recruit a series of foreign scientists was precisely because he valued their formidable capabilities and potential, not their so-called achievements. Even if they had no achievements to their name, as long as their technological foundation was solid, Gu Xian could effortlessly draw upon the era reversal system to provide them with a dazzling array of cutting-edge technologies for research. The medical field? Absolutely no problem whatsoever. If there were any problems, that would be the real oddity. Gu Xian muttered to himself. Mr. Kleiman, it's been a quarter of an hour. You've had ample time to consider. Now, if I may be so bold as to ask, your decision is. Gu Xian slowly sat down in his seat and spoke softly to Kleiman. I withdraw. Before Gu Xian could finish, Kleiman blurted out. As if delaying even a second would leave him vulnerable to a supersonic missile strike. Kleiman admitted. He had backed down. When he first arrived in Kachin State, he hadn't considered other factors. Driven solely by the allure of Kachin's starlight potion and generous benefits, his head had grown a little hot. Coupled with the persuasion of his companions, he had come here. But now, upon careful reflection, he realized this approach was profoundly unwise. He couldn't believe that a small nation like Kachin could achieve such monumental progress in just 1 year. There must be reasons behind it that he couldn't fathom. Moreover, present-day Kachin State had already provoked the wrath of every Western nation. Should Kachin ever show the slightest weakness? These nations would descend like wolves and tigers, tearing the Kachin State to shreds until it ceased to exist. Why should he get involved in such a messy situation? Isn't it better to live well? Hearing Kleiman's response, Gu Xian's expression remained unruffled. Yet the other three looked perplexed, wondering how Kleiman could so readily abandon such generous benefits and cutting-edge technology right before their eyes. It simply didn't make sense. Very well, Mr. Kleiman. On behalf of the Kingdom of Kachin, I respect your decision. Should you ever change your mind in the future, our kingdom will warmly welcome you back. Gu Xian rose to his feet, shook hands with Kleiman, and spoke slowly, his words brimming with courtesy. Later? Whether there even is a future for your Kachin State is anyone's guess. If I don't get out of here now, I'll probably be blown to smithereens. Clemens muttered to himself. After the formalities concluded, Gu Xian instructed his assistant to see Kleiman out. Turning to the three men, he smiled and declared, Gentlemen, congratulations. From this moment onward, you have been granted the rights to develop 3 cutting-edge medical technologies within the Kachin State. Now, please follow me. It's time for you to witness the true depth of our Kachin Kingdom. Chapter 180, The Astonishing Research Institute. True depth? Eliza and the others were puzzled, unsure what Gu Xian meant by true depth. After all, this human programming cultivation chamber had already been declared one of Kachin Kingdom's 3 cutting-edge medical technologies. Could it be that? Could Kachin still have deeper trump cards up its sleeve? Or was he about to unveil the other 2 cutting-edge technologies? With these questions lingering, the trio eventually followed Gu Xian deeper into the research facility. When they reached an internal door, Gu Xian showed no hesitation in their presence, smoothly unlocking it. Click! The door slowly swung open. The moment the scene inside came into view, Eliza admitted she felt like a clueless bumpkin. Is this the true depth of your Kachin nation's heritage? As the door swung open, expansive sheets of transparent tempered glass complemented the metallic finishes, reflecting in her eyes. All right. No matter what. This research facility in Kachin State certainly exudes an air of sophistication. But a research facility that merely looks impressive doesn't exactly scream deep-rooted heritage. Eliza thought to herself. But soon enough, she realized just how wildly off the mark her assumptions had been. Gu Xian walked ahead in silence, leading the 3 of them through the automatic sensor doors. Entering the spacious, brightly lit research hall. The floor was paved with mirror-like white marble, reflecting the holographic projections suspended from the ceiling. Everyone, please follow me over here. This will be your workplace going forward. I'll now provide a full introduction. Currently, there's no one else in this research institute besides us, so it feels a bit deserted. Please don't mind that. Gu Xian broke the silence, leading the group up the spiral staircase as he spoke softly. We're here. This is the Gene Research Lab, the very place where one of our future RD projects, the Human Programming Incubation Pod, will be developed. Genetic Research Lab? Mr. Gu Xian, if I may ask, does this Human Programming Incubation Chamber involve genetic aspects as well? Among them, one of the 2 white-bearded elders following behind Gu Xian asked. The other remained silent, both eyes fixed on Gu Xian. If one looked closely at their faces, they would notice the 2 bore an uncanny resemblance and almost uncanny similarity. Whether in demeanor or appearance, they shared an 80 to 90% resemblance. Clearly, these two venerable figures who had achieved extraordinary accomplishments in the field of medicine were twins. But judging by Gu Xian's expression, it was clear he had already prepared himself mentally. Thus, upon first meeting them, he showed no surprise. He hadn't been surprised before, and certainly wasn't going to be now. Listening to one of the elders' questions, Gu Xian chuckled and replied, "Indeed, human programming cultivation does involve the genetic level. The two functions you've witnessed thus far, let me put it this way, pale in comparison to its other capability, genetic programming." Having said that, Gu Xian, as if performing magic, produced a fresh set of documents, exactly 3 copies, and silently handed them to the trio. The moment they opened them, and were stunned. Their mouths dropped open in utter disbelief. Could it be that Kachin State had mastered genetic programming to such an advanced level? Had it truly advanced this far? Mr. Gu Xian, is the information in these documents true? At that moment, Eliza's body trembled, her earlier composure gone, replaced by utter disbelief, even shock. Besides him, the shock on the other 2 elders' faces was no less intense. They couldn't comprehend it. How Kachin Nation had achieved such an advanced level in genetic research when every other nation on Earth had made no progress whatsoever. They possessed methods to flawlessly alter appearances, completely change biological sex, and even mass-produce athletic champions and intellectual prodigies. And judging by the signs, these techniques were remarkably mature. Nearly ready for implementation, poised to be perfected at any moment. This is absurd, isn't it? Eliza felt like she was in a daze as she followed Gu Xian into the genetic research lab. She had no idea how many steps she'd taken before finding herself here. Row upon row of transparent culture chambers stood in orderly formation, each containing suspended cell samples that shimmered faintly within specialized nutrient solutions, like stars in the night sky. The gene editing equipment beside them resembled artifacts from a sci-fi movie. Precision robotic arms performed microscopic genetic modifications with pinpoint accuracy, putting on a live demonstration right before the trio's eyes. Ladies and gentlemen, the equipment in our gene research lab is currently limited and not yet fully optimized. We ask for your understanding. Gu Xian stated matter-of-factly, paying no heed to the shattered heart of Eli Shah. She instantly recognized the extraordinary technological sophistication contained within. To get this to John Bull, this would be utterly impossible. Yet these unfamiliar devices lay before them, arranged as casually as worthless trinkets. Her resolve shattered into pieces. Fine. It seemed she had wasted the first half of her life on dogs. Had she known earlier about the Kachin Kingdom's profound heritage, she would have come long ago. Why wait until now? As for the other 2 elders? Oh, they appear to be alive, but in truth, they've been so stunned by the various sophisticated devices in the Kachin Kingdom Research Institute that they've been gone for quite some time now. Chapter 181, a groundbreaking achievement. Very well. We never told them how advanced and sophisticated Kachin medical technology is, did we? The 2 old men exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with helplessness. Bro. Unbelievable. Absolutely mind-blowing. Kachin State is seriously impressive. 666. Everyone, this is just one workshop within the Research Institute. There are other fully developed areas. Let me give you a proper tour first. Gu Xian said. The 4 walked slowly and soon arrived at the adjacent quantum computing lab. The massive quantum computer mainframe dominated the center of the room, its flashing indicator lights resembling the Milky Way in the night sky, streaming with the glow of data. The cryogenic cooling system hummed deeply, maintaining the stable operation of the quantum bits. Gu Xian offered no further explanation, simply continuing to lead the group forward at a measured pace. His goal was to intimidate. He intended to thoroughly dampen the spirits of these top researchers, ensuring they would henceforth harbor no further ambitions and remain content working within Kachin State. This colossal research facility wasn't built solely for his own use. According to his vision, it would become the convergence center for countless cutting-edge talents of Kachin Nation in the future. Continuing forward, they soon reached the bioprinting laboratory. The massive bioprinter resembled a precision fabrication machine, its nozzles moving nimbly through 3-dimensional space, layering biological materials one by one. The printer emitted a faint ticking sound. On the printing platform, a gradually taking shape artificial organ glowed with the radiance of life. Mr. Gu Xian, this technological equipment has pushed me into uncharted territory. Could you briefly explain its operating principles and purpose? An older man, presumably the twin brother, peered intently at the machinery before him, his excitement palpable. He had a premonition that perhaps within this device, he might glimpse a more mysterious aspect of the Kachin State Research Institute. This thing? Gu Xian casually kicked the device, glancing at the 3 others whose eyes widened in surprise. Good grief. Could you at least be gentle with the equipment? You can't just kick it around like that. Seriously. If you don't care about it, we sure do, okay? This technological device represents one of our Kachin Nation's cutting-edge achievements in the medical field. That is the artificial full-set genetic adaptive organ technology project. Gu Xian remarked indifferently. Seeing the three of them staring at him with eyes as eager as elementary school kids awaiting a knowledge baptism, he gave them a look that said, "I knew it." Then, he began his explanation at a leisurely pace. Artificial genetically engineered adaptive organ systems. Put simply, artificial products capable of replacing any human organ. It can replace any damaged human organ. Even if every single organ inside the body were replaced, the original human body could carry on as if nothing had happened, vibrant and full of life, showing not a single sign of any problem whatsoever. During the manufacturing process, gene editing technology proved to be the masterstroke. Target genes can be freely cut, pasted, and edited. By skillfully adjusting gene sequences, stem cells can be guided to differentiate into specific organ cells. Take the kidney as an example. As a vital organ for excretion and endocrine function, the kidney possesses a complex and intricate cellular structure and function. Through gene editing, genes related to kidney cell differentiation, filtration functions, and hormone secretion are precisely activated. By carefully regulating the expression levels of these genes, stem cells gradually evolve into specialized kidney cells with specific functions. These genetically edited cells, as if imbued with a life force, each fulfill their roles, gathering in an orderly manner to progressively construct the fundamental architecture of the kidney. This is the application of genetic programming at work. Gu Xian could scarcely recall how pervasive the application of genetic programming had become. Its significance is likely on par with nuclear fusion technology. But, if one were to truly compare them, the distinction between the two would be indistinguishable. One pertains to energy technology. The other concerning the human body's internal systems. They are fundamentally incomparable. The fully engineered, genetically adapted organs utilize gene editing technology to meticulously modify the antigens on the organ cell surfaces, enabling seamless integration with the human immune system. These specially treated organ cells are not recognized as foreign by the immune system upon implantation, thereby preventing immune rejection reactions. This single characteristic alone puts it leagues ahead of other artificial organs currently on the market. Moreover, most notably, the artificial organs incorporate a self-repair and regeneration genetic program. Upon minor injury, these genetic programs automatically activate, directing surrounding stem cells to rapidly migrate to the damaged site and differentiate into the required cell type for prompt tissue repair. This formidable self-repair capability ensures the stability and reliability of the artificial organ during long-term use, significantly reducing the risk of complications. The prelude to its creation begins with the meticulous selection and cultivation of stem cells. Cell regeneration is truly versatile. Perhaps, since the very birth of genes, they have been inextricably linked to cells. When stem cells are placed in specially designed culture dishes, the dishes are filled with nutrient-rich culture medium containing growth factors. As the stem cells proliferate within the medium, once their numbers reach a certain scale, meticulously designed gene editing tools are precisely introduced into the stem cells using techniques like microinjection. Once gene editing is complete, these stem cells enter the bioreactor. In this warm and comfortable environment, reminiscent of a mother's womb, the stem cells begin their journey of differentiation. They differentiate into various cell types according to genetic instructions. As cells continuously differentiate and tissues gradually form, the final cutting-edge technology 3D printing is seamlessly integrated into the process of creating a fully engineered, genetically customized adaptive organ. Based on the pre-designed 3D organ model, a 3D printer layers biological materials to construct the organ's precise form. These biomaterials typically consist of natural biopolymers and extracellular matrix. Not only do they possess excellent biocompatibility, allowing seamless integration with human cells, but they also exhibit outstanding mechanical properties, providing robust physical support for the organ's further development and maturation. During this critical supplementary phase, the introduction of active molecules and growth factors promotes cell-cell interactions and tissue integration, enhancing organ function and stability. Simultaneously, microfluidic technology simulates the human circulatory system, supplying organs with ample nutrients and oxygen to ensure normal growth and development outside the body. Finally, the organ achieves complete formation, resulting in a fully functional, genetically engineered adaptive organ ready for immediate application. The process may appear straightforward, but, as Gu Xian slowly began to explain, those immersed in the medical field for decades knew full well the operational steps involved, were incredibly difficult. Eliza, with her expertise in genetic programming, grasped even more clearly the immense impact this technology would unleash once fully matured and deployed. This technology completely revolutionized traditional organ transplantation models. As Mr. Gu Xian described, these fully synthetic, genetically engineered adaptive organs required no donor source. Whenever and wherever needed, advanced manufacturing could tailor perfect organs for any patient. Moreover, its unique genetic regulation mechanism ensures perfect compatibility with the human immune system, drastically reducing the incidence of immune rejection and significantly improving organ transplant success rates and patient long-term survival. To put it bluntly, the emergence of this technology alone would likely collapse the global black market for human organs overnight. Chapter 182: Regenerating Severed Limbs is no longer a dream. Based on my analysis, Mr. Gu Xian, if this is genuine, it could potentially revolutionize limb regeneration as well. Eliza spoke slowly. Beneficial? It certainly would. But to be precise, it wouldn't merely be helpful. Once this technology matures, it could potentially achieve the effect of regenerating severed limbs. Gu Xian cleared his throat and murmured softly. As he finished speaking, the three of them instantly wore expressions of utter bewilderment. Seriously, dude? You're serious about this? You're actually pushing them to their limits? Rebirth from a severed arm? Limb regeneration? Isn't this the kind of stuff you only see in novels? What's going on? It just turns into reality when it comes to you? Come on, let's at least stick to some logic. You're slapping the faces of all those tech companies worldwide who are working day and night to sell prosthetics. If this tech ever leaks out, every company researching smart prosthetics will go bankrupt and restructure on the spot. After restructuring, the first thing those tech companies would likely do is hunt down and destroy the graduate student from Kachin State. After all, this research is the very culprit undermining their business. But the people of Kachin may be pacifists, but their weapons certainly aren't. So their first move was likely to recycle the stored prosthetic limbs and artificial limbs from the company warehouse as scrap metal. The method for restoring severed limbs is actually quite similar to what I just described. At its core, it relies once again on the powerful technological tool of genetic programming. Hey, ladies and gentlemen, please don't look at me with those pleading eyes, okay? All three of you are giants in the medical field. Seeing you like this makes me feel a bit uncomfortable. Gu Xian tugged at the corner of his mouth, speaking with a hint of embarrassment. Look at those eyes. As if they'd drown me in tears the moment I offered an explanation. I never knew these researchers were so skilled in this area. Honestly, I'm speechless. Gu Xian muttered weakly to himself. Though his mind resisted, his body was honest. If that word could even be used that way. Essentially, whether it's an arm or a leg, they're all organs of the human body. Since this technology can be applied to internal organs, it naturally extends to external ones as well. Take hands and feet, for instance. The process is merely slightly modified. Within the genetic network, certain genes act like commanders, initiating the development of limbs, while others act like skilled artisans, guiding cells in differentiation, migration, and assembly to construct tissues and organs such as bones, muscles, blood vessels, and nerves. In this process, should any actual defects arise in the limbs, genetic programming technology can precisely locate the sites requiring modification within the intricate genetic chain, carefully trimming the abnormal gene segments caused by injury or genetic defects. Then, like a skilled tailor, stitch the correct genetic information back in. It's smoother and more natural than the daily interactions between men and women. More fluid and natural. Within the gene regions governing bone growth, if a mutation in a key gene is found to cause stunted bone development, gene editing tools swiftly excise the mutated segment and introduce the normal gene sequence. This process is not a simple replacement, but a meticulous fine-tuning of the gene expression regulatory network. By skillfully adjusting genes, a solid genetic foundation for limb regeneration is established. Of course, this technology could also be directly applied to limb lengthening surgery. It could instantly transform a newborn infant into a 3-meter-tall, muscular man. The sight of that is simply beyond belief. Gu Xian couldn't even begin to imagine it. After all, humans can never truly grasp the unimaginable. Damn it! He'd heard of human giants nearly 3 meters tall before, but never of newborn human babies. What kind of hellish black tech had he managed to research here? This is getting a bit too bizarre. After completing the above steps, it's time for stem cells, the solo performers in the cellular realm, to take center stage. If it were up to Gu Xian, if stem cells are this versatile, why not just scrap traditional currency transactions altogether and switch to stem cell trading instead? When it's time to buy something, they could simply pull out a special syringe, inject a dose into themselves, and be done with it. How convenient! Stem cells have always played a crucial role throughout the entire process of creating genetically engineered adaptive organs through technological means. The regeneration of severed limbs is clearly included in this process. These cells, possessing self-renewal and multipotent differentiation capabilities, serve as the raw material for constructing entirely new limb tissues. Guided by genetic instructions, stem cells differentiate into various functional cell types according to the needs of different tissues. Some stem cells, as if assigned a skeletal mission, gradually transform into osteoblasts. Like diligent construction workers, they continuously secrete collagen and minerals to build a robust skeletal framework. Over time, These newly formed bone cells interconnect and fuse, gradually forming complete skeletal structures that provide support for the limbs. Meanwhile, another group of stem cells, driven by muscle instructions, differentiate into muscle cells. They fuse and align to form contractile muscle fibers. Under the control of the nervous system, these muscle fibers coordinate movement, granting limbs the ability to move. Simultaneously, some stem cells, guided by vascular signals, interconnect to form a network of blood vessels. These blood vessels supply ample oxygen and nutrients to the newly formed tissues and cells, ensuring their growth. Afterward, it's just a matter of building an adaptive environment. As the limb regenerates, the adaptive microenvironment continuously adjusts to meet the needs of the newly formed tissue. When bone growth reaches a certain stage, the scaffold senses changes in the surrounding mechanical environment and adjusts its own hardness and elasticity to meet the mechanical demands of the bone, promoting further bone development and remodeling. During angiogenesis, the scaffold regulates the release of vascular growth factors based on tissue oxygen demand, guiding the continuous optimization and expansion of the vascular network to ensure adequate blood supply to the newly formed tissue. Additionally, the adaptive microenvironment also possesses self-repair and self-regulation capabilities. When newly formed tissue sustains minor external damage, certain cells within the microenvironment rapidly respond by secreting repair factors. This activates the self-repair mechanism of stem cells, enabling timely restoration of damaged areas and ensuring the smooth progression of limb regeneration. First, residual nerves at the stump site undergo detailed examination and analysis to assess the extent and scope of nerve damage. Subsequently, gene editing technology and nerve growth factors are employed to stimulate regeneration of the remaining nerves. Finally, in less than a day, the severed limb can be reborn instantly. Chapter 183, hope you're ready for this. Gentlemen, that is the specific situation. Since we've come this far, I can share a bit about the final research project our Kachin nation has prepared. It is natural blood. Blood that can be cultivated artificially. Moreover, it transcends blood types, achieving universal compatibility. Gu Xian watched the trio walk off for a moment, having just delivered another bombshell. He then revealed yet another technology he'd acquired from the era reversal system. He paid no heed whatsoever to the shattered hearts of the three. Mr. Gu Xian, please don't tell me all three of these cutting-edge projects were developed by you. After an eternity, Elisa finally snapped back to reality, offering Gu Xian a bitter smile. These three cutting-edge medical technologies were game-changers wherever they were applied. Each one had the potential to overturn humanity's current technological landscape, truly God-defying creations. But, in the hands of Kachin, these three technologies seemed like child's play, effortlessly achieved. Correct. They were developed by me. Then let me ask again, were those high-tech weapons from the Kachin kingdom also developed by you? Correct. Listening to Gu Xian's unhurried reply, Ili Shah felt like crying. Comparisons really kill you. How did the Kachin kingdom suddenly produce such an extraordinary figure? She had once wondered why the Kachin kingdom had become so formidable overnight. Now, the reason is clear. With such a brilliant scholar in their midst, it would be unthinkable for the kingdom of Kachin not to rise to prominence. It would defy all logic and ethics. But, let me do the math here. Just how many cutting-edge weapons have you, this researcher, developed since Kachin first gained independence only to face imminent annihilation? The Tianming tactical tank, the Junyi warrior armor, nuclear weapons, 6th-generation fighter jets, Starlight Potion, the Sky Curtain system, bionic unmanned combat aircraft. The list is simply too long to count. And then, you stand here with this deadpan expression telling me all this technology was developed entirely by you? Eliza felt like the sky had fallen. Even her years of composure vanished in that instant. Damn it! Her entire life, she'd always been the one constantly compared to others, whether in family background or academic achievements. From winning the Nobel Prize in Medicine to this very day, her path had been smooth sailing, untouched by even the slightest setback. This had cultivated an air of pride and self-satisfaction that lingered even as she approached 50. That in itself wasn't a problem. But now, Eliza finally understood what a brutal blow truly felt like. Faced with the accomplishments of this 20-year-old youth, she probably doesn't even amount to a hammer. Truly, comparison breeds pain. Miss Eliza, your face seems flushed. Would you like me to call a doctor? Oh, no need. Let's just continue. Continue. Eliza said, feeling like crying but unable to. Can't you tell why I'm flushed? I'm just devastated. If you want to fix this, it's simple, just stop bragging about your glorious achievements. If Gu Xian knew what Elizabeth was thinking, he'd surely cry foul. This question keeps coming up, wasn't it you who asked it repeatedly? This visit was merely to share our recent medical breakthroughs in Kachin State with you three. Since you've signed the contract, you're now part of our team. After such a long tour, you must be tired. A dedicated vehicle will escort you back to your respective accommodations shortly. Once I return from the United Nations conference, we can discuss the specific research processes for these three cutting-edge scientific projects. After finishing his remarks, Gu Xian led the three men back at a leisurely pace. Mr. Gu Xian, why are you attending the United Nations conference? As far as I understand, individuals of your stature are generally not permitted to appear in public. Under normal circumstances, that's correct. However, I have an additional side role. Oh? What kind of side role? I'd love to hear more. Eliza asked curiously. I serve as the head of the Kachin state. My primary purpose for attending the United Nations conference is to publicly reveal my identity. Mr. Gu Xian, I must admit, your dry humor has left me speechless. A slightly younger elder suddenly interjected from the side. I'm telling the absolute truth. Don't you three believe me? Gu Xian said, half joking, half serious. But when he finished speaking, all he got in return were eye rolls. Sigh. Why is it that when someone tells you the truth, you never believe them? Gu Xian shrugged helplessly. After seeing the three off and settling everything, Gu Xian returned to the lab. Those three can handle these three medical technologies. As for me, the most important thing right now is tomorrow's United Nations meeting. I must admit, I'm actually a little excited about it. Just hope nothing goes wrong then. We've built up enough momentum these past few days. It's time to take the next step. Gu Xian glanced up at the UN emblem hanging nearby and smiled faintly. A regular seat in the United Nations? No. The Kachin nation no longer covets such things. At this point, can't people have a bit higher aspirations, for crying out loud? With that thought in mind, he picked up the phone and silently dialed Sula. How are the negotiations with Huaxia going? Everything's going smoothly, surprisingly smoothly, actually. The Huaxia government has indicated they'll support our activities. That's good. Gu Xian chuckled softly. Tomorrow. He was about to make a big move. He hoped the Lighthouse Nation could handle this one. Chapter 184, Identity Revealed, Shockwaves. At the UN conference, the atmosphere grew thick with tension. With nearly 1 billion participants online, netizens from around the globe were flooding the chat with relentless messages. The sheer volume of comments would give anyone with trypophobia goosebumps. Can't wait. This is the first meeting the Lighthouse Nation and the Jewish group have convened after losing to Kachin Nation. I bet Kachin Nation will secure a UN seat no matter what they say. Honestly, that seat is practically irrelevant to them. Agree with the above. With Kachin's current strength, they could totally go toe-to-toe with the top 3 permanent members. Who knows, maybe Kachin could even snag a permanent seat today. 6 permanent seats? That's impossible. Your IP must be from Kachin. Stop dreaming. Your Kachin Nation will never become one of the 6 permanent members. Keep this up, and you'll be heading straight for extinction. The guy above is clearly a beacon of hope. He must have been really pissed off after getting beaten last time. Whoa. Something's off with the live feed. Why is the Kachin state representative so young? Did they walk onto the wrong set? Wait. Is that ING Gu Xian? Liu was slumped on the couch, bored stiff watching the UN live feed. But the moment the camera cut to Gu Xian, he shot straight up. Wait. Did I see that right? Is this really that kid? When did he get involved with the United Nations? Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce myself. I am the chief scientist of Kachin State, and also the next leader of Kachin State. No, to be precise, I have been since the day I arrived in Kachin State. Without any build-up. No preparation whatsoever. No hesitation whatsoever. Gu Xian delivered this statement with a calm demeanor before the live online audience and all international representatives, a truth difficult for many to accept, yet one they had already vaguely suspected. The air fell silent in that moment. But within mere moments, the United Nations General Assembly Hall erupted in a wave of gasps. Schmidt's pen clattered to the carpet, black ink pooling beneath the gold-embroidered tablecloth. This can't be. Schmidt loosened his tie, trying to calm himself. But he realized no amount of effort could restore his composure. How could this be? The chief scientist of Kachin State from China was barely in his 20s, yet had secretly served as the head of Kachin State all along? Holy ING mother of God. Even God couldn't make this up. Can't we at least be reasonable about things? Look at what you're saying. It's full of holes. It's not Schmidt's fault, it's that Gu Xian is just too damn overpowered. He's simply beyond comprehension. Meanwhile, Gu Xian rose to his feet, surveying all nations including China and the United States with their incredulous stares. He chuckled softly. A flood of emotions washed over him. Once, he was merely an overlooked minor researcher at a company, striving daily for a meager salary and pitiful promotion prospects. Now, he stood at the pinnacle of power, poised to reshape the world's perception of northern Burma. This sense of accomplishment was beyond words. Tossing and turning, only 2 words could describe it. That word is magnificent. May I interpret this to mean that, if what you say is true, the Kachin State is a vassal state or even a colony of China? Schmidt pressed on, enunciating each word deliberately. Wow, the Lighthouse Nation is really losing its cool. No wonder they're losing their cool. If this man's claims hold true, then Kachin has always been a vassal state of China. After all, how could China possibly let such an extraordinary genius leave the country without reason? There must be a purpose behind it. Hold on, doesn't this logic seem contradictory? Let me clarify. Suppose, just as the audience erupted in chaos at the United Nations conference, 36 cameras simultaneously turned toward the representatives of China and Kachin. That is, Xi Ruwei and Gu Xian. Though stunned, even shocked and incredulous, Xi Ruwei forced composure. He even blew on the floating goji berries in his thermos before calmly stating, regarding Representative Gu Xian, I'll say only this, China adheres to one principle: there will never be any so-called vassal states or colonies. Bull. Schmidt could no longer sit still. He slammed his fist on the table, his meticulously groomed mustache twitching with fury. You Chinese are nothing but con artists playing these sleazy tricks. I refuse to believe China and the Kachin state aren't in cahoots. Gentlemen, this is a United Nations conference, a gathering of modern civilization. For your two nations to collude in such a spectacle is nothing short of a perversion of justice. Comrade Schmidt, why so agitated? Calm down, calm down. Where has the composure of your beacon nation as the world's dominant power gone? Let me reiterate, everything I've stated is true and purely my personal conduct. It has absolutely no connection whatsoever to the Chinese government. I am now the leader of Kachin state and will only speak from Kachin's perspective in this meeting. Moreover, our relationship with China is one of simple cooperation and mutual benefit. Your claims about us being a colony or vassal state are utter nonsense. Before Schmidt could respond, Gu Xian suddenly burst into laughter. He waved his hand in the air. And instantly, a surveillance feed projected onto the airborne screen. Deep within the jungle, rows of sixth-generation fighters tore through the rain curtain and soared skyward. The spectacle was breathtaking. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that the surveillance feed showed a staggering 46th-generation fighters. Inside the online livestream, every single netizen watching this scene was utterly electrified. Comments flooded the screen. 46th-generation fighters? Holy crap, other countries don't even have 5th-generation fighters yet, and now Kachin state treats 6th-generation fighters like cabbages? These aren't just any 6th-generation fighters, a single one could probably take down 10 of the Lighthouse Nation's 6th-gen fighters of the same class. If we do the math, that means Kachin state already has 400 6th-gen fighters, and that's just the ones they're showing. With that many, they wouldn't back down from taking on the whole world one-on-one. Representative Schmidt, you know this is the United Nations. You should also know this isn't a place for you to run wild and shout nonsense. If you insist on this, the Kachin nation will have no choice but to give you a taste of your own medicine. For instance, we could start by blowing down your so-called goddess statue in your Lighthouse Nation. You should know that our Kachin state maintains this fleet of 6th-generation fighters precisely because we're itching for our soldiers to showcase their skills. Hell. This is pure provocation. Not just provocation. It's practically grinding their beacon nation's pride into the dirt. Look back in history, whoever dared make the beacon nation suffer like this, who dared make them uncomfortable, would find their doorstep visited by an aircraft carrier fleet the very next moment. Let them see what real love and peace look like. But now, even the beacon nation is being threatened point blank. Is there no law anymore? At that moment, Schmidt suddenly felt like leaping up and delivering a vicious punch to the nose of that youth nearby. Just to show him what it means to be so arrogant. Gentlemen from the land of the free, do you know what else these 46th-generation fighters are carrying? Gu Xian chuckled. What business do you have bringing up the Lighthouse Nation? I'll ask you this is the United Nations. Your Kachin nation has no shame, but at least show some consideration for the consequences. Humph. That voice is chicken feet? I wasn't looking for trouble, but you walked right into it? The mere thought of the Thai things that bastard had done made Gu Xian's expression harden. Before long, he snapped his fingers again. Suddenly, the holographic projector in front of him automatically switched to a view of the Yasukuni shrine. Gu Xian tilted his head, flashing an innocent smile. Though mountains and rivers separate us, we are sworn enemies. My friend, with such fiery urgency, are you here to discuss history with me, a son of China? The 6th-generation fighter from Kachin state is already itching to get its hands on something, you know. With that, 46th-generation fighters abruptly changed course, seemingly heading toward the territory of the Footbasin Chicken. Chapter 185, Deterrence, Kachin state's might. Let me add one thing. These 46th-generation fighters are loaded with our Kachin kingdom's latest experimental weapons. We've been looking for a place to test them. Gu Xian slowly descended from the podium, approaching the representative of Footbasket Chicken and speaking with solemn earnestness. He wasn't lying, his 6th-generation fighters and their weapons hadn't made their debut yet. Seizing this chance to give the Footbasket Chicken a thorough thrashing seemed like a rather appealing option. At the meeting, as Gu Xian's words fell, at the meeting, the atmosphere froze once more. Good grief. When did it become acceptable to openly threaten a nation with military force during an official meeting? Couldn't such matters be discussed behind closed doors? Why must they be brought out into the open? In front of citizens from all over the world, couldn't they at least exercise a little restraint? But no. They've skipped the pretense altogether and launched straight into a threat performance. The kicker is, the two nations being threatened are the Beacon Nation and the Football Chicken. This is turning the world upside down. When did the world's dominant superpower, the Beacon Nation, start facing such grave threats? It's like something out of Arabian Nights, utterly unbelievable. These representatives from various nations wouldn't dare dream of such actions. It's utterly preposterous. Among all the representatives, Xi Rui's reaction was the strangest. Holy moly! Even though the Kachin state had previously submitted a report requesting China's cooperation with their parliamentary initiative, you never mentioned that the Kachin leader had been replaced outright. And the replacement was none other than Gu Xian, someone with whom he had significant past connections. The crucial point is, Gu Xian isn't just Chinese, he's the Kachin state's chief scientist. Every single one of Kachin state's advanced weapons and scientific research projects was developed under his leadership. We had assumed Huaxia's official internal assessment of Gu Xian couldn't possibly be any higher. But who could have imagined? Gu Xian and the Kachin state delivered a massive surprise to the entire world. Xi Rui admitted. He was utterly dumbfounded when he learned of this development. Originally, upon seeing Gu Xian at the entrance of the UN conference, he had been filled with dread, fearing Gu Xian's identity would be fully exposed. Such an outcome would bring not a shred of benefit to either the Kachin state or China. As for an assassination attempt? Are you kidding me? This was their own turf. If Gu Xian were actually assassinated here, Xi Rui would rip his own head off and kick it like a soccer ball at the assassin. This meeting was being held in China. China, the safest country in the world. Period. As Chinese citizens, both Gu Xian and Xi Rui were acutely aware of China's exceptionally secure public safety environment. If an assassination attempt could succeed here, then other nations must be teetering on the brink of apocalypse. Kachin State Representative, what do you mean by that? The representative of the Foot Basin Chicken Nation was a slightly shorter middle-aged man. He was the delegate to this United Nations conference, Sugimura. Komura Tsugu's expression was priceless. He thought he was merely sticking up for the Lighthouse Nation, only to have the Kachin state grab him by the tail, shift the conflict onto him, and then brazenly fly a sixth-generation fighter jet right into their chicken coop in front of everyone. Seriously. He'd come to curry favor with the Lighthouse Nation, not to take the fall for them. Staring at Gu Xian's slightly pale face, Komura Tsugu wanted to slap him right then and there. But reason told him that if he actually did that, he'd be finished. As he watched Gu Xian use screen-sharing technology to display the sixth-generation fighter jet closing in on the island of the chicken-footed nation. For crying out loud. This was 46th-generation fighters. If the Kachin state truly lost its mind and even the slightest accidental firing occurred, the resulting devastation could utterly obliterate an entire city in an instant. Don't doubt whether the Kachin state dares to do it. If the Kachin state lacked such audacity, they wouldn't have survived repeated offensives by the Western coalition led by the Lighthouse Nation and decisively outmaneuvered the Lighthouse Nation on multiple fronts. Moreover, the Lighthouse Nation was forced to abandon its long-cultivated interests in the Union of Myanmar, severing ties and effectively ceding them to the Kachin state. Moreover, the Kachin state isn't just bold, its audacity surpasses everyone's imagination. Not long ago, they were even flying nuclear weapons over the skies of the Myanmar Federation and the Lighthouse Nation, terrifying Jewish groups, the Lighthouse Nation's high-ranking officials, and its entire citizenry to death. They claim using nuclear weapons is just a joke. But they're damn well serious about it. Don't the other 5 major powers possess nuclear weapons? Of course they do. And their stockpiles are so vast and unfathomable that the threat of global annihilation isn't just empty talk. But this stuff is only good for surface-level deterrence. No country would just pull it out over a minor disagreement. Oh, go ahead and pull the trigger if you dare. What then? You'd have to be out of your mind not to be terrified if you actually deployed 6th-generation fighters carrying nuclear weapons to cruise over the capital of a major power. Kachin state from the very beginning to now has never played by the rules. Every single time, it's utterly jaw-dropping. So, in this situation, Komura was truly impressed. He couldn't help but be impressed. Mr. Gu Xian, please accept my apology. I was momentarily foolish and offended you earlier. I hope you'll be magnanimous and not hold it against me. Gongsuan Sugu gritted his teeth, forcing himself to stand as he looked at Gu Xian, his voice trembling. Seeing how sensibly Tsugumi had handled the situation, Gu Xian nodded with satisfaction. Now was not the time to completely wipe the Foot Basin Chicken off Blue Star. He would let them off for now. But once the Kachin state had developed further, the future, well, that was entirely another matter. After all, making a tiny island vanish without a trace wouldn't be too difficult, would it? It would be a piece of cake. Gu Xian clapped his hands. On the projector screen, the formation of 6th-generation fighters streaking through the sky seemed to sense something automatically. All automatically turned around and headed back. And the distance? Less than 100 kilometers from the southern islands of the Japanese archipelago. A distance that could be covered in mere breaths with a single nitro boost. Moreover, countless foot basin chicken fighters swarmed the skies around them. But their clumsiness is practically on par with an old lady writing code they're being toyed with like dogs by a fleet of 6th-generation fighters. Chapter 186, The Meeting Proceeds. This scene was witnessed by countless online viewers during the virtual conference. Is this the true strength of Kachin State? A mere threat could so easily terrify the entire nation of South Korea? This is utterly absurd. Not absurd at all. This is standard procedure. Stop pretending. Kachin netizen, your IP shows you're from Kachin. You're so full of yourself. So what if you gave the chicken a good thrashing? What's so impressive about that? If you were really that powerful, wouldn't Kachin have joined the 6 permanent members long ago? Ha, the guy above is getting worked up. Go find the replay of the UN General Assembly session. Open your dog eyes wide and look carefully. Has any country ever publicly backed down to another nation so easily in front of so many representatives and online viewers? And to surrender so completely? It's utterly devoid of any dignity. Only Kachin could stoop this low. Besides Kachin, not even the beacon nation that once unrivaled world superpower could make another country grovel like this at a UN meeting. In such a scenario, the humiliated nation would lose every shred of dignity. It would be looked down upon by every country. Moreover, in terms of overall strength, South Korea isn't a weak nation. Setting aside their shameless national spirit, vulgar lifestyle, and small territory, they still qualify as a major power. But what good is that? This time, their face was still smacked hard by the Kachin State. Bastard, I advise you to take back what you said, or face the consequences. This is hilarious. Little bastards getting worked up. Hey, calm down. It was clearly your Korean representative who insisted on sucking up to the US right when tensions were high between Kachin and the US. Now look at the mess you've made. The Lighthouse Nation doesn't give a damn about you little bastards. Didn't you see that smug look on Schmidt's face? He's just watching the show. You guys just walked right into this mess yourselves. Bastards. I won't let you slander us Korean chickens like this. You're all gonna die. The online comments section was now severely overloaded. A barrage of comments flooded in, so chaotic it made your eyes glaze over and your brain short-circuit. However, these comments shared one consistent trait. They were all about dragging others down. In the comments, nearly all the comments overwhelmingly support the Kachin State, with not a single voice expressing sympathy for the South Korean nation. The entire discourse is saturated with mockery. Of course, except for the citizens of the Foot Basin Chicken Nation, everyone is wildly disparaging it. At least from the perspective of these South Korean citizens, that's how it appeared. Bastards. We, the Korean people, are the greatest nation in the world. Damn it, why is everyone going crazy bashing us Koreans? You trash want to taste our Foot Basin chicken katana? Across the entire land of Foot Basin chicken, countless people were furiously pounding their keyboards, desperately defending their nation's honor. In their eyes, their so-called Bushido spirit was something that could make every nation in the world bow in awe. At least that's how they saw it before. But when conflict erupted, they never imagined every single nation would unanimously denounce their football chicken utterly unforgivable. Damn it all. A bunch of Korean netizens are still furiously pounding their keyboards. But they seem to have forgotten how terrified, how fearful, how desperate for mercy they were when 46th-generation fighter jets from Kachin State charged toward their Korean territory. Some South Korean citizens near the border even voluntarily closed their eyes in silence, preparing to meet their doom. Kachin State. He's just too damn handsome. Chi Roy watched Gu Xian's expression and felt a surge of secret delight. What a satisfying moment. So satisfying. He'd been sick of this chicken-legged diplomat for ages. At a UN meeting long ago, not only did he repeatedly jump out at the beacon nation's behest to verbally provoke them, but he kept stirring up trouble. It had made his teeth itch with rage back then, wishing he could bite the Taiwanese representative to death right then and there. Had it not been for China's dignity and the potential repercussions, he would have done so long ago. After all, in front of China. Damn it, you minuscule chicken basin nation. Tell your old man here, where the hell did you get this inexplicable, mystifying confidence to keep pushing the limits of self-destruction, testing the boundaries like madmen? It wasn't just him. Even the other military representatives from China were grinding their teeth in frustration. They were itching to immediately deploy every naval and air force unit over your chicken foot basin territory, give them a proper lesson, and show them exactly why the flowers are so red. If not for the restraining influence of old Zhang and others, those hot-blooded military representatives would have already done just that. For China's primary adversary at present was none other than the Lighthouse Nation. To expose so many strategic cards merely to deal with a fleeting, restless ant would be utterly unwise. The day China dethrones the Lighthouse Nation from its position as the world's dominant power, from that moment onward, China's greatest target won't be the Lighthouse Nation, it will be the Foot Basin chicken. Whether viewed through the lens of historical grievances or strategic geographic importance, the Korean peninsula is the most deserving target. Next comes South Korea. But South Korea knows better. They've wisely retreated to the back of the conference room, avoiding any confrontation with any nation. With no one else stepping forward, South Korea stepped forward, fresh and vibrant. It would be strange if it didn't attract the hatred of the Kachin state. Ladies and gentlemen, from this moment onward, I declare to the entire world, I, Gu Xian, hereby assume the position of the next leader of the Kachin nation. Now, I present our Kachin nation's demand to the representatives of the United Nations to join the United Nations. Who is in favor? Who is opposed? Gu Xian's voice boomed through the conference hall, reverberating so loudly it made everyone's eardrums buzz. Gu Xian looked up at Schmidt. Schmidt, undeterred, stared back at Gu Xian for a long moment. After a long moment, Schmidt finally couldn't hold out any longer. He cleared his throat, sighed, grabbed the microphone, and mindlessly declared, "The Lighthouse Nation agrees." Chapter 187, Li Yu's Bewilderment. Ha? Did I hear that right? The Beacon Nation agreed? Did water get in my ears or something? Your ears aren't full of water. On the contrary, they're perfectly normal. I heard the Beacon Nation agree too. Though unbelievable, it's somewhat understandable. After all, the Kachin state has already seized control of the Union of Myanmar, and with the Lighthouse Nation besieging China, their plan to carve up Southeast Asia is likely to collapse completely. Moreover, the Kachin nation's strength continues to grow exponentially, possessing nuclear weapons and sixth-generation fighter jets. It has firmly established itself among the world's major powers, fearing no nation's threats. If the Lighthouse Nation persists in barring Kachin state from joining the United Nations, that would be utterly unreasonable. True. But honestly, I don't see much point in Kachin state joining the UN. I just don't get why they're so desperate to squeeze their way in. It's beyond me. If we don't understand, we don't understand. What goes on in the minds of these national leaders? If ordinary folks like us knew, that would be something else. So, let's just sit back and watch the show. Online comments flew across the screen during the virtual meeting, while the in-person voting had already commenced. Unsurprisingly, not a single nation present at the UN meeting raised any objection. Come on. Look at the Beacon Nation, a world-class superpower. Even they had to give in. Why should the countries following in their wake be so stubborn? Just let Kachin join already. Otherwise, if you press the oppose button, well, you'd better not be afraid of Kachin's sixth-generation fighters carrying nuclear weapons cruising over your capital city. In this era where even fifth-generation fighters are scarce, the Kachin state has already developed a sixth-generation fighter jet that surpasses ordinary sixth-generation models. If this thing were just a tad faster, calling it a seventh-generation fighter wouldn't be an exaggeration. Because, during the aerial showdown between Kachin state and the Lighthouse Nation, Kachin state's capabilities were utterly staggering. The weapons it carried nearly made military experts worldwide drool with envy. Just look at the divine weapons Kachin carries. Now look at what we have. This is pure proof that comparison is the thief of joy. It's downright demoralizing. If Kachin state so desired, it wouldn't take 46th-generation fighters. Even just 4 would render every nation's air power and so-called aerial weaponry utterly laughable. This is the absolute strategic significance of Kachin state's 6th-generation fighters. It could even make the nuclear-armed Beacon Nation tremble with fear. After all, if it were a conventional nuclear launch, they might still attempt interception. But who can tell them how to defend against nuclear weapons carried by Kachin state's 6th-generation fighter jets? It might take off 1 second. And within seconds, it could swiftly reach the capital or vital resource hubs of an enemy nation, delivering a nuclear strike that would send the country's leadership reeling. This reality is understood not only by the Lighthouse Nation in China, but equally well by every other country in the world. And the Kachin Nation understands it best of all. That's precisely why Gu Xian behaved so brazenly and recklessly at the United Nations meeting, acting like the Monkey King wreaking havoc in heaven, utterly disregarding reason. Throughout the entire process, his conduct was nothing but sheer brutality. The Kachin Nation has reached the voting stage. I now declare that the Kachin Nation has successfully joined the United Nations as its newest member state. Please raise your hands in support. After the vote concluded, the United Nations Secretary-General strode directly to the podium in the conference hall and announced with a grim expression, very well, very well. One day, I too have witnessed a divine battle. The sheer weight of these players is off the charts." He felt flustered, fearing that the Lighthouse Nation and the Kachin Nation might clash at any moment, turning this meeting upside down. If that happened, he wouldn't know how to salvage the situation. Fortunately, the new leader of Kachin State, well, he was relatively level-headed and didn't lose his temper on the spot, avoiding a confrontation with the Lighthouse Nation. That was exceptionally fortunate. The UN Secretary-General let out a quiet sigh of relief. When gods fight, mortals suffer. After serving out his term as UN Secretary-General, he'd better get the hell out of there. This job demands an ironclad mental fortitude. while the UN Secretary General was on edge in the southern reaches of China. Li Yu, possessed by some demonic force, frantically switched between live feeds, muttering to himself, "Damn it! This kid was just sleeping in the same bed with me, begging me not to leave him, saying how sweet he smelled. How long has it been? Not only did he bolt off to Kachin to become a scientist, but now he's suddenly become the head of state? So he wasn't lying after all. He really did become a head of state. Damn, that's got some visual impact. So if I write another paper in the future, could I come up with a unique title? Like, my Kachin state leader's godfather?" Li Yu muttered to himself, suddenly recalling the vow he made during his call with Gu Xian just days ago. "Oh no! I can't possibly be expected to perform a handstand while having diarrhea and simultaneously pretend to eat during my thesis defense. That would be pushing it a bit too far. Or maybe, should he just go beg Gu Xian for mercy and ask him to spare him? After all, he'd risen to become the leader of the Kachin state, surely he wouldn't be that petty, right?" Li Yu comforted himself with this thought. No wonder that kid always wore that sly grin, spouting what seemed like unrealistic nonsense all day long. But looking back now, how could it be unrealistic? This was clearly Gu Xian's real life. Wait a minute. That means, Gu Xian must have trillions of dollars now? Damn it. He's this rich and only gave himself $1 billion? No way. After the meeting ends, I'm gonna squeeze every last penny out of him. But hey, gotta admit, this whole buddy becomes head of state and forcibly lifts me up plotline is seriously satisfying. It's awesome. He. Looks like I'm destined for the high life from now on. Order as many masseuses as I want? That's the life, ha 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 ha. Li Yu covered his mouth and chuckled. Though it was a stifled chuckle. The sound was so loud it might as well have been on speakerphone. His laughter filled the entire room. Chapter 188, Impossible. Representative of Kachin State, why haven't you stepped down yet? Your proposal has already been approved. Schmidt frowned, glancing at Gu Xian still sharing the frame with the UN Secretary General. He was about to deliver a stern rebuke to assert the United States authority, but remembering this was Kachin State, he abandoned the idea and adopted a more conciliatory tone instead. Damn it. Right now, I don't have absolute certainty we can completely destroy Kachin State. I'll bide my time for now. But if I get the chance, I'll crush you to death. Just you wait, you bastard. Damn it. You'll pay for this someday. Schmidt mentally applied the AQ spirit of self-delusion to himself. After indulging in it, hey, you know what? I feel a lot better mentally. Not nearly as gloomy as before. Why haven't you left yet? As the new leader of Kachin State, I naturally want to present my legitimate demands after joining the United Nations. Gu Xian smiled faintly, his tone equally calm. Since his intended deterrence had been achieved, there was no need to speak with hidden barbs that would leave the Lighthouse Nation and its minions in an awkward position, escalating tensions to the point of confrontation. If things continued this way, it might just push the Lighthouse Nation to the brink, forcing them to resort to a tactic of mutual destruction. If that happened, he would be left utterly dumbfounded. After all, he currently lacks the technological means to defend against nuclear weapons. When the time comes, facing thousands of nuclear strikes, forget about the Kachin State. Even if China and Russia joined forces to resist, their vast territories might still be devastated. Much less the tiny Kachin State, which is no larger than a speck of dust. Though compared to other small nations, its land area is already exceptionally generous. But, in Gu Xian's eyes, it still felt insufficient. Therefore, Kachin's future expansion is an absolute necessity, with no room for alternative possibilities. Moreover, this is a requirement of the system. Until capable of withstanding tens of thousands of nuclear weapons, Gu Xian would never repeatedly deploy the spiritual threads of the Lighthouse Nation, throwing them into utter confusion and bewilderment. Oh boy. They'd all be toast. Reasonable demands? Then may I ask, Chief Gu Xian of Kachin State, what are your nation's demands? Schmidt's eyelid twitched. He had a nagging feeling the Kachin Republic wasn't up to anything good. They might just pull a major stunt on the Lighthouse Nation. But, Schmidt thought it over carefully. That didn't make sense. Kachin had just taken over the territory of the Myanmar Federation previously controlled by the Jews. After several campaigns, their national strength must have been severely depleted. They simply couldn't spare the energy to focus on external threats. Moreover, at this stage, the Lighthouse Nation and the Kachin State no longer had any significant conflicts of interest. The so-called economic blockade was already a mere formality, and both sides had begun conducting normal import-export trade. During this crucial phase of peaceful development, what trouble could the Kachin Kingdom possibly stir up? Schmidt pondered this, but quickly dismissed the concern. It wouldn't come to that. After all, Kachin State likely lacks the audacity to stir trouble again. Therefore, the demands of this so-called leader Gu Xian should not be particularly difficult to meet. Well, having conceded this far already, if the Kachin State has any further demands, we'll endure them if we can. At this point, we absolutely cannot afford even the slightest friction with China or the Kachin State. Otherwise, It would truly spark a third world war, leading to global annihilation. It's true that the United States seeks global dominance. But there has to be a world to dominate. Surely not after World War III. Their beacon nation would command a bunch of monkeys stuck in primitive tribes? Schmidt pondered this, then suddenly froze. When did their beacon nation become so pathetic? Forget it, forget it. To hell with Saint Malaria. A hero doesn't dwell on past glories. Isn't it okay to back down and compromise for now? Schmidt muttered under his breath. What's the Kachin state up to now? Could they be aiming to replace the lighthouse nation's position in one fell swoop? You must be drunk. How could that be possible? If Kachin dared utter such words, do you think the lighthouse nation and its minions wouldn't quit on the spot? The next moment, global power struggles would erupt. So, you'd better hope Kachin shows some restraint. Otherwise, us common folk won't get a moment's peace. Alright. Let's just hope the Kachin state hasn't lost its mind. In the online comments section, the chatter remained as lively as ever. Everyone speculated wildly about what the Kachin state was really up to. After all, from any perspective, cutting their losses would be the wisest choice for Kachin state. If they truly engaged in a protracted struggle with the lighthouse nation, it would likely prove a thankless endeavor, even leading to their own destruction. Gu Xian stood at the podium, adjusting the microphone before him. Seeing the atmosphere sufficiently charged, he gave a low chuckle and politely beckoned the UN Secretary General forward. He said little, instead slowly handing him a document. Oh no! The UN Secretary General, initially assuming it was nothing significant, casually accepted the document. But upon glancing at it, he froze solid in place. Wait. Kachin State, oh Kachin State. How dare you make such a demand? Could it be you're trying to completely provoke the United States? After all, if the lighthouse nation and those two countries actually agreed to this demand, the global landscape might shift overnight. Secretary General, please convey my demands to the 5 permanent members now. I fear that if I make this public here, every nation in this hall might erupt in outrage. You do realize the implications. The Secretary General inwardly cursed furiously. Forget it. Once I submit this document, I'll get as far away as possible. Better not get caught in the crossfire. This so-called reasonable request. If that Schmidt representative from the lighthouse nation ever found out about it, who knows what kind of expression he'd pull. Just thinking about it was kind of amusing. It felt like the thrill of opening a blind box. Soon, the Secretary General had the document copied into 5 copies and distributed them in order to the 5 present nations. They were China, the Beacon Nation, Russia, France, and the United States. Absolutely not. The Beacon Nation absolutely refuses to agree to Kachin State's demands. Reasonable? In my view, your Kachin State's demand is nothing short of unreasonable and unreasonable. The moment he grabbed the folder, Schmidt erupted like a bomb, bellowing at the top of his lungs. His words brimmed with agitation. Chapter 189, Member State? No, I demand permanent membership. You Kachin State actually want to join the permanent members? How could this be possible? Under these conditions, our lighthouse nation will absolutely never agree. Even if I die, even if I jump off this building and smash myself to death, I will never ever consent to such an outrageous demand from your Kachin State. Schmidt bellowed. Damn it! He should have known better. This Kachin State had never harbored any good intentions. Their insides were filled with nothing but malice. They just joined the UN today, and now they're already trying to pull a fast one, aiming to become a permanent member outright. What kind of hellish joke is this? It's not funny at all. Damn it. If they actually let Kachin become a permanent member, then the strategic framework the United States has painstakingly built in this area will collapse completely. Kachin State's entry would turn the 5 permanent members into 6. Russia, China, and Kachin. Alongside the Beacon Nation, the John Bull and the Gallic Rooster would form 2 internationally recognized opposing blocs. If that were to happen, any nation with eyes to see would recognize that the former bloc's influence would far surpass that of the Beacon Nation. After that, whether it be the Middle East, South America, or other nations that have painstakingly cultivated their influence, there is no guarantee they won't devise some alternative method to directly join the former's cooperative alliance. If that were to happen, their lighthouse nation would become isolated and helpless, just like the former kingdom of Kachin. To put it even more bluntly, it would be like everyone pushing when the wall falls. Should such a scenario unfold, their position as the world's dominant power would be utterly and irrevocably lost. This is the forbidden red line for their Beacon Nation. Therefore, he, Schmidt, would absolutely never agree to the Kachin Nation's demands. In the United Nations conference room, everyone was startled by Schmidt's outburst, baffled by the lighthouse nation's sudden fury. But, once they heard the full story, they all understood. It was no wonder the lighthouse nation reacted this way. If they were in Schmidt's shoes, they might have lost control of their emotions and gone mad on the spot. Chirue tucked away the folder, glancing at Schmidt beside him with a faint, almost imperceptible smile. Good heavens! Schmidt's outburst was way too dramatic. Even though he'd braced himself, it still gave him a start. Hack it. You really love pulling off these dramatic stunts to grab everyone's attention. With talent like that, it'd be a waste not to become a comedy master. Chi Rue looked up at Gu Xian. The matter of Kachin joining the permanent council seats had been communicated with Huaxia beforehand. China naturally had no interest in this matter. After all, the Kachin nation and China now share a fully fledged cooperative alliance. The Kachin nation joining the UN Security Council as a permanent member, forming the new Big Six, brings China nothing but benefits. Therefore, following internal deliberations among China's official circles, China unanimously decided to support Kachin State's ascension to the 6 permanent members. Originally, China had also proposed to the Kachin State whether to privately convene a meeting of the 5 permanent members to secretly negotiate, as this approach might yield greater success. However, the Kachin State unexpectedly rejected this condition. Unexpectedly, they openly declared their aspiration to become a permanent member right in the UN conference room during a live online broadcast. If the United States agreed, that would truly be a strange turn of events. Nevertheless, every step taken by the Kachin State, though unexpected, has managed to achieve its objectives through unconventional means. Given this, one can't help but feel quite excited about what's to come. Kachin State. What kind of surprise will you bring him this time? Chi Rue pondered with anticipation. Not just Chi Rue. The livestream's comments section had already automatically flooded with 666, 6666. Kachin State's move has genuinely stunned even the most seasoned netizens. Bro, you just joined the UN as a member state. It hasn't even been a minute, right? You haven't even had time to warm your seat yet, and you're already jumping in to apply for permanent membership. Who could possibly tolerate such audacity? But it's precisely because Gu Xian has pulled off one stunt after another. The United Nations meeting. The buzz is skyrocketing. The total population is about to break through 25 billion. Keep in mind, not a single one of these people is a so-called human-machine hybrid. They are all genuine, real human beings. As real as it gets. 25 billion? That means the global population is only around 6 billion. This means nearly half the world's population is picking up their phones to watch. Moreover, the number of online viewers is still surging at an utterly absurd rate. Among them, this doesn't even include major media outlets and top internet streamers directing their followers to switch screens and watch the UN live broadcast. At this rate, the total number of viewers is about to genuinely break through the 3 billion mark. Representative Schmidt, please restrain yourself. This is a United Nations assembly. Shouting loudly here is unbecoming. Gu Xian offered a faint, friendly reminder. However, to Schmidt, this felt no less than a provocation. He was about to bellow in response, but the moment he met Gu Xian's smiling gaze, he reined himself in. Calm. Stay calm. I must stay calm. Don't get angry. Don't get angry. Schmidt took deep breaths in his mind, suppressing the emotions threatening to erupt. He eyed Gu Xian, having just prepared his speech, drawing his breath into his lower abdomen, ready to launch. Kachin State becoming a permanent member? No way. Unless their beacon nation explodes right where it stands. Just as Schmidt finished preparing his rebuttal, ready to strike back. Suddenly, Gu Xian's words drifted lightly into everyone's ears. Should Kachin join the United Nations as a permanent member, we will share human biotechnology at no cost. I guarantee with the credibility of Kachin that this technology can extend the lifespan of ordinary humans by a full century. Moreover, alongside this technology, we Kachin will also provide insights into the production of 6th-generation fighter jets, partial blueprints, and conceptual designs for 7th-generation fighters. Additionally, we will contribute $100 billion as funding for the United Nations. The entire hall fell silent once more. Chapter 190, oh my god, this is so good. Human body technology? Partial blueprints for 6th-generation fighters and future concepts for 7th-generation fighters? And $100 billion in funding? Guys, can someone tell me, is Kachin really this rich and technologically advanced? Why does it feel like these technologies and funds aren't even close to Kachin's true capabilities? Whispers spread through the crowd, filled with utter disbelief. Damn it! Is this what rich people's lives are like? Forget everything else. You just hand over $100 billion like it's nothing? That's ridiculously extravagant. Don't you guys need to think this through properly? Schmidt's expression at that moment was nothing short of priceless. Describing it as all over the place and utterly bizarre would be perfectly reasonable. After all, what Kachin State offered was simply too tempting. To name just one example, the very first gift from the Kachin Kingdom, human body technology, was enough to hold a deadly allure. Extend life by a century? What does that even mean? In other words, with proper health maintenance, combined with the technology provided by the Kachin State, and even by applying various modern medical life extension protocols, breaking the 200-year lifespan barrier is absolutely no problem at all. The sheer allure of this prospect is practically indistinguishable from Thanos' desire to reset the universe, right? The answer is absolutely no difference whatsoever. The Kachin state is using this to tempt officials who could possibly resist? Schmidt pondered this, glancing back at the reactions of the other 4 permanent members. He saw that, except for him, the eyes and expressions of the other 4, including China's, betrayed nothing but greed for Kachin's technology. Perhaps $100 billion was a sum these nations could scrape together with some effort. Therefore, the allure of $100 billion wasn't as overwhelming as imagined. What truly captivated them all was the cutting-edge technology Kachin had brought to the table. The Kachin state had concealed its capabilities so profoundly. They even have a blueprint for a 7th-generation fighter jet. This is utterly outrageous. The pace of technological advancement left them gazing in awe and breathless. They couldn't fathom. If the kingdom of Kachin maintained this pace of scientific research and development, it wouldn't be long before their technological prowess completely surpassed that of modern society. And the mastermind behind it all, the one who shattered every rule, was the figure before them, barely in his 20s, yet holding the highest political authority and commanding the most advanced scientific capabilities in Kachin state, unrivaled by any other. Powerful. Truly terrifying in its might. Gentlemen, I wonder how your deliberations are progressing. Gu Xian spoke again, his gaze sweeping over the 5 permanent members of the Security Council. His attention lingered on Schmidt's vividly expressive face, and he couldn't help but sneer inwardly. Ha ha ha. He was acting so tough earlier. Now he's gone quiet. No matter how you twist and turn, you still can't escape the "it smells so good" law. Gu Xian chuckled to himself. Exactly. This is precisely the confidence behind Kachin state joining the United Nations and becoming one of its permanent members. It's blatant bribery with benefits laid bare. In this world, 99.99% of all give and take revolves around interests. Nothing is beyond being swayed by sufficient incentives. If it seems otherwise, it only proves your offered benefits fall far short. It simply isn't compelling enough. And among all these offers, the benefits offered by the Kachin state are undoubtedly the most alluring. Extend life by a century. He never plays those scheming games either because he disdains them or simply because he can't outmaneuver the world-weary leaders of those major powers. Since he can't outplay them, he goes straight for the heavy artillery. Especially the lighthouse nation. Aren't you always talking about wanting to constantly extend lifespans and pursue living longer? Fine. No problem at all. Well, here's your chance. Now it's up to you to seize it. Everyone, why the silence? Is it because the stakes we've offered aren't high enough? How about this? I'll make one more concession. If the 4 of you agree to let Kachin join the UN as a permanent member, we'll contribute a brand new cutting-edge technology, world-leading human cryogenic suspension. As the name suggests, it allows anyone regardless of age or physical condition to enter a frozen state whenever applied. They can wake up whenever they choose, with no damage to bodily functions whatsoever. The maximum duration can reach 500 years. Gu Xianming waved his hand again, holding up 5 fingers with a cheerful grin. Nuclear bomb. Another nuclear bomb dropped. Schmidt was utterly dumbfounded. What on earth was going on with this guy from Kachin? His trump cards seemed endless. Before he could even weigh the pros and cons, Kachin state had already played another trump card. He was utterly speechless. Is this what they call winning people over with money? Well, he'd certainly gotten a taste of it. It's utterly mind-blowing. I couldn't be more impressed. So, Representative Schmidt, please tell me your decision. Suddenly, a voice sounded right before him. Schmidt looked up, meeting the gaze of Gu Xian, who stood not far away. All right. He was utterly amazed. If they don't want this amazing thing you've pulled out of nowhere, then something's seriously wrong with them. But, if I accept it, doesn't that make everything I said before meaningless? This is truly a dilemma. Schmidt clicked his tongue. But he still said calmly to Gu Xian, I personally have no authority to speak for the entire Lighthouse Nation. Therefore, I've decided to suspend the meeting so I can consult with my headquarters. I suspect the other 4 members feel the same way. After all, with something this significant, we can't possibly commit to it on our own. Therefore, I request a recess. Agreed. Approved. All 3 permanent members of the Security Council, excluding China, raised their hands. Seeing this, Xi Rui yawned and said in a slightly lazy tone, approved. Very well, everyone. The meeting is adjourned for 3 hours. I'll give you time to discuss. Gu Xian's expression remained unchanged. Instead, he directly agreed to Schmidt's request. In his eyes, the moment Schmidt proposed extending the meeting, he knew. The Lighthouse Nation had been deeply swayed. Chapter 191, discussion, please follow and vote. The Lighthouse Nation. The White House. The blonde man watched the live broadcast of the UN meeting before him. Faced with Gu Xian's demands, he was initially furious. What does this kid think the UN Security Council is? Do you think you can just walk in whenever you please? But how could that be possible? Having China among the 5 permanent members is already annoying enough, and now some Kachin state suddenly pops up wanting a piece of the pie. What a pipe dream. Like you'd get to enjoy all the good things. But dream on. The blond man cursed inwardly. He'd wanted to shout it out loud, but seeing the other members of the Jewish group seated in the conference room, he could only swallow his words and mutter to himself. After all, no matter what, he couldn't let the Anglo-Saxon group lose face. The Kachin state has gone too far. With such long reach, do they truly fear nothing, not even a mutually assured destruction with our lighthouse nation? Gerard croaked. Ever since the last time the Jewish group allied with the entire lighthouse nation and the Western coalition forces only to suffer defeat, the Jewish faction found itself besieged on all fronts. Not only did they surrender the vast territory of the Burmese Federation they had cultivated for years, but the massive military armaments and economic investments poured into this venture had been utterly wasted. This had inflicted devastating losses on the group's members, with some even seeing their entire fortunes depleted. Externally, after suffering such a devastating defeat, the outside world had completely lost faith in the regime controlled by the Jews, instead throwing their full support behind the damned Aung San Suu Kyi faction. Consequently, in the race for the next lighthouse nation presidency, the Jews now lag far behind the Anglo-Saxon bloc. Not only that, the lowly ants among the lighthouse nation's populace have shown utter resistance to the strategies devised by the Jews. They refuse to cooperate at every turn, even boycotting the products of Jewish-run corporations. Instead, they have unanimously thrown their support behind the Anglo-Saxons. Absolutely infuriating. The repercussions of this war defeat are truly immense. To quell the uprising among the lowly ant-like residents, the Jews were forced to launch a series of activities that were practically giving money away, aiming to lure the lower-class residents and recoup those damned losses. How utterly despicable. Gerard's heart was filled with rage. His resentment toward the Kachin kingdom and the Yangtze people had reached unimaginable heights. But, though he seethed inwardly, he wasn't foolish. The critical task now was to salvage what could be salvaged, not to dwell on pointless grievances. Kachin state, oh Kachin state. You truly have a knack for this sort of thing. But the future holds many days, and we Jews are not so easily bullied. Mr. Gerard, what are your thoughts on Kachin's application for permanent UN Security Council membership? The blond man spoke softly. Despite the Anglo-Saxon and Jewish factions trading blows back and forth, neither side willing to concede an inch. However, with a formidable enemy at the gates, if the Anglo-Saxons continue to squabble internally, it would serve no purpose whatsoever. It would only allow Kachin state and the Chinese side to emerge as the greatest beneficiaries. They could deal with the Jews whenever they pleased. But if the Kachin state were to actually secure permanent committee privileges, the situation would spiral into an even more uncontrollable direction for them. By that point, it would likely be too late to salvage the situation. Moreover, though the Jewish faction has suffered a devastating blow to its core this time, its deep-rooted foundations and immense scale remain undeniable. It's not a group you can simply provoke at will. Therefore, the Anglo-Saxons must exercise the utmost caution. Only when the Kachin state and those damned Jews are utterly eradicated, and their position as the world's dominant power is re-established, can they finally rest easy. How do you propose to handle it? Simple. Just have Schmidt exercise his veto power and that's that. What's there to discuss? It's straightforward. Gerard remarked indifferently. The Kachin nation is riding high right now. If our lighthouse nation actually gives in and lets them join the permanent committee, the consequences could be unimaginable. If things continue this way, we old bones might just become stepping stones for Kachin to advance further. Listening to the old man's soliloquy, the blond man nodded. That was precisely the logic. Therefore, no matter what, the lighthouse nation must not allow the Kachin state to achieve its objectives. Then contact Schmidt directly via earpiece and have him apply pressure. However, at that very moment, within the United Nations conference room broadcast online, a distinct tone suddenly emerged. To the assembly, it sounded like heavenly music. But when they recognized the speaker, their eyes filled with disbelief. Should the Kachin nation join as a permanent member of the United Nations, we will share a human biotechnology advancement free of charge. I pledge Kachin's credibility that this technology can extend the lifespan of ordinary humans by a full century. Moreover, alongside this technology, we Kachin will simultaneously provide insights into the construction of 6th-generation fighter jets, partial blueprints, and conceptual designs for 7th-generation fighters. Additionally, we will contribute $1 trillion to the United Nations funds. The Kachin nation will further contribute a revolutionary new technology, world-leading human cryogenic preservation technology. The blond man was dumbfounded. Gerard was stunned. Even the dozen other political elites in the conference room couldn't contain themselves upon witnessing this scene unfold during the online meeting. What did they just hear? Human body technology? Extend life by a century? Before they could recover, Schmidt's call request echoed from the center of the White House conference room. And the live-streamed meeting abruptly cut off right after Schmidt's expression of deliberation. So everything that just happened wasn't my imagination or my failing eyesight, it was real. The blond man muttered in disbelief. The Kingdom of Kachin. I never imagined they'd hide so deeply. Everyone. I believe we should reconsider whether to admit the Kachin state into the permanent committee. In the meeting room, a Naxala representative spoke softly in the conference room, breaking the oppressive silence. As the words fell, everyone snapped out of their daze, turning their heads toward the blonde man and Gerard. The intensity in their gazes was so palpable it sent a chill down both men's spines. The Kingdom of Kachin has played a masterful hand. Gerard sighed. He admitted to himself. He too was tempted. Chapter 192, Agreement. Everyone. The technologies offered by the Kachin state are worth our careful consideration. Perhaps, after the Kachin state joins the standing committee, it may not be entirely detrimental to us. I understand that many of you are somewhat sensitive about saving face. Having already made strong statements, it might feel awkward to bring this up now. In that case, I shall take the initiative to lift this veil. So, everyone, are we in or out? A high-ranking neutral party member, unable to bear watching the group stammer and falter, cut through the awkward silence in the meeting room with a direct challenge. Damn it! Didn't you all insist earlier that you'd never allow Kachin state to join under any circumstances? Why has everyone gone mute? I had to be the one to break the ice and get straight to the point before you all finally came clean. Hey! If you ask me, you might as well just agree to it already. That's technology capable of extending one's lifespan by 100 years. The value here is immense, it doesn't even require much. If what the Kachin state claims is true, then the existing world order would be utterly shattered, and the medical field might undergo a major upheaval. Now, it's time to start making plans sooner rather than later. Originally, we had planned to continue opposing the Kachin state alongside the Jews and the Anglo-Saxons, safeguarding our own interests. But now it seems we must prepare to play both sides. After all, if I were to stake everything solely on the Lighthouse Nation, I might well end up losing everything in the blink of an eye. Well, I'll find a suitable moment to personally communicate with China. Neither Gerard nor the blonde man realized that the representative of the neutral faction in the Lighthouse Nation had already changed his mind. The two of them were still endlessly pondering the various consequences that might arise if the Kachin State Permanent Committee were truly established. Enough. Since everyone is hesitating, let's just hold a vote. Green means approval of Kachin's petition, red means rejection. Voting begins now. As the blonde man set up the voting procedure, the moment his words fell, the voting results were revealed. Only green. Not a single red. In other words, every single delegate in the hall had cast their vote, unanimously supporting Kachin State. If I'd known this would happen, I wouldn't have made such bold threats so early. Now look at me getting slapped in the face. The blonde man thought bitterly to himself. This outcome was entirely within his expectations. After all, this was an offer of a 100-year extension of life. With just the push of a button, who could resist such temptation? Representative Schmidt, you've seen the outcome. This is the choice of our beacon nation. Go ahead. When the meeting reconvenes, approve Kachin Nation's request to join the Permanent Council immediately. But I have one demand: you must oversee Kachin Nation to ensure they deliver everything they promised in full and of the highest quality. Hearing the blonde man's demand, Schmidt sighed, then nodded as if nothing had happened. He had known the outcome since requesting the call. But when it actually happened, it was still quite a shock. Kachin State, oh Kachin State. How come you always have so many tricks up your sleeve? Schmidt muttered to himself. It wasn't just the Lighthouse Nation. But also in the high-level meetings of Gaul and John Bull, officials had initially dismissed Kachin Nation's request to join the United Nations Permanent Council with utter disdain. They unanimously declared their opposition to Kachin's bid, and vowed to thwart it at all costs. But when Gu Xian's words echoed through the online conference, they admitted. They wavered. Still, it was hardly their fault. The Kachin state had offered far too much, these nations simply had no grounds to refuse. After all, they'd gotten so many technologies for free, plus cash, and most importantly, it didn't seem to affect them much. With the United States shielding them from the storm ahead, they felt no anxiety whatsoever. Consider this. If all these technologies truly fell into their hands, their much-mocked lower-deck nations could not only achieve a leapfrog development in 6th-generation fighter jets but also spark a massive revolution in related fields. However, the only frustrating part is that some of their nation's top researchers have been poached by Kukin, which will inevitably delay their research progress. But there's nothing to be done about it. The Kachin state is a big spender. When the big spenders make their moves, they're just that unreasonable it's enough to make anyone jealous. If they were in Kachin state's position, they might make the exact same choices or even more ruthless ones. But what can you do? They're not the Kachin state. By the time Old Bull and Gaulish Rooster nervously finalized their decisions, over 2 hours had slipped by. As for China and Russia? Sorry. Both nations had agreed immediately upon receiving the request. No meeting was even necessary. Because From the very beginning, Kachin State had always been an ally of China and Russia, no matter what. When an ally joins the permanent membership, they naturally give their wholehearted approval. Kachin State. Sura watched the clock ticking away, the 3-hour deadline fast approaching. He swallowed hard, clearing his voice hoarse from nervous excitement. Ah, that feels good. Unbeknownst to them, the kingdom of Kachin had achieved such an astonishingly incredible feat. It felt like a dream. Sula chuckled foolishly. All traces of his former authority as leader vanished, leaving him looking like an old, foolish deer. Holy, bro. Is the Kachin State really this generous? These technologies and the money, it's beyond my wildest imagination. Forgive me for being a poor guy who's never seen the world, but this is absolutely mind-blowing. I've already got tomorrow's headline ready. Kachin Nation opens bid to buy 5 permanent seats. This place is a real money god. I've seen people climb up through connections, I've seen people rise on merit, but this is the first time I've seen someone buy a permanent seat with cash and technology. What do you think, can Kachin really join? Ha! As if. A few low-level technologies? The great American nation would never compromise. Dream on. But shortly after this comment was posted, exactly 3 hours had passed. Suddenly, a firm and resolute voice echoed. The representative of the Lighthouse Nation agrees. Chapter 193, Kachin State joins the 6 permanent members. Hey! Where's the backbone of the American people? You actually caved in for some petty, insignificant crumbs. This is utterly unforgivable. How could you let Kachin join the UN? It's like letting rats into the rice bin? In the comments section, netizens from the Lighthouse Nation raged. At that moment, he could only feel his face stinging from the slaps. After all, he had just said moments ago that the Kachin State's spiritual beacon would never agree, and he had even invoked the spirit of America to prove his point. But now, are you kidding me? He just made a complete fool of himself. It felt like he wanted to run downstairs to buy a pack of cigarettes, not taking the elevator, not even using the stairs. He felt like dying. Unlike the heartbreak expressed by netizens in the land of the free, netizens from other countries were having a blast in the comments. Ha, turns out even the Beacon Nation can't escape the "it's actually great" law. I knew it. The Kachin State must have had some leverage to make such demands. Who'd have thought they'd resort to bribery? But gotta admit, this approach works way better. Did you hear the Kachin State's conditions? We're not deaf or blind, how could we miss it? That's $100 billion. Plus all the intel on 6th and 7th generation fighters, and even, damn it, human life extension tech that adds a century to your lifespan. Folks, the value of this tech, forget politicians, even a commoner like me is drooling. After all, extending life by a century? That's practically living a second lifetime. Who could resist the truth of that? True. The question is whether ordinary folks like us could ever access this tech. If I could get my hands on it, I'd gladly eat Hera's ass. Hey! You up there, it's broad daylight. What the hell are you daydreaming about? That's way too optimistic. Unlike you, I'd be happy just to live 100 years longer. With that, I refuse to believe I couldn't find a girlfriend in this lifetime. You'd use life extension tech just to get a girlfriend? Hacky, you bastard, you've got my full attention now, ha. What the hell is so funny? Seriously, this isn't funny at all. All I see is a lion roaring in the livestream, desperate for a mate. Sura glanced at the flood of comments in the online meeting chat, feeling thoroughly satisfied. So satisfying. Absolutely flying high, seriously. Kachin State is sailing smoothly now. I used to think Chairman Gu Xian's idea was too unrealistic, but it turns out I was overthinking it. Buying loyalty with benefits, simple and brutal. But I like it. This no-brainer approach to getting things done is right up my alley. Sula muttered to himself. As for the adverse effects of Gu Xian sharing these technologies with Kachin State? No. Not only is there no downside, it's all upside. Because these nations are all using Kachin technology. If this process is initiated gradually, Kachin will ascend directly to the pinnacle of global technology. Meaning the future direction of global technological development would be almost entirely dictated by Kachin. In that case, the scope for maneuver is simply too vast, far too vast. As for whether some technology might leak, allowing other nations to catch up to Kachin's technological level, Sura responded. He chuckled. He had initially shared that concern. However, after Chairman Gu Xian showed him the blueprints for the Dawn space station and the 7th generation fighter jet. What nuclear weapons? Supersonic missiles? In the face of these two marvels, they're nothing but jokes, mere trifles. At the same time, Sura truly believed it. Truly believed it. The leader Gu Xian truly possesses the capability to develop controlled nuclear fusion technology. The fame of this technology is thunderous. You could probably ask any beggar on the street, and he'd know the impact it would have if it were truly developed. Just how terrifying it would be. It is the cornerstone for a nation to leap forward in an instant. Any nation that masters this technology could rise to prominence. Sula had always assumed that even if this technology ever materialized, it would be at least a century away. By then, he'd likely be 6 feet under. What use would such concerns be after death? Better to just die and be done with it. But the emergence of the Gu Xian leader shattered this very rule. That is, controllable nuclear fusion technology seems genuinely within reach in just a few years. By that time, the Kachin nation will likely become a formidable power beyond imagination. Even the lighthouse nation might have to survive by relying on the breath of the Kachin kingdom. Therefore, Sura feels no regret whatsoever about contributing these technologies to the Kachin nation. He even takes pride in it. The Kachin nation today is truly a world powerhouse. Even the lighthouse nation must treat it with utmost caution. These mere scraps of technology are merely to help accelerate the development pace of these nations. Given the technologies Kachin currently possesses, even if given 50 or 100 years, these nations could never surpass it. Brother Lao, the controlled nuclear fusion technology alone will consume your entire lifetimes. Sura thought smugly. He now felt profoundly fortunate, utterly profoundly fortunate that during Kachin's war-torn collapse, he had steadfastly chosen a mysterious Chinese youth of just 20. It was precisely this young man, in an incredibly short span of time, led the Kachin kingdom to purge its enemies and reclaim its place in the world. How joyous and celebratory! Indeed, it is a cause for universal celebration. After deliberation, we, the United States, recognize that the Kachin state possesses the qualifications to join the Permanent Council, whether in economic strength, technological advancement, or international influence. Therefore, we, China, hereby approve the Kachin state's admission to the Permanent Council. May the Kachin state and our 5 permanent members march forward hand in hand, jointly forging a new world order and safeguarding global peace. Compared to the brevity of the Lighthouse Nations statement, China's representative, Xi Rui, delivered his remarks with greater formality. We, the Great Bear, concur. I, John Bull, concur. Gaul agrees. Alright, since everyone agrees, I hereby declare that Kachin State officially joins the United Nations Security Council today as a permanent member, becoming the newest member of the 6 permanent nations. Chapter 194, Asan, what about me? Wah! We've witnessed history yet again. Kachin not only shattered the record for fastest UN accession but joined the Security Council as a permanent member within minutes. Crass is simply incredible. Yeah, we're truly witnessing history. This is such a meaningful event. Therefore, I've decided to reward myself with a flight takeoff today. Hey, you upstairs, aren't you just rewarding yourself because you want to? Ahem, ahem. Seeing through it but not saying it out loud keeps friendships intact. What's wrong with me finding a random excuse to cover it up? Don't expose me so bluntly, I still need some dignity. Ugh, I'm so glad I tuned into this live stream today. The comments section is full of geniuses. No. I'm reporting this. Why is it so damn hard for us white elephants to get permanent UN Security Council membership? 5 times already. 5 times. And not once approved. Damn those Western bastards. Why the hell can a tiny country like Kachin join so easily? Who can tell me what the hell gives them that right? Liu was scrolling through the comments section on his phone, marveling at how the online audience had already surpassed 30 billion people. Suddenly, his sharp eyes caught the comment from a white elephant netizen below. He swallowed hard, chuckled, then furiously typed away on his phone. The Indians are dreaming again, indulging in wild fantasies. Didn't your white elephant nation just get thoroughly beaten by Kachin State not long ago? How come you still haven't learned your lesson? Why are you popping up again and again? But you know what? India really does outshine us in certain areas. Take their motorcycles, for instance, they can carry over 10, even 20 people. That kind of engineering is absolutely world class. And then there's their Ganges River, holy cow. Take a single sip, and you're drinking the entire periodic table. After drinking it, it feels like your very soul undergoes profound purification. At this level, the white elephant nation, our dear India, truly leaves every other country in the world in the dust. After typing this string of text, Liu saw the comments following his own, which were relentlessly poking fun at the white elephant kingdom's thin skin. Brother Carrot upstairs, you hit the nail on the head. Not only is white elephant nation #1 in the world, it's #1 in the entire universe. But hey, who knew they'd recently used hundreds of thousands of soldiers' lives to intimidate the Kachin state? After all that intimidation, they ended up losing their own troops and signed a reparations treaty with the Kachin state. I heard they just paid out $200 billion? Wonder if you guys in India will cough up the remaining $30 billion. If not, who knows, maybe the next second, the Kachin nation's high-tech automated combat legions will roll right into your white elephant kingdom. Oh my, just imagining that scene must have Indian netizens laughing their heads off. After all, the Kachin state is here to spread warmth. How wonderfully it highlights the closeness between your two nations. Honestly, you Indians are so lucky to have the Kachin state go to such lengths for you. This is beyond amazing, my friend, utterly unbeatable. Ha 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 ha. Impressive. What country are these netizens from? Such devastatingly sharp wit, I approve. Right now, I hereby declare you the strongest. Lee Yu scrolled through the comments section, nearly laughing himself silly. Damn. These netizens are seriously talented. Looks like I need to spend more time online and learn from these netizens. Put yourself in their shoes. Half of the $1 trillion fund Kachin state contributed to the United Nations came from the big dumb elephant. In that case, the Kachin state should thank the white elephant for shouldering such a huge burden for them. It seems. I should advise Gu Xian that if we ever do attack the white elephant, we must be gentle with our own white elephant and then gentle some more. The white elephant kingdom is quite the benefactor these days. I must admit, having such a formidable godfather feels pretty damn satisfying. If I told the truth, no one around me would believe it. I know the head of a 6 constant nation. We've slept together, eaten together, and our bond is rock solid. Wait, whoa, does that mean I'm suddenly a big shot too? After all, if being close to the leader of a 6 constant nation doesn't make you a big shot, then I can't even imagine what does. Ha ha ha, I bet I could walk all over the world in my next life. In this game, you need connections and power. I don't believe anyone in this world has connections that can beat mine. Next time someone gives you grief, just tell Gu Xian to send the Kachin State's 6th generation fighter jets to their house. They'll shut right up. Lee Yu chuckled. Dream on. This feels absolutely, positively like a dream. In fact, even in his wildest dreams, he wouldn't dare dream of something this incredible. I've made up my mind. I'm going to delete all those trashy novels off my phone right now. After all, they're not satisfying at all. Nothing beats the script of your own life. He. Now I can finally kick back and relax. Maybe the leader of the Kachin state will step down after Gu Xian's had enough, and then I can go grovel at his feet, begging him to hand over the position to me? Who knows, the kid might actually agree. Lee Yu indulged in fantasies, picturing his future life of utter awesomeness. As for that bet he lost with Gu Xian on the phone not long ago. Bet? What wager? How come I have absolutely no idea about this? We're witnessing history, my friend. If I post that photo with Gu Xian online later, I might just go viral. But while some rejoice, others grieve. With the Kachin state drawing so much attention, if another conflict erupts next time, they'll likely face the full, relentless fury of the entire world. I should remind Gu Xian later to tone it down a bit. That kid's acting like he's going to die if he doesn't show off. Lee Yu muttered under his breath. However, Kachin state's entry into the UN Security Council wasn't seen as such a disaster by these nations. After all, they had reaped tremendous benefits from Kachin state. As the saying goes, you don't hit a smiling face. Especially when someone smiles at you while pulling out a pile of gifts? Chapter 195, The Frenzy at Tianyuan Technology. Tianyuan Technology Company. As the chairman of this publicly listed company and holder of 30% of its shares, Tian Chang was experiencing a headache at that very moment. Once, he had been full of vigor and ambition. But now, ever since the Internal Research Institute had encountered major problems, he had been unable to eat or sleep properly. Worry? What a blow! Zhao Yuanjie, that bastard, despite being the director of Tianyuan Tech's Internal Research Institute, a core figure, was recently taken away by the Chinese authorities for investigation. Moreover, somehow this news leaked out. Now, every tech company and powerhouse with advanced technology is treating Tianyuan like a laughingstock. They're all jumping in to take advantage, steadily eroding Tianyuan Technology's market share. To make matters worse, this incident has become common knowledge among ordinary citizens, causing Tianyuan Technology's stock price to plummet repeatedly, a truly dismal sight. The losses from this alone amount to a staggering 10 billion yuan. Major losses and adverse impacts across other sectors remain unquantified. But Tian Chang could already sense just how staggering the total losses would be. It was simply beyond what Tianyuan Technology could bear. Moreover, those investment forces that poured capital into Tianyuan Technology? They're all the type to kick someone when they're down. Ask them to salvage Tianyuan Technology's reputation? What a joke! He'd sooner believe someone from Tianyuan Tech suddenly became the nation's leader than pin his hopes on these pig-headed investors showing a shred of compassion to save the company. In fact, Tian Chang suspected that some senior executives within the company might already be preparing to pack their bags and flee. Tianyuan Technology today was like a giant powder keg, ready to explode at the slightest misstep. Moreover, the sheer force of the blast would leave no trace of them behind, obliterating everything in its path. The most immediate consequence? Economic devastation. It hurts. So painful. Now, Tianyuan Technology's shares had become a hot potato. When Zhao Yuanjie, his former mentor, got into trouble, he thought it was no big deal. He even got excited when some bigwigs inside the company started dumping their shares. So he sold everything he owned, even taking out loans, to scoop up as many original shares as possible. He planned to use them to secure greater profits in Tianyuan technology and firmly establish his foothold in Southeast Province. After all, Tianyuan Technology Company Limited may not be a major player nationally in terms of economic strength and technological influence, but it holds a certain reputation within Southeast Province. As long as he could secure as many shares as possible in Tianyuan Technology, Tian Chang, a man just over 40, would be considered a successful individual. But what about now? Ha. Who would have thought that old bastard Zhao Yuanjia would have the audacity to pull this off? Not only did he deceive superiors and deceive subordinates, massively skim costs, and stuff his pockets with kickbacks until his mouth dripped grease, but he also botched major national projects, blindly submitting shoddy work without a care. He even co-opted government officials, advocating for the integration of government and business. These crimes, any one of them alone would be enough to have this old bastard shot 800 times over and sentenced to life imprisonment. Yet somehow, this old bastard is still alive and kicking. It's said that the state authorities have yet to issue a formal verdict on Zhao Yuanjie. It seems as if they are waiting for something. As for what they're waiting for? A man like him, broke, without connections, and now saddled with over $1 billion in debt, couldn't possibly know a damn thing. Instead of wasting time pondering this or that, he'd be better off figuring out how to pay off his debts. But even though things had reached this point, Tian Chang remained completely unfazed. After all, things had already gone this badly, how much worse could they possibly get? Just then, Tian Chang's female assistant suddenly knocked urgently on the door. After receiving Tian Chang's permission, the assistant hurried over, her face etched with worry. Sparks seemed to fly from her footsteps as she approached, clearly bearing urgent news. What's the rush? Could it be that the state authorities have decided to arrest even me, the chairman of Tianyuan Technology Company Limited? Tian Chang looked at his assistant, or rather, the assistant to the assistant, who only had work when there was work, and no work when there was no work, with utter bewilderment. Could it be that? Could Zhao Yuanjie's misdeeds possibly implicate him too? But it shouldn't be possible. He might be a bit slow and a bit clumsy in his work, but he was absolutely fair and impartial, never cutting corners. He could guarantee with his life that even if Zhao Yuanjie, the research institute, and all the company's investors were dragged into this together, he wouldn't be implicated. Unless that old fox Zhao Yuanjie had played some dirty tricks, secretly implicating him after all. It wasn't entirely impossible. Zhao Yuanjie was the sort who'd send his own granddaughter out to be someone's springtime fairy. Such a scheme and such tactics weren't beyond him. At this thought, Tian Chang's heart felt as though it had been pierced by an icy blade, his spirit soaring. Well, who would have thought that one day I'd fall victim to this old fox? Mr. Tian? Mr. Tian? Mr. Tian? How are you? The secretary shook the two towering figures before her, addressing Tian Chang, who was already in a daze, or rather, completely dumbfounded. Not sure if this jolt had triggered his human-machine switch. Tian Chang instinctively replied, "I'm fine. And you?" But he immediately caught the secretary's strange gaze. Steeling himself, he cleared his throat and forced a calm tone. "I'm perfectly fine now. But you look so anxious, what on earth happened?" It's a bit complicated." The secretary's anxious expression now held a hint of responsibility, and the look she gave Tian Chang was inexplicably strange. This made Tian Chang's hair stand on end. "No way, dude. You mean I'm actually implicated by that Zhao Yuanjie, that old Zhao from Tianyuan Tech's Research Institute? Just tell me, how many years could my crime get me? 10 years? 20? Or immediate execution?" Tian Chang's gaze grew vacant as he spoke. It was as if he'd given up struggling. There was no way around it. Owing over $1 billion yuan, he might still find a way to turn things around. But how could he possibly recover from this? Was he supposed to go there and sell hooks, move people to tears with his plight, and have them release him? Chapter 196, On the Verge of Tears. "Mr. Tian, I haven't even mentioned anything yet. Why do you look like you're about to cry? What's with all this talk of 10 or 20 years, immediate execution? Are you okay?" The secretary was utterly shaken by Tian Chang's reaction, stammering nervously. "Wait." Tian Chang instantly grasped the crux of the matter. He leapt to his feet, eyes sparkling, staring at his dearest secretary. "You mean I won't have to go to the station for a cup of tea? Mr. Tian, please let me finish. And let's keep our movements discreet. This is an office, after all, and the glass isn't privacy-proof. If you're interested, I can handle matters tonight and meet you at the hotel for your pleasure. Black stockings, white stockings, maid outfits, whatever you fancy. But here, it's just not the right setting. We'd be too cramped." Zhang Xiaoyao's face was flushed like a ripe cherry, her cheeks so soft they seemed ready to burst with a gentle touch. Tian Chang gradually snapped out of his exhilaration, which felt like being reborn. Only then did he realize his hands had wandered to a place they shouldn't be on Zhang Xiaoya. Outside the office, a few curious employees had already started tiptoeing to peek through the window. The expressions on their faces when they witnessed the couple's intimate gestures were nothing short of priceless. Holy moly! Holy moly. The chairman sure knows how to play the field. And he's got over $1 billion in debt, yet he still manages to live it up like this. Sigh. That's the chairman's charm for you. A male employee sighed, but when he caught Tian Chang's gaze drifting his way, he jumped in fright, terrified of being caught. He immediately bolted for the exit. After all, no one wants to catch Tian Chang's attention. Even though Tianyuan Tech now resembled a tree on the verge of collapse, making it best to find another job ASAP for now, without better opportunities, these low-level employees still preferred staying put. It wasn't because Tianyuan Tech's corporate spirit was so inspiring that it had brainwashed them, but simply because Tianyuan Tech could still pay their salaries. And as long as it keeps paying them, they're willing to stick around. That's all there is to it. Within families or nations, you can invoke honor, patriotism, and other powerful ideals to unite people. But in a company? Sorry. If you have money and can pay me my salary on time, you're the boss. Whatever you say goes. No matter how chaotic the outside world's opinions about your company become, they'll keep doing what he's supposed to do. But what if you don't have money? Ha ha ha. They'll show those high and mighty executives up above what it means to vanish at lightning speed, what it means when the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. When the money runs out. Don't give me any crap about collective spirit. Just get real. If the money doesn't come through, don't blame us for resorting to unconventional methods. It can be said that if Tianyuan technology were to truly run out of money, then morale would truly collapse. They'd scatter like wildfire. This is precisely why Tian Chang is willing to shoulder over $1 billion in debt just to keep the company running smoothly. Now, if he truly wants to turn things around, his only hope lies in Tianyuan technology itself. If the company were to go bankrupt and be liquidated, his only hope for a comeback against all odds would vanish into thin air. Spit it out. What the hell happened? Tian Chang released Zhang Xiaoyao, lit a cigarette without a flicker of guilt, exhaled, and spoke softly. Mr. Tian, do you recognize this person? Seeing Tian Chang finally regain his composure, Zhang Xiaoyao quickly pulled out her phone and held the photo before him. This is... Tian Chang narrowed his eyes, studying the young man in his early 20s before him. He felt an uncanny sense of familiarity. He was certain he had encountered this man before. However, he couldn't quite place him at the moment. Who on earth is this? Tian Chang held the photograph, examining it closely. Familiar. Familiar. So damn familiar. But no matter how hard he tried, he just couldn't place it. Who the hell is he? Finally, Tian Chang still couldn't recall, so he turned to Zhang Xiaoya and asked directly, frowning. He's an internal employee of our company, in other words, someone under Mr. Zhao Yuanjie. His name is Gu Xian. The moment Zhang Xiaoya finished speaking, Tian Chang finally remembered. Right. Gu Xian. Gu Xian. This was one of the fundamental reasons behind Tianyuan Technology's decline. It could be said that if this employee hadn't absconded with the company's assets, Tianyuan Technology wouldn't have suffered such a devastating defeat. Because that kid Gu Xian held multiple core patents in his hands, even the company's internal logistics supply system was his creation. He was absolutely a top-tier talent. However, according to that old codger Zhao Yuanjie, the guy apparently just packed up and left, abandoning all affairs at the research institute. This left countless projects in disarray. To this day, he remains nowhere to be found. It's safe to say, if that guy hadn't run off, he might still be raking in the cash instead of living in constant fear right now. The thought alone. Tian Chang felt a surge of frustration welling up inside him. He muttered under his breath, could it be, we finally have news about that kid? Well, there actually is. Zhang Xiaoya's expression was strangely unsettling, but she finally nodded in acknowledgement. Great. File a formal arrest request with the government. Bring that kid right to me so I can ask him why he ran away. I'll hold him accountable and make him pay dearly for this. Tian Chang slammed his fist on the table, the thunderous thud startling Zhang Xiaoya. Holy crap. Chairman, look at what you're saying. Arrest Gu Xian? This is insane. If outsiders heard you thinking that, they'd be speechless with shock. This kind of talk. Even the United States wouldn't dare utter such words, yet here you are, Chairman, spouting them so casually. Honestly, I'm at a loss for words, Chairman. Please, could you at least let me finish speaking? Don't interrupt me so impatiently. Chairman, please hear me out. Gu Xian's current status is extraordinary. We absolutely cannot act on our own initiative. Extraordinary? How extraordinary could it be? Could it possibly be greater than mine? Well, yes, it is significant. Very significant. Extremely significant. So big it won't fit in one pot. Chapter 197, The Value of a Leader. Greater than mine? How could that be? I'm the chairman of a publicly traded company, after all. How could my status possibly be lower than some lowly clerk? Even if his skills are extraordinary, his abilities unmatched, how could they possibly surpass mine? Tian Chang said in bewilderment. Because his status has reached heights beyond our wildest imagination. Zhang Xiaoya couldn't be bothered to argue with her chairman. She pulled out her phone, tapped it twice, and instantly, a massive live streaming room appeared before them. This is the United Nations online streaming platform? Why are you showing me this? Didn't I tell you to find out where that bastard Gu Xian went? Chairman Libra, just watch it first. I guarantee you'll find the answers you seek. Zhang Xiaoya sighed, pressing her hand to her forehead. Where on earth did that usually composed, unflappable chairman go? Could it be he just vanished into thin air? This is really a bit too much, you know. A mere debt of over 1 billion yuan, and he's been knocked down like this? Come to think of it, for a lowly employee, even one with cutting-edge tech expertise, to suddenly become a national leader? That's nothing short of a miracle. Even the most outrageous pulp fiction wouldn't dare write something like this. But coincidentally, Gu Xian pulled it off with such effortless grace. When Zhang Xiaoya first heard about it, her eyes nearly popped out of her head. This guy? Did she get some kind of script with a perfect starting hand or something? Otherwise, how could she suddenly become so incredibly skilled? It's almost inhuman, you know? But you know what? Gu Xian is now a shining golden opportunity. Too bad I didn't build even a shred of rapport with him back when he was working. If that had happened, I bet from then on, I wouldn't have to worry about food or drink anymore, right? Ah, the leader of the Kachin state. Kachin state. This isn't some backward African nation small in land area, with a tiny population base like a chiefdom. It's a country that's been making waves all over the world lately. Single-handedly, he retraced the ancient path of China, almost marching through every Western nation's armies one by one. Not even sparing its neighboring countries. It can be said that, to this day, since the birth of the Kachin state, it has been a string of victories. It has even dragged the lighthouse nation into the fray, rendering its once mythical status utterly laughable and non-existent at this very moment. Now, it holds cutting-edge technologies that lead the world. This includes, but is not limited to, military technology, medical advancements, semiconductor chips, and more. Especially the first two. If Kachin claims second place in these fields, no one dares claim the top spot. Because all of this is simply too astonishing. Not long ago, at the UN's live-streamed meeting, it was announced with great fanfare before the entire world that the Kachin nation would take its seat as a permanent member of the Security Council, becoming the newest member of the 6 permanent powers. This sent shockwaves through all nations, family-run enterprises, and various factions. And Gu Xian is none other than the supreme leader of Kachin state. Whether in name or behind the scenes, he is the absolute power broker of Kachin state, his reputation resounding far and wide. But now, his dear chairman Tian Chang actually declared he would arrest Gu Xian for interrogation. This leaves me utterly speechless. Unbelievable. Truly incredible. Chairman, why don't we find a new job? Let's not be chairman anymore. We can pay back the billions in debt gradually, no rush. Just don't jump to conclusions. After all, if you owe 100,000 or even 1 million, those debt collectors are the ones calling the shots. But if you owe tens of millions, hundreds of millions, or even like Chairman Tian Chang shouldering over 1 billion in debt single-handedly, then there's absolutely no need to panic. Because right now, the chairman is the one calling the shots. Those loan companies and banks would likely offer Chairman Tian Chang all sorts of perks and benefits to help him make a comeback. If he were to lose his mind and jump off a building, who the hell would they collect from then? Whoa. That guy standing at the center of the podium in the United Nations conference room, why does he look so much like Gu Xian? Tian Chang certainly wasn't some cute little thing. The moment Zhang Xiaoya handed him the live stream on her phone, he knew something was terribly wrong. And sure enough, there he was, Gu Xian, on the screen of his phone. Tian Chang had certainly heard about the UN's online conference. But he'd been overwhelmed lately. How could he possibly have the time or energy to pay attention to this? But now it seemed he really should take a look. Because Gu Xian was actually up there, speaking eloquently in eagle tongue about something. Limited by his own proficiency in the language, Tian Chang couldn't make out what Gu Xian was actually saying. He could only vaguely catch a few words. Something about the Kachin state, permanent member, heads of state. The rest was too faint for me to make out. But regardless, this online live-streamed meeting had a profound impact on him. At the very least, it allowed him to grasp some information. Namely, as a lowly employee at his company, Gu Xian might indeed hold an exceptionally high position now. After all, ordinary people couldn't even get into the conference room, yet this guy was actually giving a speech? Spill it. What exactly is Gu Xian's status now? Chairman, have you heard of the Kachin state? The Kachin state? Of course I've heard of it. But why bring it up? The Kachin state has absolutely nothing to do with our company. The Kachin state is the hottest nation on the global stage right now. Its technological prowess could crush us 800 times over. Why bring this up? Well, because Gu Xian has extremely close ties to the current Kachin state. Because, according to investigations, it appears that every single technological achievement Kachin State has attained, absolutely every single one, originated from Guxian alone. It's precisely through these technologies that Kachin has rapidly risen to prominence. During the meeting just now, they formally declared their accession as a permanent member of the Security Council, becoming the newest member of the 6 permanent powers. How is that possible? Guxian is just a tech-savvy employee. How could he possibly be connected to Kachin State's technology? Seeing Tian Chang's expression of utter disbelief, Zhang Xiaoya timidly interjected, not only is he connected, but Guxian is actually the leader of Kachin State. Chapter 198, What did you say? Am I dreaming? What did you say? Tian Chang doubted his own ears and hurriedly asked. Chairman, what I mean is, Guxian has become the head of the Kachin State, wielding immense power. He's simply not someone we can take on right now. Zhang Xiaoya said softly. Impossible. If Guxian had disappeared and actually fled to Kachin State to help them develop these cutting-edge weapons, I might believe it after a few drinks. But you're telling me he became the head of a country? And this country is the Kachin State that just emerged recently? What kind of fairy tale are you telling me? I'd rather believe an alien spaceship could crash down and flatten me into a meat patty than accept that some 23 or 24-year-old lowly clerk could become the head of the Kachin State in just 1 year. Do you even grasp the magnitude of this? A tiny, insignificant little Kachin State. If it's really Guxian's involvement that slowly built Kachin State into what it is today, then that means Guxian's talent and genius absolutely far exceed my wildest imagination. What does that even mean? You probably understand it better than I do. Faced with Tian Cheng's words, Zhang Xiaoya was instantly speechless. What could she possibly say? When she first heard the news, she couldn't believe it either. She even suspected the online conference might have been hacked. Otherwise, how could such an absurd scene possibly unfold? But the facts proved that this online meeting room was indeed real. No matter how hard she tried to disbelieve it, the truth remained undeniable and irreversible. She knew full well that if Guxian truly possessed such extraordinary talent, and if he genuinely stayed at Tianyuan Technology and Tianyuan Research Institute, the potential he could unleash might instantly propel Tianyuan Technology to rise as the top tech company in the nation or even the world. Its prestige and influence would rival that of a sovereign nation. Of course, fantasy was fantasy, and reality was reality. Zhang Xiaoya could still distinguish between the two. As the secretary to the chairman of a publicly listed company, while her physical appearance had played a part in her rise, she believed she possessed genuine competence beneath the surface. She was well aware of the institute's internal structure, which had become utterly rotten and decayed. It could be said that, even if modern figures like Newton, Einstein, Edison, and Gauss were to arrive, they could still make a name for themselves. It is likely that, by that time, it would be the research institute's power brokers who reap the rewards. Take that guy Zhao Yuanjie, for instance, utterly corrupt to the core. He wants to meddle in everyone's research findings and theories, leaving no breathing room for other young researchers. Want a promotion or a raise? Simple enough. Just give me gifts, suck up to me, and obediently play the role of a docile ox or horse. As long as you meet these 3 conditions, you'll naturally get promoted and get a raise. But look at all the brilliant inventors and geniuses in science. Which one of them was a sycophant who only knew how to curry favor? Geniuses have their pride. In this environment, even a dog would struggle to endure it, let alone geniuses with unparalleled creative power in research. It's obvious. Guxian is among the most outstanding, the cream of the crop of geniuses. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call him a once-in-a-millennium talent. Such a genius would be highly valued by any organization, no matter where they were. If they asked for the stars and the moon, they might just pluck them down. Good news. A prodigy has joined their Tianyuan Research Institute. The bad news is, the director of Tianyuan Research Institute has been treating Guxian like a mere errand boy and has been brazenly appropriating his research achievements. Even the top-secret project of Tianyuan Technology, the 6th-generation fighter jet redesign, was entirely Guxian's creation. By all rights, presenting such top-secret material should entitle Guxian to have any demand met. Because this was a 6th-generation fighter jet. Once the overhaul was complete, Tianyuan Technology could very well capture the attention of China's military high command, propelling them to soaring heights and achieving nationwide renown. But now, everything had changed. Everything has changed. That old bastard Zhao Yuanjie isn't just audacious, he's outright seized this technological achievement, treating Guxian like a cheap workhorse, constantly berating him and docking his pay. If it were her, she would have quit long ago. It was remarkable that Guxian had endured so long at Tianyuan Technology Research Institute. Chairman Tian Chang, now ahem is not the time to dwell on this matter. Just moments ago, I received word that the presidents of the 3 major banks wish to meet with you, Chairman, to discuss matters. Upon hearing this, Tian Chang's face, which had been flushed with anger moments ago, now turned timid and submissive. Damn it, these guys, why the rush? It's just about repaying the money, isn't it? If I had the money, I would have paid them back ages ago. Why would I drag this out this long? Sigh, I really need to figure out a solution now. What do you think? If I went to beg Gu Xian, would that young man give me the courtesy to save Tianyuan Technology Company? Listening to Tian Cheng's unrealistic idea, Zhang Xiaoya sighed inwardly. Look at him. He's already resorting to desperate measures. The head of a six-constant nation, granting favor to a mere board chairman? She really thinks she's someone important. Or do you really think? Do you think a genius like him would rescue you just because you happen to be a Tianyuan tech? What a joke. It's likely that Zhao Yuanjia's sudden misfortune was orchestrated by Gu Xian himself. Otherwise, how else to explain? Zhao Yuanjie, who's never had a problem before, suddenly gets into trouble now. This is 100% Gu Xian's doing. And now? You still want to beg him for help? You really don't know the meaning of the word death, do you? Looks like this chairman on my list is no better than a stray dog. I'd better find another way out quickly. After all, she won't foolishly cling to a piece of rotten wood forever. Tian Chang had no idea that the secretary he had recruited years ago was now filled with curses for him, already scheming about a new place to go. Watching Zhang Xiaoya remain silent, he felt more and more certain he'd made the right decision. Yes, this was the way to go. I refuse to believe that after all these years working at Tianyuan Research Institute, this kid wouldn't have a shred of loyalty to Tianyuan Technology Company, Limited. Chapter 199, The Defying Heaven Kachin State. Shiro stared wide-eyed at Gu Xian, who was banging away at the table and guzzling water non-stop. He really wasn't seeing things or misreading the situation. It was indeed Gu Xian, the man he'd crossed paths with several times before, the very same Gu Xian who once claimed to be the chief scientist of the Kachin State. But, whoa! How had he transformed so drastically overnight? What kind of international joke is this? No transformation could be this drastic. Going from a researcher in Kachin State to suddenly becoming the leader of Kachin State? Come on. Top-tier scientists and national leaders have absolutely nothing in common. But you somehow managed to pull it off. It's just beyond belief. Nothing short of defying the heavens. Even now. Even Shi Rui, who's usually so quick with words, is at a loss for what to say. Because this was simply too fantastical to be true. As young Master Gu Xian put it, within less than a day of arriving in Kachin, he had become the covert leader of the nation. The reason he remained undiscovered all this time was precisely because the Kachin State was unstable at the time, with unrest and turmoil everywhere. While inland, warlords proliferated, posing direct threats to the regime on every front. It could be said that the slightest misstep could lead to utter destruction. And this was merely the internal turmoil within Kachin State. Damn it! External threats were the real nightmare. At that time, the Burmese Federation, Jewish groups, and the United States joined forces, aiming to directly seize Kachin State in a short period. Under such circumstances, even the most brilliant military strategist capable of decisive victories from afar would be utterly powerless to turn the tide. Because the absolute gap in strength is right here, and no amount of shaking it will make a single bit of difference. This is the despair born of sheer power. But Gu Xian's emergence brutally shattered this stalemate. With the unreasonable Sky Veil system and the rebellion-slaying battle armor, he forcibly turned the tide of the Kachin Kingdom's decline. With the Heavenly Canopy system, they repelled the first massive assault from the Western Allied forces. Then, with the rebellion-slaying armor, they swept through the numerous warlords within the country, crushing them with zero casualties and leaving them utterly defeated. Thus, they managed to survive their first crisis. Then, under the Second Western Coalition offensive, the world was stunned by the Tianming tactical tank, the bionic combat robot, and the mobile plasma shield technology. The five-nation alliance was utterly crushed. From that moment on, it firmly established its foothold. Leveraging its advanced technologies, it reaped the world's wealth, growing into an unstoppable force one even the Beacon Nation could not contain. Subsequently, the successful development of nuclear weapons followed, achieved in what seemed like less than 2 months. And the sixth-generation fighter jet emerged immediately after the nuclear explosion. With thunderous force, it shot down 36th-generation fighters belonging to the Lighthouse Nation. By now, Shiroi could scarcely keep track of how many advanced scientific weapons or even godlike creations in other fields Gu Xian's emergence had brought to Kachin. Take, for instance, the medical breakthrough of Starlight Serum and the life-extending human technology capable of adding a century to one's lifespan. These scientific breakthroughs, each and every one represents a revolutionary advancement beyond humanity's current technological capabilities. Moreover, based solely on the mountain of technological products Gu Xian had promised them at the United Nations Conference, Shi Rui knew this was far from the limit of what the Kingdom of Kachin could actually deliver. Behind the scenes, the Kachin nation undoubtedly held even more unfathomable trump cards. They simply did not know what they were yet. But No matter what, maintaining good relations with the Kachin state was absolutely paramount. As for exploiting Gu Xian's Chinese identity to forcibly keep him in China and make him work tirelessly for the nation? What a joke. Qi Rui could guarantee that China and the Kachin state would sever ties instantly, with not a shred of room for reconciliation. This approach completely contradicts China's established conduct. The Chinese government knows full well the consequences of such actions, so they won't resort to moral blackmail or stand on moral high ground to attack Gu Xian. This approach allows both sides to engage in pleasant exchanges and cooperation, mutually promoting each. Both sides could still engage in pleasant exchanges and cooperation, mutually promoting each other to achieve a win-win outcome. Moreover, Gu Xian is ultimately Chinese. The documentation spanning his entire life demonstrates that he possesses genuine patriotic sentiment. Therefore, no matter how powerful the Kachin state becomes in the future, Gu Xian will undoubtedly maintain a friendly and cooperative stance toward China, mindful of his Chinese heritage. As for the lighthouse nation and the football chickens? That's none of China's business. Mr. Gu Xian. No, Chairman Gu Xian, congratulations on Kachin state joining the United Nations Security Council. May our two nations join forces to build a harmonious world. Thank you for your kind words, Mr. Qi Rui. We're old acquaintances after all, no need for such formality. Rest assured, the technology promised to your nation will be delivered in its entirety, no secrets held back. China has the utmost confidence in the Kachin nation's approach to business. I wonder, however, what plans the Kachin nation has in store for the future. For instance, regarding the situation in the southeast. Qi Rui chuckled, testing the waters without revealing his intentions. He had a premonition. The Kachin state would never be content with the current status quo. It would undoubtedly make new moves. If that were the case, then Huaxia must prepare in advance. What's the plan? Gu Xian paused, then instantly grasped Qi Rui's meaning. On this matter, your country can rest assured. In the short term, our Kachin state will absolutely refrain from any extraordinary actions. After all, after such a prolonged war, every citizen of our Kachin state is utterly exhausted. That's good. Qi Rui breathed a sigh of relief. With that settled, the Chinese wouldn't have to live in constant fear, worrying that the Kachin state might pull some kind of stunt. However, Qi Rui had no idea what timeframe Gu Xian meant by short term. Still, it should be around 10 or 20 years. Qi Rui speculated silently. Chapter 200, Cutting-Edge Scientific Invention. So you're saying this invention from the Kingdom of Kachin has far surpassed the boundaries of modern science, reaching a level that's truly unprecedented and unmatched? Your words seem a bit exaggerated, don't they? A ruddy-faced elder with a white beard, hunched over, stared intently at the items Gu Xian had brought. Tang Chang beside him kept firing questions. This shouldn't be possible. Logically speaking, even if the Kachin Kingdom's so-called human tech weapon capable of extending life by a century is incredibly advanced, it shouldn't be described as unparalleled throughout history, should it? To claim otherwise, isn't that a bit of an exaggeration? He acknowledged that many aspects of Kachin state currently far surpass those of China. But even if they hold such an advantage, how much of a lead could they possibly maintain? At best, it might be about a decade ahead. Moreover, Kachin state's technological edge is confined to specific areas only. In other fields, the gap between them and China or the lighthouse nation across the way is nothing short of staggering. The gap between the two sides is truly enormous. Therefore, he did not believe the technological influence of the Kachin state would significantly impact China or the world at large. However, his mentor had declared this Kachin invention unprecedented and unmatched, a feat unattainable even if China followed conventional development paths for another 50 years. Upon hearing these words, Tang Chang felt a chill run down his spine. Seriously, when did Kachin become so formidable? In his memory, Kachin had only a handful of notable achievements, right? Forget it. I guess I'm just getting old and can't keep up with the times anymore. Exaggerated? No, I'm not exaggerating. In fact, I feel I might have underestimated Kachin's capabilities. Think about it, the human biotechnology they provided to us, 5 constants, plus the 6th generation aircraft reform plan and 7th generation aircraft concept drawings they haven't even delivered yet. Is that truly the full extent of Kachin's technology, their complete technological capabilities laid bare? No. Use your brain, this is clearly far from Kachin state's limit. In fact, their so-called limit might very well surpass the imagination of us ordinary scientists. It's not an exaggeration to call this utterly absurd. If development continues according to Kachin's projections, they might even develop a so-called Star Destroyer cannon right under the noses of us major powers. What a pity. I have a feeling the Lighthouse Nation won't abandon its campaign against Kachin state just because of these recent defeats. They're no pushovers either. If we don't rein in Kachin state now, once it gradually expands its influence to become the true dominant power in Southeast Asia, recovering its strength and advancing its technology, the war potential it unleashes could become far more terrifying than even our own China. It will be far beyond anything we can imagine. Tang Chang's mentor sighed. narrowing his eyes as he continued examining the human editing cultivation chamber sent by Kachin State, inwardly marveling. Divine craftsmanship. Whoever devised these methods to extend human lifespan must be a genius among geniuses. Ah! If only such a genius could truly become one of their own in China. By now, China would have already pushed the beacon nation aside, directly taking its place and embarking on the path to truly realize a world of universal harmony. But for now, though China has grown immensely powerful, it still feels insufficient. After all, look at the grandeur of ancient China. What sheer dominance it displayed. To call it the undisputed global leader would be beyond dispute. No lesser nation could challenge that claim. While other nations were still embroiled in village feuds involving dozens or hundreds of people, vying for power and profit, China's legendary generals of old commanded tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, even millions of troops in their quest for dominance across the Central Plains. Open strategies and covert schemes, cunning plots and deadly tactics emerged in endless succession. Scholars and statesmen orchestrated strategies from behind the scenes, deciding victories thousands of miles away. While mighty warriors, armed with strategic brilliance, crushed foreign tribes and barbarian clans until none dared to stir. Take the Han dynasty, for instance. The Xiongnu, utterly annihilated by the Han, fled across the steppes to the west. There, they struck terror into the hearts of Western missionaries and people of all classes, earning the moniker Scourge of God. They swept through without a word of reason, their conquest brutal and unyielding. To this day, they remain a nightmare ancient Westerners dread to recall, their echoes still ringing in their ears. But here's the thing. Modern China, though possessing some of that ancient might, would at best be evenly matched against the United States in terms of actual strength. After all, even at its weakest, the lighthouse nation possesses a depth of foundation that ordinary countries cannot challenge. Only China could stand up to the lighthouse nation. But now, suddenly, out of nowhere, a Southeast Asian nation called Kachin emerges. Armed with unparalleled technological superiority, it manages to rout the lighthouse nation, and even when all Western powers unite against it, it leaves them utterly defeated. Not a shred of mercy was shown. To be precise, there was no room for mercy to begin with. The two are now mortal enemies, destined for one to decline and ultimately perish. If it were for ordinary reasons, that might be one thing. But the crux lies in the existence of the Kachin kingdom, which has severely undermined the lighthouse nation's global hegemony, earning the enmity of all its factions. In a single moment of inattention, the Kachin kingdom, armed with the ultimate creativity and combat prowess granted by technology, had forcibly reversed this situation. It has reached a point where everyone is left speechless. Therefore, not only Tongqing's mentor but most of China's high-level officials have concluded that the lighthouse nation will undoubtedly take further action. It could be a direct nuclear strike, or a reckless, all-out military assault on the Kachin kingdom, or perhaps some other form of suppression. In short, the lighthouse nation's people will never sit idly by and watch their global hegemony decline. After all, the Kachin state is truly a thorny issue, so thorny that it has left them stunned, even at a loss for what to do. Wait, I recall hearing someone mention that the chief scientist of Kachin is one of our Chinese? Just as Tang Cheng thought his mentor was about to immerse himself in research again, he suddenly blurted out this question. Chapter 201, The Astonishment of Human Body Technology. Yes. Tang Cheng scratched his head, utterly taken aback by his mentor's unexpected remark. It seems that's truly the case. It's rather unbelievable. A look of puzzlement flashed in Tang Cheng's mentor's eyes. He understood why talented individuals from China would seek opportunities abroad. But, even if they did choose to leave, wouldn't they head to places with better research environments and slightly more developed economies? Why suddenly choose to go to Kachin State, a war-torn nation with a garbage economy and garbage research capabilities? Are they truly fearless of death? Or do you possess such crystal-clear insight into your own capabilities that you're absolutely certain you'll lead Kachin to victory, even to greatness, without so much as a scratch? This is truly beyond comprehension. The shockwaves it sent through the world cannot be easily summed up in a few brief words. But it seems this so-called chief scientist of Kachin State is barely in his early 20s? If this is true, he simply doesn't know what to say. Genius. A prodigy? Even these terms feel inadequate to describe such an individual. Back home, 99.99% of people his age were still attending university, living the clear-eyed yet naive life of a college student. But this individual? He's already become the chief scientist of a nation, radiant and vibrant. For this country and indeed the entire world, he represents a profoundly transformative force. Such a transformation holds profound significance for the entire development of human civilization. I wonder what methods the Kachin leadership used to convince such a scientific genius to willingly serve them. Could you tell this old man? If possible, I'd pay double the price. Tang Cheng's mentor sighed, his voice tinged with resignation. However, when Tang Cheng overheard the old man's words, an odd expression crossed his face. He opened his mouth several times, only to stop himself each time. Spit it out, kid. How old are you, anyway? Making such a sissy face, all coy and hesitant. It's getting on my nerves. Mentor, since you want to know, I'll be blunt. This Gu Xian from Manhwa, who now serves as the chief scientist of the Kachin state, actually holds not only that position but also another rather unique identity. Oh? A rather different identity? How different? Could it be he's also the top performer at Kachin state's nightclubs? Professor, would you mind watching what you say? In front of your own apprentice? Is this really appropriate? Not really, right? No, mentor, please let me finish. Alright, go ahead. I'm listening. Well, actually, the leader of the Kachin state is also this young man. Oh, I see. Wait a minute? What did you say? Say that again? Tang Chang's mentor shook his shoulders vigorously. Though advanced in years, he still possessed considerable strength thanks to years of dedicated health maintenance and fitness training. The shaking nearly shook Tang Chang to pieces. Mentor, listen to me first. No, let go of me first. If you don't let go, I'm afraid your disciple might depart long before you do. Tang Chang's eyes flashed with golden light as he muttered to himself. He was clearly teetering on the edge of delirium. Seeing this, Tang Chang's mentor gave an awkward chuckle, scratched his neck, and stopped his actions. My dear disciple, are you all right now? I'm fine. Tang Chang steadied himself and forced a calm tone. So you're saying this young man, barely in his 20s, has not only become the chief scientist of Kachin state, bringing such profound transformation to the entire world, but also holds the position of head of state in Kachin? Yes. Unbelievable, utterly unbelievable. Could it be that this man was sent by heaven itself, destined to save the Kachin state? Otherwise, how could such a coincidence exist? No, this isn't even a coincidence, it's nothing short of a miracle. Tang Chang's mentor's mouth gaped wide enough to fit an apple, utterly speechless with disbelief. But the kingdom of Kachin was simply too formidable, utterly invincible. To be more precise, it was this young man named Gu Xian. Had sent shockwaves rippling through the entire world. So immense it defies belief. So immense it shatters one's worldview, even stirring thoughts of destroying the world. After all, how could anyone be this incredibly talented? It's simply beyond the norm. This is ridiculous. Mentor Tang Chang's mind was racing, filled with speechless sarcasm. He couldn't help but feel that after living for decades, he'd practically lived his life for the dogs. Look at them, then look at us. Maybe I should just go ahead and bang my head against a wall to spare ourselves the humiliation. However, with this human programming cultivation pod sent by the Kachin state, he'd likely find it difficult even to try. Because the sophistication of this technology far exceeded his wildest expectations, truly a product of a new era yet to dawn. Forget extending life by 100 years. But if combined with other modern medical technologies and the resources possessed by the Kachin kingdom such as the Starglow elixir, couldn't a person potentially live nearly 300 years? This utterly shattered the shackles of human genetics, achieving a monumental leap across dimensions. Crucially, the cost of this technology isn't actually that outrageous. With a cost of roughly 5 million yuan, a unit can be manufactured immediately. It could even be scaled down to create a more affordable version for nationwide distribution. Combined with the various medical breakthroughs achieved using Starlight Elixir, the average lifespan of the entire population could increase by at least 10 years. With future advancements, even extending it by 20 years isn't out of the question. After all, this is a revolutionary creation that transcends its era. It truly surpasses everyone's imagination, achieving the greatest medical invention in history. Upon witnessing this invention, Tancheng's mentor couldn't help but grow eager. What exactly is the future concept plan for the 7th-generation aircraft mentioned by the Kingdom of Kachin? Wait a moment. Since Kachin State has unveiled this, does it mean they already possess the blueprint for a 7th-generation fighter jet? Chapter 202, Big Mouth's Surprise. How is the war with Second Mao progressing? Reporting to the minister, the war is not going smoothly. For some reason, those Western nations and the Lighthouse Nation have been sending increasing numbers of troops and weapons to our battlefield, putting us under immense pressure once again. Our casualties over the past 3 months have now reached 30,000. Anti-war sentiment is surging domestically. If this continues, our nation will face mounting crises, economic, military, and beyond. The domestic situation will deteriorate further, potentially leading to total collapse. Unless we resort to using nuclear weapons. But once that weapon is deployed, our nation will have absolutely no room for retreat, only the path to national annihilation and potentially global destruction. This is the most desperate strategy. Under no circumstances should it be employed prematurely, not until the very last moment. The assistant to the Minister of Defense whispered softly in his ear. Alas, I understand the situation. As you say, we must never resort to such weapons except as an absolute last resort. At most, they serve as a deterrent. But now, it seems the deterrent effect of nuclear weapons is diminishing. If this continues, our collapse is not far off. Inside the conference room, The defense minister sat with other high-ranking officials and military commanders, listening silently to the assistant minister of defense's report. For them, if the situation continued to develop this way, it would only get worse. Should we request assistance from China? Or perhaps we should procure advanced military weapons from either the Kachin state or China to deter those petty criminals? Someone suggested. I don't think that's wise. We can still hold out for a while. If we take the initiative to seek such support, it could provoke an even fiercer counterattack from the Western alliance. That would be counterproductive. The Minister of Defense countered. But aside from seeking aid or resorting to nuclear weapons, we have no other options. If we continue down this path, our great nation will truly be swept away by the tide of the world. No! We still have hope. A minister in charge of scientific research suddenly stood up, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Evidently, judging by his demeanor, he must have found a solution. Hope? What hope? Naturally, the hope to turn the entire tide of battle. Just moments ago, the Kachin state unexpectedly sent word they're willing to sell us 80% of the comprehensive data and detailed specifications for their 6th-generation fighter jets. Combined with our own research progress, our experts have conducted thorough calculations. We only need to hold out for another month or so, and our very own 6th-generation fighter jet will be unveiled to the entire world. Then, all reactionary forces and Western coalition armies will be reduced to ashes before our 6th-generation fighter jets. The Minister of Science and Technology's expression was feverish. Hold on. If I recall correctly, the matter Kachin agreed upon with us other 5 permanent members was that technology capable of extending life by a century, right? Exactly. But Kachin has agreed to grant us early access to all the cutting-edge data on the 6th-generation fighter. This will allow our Great Mao to develop it ahead of schedule and turn the entire tide of war. Precisely. If Kachin truly intends to supply us with 6th-generation fighter technology, air superiority across the entire battlefield will be firmly in our hands. The Minister of Defense's expression was electrified with excitement, his entire body trembling almost uncontrollably. 6th-generation fighter jets. The absolute ruler of the skies right now. With this thing in our hands, any weapon the Western coalition throws at us will become a complete joke. And what's more, this is Kachin State's 6th-generation fighter jet. Currently, the nation hailed as the owner of the world's strongest 6th-generation fighter jet. To date, up to this very moment, the 6th-generation fighter truly demonstrated its formidable power in only 2 scenarios. First, when Huaxia faced the White Elephant, it crushed all of the White Elephant's current aerial forces with thunderous force. Despite the White Elephant's usual tendency toward abstract and outlandish tactics, they remain. It remains a major South Asian power, a nation commanding a population of over 1 billion. Compared to other nations, its aerial military capabilities remained formidable. Yet, such a nation found itself utterly helpless against 6th-generation fighters, forced into a humiliating retreat by China's Air Force, a defeat so crushing it left them utterly disgraced. Such an epic, glorious defeat is unparalleled across the entire world? Is nothing short of mind-blowing? Second, it naturally comes down to the legendary showdown between Kachin State's 3 6th-generation fighters and the Lighthouse Nation's 36th-generation fighters. 1 versus 10. And these are 6th-generation fighters of the same model. Yet despite this, the Kachin State forces still routed them utterly, delivering an even more shocking defeat than when China toyed with the White Elephant earlier. Because the White Elephant's fleet isn't just no match for 6th-generation fighters, even their 5th-generation jets were practically salvaged from the scrap heap, with quality potentially inferior to China's 4th-generation fighters. But the Kachin Kingdom and the Lighthouse Nation are entirely different matters. Because these 2 nations, whether in terms of development time, existing technological foundations, population size, economic development, global influence, and so on, are fundamentally asymmetrical. Yet even under such wildly disparate circumstances, the Kachin State utterly overcame every obstacle. It has laid the foundation for victory in one decisive move, emerging as the absolute victor in this aerial and space warfare. Through this, it even rose to prominence on the global stage, joining the 6 permanent members with unparalleled glory. Compared to their big brother, their Kachin nation was the true permanent member of the Security Council. Enough of this. From now on, all my military technology experts and professors are to focus entirely on developing 6th-generation fighter jets. Every available resource must be channeled into this effort. Within 1 month, I want to see a fully operational fleet of 6th-generation fighters capable of challenging the Lighthouse Nation. Remember, at any cost. This is a great gift Kachin has bestowed upon us. To not make the most of it would be a tremendous waste. Chapter 203, The Lighthouse Nation's Operations. Is this the human programming cultivation chamber developed by Kachin State? Judging by this level of precision, it's clearly something special. It seems Kachin State is advancing further and further in the medical field. If this continues, it's only a matter of time before our nation's monopoly in the medical field is shattered. We must prepare in advance. Otherwise, if we truly lose this market, it won't be a matter of a few billion. We're talking trillions in profits. If this foundation is shaken or shattered, the repercussions won't be taken lightly by anyone who once controlled medical resources. The consequences would be utterly unbearable. If Kachin state continues developing this way, those of us who built our fortunes on healthcare will have no chance to recover. The repercussions would be immense. Enough news. I've heard this line repeated so many times, my ears are numb from it. Araki sighed softly. Since losing his territory within the Union of Myanmar, his leadership position had been casually revoked. His current status and privileges were worlds apart from what he once enjoyed. The blow was so devastating it had even made him contemplate death. Kachin state. Those three characters had become a nightmare within his dreams, an ultimate torment that haunted him relentlessly throughout his life. Moreover, this nightmare showed no sign of abating. It only grew stronger, exerting an increasingly malignant influence even upon the current lighthouse nation. Its leaders unanimously deemed it the greatest threat to their hegemonic status in the world. Indeed, even China pales in comparison, falling far short. Under such circumstances, if the Kachin nation and China join forces, what role could the lighthouse nation possibly play in the future development of the world? It would inevitably be reduced to dust in the annals of history. The Anglo-Saxon and Jewish elites within the lighthouse nation, though perpetually at odds, can still muster a reluctant unity when faced with threats to their shared national interests. But what was the outcome of their alliance? Despite mustering a million-strong coalition army last time, they remained utterly powerless against Kachin state. Instead, they were outmaneuvered and crushed so thoroughly they couldn't lift a finger. Kachin state. What a Kachin state! In this world, who would have thought a nation could defy the heavens, boldly ignore all others' existence, and utterly annihilate every obstacle in its path, reducing them to dust in the end? First came the reactionary forces of Kachin and Chin states. Then came the White Elephant and other minor states like the Union of Burma. In the end, it even dared to turn its sights directly on the United States. Unbelievable. Kachin state. You've really done it now. No, we can't just sit here and wait for disaster anymore. If we let Kachin state keep growing like this, we privileged elites will be the first ones to face reckoning. Settled accounts? Ever since you Jews plotted to hunt down Kachin state and carve up all of Burma, we high-ranking officials have been marked for reckoning. Frankly, if it weren't for your damn Jews stirring trouble, Kachin might now be under the protection of our beacon nation instead of colluding with China like this, leaving us in a bloody mess. If things truly unfold as I describe, it will be China facing this crisis. Once China finds itself in such a predicament, our path to world domination will face no further obstacles whatsoever. Moreover, leveraging the advanced technology and weaponry supplied by Kachin state, we could directly establish our lighthouse nation, effortlessly harvesting China's capital, wealth, talent, and even land, all with astonishing ease. A high-ranking Anglo-Saxon suddenly darkened his face and, in front of everyone, raised his hand in a direct challenge to all Jewish factions. This caught all the Jewish faction leaders completely off guard. Jack, what do you mean? Ha, what do I mean? Can't you see? The reason our lighthouse nation now faces this dire situation is entirely due to you damned traitors. If not for you, how could we have suffered such catastrophic losses? Jack, I recall you enthusiastically endorsed some of our Jewish strategies at the time. Granted, our decisions faced significant resistance, but this reaction is excessive. After all, during the profit distribution, you bloated for ages, feasting until your mouth dripped with grease. Why didn't I see you slandering our Jewish group back then? Now, just because you've hit a minor snag, you're backing down? Turning into a coward? If that's the case, let me see, you might as well end it now. Just jump off the building and be done with it. Alaki rose slowly from his seat, his voice calm as he addressed Jack, whose face was flushed crimson. These guys? They'll grin wider than anyone when paid, whether it's from the Yangtze group or the Jewish group. But the moment the money stops flowing, or they suffer even the slightest loss, they turn on you faster than you can flip a page. These guys are utterly unreasonable. Alright, cut the bickering. Our primary objective now is to deal with the Kachin state. That's why this meeting was called in the first place. If you keep bickering like this, I reckon our lighthouse nation might as well disband right here and now. Easy for you to say. The Kachin state is practically impregnable now. What can we possibly do? Impregnable? I wouldn't be so sure. Araki said with a smile. Then, as everyone exchanged bewildered glances, he stated the simplest, most direct approach he believed in. This might just be the simplest way to destroy the Kachin state. Without a doubt. Ahem, who's been thinking about me? Guxian suddenly yawned for no apparent reason, muttering to himself. Forget it. Whoever it was, he was too busy to care right now. Funding is ample, materials are plentiful, but the infrastructure progress is still far too unsatisfactory. I need to figure out a better solution. Guxian muttered to himself before opening the system's tech tree. In no time, he locked onto a specific technology. Found it. This is the one. Chapter 204, Quantum Matrix Construction System. Quantum Matrix Construction System. A groundbreaking research breakthrough that revolutionizes the traditional construction industry. The quantum matrix construction system utilizes advanced holographic modeling technology combined with the extraordinary computational power of quantum computers. Creates a detailed three-dimensional digital model for every construction project. This model goes beyond mere exterior visualization, but extends to the precise internal structure of every building, the routing of every pipeline, and the layout of every circuit. And even anticipates dynamic urban development changes and potential environmental factors over the coming decades. Once planning is complete, the digital blueprint is transmitted to the core control center of the quantum matrix construction system. Here, the system performs quantum-level analysis of the entire project, decomposing each building element into countless quantum information units. These information units, akin to microscopic code fragments, carry critical details such as building materials, shapes, and positions. They are systematically arranged within a vast quantum matrix, forming a virtual construction map. The unique feature of the quantum matrix construction system lies in its approach to handling building materials. Traditional material transportation and processing are cumbersome and inefficient, but this system employs quantum matter conversion technology, fundamentally revolutionizing the entire model. I'm afraid once this thing is developed, it'll become the nightmare of every construction industry. This thing would put us all out of work. Gu Xian took a deep breath to steady his nerves. Holy moly! Not a single tech in this second stage tech tree is junk. They're all the cream of the crop. The so-called quantum matrix construction. The first step was transforming massive material conversion pods into core facilities for matter reshaping. These conversion chambers utilize quantum entanglement principles to establish ultra-long-range quantum connections with various resource reserve bases across Earth. By precisely controlling quantum states, the system can instantly rearrange and recombine the atomic structures of raw materials. For instance, when steel is required, the conversion chamber extracts the quantum information of iron from underground ore deposits while simultaneously acquiring quantum information of carbon and other alloy elements from other resource points, instantly synthesizing high-strength steel meeting construction specifications. Gu Xian admitted. When he first laid eyes on this place, he was utterly dumbfounded for a very, very long time. This is insane. Oh, it's the system, not a person, then it's fine. The entire process eliminates the need for traditional mining, smelting, and other lengthy procedures, significantly reducing material preparation time. And produces virtually no waste or pollutants. This is absolutely what those environmentalists in the US who constantly harp on sustainability would love. It's right up their alley, you could say. This is the first step, preparing raw materials. Subsequently, the actual construction work is carried out by a massive swarm of nanobots. These nanobots act like super craftsmen in the microscopic world, each measuring just a few nanometers in size, yet possessing highly intelligent and precise operational capabilities. They far surpass the master craftsmen immersed in related fields on Blue Star. Humans remain humans, mistakes are inevitable. But these nanobots operate under the control of ultra-high computing systems, guaranteeing zero margin for error. The nanorobots are stored within specialized launchers. And when the system issues construction commands, they are ejected at extreme velocity, rapidly dispersing throughout the entire construction site. These microscopic robots maintain real-time connectivity through quantum communication technology, forming a tightly coordinated swarm intelligence network. During construction, the nanorobots precisely assemble each structural element according to pre-programmed instructions and information encoded in the quantum matrix. Like assembling building blocks, they form various complex structures. For instance, when constructing the framework of a skyscraper, nanorobots arrange synthesized steel atoms into robust lattice structures according to design specifications. Each connection point is precisely aligned, ensuring the building's stability and safety. For installing internal piping and equipment, they navigate confined spaces with ease, precisely positioning wires, pipes, and other components for seamless integration. Is this what the future holds after technological advancement? I can't wait to see it. After acquiring this technology, a massive wave of information flooded Gu Xian's mind. Having only reviewed half of the technical details, he already found it utterly astonishing. It was utterly absurd. Utterly mind-boggling. This technology even incorporated land-air integrated coordination systems. In the air, fleets of large drones equipped with advanced flight and positioning systems handled material transport and high-altitude operations. These drones can precisely follow instructions from the quantum matrix to rapidly deliver nanobots, prefabricated components, and other materials to designated locations. On the ground, automated construction vehicles and robotic arms methodically execute various tasks. These devices are also centrally directed by the quantum matrix system, enabling seamless coordination with nanorobots and drones. Simultaneously, nanorobots conduct real-time quality inspections on every component during construction. Utilizing quantum microscopy technology, they perform microscopic inspections of atomic and molecular arrangements, ensuring every connection point is secure and reliable, and that every material meets quality standards. Once I acquire and implement this technology, I can fully immerse myself in nuclear fusion research. Once this technology is developed, nuclear weapons, sixth-generation fighter jets, and so-called threats of war will become nothing but a joke from this moment onward. While other nations may fear a mutually assured destruction scenario under nuclear weapons, the Sky Dome system, empowered by fusion energy, will deliver true absolute defense. No nation will ever breach this technology. None. Even tens of thousands of nuclear weapons might only cause a minor ripple to the Sky Dome system, utterly fearless. Having thought it through, Gu Xian breathed a sigh of relief. For now. For the time being, as long as we adhere to the original plan, the Kachin state will have nothing to fear. At that time, ushering in the interstellar era. Ushering in a magnificent new epic of feat within easy reach. Chapter 205, The Development of Kachin State. With such formidable scientific and technological prowess, it'll be nearly impossible for Kachin State not to become the world's foremost infrastructure powerhouse. I'm actually looking forward to seeing that day. After all, while Kachin currently leads in cutting-edge technologies, its domestic infrastructure lags far behind not only China and the United States, but even most other major powers. Is this the only downside to developing too fast? Gu Xian muttered to himself. Despite China's full support and massive funding, Kachin State's infrastructure development remains painfully slow. Of course, this too slow was relative to the existing economic levels of China and the lighthouse nation. If one were to truly measure it objectively, the speed and efficiency of Kachin Kingdom's development would absolutely overturn the history of human civilization. Kachin State had shattered the very pace of human civilization's advancement. Originally, China's development pace had already astonished the entire world. From its founding to its rise, it took less than 80 years to rapidly achieve parity with the world's current superpower, the lighthouse nation. But, to be honest, China's developmental efficiency pales in comparison to that of the Kachin State. Because a certain Mr. Gu refuses to play by any rules, resorting to cheating at the slightest provocation. After all, how could a poor, backward nation ever overtake a superpower in the very field where that superpower excels scientific research and then proceed to crush it completely across the board? Looking back, wow. Even without upgrading its domestic infrastructure, it dares to punch and kick the world's top superpower. This defies all logic. Could you at least show some respect? After all, the rapid pace of Kachin's development has genuinely caused immense distress to other nations worldwide, especially those hostile to Kachin, even bordering on fear. Quantum pulse cannons, photon pulse cannons, antimatter, anti-gravity shells, and as the ultimate weapon, sixth-generation nuclear fighter jets. Each of these cutting-edge military technologies has the potential to deliver immense shock and threat to nations worldwide. Even in an era without nuclear weapons, Kachin State could already dominate the battlefield with these so-called conventional weapons that surpass their era. The reason it hasn't done so yet is merely a matter of exercising restraint, wary of the destructive power of other nations' nuclear arsenals. After all, it was precisely the nuclear weapons carried by the Kachin State's sixth-generation fighter jets that forced the Western coalition led by the lighthouse nation to retreat last time. This taboo-level weapon, when combined with such capabilities, poses an existential threat to all human civilization and every nation on Earth. No defense could withstand it. Leveraging the ultimate lethality and destructive power of nuclear weapons, coupled with the stealth capabilities and unfathomable speed of sixth-generation fighters, it would deal a devastating blow to all human civilizations. Precisely for this reason, officials in the lighthouse nation are deeply apprehensive, fearing the Kachin Kingdom might suddenly engage in a nuclear exchange over a minor disagreement. But they are not like those madmen in Kachin. Those lunatics have no desire to live. They desperately want to survive. For those who hold the world's highest power and wealth, nothing matters more than staying alive. Ultimately, is the ultimate temptation to extend their lifespan? Ironically, the most tragic reality is that currently, only the Kingdom of Kachin possesses the world's most effective method for extending lifespan. That is the Starlight Elixir and the Human Programming Incubation Chamber. Although all nations of the 5 permanent members have already obtained all information and data pertaining to the Human Programming Incubator excluding its genetic programming component. But when it comes to lifespan, who in their right mind would ever complain about having too little? The more, the better, it's never too much. Yet in the field of human longevity extension, these 5 major nations lag far behind Kachin. To continue pushing the boundaries of human lifespan, they must now rely entirely on Kachin's level of advancement. This has led to a dramatic situation, where Western elites desperately wish Kachin would vanish from the world at once, lest it threaten their nation's status. On the other hand, if Kachin truly were to collapse entirely, progress in human longevity and other technological advancements would effectively grind to a halt. This would cause the pace of technological development in modern civilization to slow dramatically. It might take decades to reach the level Kachin has achieved. Having enjoyed immense benefits and conveniences from Kachin's cutting-edge technologies, who would willingly die? Who would be willing to die? Most likely, everyone would wish for Kachin State's development to accelerate even faster. But, as Kachin State's technological advancement accelerates, it is inevitable that one day it will completely shatter the lighthouse nation's dominance and threaten their immense interests. After all, the lighthouse nation has committed atrocities worldwide for decades, amassing unimaginable profits. Such extreme temptation of profit, no one would ever willingly relinquish it. Absolutely no one. However, if they refuse to relinquish control, the ultimate outcome will be death unless the Kachin state disintegrates entirely. This situation has inexplicably fallen into a vicious cycle. It's a headache for all Western nations. Now, handing this technology over to the research department, I'm sure with just a little help from me, leveraging the research system Kachin State has painstakingly built and the fully developed talent pool it has cultivated, if they can't even manage to research this, it seems to me they might as well find a block of tofu and smash their heads against it. Gu Xian muttered to himself. Having reached this conclusion, he hesitated no longer and began transcribing the quantum matrix construction system stored in his mind. After a long while, he nodded with satisfaction as the quantum matrix construction system materialized on the computer screen. It had been a while since he'd done any hands-on research, but it seemed his skills hadn't dulled. He'd managed to pull it off quite nicely. Just hand this over to Sula to arrange. It must be operational within a month, deployed nationwide, and fully mass-produced. Then, not only can it accelerate domestic infrastructure development, but we can also sell it abroad. That'll rake in a massive fortune. The feeling is absolutely exhilarating. We'll be rolling in cash again. By then, it won't just be counting money until our hands cramp. I'm afraid we'll count ourselves to death before we finish tallying it all. Just imagining that scenario made Gu Xian's mouth water. Whoa! Calm down, calm down. He was, after all, the head of a nation. How could he stoop to acting like a greedy rich man, obsessed only with wealth? But the thought of tens or even hundreds of billions of dollars effortlessly flowing into his pocket, who could resist that? A person might complain about their own waste, too much excrement, too much eating and drinking. But who would ever complain about having too much money? Unless that person is a complete moron. Though the Kachin state is currently flush with cash, money is always better in greater quantities. In this world, money and power can solve 99.99% of the world's problems. Before these two forces, nothing is truly unsolvable. If something remains unsolved, it's only because the weight of either money or power is still insufficient. Gu Xian had always been a die-hard believer in the god of wealth, constantly wishing his money pouch could hold just a little bit more. This belief has never left him to this day. The only difference now is the scale of his wealth. Before, it was just Gu Xian spending his own money. But now it encompassed every single expense of the entire Kachin state from top to bottom, left to right. The scale of responsibility is entirely different. Though Gu Xian was an outstanding researcher, managing the nation's expenditures and overarching policies proved utterly headache-inducing. He effectively became a hands-off manager, delegating everything to his subordinates. Perhaps I should seek out a more innovative technological solution capable of comprehensively managing the complex affairs of the entire Kachin state? Something akin to a super-intelligent computer. Indeed. It's feasible. This is entirely feasible. If it's truly developed, every aspect of Kachin state's future operations would likely save the administrative leadership a tremendous amount of effort. Let's get to work. At this thought, Gu Xian opened the system store once more. Chapter 206, Stellar Core, Super Intelligent Processor. After all this wandering, how many times have I circled this system store? This thing is truly a treasure trove, endless and inexhaustible. Gu Xian browsed the second stage system store with a sigh of admiration. It must be said, the system was seriously awesome. No wonder so many time travelers and reincarnated souls regard it as the ultimate cheat code. It's incredibly easy to use. This thing is incredible. You've got to try it to believe it. Its effects are absolutely top-notch. He's practically become attached to it. If one day the system actually grew wings and flew away, he'd probably be so furious he'd spit blood. The scene is too terrifying to contemplate. Therefore, just in case, I'd better hurry up and milk the system for all it's worth. If the day ever comes when it really does fly away, I won't even have time to cry. Take right now, for instance. Found it. I have to admit, the system's marketplace is absolutely unrivaled in its scope. If this keeps up, I bet they'll even be able to resurrect the souls of the dead someday. Alright. That thought is a bit too crazy. After all, this young master here believes in science. Gu Xian dismissed his wild musings and began searching his mind for relevant technology. This thing. The more the better. His system points were practically depleted to the point of exhaustion. At most, he could afford to purchase one more technology. If possible, he'd love to take them all home, but his strength just won't allow it. No choice. He'll just have to hold back for now. Stellar Core Superintelligence Processor priced at 300,000 reversal points. You're the one. Brother Tongzi, redeem it. Gu Xian's eyes flashed with an unusual gleam as he exchanged it without hesitation. This super-intelligent processor, aptly named Star Illuminated Core, was intended to assist Gu Xian in handling governmental affairs and other matters alongside officials of all ranks in the Kingdom of Kachin. Now it seemed. The technology granted by the system proved far more comprehensive than he had ever imagined. But it made sense, as anything produced by the system is bound to be top-notch. This super-intelligent processor, dubbed the Stellar Core, employs a hybrid quantum photon computing chip technology. The quantum computing component leverages the unique properties of quantum bits, which can exist in multiple states simultaneously, enabling parallel processing and significantly accelerating the resolution of complex problems. Photon computing. Leveraging the high-speed propagation and low-energy consumption characteristics of light signals. Handling rapid data transmission and intensive processing of massive datasets. These chips are integrated within a multi-tiered three-dimensional architecture, with each layer connected via ultra-micro-nano superconducting circuits to ensure ultra-low signal transmission latency. To guarantee thermal efficiency, the processor employs a liquid helium cooling system that rapidly dissipates heat generated during operation, maintaining stable operation of the chips in a low-temperature superconducting state. It's like a super-powered workhorse 1,000,000 times more efficient than ordinary ones, requiring no food or drink. Just give it some energy, and it never betrays you. You could search the entire world and never find such a capable beast. Regarding storage, the Starlight Hub is equipped with massive quantum storage modules. Quantum storage utilizes quantum states to store information, achieving not only extremely high storage density but also blazingly fast data read and write speeds simultaneously. To prevent data loss, multiple redundant backup systems are implemented. Through distributed storage technology, data is stored across multiple physical locations, ensuring data integrity and accessibility under any circumstances. The operational principles of the Stellar Core integrate multiple cutting-edge scientific theories. When Gu Xian read this part, was baffled by what the system meant by multiple cutting-edge scientific theories, and could only marvel at the power of science. Never mind. Whatever it is, science is the answer. The application of quantum algorithms in this field has reached an unparalleled level of excellence. For complex optimization problems in incident response and decision-making such as traffic congestion management and resource allocation, quantum algorithms can rapidly explore all possible solutions to find the optimal one. In natural disaster relief operations, quantum algorithms can rapidly analyze multiple factors including the affected area's geography, disaster severity, and distribution of rescue forces to devise optimal rescue routes and resource allocation plans. Next comes deep learning and neural network technology. The Starry Core is equipped with a massive neural network model that continuously enhances its decision-making capabilities by learning from vast amounts of historical accident data and decision-making cases. When confronted with new incidents, the neural network can swiftly recognize patterns and characteristics of the problem, draw upon past experiences, and provide reasonable decision recommendations. Furthermore, the Starry Hub employs quantum entanglement communication technology. This non-local communication method enables instantaneous information exchange between different components of the processor and with monitoring nodes nationwide. Regardless of how remote the incident location, relevant data is instantly transmitted to the Starry Core, ensuring it promptly accesses comprehensive and accurate information to support rapid decision-making. If this thing gets deployed, combined with Kachin State's other tech, it could potentially detect other nations' movements in real time. If any country dares to make a move against Kachin, we'd catch the anomaly instantly and send 6th-generation fighters right to their doorstep. The expressions on those nations' faces would be absolutely priceless. Gu Xian chuckled to himself, feeling a surge of satisfaction. So satisfying. So satisfying. This technology, especially when integrated with the Dawn space station currently under development, would form a powerful synergy. Combined with other cutting-edge advancements, Kachin would become the real-world equivalent of the legendary eagle eyes and wind-listening ears on Blue Star. Anyone who dared to misbehave, simply send 6th-generation fighter jets armed with nuclear weapons to bear down on them, or utilize the advanced integrated weapon systems of the Dawn space station. Even the Lighthouse Nation would have to behave like a timid mouse, cowering in fear. By then, Kachin might not even need to lift a finger. Countless nations would flock to crown it the world's undisputed overlord. When the time comes, he simply declares he won't take on apprentices. Wouldn't that be splendid? To handle nationwide incidents and make decisions, the Stellar Hub requires massive data collection from diverse domains. This encompasses numerous data sources including traffic monitoring systems, meteorological stations, energy management centers, medical emergency networks, and public security cameras. This data floods into the Stellar Hub in diverse formats and at varying frequencies. Before entering the core computational modules, the data undergoes a pre-processing phase. The pre-processing system employs data cleansing techniques to remove noise, duplicates, and erroneous data, ensuring data quality. Then, through data standardization and normalization methods, data in different formats and ranges is uniformly converted into a form suitable for subsequent processing. This all-around beast is worth having. Not bringing this thing out would be a disservice to the machine's advanced capabilities. It's practically an all-purpose champion. Gu Xian praised, even clapping his hands involuntarily. Brilliant! Brilliant! Data on vehicle speeds and traffic flow from the traffic monitoring system, along with information on temperature, humidity, and wind speed from the meteorological monitoring station, were all organized into standardized datasets. Meanwhile, data annotation techniques add labels to these datasets to facilitate subsequent classification and analysis. After pre-processing, the data becomes more organized and usable. In short, it can be summed up in one sentence. This process is not just 10,000 times faster than human execution, it could easily be 100 million times faster. Upon receiving the pre-processed data, the Starlight Core initiates a complex and precise computational process. First, it classifies and identifies the type of incident. Using natural language processing and image recognition technologies, it analyzes descriptions of the accident scene, video footage, and other data. It can generate a series of hair-raising statistics. It's downright terrifying. This term has always been used to describe dozone-level powerhouses. But Gu Xian couldn't help but praise the Star Glory Core this time. Buddy, you're the greatest gift heaven ever gave me. Take traffic accidents as an example. Xingyao Central analyzes the situation from multiple dimensions simultaneously. On one hand, it employs spatio-temporal data analysis technology to examine the accident's time and location, analyzing traffic flow patterns, road conditions, and surrounding infrastructure in that area. On the other hand, it performs data mining on the vehicles and individuals involved. After synthesizing this information, the Star Hub employs algorithms to assess the severity of the incident and predict potential developments. Based on the assessment results, it generates multiple decision-making scenarios. To ensure the scientific rigor of decision-making, the Stellar Core also conducts simulation-based validation on the generated plans. By constructing virtual accident scenario models, different decision plans are input for simulated execution to observe their effects upon implementation. For example, it simulates changes in traffic flow to evaluate whether rescue efforts can arrive in a timely manner. Based on the results, the decision-making options are optimized and adjusted before the final plan is confirmed and instructions issued. During plan execution, the Stellar Core continuously receives real-time feedback from all operational stages. With this thing, it's not just about helping a Kachin state manage its affairs. If it had sufficient energy resources, it might even handle the governance of the entire world. It feels like a waste to use it just for this purpose alone. Gu Xian muttered to himself. This is the gap between humans and computers. No comparison. No comparison at all. But, fortunately, he had 2 legs and 2 arms that the computer lacked. So, all things considered, he should be stronger than this computer, no question. Chapter 207, A Genius. Leader, are you saying these 2 creative inventions were developed by you over the past few days? Is that so strange? Not at all, not at all. Sula was practically sweating buckets holding the 2 groundbreaking research papers Gu Xian had handed him. Holy moly. Dude. You're just too damn amazing. How am I supposed to handle this? Compared to those ordinary, painfully slow research teams, Gu Xian, you're the real deal. Sula isn't a researcher. When it comes to scientific research, she's a complete outsider. But he may be an outsider, but he's no pushover. The 2 new research breakthroughs developed by Chief Gu Xian, even someone with low intelligence would recognize their importance. Sura had been slowly trying to convince himself to accept Gu Xian's groundbreaking creativity in the scientific realm. But now, seeing these 2 inventions, Gu Xian presented one a quantum matrix construction system accelerating urban infrastructure, the other a super-intelligent processor hailed as the Stellar Core. The practical value of these inventions is undeniable. Each promises to catalyze an unparalleled qualitative leap in their respective fields. Moreover, these groundbreaking technological inventions weren't built on thin air. The leader, Gu Xian, had stated that with his assistance, both inventions could be fully researched within less than 2 months. Moreover, they would achieve rapid mass production and nationwide implementation. With such a research and development cycle measured in months, would likely enable Kachin State to comprehensively overhaul all its infrastructure technologies across every sector within an extremely short time frame. Of course, all this hinges on the premise that Chairman Gu Xian can truly achieve unparalleled, astonishing accomplishments across every domain. Head Gu Xian, should these 2 technological proposals be prioritized for development and creation? First, bring both inventions to fruition before considering anything else. Suspend research in other ordinary fields for now and focus entirely on this area. By the way, since we became one of the 6 permanent members, has the Lighthouse Nation made any moves in any particular area? Nothing. For some reason, the Lighthouse Nation has been eerily quiet. Even in Southeast Asia, their strategic presence keeps shrinking. They might be planning to abandon it entirely. I've been wondering how could they abandon Southeast Asia after years of infiltration and establishment? What's there to be reluctant about? Gu Xian said with a smile. While the lighthouse nation's unusual behavior was indeed suspicious, there was still some good news. After all, the lighthouse nation's steadily shrinking influence in Southeast Asia meant less resistance for Kachin State when it eventually expanded. Wouldn't that be splendid? However, the lighthouse nation's actions still leave Gu Xian deeply concerned. After all, though Kachin State holds a commanding lead in cutting-edge technologies, it does not equate to true invincibility. If the politicians and upper echelons of the lighthouse nation truly harbored hostility toward them and were willing to destroy them at any cost, the ultimate outcome would inevitably be mutual destruction. For at this stage, while the combat capabilities of Kachin's land, sea, and air forces were among the world's elite, a sword of Damocles still hung overhead. No one dared to overstep their bounds. Last time, Gu Xian dared to deploy 6th-generation fighters and nuclear weapons without authorization, but that was because he had calculated precisely the lighthouse nation's Achilles heel, betting that the country wouldn't dare to act rashly. But this action was tantamount to walking a tightrope. If handled poorly, it becomes a blatant giveaway, a lose-lose situation where no one gains anything. If, in the end, the lighthouse nation truly refuses to withdraw, then Gu Xian will have no choice but to grit his teeth and continue this unconventional war. He simply lacked the courage to launch nuclear weapons, to truly unleash the devastation that would destroy all life, shatter the heavens and earth, and become the architect of humanity's ruin. Such an act would run counter to his very principles. That was his thinking. And he believed the upper echelons of the lighthouse nation likely shared this sentiment. Yet they couldn't fully grasp their own intentions, too afraid to gamble on whether they had truly lost their minds. They preferred to risk the entire face of human civilization rather than let the lighthouse nation succeed. If that were the case, it would be utterly tragic beyond measure. By the way, how is the infiltration progressing in Thailand and Cambodia? Reporting to leader Gu Xian, the plan is proceeding smoothly. The Kachin nation now holds absolute sway in Southeast Asia, at the height of its power. All these nations fear our strength, and the infiltration into Thailand and Cambodia, both of which signed treaties with us earlier, is going perfectly. With the backing of existing military bases and an increasing number of officials and upper-class elites being lured by our Kachin State, they have all expressed that all decisions, big and small, concerning Thailand and Cambodia will henceforth be handed over to Kachin State for handling. It feels like they're acting as vassal states. Honestly, this is going far more smoothly than I ever imagined. Is the lighthouse nation really going to ignore this action by our Kachin State? That doesn't make sense. Given how those nations typically operate, they couldn't possibly overlook such blatant expansion by Kachin State unless they're genuinely willing to relinquish all the perks that come with being the world's dominant power. Your Excellency, it's not just the two of us. Even all the high-ranking officials in Kachin Nation and even those in China have no idea why the lighthouse nation is acting so calm today. Calm as if they're about to vanish from the face of the earth. Listening to Sula's words, Gu Xian couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Something was off. This completely contradicts the lighthouse nation's nature. Not only are they comprehensively retrenching their influence in Southeast Asia, but they're also turning a blind eye to Kachin State's blatant expansion. It defies all logic. Strange. So strange. Utterly bizarre. Have our undercover agents in the lighthouse nation uncovered any new intelligence? Reporting to the supreme leader, none. The lighthouse nation is as lifeless as a corpse now, truly in a peculiar state of ignoring everything outside its walls while solely devoted to its sacred texts. Forget the lighthouse nation. Proceed with the Kachin Nation operation as planned. First, perfect all the technologies I entrusted to you, especially the Stellar Core Superintelligence Processor and the Dawn Space Station. Once these two systems are integrated, no action will escape our notice. Additionally, I intend to dedicate myself to nuclear fusion research. All previous instructions I gave you must proceed on schedule. We must ensure that once this research yields tangible results, the technology can be deployed within the shortest possible timeframe. Beyond that, aside from this location in Southeast Asia, refrain from intervening in other regions. Kachin State is now poised for action, awaiting only the right moment. There's no need for us to make frequent appearances on the global stage. Right now, our absolute priority is to accumulate, and accumulate. Listening to Gu Xian's detailed instructions, Sula's expression turns solemn. Your Excellency, I understand. Rest assured, the entire Kachin State will follow your directives without exception. No need to be so solemn, this isn't my last will and testament. I'm still as lively as ever. Gu Xian found Sula's solemnity both amusing and exasperating. What's with all this? He wasn't about to kick the bucket anytime soon, no need for such solemn pledges. Oh, and Chief Gu Xian, China recently sent an invitation. They wish to request some of our Kachin State's advanced military technology. They can offer items from other fields in exchange, guaranteeing you won't be at a disadvantage, Chief Gu Xian. Exchange? Gu Xian froze for a moment before quickly regaining his composure and waving his hand. We can certainly discuss this with China. Work out the specifics yourself, but just don't sell off our most core cutting-edge technologies. Chapter 208, Prosperity. Has the Kachin state agreed to our demands? They have. Qi Rui nodded, looking at the slightly pleased elder Zhang before him, and replied respectfully. Agreed is good. Agreed is good indeed. I had feared the Kachin state might refuse, but it seems I overthought it. Old Zhang breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, he was under immense pressure. Where did this pressure come from? It was the military might of the Kachin state, which had left this old man feeling utterly ashamed. He wasn't worried that the Kachin state would suddenly attack China. It was more that China, in just a few short decades, had been swiftly surpassed and overtaken. That was something no one could easily accept. Even the Kachin state, which had been a strategic ally and partner with China for some time. This bitter taste in his mouth. How very long has it been since he last felt it? Old Zhang murmured to himself. The last time he felt such a gap in military technology was over a decade ago, facing the helplessness against the lighthouse nation. Little did he expect that today, he would once again taste this bitter flavor. It was quite an unusual experience. To bolster China's military capabilities, he even risked his pride by approaching the Kachin state with a request to exchange military technology. There was no other way. If things continued this way, it seemed likely that in time, China's military technology research would fall far behind that of the Kachin state. As for catching up on their own? Facing nations like Russia, the United States, and Germany, old Zhang felt no fear whatsoever. But now, not only in military technology, but across all fields of scientific development, China's technological advancement far surpassed that of these nations by a wide margin. Precisely because of this, China has become the subject of global criticism. Leveraging its comprehensive industrial chain, China can effortlessly penetrate any sector worldwide. It could be said that if China sets its mind to something, nothing is beyond its reach. And indeed, China has indeed done so. Leveraging shockingly low costs, impeccable after-sales service, and guaranteed quality, China rapidly integrated into the global economy and trade, securing a substantial share of the pie. These shares were once exclusively held by established Western powers. Now that China has seized them, it's no wonder resentment simmers. It is precisely because of this very reason. China is now urgently advancing its military technology. While most nations pay little attention to the sustained development of military technology or even invest heavily in modernization, China spares no expense, sacrificing whatever it takes to achieve layer upon layer of technological advancement in its military arsenal. During this period, this approach drew ridicule from countless Western nations and underdeveloped regions, who dismissed China as merely squandering its wealth. After all, this is the modern era, not the barbaric ancient world defined solely by warfare. Because they believed the so-called beacon of the world police, the Congress, would protect them. But what was the outcome? Of course, it backfired. It could even be said to have surpassed everyone's imagination, overturning their understanding. In their eyes, the beacon nation that upholds world peace has exploited global order and rules to indiscriminately oppress and plunder countless countries. Even the once formidable Western powers were no exception. Plundered by the beacon nation, they dared not utter a word. Yet amidst this chaos, an anomaly emerged. That nation is China. Through years of biding its time, recuperating its strength, and vigorously developing military technology, China has rapidly emerged as a military and economic powerhouse rivaling the lighthouse nation. And now, China has surged ahead of all nations, becoming the first to develop the epoch-making sixth-generation fighter jet. This astonishing pace, coupled with the strategic significance of the sixth-generation fighter, has left every nation utterly stunned and incredulous. Subsequently, they unveiled the trump card they had concealed for years. A carrier strike group that stands shoulder to shoulder with the lighthouse nations. When this scene unfolded, countless nations tremble in fear at its might. Even the steadfast beacon nation has been shaken to its core, filled with dread. But Kachin is different. To be precise, it stands apart from all previous nations, vastly different. The technological advancements in military science achieved by the Kachin kingdom have even left this old man in awe, wishing he could pack up every single one of their researchers and bring them home. The most crucial factor is that Gu Xian, a prodigy, utterly monstrously gifted. Without Gu Xian, old Zhang would bet his life that Kachin would never have achieved such earth-shattering accomplishments. In fact, without Gu Xian's assistance and rescue, Kachin might have long since been reduced to dust in the annals of history, vanishing completely from the face of the earth. By then, the lighthouse nation's strategic plans for Southeast Asia would have been fully realized, and even their own China would have been left with little room to maneuver. But now, everything changed because of Gu Xian. He overturned everyone's expectations and created the current situation. It can be said that, had Gu Xian not left China to join the Kachin state, world history would have unfolded quite differently. Moreover, The various technologies transmitted from the Kachin state have effectively accelerated China's developmental progress by a full decade, or even 15 years. This saved China immense effort and resources that would otherwise have been expended in these areas. It can be said that, without Guxian, China's entire developmental trajectory would have been hindered, and it's impossible to say how much longer it would have taken to achieve the accomplishments we see today. And all of this is entirely attributable to the kingdom of Kachin, or rather, to Guxian himself. The only regret for old Zhang was that, ever since Huaxia learned of Guxian's identity, they had openly and covertly extended numerous olive branches, hoping to bring Guxian back to aid Huaxia. They even promised that upon his return, Guxian would immediately become one of the nation's highest-ranking decision-makers. But Guxian refused them all. At first, he wondered if his offer was too modest, lacking sufficient appeal to entice Guxian. But then, the moment he witnessed Guxian reveal his identity at the United Nations General Assembly, he understood. How could the leader of a permanent member state possibly agree to China's terms and requests? Unless China was truly willing to offer terms equivalent to those given to Kachin state. But was that even possible? Clearly not. As for outright seizing it, sparking a major diplomatic row with Kachin state just to claim Guxian's so-called nominal right of belonging, that would be downright foolish. If China were to do that, the upper echelons of the lighthouse nation would likely laugh themselves awake in the dead of night. They would undoubtedly spare no expense to co-opt the Kachin state, transforming enemies into allies, and then turn their sights squarely upon China. At that point, to be honest, old Zhang felt uneasy deep down. If it were merely the lighthouse nation, China would never fear it. But the critical issue was the alliance between Kachin and the lighthouse nation. The mere thought of Kachin's unfathomable, cutting-edge military technology and advanced weaponry sent a chill down his spine. This was beyond mere terror. These were weapons of war feared by all. A single misstep could effortlessly annihilate a nation. Even China would be no exception. Therefore, no matter what, China must maintain its alliance with the Kachin state. Under no circumstances can relations deteriorate. Otherwise, the cost would be too great for him to bear, and indeed for all of China. Precisely for this reason, China made such demands of the Kachin state: first, to rapidly enhance its own military capabilities; second, to deepen its alliance with the Kachin state. Only then could he feel slightly reassured. By the way, I recall that fellow Jia had some unresolved issues with Guxian. Where is he being held now? Reporting: he's currently in prison. Chapter 209, Zhao Yuanjia's collapse. Zhao Yuanjia had grown numb by now, and it must be said, life behind bars was worlds apart from his former existence. Yet he felt no distress, quite the opposite. Deep down, he even harbored a faint sense of anticipation and comfort. Indeed, a sense of ease and contentment. Much like how one might find comfort in savoring a light appetizer after growing accustomed to rich, indulgent meals, this different lifestyle gave him a slight sense of satisfaction. It turns out, life behind bars wasn't so unbearable after all. The only thing he couldn't tolerate was the strict restrictions on electronic devices inside the prison, which occasionally made him feel that prison life was indeed rather dull. His only daily connection to the outside world was watching the prison's scheduled news broadcasts at fixed times and locations. That was his only daily connection to the outside world. What truly weighed on his mind was that after all this time behind bars, not a single former subordinate or friend had come to visit him. The emotional blow was immense. Damn it, before I went in, when I was riding high, you guys were all scrambling to climb over each other, desperate to curry favor with me. But now, sure, he'd been through a lot, but he wasn't dead and buried, forgotten underground. Each and every one of them knew exactly what he was going through, yet not a single one bothered to come see him. It was utterly heartbreaking. What a bunch of damn ingrate bastards. Zhao Yuanjie cursed silently to himself. He was utterly appalled, utterly speechless, but he didn't realize that while cursing others, forget it, never mind all that. Better see what the news broadcast has in store for me today. Hopefully something exciting and interesting. Zhao Yuanjie muttered to himself. Little did he know, he could never have imagined that in the very next moment, he would become a prophet. But for him, it wasn't good news, it was a veritable bolt from the blue. A UN meeting? And another country is taking the stage to speak? Why does this person look more and more familiar the longer I look at him? Zhao Yuanjie stared at the images on the TV screen hanging above the podium, murmuring to himself. Wait a minute, that's ING Guxian, isn't it? How the hell did he end up on TV now, and become the so-called leader of Kachin state? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could some nobody suddenly transform into the leader of Kachin state? Did I actually predict this myself? Could all those incredible technological breakthroughs the Kachin state achieved before be down to this kid? No way. That's just too far-fetched. It's like absurdity itself opened the door for absurdity, utterly ridiculous. Zhao Yuanjie muttered to himself. his eyes filled with utter bewilderment and confusion. Not buddies? Sometimes you gotta stick to reason, this is just too absurd, right? You say he was once a lowly employee who endured countless hardships to evade all investigations and became Thaksin, the so-called chief scientist of Kachin State. But you claim that upon becoming chief scientist, he somehow also assumed the role of Kachin State's leader? This is getting a bit too fantastical. Too much like a fairy tale, right? Are you kidding me? But this isn't funny at all. Where in the world is there such an absurd life script? Do they really think this is some kind of urban military novel or something? It's just one absurdity piled on top of another, like someone's playing a joke. And you keep telling yourself that Kachin defeated the Lighthouse Nation 3 times, then lured the 5 permanent members with technological allure, successfully elevating itself to a 6th permanent member? This is truly a Thomas Invincible spinning explosive miracle. Give me a pinch, see if I'm dreaming? Zhao Yuanjie whipped his head around to address a middle-aged, bearded fellow inmate. The moment the words left his mouth, the man stared at him with an utterly bizarre expression. It was the kind of look one might give a fool or an imbecile. Faced with such pitying eyes, Zhao Yuanjie stubbornly repeated himself to the man. This time, before he could finish speaking, a series of sharp slaps landed on his face, showing not a shred of pity for his age. Smack! The sound rang out clearly, so loud it even drew the attention of everyone engrossed in watching TV. Whoa, what's going on here? A 40-year-old man training a 70-year-old young man? And it's all out in the open? Damn, that's impressive. Impressive? That's an understatement. Who knew watching the news could serve up such a juicy scandal? What a haul! Absolutely mind-blowing. Not only did the prisoners watching TV get drawn in by the sound, but even the detectives nearby heard the strange noise and rushed over. After questioning everyone, he finally located the source of the noise. As expected, Zhao Yuanjie got a thorough scolding. And this scolding was no joke, it lasted over an hour. By the time the detective finally let the 70-something Zhao Yuanjie go back to rest, his legs were shaking so badly he could barely stand. Damn it, outside. Forget about a detective. Even if the chief himself showed up, he'd have to bow and scrape respectfully in front of me, treating each other with polite deference. Yet here you are, a lowly, insignificant cop, daring to speak to him with such contempt. It was utterly unforgivable. Of course, Zhao Yuanjie's fury stemmed even more from the staggering achievements Gu Xian had attained. It made his chest burn with rage, utterly unacceptable. After all, before this good-for-nothing brat had been toiling away like a beast of burden under his command, a nobody who took his scolding and criticism without complaint. And now, he'd transformed into the head of a 6-constant nation. And what about him? Here he was, stuck eating prison grub and suffering every hardship imaginable. Such a life would be unbearable for anyone. And the contrast is so stark. It's safe to say, Zhao Yuanjie now even harbors thoughts of jumping off a building. With such a heavy heart, he spent day after day in prison, growing increasingly gloomy and despondent. What the hell? Zhao Yuanjie was sentenced to 18 years in prison? And if he confessed, they could even sentence him to death? After giving all his orders, Gu Xian was painstakingly researching nuclear fusion technology when he was suddenly rendered speechless by the news brought by Sula. His shock didn't stem from Zhao Yuanjie's predicament, but from his own state of mind. How long had it been? He never imagined that he once regarded that old bastard Zhao Yuanjie as scum, wanting to tear him limb from limb. Yet now, if Sula hadn't mentioned it, he'd have almost forgotten the man even existed. How things had changed. Gu Xian sighed inwardly. Given Zhao Yuanjie's age, after serving 18 years, he'd likely spend the rest of his life in prison, quietly growing old and dying there. There was virtually no chance of him ever seeing the light of day again. But then, upon hearing the news, Gu Xian felt no satisfaction at seeing vengeance served. After the initial shock, only profound emotion remained. It truly is time that erases all painful imprints from the heart. And this saying holds true. Commander, what do you mean by that? Sura asked through the communication device. Let China pass whatever judgment they see fit. There's no need to consider my feelings. After all, it's all in the past now. Yes, it's all in the past. Perhaps I should even thank that guy. Without him, none of this would have been certain. At the very least, I certainly wouldn't have ascended to the position of Kachin leader so easily. Sometimes, whether an event brings blessing or curse, no one can ever predict. Never mind. I'll focus on mastering nuclear fusion technology first. Time is all I need right now. Chapter 210, The Impact of Nuclear Fusion Technology. 2 years later, a span neither short nor long, yet for a single person, 2 years felt like an eternity. But, for a nation, 2 years amounted to nothing at all. Yet, there exists one nation that defies this conventional wisdom. That nation is Kachin State. In this brief span, the Kachin state has continuously pioneered extraordinary technologies that surpass the world's developmental standards. Leading the charge are three revolutionary medical breakthroughs, specifically, bio-blood, adaptive organs, and human programming cultivation chambers. The moment these three medical breakthroughs emerged, they unleashed waves of disruption, sending shockwaves through countless corporations and nations. These three inventions, not only each carried profound implications surpassing the last, but also significantly extended the natural lifespan of the human body. And the Kingdom of Kachin has even declared that this unique medical protocol could directly extend human lifespan by 200, even 300 years. In other words, under normal circumstances, with the assistance of Kachin state, one could even live to be 400 years old. This utterly defies all rational understanding, causing an unprecedented upheaval. Countless wealthy individuals and high-ranking officials from around the globe, and even commoners, have flocked to Kachin state one after another, drawn by the promise of extending their lifespans and achieving better health. Moreover, the achievements of Kachin state during this period extend far beyond this. Beyond these three earth-shattering medical breakthroughs, Kachin even introduced the Starlight chip for human protection, capable of shielding against most external threats: blades, spears, clubs, whether cold steel or firearms, extreme heat or cold, or sheer impact force, all could be withstood by the Starlight chip. As Gu Xian put it, this was an effortless scientific breakthrough, one that could be handled with a single hand. The combination of extreme external protection and Kachin's unique, highly advanced medical practices has drawn 80% of the world's wealthy elite to the nation. The resulting impact was that, in just 2 short years, Kachin state's economic growth has accelerated at a breakneck pace, propelling it to the world's third-ranked economy in just 2 short years, trailing only the beacon nations of the United States and China. In fact, the gap is not significant. Given its current trajectory, it is merely a matter of time. Within less than 5 years, it will achieve complete and total surpassing. Not only that, the quantum matrix construction system and the stellar radiance central superintelligence processor have also recently emerged. It can be said that the rapid pace of Kachin's development owes much to the impact of these two cutting-edge technologies. After all, one is the quantum matrix construction system, which can effortlessly transform a nation into a construction powerhouse. Its emergence has sent shockwaves through the global construction industry. It left everyone studying infrastructure and civil engineering utterly dumbfounded. This thing, machine oxen, horses, and humans working around the clock non-stop. It boosts construction efficiency tenfold, 100-fold, even 1,000-fold. What the hell is this? Just surrender already. Because of this system, the entire Kachin state achieved nationwide infrastructure development in an extremely short time. Skyscrapers and world wonders now dot the landscape. No longer the impoverished, backward nation where even birds wouldn't defecate. Instead, it has become a veritable superpower, an existence envied by all. The second is the stellar core, capable of making precise decisions and implementing solutions. The two most significant impacts it brings are: first, is the tremendous reduction in processing time for all matters, big and small, within the Kingdom of Kachin. While other nations still bicker endlessly over a single matter, the stellar core can resolve it in an instant. This administrative efficiency skyrockets in an instant. Its effectiveness is something only those who use it can truly appreciate. It's an absolutely delightful system. Second, it has reduced corruption in the Kachin state to 0. That's right, 0. This figure would be unthinkable in any other nation, yet Kachin state has achieved it. The star-illuminated core functions like a superintelligent AI machine, capable of identifying all irregular transactions, unfair cases, and decisions. Upon detection, it can be directly reported to the Kachin State Supreme Resolution Center for handling. Under the constant threat of this sword of Damocles, so-called corruption and graft become nothing but a complete joke in Kachin State. Of course, the most crucial point is that the salary levels, benefits, and vacation entitlements of Kachin State officials rank among the highest in the world. Officials of all ranks can live carefree lives, free from financial worries, and they live quite comfortably. Given this situation, the concept of corruption naturally ceases to exist. After all, with such generous benefits and perks provided, no official would willingly risk defying the entire world by crossing the red line personally set by Gu Xian. Therefore, under the interplay of these two forces, so-called corruption and graft can essentially be said to be non-existent. It simply could not exist. Lighthouse Nation, the Supreme Council of the White House. 2 years have passed, and we never imagined Kachin Nation's development would far exceed our expectations. If this continues, within 3 years, the hegemonic position we've painstakingly cultivated will vanish completely. Gentlemen, are you truly willing to accept this? This represents immense profits. Gerard shouted, his fist pounding the table as he addressed the silent representatives of various classes seated before him. So what if we're unwilling? Frankly, if our lighthouse nation continues confronting present-day Kachin state, we gain absolutely nothing. That man of yours, Araki, actually advocates some Jap-bashing suicide plan. He secretly builds nuclear-proof shelters in remote areas for you Judases to survive, and covertly deploys nuclear weapons without authorization. Do you really think we Anglo-Saxons are pushovers? Now, Kachin state's rise as the world's foremost nation grows ever more pronounced. Its military might already outstrips our beacon nation's capacity to match it. And yet you still scheme to destroy Kachin state? What on earth are you thinking? The blonde man frowned, glaring at Gerard, whose face was twisted with madness. Foolish, do you truly believe Kachin nation will spare us in the end? The Kachin nation is a nation that holds grudges. The final outcome will inevitably be a fight to the death. Tell me, where do you get the confidence that the Kachin nation will spare us after achieving world supremacy? Impossible. Gerard's face twisted into a savage grimace as he spoke. And mark my words, the Kachin nation is on the verge of perfecting controlled nuclear fusion technology. This intelligence was obtained by our Jewish group at any cost. As he finished speaking, everyone was on the edge of their seats. Controlled nuclear fusion technology? That's impossible. You must be joking. Controlled nuclear fusion is far beyond humanity's current capabilities. How could there be a failure? The words fell. A single stone sent ripples across the pond. Everyone wore expressions of utter disbelief. Now, gentlemen, tell me, do you still believe there is any necessity to implement this plan devised by our Udai group? Gerard chuckled. Little did he know. In the corner of the conference room, an octopus-like nanobot flashed red lights, recording every detail. Seems the truth can't be hidden forever. Still, the intel your lighthouse nation has obtained is hopelessly outdated. I've already developed controllable nuclear fusion technology. Gu Xian stared at the image displayed on the electronic screen and said with a smile, did he really think all his hard work over the past 2 years was for nothing? And what about the nuclear bomb shattering plan? Your Excellency, times have changed. Chapter 211, a mere nuclear blast. Handled with one hand. Just as discussions were underway in the lighthouse nation, a bombshell news story exploded within mere minutes. Namely, Kachin nation had successfully developed controllable nuclear fusion technology. This news struck like a bolt from the blue, sending shockwaves through every person present. No way. Dude, controlled nuclear fusion technology? Isn't this something I only see in novels? How could it possibly exist in the real world? I don't know if it's real or not, but I know this, from this moment on, the world has changed completely. Blue Star might as well be renamed Kachin Star. Damn it, in just 3 or 4 years, a tiny, unknown country with nothing to its name has achieved this? Dude, I think I've been reading too many fantasy novels. Before the crowd could react, under Gu Xian's direction, Kachin State announced another bombshell. Following rigorous testing, paired with the Sky Shield system powered by controlled nuclear fusion energy, it was now fully capable of withstanding apocalyptic-level nuclear attacks, and absorb all nuclear radiation within the blast zone, leaving no hazardous residue. To prove it, in 1 hour, the Kachin nation would conduct an experiment using 1,000 nuclear weapons. The words fell. The world was shaken to its core. The entire world was left in utter shock. Did I hear that correctly? Over 1,000 nuclear explosions? The sheer power unleashed could wipe an entire medium-sized country off the face of the earth? The crowd buzzed with discussion, all driven mad, even terrified, by Kachin State's actions. Hey, buddy, don't use nuclear testing as an excuse to sneakily aim launchers at other countries for deliberate retaliation. After all, what nation could possibly withstand such an assault under these circumstances? Amidst the tsunami of shock and protest, an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Madman! Madman! The Kachin State must have learned of our lighthouse nation's planned operation. What the hell are they trying to do? Could it be true that their Sky Shield system, enhanced with controlled nuclear fusion technology, can really block thousands of nuclear warheads? This must be a joke. It's meant to intimidate us, the lighthouse nation. Gerard's face turned ashen, clearly unable to accept this outcome. But, all that remained for him was silence, utter, profound silence. Kachin nation, could they really defy the heavens like this? Above Kachin State, in an instant, a dazzling blue light shot skyward, like a colossal pillar of light piercing the clouds. A transparent plasma shield rapidly unfolded, with blue electrical currents weaving through it. Mysterious runes and energy streams flashed across the shield's surface, instilling awe in all who witnessed it. Before long, before the eyes of global netizens, the Kachin State's newly developed fleet of over 100 bombers arrived, gleaming and ready, above the Sky Shield system. Without hesitation, the first batch of nuclear bombs was unleashed, accompanied by a piercing screech. Dozens of nuclear warheads rained down like hail. Boom! 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 The the bombs detonated outside the shield, releasing immense energy that instantly formed terrifying mushroom clouds. The intense light illuminated the entire sky, as if daylight had arrived prematurely. The deafening explosions thundered like 1,000 bolts of lightning, wave after wave of shockwaves crashing toward the sky shield system with overwhelming force. Boom! Under the nuclear blast's impact, its surface rippled violently. Blue light flickered as energy surged through it, steadfastly withstanding the first wave of nuclear attacks. Solid as a rock, it showed not a single crack. Immediately after, the second and third waves of nuclear bombs followed in rapid succession. Thousands of nuclear warheads poured down like locusts in a short span of time. The entire sky above the first part sky system was completely engulfed in the fire and smoke of nuclear explosions, as if the entire world had pressed pause at that very moment. Everyone, regardless of class, age, or gender, stared blankly at the scene through Kachin State's live broadcast. They had never witnessed explosions of such magnitude, feeling as if the entire world trembled in that instant. The detonation of thousands of nuclear bombs. Could this truly be stopped? Just as everyone was thinking this, to everyone's astonishment, when the shockwaves and energy of the explosions collided with the plasma shield, it was as if they had struck an invisible wall of steel. Energy surged violently across the shield's surface, and the runes flashed even brighter, blocking the vast majority of the energy outside. Only a minuscule fraction of the energy penetrated the shield, creating tiny ripples within its surface. These ripples were swiftly repaired by the shield's self-healing mechanism. The scene was like a raging storm battering a sturdy seawall, yet never managing to breach it. After the super explosion raged for over 10 minutes, the plasma shield remained steadfastly intact. It seemed like an impenetrable super wall. Representatives from China, the lighthouse nation, and other countries watching the live feed from Kachin State all rose to their feet, eyes wide with disbelief at the unfolding spectacle. This is simply unbelievable. Old Zhang's face was etched with shock. At the same time, the rest of the world had long been rendered speechless by the spectacle unfolding before them. Impressive. Absolutely incredible. Over 1,000 nuclear warheads launched in such a massive attack, yet the sky shield system effortlessly blocked them all. This completely overturns everything I thought I knew. It seems the Kachin nation wasn't exaggerating, they've genuinely developed controllable nuclear fusion technology. Only such powerful technology could withstand over 1,000 nuclear bombs. Is this science fiction becoming reality? Kachin is incredible. I declare that from now on. Kachin is my favorite country. No, I must become a citizen of Kachin right now, no matter what. This damn thing is just too damn reassuring. I can't believe my eyes, human technology has advanced this far. No, to be precise, Kachin State's technology has reached this level. Wait, didn't Kachin State previously announce plans to launch the world's largest and most advanced space station? Could it be they're using controlled nuclear fusion technology up there too? You bet. The White House. The atmosphere here wasn't just oppressive, it felt suffocating enough to kill someone. Should we proceed with that plan? Execute? Execute my ass. Immediately cancel all plans concerning Kachin State. Starting today, restore diplomatic relations with Kachin State at any cost. We can no longer afford to antagonize this nation. Also, did you see the space station data Kachin State released? If Kachin State chooses to, they could easily deploy 2 extreme technologies from that space station and annihilate our entire lighthouse nation without firing a single shot. So we just surrender like this? What else could we do? The blonde man rolled his eyes at the Yangtze faction member and curled his lip in disdain. He knew nothing else, but he knew one thing. That is, from this day forward, the skies of Blue Star have changed. Chapter 212, Space Station Dawn. A new era, grand finale. The wind howled fiercely. This desolate land, usually deserted, was now bustling with activity. A colossal launch tower soared skyward, like a steel colossus standing amidst the desert. Its body painted in striking silver gray. It reflected dazzling light under the sun. Surrounding it, a tangled web of auxiliary facilities and pipelines spread out like a giant spider's web. The atmosphere was solemn and tense. Everyone hurried along with solemn expressions. Are you kidding me? Hadn't they worked tirelessly for months for this very moment? This was the first time in Kachin history that they had launched such a large-scale, multi-module space station of this magnitude in quantity. Moreover, the technology contained within was so mind-blowing only they, the engineers, truly understood it. It can be said that, once the space station is fully launched, the Kachin nation could instantly become a true global superpower. How could this not fill them with excitement? Inside the command center, the atmosphere was so tense it felt suffocating. Huge screens flashed with various data and charts, displaying real-time preparations for the launch. Everyone wore expressions of intense concentration, except for Gu Xian, who was reclining in a lounge chair, munching on fried chicken. Worried? No, how could he be worried? With the system's backing, The odds of this technology failing were about as likely as him winning the lottery jackpot back in the day. If it really happened, Gu Xian figured he might as well jump off a building in peace. How's the propellant loading progressing? Gu Xian asked into the microphone. Reporting. Sir, propellant loading is proceeding steadily, currently at 95% complete. Full loading is expected to finish in 10 minutes. Someone responded promptly. Meanwhile, atop the launch tower, the space station stood silently, its colossal form overwhelming everyone with its sheer scale. This was the pinnacle of technological achievement developed by the Kingdom of Kachin over several months. The Dawn space station, hailed as humanity's pinnacle invention, their own leader, truly seems to be capable of anything. He's even mastered nuclear fusion, weather control systems, and such outrageous integrated weaponry, it's beyond human comprehension. Is this even the real world? Has our own leader been cheating all along? As time ticked away, the launch moment drew ever closer. Countdown begins. 10, 9, 8. As Gu Xian's voice echoed through the chamber, each number he counted felt like a heavy hammer striking everyone's hearts. They clenched their fists involuntarily, eyes fixed intently on the launch tower. 3, 2, 1. Ignition. Launch. Boom boom boom. In an instant, a colossal flame erupted from the base of the launch tower, like a ferocious fire dragon bursting forth from the earth. The flames illuminated the entire wasteland, and a searing heat wave swept over them, warping the surrounding air. The deafening roar shook the very ground, as if the very earth itself trembled. Propelled by immense thrust, the Dawnbreaker space station slowly lifted off the ground, gradually accelerating its ascent. At first, its speed was not great, its outline still clearly visible to the naked eye. But as it gained altitude, its speed increased dramatically, soon becoming a tiny speck in the sky. A long trail of flame stretched from the rocket's tail, tracing a brilliant path across the azure sky. How's it going? Sura hurried into the command center and asked anxiously. Mr. Sula, everything's proceeding smoothly. How does that saying go? With me around, there are no surprises. Gu Xian chuckled. Well, their leader sure was self-absorbed, but you had to admit, with Chief Gu Xian stepping in, their research in Kachin State seemed to sail through without a hitch. That's fine. Excellent. As the tension in the command center eased slightly, the atmosphere grew less oppressive. During its ascent, the Dawn space station had successively traversed each layer of the atmosphere. In the troposphere, it encountered intense turbulence, but with its unparalleled advanced flight control and propulsion system, if anything went wrong, Gu Xian would have been ready to tear his own head off and kick it like a ball. Upon entering the stratosphere, the air grew thin and temperatures plummeted sharply, but the station's thermal insulation system handled it with ease. As the altitude continued to rise, after an unknown period, the Starry Sky space station entered the ionosphere. This region teemed with charged particles, and the station swiftly broke through the atmosphere, emerging into the boundless expanse of space. At this moment, the research center was plunged into complete darkness. This was the cosmos, deep and mysterious. Stars like dazzling jewels were densely studded across the celestial canopy. In the distance, the spiral arms of the Milky Way were faintly visible. The Dawn space station stood in this vast cosmos, like a newly born star. Launch successful? Launch successful, Gu Xian said with a smile. His face radiated an extraordinary glow. The moment the Dawn space station hung high in the heavens, it sealed the unalterable fate that Kachin Nation would become the undisputed ruler of Blue Star. Even if the Lighthouse Nation spares no expense to obstruct it, it will be futile, because the Kachin Nation had already solidly mastered unparalleled nuclear fusion technology. Combined with the Sky Curtain system, the power unleashed by this pairing no longer feared so-called nuclear weapons, those once taboo weapons known as little karamis. My lord, the times have changed. What follows is the true dawn of the interstellar age, the era that will determine the course of human technology and civilization. Lighthouse Nation? Without possessing interstellar capabilities comparable to those of the Kachin Kingdom, it's nothing but a joke. After all, the actual level of interstellar development in the Lighthouse Nation has long been known throughout the nation. It's nowhere near as legendary as the myths suggest. It's perfectly fine to treat it as a joke. Not to mention, as long as the Kachin Nation chooses to, the Lighthouse Nation could never master the key to nuclear fusion technology for all eternity. It can be said that, from this moment on, the self-serving politicians of the Beacon Nation will be utterly cast off the stage of history. Next to take the stage is the Kachin Nation of the new era.